On the way home from school, a man picked up a black card with an unlimited credit limit. As soon as he picked up the black card, the Tiandao system was activated. Not only could he freely swipe the unlimited credit black card, but the system would also release tasks from time to time. As long as he could complete them, he would receive very generous rewards. To verify the authenticity of the black card, the man went directly to a Lamborghini 4S store and bought a Lamborghini. When the card was successfully swiped, the man, Qin Shen, knew that his good days had come. On that day, Qin Shen saw a rich second generation harassing a beautiful senior sister named Su Xiaoyan on his way to school. People around were afraid of the power of the rich second generation and dared not intervene. However, Qin Shen directly reached out to stop the rich second generation. The rich second generation, Shang Wanwu, saw that Qin Shen dared to stop him and sarcastically remarked that Qin Shen was a poor loser who should mind his own business. After speaking, Shang Wanwu even took out the key to a Porsche and unlocked it. The frog eye headlights immediately flashed with dazzling lights. The eyes of the male students around the car all lit up. However, Qin Shen didn't even look at it, disdainfully saying that such a trashy car dared to come out. Shang Wanwu's face changed and he sneered, "I thought you were some rich young master from a prestigious family, turns out you're just a nobody. Have you ever touched a luxury car? Do you know how much a Porsche 718 Boxster costs? Do you know how grand 800,000 is? Always calling things trash, do you even have a car?" Su Xiaoyan pulled on Qin Shen's sleeve, signaling him to leave quickly. "Xiaochun, let's go, don't provoke him. His family is wealthy, who knows what outrageous things he might do." Qin Shen gently reassured her, casually took out a car key, and unlocked it. Suddenly, under the shade of a nearby tree, there was a sudden roar. Shang Wanwu was startled and looked towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, his jaw dropped in shock. Lamborghini Reventon. Is the Lamborghini Reventon very powerful? Someone nearby asked. That's a legendary car. Compared to it, even a Porsche 718 Boxster is inferior. Do you know how much it's worth? 15 million. Limited to 21 units worldwide. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 2.8 seconds. Damn! 15 million? Compared to that, the Porsche 718 Boxster is really trash. The crowd whispered as Qin Shen led Su Xiaoyan, under the gaze of everyone, to open the scissor door of the passenger seat for her. Su Xiaoyan looked bewildered as she sat in this supercar, one of only 21 in the world. Everything happened so suddenly that before Su Xiaoyan could react, Qin Shen stepped on the gas pedal and left the crowd behind. Shang Wanwu spat out angrily, "Damn it, when did this little brat get involved with this kind of man? So what if he's rich? In Kyoto, money isn't everything." Shang Wanwu took out his phone and made a call. "Hey, Dragon Brother, it's me, Xiaowu. I'm being bullied at school." On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged man covered in dragon and phoenix tattoos slammed the table. He angrily said, "Who dares to bully my brother? Does he not want to live?" Kyoto, SKQ Mall. This is Kyoto's largest luxury goods sales venue, gathering all the luxury brands in the world and hosting flagship stores. Qin Shen took Su Xiaoyan directly to the Chanel store. When they entered, the salesperson just glanced at them from afar and started chatting with someone else. Qin Shen didn't mind and directly took Su Xiaoyan to the women's section. "Sister Xiaoyan, you're dirty, pick out a replacement outfit." Su Xiaoyan looked at the price tags, and there were hardly any clothes priced below 4 digits. "Xiaochun, shall we go to another store? Chanel is too expensive for me." "It's okay, Sister Xiaoyan, just pick whatever you like, I'll pay." After Qin Shen insisted several times, Su Xiaoyan cautiously started selecting clothes. She chose very slowly, not because she was picky, but because she wanted to pick the cheapest outfit to save Qin Shen some money. After looking around, Su Xiaoyan picked up a white short-sleeved shirt priced at 999 yuan, the cheapest in the store. "Hey, just look, don't touch or dirty it. You can't afford to pay for it if you ruin it." A saleswoman in her 30s walked up to Su Xiaoyan. She snatched the shirt away. "You've wrinkled the shirt, I have to take it for care." "We'll buy it directly, no need for care," Qin Shen said. The saleswoman sneered, buying the cheapest one and talking like a big shot. Your girlfriend touched so many clothes, are you buying all of them? Can't we buy them all?" Qin Shen frowned. I've seen many people like you pretending. We are a top luxury brand. Do you know how much all these clothes cost in total? Judging by your appearance, you probably can't even afford 1,000 yuan. Qin Shen didn't respond but scanned the whole store. His sharp gaze landed on a timid face. Looking at the name tag on the person's chest, he said, "Zhou Ling, right?" Zhou Ling nervously nodded. "First day at work?" Qin Shen could tell Zhou Ling was not very talkative, so he continued, "All the clothes my girlfriend touched, pack them up for me." Qin Shen took out his black gold centurion card and handed it to Zhou Ling, who looked at him in disbelief. "Sir, which clothes are you referring to?" Qin Shen shook his head. "Not which one, all of them." Zhou Ling felt dizzy. She quickly took the black gold card and went to pack the clothes. Qin Shen walked back to Su Shaoyan and glanced at the dumbfounded saleswoman. "Hey, the new girl made your annual sales on her first day at work. Sister, you better retire soon." The manager of the Chanel store returned to the store after lunch and saw the newcomer Zhou Ling taking down all the clothes from the shelves, leaving the shelves half empty. She couldn't help but scold Zhou Ling. "Didn't I say during the meeting not to do clothes care during working hours? Did you ignore my words?" Zhou Ling explained. "Manager, I'm not doing care, these clothes are all requested by customers." "What customers? How could someone buy so many at once? The total value of these clothes is in the millions. It's your first day at work, if you don't understand, ask your colleagues. Do you think Chanel is selling street stall goods, wrapping up everything so easily? Did the customers pay?" Zhou Ling shook her head, and the manager angrily said, "If the customers haven't paid, and you're already packing, are you crazy about getting a commission? Go mop the floor." Zhou Ling took out the credit card Qin Shen gave her and handed it to the manager. The customer left the credit card. "Please deliver the packed clothes directly to the hotel." The manager was about to scold her but noticed that Zhou Ling was holding a Centurion black card. The manager took the card and immediately verified its authenticity. The result showed that the card was completely normal, no issues. The manager's blood pressure suddenly rose. "A black card, we must hold on to this customer, he is our super VIP, we will rely on him for all our sales this year." Congratulations to the challenger. Completed side mission. Shopping at Chanel store. Mission reward. Character attributes upgraded to level 4 martial arts peak. Note, martial arts are divided into 9 levels. Each level has 4 stages: entry, small achievement, great achievement, peak. Qin Shen looked at the prompt in front of him, feeling a tremor in his heart. Since obtaining the system the day before yesterday, he had successively obtained a Lamborghini Reventon, a Centurion black card. This was the first time he received an attribute reward. As the scene returned to reality, Qin Shen felt a sharp rise in his internal strength. The movements of the people around him seemed full of flaws, as if in slow motion. Qin Shen felt like he could take on 10 opponents at once. Is this the strength of a level 4 martial arts peak? "Xiaochen," Su Shaoyan softly called, interrupting Qin Shen's thoughts. "Shaoyan." Qin Shen felt embarrassed and came to his senses. The elevator had already stopped on the 79th floor. Because Su Shaoyan had a whole bottle of drink poured on her by Shang Wanwu, Qin Shen directly booked a room at the most luxurious Waldorf Astoria hotel in Kyoto, so that Su Shaoyan could freshen up. Qin Shen swiped the room card and led Su Shaoyan into the room. Along the way, Su Shaoyan's heart was pounding uncontrollably. Seeing her little brother again in a foreign province, she was very excited. However, the Qin Shen she met today was a bit different from before. He was no longer the little brother who used to follow her around. The current Qin Shen stood tall, with sharp features on his face, exuding a strong masculine aura. His actions today also showed a domineering CEO-like demeanor, decisive and straightforward. But being in the same room, a large bedroom, Su Shaoyan's fair face was flushed with embarrassment. "Shaoyan, go wash up quickly." "Okay." Qin Shen's words made Su Shaoyan blush even more. Qin Shen didn't mind, he just lay down on the 2-meter-long bed, turned on the TV, and laughed foolishly while watching cartoons. Watching Qin Shen laugh foolishly, Su Shaoyan finally felt that her little brother had returned. She walked into the bathroom, took off her contaminated clothes, and rinsed herself in the warm water, feeling extremely comfortable. After freshening up, Su Shaoyan realized that her Chanel clothes had not been delivered yet. She had nothing to wear at the moment, but staying in the bathroom was not a solution. After much thought, she had to wrap herself in a towel and walk out of the bathroom. Su Shaoyan's deep cleavage and voluptuous figure were not something a towel could cover up. Just as she was too shy to face Qin Shen, she found that her little brother was already asleep, softly snoring. Su Shaoyan lovingly walked up to him, bent down to cover him with a blanket. However, in the process, the towel slipped off, revealing her beauty. Su Shaoyan quickly picked up the towel and covered herself again. Seeing that Qin Shen was still snoring, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue in embarrassment. Thankfully, Xiaochen was asleep, otherwise I would be so embarrassed. Congratulations to the challenger, completed side mission, stay chaste, mission reward, obtain the Sheldon group. Qin Shen, who was asleep, was awakened by the system prompt. He was puzzled. "I was just sleeping, how did I trigger a side mission?" The reward is the Sheldon group, a Fortune 500 company. If the rewards for side missions are so generous, then the rewards for completing main missions must be even more tempting. Xin Shen clicked on the system taskbar that appeared in front of him. Main mission: complete 4 years of university education and graduate successfully. Indeed, the main mission was not easy, requiring at least 4 years of dedication. Xiaochen, you're awake. Xin Shen turned to see Su Xiaoyan already dressed in the Chanel evening gown. She chose a black velvet long dress with a one-shoulder design, her shoulder and necklines as elegant as a swan, fair and round. The black dress against her snow-white skin created a striking visual contrast. Her slender waist swayed slightly with each step, her peach-like buttocks trembling lightly. It was impossible to look away. Xiaoyan, you look beautiful today, Xin Shen praised. Su Xiaoyan blushed and shyly lowered her head. Xin Shen hugged Su Xiaoyan, trying out his peak martial arts and tactical skills. 3 hours later. Knock knock knock, there was a hurried knock on the hotel room door. Xin Shen got up to open the door, only to see a woman dressed in professional attire standing outside, her black skirt hugging her long legs. She wore half-framed glasses on her face, looking both charming and cool. Is Mr. Xin Shen here? That's me, Xin Shen yawned. The woman was stunned. The mysterious wealthy man who acquired the Sheldon Group in full was actually so young and somewhat handsome. United States, Wall Street. There is a 13-hour time difference with Kyoto here. Today, the CEOs of major financial conglomerates such as Gaosheng and Moging received an urgent email in their inboxes. Gaosheng, the CEO of the Gaosheng Financial Group sitting on the 70th floor, was sipping his breakfast coffee. As usual, he opened his inbox to check his emails, and the next moment, the coffee in his mouth sprayed out. Claude, the CEO of the Gaosheng Financial Group, looked incredulously at the computer screen and read out loud, "This morning, a mysterious fund from Huagua fully acquired the Sheldon Group." He immediately turned on the television and saw Fox Financial News in the United States reporting the news of Sheldon Group's acquisition with the headline "Breaking News." The camera switched to the scene where Miss Sheldon of the Sheldon Group was receiving on-site coverage from Fox News. "Miss Sheldon, your group is a wealth left by your ancestors. How did it suddenly get sold, and to the Huagua people as a whole?" Miss Sheldon, known for her extravagance, was dressed in a noble deep V-neck dress, holding champagne in her hands, and smilingly said, "Oh, dear, all of this was my father's decision, I am not aware. But what I can be sure of is that the Huagua person gave us an offer we couldn't refuse." With that, she winked at the camera. Claude cursed, "Damn it," and turned off the television. He immediately called his assistant, "Quick, find out which Huagua financial conglomerate acquired our American industries. Oh, God, how can those despicable Huagua people deserve to own the property of us Americans?" For a moment, the entire Wall Street was shocked, and each financial conglomerate sent a team to Huagua to investigate the mysterious person who acquired the Sheldon Group. Huagua, Wadolfo Hotel, on the 79th floor, a woman standing at the door of Qin Shen's room suppressed her emotional expression and handed over a document. "Mr. Qin, you have just fully acquired the Sheldon Group. This is the acquisition document for your reference." Qin Shen took the document and casually flipped through it. "Who are you?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xiaoying, and I work at the headquarters of the Sheldon Hotel Group, as your secretary." "Secretary? I don't need a secretary." Qin Shen threw the document back to Xiaoying. "Take the document back, the group has professional managers to handle it, I don't bother with this small business." Xiaoying took the document, feeling a chill in her heart. The Sheldon Group, a Fortune Global 500 company with nearly billions of dollars in annual revenue, was actually referred to as a small business, not worth Qin Shen's attention, and left to professional managers to handle. Seeing Qin Shen chatting and laughing with a woman who was top-notch in looks and figure, Xiaoying was convinced that he was a playboy, a super spendthrift. The Sheldon Group was the asset left by his parents for the spendthrift. Super-rich parents always pave the way for their incompetent children in advance, so spendthrifts do not need to work hard to have everything that ordinary people cannot achieve in several lifetimes. Xiaoying despised such people the most. Having studied hard for more than a decade, she finally set foot on the road to Rome, while others were born in Rome. Xiaoying turned and left, not giving her new boss a good look. Qin Shen also did not care about Xiaoying's attitude. A secretary of a group was not worth his attention. He led Su Xiaoyan to the 99th floor restaurant of the hotel for a meal. Wadolfo Hotel was top-notch, and its top-floor restaurant was renowned as the top Western restaurant in all of Kyoto, having been awarded 3 Michelin stars. Those entering the restaurant were either rich or noble, and each considered dining at the 3-star Michelin restaurant a sacred event. Everyone who came here was dressed in suits or elegant evening gowns, all dressed up. Su Xiaoyan had her hand on Qin Shen's arm, overflowing with happiness. "I'm sorry, sir, you can't go into the restaurant." The service staff at the door stopped Qin Shen and said, "Why not? Is the restaurant not open today?" The waiter sneered, "Our restaurant is a 3-star Michelin restaurant. The customers dining here are all distinguished individuals. Your attire is too cheap and affects the image of our restaurant." Qin Shen glanced inside the restaurant and saw a few foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing shorts and flip-flops, laughing and drinking red wine. "Why can they enter wearing shorts and flip-flops?" The waiter smirked, "They are foreigners. They enjoy a carefree feeling. The way they dress is a symbol of freedom. We must respect their beliefs." Su Shaoyan was about to argue when suddenly a girl extended a phone. The girl held the phone up to the waiter's face and said, "Folks, today Xiaomei is live-streaming her visit to the luxurious top-tier restaurant, Howard Restaurant." At the entrance, they encountered discrimination based on appearance, preventing customers in sportswear from dining inside. However, inside the restaurant, foreigners wearing shorts and flip-flops are allowed in without any issue. But we, Chinese, are rejected. This is discrimination against us Chinese. The waiter, seeing the situation escalating, tried to grab the phone but realized the person was a popular live-streamer. Xiaomei continued to provoke the atmosphere in the live stream, capturing the attention of over 2,000 viewers. Netizens condemned Howard Restaurant's behavior and started flooding their social media accounts with comments. Xiaomei's livestream gained more viewers, and the platform increased its visibility. The number of viewers skyrocketed from 2,000 to over 5,000. As the situation unfolded, the front desk manager of Howard Restaurant had to come out to address the issue. Facing the camera, he immediately stated that Qin Shen's attire was acceptable, and he could dine at Howard Restaurant. He also apologized for the behavior of the staff at the entrance. Qin Shen nodded in approval of the manager's response. He thanked Xiaomei beside him. "Thank you." Xiaomei replied, "No problem. I can't stand their condescending attitude." With the situation resolved, the viewers in Xiaomei's livestream gradually decreased as onlookers switched to other content. Xiaomei sighed, I prepared for a week for this livestream, but a side streamer easily outshined me." The livestream, which peaked at over 5,000 viewers, now had less than 1,000, with many automated accounts. The ambience at Howard Hotel was perfect for a date, and Qin Shen and Su Shaoyan sat down. The waiter immediately lit a candle, setting the mood. "Congratulations, Challenger, completed side mission, candlelight dinner, mission reward, receive 100,000 Douyin Carnival points." Qin Shen furrowed his brows slightly. 100,000 Douyin Carnival points? What use do I have for this? Shortly after, Qin Shen's phone balance showed a stock of 100,000 Carnival points. This was a page customized by Douyin for big clients to facilitate tipping. Qin Shen closed his phone screen in frustration, waved for the waiter, and prepared to order. At the next table, a man and a woman sat down. The man wore a black suit, with details indicating it was an expensive Armani set. The woman wore a red backless deep V-neck evening gown. It was evident that both had dressed meticulously. "Oh dear, what's happening today? How did a pauper manage to sneak into Howard Restaurant, such an upscale place? Is it a charity event?" The woman pinched her nose, with a strange expression, glanced at Qin Shen, frowned and said, "What's going on? How did Hua Daofu Restaurant fall to this level, allowing someone in sportswear to come in for a meal? It's simply beneath our noble status. I want to complain to the manager. He is not worthy of dining with me." Su Shaoyan lightly touched Qin Shen and shook her head slightly. "Xiao Chuan, don't mind them." Qin Shen smiled, nodded. What status does he have now? How could he lower himself to the level of ants? The waiter walked up to Qin Shen with the menu. "Sir, what would you like to order?" Qin Shen didn't even look at the menu, and said directly, "One chef's recommended set menu for one person." The chef's recommended set menu is the most expensive combination at Hua Daofu Restaurant. It includes all the dishes crystallized by the 3-star chef George. Of course, the price is also high, 19,999 yuan, and it's for one person. For two people, it's nearly 40,000 yuan. The waiter was stunned. "Sir, that's a 19,999 yuan set menu, are you sure?" "Yes." The waiter immediately noted it down and went to place the order. After a moment, he seemed to remember something and came back. "Sir, would you like any drinks?" "Yes, the 19,999 chef's recommended set menu only includes dishes, drinks are not included." Qin Shen thought for a second and said, 2 bottles of 1974 Chateau Latour." The man at the next table was instantly dumbfounded, feeling embarrassed and wanting to find a hole to hide in. The woman, seeing this, quietly asked, "Honey, what is a 1974 Chateau Latour? Is it better than an 82 Lafite?" The man was embarrassed. "He's talking about the 1974 Romanicanti, a bottle now sells for 240,000, and an 82 Lafite is like a younger brother in front of it." The woman was also shocked, saying, 240,000? He wants 2 bottles at once, how is that possible? How can someone spend nearly 500,000 for a dinner? The woman glanced at Qin Shen again, dressed plainly, with empty wrists and not even a watch. She was convinced that the other party was pretending to be wealthy, consuming first and then refusing to pay, dining and dashing. At this moment, the waiter was sweating profusely. Customers ordering and serving themselves was a normal operation. However, it was the first time he encountered someone ordering a 1974 Romani Conti, and 2 bottles at once. A wine worth over 400,000. What if the other party was a fraud? He couldn't afford to compensate even if he sold himself. He hurried to the lobby manager to explain the situation. The lobby manager was also on high alert. He approached and tactfully suggested that the wine was too expensive and they needed to verify the funds first. Qin Shen thought for a moment, and the lobby manager's approach was correct. After all, 2 bottles of wine totaling 480,000, the risk was too high for them. But when he reached for his pocket, he realized that his black card seemed to be left in the hotel room. So Qin Shen said, "I'm sorry, I left my black card in the hotel room." The man at the next table seemed to have caught a rabbit's tail, excitedly saying, "I knew he was a fraud, coming to cheat for food and drinks, pretending to be wealthy to pick up girls. In fact, he's dining and dashing." The woman sneered, "Indeed, people judge by appearances. A person coming to such a high-end place, wearing sportswear, is definitely either a super rich person or a fraudster. Scum! Pretending to be wealthy to deceive women." At this point, the lobby manager also began to doubt Qin Shen's identity. Ordering the 19,999 chef's recommended set menu right away, and then asking for 2 bottles of 1974 Chateau Latour. If he wasn't a tycoon, he was definitely a fraudster. Now that he had nothing, couldn't even pay for the meal, he must be a fraudster. Just as the lobby manager was about to kick Qin Shen out of the restaurant, a voice came from the entrance, "There you are, I've been looking for you for half a day." Xiaoying ran to the table, panting, looking at Qin Shen. "Ha, there's a good show to watch. It seems the scum has not only deceived one woman, another one has fallen for it." The man at the next table said cheerfully. The lobby manager recognized Xiaoying. He had seen her introduction on the internal official website. She is the secretary of the group's CEO, a senior executive of the group. Secretary Xia. The lobby manager greeted Xiaoying tremblingly, but Xia ignored him and opened the file in her hand, pushing it in front of Qin Shen. "Mr. Qin, you forgot to sign the document just now." Qin Shen calmly reached out to borrow the pen from the waiter's menu on his body and wrote his name on the document. "Done." He signed his name and handed the document back to Xia. Seeing Qin Shen's indifferent and unconcerned attitude, Xia became angry. "Mr. Qin, even though our Sheldon Group is one of the Fortune 500 companies with an annual income of billions of dollars, can't you show a little respect?" Qin Shen narrowed his eyes. "Just a group with a revenue of only a few $1 billion. What's there to be arrogant about?" "You." Xia was speechless, being retorted. After all, he was the boss, having the capital to say such things. She turned and left without giving her young boss a good face. Qin Shen just smiled and didn't bother with this young girl. The faces of the men and women at the next table turned green. What were they doing just now, mocking the big boss of Sheldon Group? The woman felt a cold sweat behind her, realizing she had been calling the other party a dead poor man. They didn't even order any food, they just sneaked away, afraid of angering the other party. The consequences would be unimaginable. The boss of a billion-dollar group could crush them as easily as crushing ants. The lobby manager was sweating profusely. The Waldorf restaurant and Waldorf hotel belonged to the Sheldon Group, and the Waldorf brand was just a brand within the Sheldon Group. The man in front of him was the boss of the entire group. Qin Shen slowly raised his head and asked calmly, "Do you still need me to verify my funds now?" "No, no need, I will arrange it for you right away, I will make sure you are satisfied." After speaking, he immediately fled the scene. Faced with the pressure from the superior, as a small front desk manager, he couldn't bear it. Staying a second longer would lead to overwhelming psychological pressure and collapse. Su Shayan witnessed everything today, and her shock slowly turned into acceptance. Although she had 1,000 questions for Qin Shen, she was a smart woman. For some things, as long as Qin Shen didn't want to say, she wouldn't ask. As long as you are here, nothing else matters. "Ha? What did you say, Sister Yen?" Su Shayan quickly covered her mouth, wondering how she blurted out her inner thoughts. "Family, look, eating here, you can see the CBD of Dongcheng." "Wow, family, look, the lobster tonight is so big. Let's start with the fans. The lobster is delicious, with a chewy texture." Xiaomei sat in the corner live streaming. Her voice was not loud, but it was obvious that she was trying to liven up the atmosphere in the live stream room. During the wait for the dishes, Qin Shen opened Douyin and followed Xiaomei. He had a good impression of Xiaomei for her righteous words just now. Clicking on her profile, he entered Xiaomei's live stream room. The number of viewers in the upper right corner showed 788 people. Audience interaction is closely related to the number of online viewers. Except for the robots, the only few real people were criticizing Xiaomei. Host, go back to the factory and tighten screws, you are not suitable for this job. Xiaomei, change your style, become a controversial host. Yes, Xiaomei, change into black stockings, and I will reward you with a light board. Faced with the vulgar language in the comments, Xiaomei could only endure silently. Her original intention was just to share her life. Even though she had an impressive figure, she never thought of making money through improper means. Xiaomei calculated silently in her heart the income from tonight's livestream had not even reached 3 digits yet. Compared to the 4-digit dinner she ordered, not even a tenth of the capital had been recovered. She sighed deeply in front of the camera. For tonight's livestream, she had been eating instant noodles for a month. As she was about to click to end the livestream, she suddenly saw a few squares flash on the screen of her phone, followed by 3 words slowly rising at the bottom of the screen: Carnival. Damn, someone just gifted a carnival. For this conservative eating show to receive a carnival gift? Did they click the wrong button? Xiaomei, be honest, did you secretly gift yourself a carnival to create a buzz intentionally? In the comments section, people kept questioning. Xiaomei was speechless. This was the first time she had seen a carnival. That was a gift worth 3,000 yuan, equivalent to her monthly living expenses. Just as Xiaomei was about to see the name of the gifter clearly and thank them, the phone screen flashed squares again, another carnival gift. At this point, Xiaomei was stunned, and the fans in the live stream room were also stunned. Before she could recover, the third carnival appeared, then the fourth, the fifth. 10 minutes passed, Xiaomei's phone had already issued an overheating warning. The comments section fell silent, with only the continuous scrolling of notifications of new viewers entering the live stream room. No one dared to question Xiaomei anymore. An effect of a carnival lasts for 8 seconds, and in 10 minutes, a person named Qin Chen had gifted 75 carnivals. 75 carnivals, over 200,000 soft sister coins. After the silence in the comments section, a wave of madness ensued. Damn, witnessing history. We are fortunate to witness the arrival of a big spender. Please accept my knees. Who is this Qin Chen, so wealthy, gifting 75 carnivals in 10 minutes? The carnivals did not stop despite the explosion in the comments section. The mysterious person with the username Qin Chen continued to shower the screen with effects. The popularity of the live stream room went from 788 to 9,999 in the blink of an eye, then to over 30,000. After a brief moment at over 30,000, it reached over 100,000. I heard there's a big spender in this live stream room, coming to check in. Is the live stream room lagging? Why are the carnival effects playing continuously? Idiot, that's Qin Chen's dad gifting. Damn, so brutal. I've never seen someone splurge money like this, not even when burning ghost money. The comments section in the live stream room completely collapsed, and people coming to take photos and record videos overcrowded the server. In the background of the live streaming platform, the engineer in charge of the live stream room data had just returned with a cup of tea. He discovered that the server in the data center had issued an overload warning. His first reaction was that someone was attacking the server. Upon inspection, he realized that it was a small streamer whose viewership had exploded. The number of viewers online was about to exceed 1 million. 1 million simultaneous viewers watching a live stream. That was a data only top streamers could achieve. It was impossible for a small streamer like Xiaomei, so the engineer immediately switched the server line for the streamer named Xiaomei Brings You to Eat, upgrading to the server of a top streamer, capable of accommodating up to 2 million simultaneous viewers. Just as the engineer finished switching servers, the alarm light lit up again. He cursed in confusion, damn, is there a bug causing lag? Upon checking the alarm prompt, he was instantly stunned. The online viewers had just crossed 1 million and were about to approach 2 million. The engineer lost his composure and immediately reported to the higher-ups. They initiated an emergency expansion plan, connecting 2 sets of servers to expand the capacity of Xiaomei Brings You to Eat's live stream room to 3 million. Xiaomei in front of her phone screen was already dumbfounded. 20 minutes had passed, and her live stream room had only shown her forehead the entire time. The new fans who joined hadn't even seen Xiaomei's face. The lower half of her face was completely blocked by the carnival effects flooding the screen. Xiaomei couldn't even count how many carnivals there were. Luckily, there were enthusiastic netizens continuously calculating. 150, 151, 152, 153. Just as the number reached 154, the live stream signal suddenly cut off. Xiaomei in the corner looked completely lost and bewildered. Things developed too quickly, from the first carnival until now. It's only been over 20 minutes, but I feel like I'm in a big dream. With 154 carnivals, the private messages under my Douyin account have already exceeded 99 plus, and the number of fans has skyrocketed from the initial 13,000 to 15 million now. Xiaomei pinched her cheeks. Everything didn't feel like a dream. Not far away, Qin Shen looked at his phone screen, thinking he had been banned for excessive use. Soon, a few big words appeared in the dark live broadcast room. Due to technical issues, the live broadcast is temporarily paused, and staff are actively working on repairs. This Douyin backstage system really crashes easily. How long do I have to keep swiping to send out 100,000 carnivals? It took me a long time just to send out 154. Qin Shen silently complained in his heart. Xiao Chuan, what are you doing? Hurry up and eat. Su Xian watched Qin Shen keep tapping on his phone, thinking he was dealing with work, so she didn't call him. But after nearly half an hour, she couldn't help but remind him, Xiao Chuan, the food is getting cold, it's not good for your stomach to eat it later. Qin Shen put down his phone and smiled slightly at Su Xian. At this moment, a system prompt sounded, congratulations, Challenger. Completed side mission, Wise Eye. Mission reward, obtained the Kyoto Manor penthouse. This time, the reward turned out to be a house in Kyoto Manor, a penthouse at that. Qin Shen was slightly surprised. He remembered a social media influencer who bought a similar villa in the same area to give to his mother, costing 10 small goals. Soon, Qin Shen closed the system prompt interface, and the world in front of him returned to reality. The current time belonged to his little research sister. Just a penthouse, not enough to make him too excited. Qin Shen looked at Su Xian beside him. She had become even more beautiful and charming after 2 years. Being a year older than him, she had gained a few mature charms in her eyes and brows. Su Xian's phone rang. She checked the caller ID. It was her mentor calling. Su Xian immediately answered, and after a brief conversation, she apologized to Qin Shen. Xiao Chuan, I'm really sorry, something came up at school, I have to go back to the school quickly. Su Xian seemed very anxious, and Qin Shen didn't say much. Let me take you back to school. I'll have the clothes we bought today sent to your dorm later. Su Xian's bright eyes dimmed slightly. She had a lot to say to Xiao Chuan, but unfortunately, something happened at school. Just as Qin Shen and Su Xian were about to leave, the lobby manager walked over with 2 bottles of Romani Conti. Seeing Qin Shen about to leave, he asked, Mr. Qin, are you leaving? Yes. Then I'll keep these 2 bottles of Romani Conti for you, you can drink them next time you come. Qin Shen shook his head, pointing to Xiaomei in the corner and said, give them to her, tell her I appreciate her speaking up for me at the door just now. With that, Qin Shen took Su Xian and left. In the corner, after the backstage staff worked hard to repair it, Xiaomei's live broadcast room finally returned to normal. As soon as she started the live broadcast, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room soared to 1 million instantly. The live broadcast room was filled with viewers waiting to see the big spenders. But after a few minutes, the familiar carnival effects did not appear again. I saw on the hot search that there are big spenders in this anchor's live broadcast room, but I've been watching for a while and haven't seen a single light board. Is it a scam? Who would spend 154 carnivals? Yeah, even the top spender in Modu only gave 82. Who could be more extravagant than him? I think someone is deliberately hyping it up. 154 carnivals cost 460,000 renminbi. Even if you're rich, you can't spend money like that. In the live broadcast room, the questioning voices continued, and Xiaomei didn't know how to defend herself, feeling so anxious that tears were about to fall. Just then, the lobby manager accidentally walked into the camera frame holding 2 bottles of wine. Mr. Qin asked me to give you these 2 bottles of 1974 Romani Conti as a gift for helping him out just now. The voice of the lobby manager was not loud, but it was clear enough to be captured on the live stream by a mobile phone. Roman what? It's Romani Conti. Damn, it's Romani Conti. And from 1974. Is it very expensive? It looks quite ordinary to me. Many viewers in the live stream heard the name Romani Conti for the first time and some started searching online. Some experts immediately typed a series of shocked expressions on the screen and provided some information. Romani Conti is one of the best wines in the world, with limited production and outrageously high prices. The rich can't afford it, only the extremely wealthy can. The person just said he has a 1974 Romani Conti. I checked online and 1 bottle is priced at 240,000. He has 2 bottles, so that's 480,000. Damn, 480,000 for a bottle of wine. Is it made of gold? Converted, it might be even more expensive than gold. Xiaomei looked at the Romani Conti in front of her, stunned, and asked, which Mr. Qin is it? Qin Shen, Mr. Qin. The lobby manager respectfully replied, causing a stir in the livestream with expressions of shock, doubt, and disbelief, flooding the chat with comments. Qin Chen? It's him again. Has the tycoon descended into reality? Dad, where are you? Qin Chen's husband. The viewers who were just questioning Xiao Mei all turned around. They once again witnessed history as the mysterious tycoon, after extravagantly spending 154 carnivals, appeared in reality and casually gave away 2 bottles of top-notch wine worth 480,000. It was too crazy, too violent. Kyoto Finance University, West Gate. A limited edition Lamborghini Reventon slowly stopped at the end of the road. Xiao Chuan, this is where you stop. Su Xiaoyan whispered. Qin Chen's car was too ostentatious, with a 12-cylinder engine that could wake up the entire building with just a slight press of the gas pedal. Even if parked far away, people still wanted to come and take photos. Su Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, lightly kissed Qin Chen's face, then quickly opened the scissor door and ran back to school. Qin Chen touched his kissed cheek, showing a content smile. Xiao Yanjie was not around, so he didn't need to go back to the hotel tonight. It just so happened that he was rewarded with a villa, so he decided to go take a look. Qin Chen made up his mind, planning to visit his new home first, about to start the car. Suddenly, a figure appeared next to his car. Qin Chen frowned slightly and rolled down the window. Outside stood a voluptuous woman in a camisole tank top, her ample bosom pushing against the thin fabric. Qin Chen asked, "Do you need something?" The woman raised her eyebrows flirtatiously, gazing at Qin Chen with silky eyes. "Handsome, your car looks great, can you take me for a ride?" Qin Chen turned back, his face cold. "No." Then he stepped on the gas and drove away, leaving the woman standing in place. Watching the Lamborghini disappear into the distance, the woman's charming smile gradually faded. She took out her phone and made a call. "Hey, Dragon Brother, confirmed, there's only him in the car, heading towards Shun District." "Good." On the other end of the phone, Dragon Brother lightly flicked his index finger. The Audi A8 next to him accelerated and drove away. Qin Chen's car was driving towards the villa. It wasn't late, so the third ring road in Kyoto wasn't too crowded. With the peak martial arts ability, Qin Chen's insight was tens of times stronger than an ordinary person. He quietly noticed that there seemed to be a car following him. Realizing he was being tracked, Qin Chen shifted to sport mode. The 12-cylinder, 650 horsepower mechanical beast roared on the ring road. In an instant, the hands on the watch moved joyfully. The A8 behind realized they had been exposed and immediately stepped on the gas, closely following. The two forces chased each other, maintaining the initial distance. Just as Qin Chen was preparing to accelerate again, a diversion ahead led to an ambulance turning. Qin Chen slowed down without hesitation to let it pass, and the A8 behind caught up, maintaining half a car's distance between them. The passenger seat of the A8 lowered the window, and the person in black inside pulled out a weapon, aiming at the Lamborghini half a car length ahead. Qin Chen saw the movement in the rearview mirror and quickly turned the steering wheel, hitting the other car's front. The A8 instantly lost control and crashed into the side barrier. Seeing the A8 in the rearview mirror unable to chase anymore, Qin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. But as he regained his senses, a white Corolla suddenly slammed on the brakes at the intersection of the loop road ahead. Qin Chen reacted quickly, steering sharply to avoid a rear-end collision. However, the Lamborghini's power was too great, and after the sharp turn, the entire car flew towards the exit and crashed into the roadside barrier. With a loud bang, the entire front of the Lamborghini, including half of the car body, deformed, and all the airbags deployed. Fortunately, the luxury car had some safety guarantees, and combined with Qin Chen's peak level 4 martial arts strength, he only suffered minor scratches with no major injuries. He pushed open the deformed scissor door and sat on the seat. Who were those people just now? Qin Chen pondered. But due to the impact, his head was still buzzing, making it difficult for him to think for a moment. Forget it, let's go back to the villa first. The car he used for transportation was now totaled, so Qin Chen had to take out his phone and call for a ride-hailing service. The loud crash of the Lamborghini hitting the barrier attracted many onlookers. Wow, that crash was too intense. Isn't that the Lamborghini Reventon? My goodness, that's the 15 million Lamborghini. Onlookers took out their phones and started snapping pictures of the car, posting on social media. Within minutes, several hot search topics appeared on social media. Among them were headlines like shocking. Limited edition Lamborghini's first crash in China, 15 million luxury car in a sudden accident, repair costs could reach millions, and wealthy and heartless. Multi-million supercar wrecked, owner calmly playing on phone. The news department of Kyoto TV station received the news at the same time. The station manager immediately notified all staff in the work group to send news reporters near the accident site for immediate filming and interviews. Just off work and having supper, Xiao Charan saw the news and realized the accident scene was just on the next street. She quickly left her half-eaten noodles, grabbed her backpack, kicked off her high heels, and ran towards the scene. After running a few hundred meters, she saw a crowd in the middle of the road. Realizing it was the scene of the accident, she took out her phone, turned on the video recording function, and prepared to start recording for an interview. Xiao Charan squeezed through the crowd and saw a guy leisurely sitting on a supercar playing with his phone. This is definitely a big news, a hot topic, Xiao Charan thought, relieved that her internship was about to end, and she hadn't gotten a hot news story yet. But fate quickly arranged an unexpected event for her. She adjusted her gray windbreaker and was about to put on her newly bought Valentino rivet high heels when she looked up and saw the guy getting into a white ride-hailing car. Xiao Charan panicked, realizing he was about to leave her sight, and quickly hailed a taxi. "Driver, follow that white ride-hailing car in front." "Girl, is that your man in the car?" The taxi driver frowned, sensing something was amiss. Xiao Charan was taken aback but nodded in agreement. "Girl, I won't take this job. Everyone has their own reasons, and he needs his freedom." Xiao Charan took out money and threw it into the taxi driver's arms. The driver took a look and saw at least 1,000 yuan. "Little sister, hold on tight. Big brother will help you punish the evildoers." Shun District. The manor is adjacent to the highway exit. 3 minutes straight ahead from the highway, you will arrive at the entrance of Kyoto Manor. Kyoto Manor covers a total area of 170,000 square meters, with over 200 top-notch villas inside. Kyoto Manor has convenient transportation, surrounded by complete supporting facilities such as commercial centers, scenic areas, parks, hospitals, schools, and more. The security is top-notch. The online car slowly approached the gate and was stopped by the security guard. Anyone entering and leaving Kyoto Manor is worth millions, and all the cars are supercars. This is a private residential area. Foreign vehicles are not allowed to enter. The security guard said sternly. Qinshen lowered the car window. "I am the owner of Villa 1, and I want to go home now." The security guard's pupils contracted slightly. Villa 1 is the king of the entire community. He dared not be negligent and immediately took out his tablet. "I'm sorry, sir, I need to perform facial recognition on you." Qin Shen nodded and agreed to the procedure. The security guard aimed the camera at Qin Shen, and after a moment, Qin Shen's property information appeared on the screen. The information clearly indicated that Qin Shen is the owner of Villa 1. The security guard immediately pressed a button, raised the barrier, and let the online car pass through. The car drove straight in, just entering the entrance of the community. The car continued for about 10 minutes before officially arriving at Qin Shen's own villa gate. Villa 1 is the king of Kyoto Manor, and its gate is of the most luxurious standard. Its architectural style is French, with a centrally symmetrical cast iron gate weighing 3 tons, 10 meters long, and 5 meters high. The leaf patterns on it are all hand-forged by craftsmen, extremely luxurious. On the way, Qin Shen briefly checked the basic information of the house. Luxuriously decorated, all using top-grade materials. The entire villa and garden cover 10 acres of land, with a building area of 3,300 square meters, 12 bedrooms, 10 oversized parking spaces, as well as indoor and outdoor international standard swimming pools, SPA, wet and dry saunas, massage pools, billiard room, gym, home theater, and other entertainment facilities. After getting off the car, Qin Shen used fingerprint recognition to enter his home smoothly. What caught his eye was a huge fountain, surrounded by precious tree species such as Sephora japonica, wax tree, Acer bergerianum, Japanese red maple, creating a sense of colorful seasons and reflecting the true essence of beauty. Qin Shen briefly familiarized himself with the house and then returned to his bedroom to rest and contemplate the evening's events. The car accident at night made him realize that he might be targeted by some people. Just as he was contemplating, a system prompt appeared before him. "Congratulations, Challenger, completed side mission, moving to a new home, mission reward, receive 1 billion yuan in cash, a reward of 1 billion yuan, just right." His finances had been tight recently, and the previous rewards were all physical items, not cash. Although the Yunton Centurion Black Card could be overdrawn, credit cards had to be repaid. Just as Qin Shen was about to close the prompt interface, the system sent another message. Friendly reminder, if the main mission is not completed, the system will revoke all rewards from the challenger. Qin Shen's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he would have to go to school tomorrow and study hard to complete the main mission. He couldn't skip classes or play truant during his 4 years of college, which was the biggest constraint the system brought to him. At the gate of Kyoto Manor, the taxi Xiao Charan was riding and slowly stopped by the roadside. The driver peeked out and exclaimed, "Girl, is your husband being kept by someone? This is Kyoto Manor, the most high-end mansion in all of Kyoto." Xiao Charan had naturally heard of Kyoto Manor, where the residents were all billionaires and above. She felt a bit nervous but thought about striving to stay at the TV station after the internship period, so she had to give it a try. Xiao Charan walked to the gate of the community, where a security guard stopped her. "This is a private residential area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. I'm here to visit my friend. May I ask for the other party's name?" Xiao Charan was suddenly in a dilemma as she still didn't know the other party's name. "It's the one who just came in a ride-hailing car. Are you referring to Mr. Sheen?" Yes, it's him." The security guard looked Xiao Charan up and down, seeing her well-dressed and quite attractive. He wondered if she might be a confidant of Mr. Sheen. Seeing the hesitation of the other party, Xiao Charan took out her work ID card. "If you're not sure, you can check my work ID. I assure you I'm not a bad person." The security guard took the work ID, took a look, Kyoto TV station, then compared the photo. It was indeed her. With the Kyoto TV station work ID as proof, the security guard reluctantly informed the control room to call Mr. Sheen. Sheen Chen had just finished bathing, wrapped in a robe preparing to rest, when his phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Sheen, there is a friend of yours at the entrance of the community, Xiao Charan, who wishes to visit you. May I allow her in?" Xiao Charan? Sheen Chen was puzzled. "Mr. Sheen, you can view the situation at the entrance through the monitoring tablet at home." Sheen Chen picked up the tablet next to him and saw a young woman in her 20s on the screen. The woman was wearing a gray windbreaker that covered her knees, with two long legs wrapped in black stockings. Sheen Chen furrowed his brows, about to tell the control room that he didn't know the person. But the next moment, he saw Xiao Charan's bare feet, with the black stockings worn out and blood oozing out. Sheen Chen felt a pang of compassion and said lightly, "Let her in." At the entrance, the security guard received the message that Sheen Chen allowed entry and immediately invited Xiao Charan in respectfully. Since the entrance was quite a distance from Sheen Chen's villa, a specially arranged electric car in the community took her inside. On the way in, Xiao Charan was greatly shocked. The Kyoto Manor consisted of detached villas, each grand and occupying several acres. Even a random villa here might have a toilet larger than her current rented apartment. 10 minutes later, Xiao Charan stood at the entrance of the huge and imposing villa No. 1, feeling extremely nervous. She had managed to deceive the security guard to get in, but meeting the real owner now, if he was displeased, she would be in deep trouble. With the other party's power and influence, being played to death by him was no different from being played to death by an ant. Xiao Charan took a deep breath and encouraged herself. "Xiao Charan, don't be nervous, you're here for work, you must keep this job, you must settle down and live in Kyoto. What kind of work do you do?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from the gate. Startled, Xiao Charan took 2 steps back and fell on the ground. She looked in astonishment at the person who spoke, the owner of the car who had been playing with his phone during the accident. You are Mr. Sheen?" Xiao Charan asked tremblingly. Sheen Chen smiled teasingly. "You're my friend?" Xiao Charan blushed and avoided eye contact. "I'm sorry, in a hurry, I had to." She took out her work ID and handed it over. "I'm a reporter from Kyoto TV station. My name is Xiao Charan. I came to visit you to interview about the details of the recent car accident." "Car accident? It was just a normal accident. I didn't hit anyone, my car was the only thing that got wrecked." Sheen Chen answered the question briefly. Xiao Charan was not willing to give up. That crash had directly totaled a 15 million limited edition Lamborghini. The other party's attitude was as if it was just a cheap toy car that got damaged. There must be more to it than meets the eye. She wanted to ask further, but a sharp pain in her foot made her stumble and fall to the ground. Bright red blood seeped out from her Balenciaga black stockings. Sheen Chen, who was about to end the conversation, sighed lightly at the sight. He walked over and helped Xiao Charan up. "Let's go inside and apply some medicine, or it will leave a scar." Xiao Charan made a nervous sound. Just after a few steps, the pain in her legs made it impossible for her to continue walking. Seeing this, Sheen Chen had to princess carry her. However, being the first time he carried her, Sheen Chen accidentally touched the forbidden area that was soft and warm. Xiao Charan felt like she was shocked by a hot electric current, making a reflexive sound. Then, she realized her embarrassment and buried her head deeply. On this chilly autumn night in Kyoto, it would take at least 10 minutes to walk from the villa gate to the villa. Fortunately, Sheen Chen had peak martial arts strength due to attribute rewards, so carrying one person didn't consume much energy. Upon entering the villa, Xiao Charan's pupils shrank. The luxurious French-style decoration, antique paintings, crystal chandeliers, and art pieces made of money caught her eye. It was the first time she had seen such a luxurious mansion, completely different from the 100 Willow Academy she had visited before. In front of the mansion in Kyoto, 100 Willow Academy seemed laughable, like a slum. Qin Shen placed Xiao Charan on the sofa and went to get the medicine box. He applied medicine to Xiao Charan's hands, causing her eyes to well up with tears due to the stinging sensation of the disinfectant. "Take off your stockings." "Ha!" Qin Shen's words made Xiao Charan nervous for a moment. "If you don't take them off, how can I apply the medicine?" Qin Shen said, somewhat displeased. Xiao Charan then realized that she had misunderstood Qin Shen's intentions. Her fair face blushed even more, and she slowly removed the Parisian stockings that were already worn out. Her snow-white thighs were fully exposed in front of Qin Shen. After careful disinfection and medication, the wound was finally treated. Qin Shen brought a cashmere blanket and handed it to Xiao Charan to cover herself and avoid catching a cold. "I don't want too much publicity about the car accident. If you take my picture, I hope you can delete it as soon as possible," Qin Shen bluntly stated his request. On one hand, he didn't want to attract too much attention to avoid further assassination attempts. On the other hand, he didn't want his parents to see it and worry. Most importantly, he didn't want anyone to disturb him and prevent him from completing the main tasks. Xiao Charan bit her lip, feeling very hesitant. "As a reward, you can name your price." Seeing that Xiao Charan didn't agree, Qin Shen threw in his bargaining chip. Xiao Charan immediately retorted, "I'm not here to ask you for money." "Then what do you want?" I just want to work hard with my own hands, settle down and live in Kyoto. Tonight's car accident is big news, and it will be an important achievement for me to stay at the TV station after my internship." "I can't." Xiao Charan couldn't bring herself to say the words, "give up." She always remembered how Qin Shen treated her tonight, helping her with her wound. But Qin Shen's request was closely related to her promotion and regularization. Working at the TV station, she had studied hard for a whole year, gone through multiple exams and interviews to get the job. As long as she could stay and be regularized at the station, she would have the opportunity to settle down in Kyoto. Qin Shen smiled and asked, "How much is the annual salary when you get regularized at the TV station?" Xiao Charan thought for a moment and replied, "According to what the seniors said, including the year-end bonus and benefits, I can earn at least 20,000 yuan a month." 20,000? That's 240,000 a year, right? Xiao Charan nodded. In the real world, earning 20,000 a month already surpassed 90% of the population. Those online claims of making millions a month were mostly exaggerations and fabrications. With 20,000 in Kyoto, how many years would it take for you to buy a house and settle down? Xiao Charan fell silent, as she had never considered this question. Buying a house in Kyoto was a distant dream. Even with a monthly income of 20,000, buying a house in Kyoto was just a drop in the bucket. "Come work for me, and I'll give you 1 million a year," Qin Shen said casually, leaning back on the sofa with his hands behind his head. Xiao Charan felt like there was something wrong with her ears, repeating, 1 million? Is it too little? No, Xiao Charan shook her head vigorously. "I didn't mean that, I just feel like I don't deserve it." Qin Shen smiled, "What's there to deserve or not? Managing this house well also requires a lot of experience." Xiao Charan looked puzzled. "If you're willing, start working tomorrow as the housekeeper here, taking care of everything for me." Xiao Charan lowered her head in embarrassment, realizing she had misunderstood, and Qin Shen had no other intentions. A housekeeper, with an annual salary of 1 million, equivalent to the income of 5 years at a TV station, without the need to run around, irregular work hours, and office politics. After a brief thought, Xiao Charan immediately agreed. Qin Shen stood up, stretched lazily. "All right, it's getting late, I have classes tomorrow. There are 12 rooms in the villa. Except for my room, you can choose one to stay in." With that, Qin Shen turned and went back to the bedroom to lie down. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a familiar notification sound rang out. "Congratulations, Challenger, completed side mission, hire subordinates, mission reward, obtain a bottle of life essence." Note, life essence is a precious material with the effect of reviving the dead. Qin Shen received a 10 milliliters bottle of golden liquid in his hand. "Is this the life essence?" Qin Shen raised the life essence high, and under the light, the golden liquid exuded infinite vitality. Money is important, but life is more precious. The car accident incident left Qin Shen with lingering fear. "With this, it's like I have an extra life." Qin Shen put away the life essence, feeling drowsy, his eyelids drooping. Gradually, he fell asleep on his luxurious king-size bed. The next day, yawning, Qin Shen came downstairs, ready to go to the kitchen to eat something. Just a few steps in, he saw Xiao Charan. Xiao Charan blushed and turned to the side. "I noticed you blush a lot. Do reporters rarely interview the opposite sex?" Qin Shen was a bit puzzled. Since meeting this girl, she always blushed and seemed shy. "Maybe I should reconsider the choice of a housekeeper." Qin Shen thought to himself as Xiao Churan extended her hand, pointing towards Qin Shen. Qin Shen looked down in confusion, only then realizing he was wearing summer shorts for lounging at home. His brother stood proudly, holding an umbrella, a scene that was both abrupt and spectacular. Qin Shen remained calm, seemingly nothing amiss. Congratulations, challenger, completed side mission, early to bed, early to rise, good health, mission reward, Tancheng BMW 4S store, this can be a reward too? Qin Shen couldn't help but curse. The rewards from the system were too much. Qin Shen's stomach growled. What are you standing there for? We agreed to work today. Hurry up, I can't stand it anymore. Xiao Churan, hearing this, breathed a bit heavily. Wasn't yesterday about not having to do those things as a housekeeper? Seeing Xiao Churan still not moving, Qin Shen walked up to her. What's wrong? Don't want to work anymore? The closer Xiao Churan got to Qin Shen, the more nervous she became from the pheromones and body heat emanating from him. After a long struggle of about 10 seconds, she made up her mind, faced Qin Shen, and knelt down. Qin Shen was startled by Xiao Churan's sudden move and took a few steps back. They distanced themselves. What are you doing? Qin Shen asked, displeased. Xiao Churan looked puzzled. Didn't you ask me to work quickly? You couldn't stand it anymore. I asked you to quickly make breakfast. I can't stand being hungry. Qin Shen was speechless, and his rating of Xiao Churan dropped a few points. Xiao Churan suddenly realized, feeling too embarrassed to even lift her head. What was I thinking? She criticized herself in her heart and quickly got up to go downstairs, but after taking a few steps, she stopped again. Boss, what do you want to eat? Anything is fine, I'm not picky. Okay. Xiao Churan continued downstairs but stopped again after a few steps. What's wrong now? Qin Shen wanted to cook by himself. Boss, the villa is too big, I don't even know where the kitchen is. Qin Shen was speechless and had to lead Xiao Churan to the kitchen. After walking for 5 minutes, they finally arrived at the kitchen. In Villa 1, the kitchen was divided into Chinese or Western cuisine. The kitchen was fully equipped with pots, bowls, and utensils. Soon, Xiao Churan made a bowl of noodles and a tray of soup dumplings. Noodles may seem simple, but Qin Shen praised generously after eating. You look a bit silly, but your cooking skills are good. Hearing the boss's praise, Xiao Churan's eyes curved into crescent moons. Boss, can I take 2 days off? Because I resigned from the TV station, I still need to go back for handover. Also, after moving here, I need to pack up my belongings in the rental house. Qin Shen took a bite of the soup dumpling and nodded. After both had eaten and drunk their fill, they walked out of the villa. Suddenly, Qin Shen realized a serious problem. After the Lamborghini was wrecked, he seemed to have no means of transportation. The system happened to provide a 4S store where he could get a car. He looked at Xiao Churan. Do you have a car? I can't even afford a wheel, how could I have a car? Let's go, accompany me to buy a car first. Xiao Churan just remembered that Qin Shen's car was scrapped yesterday, and today he had no means of transportation. Alas, in the world of the wealthy, buying a car is as easy as buying groceries. They called a ride-hailing service and headed straight to the BMW 4S store in Kyoto Tiancheng. They entered the BMW showroom. The hall was full of BMW cars, from the cheapest 1 Series to the 8 Series, everything was available. Qin Shen was not familiar with cars, but his attention was drawn to a cement gray M4. He had seen this car on Douyin before, where a popular internet celebrity criticized it after receiving the car, instantly making this BMW model a hot search. Qin Shen circled the car, and it was the right size, a 2-door hardtop model perfect for running errands. He pointed to the M4 and asked, "It's the right size, easy to park when you go out to buy groceries." "Ha, boss, what do you mean? This car is for you to use for grocery shopping." "Boss, isn't that inappropriate?" Xiao Churan glanced at the price tag next to the car, over 100,000. "Don't you like it? Is it not good looking?" Xiao Churan quickly shook her head. No, it's very good looking, it's just... Of course, it's good looking. Haven't you seen the edition 50 jar BMW M slogan on the car? This car is a special 50th anniversary tribute based on the current M4 Thunder edition. Limited to 150 units worldwide. A female salesperson crossed her arms and said coldly. Qin Shen ignored her and said to Xiao Churan, "If you like it, do you want to test drive it?" Before Xiao Churan could respond, the female salesperson immediately interrupted. Hey, who said you can test drive it? This is a 50th anniversary limited edition. There's only one in all of Kyoto, not just anyone can test drive it. The female salesperson had already assessed Qin Shen and Xiao Churan before approaching them. They arrived by ride-hailing service, one dressed in ordinary domestic sportswear, and the other dressed like a college intern. Just take a look, take a photo, and that's it. Don't touch it randomly, if you damage it, you can't afford to pay for it. How can we buy it without test driving? Xiao Charan was not afraid of trouble and immediately retorted. The female salesperson sneered, "Ha, can you afford it? Look at your poor appearance. If you said you would empty your pockets to buy a 1 series, I might believe you, but to buy this limited edition M4, are you kidding me? You what? I'm telling you, miss, you're just here to take photos and show off on your social media. I've seen many students like you. 105,000, if you can take out 50,000 now, I'll believe you can buy it." Xiao Charan was so angry that her pretty face turned red again. 50,000, she couldn't even come up with that much money from her WeChat Pay. "Call your manager." Xin Shen didn't want to talk to the underlings, so he communicated directly with the superior. The salesperson sneered at Xin Shen. Although the guy looked decent, he was too arrogant in his speech. "Hee, who are you people, always calling for the manager? Everyone who comes in like you to take free rides and photos must call the manager. Is our 4S store still open or not?" "Ame," a deep voice came from behind the salesperson at this time. A middle-aged man with glasses walked over. Salesperson Ame coquettishly called out, "Manager Wang." Manager Wang adjusted his glasses on his nose and said seriously, "What's going on?" causing a commotion. Ame leaned against Manager Wang's chest, her plump buttocks slightly pushed back. Manager Wang felt all tingly. "Manager, these two are causing trouble in the store, they are disrupting the order in the lobby." "We are not causing trouble, we are here to buy a car, just want a test drive," Xiao Charan explained. Manager Wang looked at Qin Shen and Xiao Charan coldly and said, "This is a limited edition BMW M4, priced at 1.05 million yuan. Can you afford it?" Ame twisted her body and said in a sweet voice, "Manager, don't waste your time with them, they are just two poor ghosts, kick them out." "I think that guy is pretending to be cool, very annoying." She secretly pinched Manager Wang's nerves, making him tremble all over. "Did you hear me? Get out now." Manager Wang couldn't wait to drive the two away, so he could take Ame to the office to discuss the operation principle of a single-cylinder piston engine. Xiao Charan didn't want to cause trouble on her first day of work, so she quickly pulled Qin Shen away. "Boss, why don't we go to another store?" "Why go to another store? This is my store." Qin Shen's words caused Manager Wang and Ame to laugh. Manager Wang laughed heartily. "Ha, buying a car has driven you crazy, it's still your store." "Kid, I've been working at Tiancheng for 8 years, how could I not know who my boss is? Before showing off, you should consider who the other person is." "A poor ghost dares to say anything, manager, quickly call the security to drive them away, these poor ghosts are disgusting," Ame said disdainfully. Ame's words made Manager Wang feel numb, so he immediately called the security. But he found that the security was not in the hall, but outside opening the car door for someone. "Damn, the big boss is here." Manager Wang immediately pushed Ame away and tidied up his appearance. Outside the 4S store, a middle-aged man got out of the back seat of a BMW 7 Series. The man was wearing a decent suit with silver hair. After getting out of the car, he went straight into the showroom, looked around, and walked towards Manager Wang. As he approached, the man extended his hand for a handshake. Manager Wang quickly went up to meet him and extended his hand to shake hands with the big boss. But the next second, the big boss passed by Manager Wang and walked towards Qin Shen. "You must be Mr. Qin Shen, I'm Lu Yong, the owner of Tiancheng BMW 4S store," Lu Yong said flatteringly. Qin Shen nodded, his face showing no emotion. "Mr. Qin Shen, are you satisfied with this store? If not, I also have a Mercedes-Benz store, you can go take a look, same price." His indifference made Lu Yong break out in a cold sweat. Not long ago, he had just lost nearly a small target in futures trading and was about to be forcibly liquidated by the institution. He was worried about what to do. Today, someone directly acquired a 4S store under his name, and even bought it at twice the market price. Such a generous move must be made by someone extraordinary. When he saw Qin Shen, Lu Yong was more certain of his thoughts. Young and surrounded by beautiful women, the other party was definitely a nobleman. Seeing the other party's cold attitude, Lu Yong's heart beat faster, fearing that the other party would change their mind and the deal would fall through. Lu Yong's words were like a bolt of lightning, striking Manager Wang in aim. The two were petrified on the spot. Manager Wang was sweating profusely, his legs trembling. "What? The big boss sold the 4S store? How did he not know about it? And sold it to this kid in front of him. He's the new boss. Damn it." He was just about to have the security guard kick someone out. Qin Shen raised his eyelids slightly, looking at Manager Wang and said, "Do I have the right to inspect this car now?" Manager Wang staggered, almost losing his balance. Lu Yong squinted his eyes, understanding the situation at once. "Wang Yuda, you're fired. Pack up and get out." and quickly unbuttoned 2 buttons, stuck them on Qin Chen, and said, "So you really are the big boss, I was just joking with you." As she spoke, she exerted force, her soft and boneless body pressing against Qin Chen's arm. Qin Chen pushed her away disdainfully, saying, "Get lost." At that moment, a system prompt appeared in front of Qin Chen. "Congratulations, challenger, completed side mission, identify a scumbag woman, mission reward, 30% stake in Wanda Group." Wanda Group, a joint stock limited company founded by former richest man Wang Lin, operates in commercial real estate, high-end hotels, cultural tourism, film and television, sports, and internet finance. With total assets of 1 trillion, it can be said to be a giant in the Hua country's industry. 30% stake is equivalent to around 300 billion. Before Qin Chen could think further, another prompt appeared, time-limited mission, reach the school within 30 minutes for special rewards. 30 minutes to the school? Qin Chen opened the map on his phone, checking the route. The planned route on the map was almost all red, estimating a 1 hour 30 minutes journey to the school. This was how traffic was in Kyoto during the day, always congested. Qin Chen switched to public transport and found a rapid bus that could take him directly to the school in just 30 minutes. He immediately bid farewell to Xiao Charan and ran towards the bus stop. Half an hour later, the bus stopped steadily at the nearest station to the School of Finance and Economics, with 1 kilometer left to the west gate. Qin Chen glanced at his watch, the countdown showing 25 seconds left out of the last 30 minutes. Qin Chen immediately mobilized his internal martial arts power and ran towards the school gate. At the same time, a silver GTR whizzed past Qin Chen. The GTR was incredibly fast, its loud roar attracting countless onlookers on the road. The car headed towards the west gate of the School of Finance and Economics, stopping at the main gate. Li Jun deliberately parked the car at the gate to show off his strength. During university, being able to drive a Japanese war god GTR, there was no second person in the entire School of Finance and Economics. Passers-by looked at the silver war god sports car one after another. In the last second, Qin Chen crossed the line and entered the school. "Congratulations, challenger, completed time-limited mission, reached the school within 30 minutes, mission reward, Gulfstream G650 business jet." Qin Chen had some impression of the Gulfstream G650. It was currently one of the most luxurious models in private jets, priced at around 400 million. With a length of 34 meters, a wingspan of 35 meters, and a height of 72 meters, it had a super spacious cabin that could accommodate up to 18 passengers. Standard features included a bathroom, kitchen, bar, and an extremely luxurious master bedroom. The maximum cruising speed was 0.925 Mach, with a range of 13,000 kilometers at 0.85 Mach, boasting the largest cabin in its class. Perfect, he could take a private jet home during winter and summer vacations, no longer worrying about return flight tickets. Qin Chen smiled slightly, quite satisfied with the rewards for the time-limited mission. "Student, please park the car on the side and don't block the entrance," the school security guard behind Qin Chen said to Li Jun in the driver's seat of the GTR. Li Jun glanced at the security guard and replied fiercely, "What the hell are you, a dead security guard, meddling in my business? Tell me to park on the side." The security guard, a middle-aged man around 50, remained calm despite Li Jun's rude words and advised, "Student, parking here is affecting the normal traffic of the school, please move your car." The security guard's advice had no effect. Instead, it angered Li Jun, who got out of the car angrily. "You damn security guard, do you know who my dad is? Do you know how much money he donated to the school? Your salary is paid by my dad's donations." The security guard was a bit nervous from Li Jun's shouting and timidly said, "Even if your dad is the principal, you can't do this." Li Jun got even angrier upon hearing this, raised his hand to slap the security guard in his 50s to the ground. Then, he kicked the old security guard hard while he was down. "You damn security guard, how dare you boss me around? I can make you roll back to your hometown with just a word." Li Jun's physical assault on the security guard made the students on the side shudder in fear, and no one dared to intervene. As he was about to throw another punch, his hand was stopped by another. "I'll give you 1 minute to get in your trash car and leave." Li Jun was surprised that someone dared to stop him and talk to him like that. "Who the hell are you, meddling in my business? Do you know who my dad is?" Before Li Jun could finish, Qin Chen slapped him, knocking out his back teeth. Li Jun, with a mouth full of blood, whimpered, "You have 40 seconds left." Seeing the situation, Li Jun realized he might not win against the other person and immediately got into his GTR. Before leaving, he rolled down the car window and taunted Qin Chen, "You wait for me, I'll go to the principal's office and sue you. You won't be able to stay at the university anymore." With that, Li Jun stepped on the gas and drove into the university. The old security guard struggled to get up, tears in his eyes as he looked at Qin Shen. Child, you shouldn't have stood up for me. You've caused big trouble. Did that freshman just hit Li Jun? Damn, Li Jun dared to use violence. Isn't he afraid that Li Jun will have his dad retaliate? Who is Li Jun's dad? You don't even know who Li Jun's dad is. He's the general manager of a listed group. He donated 10 million to the school last year. Many passing students knew Li Jun's identity and felt worried for Qin Shen. The problem isn't the delinquent, but the power behind the delinquent. Li Jun drove for a while before stopping, touching his swollen face. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Dad, I was beaten at school. Li Jun was Li Gang's only son. Li Gang had him late in life and due to work, he rarely had time at home and seldom disciplined Li Jun. All along, Li Gang used money to make up for Li Jun. This made Li Jun develop a spoiled and arrogant personality. Last year, when he failed the entrance exam for the university, Li Jun used the power of money. By donating money, he managed to get his son to study at the university. This made Li Jun feel that as long as he had money, there was nothing he couldn't do. His father could handle everything for him. Son, don't be afraid, Dad is here. After I finish the meeting with the chairman, I'll come find you. The school must give an explanation. Li Gang angrily hung up the phone. As the general manager of a listed group in the northern region, his position was higher than that of an ordinary company's chairman. Moreover, he had donated money to the university before and promised the university president to donate again later. With these two relationships, Li Gang was sure that the university wouldn't dare to favor the other party. Qin Shen glanced at his phone and decided to go to the dormitory first. The Kyoto Manor House was nice, but it was too far from the school. If he commuted every day, it would waste too much time on the road. It was more convenient to stay in the dormitory and go back to the villa on weekends. After all, Xiao Charin took care of the villa, so he didn't have to worry too much. He walked to the male dormitory on the 5th floor, room 511. Qin Shen pushed open the dormitory door, which was a 4-person dormitory. The bed was connected to the desk, with the bed on top and the desk below. There was also a balcony in the dormitory for drying clothes and washing up. It was equipped with a private bathroom, heating, electric fan, and wall-mounted air conditioning. Qin Shen took a quick glance. His 3 roommates had already moved in. Seeing Qin Shen arrive, the bespectacled boy excitedly said, "Hey, the last brother has arrived." He walked up familiarly, shook Qin Shen's hand, and said, "Hello, I'm Tang Yuming." "Hello, I'm Qin Shen." Tang Yuming pointed to a tall and thin boy next to him and said, "He is Kong Huijun." Kong Huijun was eating dumplings and waved his chopsticks to greet Qin Shen. Then, Tang Yuming introduced another dark-skinned boy who was doing bicep curls with dumbbells. "That's Wu Ming, just returned from the army." Qin Shen nodded and greeted him. Tang Yuming pointed to an empty bed and said, "Our dormitory is based on the order of arrival, your bed is over there." As Qin Shen sat down, Tang Yuming continued, "I have read the basic information of everyone in our dormitory. Wu Ming is the oldest, the leader of the dormitory, followed by me, then Kong Huijun, and you, Qin Shen, are the youngest, the 4th. Qin Shen nodded without objection. Kong Huijun was eating dumplings and browsing the school forum. He originally wanted to see the post about the campus beauty contest. However, as he scrolled through, he saw a hot post that was pinned at the top. He exclaimed, "Hey, guys, look, big news." Tang Yuming joined in, and they saw the hottest post on the school forum titled Japanese War God GTR Blocks Schoolgate. Freshman stands up to teach arrogant rich kid a lesson. Kong Huijun immediately clicked into the post. Inside were several blurry photos of the scene at the schoolgate, with a brief description of the details. The rich kid driving the GTR parked illegally. The school security guard tried to persuade him to leave, but was about to be humiliated by the rich kid. A freshman intervened and taught the rich kid a lesson. After reading the description, Kong Huijun praised, "Well done. Some people these days, relying on their family's wealth, act recklessly and look down on others. If I were there, I would have also stepped in and given that rich kid a good beating." Tang Yuming carefully read the post and looked at the photos. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, the rich guy in the photos looks familiar, it seems. It's Li Jun." Wu Ming put down the dumbbells and approached. He looked closely at the people in the photos and pointed to one of them, saying, "Wait, look, isn't the person who taught Li Jun a lesson in the photos our dorm's 4th brother?" Tang Yuming took Kong Huijun's phone, leaned over to Qin Shen, and asked, "4th brother, is that you in the photos? Did you teach that rich kid a lesson?" Qin Shen did not deny it and nodded. "Damn, you even dared to lay a hand on Li Jun." Wu Ming put down the dumbbells, looking worried, and said, "I know that Li Jun, the counselor told me, his dad is the general manager of Wanda's North region, with an extraordinary background. 4th brother, you are too impulsive. Kang Huijun stopped eating, looking incredulous, and said, "Are you talking about Wanda, the conglomerate founded by the richest man?" Wu Ming nodded, yes. As one of the leading domestic enterprises, Wanda Group's North Region General Manager is no ordinary person. I heard that when they came to invest and inspect in our county, the top officials of the county personally accompanied them. If he moves a finger and says to invest in building a commercial complex, it's a business worth tens of billions. It can be said that his power and influence are overwhelming. Not to mention in the school, even if our principal sees him, he would show deference. Kang Huijun described. Tang Yoming's face turned ugly, full of anxiety, and he said, "Fourth brother, you've caused a big trouble. Second and third brothers, do any of you have connections to settle this matter? We need to mediate with the school before Li Jun's dad arrives." Wu Ming asked. As the eldest, he was the calmest at this moment. Wu Ming began to analyze and arrange, immediately preparing to solve the problem. Kang Huijun and Tang Yuming shook their heads, both students who had entered the capital from the county town. Their parents were ordinary company employees, so they didn't have any connections. Wu Ming's face was solemn, he lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, biting his lip, he said, "Since that's the case, I'll go find the counselor and see what he can do." After speaking, Wu Ming put on a hoodie and hurried out, running towards the counselor's dormitory. As the big brother in the dormitory, he wouldn't sit idly by when his brother was in trouble. No matter what method, he had to save Qin Chen. Tang Yuming was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the dormitory, trying to figure out a solution for Qin Chen. Kang Huijun began to contact his fellow villagers. In his impression, this fellow villager of his was already the vice president of the student union. "Hey, Chen Sr., it's Kang Huijun. Oh, what's up?" "Well, my brother got into some trouble today." Kang Huijun briefly explained Qin Chen's situation and told the other person. Before he could finish, the other person hurriedly interrupted. "Huijun, it's not that I don't want to help you. I really can't do anything. He's Li Jun, his dad is Li Gang, the general manager of the northern region of Wanda Group. I was planning to intern at Wanda Group this year. If you want me to put in a good word for him with Li Jun, I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to intern." With that, the other person hung up the phone. Kang Huijun felt deflated, sighing deeply. The vice president of the student union at the finance university seemed impressive at school. But in society, who would care about your title? Once you're out of school, you're just a student, a rookie. Seeing this, Tang Yuming could only rely on Wu Ming. He went to find the counselor, thinking that Li Jun might give the counselor some face. Tang Yuming seemed to have an idea and immediately opened his phone's WeChat, saying to Kang Huijun, "Lao San, how much money do you have over there? I still have 800 in living expenses this month. Transfer 500 to me, I'll transfer a total of 1500 to Lao Si. Lao Si, you take 2000 yuan, in case the other party asks you for compensation, you can handle it." At that moment, the dormitory door was pushed open from the outside. Wu Ming rushed in, followed by a middle-aged bald man. When the man entered, his whole demeanor exuded an air of authority that was not to be trifled with. He scanned the room and asked, "Who is Qin Chen?" Qin Chen raised his hand, "I am." The man reproachfully said, "TSK, you are Qin Chen, do you know how much trouble you've caused?" Qin Chen, indifferent, said, "What trouble?" "That person wanted to attack the security guard at the school gate. I intervened. I consider it an act of righteousness. How is that causing trouble? If you don't believe me, you can ask the guard, he can testify for me." Seeing that Qin Chen still didn't take Li Jun's matter seriously, Wu Ming became anxious and said, "Lao Si, this is our counselor, Guo Minghuai, he's here to help you. Don't think your situation is simple. Everyone is trying to help you now, so be serious." Wu Ming didn't blame Qin Chen much. As the eldest brother, a few years older than them, he had experienced the military and society. He understood that Qin Chen, a greenhorn, had never encountered such a dangerous situation before. Guo Minghuai walked to the door, looked around, then closed the door and whispered, "Qin Chen, you may not realize the seriousness of the situation. Li Jun's father is the general manager of the northern region of Wanda Group. He previously donated 10 million to the school. This year, the school is preparing to break into the top 200 in the world university rankings, and a prerequisite for that is the need for a world-class laboratory. This laboratory alone requires a huge investment of 50 million. Currently, there is still a large sum of money missing to reach the 50 million. Guo Huaiming stopped here. The rest of the words were too explicit, he couldn't express directly, so he could only let them understand with a look. Wu Ming immediately understood the counselor's meaning. The school is currently lacking funds to build a laboratory, and Li Gang has money and is willing to donate. But during the window period before the donation, his son was bullied at school. As a father, how could he just let it go? Rich people don't care about the truth, they only care about not losing out. Tang Yuming seemed to recall something, muttered in fear. Guo Huaiming touched his smooth head, pondered for a while, and said, I will try to talk to Li Jun as a counselor. Before his father takes action, let's downplay the situation and resolve it. That would be best, thank you, counselor. Wu Ming felt slightly relieved with Guo Huaiming's words. No matter what, Li Jun is a wealthy student, and people tend to look at the bigger picture. Guo Huaiming immediately took out his phone and called Li Jun. Hello, Li Jun, I am Counselor Guo Huaiming. What's the matter? Li Jun's tone on the other end of the phone was unfriendly, with a hint of disdain. I just found out about the incident at the school gate, that Qin Shen is now my student. Young people are impulsive. Let's settle this matter privately, Guo Huaiming said earnestly, even a bit humble. But what could he do? He was just a mere counselor. The other end of the phone, Li Jun sensed something. It seemed that the kid knew he had caused trouble and now sought the counselor's intervention. Li Jun sneered, Guo Huaiming, since he is your student, I will settle it for your sake. Guo Huaiming put Li Jun on speakerphone, and his words made everyone in the dormitory breathe a sigh of relief. Then, Li Jun continued, compensate me for mental damages, medical expenses of 1 million, and then kneel down and apologize in front of the whole school assembly. I will consider this matter settled. Li Jun's words instantly struck everyone. 1 million, and then kneeling down in front of the whole school to apologize. This was simply insulting. Li Jun, your conditions. Li Jun didn't give Guo Huaiming a chance to speak. He interrupted, these are my requirements. If you can't meet them, then let him wait for me. My dad is coming to the school this afternoon, and I will make sure he gets expelled from the university. Also, I have investigated his background, he's from a small county in Jiangning, right? My dad will talk to the county leaders, and then blacklist him nationwide. I will make him beg for food for the rest of his life. After saying that, Li Jun hung up. Guo Huaiming put away his phone, looked at Qin Shen, and said with a heavy heart, Qin Shen, things have come to this. You have to bear the consequences of your mistakes. Hold on, it will pass. Otherwise, with Li Jun's father's power, he could really ruin you for a lifetime. Tang Yuming advised, brother, as men, we must be flexible. It's just a matter of minutes, endure it and it will be over. Kam Huijun said, yes, even Han Xian had to endure humiliation, don't give up your bright future for a little pride today. Wu Ming was more practical, he didn't think Qin Shen would give up his identity as a university student and risk being blacklisted in the industry just to save face and confront Li Jun. The only thing he considered was Li Jun's compensation demand. Counselor, Li Jun wants 1 million. Guo Huaiming narrowed his eyes and said, regarding the money, I will talk to the school leader Zhou Xian later to see if we can pay in installments. Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun had already transferred money to Qin Shen, and Wu Ming immediately opened his phone. Brother, when I retired, I received a 200,000 allowance, I gave 100,000 to my family, kept 5,000 for myself, and the remaining 95,000 is for you. Wu Ming then transferred 95,000 to Qin Shen. Looking at the 4 people in front of him constantly helping him with money and effort, Qin Shen was somewhat moved. He opened his phone and refunded all the transfers from everyone. Fourth brother, what are you doing? Why are you refunding the money? Wu Ming scolded. Qin Shen stretched lazily, yawned, and said, I appreciate everyone's kindness, but I won't take the money. I haven't done anything wrong. Why should I kneel down and apologize to him? Instead, he was the one who beat up the security guard at the school gate, and I was just standing up for justice. I am the righteous one, why should I apologize and admit fault to him? Is there any fairness in that? Guo Huaiming shook his head directly after hearing Qin Shen's words, sighing repeatedly, you child, you don't understand. There is no fairness in this world. If someone has money and power, they can play with you as if you were an ant. You haven't entered society yet, you won't understand. After that, Guo Huaiming shook his head and left the dormitory. In his eyes, Qin Shen was too young and arrogant, he would never accept Li Jun's conditions. As a counselor, he had done his best. The other people in the dormitory were like deflated balloons, they had done all they could to help, but Qin Shen's temper was too stubborn, he simply wouldn't listen to them. President's Office of the University of Finance and Economics. Director of the Academic Affairs Office, Ho Yuda, rushed in without knocking on the door. President Chang Guoli, who was resting on the sofa with his eyes closed, was startled. He scolded, can't you knock before entering? Do you have to give me a heart attack before you stop? Ho Yuda lowered his head after being reprimanded. President, something big has happened. Chang Guoli's eyes narrowed. What happened? Ho Yuda immediately explained the situation at the school gate in detail. Chang Guoli remained calm, saying that Li Jun is really out of line. He's taking advantage of his father's power to act recklessly. According to Guo Huaiming, Li Jun refuses to settle privately and insists on taking the matter to his father. President, you know, Li Jun's father dotes on this son the most. Chang Guoli slammed the table and angrily said, if Li Gang dotes on his son, should I not care for my students? What kind of world is this, causing trouble first, being stopped, and then turning around to blame others? Is there no justice anymore? Ho Yuda, after seeing Chang Guoli's outburst, quickly reminded him, President, our university is aiming to be in the top 200 in international rankings this year, and that world-class laboratory requires 50 million. Li Jun mentioned last year that he would sponsor 10 million. Chang Guoli suddenly remembered this matter, his face changed involuntarily. The University of Finance and Economics entering the top 200 in the world rankings was a key achievement for his own advancement to a higher position. If he failed at this juncture, his career prospects would be over. Just as Chang Guoli was hesitating, the phone on his desk rang. It was a call from the security department. President, Li Gang, the Northern Regional Manager of Wanda Group, wants to see you. A Mercedes-Benz S350 drove straight to the entrance of the University of Finance and Economics. Li Gang, dressed in a black suit, accompanied by 2 assistants, walked into the president's office. Chang Guoli greeted him with a smile, extending his hand. Oh, Mr. Li, welcome, please forgive the oversight. Li Gang glanced at Chang Guoli, snorted, and said coldly, President Chang, you know about my son's situation, right? I've heard a bit. Young people, it's common for them to play around, Chang Guoli replied. Li Gang slammed the table hard, pointing at Chang Guoli angrily, I spent so much money sponsoring your university, hoping my son would have a good learning environment. But what happened? My son's personal safety is not guaranteed. Chang Guoli's expression changed slightly. As the head of a university and a prominent figure in society, under normal circumstances, he would have called the security department and had Li Gang escorted out. However, now was a critical time for his career advancement. He needed to show humility to the other party whom he was seeking help from. Bring the kid who hit my son here, I want to see who he is and what background he has to dare to touch my son. Ho Yuda, seeing the situation, immediately ran out to call Qin Chen. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Chen walked slowly to the principal's office. Li Gang looked up and down at the other party, seeing him dressed plainly, still wearing a pair of domestic sports shoes. You're the kid who hit my son, right? Qin Chen looked coldly at Li Gang. You're that beast's father? Principal Chang, is this the student your university has produced? Chang Guoli stared at Qin Chen, poured a cup of tea for Li Gang, and chuckled, students from the county town do have a bit of a temper. Li Gang waved his hand and knocked over the tea on the table. Enough, Principal Chang, I see you're favoring this kid. At this moment, Li Jun also arrived at the principal's office. He was a little afraid when he first saw Qin Chen, but when he saw his father present, he immediately became arrogant. Dad, this kid hit me, look, my face is swollen. Li Jun, Li Gang's only son, who was pampered and spoiled, saw that the right side of his face was swollen. Li Gang felt extremely distressed. Principal Chang, look, what has become of this? This matter cannot be settled like this, it must be severely punished. He must be expelled. Oh, I get expelled for hitting someone, then what about him hitting someone? Qin Chen took out his phone, opened the album, and played a video. In the video, Li Jun was fighting with a 50-year-old security guard, causing the guard to fall to the ground holding his head. It's this old guy who kept bothering me, and kept asking me to move my car, that's why I hit him. Li Jun defended himself. Chang Guoli knew the ins and outs of the matter and said, I also know about this matter, Li Jun. Before the principal could finish, Li Gang slammed the table. Principal Chang, we are discussing the matter of this kid hitting my son. Why are you bringing up irrelevant things? Are you trying to favor this kid who hits people? Li Gang narrowed his eyes. Principal, this year is a critical time for our university to break into the top 200 world university rankings. You wouldn't want to mess up now. If we fail to make the cut, your career prospects might come to an end. Li Gang hit Chang Guoli's sore spot perfectly. With his age in front of him, if he wanted to advance his career further, he had to complete the task this year to get promoted. Otherwise, if he missed the opportunity, he would end up retiring in the position of the university president. Chang Guoli hesitated, torn between his future career development and the innocence of his student. Seeing that even the principal was afraid of his father, Li Jun became even more smug. Dad, today my counselor came to me to plead for mercy. I've already told him, as long as he pays 1 million, and then kowtows and apologizes to me at the school assembly, I will forgive him. Chang Guoli, hearing this, seemed to see a glimmer of hope to resolve the situation. Li Gang laughed heartily. My son is so magnanimous. Principal Chang, you heard it too. Our Li family has made the greatest concession. Now it depends on the sincerity of the school. Chang Wuli turned to look at Qin Chen, seemingly seeking his opinion. He had seen Qin Chen's personal information, knowing that his parents were ordinary factory workers, and their family conditions were quite average. As long as he was willing to apologize and compensate, the school would find a way to help him. But the next moment, to Chang Wuli's surprise, Qin Chen sat down on a chair, sneered, and said, "I'll give your Li family a choice. Let Li Jun kowtow and apologize to the security guard, pay 1 million, and I can pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I'll have your whole family kicked out of Kyoto, erase all positions in the Wanda Group. You have 1 minute to consider." With Qin Chen's words, the whole room fell silent. Then the Li family father and son burst into laughter. Li Jun said, "Who do you think you are, telling our Li family to get out of Kyoto, erase all my dad's positions in the Wanda Group? Do you know what position my dad holds in the Wanda Group? My dad is the general manager of the northern region of Wanda Group, below 1 person in the group, above 10,000 people." Qin Chen ignored Li Jun's 40 seconds left. Before Li Gang came, he called the director of the school affairs office to inquire about Qin Chen's identity. "Both parents work, just from a small county town. Kid, the factory where your parents work is also under our Wanda Group. With just 1 phone call from me, I can immediately lay them off and send them home, then blacklist them in the entire industry, making it impossible for them to find work for the rest of their lives. Do you know who you're talking to? Ignorant." Chang Wuli walked up to Qin Chen, gestured to him not to speak anymore, otherwise, he couldn't help him. Qin Chen pushed away the principal with one hand and glanced at his watch, 30 seconds left. Li Gang felt humiliated and couldn't contain his anger, immediately picked up his phone and called Jiangning City Mike Garment Factory. "Hello, is this Director Zhou Jiangwo? This is Li Gang." Zhou Jiangwo was taken aback. "Is this Li from Wanda Group?" "Yes, it's me. Hello." Mike Garment Factory was just acquired by Wanda Group last year and belongs to the northern region of Wanda Group. Zhou Jiangwo had only met the general manager of the northern region at the annual meeting at the beginning of the year and had been trying to curry favor with him, but had no way to do so. "Does your factory have a couple working there, the man named Qin Guoming and the woman named Manhwa?" Zhou Jiangwo thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, we do. Fire them immediately. Then spread the word throughout Jiangning City. Any company that dares to hire them is going against our Wanda Group, going against me, Li Gang. I will definitely target them." Zhou Jiangwo didn't know where Li Gang's anger was coming from, firing 2 ordinary workers from his factory, but he kept agreeing, Okay, Li, I will dismiss them right away." After hanging up the phone, Li Gang sneered, "Hee, little punk, now you know how powerful I am. Offend me, and I'll make sure your whole family suffers." Chang Wuli sighed deeply. The current situation was the last thing he wanted to see. He whispered, "Alas, it was originally a conflict between students, but now it involves adults. Qin Chen, oh Qin Chen." But Qin Chen had a calm expression, leisurely saying, "All right, time's up, you have no chance. Stubborn as a dead duck, the little punk from a small county loves to show off." Li Jun mocked. Qin Chen took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, this is Qin Chen. Right. The general manager of the northern region of Wanda Group is named Li Gang, right? Good. Remove him from all positions in the group, and fire him directly. If he causes trouble, let a third party audit him, see how much money he embezzled from the group over the years, hand it over to the relevant departments, hire the best lawyer, and punish him to the fullest extent of the law. After firing him, announce nationwide that anyone who collaborates with him and his family within 3 generations is going against Wanda Group, and they will bear the consequences." After hanging up the phone, Qin Chen looked at the Li father and son with a playful expression. Li Jun burst into laughter. "You're really good at acting, firing my dad. Why don't you just arrest him directly?" A hint of fierceness flashed in Qin Chen's eyes as he said, "Lock him up. He can still have free prison meals every day. What I want is to make your whole family experience the lowest life that you look down upon. Your relatives and friends will all despise you." Li Gang became increasingly impatient listening to Qin Chen's words and was about to interrupt. Suddenly, his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID. It was Wang Lin, the chairman of Wanda Group. Li Gang immediately changed his demeanor, obsequiously saying, "Hello, Chairman Wang, do you have any instructions?" The next moment, Li Gang's face changed drastically, turning pale, with no trace of blood. The phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Immediately, everyone in the room received news alerts from various apps on their phones. Breaking news! Personnel changes in Wanda Group. Northern Region General Manager Li Gang dismissed from the group due to personal conduct issues. The office fell into dead silence. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. A senior executive was dismissed without warning, which was unprecedented in the Wanda Group. Li Gang immediately called the group's vice president Ren Zongwei. "Ren, what's going on? Everything was fine. Why did the board dismiss me? I just talked with President Wang. Li Gang, did you offend someone? Ren Zhongwei asked in a low voice. No, Ren, you know me. I have always been honest and humble. I always show respect to any leader I meet, even if it means taking a loss. Ren, please tell me the truth. Why is this happening? After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, Ren Zhongwei said, Li Gang, I'll be honest with you. Your dismissal was the decision of the board's largest shareholder. He suspects you of embezzling a large sum of money from the group. Even President Wang couldn't save you. I advise you not to struggle or resist. The shares held by that big shot are 3% more than President Wang's. You can't compete with them. If you want any compensation for your dismissal, they will initiate a third-party audit to investigate you. Ren Zhongwei then hung up the phone. Li Gang sat on the sofa, realizing that few people in his position were truly clean. He looked at Qin Chen and trembled. You are the largest shareholder of Wanda Group? You know too late. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are just a lowly citizen from a small county town. You can't be. Qin Chen coldly smiled and did not argue with him. Li Jun witnessed his father being ousted from the group, realizing that his own identity as Li Xiao might not be preserved. Dad, what should we do? Is our family finished? Li Gang slapped him. Useless fool. Your dad is not finished yet. It's just a job. I've had enough. I've saved enough money over the years, almost $1 billion. Now that I'm not in Wanda Group, even if you are a major shareholder, what can you do to me? After more than 10 years of work, Li Gang had accumulated a substantial fortune, enough to ensure his family's well-being for the rest of their lives. Li Gang's phone rang again, and he answered the call. Hello, this is the internal audit team of Wanda Group. After investigation, during your tenure, you embezzled a total of 150 million. You are required to return all funds within 3 days. Failure to do so will result in us transferring the relevant materials to the authorities and filing a lawsuit to protect the group's interests. Li Gang collapsed upon hearing the demand to return 150 million, a sum he couldn't gather even by selling all his real estate. He first thought of transferring his assets but found all his accounts frozen. He was being pushed into a corner. Moments ago, he was arrogant, but now he crawled to Qin Chen like a dog, clutching his pants leg. President Qin, you are a big shot, please spare me. Don't eradicate me completely. I was wrong, I really was. Qin Chen stepped back, pulled back his pants leg, and scolded, get away from me. Seeing this, Li Gang grabbed a wooden stool in the office and hit his son Li Jun with it. You damn fool, I sent you to school, but you caused trouble. Offending President Qin, watch me beat you to death today. Li Jun screamed as he was beaten on the office floor. The chair broke, but Li Gang was not done. He took out his belt and continued to lash out. Chang Wuli was shocked and quickly called the security guards to escort the father and son out. After they were taken away, Chang Wuli sighed heavily and sat on the sofa. Li Gang had been fired by Wanda Group and was now being pursued for embezzlement. The promised donation of 10 million to the school was definitely off the table. It's over, it's over. Achieving the ranking in the world's top 200 is impossible now. He glanced at Qin Chen again. Qin Chen, you can go back now. Next time you act bravely, remember to be prudent. Chang Wuli lay back, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Over the decades of his career, he had faced many challenges and obstacles, working tirelessly to advance further. He had hoped to progress even more, but unexpectedly found himself in this situation. He couldn't help but recite a poem by the Song Dynasty poet Lu Kuzhuang. Plum wine stains the morning clothes, dust fills the boots, once worn in the imperial court to meet the emperor. The square cap has long been sought for its first wear. Why linger in the old tent of brocade curtains? Scholars are few in the world, misfortune has always been abundant. Half a lifetime of solitude due to being overly broad-minded, growing old, suddenly shocked by the passage of time. Qin Chen was puzzled by the principal's sigh and asked the director of academic affairs, Ho Yud, beside him. The latter briefly explained about the laboratory and school rankings. Ah, so close yet so far. Is it very expensive to build a laboratory? Of course, we are building a world-class laboratory, not just for show, but a laboratory that can truly contribute to the country by developing useful products. Even the smallest one would cost 50 million. The leaders above promised to allocate 40 million, and Li Gang also promised to donate 10 million. But in the end, oh, it's just lacking 1 million, I'll cover it. Qin Chen said casually. Chang Wuli's ears twitched, and he jumped up from the sofa. You, Qin Chen. Qin classmate, are you serious? Qin Chen just smiled faintly without saying a word. He picked up his phone, accessed online banking, and entered the account number where he had paid his tuition fees before. Then, he pressed the screen with his finger for fingerprint verification. In less than a minute, the transfer was successful. Holding up the confirmation screen, he asked, "Can I leave now?" Chang Guoli and Ho Yud were both speechless and shocked. Did he just donate 10 million like that? It was too casual, without even a request. Just as Qin Shen opened the office door, a person rushed over from outside. It was the school's finance office director, who looked astonished as he said to Chang Guoli, "Principal, the school accounts suddenly received a transfer of 10 million. What should we do?" As soon as Qin Shen left the office building, a system prompt appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, Challenger. Completed side mission, sponsor charity. Mission reward, acquired level 1 peak medical skill. Note, martial arts are divided into 9 levels, each with 4 stages: entry, small achievement, great achievement, and peak." The system interface faded away, and a massive amount of medical knowledge flooded into Qin Shen's mind. He was passively infused with medical knowledge beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. An hour later, Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. During that time, the system forcibly injected him with 1,000 terabytes of medical knowledge, covering internal medicine, surgery, obstetrics and gynecology, pediatrics, otolaryngology, pathology, laboratory medicine, infectious diseases, preventive medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, and more. He now possessed the expertise of a multidisciplinary professional medical professor at the level 1 peak. If he continued to upgrade, Qin Shen's abilities would be limitless and terrifying. After recovering, Qin Shen was about to walk towards the dormitory when a commotion suddenly arose not far ahead. "Grandpa, Grandpa." A girl in a white tracksuit knelt on the ground, supporting an elderly man. The man lay on the ground with his eyes closed, clearly having fainted. There were many students passing by, but none of them were medical students, so no one knew how to help. Some took out their phones to call the school clinic, while others called the hospital for an ambulance. However, given the man's condition, he might not make it before medical personnel arrived. Qin Shen quickly strode over, took the man's pulse, and furrowed his brow. He is on the brink of death, with stopped breathing, weakening heartbeats approaching zero, blood flowing backward throughout the body, and rapid deterioration of the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. The girl was already in a panic. Her grandfather came to school to see her today, but 3 men in suits ran towards them from the crowd. The 3 men were obviously martial artists, with strong builds. Seeing the old man lying on the ground, they were also shocked. "Miss, your grandfather," the girl shouted at the men in black. "Doctor! Quickly call a doctor." The men in black didn't dare to delay, immediately took out a special phone and dialed a number. "Wait, calling a doctor won't help." Qin Shen spoke up. The girl was stunned, then retorted, "It's impossible, my grandfather has always been very healthy, with no underlying illnesses. He won't have any problems." "No, it's not an illness, he's obsessed with martial arts, he's gone astray, causing all his meridians to be severed, and his blood flow to reverse." The girl's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the young man in front of her. How did he know her grandfather practiced martial arts? But now there was no time to think about that. No matter what, they had to get a doctor to take a look first. "Grandpa, you can't be in trouble." The girl held the old man's hand, crying. Qin Shen sighed lightly, took out a small bottle from his pocket containing the elixir of life. He opened the lid and poured it into the old man's mouth. "What are you doing? You want to harm my grandfather." The girl pushed Qin Shen away, causing the glass bottle in his hand to fall to the ground and shatter. Fortunately, the 10 milliliters of elixir of life had already been completely consumed by the old man. The girl angrily pointed at Qin Shen's nose. "What did you give my grandfather? Did you see that my grandfather wasn't dead yet, so you deliberately poisoned him again?" The 3 men in black immediately surrounded Qin Shen upon hearing this, ready to take him down. Just then, the old man lying unconscious on the ground suddenly spoke. "Cease your rudeness." The men in black immediately stopped their attack. "Grandpa." The girl saw her grandfather waking up, tears of joy streaming down her face. The old man stroked his granddaughter's hair. "Xiao Chong, you must have been scared, Grandpa is fine." With his granddaughter's support, the old man slowly got up. He bowed to Qin Shen. "Thank you, young man, for saving me. May I ask for your name?" "Qin Shen." The old man appeared very humble, while Qin Shen simply replied. The girl was very displeased. How could someone of her grandfather's status be so humble to a young man? "What's your attitude, talking to my grandfather like that?" "Xiao Chong, don't be rude," the old man said to his granddaughter, then continued to Qin Shen, "Mr. Qin, I am Kung Fu, she is my granddaughter, called Feng Xiong. Please forgive any rudeness." Qin Shen waved his hand, not wanting to argue with an ignorant girl. Although Kung Fu had regained consciousness, he still coughed repeatedly, his body very weak. "Your condition is caused by going astray in martial arts, with disrupted meridians and internal injuries to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Moreover, the time span is too long. 1 vial of elixir of life is not enough to completely repair your internal injuries. Fang Qiong, upon hearing this, shed a tear of heartache. Kung Fu patted her shoulder. Xiao Qiong, don't cry, Grandpa has lived to be 80 years old, it's considered long enough. It's just that I forced myself to advance in martial arts in order to resist enemies, which led to the current situation. Mr. Qin, since you understand my grandfather's condition, do you have any way to treat it? Fang Qiong tightly held Kung Fu's hand, her beautiful eyes looking at Qin Shen with a hint of hope. As the granddaughter of the old man, she often saw her grandfather suffering from coughing at home. The whole family had visited famous doctors nationwide, but to no avail. Mr. Qin, as long as you can cure my grandfather, my Kong family can promise you any request. Qin Shen thought for a moment. Kung Fu's condition was not incurable, but it required a course of 6 vials of elixir of life. The formula for the elixir of life belonged exclusively to the pinnacle of first-class medical expertise. The treatment is not difficult, but the medicinal water for treatment needs time to prepare. Give me some time to get ready, and I will come to treat you when the time comes. Is that okay? Of course. Fang Qiong jumped with joy. Her face, which was originally tearful, was now full of joy. Mr. Qin, thank you for your help. Kung Fu had seen a lot in his life, so even though the other party indicated the ability to extend his life, he did not show his excitement. Xiao Chen, remember Mr. Qin's phone number. When Mr. Qin is available, you can pick him up. After that, Kung Fu thought for a moment and said to Qin Shen, Mr. Qin, my Kong family has some connections in Kyoto. If you have any trouble in the future, feel free to ask for help. Qin Shen nodded and watched Kung Fu and his group leave. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared before him. Congratulations to the challenger, completed the side mission, saving lives and helping the wounded, mission reward, obtained the top nightclub MXXX in Kyoto. Qin Shen was speechless. The main task is to study hard, but the rewards are all tempting pleasures. This system is really something. Just as Qin Shen was complaining about the system rewards, a girl with outstanding temperament and a hot figure ran towards him. Xiao Chuan, how come you are here? Su Xiaoyan cried with joy and threw herself into Qin Shen's arms. Looking at the tears in Su Xiaoyan's eyes, Qin Shen was surprised. Xiaoyan, what's wrong? I just came out of the principal's office. I saw a post on the forum and recognized you at first sight. Later, I heard that Li Jun's father was called here. Li Jun's father is a senior executive of a listed group and has close ties with the school. I was afraid he would cause trouble for you. Qin Shen stroked Su Xiaoyan's hair. It's okay, Xiaoyan, don't worry. It's okay? Su Xiaoyan relaxed when she heard that. Xiaoyan, is he your boyfriend? A somewhat sharp voice came from behind Su Xiaoyan. It was a girl wearing knee-high boots, tight jeans, and a crop top. Although she had heavy makeup on, her facial features were distinct, showing her potential beauty. However, compared to Su Xiaoyan, she was inferior. Xiao Chuan hasn't confessed to me yet, so I don't know if he can be considered a boyfriend. Oh well, forget it. Su Xiaoyan struggled in her heart and said, he is Qin Chen. Xiao Chuan, she is my best friend, Su Qian. You are Qin Chen? Su Qian blinked her eyes in surprise and asked, yes, it's me. You are the Qin Chen that Xiao Yan has been talking about, the childhood friend from the workers' dormitory in the clothing factory? Qin Chen nodded, confirming once again. Su Xiaoyan blushed instantly, quickly stopping Su Qian. Xiao Qian, why do you say everything? Embarrassing. Su Qian's heart skipped a beat. Su Xiaoyan had rejected those pursuers, always saying she was waiting for her childhood sweetheart, and it turned out to be true. Su Qian looked at Qin Shen carefully, as if remembering something. Oh, I remember you. You were the one who ran late all the way off the bus today. Qin Shen thought for a moment, as he was doing a time-limited task at that time, and replied, yes, that was me. Su Qian's lips curled up in a barely noticeable smirk. Su Xiaoyan was not so aloof. How could she find such a poor guy? By the way, Xiaoyan, tomorrow is the weekend, it's my birthday, can you let Qin Shen come too? Su Xiaoyan was a bit hesitant and looked at Qin Shen. Qin Shen smiled and said, sure, I have time on the weekend when there are no classes. He's really a scrounger. Su Xiaoyan, too, with so many handsome guys in Kyoto, she chose the one with the least money. What a waste of a good-looking appearance. After parting ways with Su Xiaoyan, Su Qian took out her phone and walked to a corner. Hey, Wang Xiao, it's me, Xiao Qian. Wang Chang seemed to be exercising at the moment, speaking with some breathlessness and impatience. What's up? I saw Su Xiaoyan's boyfriend. Wang Chang immediately stopped his activity, curious, which noble family's son is he? Oh, he's not from any noble family, he's just the childhood friend that Su Shayan always talks about. What's his background? No background, Su Shayan said before. Both families are workers in a clothing factory in Jiangning. The two grew up in the factory workers' dormitory. Workers? Workers' son? Just this? Yes, Wang Xiao. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha, damn Su Shayan, back then she rejected me, saying she had a boyfriend. I thought he was some rich young master, turns out he's just a common worker's son. Wang Xiao, I just had a sudden inspiration, tomorrow is my birthday. Su Qian reminded Wang Chang, who was stunned for a moment, then praised, very good, tomorrow I will go meet this kid, I want to humiliate him in front of Su Shayan. Let her know, in this world, without money, you're just a piece of shit. Wang Xiao, what about me? Alright, tomorrow is your birthday, I'll give you an LV bag. Thank you, Wang Xiao, thank you, Wang Xiao. Boys' dormitory, 5th floor, room 511. Qin Chen just pushed open the door. Tang Yuming, Wu Ming, and Kong Huijun all rushed up, carefully sizing up Qin Chen. Fourth brother, are you okay? Fourth brother, Li Jun didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Fourth brother, do you have enough money? If not, we'll figure something out. I'll ask my comrades for a bit, we'll solve the problem together. The group of people came up to Qin Chen with concern, not avoiding him because he offended a big shot. This made Qin Chen very gratified. It's okay, I just handled everything in the principal's office. Qin Chen smiled. The principal's office? After a moment of sighs and fears, the matter had actually reached the principal's office. Wu Ming, with a military background, had some experience in society. When he heard about the principal's office, he understood the reason behind it. The principal of Kyoto Finance University, the leader of a top institution, held a semi-official position. It was just a conflict between students, and his intervention was more effective than the counselors. How much did you lose? Qin Chen was stunned, laughing. Lose what? No need to lose money. The group looked at each other. How could such a big fuss not involve compensation? At the time, Li Jun was swearing to compensate and apologize. How could there be no compensation, could it be? Wu Ming signaled to Tang Yuming and Kong Huijun, then seeing Qin Chen's indifferent and calm demeanor, they understood. Some things, even if done, cannot be spoken out loud. Fourth brother, since the matter is resolved, let's gather in our dormitory. Consider it a way to dispel bad luck for you and embrace a better tomorrow. Okay, the eldest brother's suggestion is good, I second it. I second it too. Wu Ming patted Qin Chen on the shoulder. Fourth brother, tonight, big brother will treat you, eat and drink as much as you want. Forget all the unpleasant things. As night fell, the four rode shared bicycles to the snack street at the west gate of Finance University. It was a paradise for late-night snacks, with beer, fried chicken, grilled skewers, and spicy hot pot. As the autumn chill set in, Wu Ming suggested they eat grilled skewers to warm up. The more they ate and drank, the more they enjoyed themselves. Wu Ming and Tang Yuming kept ordering more food and drinks to help Qin Chen forget the day of humiliation. The four of them spent nearly 1,000 yuan on grilled skewers and beer. Fortunately, Wu Ming's retirement money was enough, otherwise, for an ordinary student, the following days of the month would be spent eating plain steamed buns. They all got a bit tipsy, so Qin Chen and Wu Ming walked. Kong Huijun, in high spirits, insisted on standing behind Tang Yuming's bike and singing, asking him to give him a ride back to school. Tang Yuming didn't refuse, but just as they started, he found that the brakes on his shared bike were broken. Without stopping, there was a loud bang as they directly hit the Porsche Cayenne parked illegally on the side of the road. Both of them turned pale, sobering up instantly. The rear bumper of the Porsche Cayenne had a dent from the shared bike's impact. The car owner, a man in his 40s with a stern face, got out of the car immediately to check. He got off the car and checked the vehicle immediately, only to find that the two people involved in the accident were young students. Without saying a word, he slapped both of them and scolded them for damaging his expensive car. The two students apologized and explained that the shared bike's brakes were faulty. After assessing the damage, it was estimated that the repair cost would be around 600,000 yuan. The man insisted on the students paying for the damages and called the 4S store for evaluation. When the experts arrived, they confirmed the extent of the damage and the repair costs. The students were shocked by the high repair estimate and tried to negotiate, but the man was adamant about the amount. Another group arrived, claiming to be from a different 4S store, and a confrontation ensued. Eventually, one of the students paid the demanded amount using a credit card, much to the satisfaction of the man. Nima is so lucky today, he made 600,000 in one go. Wu Ming and the other two were shocked to see this scene. How come Lao Si is so rich? Hong Tao opened the car door, ready to drive away to find a girl to spend money on. No, he changed his mind, he wanted to. As he opened the car door, Xin Chen kicked it back with one foot. Hong Tao turned around, glaring at Xin Chen. What do you want to do? Xin Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, coldly saying, the matter with the car is settled, but my brother's debt, you have to repay. Hong Tao was not happy to hear this. He quickly signaled to Long Gu beside him, whispering, Long Gu, the 100,000 I gave you also includes dealing with these troubles. Long Gu came to his senses, looking at Xin Chen. Hong Tao pointed at Xin Chen's nose and said, you think you're tough, daring to threaten me? Don't you want to know who I am, Hong Tao? Xin Chen showed no fear, still looking calm and composed. He calmly said, Long Gu, right? Whatever he pays you to do this, I'll pay you 10 times. The only condition is, I don't want him to be able to drive for the rest of his life. Long Ge's eyes lit up at this. Hong Tao felt a chill in his heart. What's going on? Pay 10 times, and I can't drive for the rest of my life. He immediately grabbed Long Ge's hand. Long Gu, don't listen to him. He's just a poor bastard. He's lying to you. Don't fall for it. Long Gu snorted coldly, taking his hand away from Hong Tao's grip. This gentleman doesn't seem ordinary. Hong Tao, let's call it even. I'm really sorry. What he offered was too much. Long Gu gestured to his men, who took out 2 wrenches from the trunk and dragged Hong Tao to a dark corner by the road. After a moment, 2 heart-wrenching screams could be heard from there. The 2 men came back. Long Gu, it's done. Long Gu smiled obsequiously. Sir, how do you feel about this job? It's fine. With that, Xin Chen handed Long Gu a business card, but Long Gu waved it away. It's just a small favor for the gentleman. How can I take money for it? He then handed over another business card. This is my business card. If the gentleman needs my help in the future, feel free to contact me. Xin Chen took the card and nodded. Long Gu and his men got into the car and left the scene. Lao Si, thank you for the money. We will save up and pay you back as soon as possible, Tang Yuming said timidly, with Kong Huijun nodding in agreement. Xin Chen smiled and put his arms around the two. We're brothers, no need to worry about that little money. In the Porsche Panamera, someone asked, Long Gu, why are you so polite to that kid, and you didn't even take the money? Long Gu slapped him. What do you know? Did you see what card he just swiped? That's the American Express Centurion Black card. Without 100 years of heritage from a noble family, there's no chance of getting that card. He lay back in his seat, looking up at the night sky through the sunroof. To be able to meet such a big shot, I, Zhou Zhenglong, am going to make it big. Lao Si, where did you get so much money? Wasn't the counselor saying your family are just ordinary workers? Could it be that you're participating in some reality show for the rich second generation? Where are the cameras? The 3 roommates asked one after another, leaving Xin Chen momentarily at a loss for words. I come from an ordinary family in a small county town, with no background. That money, I earned it myself. The 3 of them gasped in shock, just starting college and already making over $1 million. Lao Si, what do you do? Xin Chen thought for a moment and replied, I do some small business, run a hotel, and sell cars on the side. Business, hotel, selling cars? The 3 of them looked at each other, silently refraining from further questions. Nowadays, in society, college students are starting their own businesses, many of them running a second-hand car business in school, and then operating a homestay hotel. The 3 of them felt envious for a moment. Lao Si is really something. Saturday was a rare good weather day, with the sun shining brightly and not a cloud in sight. Today, Xin Chen made plans to celebrate Su Xiaoyan's best friend's birthday. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Xin Chen dialed the number, and Su Xiaoyan's lazy and soft voice came from the other end of the phone, clearly not fully awake yet. Hello, Xiaochuan Xianyan, when should we meet? I'll come pick you up. How about in half an hour? I'll get up, wash up, and put on some makeup. Alright, I'll wait for you downstairs at your dorm. Su Xiaoyan sweetly responded twice before hanging up. Xin Chen took 10 minutes to wash up and get dressed before heading towards the female dormitory building. 2 hours later, Su Xiaoyan hurried down the stairs. Seeing Xin Chen, she shyly stuck out her tongue. Sorry Xiaochuan, for making you wait so long. Xin Chen looked at Su Xiaoyan in front of him. She was wearing a white linen retro top with yellow daisy embellishments on the collar and cuffs. She paired it with a knee-length black skirt, white mid-calf socks, and brown loafers. She looked pure and beautiful, with her high attractiveness drawing the attention of passing male students. Xin Chen naturally didn't get angry. He could be infinitely tolerant towards Su Xiaoyan. It's okay. They're at the Starbucks in the city center. Let's go find them. Xianyan, my car was in an accident a few days ago. Xin Chen truthfully told her. Su Xiaoyan's first reaction was shock. She immediately looked him up and down. Xiaochuan, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? Xin Chen shook his head, and Su Xiaoyan finally relaxed. Then let's call a ride. The road to the city center is congested. You can rest without driving. Okay, but Xianyan, the car may not be reparable. I need a means of transportation when going out. How about you accompany me to buy a car first? Su Xiaoyan checked the time. It was only a little past 12 o'clock. She knew her friends well. They would say they arrived but wouldn't leave until sunset. I'll follow your lead, Xiaochuan. Qin Shen took out his phone and pondered. Although he owned a BMW 4S, he didn't feel too fond of the brand after the recent incident. As for Lamborghini, he felt a bit uncomfortable after the accident. So he entered the destination and called for a private car. After nearly an hour's journey, they finally arrived at the Ferrari sales center on the Financial Street in the East City district. This sales center was directly managed by Ferrari headquarters and had higher reception standards compared to other dealerships. They could customize unique car models, accessories, and more. The Ferrari sales center occupied 2 floors with 2 storefronts. From the outside, it seemed small, but the interior was quite spacious. Looking inside, all the street-facing walls were built with a single piece of glass. Passers-by could easily see the vibrant red soul of the sports cars inside. Qin Shen led Su Xiaoyan into the sales center. The elegant and quiet fragrance greeted them, instantly giving a sense of luxury. The lobby was exceptionally quiet, with various Ferrari models on display and a few well-dressed, tall, black-clad staff members, but no other customers. After all, any Ferrari cost millions, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Ordinary people would only stand outside and peek through the glass, with very few having the courage to come in for a visit. The mechanical beasts with hundreds of horsepower quietly sat or lay in the showroom, waiting for their owners. Hello sir, madam, welcome to the Ferrari sales center. Do you have an appointment? A tall and outstanding young woman with a black half-frame glasses approached them. She was dressed in a professional black suit, pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels. The well-tailored outfit showcased her curvy figure perfectly. Although there was a professional smile on her face, there was still a sense of distance all over her body. This is the temperament that a female luxury car salesperson should have. Without a 7-point appearance, she wouldn't even have the qualification to come for an interview. No appointment. Qin Shen replied. It's okay, let me register for you. Okay, my name is Qin Shen. The other party did not treat Qin Shen and Su Xiaoyan with sarcasm just because they looked like students. The most important thing for super luxury car sales is the service attitude, which is the biggest difference compared to other car sales. After a few minutes, the other party walked over. Hello, Mr. Qin, my name is In Xiao. You can call me Xiao. Qin Shen nodded, and In Xiao led the two into the showroom, introducing the vehicles in the showroom as they walked. This is the Ferrari Roma, equipped with a 3.9L V8 turbocharged engine, accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in 3.4 seconds, priced at $2.4 million. This is the Ferrari Portofino, a 10-model hardtop convertible sports car, equipped with a 3.9-liter twin-turbocharged V8 engine, accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 3.5 seconds, priced at $2.9 million. This is the Ferrari F8, with a 3.9-liter V8 twin-turbocharged engine that has been upgraded to produce a maximum power of 818 horsepower and a peak torque of 930 Nm, accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.6 seconds, with a top speed of 340 km per hour. This is the Ferrari SF90 Spider, Ferrari's first mass-produced plug-in hybrid convertible sports car. Driven by a V8 turbocharged engine and 3 electric motors, it has a maximum output power of 1,000 horsepower. Equipped with all-wheel drive system, accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.5 seconds, and from 0 to 200 km per hour in 7.0 seconds. In terms of price, it is slightly higher than the first two, priced at $4.98 million. While listening to In Xiao's introduction, Qin Shen looked at Su Xiaoyan and asked, Xiaoyan, which one do you think is good? Su Xiaoyan shrugged, it seems. They all look the same, not very attractive. And Xiao felt embarrassed in her heart. Indeed, in the eyes of women, the biggest difference in sports cars is the logo. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyan pulled Qin Shen towards the deepest part of the showroom, pointing to a Ferrari placed inside and said, Xiao Chen, this one looks good, it's quite different from the others, I think it suits you. And Xiao quickly caught up, only to see that the car Su Xiaoyan pointed to was Ferrari's top flagship supercar LaFerrari. LaFerrari, commonly known as Lafa in Chinese, is equipped with a 6.3L V12 naturally aspirated engine, with a maximum output power of 800 horsepower, an external motor providing 163 horsepower, a maximum torque of 900 Nm, matched with a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission, accelerating from 0 to 100 km per hour in less than 3 seconds. And Xiao Xiao was stunned, wanting to speak but hesitated. It was clear that the two in front of her knew nothing about cars. They probably didn't know what LaFerrari meant. Qin Shen looked at LaFerrari and said, "Since Xiaoyan thinks it's good, let's buy this one." After hesitating for a moment, and Xiao Xiao spoke, "Mr. Qin, this is LaFerrari. It is Ferrari's top limited flagship model, priced higher than any current Ferrari, and significantly higher." And Xiao Xiao used as tactful language as possible to express the uniqueness of LaFerrari, implying to the two in front of her that LaFerrari was an unattainable existence for them. It should be noted that the starting price of this LaFerrari alone is 25 million yuan. With additional customization options, taxes, and other fees, the total cost could reach 50 million yuan. A luxury car worth $500 million, even for a millionaire, they would need to consider their own capabilities. Qin Shen, on the other hand, was indifferent and asked, "How much?" Excluding the later customization and tax aspects, the starting price is 25 million yuan. Suxian was a little dizzy when she heard it, her mouth slightly open. 25 million yuan? And Xiao Xiao, seeing her reaction, was not surprised at all. She sneered in her heart. The young girl was still too naive, she hadn't seen much of the world. Seeing Suxian so surprised, Qin Shen was afraid she would feel heartache about the money, so he asked Suxian to take a rest in the VIP lounge and discuss the price himself. When Suxian left, Qin Shen remained calm. 25 million, plus the Ferrari's optional accessories and taxes, it will be close to 50 million, right? And Xiao Xiao nodded. If fully equipped, it will need that much. "Alright, order one," Qin Shen said casually. And Xiao Xiao was stunned, feeling like she misheard. "Sir, do you mean?" Qin Shen repeated, "Order one." And Xiao Xiao finally reacted. She didn't mishear. The young man in sportswear and student appearance in front of her said to order one. She was totally unprepared, took a while to recover. Mr. Qin, the procedures for buying a LaFerrari are a bit different from other Ferraris. First, we need to verify your funds. And Xiao Xiao cautiously replied. Previously, someone came to the store and ordered a LaFerrari right away. Later, it was found out that the person was a popular online broadcaster and couldn't actually afford a LaFerrari. Coming to order a car was just for making videos and gaining followers. Qin Shen nodded, took out his credit card, and handed it to Xiao Xiao. "Go ahead and swipe it, or do you want to see the balance in my bank?" And Xiao Xiao took the card from Qin Shen's hand and immediately recognized it as a UnionPay Centurion black card. My goodness, it's a black card, the legendary king of cards, a credit card with no spending limit, theoretically able to buy any valuable item. With this card, it's more authoritative than any asset verification report. Seeing Xiao Xiao silent, Qin Shen thought she didn't recognize the black card. So he opened his phone, opened the bank app, and went to the personal total assets section. After facial recognition verification, he handed the phone to Xiao Xiao. She took the phone and saw a long string of numbers above the balance. And Xiao Xiao silently counted units, tens, hundreds, thousands, husband, father, grandfather. After reaching 1 billion, she gasped, dared not look further. These were not stock numbers, real estate, or those illusory figures, but actual cash deposits. Now, have I passed the fund verification? And Xiao Xiao's pretty face stiffened, timidly said, Of course. Having a black card and nearly 1 billion in savings, if this doesn't qualify, then few people in the world would. Unexpectedly, this young man in front of her had so much wealth. Who exactly was he? At this moment, all of Xiao Xiao's pride in her figure, appearance, and so on, became worthless in front of this young man. The aloof distance, the cold demeanor, all disappeared. All her pride was nothing in front of Qin Shen. Acting as a cold and noble goddess, she felt a bit too ashamed to look up. At this moment, the manager of the Ferrari Center, Xin Hui, walked over. He had been sitting in the office on the second floor drinking tea, seeing two students coming into the store. Thinking they were just here to see something new, he didn't pay much attention. But after a while, they showed no sign of leaving. And Xiao Xiao's expression was very awkward. He concluded that they were teasing his employee. He had to come over and help Xiao Xiao out. "Xiao Xiao, what's going on?" Xin Hui didn't directly talk to Qin Shen, but first cared about his employee Xiao Xiao. And Xiao Xiao hesitated and replied, "Manager, this Mr. Qin wants to order a LaFerrari." Xin Hui was instantly confused, as if he didn't hear clearly, and Xiao Xiao repeated, "This Mr. Qin wants to order a LaFerrari." Xin Hui was completely bewildered. What the heck, coming in and ordering a LaFerrari right away? "Xiao Xiao, as a professional salesperson at the Ferrari dealership, did you not clearly explain the price of the LaFerrari to the customer?" Xin Hui deliberately raised his tone, making Qin Shen hear. And Xiao Xiao timidly replied, "Manager, I did." Shinhui was taken aback. Did you not explain to the customer that ordering a LaFerrari requires verification of funds? Well, Mr. Qin just showed me his Huaheng account balance, which has nearly 1 billion in cash. Saying this, and Xiao Xiao handed Shinhui Qin Shen's UnionPay Centurion Black Card. Shinhui's body shook, taking a sharp breath. What? 1 billion in cash? And he even has an unlimited black card. His attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Rubbing his hands together respectfully, he said to Qin Shen, "Hello, Mr. Qin, I am Shinhui, the sales manager of the Ferrari dealership." Qin Shen nodded. "I just verified the funds. Can I order the car now? Your efficiency is too low. I'm in a hurry." Shinhui broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if this young man had no concept of money. This is a half-billion supercar, and he had only been in the store for less than half an hour. How casually he spoke about it, as if buying a chicken in the market. Shinhui dared not delay, quickly leading Qin Shen into the customization room, handing him an iPad. "Mr. Qin, please review the configurations. Is there anything you want to add?" "No need to look. Just match the color, wheels, and interior of the one in the showroom, and max out the rest of the configurations." Shinhui sweated profusely. Max out the configurations, there goes the small target. At this moment, and Xiao Xiao hurriedly ran in from outside. Shinhui was somewhat displeased. "Xiao Xiao, your hurried appearance is too inappropriate." And Xiao Xiao leaned in and whispered a few words in Shinhui's ear, causing Shinhui's face to change, locking the iPad screen. Then, with a look of apology, he said to Qin Shen, "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Qin. You cannot purchase this LaFerrari." Qin Shen was surprised. "Why?" Shinhui was somewhat embarrassed. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Qin, it was negligence on our part. Because there is a requirement from headquarters to purchase a LaFerrari, there are conditions. The buyer must own at least 2 limited edition Ferrari models or 5 Ferraris. We just checked, and you don't even have one Ferrari under your name." And Xiao Xiao was also regretful. She couldn't believe that Qin Shen, who had a black card and billions of dollars, didn't even have one Ferrari under his name. This deal was going to fall through. This was a 50 million deal, enough for her to sell 10 regular Ferraris. You have to understand that Ferraris are the kind of luxury cars that take 3 years to open and 3 years to eat. A person can only sell 7 or 8 cars in a year. Shinhui was very disappointed. Selling a LaFerrari was a rare opportunity. He was sure to get a promotion, a raise, and a doubled year-end bonus. But now, Qin Shen looked enlightened. "Oh? Ferrari has such a requirement." "Yes, I'm truly sorry, Mr. Qin." And Xiao Xiao continued to bow and apologize. "Can I buy 5 Ferraris first, and then buy the LaFerrari?" "Yes, theoretically, Mr. Qin." And Xiao Xiao replied. Qin Shen took out his black card and pushed it in front of Xiao Xiao. "I'll take one of each of the Ferrari Roma, Portofino, SF90 Spider, and F8. Oh, it seems like I'm missing one. I heard Ferrari is releasing an SUV. Let's order one together. That way, we'll have 5 cars. You salespeople need to use your brains. You can't handle such a small matter flexibly." And Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. Who could have thought of buying 5 Ferraris first, then immediately buying a LaFerrari? If it were another customer, suggesting this plan would have gotten her killed on the spot. Shinhui was stunned. Having worked in the industry for many years, he had never seen a customer buy Ferraris like this. Even if the national husband Wang principle comes, it's just to place an order. He quickly went to operate the next process. And Xiao Xiao's heart was pounding wildly at this moment. She took out her phone. "Mr. Qin, can I have your WeChat? You can contact me directly for anything you need in the future." Facing such a top-notch tycoon, and Xiao Xiao had long been infatuated, but hindered by Su Xiaoyan's presence, she had to keep her distance due to the other party's appearance. But men, she had seen many. How many didn't like excitement? And Xiao Xiao was grateful that her performance just now passed the test, not judging people by their appearance, otherwise she would have missed a great opportunity. Qin Shen nodded and took out his phone to scan the code for her. After adding each other as friends, Qin Shen asked, "Which car can I drive today?" And Xiao Xiao apologized. "Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry. After customers place an order, it needs to be approved by the headquarters and produced, so it will take at least 3 months to get the car. Does that mean I can't drive any car today?" And Xiao Xiao bowed apologetically. Seeing the other party's sincere attitude, Qin Shen could only shake his head helplessly. He bought 6 cars, but in the end, he still had to take a ride-hailing service. He came to the lounge. "Xiao Yan, let's go." Su Xiaoyan ran to Qin Shen's arms. "Is the car bought? We still have to wait for 3 months for the car, so we can only take a taxi for now." "I see." And Xiao Xiao immediately took out her phone to call a taxi, but when she saw that the number of people in line had reached 3 digits, she saw an opportunity and immediately seized it, saying, "Mr. Shin, why don't you use my car first?" After hesitating for a moment, Shin Chen nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, I'll return it to you after using it today." And Xiaoxiao's car was a white Mercedes-Benz C200, priced at around 300,000. Shin Chen drove all the way to the Starbucks in the city center. Kyoto, downtown Starbucks. This is the shopping paradise of Kyoto, where fashionable men and women gather here on weekdays and weekends, wearing the most stylish clothes and carrying shopping bags from various brand stores. Su Qian and her group had been resting in the Starbucks on the street for a while. Starbucks, as a representative of light luxury drinks, was once regarded as a dating holy place by young people. Su Qian and her group had been sitting in Starbucks for a while, taking several gigabytes of photos. "Hey, Xiao Qian, I heard that Xiaoyan is bringing her boyfriend today?" A girl with a beautiful face and long wavy hair asked. She was also Su Xiaoyan's close friend named Zhao Yu. "Yes, I invited him specially. Come on, who is this wealthy young man? Xiaoyan has such high standards, I just want to know what kind of person she will choose as her boyfriend." Su Qian sneered, "Hee hee, it's her childhood sweetheart." "Ha? What's wrong with Su Xiaoyan? She has so many wealthy suitors, but she insists on finding a poor boy. That boy looks okay, but he exudes a sense of poverty all over his body." "No way, I don't believe it. Didn't someone say before that Su Xiaoyan arrived in a Lamborghini during the freshman welcoming ceremony?" "Lamborghini? Either it's another person, or he rented it. I saw that boy taking the bus with my own eyes, and when he got off, he ran all the way, as if he was afraid of being seen taking the bus to school. Oh, what a disgusting scumbag. Xiaoyan must have been deceived." Su Qian smiled indifferently. At this time, there was a commotion in the crowd not far away. A black G-Class led the way, followed by a BMW X5, Audi Q7, and two luxury cars, parked on the side of the road. A fashionable man with the appearance of a noble young man got out of the G-Class and walked straight towards Su Qian and Zhao Yu with the other two car owners. Zhao Yu's hands were sweating nervously. Wang Cheng is here too? Young Master Wang specially came to support me today." Su Qian stood up proudly to welcome Wang Cheng, and Zhao Yu also stood up nervously, revealing her two white jade-like long legs without reservation. Wang Cheng glanced sideways and said, You're here too." Zhao Yu was overjoyed that Wang Cheng, this top-rich young man, actually remembered her. Wang Cheng looked around and asked, "Is Su Xiaoyan not here?" "Xiaoyan said there's some traffic on the way, she'll be here soon." "Hee hee, what traffic? I've never felt stuck in traffic when driving my Mercedes-Benz C-Class." Just as he finished speaking, a white Mercedes-Benz C-Class slowly pulled over not far away. A girl with outstanding figure and looks got out of the car, the official campus belle Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan clung to Qin Chen's arm like a bird and walked towards Su Qian and the others. "Xiao Qian, happy birthday." When Wang Cheng saw Su Xiaoyan, he almost drooled. However, seeing Qin Chen next to Su Xiaoyan made him very unhappy. "Su Beauty, who is this?" Wang Cheng asked knowingly. "My boyfriend, Qin Chen." "Qin Chen, right? Where did you make your fortune? Looks like you're doing well, so young and already driving a Mercedes-Benz C-Class." Wang Cheng teased, and his friends beside him were all red-faced, holding back laughter. "I'm a freshman at Saifu University, that car is not mine, it belongs to a friend." Qin Chen said calmly, "Oh, borrowed it, scared me, I thought young people nowadays are so fierce, able to drive a Mercedes-Benz C-Class right away." Su Qian saw the situation and introduced, "Qin Chen, let me introduce you. This is Wang Cheng, a top student at the University of Posts and Telecommunications. His family is in the hotel business. The five-star hotel, Starry Sky Hotel, at the South Gate is their property. This is Gu Xiao, his family is in the clothing business, owning a garment factory in the south with annual sales of 4 to 50 million. This is Qian Xiao, a native of Kyoto, owning 3 houses in Shiyuan community in the south, each nearly 100 square meters, luxury homes worth 30,000 yuan per square meter." Su Qian calmly introduced the backgrounds of the several people, indirectly putting pressure on Qin Chen, who was facing a group of wealthy young masters. His borrowed Mercedes-Benz C-Class was simply not up to par. "Qin Chen, what does your family do?" Gu Xiao asked immediately. "My parents are ordinary workers at Jiangning Garment Factory." The 3 young masters smirked at the words, showing a hint of disdain. "Damn, what a low class, actually able to attract Su Xiaoyan." Su Qian greeted the two. "Qin Chen, Xiaoyan, what would you like to drink? Let me order." "Matcha frappuccino." Su Xiaoyan said. Qin Chen shook his head. "I don't like coffee." Su Qian snorted inwardly. This guy is too stingy, not even willing to order a drink at Starbucks. "It's okay, Qin Chen, my treat." "No need, thank you." Qin Chen still refused. Seeing the other party being so thick-skinned, she didn't continue. Seeing an opportunity, Wang Cheng immediately went to buy a matcha frappuccino for Su Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, your boyfriend is so thrifty, not even willing to buy a drink at Starbucks. No, Xiaochuan really can't drink coffee. Wang Cheng was infuriated upon hearing this. Damn, he still has to defend this poor guy. Seeing Wang Cheng's jealousy, Su Qian thought for a moment and said, Xiaoyan, we agreed to meet for lunch today, why did you only come now? Were you out borrowing a car with Qin Chen? Wang Cheng was pleased to see Su Qian being so understanding. Oh, Qin Chen, why bother borrowing a car when you come out to play? Just have Xiaoyan call me, I'll come pick you up. With that, he pressed the key of his Mercedes-Benz. Not far away, the upright and majestic Mercedes-Benz G-Class blinked its warning lights twice. Su Xiaoyan put down her Starbucks drink and said, we went to buy a car, but only found out after paying that the car wouldn't arrive for another half a year. Because we were in a hurry, the salesperson lent us her car. Wang Cheng smirked and said, oh, buying a car, huh? What car requires a half-year wait for delivery? Honda Accord? Toyota Highlander? Or the new Mercedes-Benz C? Qin Chen calmly replied, Ferrari. Wang Cheng thought he misheard, huh? Did you say Ferrari? Su Xiaoyan nodded, yes, Ferrari. The whole room fell silent. Wang Cheng, Gu Xiao, and Shen Xiao's faces turned pale. Su Qian was initially surprised, then looked at Qin Chen. She couldn't believe it because no matter how she looked at him, he didn't seem like a wealthy person. She tentatively asked, which model did you buy? Su Xiaoyan blinked her eyes, Xiaochuan, what was the name of the one we saw? La Ferrari, Qin Chen replied lightly. La Ferrari? La Ferrari. La Ferrari. Wang Xiao and the others' faces went from pale to bright red in an instant. They burst into laughter, rolling with amusement. Su Qian didn't understand why they suddenly lost control and asked, Wang Xiao, what's so funny? Wang Cheng slapped his thigh, saying, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just that Qin Chen's joke was too funny, I couldn't help it. Gu Xiao pinched his thigh, holding back a laugh. La Ferrari? Starting at 25 million, that legendary car? Haha, do you know how much it costs with all the options and taxes? 50 million. A goal of $500 million. Xian Xiao added, buying a LaFerrari isn't something anyone can do anytime. It's a supercar limited to 499 units worldwide. The buyer must be a loyal Ferrari customer, owning either 2 limited edition Ferraris or at least 5 regular Ferraris. Only then can they qualify to buy a LaFerrari. Do you have 2 limited edition Ferraris? No, Qin Chen replied calmly. Su Qian couldn't bear it anymore. Qin Chen loved showing off too much, not even hesitating to lie. If you don't have them, how did you buy a LaFerrari? Wang Cheng relentlessly pursued, because I directly bought 5 Ferraris on the spot, then I qualified to buy a LaFerrari. Qin Chen casually said, as if buying 5 Ferraris and 1 LaFerrari at once was a trivial matter. Everyone gasped in shock, they never expected Qin Chen to pull off such a move. It was followed by a burst of laughter. Ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Oh my god, this creativity is unbelievable, you should write novels. 5 Ferraris and 1 LaFerrari, almost $1 billion. Even the beloved national husband Wang Principal doesn't have your audacity. Su Xiaoyan was also surprised. Qin Chen hadn't mentioned the extra Ferraris he bought. Zhao Yu, seeing this, walked up to Su Xiaoyan, pulled her sleeve, and whispered, Xiaoyan, tell your boyfriend to stop. Wang Xiao and the others are well-traveled, your boyfriend can't fool them. Qin Chen, seeing Su Xiaoyan's face, chose not to argue with these people, knowing they wouldn't have any further contact after today. Wang Cheng, seeing Qin Chen's lack of response, took out a dark brown handbag from behind. Chen, happy birthday. When Su Qian saw the handbag, her eyes lit up. It was a Louis Vuitton handbag. She eagerly took it, opened the package, and found a monogrammed shoulder bag inside. Wow, it's this year's new LV shoulder bag. Wang Cheng smiled and said, it's nothing, just over 20,000 yuan. Wang Xiao, this is too expensive. Su Qian was polite on the surface, but she had already put on her backpack and started taking selfies. Wang Cheng looked at Qin Chen meaningfully and asked, Qin Chen, it's Chen Chen's birthday. You can't come empty-handed. What's your gift? Qin Chen thought for a moment and realized he hadn't prepared a gift in advance. However, he had just bought 5 Ferraris for LaFerrari, but he couldn't drive so many cars. So he said, I didn't prepare anything special, so I'll give you a Ferrari. Su Qian was stunned. She never expected Qin Chen to say he would give her a Ferrari. She was momentarily shocked and asked, which Ferrari? Currently, there's the Ferrari Roma, Ferrari Portofino, Ferrari SF90 Spider, Ferrari F8, and the latest release, the Ferrari SUV Purosang. Su Qian, tell me which one you like, and when the car arrives, I'll take you to pick it up. But it may take about half a year for the car, and for the Ferrari Purosang, it will probably take nearly a year. With that said, Wang Chang and the others burst into laughter, clapping their hands. Ha, giving a Ferrari, why not give a nuclear bomb? I've seen people brag, but never like this. Qin Chen, do you know how much a Ferrari costs? Like the Roma you just mentioned, it's around 3 million. Qin Chen realized that the other party's attitude was problematic, and he started to get annoyed. Don't believe me? Let's go to the Ferrari Center and see for ourselves. Su Qian's face turned pale and green, as if she had been fooled. She glanced at Su Xian secretly, thinking she was instigating her boyfriend to tease her. So she said unkindly, hee, Ferraris are too expensive. I can't afford it. You should keep it for yourself. Su Xian didn't want her friend's birthday to turn unpleasant, so she pulled Qin Chen's sleeve and whispered, Xiao Chuan, forget it, don't argue with them. With Su Xian's words, Qin Chen suppressed his anger and stopped arguing with these people. Seeing that the atmosphere was off, Zhao Yu quickly intervened. Hey, since everyone is so happy, should we change the venue? Sitting at Starbucks all the time is making our butts calloused. Wang Chang stood up and said, the second half has been arranged. Let's go to MIXXX. Su Qian's eyes lit up when she heard this. Wang, are you talking about the top nightclub in Kyoto, MIXXX? Of course, otherwise, where else in Kyoto would dare to use that name? But I heard that the consumption at MIXXX is much higher than other nightclubs. A small private room minimum spending is 3 to 4,000, and today is a weekend. Wang Chang waved his hand. Oh, how can other nightclubs compare to MIXXX? I've already booked a private room, only 50,000. Qian, it's your birthday, how can we be stingy? Su Qian smiled brightly. Mix is a place for the upper class to socialize. She was already prepared to clear her phone memory and must capture enough material for the whole year tonight. Wang Chang glanced at Qin Chen and snorted. Damn, poor guy, why is he silent now? The money I spend in one night is your family's annual living expenses. What can you use to compete with me for Su Xiaoyan? Ferrari, bah. With that, they drove to the MIXXX nightclub. Mix is located in the East City district of Kyoto and can be considered the largest nightclub in Kyoto. With an area of 5,000 square meters, it has over 90 private rooms of various sizes and 3 luxury VIP rooms. The overall style is cyberpunk industrial. It invites top DJs from around the world to perform regularly. The nation's favorite celebrities love to spend here, and it has set records of spending over $1 million in a night. Since its opening last year, it has been packed every day, with countless handsome men and beautiful women lining up outside, waiting to get in. When Qin Chen and his group arrived at MIXXX, it was already the prime time of the evening. The line at the entrance extended to the corner of the street, filled with nothing but long legs in stockings. At the entrance of the MIXXX nightclub, 2 to 3 dozen security guards were maintaining order. Wang Chang was driving his big G, preparing to park the car at the entrance of MIXXX. A security guard approached. Park the car in the basement. Wang Chang was displeased. This is a big G. The security guard sneered. Sir, just look at the cars parked at the entrance. Do you dare to park this next to them? Wang Chang looked towards the entrance of MIXXX and saw McLaren Senna, Ferrari 458, Porsche 918 Spider parked there. Every car was a luxury car. Every car was a limited edition. Wang Chang parking a Mercedes G500 next to these luxury cars was simply a joke. He awkwardly said, why are there so many tough guys here today? Where is the basement? Wang Chang headed to the basement, followed by the X5 and Q7 of those with less status and money, which couldn't compare. Qin Chen was driving a Mercedes C200 and saw an empty spot at the entrance of MIXXX, preparing to park there. Suddenly, a security guard hurried over, shouting, Stop, stop. The handsome men and beautiful women in line couldn't help but mock, another country bumpkin who doesn't know the rules. How dare he park a Mercedes C200 there, isn't he embarrassed? How dare he park at the entrance? My Audi A6L can only park on the side of the road. I feel embarrassed for him. The security guard, panting, approached. Don't you understand the rules? Park on the street. There's a spot here. Why can't I park here? Qin Chen questioned. Can't you see what kind of cars are parked at the entrance? Do you really dare to park your Mercedes C200 here? Parking spots are for parking. Are there different levels for parking spots? The security guard, seeing someone with such thick skin for the first time, said impatiently, Hey, you're really something, so shameless. Do you know where this is? Mix. There are different levels at its entrance. Qin Chen snorted, I must park here today. Call your manager and tell them Qin Chen is here. The security guard with hands on his hips said, I'm telling you, it won't work no matter who you call. But after a moment, the security guard hesitated. Qin Chen? This name sounded so familiar, like he had heard it somewhere. Wait, during the meeting the day before yesterday, the supervisor seemed to have mentioned that my XXX had a new owner, and the name was Qin Chen. The security guard's face turned pale, cold sweat dampening his back. He couldn't be sure if the person in front of him was the new owner, but the imposing manner displayed by the other party was definitely not that of an ordinary person. He quickly took 2 steps back and pressed the communication button on the walkie-talkie. Manager. The general manager of MIXXX was named Dai Jun. At that moment, he was in the office discussing driving skills with the atmosphere team. The continuous calls from the walkie-talkie interrupted him, and Dai Jun said irritably, "Damn it, which idiot keeps hogging the channel? Is it the end of the world? Can't they do anything sensibly?" The security guard replied nervously, "Manager, there's a customer named Qin Chen who wants to see you." "See you, my ass, do you think I'm the atmosphere team? If a customer wants to see me, they can see me." Suddenly, Dai Jun realized something was wrong, pushed the girl next to him aside, and shouted into the walkie-talkie, "What did you say the customer's name was?" "Qin Chen." The security guard replied, "Oh damn it." Dai Jun staggered and ran out of the office. Dai Jun quickly ran to the entrance of MIXXX, looking around. Among the crowd waiting in line, there were regulars at MIXXX who recognized Dai Jun and exclaimed, "Wow, look, it's the general manager of MIXXX. Are you talking about the one in the suit?" "Yes, as the general manager of the largest nightclub in all of Kyoto, the momentum is indeed extraordinary." Dai Jun saw a security guard standing next to a small Mercedes. He adjusted his collar, tidied up his messy hair, and walked briskly towards him. Dai Jun tried to look towards the driver's seat of the Mercedes and saw that the young and handsome person in the driver's seat was indeed the one from the information. A smile appeared on his face. "Boss Qin, I'm Dai Jun, the general manager of Mix. Why didn't you inform me in advance that you were coming to inspect the work today so I could prepare?" Qin Chen snorted, "Do I need to report to you when I come? You have quite the authority." Upon hearing this, Dai Jun realized that the big boss was getting angry at their first meeting. He looked around and immediately reacted, kicking the security guard's butt. "You blind fool, this is our Mix's big boss. Do I have the right to park here now?" Qin Chen impatiently asked. Yes, of course, Boss Qin, this is a small matter, I'll help you park." With that, Dai Jun respectfully opened the car door for Qin Chen, leaving everyone around astonished. Those trendy men and women who were just mocking the other party for not knowing the rules and having thick skin, feeling audacious to park a small Mercedes at the entrance of MIXXX, suddenly became speechless. The general manager of the largest nightclub in all of Kyoto, Dai Jun, showing such respect to the owner of a small Mercedes, what kind of status must that person have? What rules? Damn it, he is the rule. After parking the car, Dai Jun walked quickly to Qin Chen. "Boss, I've parked the car for you, I'll arrange a private room for you right away." Qin Chen nodded, and Dai Jun hurried off to make arrangements. At this moment, Wang Chang and his group finally emerged from the underground parking lot. Wang Chang looked at Qin Chen standing at the door and sneered, "Heh, it seems that cars under 500,000 yuan don't even have the qualification to enter the underground parking lot, they can only park on the roadside." The crowd burst into laughter. Qin Chen pointed to the side and said, "Open your eyes and take a good look, where is the car parked?" Following Qin Chen's direction, they saw a white Mercedes C200 parked in the prime spot at the entrance of MIXXX, surrounded by a circle of top supercars. Su Qian covered her face, embarrassed, and said, "Oh, how embarrassing. How dare you park the car there, don't you understand the rules?" Wang Cheng said, "I advise you to move your car quickly, or else the security will call for a tow truck. Do you not see all the supercars parked next to you?" Gu Xiao said, "Qin Chen, Kyoto is not your small county town, where you can show off with a Mercedes C. Do you know how much those luxury cars next to you cost? If you scratch one of them, your family will have to sell the house." Zhao Yu walked up, holding Su Xiaoyan's hand. "Xiaoyan, please advise Qin Chen, those cars look like they cost several million, if something happens, it will be a disaster." Su Xiaoyan's emotions were getting heated, originally thinking that today was Su Qian's birthday, she should endure as a guest. But these people were becoming increasingly disrespectful towards Qin Chen, so she said, "Those cars are nothing to Xiao Chuan. We parked the car there solely because Xiao Chuan is the owner of MIXXX. You are underestimating Xiao Chuan." Su Xiaoyan, you say your boyfriend is the owner of MIXXX? Oh, I can't take it, I'm going to die laughing. Just bought a Ferrari, now he's the owner of MIXXX. Why don't you say you're the president of the United States? Su Qian, with an unhappy face, said, "Xiaoyan, I know you're jealous because Wang Xiao bought me an LV. But please be realistic, stop making up fantasies." At this moment, a salesperson walked out of the nightclub. Wang Chang recognized him at a glance, he was the salesperson Li Yuan he had been in contact with. He approached him. Li Ge, is my reserved table ready? My friends are all here. Li Yuan glanced at Wang Cheng and said, today there are too many people, your table was taken by someone else. What? Wang Cheng was furious. I made a reservation with you 2 days in advance, how can you just cancel it like that? Li Yuan lit a cigarette and said impatiently, the boss upstairs just ordered 100,000 worth of alcohol, do you want to compete with them? Hearing this, Wang Cheng's face turned green. Spending 100,000 in one night? What a waste. He felt heartache spending 50,000, let alone 100,000. Trying to please Li Yuan, he said, brotherly, we're already here, you can't let me lose face, right? I've also contributed to your performance. Li Yuan coldly snorted, you spend 10 to 20,000 a month. What's the point? Only the bar counter is available. Bar counter? Do we have to sit side by side with others? Wang Cheng looked embarrassed. Just the bar counter, take it or leave it. There are still many people waiting outside. Li Yuan said impatiently. Fine. Wang Cheng thought to himself, it's better to get in than not, maybe he'll see some familiar faces inside and share a seat. With his 3 beautiful companions, someone would surely be willing. He reluctantly returned to Su Qian and the others, saying, our reserved table was taken by a big shot who ordered 200,000 worth of alcohol, so he couldn't keep our table. But after some negotiation, he managed to get us a spot at the bar counter. Let's go in first. Hearing this, the group had nothing to say. After all, the person who ordered 200,000 worth of alcohol was a big shot, and ordinary people had no right to compete for seats with them. Just as Wang Cheng and his group were about to enter the club, Su Shaoyan suggested, no reserved table? That's perfect, we can go to Xiao Chuan's private room. Su Qian impatiently said, Xiaoyan, it's too late for that. Stop boasting for your boyfriend. Wang Cheng added, do you know the minimum spending in Mix's private room? At least 500,000. And it's hard to get a reservation, only big bosses and celebrities can book it, ordinary people, even if they have money, can't reserve it. At this moment, Zhao Yu, who had been holding Su Shaoyan's hand, couldn't bear it anymore. She didn't want to see her friend deteriorate further, so she said, Xiaoyan, can you stop boasting like Qin Shen? Even if he's great in every way, he's just an ordinary person. No matter how you fantasize, he won't become rich or a tycoon. If you really want a wealthy boyfriend, you can find someone else. Like the guy who was rumored to own a limited edition Lamborghini at school. If Qin Shen were him, no matter what he says, we would believe it. Su Shaoyan listened to the people in front of her, feeling both angry and amused, about to retort when Dai Jun rushed towards them. Wang Cheng immediately recognized him as the general manager of MIXXX. Dai Jun approached Qin Shen respectfully and said, Boss, private room 001 is ready, you can take your friends in. The atmosphere froze, Wang Cheng, Su Qian, and the others were shocked. What's going on? Dai Jun called Qin Shen the boss? What boss? The boss of MIXXX? Is Qin Shen really the owner of this nightclub? Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their ears. Dai Jun led the way with a fawning expression, guiding them to the suspended second-floor private room 001. Inside Qin Shen's private room, there was a huge glass window facing the entire MIXXX nightclub, directly opposite the DJ booth. People downstairs had to look up to catch a glimpse of the room. It was both private and atmospheric. With little money and Gu Shao entering the room, they were nervous, feeling like they might wet themselves. For them, the cost of this room tonight might be all they had. Recalling their previous words to Qin Shen, their whole demeanor changed. The confidence on their faces and the disdainful look towards Qin Shen were nowhere to be found. The two of them could only sit in the corner with their legs crossed, nodding obediently. When Su Qian and Zhao Yu entered the private room, everyone was shocked. Although they often came to MIXXX, they had never been to the second-floor private room at MIXXX. With their 7-point looks, none of the wealthy young men would be interested in them. Women who could go upstairs all had looks that were no less than 8 points. Su Qian regretted it deeply and wanted to slap herself on the spot. How could she be so short-sighted to help Wang Cheng provoke Qin Shen? All for that LV bag? Qin Shen could easily gift himself a Ferrari. Su Qian thought for a moment and took the opportunity when Su Shaoyan went to the restroom. She quickly approached Qin Shen and said, Qin Xiao, you mentioned giving me a Ferrari just now, isn't it in 6 months? I can wait. It's too late. You don't have a chance, Qin Shen said coldly, ignoring Su Qian's indifferent tone. With the lively music and dim lighting, Su Qian couldn't help but show off in front of Qin Shen. She tried to hold Qin Shen's hand and bring it to her chest. Qin Xiao, it was all Wang Cheng's fault today, causing me to misunderstand you. To show my apology, I'm willing to do whatever you want, as long as you're willing to forgive me. Qin Shen looked at Su Qian's coquettish behavior with disdain and said sternly, go away. Su Qian persisted, I can go anywhere you want, as long as you command, I'll do it. So, everyone saw the usually arrogant Su Qian lying on the ground, rolling back and forth. She kept laughing and trying to please Qin Chen. It was a stark contrast to her previous disdainful and mocking attitude towards Qin Chen. Qin Chen had never seen such shameless behavior before. Coming here today and opening a private room for these people was giving Su Shayan face. He and the people in front of him were not on the same level, so there was no need to force themselves together. Wang Chang, feeling frustrated, took a few sips of Louis XIII and started to get a bit drunk. Seeing Su Qian flirting with Qin Chen, he felt annoyed. How could there be a man more cunning than himself? This man clearly didn't respect him, the prince of a five-star hotel. Holding up his glass, he shouted, Qin Chen. Qin Chen coldly glanced at Wang Chang. What are you yelling about? Is there something else? Damn it, you bumpkin from a county town, do you think you're the boss of my XXX? I'm not afraid of you like they are. Let me tell you, you're nothing in my eyes. This is Kyoto, not your small county town of Jiangning. Just a nightclub owner. What are you pretending for? My family's five-star hotel is worth 100 million. Your little property is like child's play in front of me. Wang Cheng then hugged Su Qian and said, you see, it's just a Ferrari, serve me well tonight, and I'll buy it for you. Su Qian suddenly realized as if she had been enlightened. Yes, no matter how Qin Chen was, he was just a nightclub owner. Wang Chang was the real second-generation rich, the prince of a five-star hotel. She stood up, pointed at Qin Chen, and said, damn it, I almost fell for your trick. How dare a nightclub owner like you challenge Wang Chang? Seeing Su Qian's attitude, Wang Chang was very satisfied and started to get excited. Holding up his glass, he stood on the sofa and said loudly, at this point, I won't hide it from you. My family's five-star hotel is about to enter into a strategic cooperation with a major international brand, renaming and joining their group. By then, our hotel will be an international super five-star hotel, and the market value will increase fivefold. Money and Gu were thrilled by this news, as it was the first time they heard such insider information. Wang, who are you cooperating with? Wang, a fivefold increase in market value, doesn't that mean your net worth will exceed 500 million? Wang Chun laughed heartily, Qin Chen, when the time comes to successfully cooperate with the Hilton Group, I will open a bigger and more luxurious nightclub next to you, dig out all your people, and bring you down. Hilton Group? Hearing this, Su Qian was completely confused. Cooperating with the Hilton Group, one of the top 500 companies in the world, was like holding a golden mountain. At this moment, she ignored how perverse and violent Wang Chang was. She nestled in Wang Chang's arms, young Master Wang, I will follow you from now on. Whatever position you want me in, I will be in that position. Wang Chang pinched Su Qian's chin, you despicable thing, so cheap. Woof woof woof. Hilton Group? Qin Chen's brows furrowed. Seeing Qin Chen's reaction, Wang Chang felt even more pleased. Hick, you don't know the Hilton Group? Still using your phone to search. It's one of the top 500 companies in the world, a foreign-funded enterprise with an annual turnover of billions of dollars. A brand that the wealthy flock to, a symbol of luxury, where even the most ordinary rooms start at 4 figures. If you're scared, let Su Shayan accompany me for a night, and I might consider not targeting your MIXXX. Without seeing Qin Chen begging for mercy, Wang Chang dialed a phone number. Hello, Xiaing, is the group planning to acquire a hotel called Mantiangsing recently? Xiaing on the other end of the phone was surprised. This big boss never cared about the group's affairs, so why was he calling to inquire today? But out of professional ethics as a secretary, Xiaing answered, yes, boss, the group is negotiating the acquisition of a local hotel in Kyoto because the group sees potential in its location. Before Xiaing could finish, Qin Chen interrupted, stop the project, halt the acquisition, and spread the word in the industry. Any company planning to acquire Mantiangsing is going against our Hilton Group, and I will not hesitate to target them in the secondary market. Xiaing hesitated, boss, the acquisition project needs to be signed. Are you the boss or am I the boss? Qin Chen scolded. Yes. Xiaing's timid voice came from the phone before she hung up. Qin Chen looked at Wang Chang as if he were a clown. Wang Chang slammed a glass in disdain, Qin Chen, at this point, you're still pretending. A few seconds later, his phone rang. Wang Chang picked it up and saw that it was his father, Wang Mingquan. The person he feared most in his life was his father. Without a word, he quickly answered the phone, Dad. On the phone, Wang Mingquan roared hoarsely, you unfilial son. Who did you offend? What trouble did you cause outside? Now, the Hilton Group has terminated all cooperation with our family, and all previous verbal agreements are null and void. Do you know what our family's debt situation is like now? This failed deal will lead our whole family to ruin. Wang Mingquan scolded his son relentlessly, listing his wrongdoings. After a while, Wang Mingquan seemed to receive another message on the phone. He fell silent for a moment, his voice filled with despair. It's over, it's over. The Hilton Group has announced in the industry that they are targeting our Wang family by name. No one dares to cooperate with us anymore. Our Wang family is finished. Listening to the voice on the phone, Wang Cheng's face turned pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Suddenly feeling weak all over, his phone slipped from his hand, fell to the ground, and shattered. Wang Cheng's legs gave out, kneeling on the ground, crawling towards Qin Chen. Who are you really? What kind of person are you? Why are you treating our Wang family like this? Qin Chen kicked Wang Cheng away, looking down at him. I am the new owner of the Hilton Group. From the beginning, I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it, repeatedly provoking me. The second-generation heir of a mere five-star hotel, all day long, you were disrespectful to me. Didn't your father teach you that the waters in Jiangning run deep? I know I was wrong, I apologize to you, I was wrong. I beg you, spare our Wang family, forgive us. Wang Cheng knelt on the ground, knocking his head like pounding garlic. He looked up at Qin Chen again, that young, fair, and handsome face. At this moment, more terrifying than any devil, suffocating. Just 2 sentences sentenced his Wang family to death, never to turn over. Qin Chen looked around the room. Today I give Xiaoyan face, otherwise starting from the first word you said, each of your families will end up like the Wang family. Gu Xiaoqian shrank in the corner, trembling and shaking all over. Su Qian was so scared that she dared not move, cold sweat dripping all over her body. She repeatedly jumped around and mocked Qin Chen several times. Compared to Wang Cheng, she was even worse. Suddenly, a hot and stinky liquid flowed from the roots of her black silk. Su Qian frantically pulled her skirt to cover her ugly state. Qin Chen turned around. The private room is left for you to play slowly. Whoever dares to badmouth in front of Xiaoyan, I will bury his whole family. With that, he opened the door and left the private room. Mix Nightclub, outside the second-floor private room. Congratulations to the challenger, completed side mission, endure no more, mission reward, obtain 50% stake in Jiahan Media. Qin Chen looked at the prompt in front of him, surprised. Jiahan Media? Isn't that the company founded by Boss Yang Mi? As far as I remember, Boss Yang seems to only hold 19% of the shares. Now I hold 50% of the shares, making me the largest shareholder of the company. Wait, Reba seems to be in this company too. Qin Chen made up his mind to visit the company when he had time. He closed the prompt interface, but this time the system did not exit directly as before. Instead, it jumped to a new page. Character attributes, Qin Chen, gender, male, martial arts, peak level 4, medical skills, peak level 1. Qin Chen looked at it. Many parts of this page were blank. Only medical skills and martial arts were highlighted. He once again closed the system interface by driving his mind. His eyes immediately returned to normal, everything clear before him. Why is Xiaoyan taking so long in the restroom? Qin Chen looked at the sign and headed there. Just as he was about to go downstairs, he met Su Xiaoyan hurrying back. Xiaoxuan, why are you coming out? Seeing Su Xiaoyan's expression not right, Qin Chen asked vigilantly, Xiaoyan, what's wrong? You don't look well? Su Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment and said, nothing. Xiaoyan, I'm a bit tired, let's go first. Su Xiaoyan nodded. She also didn't like this noisy environment. The two held hands and walked out. Mix first floor, the largest No. 001 card seat. A middle-aged man wearing a boy logo short-sleeved shirt, with a big head and big ears, sat on the sofa and took a big sip of beer, angrily saying, damn it, just saw a super beautiful woman, looks so pure. Coming to the nightclub to play, there are a few decent women. I just wanted to invite her to the card seat and see if there's a chance to take her home at night. But damn it, as soon as I put my arm around her, she slapped me. Boss Chen, who dares to slap you? Tell me what she looks like, I'll check for you. A hostess in revealing attire sitting at the table spoke up. That woman was wearing a white linen retro top, with yellow daisies embellishing the neckline and cuffs, and a knee-length black skirt. Boss Chen vividly described. Is it her? The man sitting in the main seat pointed in the direction of the door and asked. Boss Chen looked in that direction. Yes, Hauga, it's her. Damn it, pretending to be innocent in front of me, and then being taken away by a man. The man in the main seat moved his finger, and the bodyguard standing beside him leaned over to listen. Biao, take people to bring that woman to Boss Chen. Yes, boss. Biao nodded, took 3 people with him, and walked away. Boss Chen was both surprised and delighted. He quickly picked up his wine glass, shifted forward, and said, How go, it might not be good to be strong here, after all, this is Kyoto. The man in the main seat glanced at Boss Chen and disdainfully said, With me, Zhang Tianhao, here, what are you afraid of? Or is it that you look down on me, Zhang Tianhao? Boss Chen was so frightened by Zhang Tianhao's gaze that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly downed the wine in his glass. Zhang Tianhao in front of him was known as a ruthless figure in the suburbs of Kyoto and the surrounding areas of Hebei province. As two big shots who had a hand in everything, Tianhao was the chairman of a financial company, worth millions, and had over 100 employees under him. In Hebei province, there was once a director who said he would investigate Tianhao's financial company, but in a few days, that director lost his position. After that, everyone knew how powerful Tianhao's backing was. Tianhao's female companion beside him smiled and said, "Boss Chen, although Hao Ji's main business is in Hebei province, his influence reaches far and wide, so rest assured." Upon hearing this, Boss Chen nodded repeatedly, "With Hao Gu here, I have nothing to worry about. Hao Gu, let's split the development of that mine in the village 50-50. Hearing this, Zhang Tianhao finally showed a hint of a smile. At the entrance of MAXXX in Kyoto, Qin Chen led Su Xiaoyan out of the nightclub towards a white Mercedes-Benz C200 sedan. After the two got into the car, Qin Chen started the engine and was about to drive off when he saw four men in suits with serious expressions standing in front of the car. Su Xiaoyan was a bit scared and trembling all over. "Xiao Chuan, are they the people sent by that person?" "That person?" Qin Chen asked in confusion. Su Xiaoyan then told Qin Chen everything that happened at the restroom door. "Xiao Chuan, let's call the police." Su Xiaoyan's voice trembled as she spoke. The four men in front of them were nearly 2 meters tall, with muscular and imposing figures. Qin Chen reached out and touched Su Xiaoyan's forehead. "It's okay, Xiaoyan, I'm here. I'll go down and see what's going on." Su Xiaoyan held onto Qin Chen, shaking her head. "It's too dangerous, Xiao Chuan." "It's okay, besides, if something happens at my own nightclub entrance, the people inside will help me." With that, Qin Chen got out of the car and asked the four men in front of the car, "What do you want?" Seeing a man getting out of the car and speaking, Biao said coldly, "Our boss Hao Gu wants to invite this lady for a drink and take her with us." "Hao Gu? Which Hao Gu?" "Hebei, Zhang Tianhao, a big shot you can't afford to offend." Qin Chen sneered, "Even ants dare to call themselves big shots." Biao's mouth twitched, and he signaled to the other three men beside him. The three men moved forward, ready to subdue Qin Chen by force. But before the three men could get close to Qin Chen, he kicked one of them down. The other two were stunned and stood frozen in place. Then, two more kicks came. The two men fell to the ground, unconscious. Just 3 kicks, and 3 strong men nearly 2 meters tall were lying unconscious on the ground. Biao was shocked to see this. "Who are you? Are you a martial artist?" Biao didn't expect to encounter a martial artist here and couldn't help but take him seriously. "Who am I?" Qin Chen tilted his head and said, "I'm someone you can't afford to mess with." This statement made Biao's anger reach its peak. "You're too arrogant, thinking that you can be invincible in the martial arts world just starting out, looking down on everyone. Today, you're unlucky to run into me. I'll show you that there are always people stronger than you." With that, Biao gathered his energy, mobilizing the martial arts power in his body, transforming from an ordinary practitioner into a martial arts powerhouse. Biao was the top fierce warrior under Zhang Tianhao, a person Zhang Tianhao had rescued from the military prison in the Golden Triangle. With a fiery temper, he once single-handedly took down an armed squad in the Golden Triangle. It took a whole platoon to finally capture him. After being rescued by Zhang Tianhao over 10 years ago, he had fought countless battles and made significant contributions for Zhang Tianhao. When Zhang Tianhao was ambushed, he single-handedly repelled more than 20 people. Biao's martial power was released externally, and a difficult-to-name aura faintly emanated from his body. Even the mosquitoes and flies at the scene were deterred by his aura and flew around. "You are young, and judging by your way of attacking, at most you are at the peak of the first level of martial arts." In the eyes of ordinary people, the peak of the first level of martial arts may be like a war god. But in the eyes of martial arts practitioners, it is only the most basic strength. And at the peak of the second level of martial arts, there is a whole level of difference between you and me. With that, Biao suddenly kicked off the ground and smashed a punch. His figure moved swiftly, accompanied by a whistling wind as he advanced. If an ordinary person were hit by this punch, several ribs would surely break. Su Xiaoyan sat in the car and exclaimed, "Xiaochuan, hide quickly," while Qin Chen outside the car remained calm. He placed his left hand behind his back and supported with his right hand. He opened his palm and caught Biao's punch with one hand. Biao's face immediately turned pale. Even a metal door would have a hole punched through it by this punch, yet it was caught by the young man in front of him with one hand. In an instant, Biao felt as if his iron fist had struck a 100-ton steel plate. His hand was sore from the impact, with a faint feeling of bone fracture. He quickly withdrew his hand. "I didn't expect you to be a second-level expert too?" Biao re-evaluated the young man in front of him. How could someone so young possibly be a second-level expert? He had to exert all his strength. For the previous punch, he was afraid of hitting too hard and causing an accident. This time, Abayo mobilized all his martial power and concentrated it on his right fist. Although he couldn't yet determine the opponent's level among the second level of martial arts experts, Abayo could no longer afford to be careless. He rushed towards Qin Shen. Abayo used the technique of integrating waist and horse to throw this punch, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to be blown up by the force of the punch. Qin Shen frowned slightly, realizing that the opponent was using lethal force. In that case, he could no longer hold back. Qin Shen suddenly raised his leg and kicked, sending Abayo flying in the air. This kick directly kicked Abayo 10 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. A large piece of cement ground was dented. Is this the strength of a peak level 4 expert? This was the first time Qin Shen had used martial power in combat, and his assessment of his true strength was a bit inaccurate. A taste of blood filled Abayo's chest, and he looked incredulously at the young man in front of him. You are not a second level. You lied to me. Qin Shen walked over step by step, looking down at Abayo. When did I say I was second level? Abayo's eyes were bloodshot and filled with despair as he looked at Qin Shen. The gap between himself and this young man was like heaven and earth, and being killed by him was no different from being killed by an ant. Stop! Just then, a middle-aged man walked over from a distance, and it was Zhang Tianhao. He had not seen his men return for a long time at the nightclub and suspected that Abayo might have gotten into trouble, so he came out to check personally. After coming out, he saw his most capable subordinate lying on the ground unable to get up. Young man, where are you from? Zhang Tianhao asked calmly. Qin Shen glanced at him and replied, You are not worthy of knowing. Zhang Tianhao was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Young man, you seem to be quite capable. But in today's society, what's the use of being capable? I have seen people more capable than you, but in the end, for someone even more capable, I just need to make a phone call, and they will end up in jail tomorrow. At Zhang Tianhao's level of business, it was impossible to say that there were no connections. The world of martial arts is not just about fighting, but also about human relationships and worldly wisdom. He used official words to threaten Qin Shen. Are you scared now? I despise you martial artists the most, only knowing how to use fists and feet, without using your brains at all. Let me tell you, you have offended someone today that you cannot afford to offend. Now, kneel down and apologize to me. Let your girl accompany me for 7 days and nights, and I may consider letting you go. Qin Shen's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of killing intent. If Zhang Tianhao is not dealt with, Xiaoyan will probably have trouble in the next period of time. But now that it's resolved, the problem will become more difficult. Just as he was considering the next step, the phone in his arms rang. Qin Shen frowned, took out his phone from his arms, and checked the caller ID. Xiao Chen? When he saw Xiao Chen's name, Qin Shen was puzzled at first, wondering who it was. Then he remembered that Xiao Chen seemed to be Kung Fu's bodyguard. After some thought, he answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Qin? I'm Xiao Chen. The old master has been coughing badly again today. Miss asked me to ask if you could spare some time to come and take a look. Xiao Chen's voice on the phone was very respectful. Qin Shen paused for a moment and replied, I've encountered some minor troubles here, so I may not be able to come over for a while. Xiao Chen quickly asked, Mr. Qin, what kind of trouble have you encountered? Can you tell me? The old master once said that Mr. Qin has a favor to the Kong family, and your affairs are the Kong family's affairs. Although I am just a bodyguard by the old master's side, I can still help you solve some small problems. Qin Shen thought for a moment and said, It's at the entrance of MIXXX. There's a guy named Hao Gu who said he wants my girlfriend to accompany him for 7 days and nights, or else he'll kill me. Xiao Chen, upon hearing this, became nervous. Hao Gu? I've never heard of such a person in Kyoto. The sound of starting a car came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Qin, please wait. At the entrance of MIXXX? I'll be there in 10 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shen didn't take it seriously. Zhang Tianhao stood still, watching Qin Shen finish the call without any intention of stopping him. Damn it, what kind of power could a young man driving a Mercedes-Benz see behind him? Even if you find 100 helpers, it's useless. Let me tell you, kid, you've kicked the iron plate today. If your woman is not played by me, this matter won't be over. A Biao lay on the ground, gritting his teeth. Kid, even if your martial arts strength is higher than mine, so what? In front of absolute power, you are nothing. After Hauge finishes playing with your woman, I won't let her go either. I will tie you to a chair and watch me play. Qin Shen looked at a Biao on the ground, wanting to kick him again. But now he didn't know how to control his peak level of 4th grade martial arts strength. If he kicked again, a Biao would definitely not see the sun tomorrow. So, Qin Shen simply lifted his foot and stepped on a Biao's mouth. In an instant, a Biao's mouth was shattered, with broken teeth filling his entire oral cavity. A Biao cried out in pain, unable to speak anymore. Seeing a Biao's miserable state, Zhang Tianhao angrily shouted, "Kid, you wait for me." With that, he took out his phone and dialed a number. "Captain Lu? This is Tianhao. I came to Kyoto today to discuss business, but now someone is threatening me, and he has injured my men. 10 minutes? Okay, thank you, Captain Lu. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of MIXXX. After that, Zhang Tianhao put away his phone. "Kid, let me tell you, you're finished for life." In less than 10 minutes, 2 black and white cars arrived. They were vehicles from the Public Security Bureau, and a plainclothes public security officer got out of the car. He got out of the car, straightened his chest, and walked slowly towards Zhang Tianhao. Zhang Tianhao quickly stepped forward, took out a cigarette, and handed it over. "Captain Lu, I'm really sorry to trouble you." Captain Lu looked proud and full of disdain and pride in his eyes. He took the cigarette, put it in his mouth, and Zhang Tianhao quickly lit it for him. "Zhang Tianhao, you haven't changed your ways. How come you're still causing trouble, not to mention causing trouble in Kyoto?" Captain Lu's tone was displeased, a kind of demonstration from a superior to a subordinate. Zhang Tianhao looked humble. "Captain Lu, where did you get that idea?" "I came to Kyoto today to discuss business. Unexpectedly, I ran into this kid and he injured my men with a single move." Captain Lu frowned and glanced at the scene. Seeing 4 burly men lying on the ground, he asked in surprise, "How many people were on the other side?" One. Lu Dui was even more surprised. Zhang Tianhao pointed to Qin Shen a few steps away. "It's him." Lu Dui, intentionally harming others is equivalent to plotting for money and murder. His attempted murder should be severely punished. Lu Dui secretly assessed Qin Shen and the car behind him. Seeing that the license plate was not a special number and Qin Shen's face was unfamiliar, he felt relieved. Lu Dui saw that Qin Shen was standing still, without any intention of making a move, so he asked, "What's your name, and why did you harm someone?" "Qin Shen, I acted because they harassed and insulted my girlfriend." Lu Dui pointed to the 4 people on the ground. "Regardless of the reason, did you attack these people?" Qin Shen sneered, "Is self-defense also wrong? How dare you? Who are you to speak to me like this? Answer yes or no." Qin Shen understood that the other party was clearly setting a trap for him. If he answered yes, he would fall into their hands. "You are in cahoots with Zhang Tianhao." Seeing Qin Shen silenced by Lu Dui's few words, Zhang Tianhao couldn't help but feel smug. "Kid, so what if we are in cahoots? I've told you long ago, you can't beat me. If I want you alive, you live. If I want you dead, you die." Lu Dui said, "You are now refusing to cooperate with our Public Security Bureau's investigation. Do you know that this will only worsen your situation?" Both sides were at a standstill, tensions rising. Lu Dui was about to call his team to arrest Qin Shen. A black Audi S6 roared in and stopped between them. A tough man with a crew cut, wearing a camouflage jacket, military pants, and military-style boots, got out of the car. The man was none other than Xiao Chen, who had just spoken with Qin Shen. He got out of the car, quickly assessed the situation, then walked up to Qin Shen. "Sorry for being late, mister. Qin, are you okay?" Qin Shen nodded. Seeing Qin Shen unharmed, Xiao Chen suddenly turned and looked at Zhang Tianhao and Lu Dui behind him. Lu Dui's face turned abnormal the moment he saw the Audi's license plate. Xiao Chen saw Lu Dui, and how close he was standing to Zhang Tianhao, and immediately understood what was going on. He angrily shouted, "Lu Chang, what are you doing here?" Lu Chang stiffened, standing up straight. "Chun, Shengu, I'm investigating a case." "What case are you investigating?" This mister. Zhang said that person attacked someone, and Xiao Chen stepped forward and slapped Lu Chang, causing him to stagger. "Stop talking nonsense. Don't think I don't know who Zhang Tianhao is. Let me tell you, mister. Qin is an old man's friend, a guest of the Kong family." Lu Chang, with a look of disbelief, stared at Qin Shen. He is the old man's friend? A guest of the Kong family? In Lu Chang's impression, the Kong family's head was already over 80. His friends were usually elderly, with high status and remarkable identities. The young man in front of him seemed to be around 20. How could he be the old man's friend? "Don't you believe me? The old man is hosting a banquet today and personally sent me to invite Mr. Qin to the mansion." Lu Chang suddenly understood why the A6 was here. This special car was allocated by the state to the old man as a reward for his contributions to the country's defense. This car was not usually driven out, and if it was, it meant that it was hosting a very important person. Xiao Chen respectfully asked, Mr. Qin, how would you like to handle this matter? Qin Chen, realizing the special status of the Kong family, decided he didn't need to take matters into his own hands. I don't want to see him outside again, Qin Chen said expressionlessly. Xiao Chen looked sharply at Lu Chang. You must explain today's events to Mr. Qin. Otherwise, if the old man gets angry, your life is over. Lu Chang immediately understood the implications and replied, Yes, I understand. I will report back immediately, set up a special task force, and thoroughly investigate all illegal activities of Zhang Tianhao, and deal with it severely. Zhang Tianhao on the side felt his scalp tingling upon hearing this. What's going on? How did the reinforcements I called become the ones to arrest me? Captain Lu. He was about to speak when a silver handcuff flew towards him and firmly restrained him. Zhang Tianhao, you are now suspected of being involved in multiple cases of injuring others. You are under arrest. I hope you will not resist and cooperate with our work. Zhang Tianhao felt like the sky was falling. He was just here to have a drink and flirt with girls. How did it come to digging up his past? Who exactly was that young man? His legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to Qin Chen, apologizing, Qin Ge, Mr. Qin, I was blind and foolish, I was an idiot, I drank a bit too much horse urine, and my eyes went blind. I shouldn't have offended you, I was wrong. Please spare me, I will leave Kyoto immediately, I will leave right away, I won't dare to do it again. Qin Chen withdrew his gaze, not even looking at Zhang Tianhao again, and said to Lu Chang, with his criminal record, can he be sentenced to life imprisonment? Captain Lu was shocked. This young man was really ruthless. He quickly replied, I will investigate thoroughly. Based on what I know about Zhang Tianhao, he should at least get a life sentence. Qin Chen nodded, good, I will send the arrest warrant when the time comes. Zhang Tianhao, upon hearing this, blacked out and fainted, then was taken away by Lu Chang from the scene. Mr. Qin, the matter has been resolved. Please come with me for a while. Seeing Xiao Chen resolving a trouble for himself, Qin Chen couldn't refuse at this point. He first comforted Su Shayan, then called a driver to take Su Shayan back to the university, and he himself rode in Xiao Chen's car to the Kong family. Su Shayan was sensible and understanding. She saw Xiao Chen helping Qin Chen out of the current crisis and knew he was a capable person. When men handle things, it's better for women not to be a burden. So after hugging Qin Chen tightly for half a minute, she left first. Qin Chen got into the A6 and drove towards the northern suburbs. As soon as he got in the car, a system prompt appeared in front of Qin Chen. Congratulations to the challenger, completed side mission, eliminate evil, mission reward, medical skill experience bonus 100%, promoted to level 2 in medical skills. As the reward prompt disappeared, the character attributes panel appeared. Character attributes, Qin Chen, gender, male, martial arts, peak level 4, medical skills, entry level 2, medical skills have been upgraded to level 2. After closing the system prompt interface, Qin Chen felt like a massive amount of medical knowledge was forcibly stuffed into his brain. The knowledge was accompanied by many clinical experiences and techniques. Most importantly, his understanding of the essence of life had been further enhanced. Feeling exhausted from absorbing all the information, Qin Chen lay back on the rear seat of the A6, breathing heavily. The A6 was a bit old, but the quality of the leather seats and the suede on the ceiling remained as clean and solid as new. It was evident that the owner rarely used this car and maintained it very well. Xiao Chen drove the car and glanced at Qin Chen through the rearview mirror. Mr. Qin, you must be curious about the old man's identity. Yes, this car is not ordinary. Before getting in the car, Qin Chen saw the Warzone license plate and the Warzone pass on the windshield, and he already understood the true value of this car. Xiao Chen nodded, believing that it was better to inform Qin Chen of the old man's identity before taking him there. The old man served in the army when he was young, participated in numerous battles, defended the southern border, and made significant contributions. He and 7 other generals became the 8 war gods of Huaxia. The 8 great war gods of Huaxia. Qin Chen's expression changed slightly. This title has gradually been forgotten in the current era of peace and prosperity. But decades ago, it represented the guardian deity in the hearts of countless Huaxia people. Qin Chen looked at the peaceful scene outside the car, and made a decision in his heart. No matter what, he must heal this war god who has made significant contributions to Huaxia. The car drove out of the city center along the 3rd Ring Road, passing through a lush forest and lake. It stopped in front of a large gate with green tiles and blue bricks, behind which was a large courtyard surrounded by tall and solemn walls. Mr. Qin, this is the senior sanatorium of the Northern War Zone, where retired senior military officials from the War Zone live. The old man. Oh no, I should call him the old commander, also lives here. With that, Xiao Chen led Qin Chen out of the car to an electric sightseeing car. Mr. Qin, the people living in the sanatorium are prominent figures who have fought for the country. They are old now, and in order not to disturb their rest, everyone needs to switch to an electric sightseeing car after entering the gate. Xiao Chen explained as he skillfully started the electric car. Qin Chen didn't mind this at all. He held a deep respect for the older generation who fought for the country. The electric car drove along a quiet path, with elderly people and white-clad caregivers passing by. Each of these elderly people had a legendary story, and although they were old, they still exuded a strong spirit. Xiao Chen saw another electric car not far away and headed towards Kong Lao's house. Upon closer inspection, he saw the person in the car. Miss is here too. Miss? Qin Chen asked in confusion. Xiao Chen hurriedly explained, Miss refers to the daughter of the old commander. The commander has 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Kong Xiang, inherited his father's legacy and serves the country, guarding the southern border. The second daughter, Kong Meng, works diligently in a routine job and is unmarried to this day, currently working at the Kyoto TV station. As for the youngest son, Sai, Xiao Chen hesitated, then finally said, as for the youngest son, he always causes trouble outside with the help of the family's connections. Although he is not as successful as his older brother and sister in Kyoto, Jizhou, and Jiangning, he has managed to establish a decent reputation. Qin Chen nodded, not too concerned about other people's family matters. He came here today mainly to fulfill Kung Fu's request and save his life. Xiao Chen's speed was fast, and soon he stopped at the entrance of a villa along with the car in front. Getting off the car, he respectfully greeted the woman next to him, Miss. Kong Meng on the car looked to be around 30 years old, well-maintained. There was not a single wrinkle on her fair face, making her look no different from a woman in her 20s. With exquisite and elegant makeup, coupled with a well-tailored female suit, she exuded a capable aura. Kong Meng glanced at Xiao Chen, then at Qin Chen in the car, and asked sternly, Xiao Chen, who is he? This is Mr. Qin, who came to treat the old commander. Oh, which hospital is he from? Xiao Chen was momentarily embarrassed, not knowing how to respond. Qin Chen calmly spoke up, I'm not a doctor, I'm a student at Kai University. Upon hearing Qin Chen's self-introduction, Kong Meng's originally indifferent face suddenly turned angry. Xiao Chen, you're joking. What kind of person did you find to treat my father? Kong Meng grew up in a high-ranking family, surrounded by top domestic powers. Naturally, she exuded an intimidating aura from the inside out. Her questioning tone made even the experienced Xiao Chen feel uneasy. But with the old commander's orders in mind, Xiao Chen couldn't disobey. He hesitated, Miss, this is all the old commander's decision. My dad is old and sometimes confused. You are close to him, are you confused too? Cough. 2 coughs interrupted Kong Meng's scolding. A young and beautiful girl was seen walking slowly out of the villa gate, supporting an elderly man. The girl, Fang Qiong, was wearing a white sportswear, looking energetic. The loose-fitting sportswear highlighted her graceful figure. The elderly man, Kung Fu, was dressed in a dark blue silk practice suit, appearing ethereal. Xiao Meng, are you scolding me behind my back? Kung Fu asked sternly. Kong Meng was startled and quickly bowed. Dad, I've told you before, you need to believe in science and trust the doctor. Xiao Meng, I'm not senile yet, I know what's right and wrong. Kong Meng sighed and shook her head. Every time she talked to her father about his illness, he would use these words to evade the topic. Today, while she was in a meeting, she received a call from Fang Qiong, the girl adopted by her father, saying that he was unwell. She hurriedly left the meeting and rushed back home. Dad, it's no use talking today. I've invited Dr. Wang from Kyoto Second Hospital to come to our house. He is a world-renowned expert in internal medicine. With his treatment, he can surely cure your stubborn illness. Kong Meng helped her father back into the house and then stepped aside to make way for Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang, thank you for coming. Dr. Wang nodded and began preparing his equipment. Kong Meng introduced Dr. Wang to Kung Fu. Dad, Dr. Wang is a prominent young doctor at Kyoto Second Hospital. He became the youngest chief physician in the hospital at the age of 30. His expertise in internal medicine is well known in China, and patients from all over the country come to seek his treatment, with appointments booked until next year. Dr. Wang adjusted his glasses confidently. With years of medical practice and numerous awards, he had the confidence to handle the situation. Dr. Wang examined Kung Fu's tongue coating, listened to his heartbeat, reviewed his MRI results, CT scans, ultrasound, and other radiological tests, and then made a judgment based on blood tests. Half an hour later, Dr. Wang stood up after considering all the results. Kong Meng hurriedly asked, Dr. Wang, How is my father's condition? Dr. Wang smiled as he rolled up his stethoscope and said, the old man's condition is not serious. The radiological tests show normal results. At his age, a couple of coughs and feeling weak are normal, considering his age. However, some values in the blood test are low, indicating a nutritional imbalance. It seems that he is picky with his food choices, leading to Dr. Wang calmly looked at Kong Meng. Kong Meng was surprised and quickly added, Dr. Wang, you are amazing. With just a simple look, you knew that my father is picky with his food. He loves to eat meat, especially fatty pork. Dr. Wang smiled, that's right. Eating only meat is not enough, the diet should be balanced. Otherwise, if the body lacks certain nutrients, problems may arise. I had a patient before who neglected his diet after surgery, resulting in a lack of systematic nutritional supplementation. He kept losing weight day by day. I immediately examined and treated him, prescribed vitamin B12 injections, and in less than a month, he gained 5 pounds, improved his health, and now he can even swim in winter. Kong Meng's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, Dr. Wang, what should we do for my father? It's a small matter. I will prescribe some nutritional supplements for the old man. You can buy them and give them to him regularly. With proper care for about 6 months, he will be fine. Kong Meng looked at her father, Kong Fu, with a pouty face. Dad, look, it's just a minor issue. You stubbornly refused to see a doctor. Now, with Dr. Wang's visit, your long-standing problem was solved in just half an hour. Kong Fu smiled and turned to Dr. Dr. Wang, as you said, by taking a few supplements, can I be cured of my illness? Don't worry, old man, I, Wang, have confidence in my medical skills. Trust me, I won't go wrong. A disdainful laugh came from the back of the crowd. Kong Meng's face darkened as he looked over. What are you laughing at? Qin Shen stepped forward and said, I'm laughing at your ignorance. If the old man doesn't treat himself properly soon, he may not live past 48 hours. With these words, the whole place fell silent. Dr. Wang frowned and said, nonsense, the old man is in good health, just lacking some trace elements. Kong Meng angrily said, how dare you curse my father? Xiaochen, kick him out for me. Where did this person come from, trying to show off and gain attention from my Kong family? Xiaochen hesitated with his head down, standing in place. After some thought, he looked towards the old leader. Kong Fu, seeing his daughter powerless against Qin Shen's dominance, stood up angrily to argue. But as soon as his butt lifted an inch from the chair, he suddenly coughed violently, spitting out blood. Moments later, Kong Fu passed out without warning, collapsing on the sofa. Everyone from the Kong family gathered around to check on Kong Fu's condition. Fang Qiong was so scared she kept calling out, Grandpa, Grandpa. Kong Meng gently shook her father's arm. Dad. Xiaochen approached and checked his breathing with his index finger. Seeing a faint warmth coming out of his nostrils, he felt a bit relieved. Dr. Wang's face changed abruptly, wondering how the old man fainted so suddenly. Could it be a deliberate act? He quickly took out his stethoscope, ran forward to examine him, listening to his heartbeat, then flipping his eyelids. The heartbeat and pupils showed no significant abnormalities. Dr. Wang was shocked. At this moment, he couldn't think too much. Saving the person was the priority. He performed artificial respiration and chest compressions on Kong Fu, but after a set of emergency procedures, there was no effect. Helpless, he ran back to his car, took out a portable defibrillator, preparing to perform the highest level of emergency treatment on Kong Fu. Kong Meng was alarmed to see the defibrillator, knowing that if it was used, even if her grandfather woke up, he would lose half his life. Dr. Wang, is there no other way? Do we really have to use the defibrillator? Dr. Wang frowned, saying seriously, we are in the golden period of rescuing the patient. If we delay further, there will definitely be a life-threatening situation. Miss Kong, you have to trust me. Kong Meng now had the most authority in the villa. Only when she spoke could Dr. Wang proceed with the next rescue step. Dr. Wang held the defibrillator in his hands, waiting for Kong Meng's approval. Ignorant, your actions are no different from harming Mr. Kong. A voice came from behind the crowd. At this point, Kong Meng couldn't care less about her status as a young lady from a wealthy family, shouting, Xiaochen, didn't you hear me? Kick him out for me. Xiaochen had seen Qin Shen help Kong Fu before, and with just one bottle of golden potion, Kong Fu immediately regained consciousness, even more vigorous than before. It's worth noting that before this, Kong Fu had seen numerous famous doctors nationwide, but to no avail. Going against Kong Meng's words, Xiaochen turned to Qin Shen and clasped his hands. Mr. Qin, please help save the old leader. As long as you can save him, I am willing to do anything for you. Xiaochen's sincerity brought tears to his eyes. Kong Meng's face turned red with anger, but she didn't have time to deal with so many things. Dr. Wang, please hurry with the rescue. I'm afraid if we delay any longer, my father will be in danger. Dr. Wang actually had little confidence, because from all external signs, Kung Fu seemed normal. Defibrillators should only be used on patients in critical condition. If used on a person with normal external signs, it would damage their internal organs irreversibly, an emergency measure that should not be taken lightly. Dr. Wang, Kong Meng urged again, impatiently. After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Wang decided to take a risk. He turned on the power and prepared to press the two metal discs against Kung Fu's chest. As his hand was about to fall, Fang Qiong rushed forward and stood in front of Grandpa Kung Fu. Her tears had long ruined her delicate makeup. And, if the defibrillator is used, even if Grandpa is saved, he will be paralyzed. Xiong, do you know what you're doing? Get out of the way. And, let Mr. Qin give it a try. Kong Meng was furious. It was one thing for Xiao Chen to act like this, as he was an outsider. But even Fang Qiong, who her father treated as a granddaughter, acted like this. She couldn't understand. She tried to pull Fang Qiong away, but as an ordinary person, how could she compete with a girl who had reached the first level of martial arts? Xiong, I agreed to you learning martial arts, not for you to use it against your aunt one day. Ignoring her aunt's reprimand, Fang Qiong turned to Qin Shen and said, Mr. Qin, please help save Grandpa. Fang Qiong's words completely angered Kong Meng. Fang Qiong, do you know what you're saying? You are a member of the Kong family in Kyoto. How dare you beg so humbly? Do you know you've disgraced our Kong family? Saying this, Kong Meng walked towards Qin Shen, pointing at him. I've seen many people like you who try to get close to our Kong family. You saved my father last time by pure luck, and since my father was fine then, I didn't mind. But today, you still want to deceive us. I, Kong Meng, will never agree. Qin Shen's pupils contracted, and he coldly said, Your Kong family is not worthy of my association. I just admired Kong Lao's battles for the country, so I'm willing to heal him. If you forcibly use the defibrillator to wake up Kong Lao, his condition will worsen, even leading to paralysis. Nonsense. Miss Kong, time is running out, please make a decision quickly. Dr. Wang reminded from the side. Kong Meng once again approached, hugging Fang Qiong and pulling her away. Dr. Wang immediately placed two metal pieces on Kung Fu's chest. With a crackling sound of electricity, Kung Fu's body jumped up like a ball, then fell back down. Qin Shen couldn't bear to watch and left the room alone, walking outside. Inside the room, Dr. Wang saw that Kung Fu didn't wake up, and sweat started to form on his forehead. It seemed that this shock had no effect. He turned the knob, increasing the electrical current of the device. Then he continued to press. Kung Fu's body jumped up again. After two consecutive shocks, Kung Fu still didn't wake up. The people on the scene started to get nervous. Fang Qiong cried out. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly. Kong Meng's face showed rare panic. Dr. Wang's heart was pounding. He took a deep breath and adjusted the device's power to the max, the highest level. Another shock came down. Cough. Finally, Kung Fu's soft cough broke the tension of the crowd. Fang Qiong broke free from her aunt's grip and rushed to her grandfather's side. Grandpa! Grandpa! Kong Meng also approached, looking at her father. Dr. Wang breathed a sigh of relief. Xiong! Meng! Kung Fu slowly raised his eyelids and softly called for his granddaughter and daughter. Dad, I'm here. Kong Meng held her father's hand. The next second, Kung Fu's pupil shrank, and he exclaimed in shock, Why? Why can't I move my body? My hand. Why can't I feel it? Kong Meng was startled and let go of her father's hand. Kung Fu's hand fell down like a fallen leaf. Kong Meng quickly asked Dr. Wang, what's wrong with my dad? Dr. Wang's large beads of sweat dripped down as he hurriedly checked. After a thorough examination, he couldn't find any problems. Old man. He stammered, not knowing how to answer, but his expression had already given him away. At this moment, Kung Fu looked up to the sky and howled. Why is this happening? Dad, don't worry, we'll go for a full body checkup, see other doctors. Tears of determination flowed from Kung Fu's eyes. Meng, why would you harm your father? Kong Meng couldn't understand. Dad, how am I harming you? Just now, when you passed out, it was Dr. Wang who woke you up. The current situation is better than losing your life just now, right? Kung Fu's eyes revealed despair and disappointment towards his daughter. I invited Mr. Qin, who could have saved my life. But my daughter obstructed at every turn, and now I am paralyzed. I, Kung Fu, have lived a life of military exploits. Although I may not die in battle, I cannot become a useless person. Xiaomeng, your father cannot bear such a life. I beg you, give me a quick death. Seeing her father like this, Kong Meng felt immense heartache. The scenes of her father carrying her on his back to play in the mountains and seas during her childhood were vivid in her mind, as if it were just yesterday. Kong Meng knelt in front of Kung Fu, crying bitterly. After a moment, she seemed to remember something. She hurriedly ran to Qin Chen outside the house and knelt in front of him with a thud. This was the eldest daughter of the top family in Kyoto, admired and pursued by many. Now she was humble, like a servant from ancient times, kneeling before Qin Chen. She spoke humbly, pleading, Mr. Qin, please save my father. I will pay whatever it takes to heal my father. I promise to fulfill any condition you have. Qin Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the elegant and graceful woman before him. He said, I have money, I don't care about your Kong family's savings. I can save a life, but you insulted me just now, which is unforgivable. I can save him, but starting today, you will serve me as a slave for 10 years as punishment, that is my condition. Kong Meng furrowed her brows, never having suffered such humiliation. Serving as a slave for 10 years, serving this university student who was barely in his 20s. Not to mention she was the top lady of the Kyoto's top family. Even just considering her position as the director of the Kyoto TV station, she could not degrade herself. Agreeing to Qin Chen's condition meant that she, who was at the peak of her career and emotions at 30, would lose her career in love. Kong Meng bit her lip, struggling internally. But looking at her father behind her, paralyzed because of her stubbornness and rudeness, she reluctantly agreed, exchanging the most important 10 years of her life for her father's health. Okay, I agree. As long as you can save my father, I am willing to serve you as a slave for 10 years. Kong Meng trembled, unwillingly speaking. Qin Chen ignored her and walked straight into the house, towards Kung Fu. Mr. Qin. The paralyzed Kung Fu could not turn his head, he could only look up at the sky and softly call out, no need to say more, I will cure you. With that, Qin Chen placed his right hand on Kung Fu's wrist pulse. He closed his eyes, carefully feeling the pulse. The whole room held their breath, waiting for Qin Chen's verdict. After a minute, Qin Chen opened his eyes and said indignantly, the old man was originally in a state of confusion, with disrupted meridians. Now, after the electric shock, the fragile meridians are completely broken, especially the meridians connecting the neck to the spine, shattered by the high voltage from the shock. Even the best surgeon cannot reconnect them. Upon hearing Qin Chen's words, Kung Fu burst into laughter. Meridians completely broken, meridians completely broken. Ha ha ha, thank you Mr. Qin, for letting me die with clarity. I can live to see the country prosper and the people live in peace and contentment, which is enough for me. Mr. Qin, please help me, let me depart more easily. I can't stand living like a living dead anymore. Although it was impossible for a paralyzed person to have a chance to recover, Qin Chen's words still felt like a sharp knife piercing everyone's hearts. Xiao Chen wiped his tears and nose, unable to stop crying. Fang Qiang sobbed uncontrollably, lying on Kung Fu's chest. Dr. Wang had already slipped away quietly, and Kong Meng watched without stopping him. Everything that happened was caused by her arrogance and prejudice. At this point, even if she became a slave, it would be of no use. She understood that it was impossible for her father to survive in this world, as it would be no different from torturing him. Kong Meng despairingly took out her phone, preparing to call her two brothers to inform them to come back and handle the funeral arrangements for their father. But before she could make the call, Qin Chen's response shocked everyone. With me here, even if the meridians are destroyed, I can make them regenerate. Moreover, your father's injuries are nothing in my eyes. It just requires an upgraded version of life essence. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present widened their eyes in shock. Limb regeneration had never been done before. Qin Chen actually claimed he could reorganize the destroyed meridians. This was not a fantasy, what was it? Kong Meng didn't have time to think much. She knelt down in front of Qin Chen, clutching his thigh. Please, let my father stand up again. Qin Chen glanced at Kong Meng, sneered, then looked at Xiao Chen. I need a pound of water from heaven and earth as a medicine base. Xiao Chen looked puzzled. Water from heaven and earth? Qin Chen sighed. The medical knowledge in his mind was all from ancient times. He blurted out without thinking. So Qin Chen rephrased, water from heaven and earth is due. I need to collected 10 minutes before and after dawn. The container for collecting water must be ceramic, not any other material. With this explanation, Xiao Chen immediately understood. Fortunately, the nursing home was located in a forested area, making it convenient to collect dew. If it were in the city, it would be impossible to collect even 10 milliliters in one night. After receiving the order, Xiao Chen immediately ran out and mobilized everyone to collect water. Qin Chen then wrote a prescription for medicinal herbs. Although the herbs were not precious, there were a few that only warriors could recognize. After writing it, he handed the prescription to Fang Qiong. You go and get the herbs according to the prescription. Remember, each herb is 3 taels and 2 qian. Be quick. Fang Qiong didn't dare to delay for a moment, took the prescription and ran out. Qin Shen slowly put Kung Fu's hand back into the blanket, then comforted him. Father, you rest first. When they gather the ingredients, I will treat you. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Tears shimmered in Kung Fu's eyes, full of longing. Mr. Qin, do I still have a chance to stand up? Qin Shen laughed heartily. Huh, father, not only will you stand up, you'll even climb Mount Tai. With these words, Kung Fu wiped away his tears and couldn't help but feel excited. Kong Meng, who was kneeling on the ground, also raised her head. Looking at the man in front of her, the master she would serve for the next 10 years, her eyes were complex. At this moment, she imagined hundreds of possible scenarios. As the director of a television station, she had seen countless news materials. The more capable a man appeared on the surface, the more likely he harbored evil intentions. Various bizarre tactics could make people suffer. After calming Kung Fu to sleep, Qin Shen walked to the window and said, "Our contract is effective from today, lasting for 10 years. Within these 10 years, you must not go against my wishes, only obey. If you have any ulterior motives, you will bear the consequences." Kong Meng dared not say more. She could only clasp her hands together, bow her head, and agree. The man in front of her was unpredictable, able to heal her father, which also meant he could secretly keep her father paralyzed. "Yes, master, I will never have any other thoughts. You don't need to follow me every day. Continue with your work. Keep your phone on 24 hours a day on weekdays, go to the villa on weekends, and wait for my orders." With that, Qin Shen didn't look at Kong Meng again. He sat down on the sofa nearby to rest. Qin Shen disdained Kong Meng, a pampered heiress who had been spoiled since childhood, thinking she was above everyone else. Growing up with a silver spoon in her mouth, everyone around her catered to her, only flattering her. These people had instilled in her the belief that what they said was the truth, and their opinions were always right. Little did they know, in this vast world, there were people stronger than them scattered throughout the mortal realm. Giving Kung Fu's daughter a lesson by tapping her was also a way of teaching Kung Fu. The dawn before daybreak was the quietest. In the villa, only 3 people remained, the sleeping Kung Fu, the silent Qin Shen, and Kong Meng. Soon, a hint of golden light splashed across the eastern sky, and the sun rose slowly. Xiao Chen carefully carried a blue and white porcelain water bottle and walked in. "Mr. Qin, the water is here," he said. Fang Qiong followed closely behind, carrying a bag of medicinal herbs. After gathering everything, Xiao Chen took a look and found nothing particularly special. Can this work? He wondered. So he tentatively asked, "Mr. Qin, is this all you need for the elixir of life?" Qin Shen nodded and then checked the items. Although Xiao Chen wanted to ask his own questions, he was worried about being too abrupt and offending Qin Shen. He had to swallow his curiosity. Although it was Qin Shen's first time making the elixir of life, his strength in the second level of medical arts made it easy for him to handle. During the production process, Qin Shen also secretly felt fortunate that he was now at the peak of the 4th level of martial arts. One of the most important ingredients in the elixir of life was the martial arts power of a martial arts expert. The amount of martial arts power needed per 10 milliliters was all of a peak 1st level martial artist's power or half of a peak 2nd level martial artist's power. Qin Shen, being at the peak of the 4th level of martial arts, only needed a quarter of the martial arts power. After releasing the martial arts power, he needed a long time to recover. The loss of martial arts power was fatal for a martial artist. The amount of martial arts power needed to make a bottle of elixir of life was enough to drop his strength by 1 level. From the peak of the 4th level of martial arts, he would drop to the great completion of the 4th level of martial arts. However, even so, Qin Shen didn't care. Sacrificing some combat power for someone like Kong Lao, who had shed blood and sacrificed for the country, was nothing. After a whole day of production, the upgraded version of the elixir of life, a small bottle of 10 milliliters, was finally made in the evening. Qin Shen immediately took it and came to Kung Fu's side, calling out, "Old man." Kung Fu slowly opened his eyes and, under everyone's gaze, drank the elixir of life. "Dad, how do you feel?" Kong Meng asked anxiously. "Grandpa, you must get better." Fang Qiong knelt beside him, praying. Xiao Chen clenched his fists tightly, staring intently. Kung Fu's eyes drooped, looking weak. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The next moment, Kung Fu felt as if his previously numb body was being connected by ropes. Each blood vessel was like a channel, constantly circulating blood. Inside his dantian, an unnamed fire began to burn. His body seemed like an internal combustion engine starting to run. He sat up abruptly, took a deep breath, and stretched lazily. The room was so quiet that only the sound of everyone's breathing could be heard. What was this? A medical miracle? Even Fong Qiong and Xiao Chun, who had seen the power of the elixir of life, couldn't believe what they were seeing. Kung Fu, who had just been paralyzed all over, was now able to stand up and stretch. He looked even more energetic than before. Kong Meng's mouth fell open, shocked by the scene before her. She thought Qin Shen's rescue would be gradual, progressing month by month. She never expected the effect to be so fast. At this moment, she had a completely new understanding of Qin Shen. The best way to conquer a strong woman is to be stronger than her and crush her beliefs with strength. Kong Meng's heart was pounding, her chest heaving. Looking at Qin Shen, there was no longer any disgust or hatred, only admiration and even a hint of girlish anticipation. Ignoring the astonishment of everyone, Kung Fu strode towards the front yard of the villa. Under the bright moonlight, he stretched his muscles and performed 2 sets of Kong family boxing. How refreshing! How delightful! It has been over 10 years since I last felt so delighted. I feel like I'm back in my 30s. Sir, you are truly a remarkable person. After finishing his fist salute, Kung Fu stepped into the house with a smile. Qin Shen, exhausted from using too much martial energy, fell asleep on the sofa in the corner. Xiao Chen, excited, wanted to wake up Qin Shen, but was stopped by Kung Fu. Don't disturb Mr. Qin. He has spent too much mental energy to heal me. Xiao Chong, tidy up the guest room. Xiao Chen, carry Mr. Qin to the room. Fong Qiong and Xiao Chen followed the orders and left. In the living room, only Kung Fu and his daughter remained. Kong Meng knelt down in shame and said, "Father, I was wrong." Kung Fu sighed and helped Kong Meng up. How can a father blame his daughter? Xiao Meng, Mr. Qin is a talented person and will surely achieve great things in the future. Besides, he has helped our Kong family. You must not be disrespectful to Mr. Qin in the future. Kong Meng nodded, "Father, I won't." In fact, she wanted to say that she was willing to follow him for a lifetime, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. The next day, early in the morning before dawn, Qin Shen opened his eyes in a daze. He had dropped 2 levels of cultivation yesterday and felt a bit tired. Congratulations to the challenger, completed side mission, Falling Realm to save people, mission reward, 50% stake in Bayati Group. Bayati Group is the second largest rechargeable battery manufacturer in launching, with businesses in 4 major industries: automobiles, new energy, electronics, and rail transportation. Qin Shen's eyes lit up at the reward of 50% stake in Bayati Group, which was 20% more than his stake in Wandai Group. Bayati Group was a domestic industry giant no less powerful than Wandai Group. Qin Shen took a deep breath, realizing that even though the system no longer directly gave him money, the dividends from the shares he owned in these major companies would bring him a substantial amount each year. Looking around, he saw himself lying on a 2-meter bed, with Kong Meng sitting by the bed. Kong Meng was leaning on the edge of the bed with one hand supporting her head. She was wearing a thin gauze nightgown, her voluptuous figure subtly revealed. The unique charm of a 30-year-old woman was vividly displayed. Qin Shen glanced at his phone and saw that it was 4:15 in the early morning. He realized that today was the first day of school. The main mission had reminded him that he must complete his studies unconditionally and not miss a single class. Qin Shen immediately got up to get dressed. His movements woke up Kong Meng beside him. She asked in surprise and caution, "Master, it's only 4:30 now. Aren't you going to sleep a little longer?" Without even looking at her, Qin Shen coldly replied, "I have class today, I must hurry back to school." With that, Qin Shen put on his clothes and went downstairs. A hint of disappointment flashed in Kong Meng's eyes as she looked down at herself. Does the master still hold a grudge against me for my disrespectful words yesterday, not even looking at me today? Without much thought, she quickly changed her clothes and went downstairs to catch up with him. "Master, Xiao Chen is still asleep. Let me take you to school," she said weakly. Qin Shen checked the time and agreed. The two of them drove towards Kyoto Finance University. The sanatorium was located in the outskirts of Kyoto, and as they entered the third ring road, the traffic began to congest. Many workers in Kyoto chose to live in the suburbs because of the cheaper housing prices. This led to congestion in the early morning, with everyone leaving for work around 4 or 5 a.m., causing traffic jams on the way into the city. When Qin Shen and Kong Meng left the sanatorium, it was almost 5 a.m. Despite Kong Meng changing lanes and overtaking along the way, they arrived at Finance University at 8:50 in the morning. As the car stopped, Qin Shen unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and prepared to get out. "Master, what about me?" Kong Meng weakly called out. "I said, on workdays, you can still go to work and don't have to follow me." With these words, Qin Shen hurriedly left, leaving Kong Meng behind. Watching Qin Shen's back, Kong Meng murmured, "But I want to follow you all the time." Finance University, Moral Education Building, 3rd floor, trapezoidal classroom. The classroom was already full of students when Qin Shen entered through the back door to the sound of the bell. At the platform, a tall and slender girl in a college-style denim skirt was erasing the blackboard. "Lao Si, this," Tang Yuming whispered to Qin Shen as he walked over and sat down. "Who is she? A teacher? Her name is Tian Xin. She's not a teacher, just an active member of the class, not even the class monitor. She arrived early at the beginning of the school year, established a relationship with the homeroom teacher, and now she's acting as a temporary class monitor. But she's quite cute and has a good personality, so no one minds her being the class monitor." Qin Shen understood that every class would have one or two outstanding students who would be noticed by the teachers and given important tasks. This would also help them get to know more teachers and school leaders, making it easier to get things done at school. Today's classes were only half a day, with no classes in the afternoon. Qin Shen planned to go to a supermarket to buy some food for recuperation. Despite having the support of the system, he hadn't triggered any rewards for advancing to the next level recently. He checked the navigation and prepared to pack his bag and leave. Just as he stepped out of the school gate, a Volkswagen Golf came speeding down the road. A shared bicycle suddenly appeared at the intersection. The Golf driver abruptly turned the steering wheel towards Qin Shen on the roadside. Fortunately, with his talent in the 4th level of martial arts, he managed to step back in time. Since there was a ditch behind him, Qin Shen had no choice but to withstand the impact with his body. With a loud bang, the Golf came to a sudden stop. The driver, pale with fright, got out of the car. "I hit someone." She hurriedly checked and saw that the front of the Golf was pressing against the man's knee in a precarious position. The bumper was dented. The driver looked up and said, "Qin Shen? Tian Xin?" They were classmates. Tian Xin, full of guilt, apologized. "I'm sorry, Qin Shen, I didn't mean to. I was trying to avoid the bicycle just now." Qin Shen waved his hand. "It's okay." With a body at the 4th level of martial arts, he could easily withstand the impact of a speeding car. This minor collision was nothing to him. Tian Xin, not understanding this, kept insisting on taking Qin Shen to the hospital for a checkup. After some persistence, Qin Shen refused. "Since you won't agree to a checkup, where do you want to go? I'll take you there as an apology." "I want to go to the supermarket." Tian Xin's eyes lit up. "I also need to go to the supermarket." So Qin Shen got into Tian Xin's car, and they set off together. After a journey of more than 40 minutes, Tian Xin brought Qin Shen to a foreign brand supermarket, Shanmu Supermarket. Located on the outskirts of the West 3rd Ring Road in Kyoto, Shanmu Supermarket had a huge space of over 20,000 square meters on 2 floors. Shopping inside was a pleasant experience, without feeling crowded. Tian Xin hadn't planned to go to the supermarket, but out of guilt, she wanted to compensate Qin Shen. She decided to grab the bill at the checkout to show her apology. Qin Shen pushed the shopping cart ahead, while Tian Xin checked her balance behind. Seeing that she still had over 2,000 yuan, she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it should be enough. Just as she looked up, she saw Qin Shen reaching into a small cabinet and taking out a plastic packaged item, placing it in the cart. Tian Xin pretended to browse around, walked to the cabinet, and glanced at the price tag of the item. Dried sea cucumber 500g, 20 to 40 heads, price, 11888. Tian Xin suddenly felt terrible. What on earth, over 10,000 yuan for a pound of sea cucumber? What was Qin Shen up to? Cultivating immortality by eating it? But Qin Shen had already walked away, leaving Tian Xin at a loss. Gritting her teeth, she followed him and sent a message to her best friend Huang Wenwen for help. Tian Xin, Wenwen, urgent help needed, if you're a good sister, transfer 10,000 to me. Huang Wenwen? Thinking Tian Xin's account was hacked, she directly blocked her. Tian Xin had no choice but to make a phone call and explain the situation in detail. Xin, are you silly? How could you take him to Shanmu? Even if he doesn't take the sea cucumber, just picking up random things inside will cost a fortune. Win-win, stop blaming me. I think he must be doing it on purpose, after all, his legs were injured in the car accident. Ah, Xin, you're too kind. Okay, I'll lend you 10,000 first. You can't get caught up in this, stop his crazy spending in time. Oh la la, good sisters, love you, moi moi. After hanging up the phone, Tian Xin caught up with Qin Shen. The next items Qin Shen purchased were relatively normal, mostly fresh produce, meat, and seafood. Even so, the huge shopping cart was already filled to the brim. Tian Xin followed behind, calculating the prices item by item, and it had already exceeded 20,000 yuan. Along the way, there was another emergency situation. Watching Qin Shen head towards the checkout counter, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally going to end. She approached with a forced smile. Qin Chen, if you put so many things in the dormitory, won't they go bad? Qin Chen was taken aback. I didn't think of that. According to Tian Xian's script, Qin Chen should have taken out some items at this point. But instead, he pushed the shopping cart onto the nearby escalator and went back to the upper floor. Tian Xian was at a loss. What was going on? She had no choice but to follow him. She saw Qin Chen go all the way to the home appliance section and called a staff member. Hello, I want this one. Qin Chen pointed to a 588-liter Panasonic refrigerator. Tian Xian looked at the price tag of 20,999 yuan. Before she could react, she saw Qin Chen pointing to a Manhwa washing machine. I want this one, a matching dryer, and also that Hisense laser TV, Bang & Olufsen A9 sound system. The staff member noted it down. Sir, would you like to take these appliances with you or have them delivered? Deliver them, tomorrow. Okay, sir. Tian Xian, on the side, was already stunned. Roughly calculating, the home appliances Qin Chen had just ordered already exceeded 100,000 yuan. Qin Chen, are you moving to a new place and buying home appliances? No, these are for the dormitory. Tian Xian's heart was bleeding. If she had to deal with another emergency situation now, her best friend would probably come and kill her. With a mournful face, she followed Qin Chen to the checkout counter. What to do? Over 100,000 yuan, what to do? Should she call her parents and confess? She accidentally bumped into a classmate, brought him to the supermarket to compensate, and within an hour, he bought over 100,000 yuan worth of goods. If her parents heard this, they would probably tear their little cotton-padded jackets to shreds. Just as Tian Xian was hesitating whether to advise Qin Chen again and stop him, the cashier politely announced the price. Sir, the total is 138,769 yuan. Okay, I'll pay by card. Beep beep beep. Sir, here is your receipt, please keep it safe. Welcome back next time. Tian Xian felt like she was hallucinating. A spending of 130,000 yuan, he paid for it himself? Aren't you buying anything? Qin Chen turned around and asked Tian Xian, who was in a daze. Tian Xian was a bit incoherent. Well, I don't need to buy anything, hee. All the way, she blamed herself for imagining Qin Chen as a bad person who cheats others. They loaded the items into the car, and Tian Xian inserted the key to start the car. Are we going back to school? Qin Chen thought for a moment. The refrigerator hadn't arrived yet, and he was worried the items would spoil if taken back to the dormitory. Take me to Shun District first, I'll freeze the items there, and bring them back to the dormitory when the refrigerator arrives. You also have friends living there, right? Our friends are having a party tonight, why don't you come and join us? No, thanks. It's okay, come on, they are all nice people. Tian Xian looked pitiful, making it hard for Qin Chen to refuse. Seeing Qin Chen not objecting, Tian Xian happily prepared to start the car. But after 3 attempts, the car wouldn't start. Is the car broken? What should we do? Qin Chen also tried his hand and found that there was a problem with the engine. I guess we can't drive it. I'll call a tow truck to take the car to the repair shop. Tian Xian pouted, feeling helpless. Then, Qin Chen opened the taxi app, only to find that there were already over 100 people in line, and it would take at least an hour for their turn. The traffic in Kyoto was terrifying. Qin Chen couldn't wait, as most of the items in the trunk were frozen goods that couldn't be exposed to room temperature for too long. He got out of the car and looked around, saying, how about I buy a car? There's a car dealership nearby. Tian Xian thought she misheard and asked, what do you mean? Qin Chen replied, I need a car for grocery shopping. Why not buy one instead of taking a taxi every day? Tian Xian still looked puzzled, following Qin Chen. Click. The automatic glass door sensed the arrival of customers and opened. Welcome. The male salesperson greeted them. The next moment, 2 students hurriedly entered the store. Qin Chen went straight to the male salesperson and asked, which cars do you have in stock? Nearby, 2 female salespersons rolled their eyes and whispered to each other, so many show-offs nowadays, demanding cars in stock right away. How could a luxury car dealership like ours not have cars in stock? Would you buy one if we did? Exactly, if you want to show off, go to a Honda or a Bugatti dealership. It's ridiculous to come here. The male salesperson swallowed and said, our entire showroom has cars in stock. Sir, what kind of car are you looking for? Qin Chen thought for a moment and said, I need a spacious one. The male salesperson nodded, oh, I see. You need a car for family outings. Qin Chen shook his head, no, I just bought too many groceries. I need a spacious car to store all the meat and vegetables. The male salesperson was speechless at such a bizarre reason to buy a car. The two female salespersons couldn't help but laugh, saying, "This is hilarious. Let's take a picture. This will be the joke of the year." Tian Xin felt embarrassed and pulled Qin Shen's sleeve, asking, "Qin Shen, did we come to the wrong place?" Qin Shen looked around the showroom and replied, "No, we're in the right place. Although this store is not a professional single-brand 4S store, the car models they sell are all large, which suits my needs." Tian Xin was speechless. "Brother, these are all Rolls-Royce, Bentley, and Maybach. Of course, the car models are large." Qin Shen frowned. "I recognize these car logos." The male salesperson wiped the sweat off his forehead, finding the conversation between the two too strange. Were they not a couple? What were they doing? Acting for him? Or were they mystery shoppers from the head office? With a heavy heart, the male salesperson led Qin Shen to a full-size SUV. He nervously introduced, "This is the Rolls-Royce Cullinan Black Badge, the first SUV from Rolls-Royce. It features an improved 6.75-liter V12 twin-turbocharged engine, delivering 563 horsepower and ensuring adequate torque at low speeds, 600 RPM, 850 Nm. The entire car has undergone special darkening treatment, especially the celebratory goddess sculpture on the front, which is truly unique. This car. Sir, would you like to test drive it? I'm sorry, but this car is not available for test drives at the moment. You know, luxury cars are very particular about their mileage, and every kilometer of wear and tear is quite expensive. And if it gets scratched or dented, it's hard to say." The female salesperson burst into laughter. "Ha ha, so you're here to scratch the license plate. Shelby is so pitiful, about to get off work and still dealing with weird customers." Two female salespeople sneered at Tian Xin in the corner. It turned out that Qin Shen came over to test drive to pass the time because he had been waiting for a taxi for too long. "If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have been nervous. We are all consumers, it's not illegal to come in and test drive." Just as Tian Xin felt she had seen through everything, Qin Shen took out a bank card. "I'm not test driving, I'm in a hurry, the meat is about to go bad. Hurry up and get the car ready, get the temporary license plate, I want to drive away immediately." The whole place fell silent, the background music in the showroom inexplicably stopped. Qin Shen's surroundings were silent, as if time had stopped. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Qin Shen raised his voice to the male salesperson. The male salesperson, startled, took Qin Shen's card and hurried to the finance room. But after a few steps, he turned back. "Sorry, sir, this car is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB edition, fully loaded. The selling price is about 1.7 million higher than the standard version. The total price is about 10 million. Qin Shen replied, and the male salesperson, puzzled, asked, "Sir, do you want to reconsider? After all, it's 10 million, the other party's attitude is too casual. Still pretending to be nonchalant, treating a Rolls-Royce like a grocery cart, even Principal Wang wouldn't do that." Seeing the salesperson not leaving, Qin Shen became impatient. "Hurry up and process the payment, my groceries are going bad." The male salesperson gasped. "Damn, who is this guy, buying a 10 million Rolls-Royce in less than 5 minutes? He didn't care about that, immediately went to process the payment, not daring to delay for a moment." The two female salespeople were shocked, their jaws almost dropping. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Who buys a Rolls-Royce like this? This deal would earn them at least a 100,000 commission. They regretted it, feeling their hearts ache. The male salesperson was efficient, he quickly completed the whole process, got the temporary license plate. Qin Shen took the keys and drove away directly. Tian Xin stood by the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, motionless. Kyoto, 3rd Ring Elevated Road, in the direction of Shuanxiu. A brand new SUV was driving on the road. On the crowded 3rd Ring Elevated Road, only this car had empty space around it. Other cars unconsciously kept a distance from it. In a Chanan Edo ride-hailing car, the passenger tapped the driver's shoulder and said, "Master, is it your first day driving? You're only going 30 miles per hour, keep such a distance from the front car, overtake it." The ride-hailing driver sweated. "Buddy, have you seen what car that is? It's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB edition. BB edition is the baby edition, isn't it awesome?" The ride-hailing driver was speechless. "Buddy, let me put it this way, if I accidentally hit it while overtaking, I'll have to sell my house." The passenger was shocked. "Damn, is that car so expensive? It's probably around 1 million. The car fell silent, the passenger no longer asked the driver to overtake. Inside the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Tian Xin sat in the car with a starry sky roof and Hermes orange interior, still in a daze. Before this, the most expensive car she had been in was her friend's Porsche 718. Suddenly sitting in a top-level luxury car worth millions, she didn't feel excited or in the mood to take selfies. She held her legs tightly, afraid to move freely. The extremely luxurious interior exuded the taste of money everywhere. Every detail was carefully crafted by craftsmen, and every position in the car was covered in soft leather. Tian Xin was afraid that if she moved, she might accidentally scratch or bump something. She couldn't afford to pay for it even if she sold her golf club. Just as she was feeling awkward and unsure of what to do, she saw Qin Shen in the driver's seat suddenly reach out his hand. Tian Xin's heart tightened, as the angle at which his hand reached out was towards her thigh. Today, without wearing stockings, under the short skirt were her own clean long legs. Tian Xin closed her eyes in fear, not daring to resist, only allowing the other party to touch her. But after several seconds, she didn't feel the warmth of Qin Shen's hand. She opened her eyes and saw that the other party's hand was reaching towards the central control area beside her, to press a lever on top. After Qin Shen pressed the lever, Tian Xin felt the rushing cold wind in front of her stop. You kept shivering. If you're cold, just turn off the air conditioner, don't catch a cold, Qin Shen reproached Tian Xin somewhat. What was I thinking just now? How could Qin Shen be that kind of person? And where am I cold? I was just scared, right? Of course, these words Tian Xin could only complain about in her heart, too embarrassed to say out loud. Thank you. Tian Xin was the kind of girl with a carefree personality, but after holding back for more than 10 minutes, she let go. She thought to herself, anyway, the other party is hundreds of times richer than herself. There's no need to have bad intentions towards her, a little nobody like her. So she slowly gained courage, stretched out her long legs, adjusted the seat, and reclined halfway. Qin Shen quite liked this kind of girl, getting along with Tian Xin without so much twisting and turning, no emotional manipulation. Hey, Qin Shen, what does your family do? How come you're so rich, buying a 10 million car just like that? My parents are workers at a clothing factory in Jiangning, Qin Shen replied, never avoiding what kind of people his parents were. He didn't discriminate against his parents' background and occupation like some suddenly rich children. Are you self-employed? Sort of. What kind of projects are you doing? Doing some small business, also have a hotel, selling cars, and recently planning to enter the film and television industry. Tian Xin pondered for a moment and muttered to herself. Oh, so it's homestays and second-hand cars, no wonder he's so rich. And entering the film and television industry, that must be Douyin short videos. Tian Xin smiled and asked, what kind of videos are you planning to shoot recently? Can I make a guest appearance? I also want to try being an internet celebrity. Qin Shen looked at Tian Xin, 1.7 meters tall, with legs close to a meter long. Today she was wearing a loose green hoodie, with a pair of black ultra-short shorts on the lower half, the length of the hoodie covering the shorts, better highlighting her unmatched long legs. Her face shape, facial features were extremely similar to Yang Chaoyue, with twin high buns on top of her head, overall looking youthful, lively, and cute, completely in line with her carefree personality. A complete contrast to Su Xiaoyan in style, but not far behind in looks. You have pretty good conditions, I'll tell them at the company later, if there's a chance, you can try out for a role. Really? That's great. Tian Xin danced happily. Then holding her delicate face full of longing, she said, if I become popular, I might have the chance to work with Reba in the future. Do you know Reba? My favorite actress, she's so beautiful, my goddess. And Boss Yang, if I meet Reba, I'll definitely meet Boss Yang. My whole family loves her dramas, especially 3 Lives, my mom has watched it countless times. Watching Tian Xin's excitement, Qin Shen's mouth twitched. Just about to speak, you can work with them now, no need to wait. But Tian Xin pointed not far ahead and said, Qin Shen, over there, that's the residential area. Qin Shen stopped speaking, followed her finger and drove the car over. Thank you, Qin Shen, after you finish unloading, come over, I'll wait for you. Qin Shen nodded, since he promised the other party, he had to come tonight no matter what. After Tian Xin left, he opened the navigation and found that this residential area was just a stone's throw away from his Kyoto Manor, just around the corner. Kyoto Manor, Villa No. 1. When Qin Shen returned, the villa was empty, Xiao Charan was not there. He took out his phone and dialed Xiao Charan's number. Where are you? Why aren't you at the villa? Don't you want this job anymore? Xiao Charan hesitated and stammered, Boss, there were some things at the TV station that I haven't finished handing over. On the other end of the phone, there was some noise in the background, like being at a dinner party. Occasionally, a man's voice could be heard reprimanding, Xiao Charan, what are you doing? Who are you talking to? Do you understand the rules? Come over and toast Mr. Wang. Xiao Charan quickly said to Qin Shen, Boss, I promise, once I finish handing over my current work, I will go back to the villa. Before he could finish, there was a busy tone on Xiao Charan's end, as if someone had forcibly hung up. Qin Shen looked at the hung-up phone. He faintly felt something was wrong. Xiao Churan was good at everything, but he was too responsible. He must have encountered some difficulties now. It seemed that he had to go over to Tianxia class after school to check on him. Kyoto, Shun District, Shoshuang Shirua Villa Community. Huang Wenwen welcomed her best friend Tian Xin at the entrance of the community. Xin, why are you so late? Did you send that classmate of yours home? No, my mom's car broke down, so my classmate gave me a ride here. Huang Wenwen thought a boy had called a ride-hailing service to send her, so she didn't pay much attention and said, "What, is he interested in you and specially drove you here?" Tian Xin's cute face blushed instantly, and she raised her fist as if to hit someone. No way, how could he be interested in me? Oh, with your family background, how many boys are waiting to pursue you? Huang Wenwen's words were not wrong. Tian Xin's parents were middle-level managers in state-owned enterprises. The family's annual income was close to $1 million, a level of the middle class in the whole of Kyoto. Huang Wenwen continued to ask, where does he live? What do his parents do? He said his parents are workers at a clothing factory in Jiangning. Huang Wenwen frowned. Ah, he's from a small place, not from Kyoto? His parents are workers at a small place clothing factory. Xin, you have to be careful, don't be deceived by this kind of boy. Nowadays, many outsiders are eager to settle in Kyoto, and some people even deceive others into marriage to get a household registration. Tian Xin said seriously, Wenwen, you underestimate Qin Chen. He is very capable, running a second-hand car business, running a homestay, and even making short videos. Huang Wenwen coldly snorted, can he make much money with those small tricks? Qin Chen is not just playing around. Huang Wenwen pointed at her friend's head, you are just a love brain. Let's not talk about anything else. In the Shoshuang Shirua Villa community where we are now, 1 square meter is sold for 40,000 yuan, and each house is worth at least 10 million. Xin, 10 million, he has to work for several lifetimes to earn that. Tian Xin tilted her head and said lightly, Qin Chen spent 10 million on a car just now. Huang Wenwen looked puzzled, then coquettishly said, Tian Xin, have you not listened to me? Don't be so love-struck, be more sober. Why are you talking nonsense for him? Tian Xin became a little anxious and stomped her foot. Oh, he didn't say nonsense, he said everything is true. Seeing her friend getting a little agitated, Huang Wenwen softened her tone. Okay, then tell me, what happened just now? Why did he buy a car out of the blue? Tian Xin began to speak seriously. Originally, Qin Chen had no intention of buying a car, but because my car broke down and the ride-hailing service had a long queue, he was worried that the meat and seafood he bought in the trunk would go bad at room temperature, so he took me to buy a car. By the end, Tian Xin also felt that Qin Chen's motive for buying a car was a bit absurd, and even she found it strange to describe. Huang Wenwen's mouth twitched. This was the most ridiculous reason she had ever heard for buying a car in her life. Just because the ride-hailing service had a queue, he was afraid the meat and seafood he bought at the supermarket would go bad, so he bought a car? Tian Xin, are you questioning my intelligence? Wenwen, I'm not. Tian Xin shook her head like a rattledrum, while Huang Weiwei crossed her arms, lifting her 34D chest. The angry gasps made her chest swell even more. Then you continue to make up. Oh no, you continue to say, what car did he buy? Tian Xin thought for a moment and said, Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Oh right, it's the black badge version of Cullinan. Huang Weiwei lowered her eyes, looking at Tian Xin as if she were an idiot. Xin, let me clarify if things are like this. Are you saying that your college classmate from a small county town, who deals in second-hand cars, runs an inn, and films Douyin videos, Qin Chen, bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan black badge just because he didn't want to wait in line for a ride-sharing service and was afraid his recently purchased meat and seafood would spoil? Right? Tian Xin nodded vigorously with her bright black eyes. By the way, how much is this Rolls-Royce Cullinan black badge? Huang Weiwei asked in a very gentle and friendly tone. 10 million. Huang Weiwei raised her hand, clapping and said, wow, 10 million. Tian Xin pursed her lips, feeling her best friend's sarcasm. Then, Huang Weiwei suddenly changed her tone, roaring into Tian Xin's ear, Tian Xin, are you taking me for a fool? Where in the world does such a person exist, whose family's money falls from the sky? Before you make up stories, don't you think about how absurd this story is? With that, she pulled Tian Xin up. Stop talking, I don't want to hear it. I called you here today to help you with a major life decision. Ha? What major life decision? I don't want it. Oh, just think of it as meeting a new friend. Tian Xin shrugged off Huang Weiwei's hand. Wenwen, if you don't explain clearly, I won't go with you. Seeing this, Huang Weiwei had to come clean. It's about he shuwa, he shao. Last time at my birthday party, he saw you once and has been pestering me, saying he likes you. You ignored him last time and left early. This time, he specially invited you to his house for a banquet, and the rest of us are just extras. Tian Xian's usually pink face showed rare anger. When, why didn't you tell me the truth earlier? Oh, if I told you the truth, would you have come? Tian Xian turned to leave. That he Shuhua is so arrogant, I just don't like him. Xian, he Xiao has the capital to be arrogant. Look at the neighborhood he lives in, just the house is worth 10 million, not to mention the 5 million renovation. His father is the branch manager of Huaxing Bank, with top-notch social status and connections. Your Qin Shen, even if he's rich, can he match Yi Xiao's wealth? Can he match his father's social status? Huang Weiwei earnestly advised, without receiving any benefits from Yi Xiao. It was all out of genuine concern, hoping her sister could have a better life. Xian, we're all adults now. Love, just a little bit is enough, don't be too stubborn. No matter how handsome a man is, how good he is to you, as long as he doesn't have money, it's all nonsense. Be realistic, my little cutie. Huang Weiwei held Tian Xian's delicate and fair face in her hands. At that moment, Tian Xian's phone rang, and she quickly answered, "Hello, I'm Qin Shen, I've put my things away, I'm now at the entrance of this neighborhood." Tian Xian's eyes lit up, a plan forming in her mind. She hurriedly replied, "Wait for me over there, I'll come out to meet you." Huang Weiwei pouted, looking very unhappy. Xian, don't blame your sister for being too harsh. I'm also doing this for your own good. Outsiders are always different from us locals. Kyoto, Shun District, Shoshuan Shirua Villa neighborhood entrance. Tian Xian ran ahead to meet Qin Shen, clasping her hands together, with a mournful expression, urgent help, Qin Shen, you have to help me, no matter what I say later, please cooperate with me. Okay, please. Qin Shen had a question mark on his head, but for the sake of being a classmate, he had to nod. Seeing the other party agree, Tian Xian's worry turned into joy, immediately showing a lovable smile. She came up and hugged Qin Shen's arm, startling Qin Shen subconsciously wanting to withdraw his hand. Tian Xian had anticipated this, held on tightly, and whispered, "You promised me, no backing out." Huang Wenwen stepped forward, seeing her best friend hugging Qin Shen, she became furious. Seeing Qin Shen in casual clothes, nothing special, just slightly more handsome, so she said unkindly, "Drive in, He Xiao's parking lot is big enough, definitely fits your Rolls-Royce Cullinan." Qin Shen smiled, "The car didn't come, I see the distance is close on both sides, so I walked over." Having fallen into 2 realms in a row, Qin Shen needed more time to practice breathing exercises for his body. Being away from the city is the best place to practice. Huang Wenwen couldn't help but frown. Indeed, a liar, a scumbag. When it came to verifying the truth, he would make excuses like the car broke down, left it home, and the driver took it away today. On the way to the villa with the two, Huang Wenwen secretly sent a message to Yi Xiao. Let Yi Xiao be prepared, must expose the scumbag, and save her good friend. When they arrived at a row of villas, Huang Wenwen rang the doorbell. A young man in white clothes and white pants walked out of the house. He had long hair combed back with hair oil, looking meticulous. The white shirt was of very good quality, draped well, giving a carefree and elegant look. Paired with loose straight pants and flip-flops, he was dressed in a rich and stylish manner. He Shuhua opened the door with a smile, his eyes falling on the sweet and lovely Tian Xian. He pretended to be calm and enthusiastic. "Oh, welcome two beautiful ladies, please come in, please come in." Then, pretending not to know, he asked, "Who is this brother?" Huang Wenwen interjected, "He is Tian Xian's classmate." Tian Xian pouted and retorted, "No, he is my boyfriend." He Shua's face flashed a barely noticeable cold smile, then maintained a smile, "Come in, everyone is here." With that, He Shuhua led the way, leading the three into this multi-million-dollar mansion. Walking into the villa courtyard, Huang Wenwen envied, in the prime location of Kyoto, owning a row of villas can be considered a successful person. If there is a 20 to 30 square meter garden in front of the villa, it is simply a winner in life. Tian Xian looked at the layout of the villa courtyard, showing a look of liking. He Shuhua proudly said, "This garden is not casually done, my mom hired a designer to design and plant it specifically, completely different from those vegetable and fruit gardens in rural homes. With our conditions, we must pay attention to the quality of life." Huang Wenwen sighed, "Indeed, having money is good. He Xiao, the greening of your community is also great. Walking in gives a feeling of returning to nature. Yes, the greening area of our community reaches 45%. After all, there are only villas here, no small apartments of 100 square meters." Hearing this, Tian Xian asked, "Qin Shen, isn't your community nearby? How is the greening area compared to this community, is there a big difference?" Qin Shen thought and remembered that his family's garden should be 1,500 square meters, so he said, I estimate it should be over 50%. He Shuhua coldly laughed and said, how could it be over 50%? The developers wouldn't profit. Brother, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Huang Wenwen looked embarrassed for her friend. She pulled Tian Xan, Xinshin, let Qinshen stop bragging. Inside are all the influential and wealthy people of Kyoto. Wenwen, what if Qinshen isn't bragging? You shouldn't underestimate others. Huang Wenwen rolled her eyes. Her best friend seemed beyond help. He Shuhua shook his head, no longer bothering to argue with Qinshen. In his mind, when the gap between people reaches a certain level, he disdains to slap in the face. Who has seen a Hangzhou horse showing off wealth to a low-level employee? They would only say, I'm not interested in money, I've never touched money before, using such Versailles-like words to provoke you. And you can't find any reason to refute them, because they have the capital to act like that. Several people entered the villa, and the interior of the villa was very luxurious. The 18th century Baroque architectural style everywhere showcased the owner's strong financial power of this house. 5 to 6 meters long crystal chandeliers hung from the 10-meter-high living room ceiling. European imported sofas, Italian imported marble floors. Every inch of the house exuded the smell of money. Even Huang Wenwen and Tian Xan, who have seen some of the world, couldn't help but exclaim softly, so luxurious, He Xiao. How much did the decoration cost? Huang Wenwen couldn't help but ask He Shuhua, who smiled and said, about 6 or 7 million. The two girls gasped, 6 or 7 million. The money spent on decoration could buy a property in Kyoto. He Shuhua laughed, houses are not about quantity but quality. After all, a person can only sleep in one bed every day. Qin Chan looked around nonchalantly. Seeing this, Huang Wenwen thought to herself, you, a scumbag from a small county, are exposed in such a high-end decorated villa. I must reveal your true colors today. She pretended to ask casually, Qin Shen, you seem to be looking so carefully, is this the first time you've seen this style of decoration? It's understandable, the Baroque architectural style is a style of architecture and decoration that developed on the basis of Italian Renaissance architecture. Its main feature is the need to use a large amount of precious materials for decoration, with bright and grand colors. Ordinary small houses cannot achieve this historical sense of weight. Qin Shen nodded, agreeing with Huang Wenwen's analysis. You're right, but you missed one point. That is, the main feature of Baroque architecture style is to flaunt wealth. Huang Wenwen was stunned that he knew about it. Qin Shen continued, however, the Baroque style of this villa is still lacking some taste. They should have hired not the top Italian designers, but people from elsewhere. It lacks some of the Italians' unique creativity, and tends to be conservative in the choice of murals and chandeliers. The marble floor is not of the highest quality. It just looks like first class. Qin Shen's analysis left everyone stunned. He Shua's face showed displeasure, and Huang Wenwen, knowing his temper, quickly intervened. Qin Shen, what do you know? You learn a few sentences online and come out to show off. The decoration costs millions, can the materials be inferior? Then she pushed He Shuhua inside to introduce him to other friends. As they entered the living room, Huang Wenwen turned back and glared at Tian Xan, Xinshin, this is the last time I'm helping you. Let Qin Chen watch his mouth, stop showing off. He Shuhua felt a bit uncomfortable, not wanting to argue with Qin Chen beforehand. But he didn't expect him to confront him. As they walked into the living room, they saw 4 young people sitting there, 2 men and 2 women. They were all dressed in fashion, wearing expensive clothes and luxury brand bags. He Shuhua introduced the 3 of them, extending his hand. This is Zhang Haoyu, the owner of a restaurant, and the recent popular hotpot brand Zhang Hezhuang, which is their family business. They have also hired a celebrity to endorse it, and there are now 500 stores nationwide. This is his girlfriend. Huang Wenwen quickly greeted them warmly. Zhang Haoyu, with his arm around his companion, glanced over, hummed softly, and ignored her. He Shuhua pretended not to see and continued to introduce the other person. This is Long Tian, the founder of TT Group, Long Xiao. When Huang Wenwen heard it was the TT Group, she immediately became excited. TT Group, Long Tian, I know. It's that beauty brand store that can be found in national shopping malls, TT. I really like the cosmetics from this brand. Every time I receive my living expenses, I have to go spend it. Long Tian heard fans praising and put down his crossed legs, handing over a bottle of beer, saying, I am honored to have the love of beautiful female fans. In a few days, the company will launch new products for winter. Beautiful lady, leave me a contact method, and I will send you a set when the time comes. Huang Wenwen was pleasantly surprised, took the beer with both hands, and said, thank you, Long, I will always support TT. He Shuhua seemed to be casually introducing, but was actually showing off his connections. Talking about the strength of his friends at home was also a way to show his own strength. Then, he introduced Huang Wenwen. This beauty is Huang Wenwen, a freshman at Kyoto Film and Television Academy, our future actress. He Xiao, you are too kind, I feel embarrassed. Huang Wenwen stuck out her tongue and joked. When they heard that she was a freshman at Kyoto Film and Television Academy, the people present became interested. They had seen many beautiful women and were tired of playing with them. Future stars were rare. Zhang Haoyu was no longer indifferent, finally turned his head to look at Huang Wenwen. Then, he Shuhua introduced Tian Xan. This beauty is Tian Xan, a top student at our Kyoto University of Finance and Economics. When they heard this, their interest waned. Although Tian Xan's looks were comparable to Huang Wenwen's, her figure was even more slender. But good-looking female college students were everywhere in Kyoto, nothing special. However, the next sentence from He Shuhua piqued the interest of a few people. He mysteriously said, our Xin has caught the eye of a mysterious guest tonight. Mysterious guest? Mysterious guest? Mysterious guest? Everyone looked at each other, completely puzzled by He Shuhua's words. Even Huang Wenwen, who had been supporting him, was shocked. She tugged at He Shuhua's clothes and asked, He Xiao, what do you mean? Why don't I know anything? He Shuhua chuckled, not hiding anything, I am not the protagonist of tonight's game. The protagonist is someone else, a big shot. To invite him, I have spent countless efforts and resources, and built many relationships. Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu were shocked to hear He Shuhua's words. They had no idea that a big shot was coming today. They had come to He Shuhua's house tonight because there were some problems with the company's funds. They wanted a bank loan, and He Shuhua's father happened to be the branch manager of Kyoto Huaxing Bank. Because of this relationship, they came as guests. He Xiao, why didn't you tell us beforehand? Zhang Haoyu was a bit annoyed, feeling left in the dark by He Shuhua's actions. Just based on this, he felt that He Shuhua had not given him face at all. Long Tian said, He Xiao, it seems like you are treating us as pawns. Their words were sharp, not giving He Shuhua any face. But He Shuhua laughed and said, Long, Zhang, you are being too serious. I'm just teasing. As long as this big shot says a word tonight, all your little troubles will be nothing. With a slight movement of his finger, everything can be resolved. Long Tian sensed something in his words and asked straightforwardly, Oh? So, He Xiao, after all your efforts to help us, what do you want? He Shuhua said directly, I like your straightforwardness, Long. So, I will help you both raise no less than 5 billion in financing. You give me 1% of the company's shares. How about that? It's very reasonable. Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu narrowed their eyes at his words. They thought to themselves, this cunning He Shuhua turned out to be a broker. Although they cursed He Shuhua in their hearts for taking advantage of the situation, they were in urgent need of a large amount of capital injection due to the company's financial chain issues. So, they could only grit their teeth and continue to sit there. Zhang Haoyu said, He Xiao, as long as the money is in place, the matter of shares is negotiable. Long Tian added, First, tell us who this big shot is? As He Shuhua was about to reveal the answer, Tian Xan suddenly shouted, He Shuhua, what do you take me for? Are you using me as a tool for making money? He Shuhua looked disdainfully at Tian Xan and said, If someone values you, it's your good fortune. Look at what kind of person you are. Huang Wenwen didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. She pulled Tian Xan and said, Xinxin, let's go. What kind of nonsense is this, pretending to be a big shot and actually being a pimp for others? But as she was about to leave with Tian Xan, He Shuhua calmly said, Tian Xan, if you dare to leave today, your father's loss of 10 million won't be covered by anyone. Tian Xan stopped abruptly, stunned on the spot. How did He Shuhua know about her father's misuse of public funds to invest in stocks and lose 10 million? You. He Shuhua laughed, the circle in Kyoto was so small, how could your father's scandal be hidden? Fortunately, their company, out of face saving, allowed your father to make up for the loss within a deadline, and everything will be fine. But time is running out, only 3 days left. Tian Xan lowered her head, knowing about her father's situation. The family was already in chaos, with the company given a 7-day deadline to make up for the 10 million hole. But the family's house worth 6 million had been on the market for a few days. The agent had no intention of helping and kept lowering the price. Seeing time running out, it was impossible to repay 10 million. Can you lend me 10 million? Tian Xan let go of her friend's hand and asked in a low voice. Of course, as long as you serve the big shot well, 10 million is just a grain of sand in his hand. Tian Xan sighed in despair, okay. He Shuhua laughed heartily. Tonight's situation was completely under his control. Suddenly, a voice came from the corner. I didn't agree to your plan. Everyone turned to see a man in casual clothes speaking. Except for his slightly handsome appearance, he was unremarkable. He Shuhua stood up and walked over nonchalantly. Oh, sorry, I forgot about you, Tian Xan's boyfriend. Will you give up your girlfriend? He Shuhua didn't take Qin Shen seriously and spoke recklessly. Faced with such provocation, Qin Shen's eyes narrowed, his fists clenched, a murderous intent rising. He Shuhua, unfazed, took out a bulging wallet from his pocket and threw a stack of thick bills at Qin Shen. You little punk, I've tolerated you for a long time. Since you came in, you've been acting all high and mighty. Who do you think you are? I can crush you with money. In the circle of Kyoto, money is king. I'll give you a chance. I'm in a good mood now. If you can hold all the money I throw, go ahead, take it and get lost. Qin Shen's eyes narrowed, coldly saying, with your little strength, you dare to bark in front of me. Tian Xan was in deep despair, unable to feel the actions of those around her, just staring blankly at the ground. Huang Wenwen, being pragmatic, couldn't help her friend, so she could only pull her friend's boyfriend. She walked to Qin Shen and said, Qin Shen, let's go. Their power is too strong. You can't bluff your way through with a few words. Qin Shen's father's situation is too big, neither of us can help. For her sake, give up. Qin Shen snorted, two small business owners and a trashy broker relying on their father's connections. What kind of strength do they have? In my eyes, everyone here is trash. Who do you think you are, daring to say that to us? Zhang Haoyu, with a rebellious personality, stood up first, pointing at Qin Shen angrily, pretending in short videos, but actually a loser with nothing in his pocket. Don't embarrass yourself here. Long Tian often watched short videos, seeing many plots like the Dragon King's son-in-law, similar to Qin Shen now. But he didn't believe Qin Shen had any strength to challenge them. He Shuhua was furious and said loudly, you want to talk about strength with me? Fine, I'll tell you what strength is. The villa design that you looked down upon when you entered, was personally designed by the top domestic designer Su Shirgua, costing 500,000 yuan. The chandelier you look down upon is imported from Italy, costing 150,000 yuan. The marble floor that you consider low quality cost a total of 1 million yuan for the whole house. Just these alone are savings that you won't be able to accumulate in your entire life after graduation. Everyone present was shocked to hear this. Just the design fee, chandelier, and floor cost nearly 2 million yuan. This amount was beyond the reach of even the founders of two companies. After all, their net worth was mostly in stock value. The actual cash in hand was not that abundant. Trash house, I really can't understand how you dare to show off a townhouse. With such a low vision, you still dream of being a broker to profit from information asymmetry. Qin Shen's words made He Shuhua blush with anger. Fine, if this is a trash house, then show us something better if you have it. I'd like to see which villa in Kyoto can compare to mine. Alright, let's go now. With that, they all got into their cars and headed to Qin Shen's house to see. When they arrived at the parking lot, the three of them got into Long Tiantian's Land Rover Range Rover. Qin Shen took Tian Xan to sit in Huang Wenwen's Volkswagen Polo. Zhang Haoyu rolled down the window and shouted at the Volkswagen Polo, you don't even have a car, what are you pretending for, have some dignity. Inside the car, Huang Wenwen looked embarrassed. Qin Shen, how about I drop you off at the subway station, and you can walk from there. Qin Shen ignored her and said, go out the east gate, then go straight, turn right at the traffic light, and you'll reach the southwest gate of my community, which is closer to my house. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Huang Wenwen could only sigh lightly and give up. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was dark. Huang Wenwen carefully drove her car out of the community, following Qin Shen's instructions. In the Land Rover, Zhang Haoyu grumbled, damn, what kind of car is that woman driving, at 30 kilometers per hour, we won't get there until tomorrow. Long Tian sneered, you really think that kid is taking us to his house, isn't he? He Shuhua said, he probably wants Huang Wenwen to drop him off at the subway station and then run away. The people in the car burst into laughter. The next moment, they looked up and saw the Volkswagen Polo stopping at an intersection. Look, I was right, wasn't I? He Xiao is amazing, he can even guess this. He Xiao is awesome. But next, the Volkswagen Polo in front started up again and turned right. The three of them were speechless and followed. After turning at the intersection, the Volkswagen Polo drove straight to the entrance of a private community built around a giant stone pillar. The security guard at the community stopped the car and solemnly said, this is a private community. No outside vehicles are allowed in. Huang Wenwen lowered her window. It was the first time she had seen such a magnificent community gate. For a moment, she didn't know how to talk to the security guard. Qin Shen in the back seat lowered his window and said to the security guard, these are my friends, I'm taking them home, and the Land Rover behind is also with us. The security guard recognized Qin Shen at first sight. Building 1 of Kyoto Manor, the owner of the building. This time, there was no need for facial recognition, and the car was allowed in directly. "All right, Mr. Sheen, I wish you a pleasant life." Huang Wenwen drove the car into the community, feeling like she was floating, with an unbelievable feeling. Long Tintian's Land Rover followed closely behind, and the few of them understood. When they arrived at the entrance of Kyoto Manor, they already knew something was wrong. They all knew this place. It could be said that as long as someone in Kyoto had a little money, they knew. The houses in Kyoto Manor were the dream houses of every wealthy person. They were a symbol of status. But the exorbitant prices deterred 99,999% of people. Living here can only be the top 0.00001% of the world's big shots. He Shuhua just wanted to find a crack to drill into at this moment. Two cars drove into Villa No. One after the other. Then, they both got out of the car. As they stepped into the 1,500 square meter garden, they seemed to be in a dreamlike place like the Palace of Versailles in France. Huang Wenwen pulled the lost and dejected Tian Xian. Walking in this large garden, everything was so dreamy. Qin Shan really has a house in Kyoto? The specifications of this neighborhood are many times higher than He Shuhua's neighborhood, crushing his neighborhood. Inside are all detached villas, and row villas are just rubbish. There is also a garden, with over 1,000 square meters being considered a garden. He Shuhua's home is at best just a flower bed. Qin Shan led the way at the front, with Huang Wenwen pulling Tian Xian closely behind. The three of them, like three little chicks, silently followed along the way. On the way to the villa hall, Huang Wenwen secretly took out her phone. She searched for information about building one of Kyoto Manor. Soon, the search results came out. She looked at the screen and read aloud, Kyoto Manor, Villa No. 1 is the king of the building. Luxurious interior decoration, all using top-grade materials. The entire villa with garden covers 10 acres of land, with a building area of 3,300 square meters, 12 bedrooms, 10 oversized parking spaces, as well as indoor and outdoor international standard swimming pool, SPA, wet and dry saunas, massage pool, billiard room, gym, home theater, and other entertainment facilities. According to the latest news, this king of the building has been bought by a mysterious customer, with a conservative estimate of the transaction price not less than 1 billion. Seeing this, Huang Wenwen couldn't help but exclaim, 1 billion? This house is worth 1 billion. She looked at her best friend Tian Xian, placing her hands on her shoulders. Xinshin, you've hit the jackpot. Qin Shan is a hidden billionaire, living in a 1 billion house. His net worth is at least in the tens of billions. Tian Xian's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but quickly dimmed. Wenwen, I've long said that Qin Shan is not an ordinary person. Oh, Xinshin, it's my fault. I couldn't see the big picture. Why are you still frowning? With a boyfriend so rich, your dad's matter, to him, is just a matter of numbers. Tian Xian smiled self-deprecatingly. Wenwen, Qin Shan is not my boyfriend at all, he's just my college classmate. Besides, he has already helped me a lot. How can I ask him for money again, especially 1 million? Huang Wenwen hugged Tian Xian, showing sympathy on her face, with a hint of joy in her heart. The faces of the three of He Shuhua looked as if they had eaten shit. They were so arrogant just now, and now they were so embarrassed. In front of such a wealthy person like Qin Shan, what are the founders of the nationally renowned hot pot chain with 500 stores? What are the principals of well-known beauty brands? They are nothing. The two of them, struggling with their businesses, trying to raise funds like crazy, still couldn't match the money for one of his houses. The two of them looked extremely ugly, fearing any connection with Qin Shan in their business. If he gets upset, directly targeting and blocking them, then it's over. Several people entered the villa hall. The interior of the house was decorated in a French style, extremely luxurious. All kinds of furniture, decorations, chandeliers, at a glance, all seemed to be of high value. Qin Shan stopped, turned to the crowd, pointed at He Shuhua and said, compared to his villa, whose is better? Long Tian immediately retorted, saying, yours is better. Your villa compared to He Shuhua's villa, it's like night and day. Qin Shan couldn't stand this kind of petty person, so he ignored them. He pointed to the crystal chandelier on the ceiling and said, this crystal chandelier is the cheapest Swarovski crystal chandelier in the house. Its price is 1.88 million. The marble floor on the first floor is worth 5 million. He Shao, I really can't understand. How dare you talk to me about strength? He Shuhua was choked and dared not say a word, only lowering his head. In the face of absolute strength difference, even if he is the mouth-strong king of Ionia, it's useless. Suddenly, He Shuhua's phone rang. He took it out and saw that the caller was the big shot of tonight. Before answering the call, he came up with a plan and quickly ran outside. A few minutes later, He Shuhua seemed like a different person, walking in with his head held high. Pointing at Qin Shan's nose, he said, Qin Shan, I never expected you to be so capable. Making money by flipping second-hand cars, running homestays, and profiting from Douyin. I admit, standing in the wind, even a pig can fly. But quick money is just that. No matter how much you have, it's just 100 billion in assets. Compared to the big shot tonight, you are still a little brother. Qin Chen frowned. He Shuhua continued, as the saying goes, those who know the times are wise. Your 100 billion in assets are nothing in front of the big shot's family. He has a bad temper and hates it when others snatch his woman. I advise you not to get involved with a woman. I'll find you another one another day. We are both respectable people, no need to make things unpleasant. He Shua's words seemed like friendly advice on the surface, but in reality, it was a veiled threat, using borrowed power to intimidate. Qin Chen was curious upon hearing this. Who could it be that looks down on 100 billion in assets? At this moment, Qin Chen's phone rang. It was the security guard at the entrance of the residential area. Hello, Mr. Qin, a friend of yours wants to visit at the entrance, should I let them in? Qin Chen was stunned, as he hadn't invited anyone. Then he realized that this person was probably the big shot mentioned by He Shuhua. So he replied, let them in, thank you. Upon hearing the words let them in, He Shuhua immediately perked up. The big shot is here. He quickly straightened up and ran outside to personally welcome him. The others stayed inside the villa, quietly watching the direction of the gate. 10 minutes later, a 3-ton, 10-meter-long, 5-meter-high cast iron gate slowly opened. A red Rolls-Royce slowly drove in. He Shuhua eagerly opened the back door of the Rolls-Royce. A casually dressed man with a duckbill cap got out of the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. He Shuhua led the way like a dog. As the two entered the villa, He Shua's momentum completely bloomed. Everyone, this is the big shot that has been mentioned, the Prince of Wanda Group, Wang Song, Wang Xiao. Long Tian, Zhang Haoyu, and others were shocked. What's going on? He Shuhua actually invited the Prince of Wanda Group to come. This is so unreal. This super rich, the prince of a wealthy family. They are not in the same league as these small fries. Long Tian and Zhang Haoyu quickly went up to introduce themselves. Wang Xiao owns an angel investment company and is a real big shot. He Shuhua slightly raised his chin, looking at Qin Chen. It seemed like he was saying, you're backing down now, aren't you? Your 100 billion in assets are nothing in front of him, not enough. Even if you have a mansion, so what? When you have money, you have to talk about family and industry. Without real industry, it's all just a bubble. People in the cryptocurrency circle are a lesson. He Shuhua quickly brought Wang Song to Tian Xin. Wang Xiao, this is the Miss Tian Xin you've been mentioning. I went through a lot of trouble to invite her for you. Miss Tian Xin has admired you for a long time, right, Miss Tian? He Shuhua signaled to Tian Xin, who reluctantly lowered her head. Alright, He Shuhua, you really understand me. Wang Song laughed. He had a soft spot for sweet and lovely girls. He couldn't forget Tian Xin after meeting her at a banquet before. He Shuhua saw through Wang Song's thoughts, which is why tonight's situation arose. Just as Wang Song was about to chat further with Tian Xin, Qin Chen, sitting on the sofa, coldly said, Wang Song, you dare to flirt with my girlfriend without considering the consequences? With these words, the room fell silent, everyone held their breath. Qin Chen actually dared to provoke Wang Song. That is the prince of the Wan Group, a company with a market value of nearly $1 trillion. Qin Chen, is he crazy? When Wang Song heard someone talking to him like this, he instantly wanted to curse. The prince of the Wan Group, the only son of the chairman, was actually asked to measure himself. Wang Song has a fiery personality, openly confronting several big shots and even the 4 young masters of the capital. He quickly turned his head and said, K. But when he saw the person in front of him, he was stunned. You are Mr. Qin? Wang Song asked in a panic. Qin Chen sneered, it seems you know who I am. Suddenly, Wang Song realized that he was at the Kyoto Manor. The mysterious major shareholder who owns 30% of the group's shares lives here. Initially, the Wan Group was bought 30% of its shares overnight, shocking the entire group. Everyone speculated that it was an international financial consortium or a financial giant. But later, his father Wan Lin told him, the one who acquired 30% of the shares of their group was a 20-year-old young man. The first major shareholder of the Wan Group is their Wang family, holding 41% of the shares. The second largest shareholder is the young man in front of him. Mr. Qin, is this Tian Xin girl your girlfriend? Qin Chen nodded, staring at Wang Song with a hint of hostility in his eyes. Wang Song swallowed his saliva. The Wang family is the largest shareholder of the Wan Group, with the highest decision-making power, that's true. But this is all the Wang family has. The second largest shareholder, a 20-year-old young man, owns 30%. What a concept! It can be said that the shares of Wang Group are just a small investment for him. The real strength behind such a wealthy person is far superior to their Wang family. His father treats him with great respect. If he says to fire a senior executive, his father immediately sends a letter to dismiss that person. A person even his father fears. How could he offend him? Wang Song may be arrogant because of his wealth, but having money doesn't mean the other party is foolish. He has criticized big shots before, but they were unrelated to his family business. He apologized to the only person he mistakenly criticized. Obviously, Qin Shin is someone he can't afford to offend. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize my own family in the chaos. Wang Song sincerely apologized and looked around. He picked up a bottle of liquor, poured himself a glass, and said, Mr. Qin, I'll drink this glass. Let's consider this matter settled. What do you think? Qin Shen nodded, but remained expressionless. Seeing this, Wang Song raised his head and drank the full glass of liquor in one go. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe what they were seeing. Is this the same Wang Dasha who stirred up trouble online and spoke out against things he didn't like? Why is he so humble, even taking the initiative to punish himself with a drink? Everyone looked at Qin Shen as if he were a monster. What kind of identity does he have, so terrifying? Long Tian and Zhang Haonan both had the heart to kill He Shuhua. You, the son of a branch bank manager, are pretending to be a big shot tonight, making them offend people they shouldn't. He Shuhua's face turned pale, his legs weakened, almost losing control. Wang Song is someone he can't afford to offend. Isn't Qin Shen even more invincible? He knelt down on both knees. Young Master Qin, I was blind. If I offended you tonight, please let me go. He cried, fearing that if Qin Shen was unhappy, his small He family would be doomed. He was lucky to have a father who supported him. If his father lost his job, the whole family would be finished. Qin Shen moved his leg back an inch, afraid of touching such a jerk. He slowly asked, Wang Song, is this your dog? Wang Song immediately denied, I don't know him. If he hadn't said there were beautiful women here tonight, I wouldn't have paid attention to him. After speaking, Wang Song suddenly realized that he seemed to have misspoken and immediately stopped talking. Wang Xiao, I've tried so hard to please you, how can you kick me away like this? Wang Song was angry. Damn it, do I know you well? I could have scolded you, but you dare to set me up, almost offending Boss Qin. Wang Song kicked He Shuhua away. Originally dressed in white and elegant, He Shuhua rolled on the ground twice. Qin Shen, seeing He Shuhua with tears and snot all over his face, felt a bit nauseous and said, Get out quickly, don't dirty my home. He Shuhua, feeling like he had been granted amnesty, crawled out of the villa. Long Tian knew he had offended Qin Shen tonight, so his financing was definitely off the table, and he left dejectedly. Zhang Haoyu felt stronger in his heart than the others, thinking the other party wouldn't reach out to hit someone who was smiling. Today, his business was in a life-or-death crisis. Zhang Haoyu decided to go all out, rubbing his hands and smiling. Boss Qin, Wang Xiao, I am Zhang Haoyu, founder of Zhang Hezhuang Hot Pot, with 500 stores nationwide and an annual revenue of 3 billion. Now, due to expansion needs, we urgently need investments, as long as. Before Zhang Haoyu could finish his thoughts, Qin Shen glared at him and said, What qualifications do you have to do business with me? You dare to come to me for investment with an annual revenue of 3 billion. Get lost. Qin Shen's voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderbolt, scaring Zhang Haoyu to the core. He quickly bowed and left the villa. Seeing the three people leave, Wang Song initially wanted to stay for a while, but felt the atmosphere was awkward. With two beautiful women beside him, he didn't dare to touch either of them. What if the other one was also Qin Shen's girlfriend? He would be in trouble. Boss Qin, I have something to do tonight. How about this, next time it's on me, let's go out and have fun, what do you think? Seeing Wang Song's attitude was not bad, Qin Shen nodded, okay, add me on WeChat, we'll contact each other then. Wang Song was delighted and quickly added him on WeChat. Let me tell you, I have all kinds of beautiful internet celebrities, young models, and stars in my circle. When you come, I guarantee you'll have a great time. After adding him as a friend, Wang Song left in a hurry. Inside the room, there were 3 people left. Qin Shen sat comfortably on the sofa, while Huang Wenwen and Tian Xin dared not even breathe heavily standing on the side. Among all the people tonight, the 2 of them were the lowest. Everyone else was someone they looked up to, but when these people talked to Qin Shen, they were all humble and cautious. The 2 girls didn't dare to make trouble. Tian Xin, seeing her last hope leave, felt hopeless. Originally an optimistic and cheerful girl, she now looked gloomy, with no sign of vitality. Sit down, why are you 2 standing? Xin Shen spoke, and Huang Wenwen pulled Tian Xan's sleeve, indicating her to sit with her. Missing Wang Song, Tian Xan's only hope now was this man in front of her. Instead of sitting down, she knelt on both knees. "Xin Shen, can you save my dad?" Huang Wenwen was shocked and quickly pulled Tian Xan up. Xin, what are you doing? Don't do this, let's think of another way." Wenwen, there's no other way. With only 3 days left, my family can't come up with 10 million. Don't worry about me. Tian Xan shook off Huang Wenwen's hand and continued kneeling. Huang Wenwen couldn't bear it and slapped Tian Xan. "Tian Xin, wake up, how can you fall so low? Wenwen, aren't you trying to introduce me to a wealthy man tonight?" Now Qin Shen is a wealthy man. Huang Wenwen was speechless at Tian Xan's words. Tonight, she had intended to introduce a rich young man to her best friend. But that was limited to someone like He Shuhua. How could she let go of Wang Tsong and the current Qin Shen? As a student of the Kyoto Film and Television Academy, a rising star in the domestic film and television industry, her boyfriend could only be an outstanding figure among men. While Huang Wenwen was still thinking about how to continue her sentence, Qin Shen spoke up. "I can lend you 10 million, help you get through this difficult time." A glimmer of hope burst into Tian Xan's despairing eyes. "Really? Qin Shen, are you really willing to help me? But if I help you, what can you offer me in return?" Tian Xan fell silent. She understood that every gift in this world already had a price tag attached to it. What did she have now? No skills, no industry. How could she repay such a huge debt of 10 million? She lowered her head, looking at her own body. Now, only this body seemed valuable. She gritted her teeth. "Qin Shen, as long as you are willing to lend me 10 million, I will do anything for you." "Anything?" Qin Shen asked coldly. Tian Xan, feeling unwilling, wronged, and restrained, tears swirling in her eyes, nodded vigorously. Qin Shen leaned back, offering his body to the leather sofa beneath him. "All right then, for my 4 years in university, you will personally cook for me every meal. You know how terrible the food in our school cafeteria is. I prefer light dishes, and every meal must have soup, any kind of soup will do." Tian Xan was stunned. What kind of condition was this? She raised her tear-stained face, blinked her big eyes, and asked in confusion, "Just cooking?" Qin Shen nodded. "Yes, specifically cooking for me every day, delivering the meals. What's wrong? Is it too difficult for you?" At this moment, Tian Xan felt that the man in front of her was like an angel sent from heaven to save her. She wiped her tears, broke into a smile, and said, "Not difficult at all, not difficult at all. I am good at cooking. I promise, I will cook and deliver meals for you every day during my 4 years in university." Huang Wenwen was dumbfounded, her mouth wide open. Was this the perverse taste of the rich? 10 million to hire a young woman to cook for oneself every day? What was wrong with this world? Were all rich people so capricious? Qin Shen didn't waste any words and immediately transferred 10 million to Tian Xan. His first impression of this young girl was good, giving him a feeling similar to his own sister. If he hadn't helped her, she would have definitely gone astray. This was something Qin Shen couldn't bear to see. 10 million might be an unattainable sum for ordinary people in their lifetime, but for Qin Shen, it was just a common number. Considering the shares he currently held in several groups, the conservative estimate of their combined annual income exceeded 5 billion. Converted, he could earn 14 million every time he woke up from a nap. Using less than a day's income to save a young girl's life was like a person with a monthly salary of 5,000 spending 100 yuan to save a troubled girl. No one should feel like they were losing out. Qin Shen felt that this deal was acceptable. Tian Xan felt a huge weight lifted off her heart, her face returning to its sweet smile. She stood up, stretched lazily, and said, "I didn't notice when I came in earlier, Qin Shen, your house is so big." Tian Xan, no longer gloomy, pulled Huang Wenwen to carefully tour the villa. "Wenwen, look at this chandelier, I love it. The flowers in the garden are so beautiful. Qin Shen, how many rooms do you have in your house? Will you get lost at night? Your bathroom is bigger than my living room, it's too exaggerated." If these words were spoken by someone else, they would be full of compliments and jealousy. But coming from Tian Xan, they sounded like a child marveling at a park. The two of them continued to chatter until late at night. Qin Shen invited them to stay in the house. Apart from the master bedroom and the housekeeper's room, they could choose from 10 other super large bedrooms. Tian Xan quickly chose a room that overlooked the entire garden. After a night of excitement, Qin Shen finally turned off the lights and lay down on the bed. A familiar prompt sounded in his mind, congratulations challenger, completed side mission, sacrifice and rescue, mission reward, obtain the godly item long position sign. Note, the item long position sign can control a single stock to rise by 100%. Note, this item is a disposable item. Once used, it will be automatically destroyed. Challengers must cherish it. As the prompt disappeared, the interface displayed the attribute bar, character attributes, Qin Chen, gender, male, martial arts, peak of level 4, medical skills, level 2 beginner, single-use item, long position sign. Qin Chen was somewhat surprised. This time the reward was actually different from the usual rewards. It turned out to be an item reward. The system actually had this function. Long position sign can be used to go long on stocks. This is a powerful tool, equivalent to money coming directly. Qin Chen closed the attribute bar with satisfaction. The scene in front of him returned to the normal world. Just as he was about to close his eyes and fall asleep, suddenly, the neural defense system of the level 4 martial arts master he brought with him was activated. His perception instantly captured the movement at the bedroom door. Someone is spying on me at the door? Qin Chen remained still, pretending to be asleep. He saw the door of his 300 square meter bedroom being quietly pushed open, revealing a crack. A slender figure passed through the crack and walked in stealthily. The person's figure was light, walking on the thick wool carpet without making a sound. In Qin Chen's consciousness, he could clearly visualize all the movements of the other party. Every move of the other party was within his grasp. The person slowly walked to Qin Chen's bedside and climbed onto the bed. As the person's arm quietly reached out, about to approach Qin Chen's neck, he suddenly turned over, straddling the other person and firmly controlling them underneath. His left hand gripped the other person's throat, his right hand clenched into a fist, ready to strike with full force. Startled by Qin Chen's actions, the other person subconsciously screamed, "Ah!" Qin Chen frowned, released his hand, and jumped off the bed, asking, "Why did you enter my room?" Qin Chen turned on the lights in the room and sat on the sofa opposite the bed. Huang Wenwen sat with her hands around her knees, leaning on the pillow. As a freshman at the Kyoto Film and Television Academy, Huang Wenwen's looks scored above 8 points. On her palm-sized melon seed face, her features were delicate and three-dimensional. Upon closer inspection, there was a hint of Xiaoyang's charm. With a charming and enchanting figure, it was hard for anyone to resist. Huang Wenwen said with a grievance, "I'm scared to sleep alone." "Then go find Tian Xin. Do you know that your actions just now almost got you killed?" Qin Chen asked coldly. Huang Wenwen got off the bed. With delicate feet, she tiptoed on the soft carpet. She took small steps to Qin Chen's side and squatted down. "Xinshin is asleep. I didn't want to disturb her. You were so powerful just now, you pinned me down in one move. But you were too forceful. I'm a bit sore now. Can you massage me?" She leaned towards Qin Chen. Ignoring her, Xinshin said, "I'm tired, I want a rest." "Then let me massage you, I'm very good at it." "No need, you can go now." Huang Wenwen didn't move, just stood there quietly. Qin Chen's tone turned slightly angry. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Huang Wenwen's voice was low and soft. "Why do you all like Tian Xin and no one likes me?" "I know, in the eyes of you men, women who look like me are cheap and lowly. Someone like Tian Xin is the perfect match. But what did I do wrong? My appearance was given to me by my parents, how can I change my charming figure?" Qin Chen sneered, half smiling, "So you want to seduce me with your appearance? How much money do you want?" Huang Wenwen's face changed, the timidity and fear disappeared, replaced by humiliation. "Money? Heh, if I wanted money, I could just go find those small bosses. Why would I need to flatter them? Just a snap of my fingers, and they would obediently give me money to spend." "Then what do you want?" Huang Wenwen sat down heavily, sighed lightly, and said, "I just want a sense of security. We both know what I will encounter in the career path I have chosen. The entertainment industry is full of deception and intrigue, but that's not the worst part. To survive, how many people can stay wise and clean? I don't ask for your money, I just want a safe haven where I can focus on acting peacefully, be a good actress, and not be harassed by those people, that's all." Huang Wenwen leaned on the soft sofa, curled up her body, looked at the moonlight outside the French window, and continued, "I know that choosing the path of an actress requires sacrifices. Since the outcome is already predetermined, my only wish is to dedicate myself to one person." After speaking, she looked at Qin Chen, silent. Qin Chen suddenly understood that she wanted him to be her backer, to protect her. The chaos in the industry is evident from the daily gossip news. For example, in the neighboring country, their female celebrities in the entertainment industry are all playthings of the wealthy. Many are tortured to the point of mental breakdown and eventually self-destruct. The girl in front of him just wants a shelter. Qin Chen, recalling that he had just acquired a media company, thought that recruiting a talented actress as the boss would bring wealth to the company. So he said, "If you want my protection, I can promise you. I will ensure you can focus on your studies, act properly, choose suitable scripts, and reject messy social gatherings." Huang Wenwen's eyes suddenly lit up with disbelief as she ran to Qin Shen. "Really? Are you really willing to help me?" Qin Shen remained cold. "Do I look like someone who jokes around?" Huang Wenwen hugged Qin Shen, then planted a kiss on him. Qin Shen pushed her away. "Alright, now that you've achieved your goal, go back to sleep." Huang Wenwen was puzzled and a bit disappointed. "Don't you want me to stay with you? Or do you despise me?" "Don't worry, you are my first man." She blushed and lowered her head. Qin Shen waved his hand. "Your help is for me to cultivate an outstanding actress. Your current actions make me feel like it's a transaction between us." Huang Wenwen's disappointed eyes suddenly lit up. She didn't expect Qin Shen to think that way. Her fondness for him increased a few notches. But since Qin Shen had spoken, she could only give up. Today is not the day, maybe another time. Just as Huang Wenwen closed the door, a familiar notification sound rang out. "Congratulations to the challenger, completed side mission, shelter, mission reward, received 10 billion do coins." Qin Shen was a bit stunned. He had just saved a girl from falling into despair, and the system rewarded him with 10 billion do coins. Was he supposed to save the female anchor of the entire Douyin? He still had over 90,000 carnivals to give away. How could he focus on studying like this? Qin Shen closed the system interface and went to sleep angrily. Kyoto, High District, Douyin headquarters. Song Shifeng, the busy director of the operations department, sat at his desk and stretched after a long day. Today was his 8th consecutive day of overtime. Due to the unfavorable environment recently, the online viewership of the web celebrity PK had been declining. The big brothers in the live broadcast room were being stingy with their tips. Some time ago, a wealthy person named Qin Shen disappeared after tipping 154 carnivals. This situation shouldn't have happened. Song Shifeng checked the wealthy person's account information and found over 90,000 carnivals lying there, almost scaring him to death. But if these carnivals were not tipped, they wouldn't count as performance, and people could ask for a refund. Song Shifeng took a deep breath, got up to prepare to go home, and suddenly his phone buzzed. Messages kept coming in the group chat. "Fuck it," Song Shifeng cursed. He thought it was probably the manager assigning tasks again, wanting feedback on today's performance. Song Shifeng originally wanted to pretend not to see it, but the read function of the messaging app forced him to click on the dialog box and show his face. To his surprise, the message sender was not the manager, but the head of the risk control department at Douyin. The person mentioned everyone in the group chat and attached a screenshot. Colleagues from the technical department, someone from the risk control side received a major risk alert. Please investigate the situation promptly and report back with the solution. Song Shifeng curiously opened the screenshot below and took a look. He suddenly took a deep breath. In the screenshot of the head of the risk control department, there was a user who recharged 10 billion do coins tonight. For a moment, everyone in the Douyin group chat was shocked by this information. Leaders from various departments read the message and demanded the IT department to investigate rigorously. This could very well be a deliberate hacking attack for profit, and if not handled properly, Douyin would suffer immeasurable losses. The leaders from various departments in the group were indignant and spoke out. Some even wanted to report to the police. Recharging 10 billion do coins in one night, an unprecedented event. The head of the IT department personally checked the situation. After half an hour of investigation, the head of the IT department mentioned everyone in the group chat. According to the department's investigation, the user with the ID Qin Shen belongs to normal recharge consumption and there is no violation such as exploiting bugs. A brief message was sent out, and instantly everyone read it. The messaging group fell into silence, with no one continuing to speak. In Kyoto, on the road towards the third ring road entering the city. Today is Tuesday, and the ring road is congested. Not because of reckless lane changes causing accidents, but because a luxury car is moving slowly on the ring road. Other cars are keeping their distance from it. Tian Xin, drive faster. It's okay, be bold, and don't be afraid. If we hit or scratch, it's on me. Qin Shen urged Tian Xin from the back seat to adjust the entire seat almost touching the steering wheel. Her nervous hands were trembling. I'm not afraid at all, it's just that the car is too big. I didn't adapt all of a sudden. Qin Shen was speechless. He had intended to have Tian Xin drive so he could get some more sleep, but he had already slept through, and the car was still on the third ring road. Kyoto University is just 2 streets away from the Kyoto Film Academy. After Huang Wenwen hitched a ride, she happily got off the car. She stood outside the car, made a heart gesture towards Qin Shen in the back seat, then hurriedly ran into the school. Tian Xin continued driving, narrowly entering the university safely. Qin Shen was sweating nervously for the first time, fearing he would be marked late by the system. Regardless of which reward he retracted, it would result in a loss of tens of billions. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, Tian Xian, you almost cost me tens of billions. Tian Xian pursed her lips, do you have to be so dramatic? I safely brought you to school. Forget it, keep a spare key for the car, use it for grocery shopping. With that, Qin Shen got off the car first and went to the classroom. Tian Xian was delighted, she would be a fairy who uses a luxury car for grocery shopping in the future. But the next moment, she saw the fuel consumption on the dashboard. 23L/100 km, she was about to cry out loud. Who could bear such fuel consumption? Qin Shen, I won't drive it, I'll give the car back to you. At Kyoto University, on the second floor of the Moral Education Building, the young male teacher at the podium glanced at Qin Shen entering the classroom without saying anything. He continued writing on the blackboard. This was his first class for this class. He had to show authority to all the freshmen below, establish some prestige. Otherwise, they would lead him around by the nose in the future. He wrote 3 big characters on the blackboard, Su Gongqing. Hello, everyone, I am your teacher for business management. There was silence in the room. Such a young teacher? Everyone was a little incredulous. Su Gongqing adjusted his glasses, apparently expecting this reaction. He continued, I am 29 years old, graduated from a prestigious university, worked for several Fortune 500 companies, rose to the position of operations director, and became the youngest director in the company's history. As Su Gongqing spoke, the students below were in an uproar. They never expected their teacher Su to be so young and have such an impressive resume. A Fortune 500 executive. Oh my god, how many years would it take for most people to reach that position? Teacher Su is amazing. Seeing the admiration from the audience, Su Gongqing was pleased, with a slight smile on his face. At that moment, Qin Shen's phone vibrated. He glanced at it and saw a call from Xiaoying, the secretary of the Hilton Group. Hello, I'm in class, don't disturb me. Without waiting for Xiaoying to speak, Qin Shen quickly hung up and returned to his seat. Su Gongqing noticed this and furrowed his brows slightly, but didn't say anything. He calmly continued, in this class, we are discussing business management. I want to ask a question to everyone here. How many of you have parents who run a business? Please raise your hand. About a quarter of the students in the classroom raised their hands. Su Gongqing then asked, for those whose parents run a business and employ more than 10 people, please raise your hand. Most of the students who raised their hands earlier put them down, leaving only 3 students with their hands up. This was all within Su Gongqing's expectations. He continued, for these 3 students, if your parents employ more than 100 people, please raise your hand. The 3 students looked at each other and put their hands down, none of them raised their hands. Su Gongqing got the answer he wanted and confidently said, managing a large country is like cooking a small fish, managing a business is the same. Initially, a small business can be managed solely by personal charm, but as the business grows, the obstacles encountered become greater. Managing double-digit and triple-digit employees is vastly different. He paused for a moment, wanting to gauge the audience's reaction. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard. Su Gongqing looked over and saw the same student leaving the classroom to answer the phone. Su Gongqing's expression turned sour. Although Qin Shen's phone call didn't affect others, for Su Gongqing, it was a matter of losing face. He suppressed his anger and continued his lecture. When I first became the operations director, my daily work was overwhelming. A manager not only needs to consider their own department but also communicate with other departments in the company, ensuring smooth operations under their leadership. Su Gongqing deliberately paused and then continued, at my peak, I managed nearly 1,000 people. This statement elicited another round of exclamations in the classroom. Teacher Su is amazing. My dad's company has just over 30 employees, and he's always worried and doesn't know how to manage them. Teacher Su manages 1,000 people alone, that's incredible. Teacher Su, how much was your annual salary back then? Tell us. Su Gongqing's lecture today was the result of refining his teaching process after several classes. He was in control of what he wanted to say and how the audience would react. He smiled lightly, as if all his previous achievements were nothing special. Just as he was about to speak, the student in the last row got up again to answer the phone. This time, the student was visibly angry in the hallway. I told you, I'm in class. Stop calling me. You can't even handle that small business properly. Tomorrow I'll kick them all out. Qin Shen hung up the phone in anger and returned to the classroom. This time, Su Gongqing couldn't hold back anymore. In his many years of teaching, he had never encountered such a situation on the first day of class. He gave a cold laugh and asked, "What's your name, student? From the sound of it, you seem to have already started a business in college, and it's not a small one, is it?" Su Gongqing's tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Other people in the classroom also smelled it and laughed. Ha, Teacher Su, his name is Qin Chen. Qin Chen, with Teacher Su here today, why don't you tell him about your business? Yes, Qin Chen, maybe with Teacher Su's help, your business will break 1 million next year. People echoed intentionally or unintentionally, and Tang Yuming, who shared the dormitory with them, felt very uncomfortable. He said, "You guys don't understand anything. Qin Chen's business is huge, at the million level." Tang Yuming's words silenced everyone in the class. Su Gongqing squinted his eyes, seeming alert, and asked, "Qin, what business are you in?" Before Qin Chen could speak, Tang Yuming interjected, "Second-hand cars, homestays." Tang Yuming's words shocked everyone. What? A freshman dealing with second-hand cars and running homestays? Impressive, I didn't expect someone in our class to be an entrepreneur. Qin Chen, what's the name of your homestay? How much for a night? Can you give a discount? I just started dating a girlfriend recently. I want to buy a Mercedes for 3,000 yuan, can you help me find one? Seeing the attention of his students shifting to Qin Chen, Su Gongqing felt a bit embarrassed. How could he let someone steal the limelight on the first day of school? So, he cleared his throat and said, "Well done, very well done. Qin, at such a young age, to have such achievements, your family must have provided great help, right?" Su Gongqing's words seemed to praise Qin Chen, but in reality, he was implying that Qin Chen's success was probably mostly due to family support. Wu Ming, as the dormitory elder, sensed the hidden meaning in Su Gongqing's words. He defended his younger brother, "Teacher, Qin Chen's parents are frontline workers in a factory." Wu Ming's implication was clear, Qin Chen's parents wouldn't have given him a head start in entrepreneurship. Su Gongqing was surprised by this and looked at Qin Chen again. With his sharp eyebrows and clear features, there was a sense of authority in his demeanor, reminiscent of those top tycoons. This puzzled Su Gongqing. "Qin, why don't you tell everyone about your business? Maybe sharing your experience can help elevate your business." Su Gongqing's words made the classmates who were involved in family businesses jealous. They faced management issues, big or small, and lacked the expertise to resolve them decisively. They opened their notebooks, ready to jot down notes from the conversation to share Su Gongqing's management experience with their parents. Tang Yuming nudged Qin Chen with his elbow. "Youngest, why don't you talk to Teacher Su? Maybe he can help you improve your performance." Wu Ming added, "Yes, youngest, with a renowned teacher guiding you, you can surely take your business to the next level." Qin Chen, sitting in the back row, sighed softly and said, "Teacher, I actually don't know much about how my business is doing right now." Qin Chen's words surprised everyone. "What? You don't even know how your business is doing? What's going on? Is this a joke? Qin Chen, are you deliberately hiding something?" Several male classmates chimed in. Su Gongqing remained calm and continued to ask, "Qin, how many second-hand cars do you have in stock now? What is the turnover rate? What is the gross profit per unit?" Qin Chen replied, "I don't know." Su Gongqing adjusted his glasses and asked, "What about the homestay business? How many rooms do you have? What is the occupancy rate?" Qin Chen simply said, "I don't know." How can you not know these basic details? Does Qin Chen really have a business, or is he just boasting? I guess so. Dealing with second-hand cars and homestays would require at least hundreds of thousands in investment. Which family would give their child such a large sum of money to start a business during university? Tang Yuming saw someone questioning his family's fourth child, angrily saying, "You guys don't know anything. We Qin Chen have earned a lot of money. We easily spend hundreds of thousands." Tang Yuming, come on, everyone knows that the few people in room 511 wear the same pants and get along well. Majia from the neighboring room 512 retorted. Su Gongqing raised his hands, gestured to quiet down the noisy classroom. "Students, please don't question Qin Chen. As a teacher, I believe Qin Chen is entrepreneurial." "Teacher, then how do you explain his ignorance when asked?" Su Gongqing smiled and said, "This involves issues from our professional courses, which are designed for the problems Qin Chen encounters." "Teacher," another clever student interrupted. Before he could finish, the people around him covered his mouth, signaling Su Gongqing to continue. Qin's student has just started his business and is still in a rudimentary management style. A rudimentary management style means that the entrepreneur's own abilities are used to take on everything. If this person's ability is very strong, then everything will go smoothly. If there is a lack of ability, there will be many loopholes in management. Su Gongqing's words were understood by the students below. He analyzed Qin Chen's entrepreneurial management style on the surface, but actually belittled Qin Chen's abilities. When Su Gongqing felt he had made his point, he continued, "However, Qin's student has courage, daring to start a business in the first year, which is worth learning from us. Luck combined with hard work can make money." But, when he said "but," Su Gongqing paused intentionally to see the reaction of the students below. Teacher, just say it. I'm in a hurry. Why does this teacher always like to break off in the middle like a web novel author? Su Gongqing saw that the timing was right, took a sip of tea, and continued calmly. However, this rudimentary management style is not sustainable. Human energy is limited, and it is not possible to take on all the work all the time. Human luck is also limited, and it is not possible to make money every day. Teacher, are you saying that Qin Shen's business is going to fail? Su Gongqing showed a meaningful smile, looked at Qin Shen. Qin student, other students in the class seem to be very concerned about your business. Do you want the teacher to give you some advice to avoid unnecessary losses? Everyone turned to look at Qin Shen, waiting for his response. This practical case study class was so interesting that everyone couldn't stop listening. Qin Shen raised an eyebrow slightly and slowly said, "Thank you, teacher, I don't need your guidance." Everyone was shocked and speechless at his words. Qin Shen is so arrogant to refuse the guidance of a famous teacher. Where does he get the confidence? Maja had long been dissatisfied with the few people in room 511 and said, "Teacher, let's not help him. Look at how arrogant he is." Su Gongqing pushed his glasses and calmly said, "Qin student, do you really want to continue running your business blindly? Teacher, the companies under my name all have top professional managers helping me manage them. I don't need to worry at all. I just wait for the quarterly dividends." When Qin Shen said this, the classroom fell silent. Maja saw that everyone was silent, and was the first to speak out. "Professional managers? Ha, Qin Shen, you have a sharp tongue. You're talking about professional managers for such a small business." With him leading the way, other students couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. A girl opened the Douyin app, clicked on the watermelon strip special effect, and started recording. Folks, who understands? The scumbag in the class is really something, boasting in class. The boys started to secretly film Qin Shen, preparing to post on the forum. Wu Ming, Tang Yuming, and Kong Huijun stood up and blocked Qin Shen. Prevent others from taking pictures. Su Gongqing shook his head, feeling that this student was beyond help. Wealth obtained by chance, if not managed properly, will surely be squandered. Suddenly, the front door of the classroom was pushed open. A middle-aged man poked his head in, dressed appropriately and exuding a professional air. He awkwardly raised his hand and gestured towards Su Gongqing. Su Gongqing asked, "Who are you?" The man politely replied, "Sorry, I am Dewey, the general manager of Tiancheng BMW 4S. Su Gongqing furrowed his brows slightly. "BMW 4S dealership? What's the matter?" Dewey apologized, "I'm sorry for the disturbance. Yesterday, our boss brought a car back to the shop for repairs. It's fixed now, so I came to deliver it. But the boss's phone is off, so I had to find the classroom." Dewey spoke softly, afraid of disturbing the students in the classroom, but his words were heard by everyone. "Tiancheng BMW 4S dealership? The boss? Wow, a classmate's family owns a 4S dealership. And it's a BMW 4S dealership. Damn, didn't expect there are hidden talents in our class." When Mr. Su asked who has a family business, why didn't anyone raise their hand? At that moment, everyone in the class started looking around to see who had such power to open a BMW 4S dealership. Seeing that Su Gongqing did not stop him, Dewey tiptoed and looked around the classroom. Finally, his gaze fell on the last row in the classroom. Dewey hurried over to Qin Shen and presented a Volkswagen car key with humility. "Mr. Qin, we have repaired your Golf that you sent in yesterday. It was just a faulty battery, replaced with a new one. We also conducted a comprehensive inspection and maintenance to ensure everything is in order." Dewey kept his head down, not daring to look directly at Qin Shen. This boss was intimidating, fearing that he might offend him accidentally and end up like manager Wang from the sales department. Qin Shen's face darkened, saying, "Who let you into the classroom? Don't you know you're disrupting our class?" Dewey's legs turned weak upon hearing this, and he trembled as he said, "I'm really sorry, I'll leave right away." With that, Dewey carefully placed the key down and exited the classroom. The classroom fell into silence. Qin Shen is the owner of a 4S dealership? His so-called used car business actually sells BMWs. Everyone was shocked and speechless. Those who were mocking Qin Shen a moment ago now wished they could disappear. It's a BMW 4S dealership. How could one afford to start it without 1 or 2 billion? Su Gongqing was greatly surprised, never expecting that Qin Shen could own a BMW 4S dealership. He peered through his glasses with sharp eyes, observing Qin Shen carefully. Just as he was about to speak, the classroom door was knocked. Su Gongqing walked down from the podium and opened the door. Outside stood 2 people. One was his colleague, the tax law teacher, Zhou Pei. Zhou Pei was accompanied by a middle-aged man in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined. Su Gongqing asked, "What's the matter?" Zhou Pei smiled and introduced, "Su, sorry to disturb you, this is the legal representative of Biotti Group. The middle-aged man extended his hand and politely greeted, "Hello, Su, I am the legal representative of Biotti Group, my name is Xiao Xinfa." Su Gongqing was stunned, quietly repeating, "Which Biotti Group?" Xiao Xinfa nodded with a smile, "The one that operates in automobiles, new energy, and batteries, that Biotti Group." Su Gongqing took a sharp breath. The current Biotti Group is a dominant force in the new energy car race, with annual car sales exceeding 1 million. It is the only enterprise with a complete industry chain, achieving self-sufficiency and dominating the new energy sector. Su Gongqing quickly said with a serious face, "Hello, what brings you here today?" Xiao Xinfan smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry to disturb you, but there has been a recent change in the equity of our group. Some documents require the signature of the major shareholder to take effect. Because it involves a transaction of nearly 100 billion, I had to fly over from Shenzhen early in the morning. The matter on the document is quite urgent. Could you please accommodate us, Mr. Su?" Xiao Xinfan just landed today and called the major shareholder, but the phone was switched off. With no other choice, he had to contact a teacher at the shareholder's school, who happened to be an old classmate, to bring him here. Su Gongqing's forehead started sweating at this moment. He had a bad feeling. "May I ask, who is your major shareholder?" Xiao Xinfan didn't hesitate and immediately replied, "Xin Chen." Su Gongqing's legs went weak, almost losing his balance. "What's going on? Damn, what's going on?" His heart was racing wildly, trampling on his heart, causing it to beat uncontrollably. Xiao Xinfan, thinking Su Gongqing didn't hear clearly, repeated, "Xin Chen." Su Gongqing's face turned pale at this moment. He understood. Only shareholders with a significant stake would need to personally sign documents within the group. This also meant that Xin Chen was a key figure within the Biotti Group. Inside the classroom, students were discussing what had happened and why Mr. Su's face looked so terrible. Seeing Su Gongqing looking lost, he waved at Xin Chen. "Xin Chen, please come over." Xin Chen walked to the door and met Xiao Xinfan. After explaining his purpose, Xin Chen signed with an angry expression and said, "Can't you see I'm in class? For such trivial matters in the future, you don't need to find me. I authorized the group's CEO to handle it." The three at the door were speechless, as Xin Chen considered a transaction of nearly 100 billion as a trivial matter. Su Gongqing remembered how he had mocked Xin Chen's idea of being a professional manager before. Now he wished he could slap himself. After seeing off Xiao Xinfan, Su Gongqing returned to the classroom in a daze. He ignored the students' questions and tried to boost his morale. "Su Gongqing, you are the best. Xin Chen is just a wealthy playboy, while you are a genius in business management." Before Su Gongqing could finish consoling himself, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, Ho Yuta, pushed open the classroom door and walked in. Su Gongqing was surprised, as the director of the Academic Affairs Office was an important figure in the school. Normally, a small teacher like him would rarely meet him. Ho Yuta came to his classroom in a hurry, indicating there was an urgent matter. Su Gongqing quickly approached to strike up a conversation. Ho Yuta raised his hand to stop him. "It's nothing, I'm here to find someone." "Find someone?" Su Gongqing was puzzled, wondering if one of his students had done something wrong. "Everyone, quiet down, Director Ho of the Academic Affairs Office has something to say." Although unclear, as a teacher, Su Gongqing had to maintain order in the classroom. Hearing that the director of the Academic Affairs Office had come, everyone sat back in their seats, not daring to breathe loudly. Ho Yuta looked around and his gaze fell on the last row. He hurried over and whispered to Xin Chen, "Xin, a person from the Sheldon Group is here and insists on seeing you today." Just then, the bell for the end of class rang. Ho Yuta told everyone, "Class is over. The Academic Affairs Office needs this classroom. Please pack up and leave." Everyone wanted to stay and watch the drama, but Ho Yuta's words drove them away. What did Xin Chen do wrong to be caught by Director Ho? It must be a big deal. Director Ho is known to be fierce. I guess Xin Chen used his family's 4S store for illegal activities. A girl quietly turned on the voice recorder, clicked on the watermelon strip effect, and started recording. "People, who knows? The rich kid in our class must have offended someone, causing the director of the Academic Affairs Office to come and arrest him." When all the students dispersed, a group of foreigners with blonde hair, blue eyes, and various skin colors walked in from the back door of the classroom. These foreigners were dressed in branded outfits from head to toe, looking very professional and wealthy. The scent of perfume instantly filled the entire classroom. Su Gongqing stood dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Ho Yuta stepped forward, tugging at his clothes. "Teacher Su, let's lend the classroom to the Hilton Group first, let's go out." Su Gongqing took a sharp breath, exclaiming, "Hilton Group? Oh, it's the Hilton Group of the Hilton Hotel. Don't you, as a teacher of business management, know about this?" Su Gongqing certainly knew about the Hilton Group, a global Fortune 500 company with nearly $1 billion in annual revenue. What are they doing here? Hoyt proudly smiled and said, they are here to see Qin Chen. He is the behind-the-scenes big boss of the Hilton Group. What? Qin Chen is the big boss of the Hilton Group? Su Gongqing was shocked, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Hoyt had anticipated his reaction and continued, yes, and he is also the second largest shareholder of Wanda Group. I heard he recently acquired 50% of Bayati's shares. Su Gongqing's face turned green. The major shareholder of a domestic giant, the behind-the-scenes boss of a Fortune 500 company, and also owning a BMW 4S store. Who is this guy? He had just wanted to show off in front of him, talking about business management and guiding him to improve performance. Now thinking back, his behavior was like showing off in front of Guan Gong, overestimating his abilities. Su Gongqing felt extremely ashamed, lowered his head and quickly left the scene. As he reached the door, he brushed past a girl wearing a black silk skirt and a white shirt. Xiaoying walked into the classroom in Prada high heels, holding a document and handing it to Qin Chen. Qin Chen took the document, slammed it on the table, and said angrily, "You have already disrupted my class." Seeing Qin Chen's intimidating face, Xiaoying felt a bit nervous. She lowered her head and said, "Boss, please take a look at the document, it's very urgent." Qin Chen opened the document, filled with dense data, and a familiar name appeared inside. Kaohsiung Consortium. Qin Chen raised his eyes and asked, "The Kaohsiung Consortium from the United States wants to target our Hilton?" Xiaoying nodded and said, "Yes, ever since you fully acquired the Hilton Group, it has alarmed those American consortia. They have started a short-selling operation led by the Kaohsiung Consortium. Our Hilton Hotel has been constantly hit with negative news, and the stock price has dropped by $40, currently stabilizing at $95 per share. With the current trend, there is a possibility of further decline." A cold light flashed in Qin Chen's eyes, and he said coldly, "What is the purpose of Wall Street people?" Xiaoying looked embarrassed, pondered for a moment, and said, "Their goal is to force you to sell the Hilton Group, otherwise they will target the group's listed companies, including the Hilton Hotel." Oh, how could those greedy Wall Street people be interested in such a slow business like the Hilton Group? They are not interested in the business of the Hilton Group, they just... Qin Chen slammed the table, sternly saying, "Just what? Don't hesitate in front of me." It was Xiaoying's first meeting with her boss. She never expected a 20-year-old young man to have such a strong aura and authority. He pressed her tightly, making her feel suffocated and unable to speak. Claude, the president of the Kaohsiung Consortium, said that as a noble American, he will never allow a Chinese to control and manage an American company. So he will definitely take action. Qin Chen narrowed his eyes. With the Kaohsiung Consortium alone, does he have the strength to challenge me? Hearing this, Xiaoying felt that her boss had gone mad. Boss, that's the Kaohsiung Consortium, with a history of over 100 years, a top financial consortium in the Fortune Global 500. Qin Chen snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Talking to me about 100 years of history, if 100 years of history were useful, the Qing dynasty would not have perished." Xiaoying originally held a glimmer of hope that this second-generation rich boss of hers could do something, but she didn't expect that the other party only talked tough from start to finish, without any action plan. Sigh. Maybe it's better for the group to be bought back by the Americans. Otherwise, sooner or later, they would be defeated by this second-generation scion. But Xiaoying felt a bit unwilling. The discriminatory remarks of Claude, the president of Kaohsiung Consortium, lingered in her mind. Americans first, Americans priority. Chinese people are only fit for lowly jobs, not entitled to the same rights and treatment as Americans. Forever living under the feet of Americans, eating their leftovers. Every time she recalled these remarks, Xiaoying clenched her fists tightly. Unfortunately, she was just a secretary and couldn't do anything. She brought a group of executives to see Qin Chen today, hoping to discuss a plan. But now, she gave up. Instead of talking nonsense with this playboy, she might as well go back to the company and ask the directors below if they have any ideas. "Boss, sorry to disturb your class, we'll go back now," she said as she packed up the files on the table. Qin Chen placed his hand on the files and said, "Go back? You want to leave without asking for my opinion? Have you forgotten that I am the boss?" Qin Chen suddenly spoke, startling everyone. They turned to look at their young boss. Xiaoying hesitated. "Boss, do you have a strategy to deal with this?" "Very simple, they are shorting, we go long, confront them head-on," Qin Chen said. The others cursed inwardly at his nonsense strategy. "Boss, this won't work." "Yeah, boss, before they shorted, they already spread a lot of negative news about our group in the secondary market. Now, there is panic selling of our stocks. Boss, I think we shouldn't confront Kaohsiung Consortium head-on. We should send a negotiation representative to talk to them. A blonde, blue-eyed foreigner with slicked back hair, speaking in slightly awkward Chinese, said. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes and looked at the man. The man immediately introduced himself. Boss, I'm Mark, the global CEO of Silton Group. Qin Shen remained expressionless and asked, negotiate with them? How? Seeing Qin Shen's detailed question, Mark straightened his chest and took out his notebook. Looking at the strategy already written on it, he said, regarding President Claude's proposal, we should fully understand it. He has two demands. First, the boss must sell 51% of Silton Group's shares. You must agree to their request. After all, compared to Silton Hotel being forced into bankruptcy and reorganization, losing 51% of the group's shares is nothing. Moreover, by binding with 51% of the shares, we will be closely united with Kaohsiung Consortium and will have permanent protection. Qin Shen's mouth curved up, and Mark thought he agreed with his point of view. So he continued, Claude's second demand is that he is interested in your house, the villa in Kyoto Manor. He is willing to pay 15 million for it. Having Mr. Claude live in your house is also considered an honor for you. As long as these two conditions are met, Mr. Claude promises to immediately stop all short attacks on Silton Group. Mark closed his notebook and looked confidently at Qin Shen. Although Claude's two demands were quite harsh, facing the bankruptcy of the company, being forcibly shorted and acquired, sacrificing some shares and a house in exchange for peace, Mark believed that the Chinese knew how to weigh the pros and cons and make a choice. You are already like fish on the chopping board. What else can you do? Qin Shen sneered and asked, are you done? Mark smiled and nodded. Qin Shen nodded and said lightly, okay, you are fired. What? The executives in the classroom's pupils suddenly contracted. What's going on? The group CEO was suddenly fired. Everyone looked at Qin Shen in disbelief. Boss, Mark is the current CEO of the group. Boss, the group is now being shorted by Kaohsiung Consortium. We can't afford to be disorganized. Several regional managers advised. Mark himself looked stunned, completely unprepared for the current situation. He was somewhat angry, being a noble American. It's one thing to work for you Chinese, but to dare to fire me. Qin Shen, how dare you fire me? I am an American. Qin Shen raised his eyes, coldly looking at Mark. Do you think it's still 100 years ago, when Chinese were bullied by foreigners and dared not resist? Do you think we Chinese still need to cede territory and pay reparations in business dealings? To flatter you Westerners? Let me tell you, those are all history. Now, only we Chinese bully others. Whoever dares to target me, I will repay tenfold. Qin Shen, you don't understand management at all. You don't understand the rules of the game in the business world. You dare to resist Kaohsiung Consortium. It will only bring more intense shorting. Mark roared, hee, what rules in the business world? In my eyes, I am the rule. You will be punished. You are no longer a member of our group. Please, get out. Qin Shen's voice was like a bell, using internal force for the first time. His voice silenced everyone present, even Mark was pale with fear. Several regional managers quickly escorted Mark out to prevent a fight. Xiaoying was confused. Why was the CEO fired out of the blue? Boss, you are too impulsive. Qin Shen coldly snorted. People without ability are called impulsive. Those with capability are called decisive. Xiaoying didn't want to argue with her boss, and directly asked, Boss, can you provide a solution? Now that even the CEO is gone, I'm afraid the morale will be unstable. No CEO, no problem. I now appoint you as the CEO of the group, just report to me. Once again, everyone was dumbfounded. Some regional managers who had dreamed of climbing to the CEO position for a long time now saw a young girl taking the seat. Their hearts sank. Xiaoying was completely bewildered. A secretary herself suddenly became the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. The classroom fell silent. After a few minutes, several regional managers from different countries resigned on the spot and left. What was once a room with over a dozen people now only had 5 left: Qin Shen, Xiaoying, and 3 senior executives from the Chinese region. Xiaoying sat down on a chair, feeling deflated. Most of the group's executives had resigned in an instant. Once this news got out, there was no need for Kaohsiung Consortium to issue a report for shorting. The stock could drop by 50% on its own. Qin Shen smiled and patted Xiaoying's head. What's wrong? Not happy to become the CEO of a Fortune 500 company? Although this girl was not particularly polite to him, he quite liked her sense of pride. I'm afraid I'm the shortest-lived CEO in the world. Xiaoying sighed. At this rate, the Hilton Group would probably be taken down within a month, then forced to liquidate and restructure. No, with me here, you can hold your position until retirement. Xiaoying sighed again. Boss, please don't comfort me. Qin Shen continued, listen to me, go back now. Go all out against Kaohsiung Consortium, aim for 100%. Boss, do you know how much money that will cost? Do as I say, it's a battle now, not child's play. Don't hold back for the future, use all the reserve funds. Qin Shen said unequivocally. Xiaoying had no choice but to follow her boss's instructions. As she left, she was already planning to download a job search app and submit her resume. Seeing everyone had left, Qin Shen activated his consciousness and the system interface appeared before his eyes. He clicked on the Character Attributes interface and quickly jumped to view Qin Shen's basic information. Qin Shen, gender, male, martial arts, 4th level peak, medical skills, 2nd level beginner, single-use item, long position contract. Qin Shen clicked on the single-use item, long position contract and the system prompted, "Are you sure you want to use this item?" Qin Shen clicked confirm, and then a bright light flashed before his eyes. The system interface then dissipated, and he returned to the real world. Qin Shen looked around and everything seemed unchanged, but he wasn't worried because he was confident in his system's strength. So, Qin Shen packed up his backpack and prepared to return to the dormitory to rest. For 2 consecutive days, there was a lot of noise in the international financial market. The short-selling sniper battle by the American High Ascension Financial Group against the Sheldon Group continued. In this battle, the Sheldon Group's stock price had once again dropped by $10 per share. Wednesday morning, 8 o'clock. Just when everyone thought that the short selling would end with the American High Ascension Financial Group's great victory, a breaking news appeared in prominent positions on various financial news, newspapers, and websites. At the same time, all the headlines of financial news, newspapers, and websites carried a message: shocking, top 500 company Sheldon Group's executives collectively resign, suspected to be related to the short selling by the High Ascension Financial Group. For a moment, the international financial market was in turmoil. Financial giants who had been observing, such as Wall Street's Moging Financial Group, Dabong Financial Group, and Melong Financial Group, began to show interest. They realized that the young man who was acquiring the Sheldon Group had started to falter. The Sheldon Group was facing significant internal conflicts and was on the verge of collapse. Traders from several financial groups immediately drafted a joint sniper plan and joined the short selling led by the High Ascension Financial Group. On Wednesday morning, spokespersons from various financial groups held press conferences. They announced this news. On the television, spokespersons from several major financial groups used almost identical scripts and told the reporters in front of them, "Recently, we have discovered serious management issues at the Sheldon Hotel. There have been issues such as false reporting of customer flow, financial fraud, and so on. We have reason to believe that all of this is due to the low management level of the Huagua people. Huagua people only know how to deceive and operate without integrity in business. Unlike us Americans, who consider credit as life. They have a low level of expertise and can only handle low-end industries, unable to manage large enterprises. Therefore, our financial group upholds the mission of righteousness and maintaining world peace. By shorting the Sheldon Group, we want to make the Huagua people understand that they are not worthy of managing the corporate groups created by us Americans. We hope that through a fair market game, the hidden bosses of Huagua will know their place and hand over the industries that belong to us Americans." At the press conference, the financial group spokespersons made extremely discriminatory remarks. However, none of the attending reporters found it inappropriate, and some even chuckled mockingly. Mocking other ethnic groups might cost them their lives or jobs, but mocking the Huagua people would make them reflect behind closed doors, then come back to apologize with a straight face. A nouveau riche like him doesn't understand what a top 500 company is, nor does he understand management. We have only been developing for a dozen years. Where do we have the experience to manage large American companies? Instead of learning more from American big shots, he blindly jumps around with a little money, and now he's been taught a lesson. How dare that Huagua person take the initiative to acquire Sheldon without consulting Wall Street beforehand to see if they agree with this deal? They have completely disgraced the etiquette of our Huagua people, making others think that all Huagua people are so arrogant. 3 Huagua journalists were gossiping with each other. They felt that their compatriots' acquisition of the Sheldon Group was an extremely foolish and overconfident act. After the gossip, they intended to join the dinner arranged by the financial group. As a result, they had just arrived at the hotel entrance when they were stopped by a black security guard. "People from your Huagua are not allowed inside," the guard said. The journalists were anxious. "Why? We are journalists too." The boss said, "People from your Huagua are the most cunning. They will eavesdrop on secrets once inside and leak them to Huagua." One of the journalists quickly took out their American ID card. "I am American. I immigrated here long ago." The black security guard still shook his head. The boss said, "As long as it's a Huagua face, they are not allowed inside." The 3 looked at each other, frustrated. "Damn it, blame the damn nouveau riche. Exactly, why provoke Americans out of all people? Now look, we are all suffering because of it. Holding the American ID card, the journalist who had just immigrated said to the two beside them, "I won't have dinner with you guys. I need to hurry and buy groceries, go back to cook for the Americans around here, and sincerely apologize and explain to them, so they don't think we Huagua people are all impolite." Wednesday, 2 p.m. The joint statement of the financial consortiums had just been released in the morning. The newly appointed CEO of the Shilton Group, Xiaoying, was being interviewed by the Huagua Financial News Channel in the Huagua office. Facing the camera, Xiaoying directly denounced the shameful behavior of Western financial consortiums, and announced on the spot, with the approval of the company's big boss, that they would fully support and back the Shilton stock price at all costs. This interview caused a stir in the domestic and international financial securities markets. Everyone was questioning this young new CEO. An American ABC TV commentator admitted that he had never seen such a stubborn CEO in his life, daring to confront Wall Street. Korean journalists believed that this new CEO was inheriting the Huagua people's greedy and reckless habits, which would lead to their downfall. A financial expert from Japan commented, "The arrogance of the Huagua people will destroy Shilton, a century-old company, in an instant." International public opinion was fermenting vigorously. However, at the same time, in the American securities trading market, a trader was surprised to find that under immense short pressure, besides the Shilton Group, there were people operating in the opposite direction, blindly going long. And the volume of long positions was almost equal to the volume of short positions. The downward trend of the Shilton Group was suddenly relieved. On the largest and most authoritative stock forum in Huagua, the Oriental Stock Forum, someone posted, explaining the situation they had observed. Shocking. Hidden big shots operating against the Shilton Group, confronting several major financial consortiums. The comments below were mostly negative. Forum ID, Naishwez by Z said, "How could there be idiots going against the financial consortiums, are they out of their minds?" Forum ID, Guan Baoji Jiao said, "I heard the behind-the-scenes boss of Shilton Group is a Huagua person, could it be that the higher-ups are helping?" Forum ID, Gu Shuesai said, "Impossible, the higher-ups would only mediate, not directly intervene." Forum ID, Cheng Nang Xiangsho said, "Why doesn't the Huagua boss of Shilton reflect on why they are being sanctioned by Wall Street? The current approach is like adding fuel to the fire, making Wall Street even more hostile towards us." In the forum, both sides debated with each other. It was a chaotic situation. One side believed that Huagua people should keep a low profile, should hide their light and bide their time, should yield, and should not confront Americans head-on. The other side believed that in the current situation, having strength but keeping a low profile and biding time was just being foolish. If you keep conceding and enduring, others will take advantage. Thursday, Shilton Group, CEO's office. Xiaoying's desk was already filled with a pile of resignation applications. Without exception, they were all foreigners in the group. These people were not all Americans. There were also Japanese, Koreans, Indians, and various other races. Initially, when they found out the big boss was a Huagua person, they all felt uneasy. They couldn't accept working for a Huagua person. However, due to the stable job and generous salary at the Hilton Group, she reluctantly decided to stay on. Now, the Hilton Group is caught in a squeeze by Wall Street financial giants. Yesterday, Xiaoying criticized Western financial consortiums, stating a resolution to support the stock price at all costs. This made those who were vacillating decisively choose to resign and leave. Xiaoying threw these resignation applications into the trash can. She lay on the boss's chair, feeling exhausted. Suddenly, her phone rang. Xiaoying saw that it was the group's chief financial officer calling. Her heart skipped a beat, feeling uneasy. Since yesterday, the group had already used all its reserves to support the stock price. Despite this, the stock price only held firm for more than 10 minutes before continuing to fall. "Hello, what's the matter? Is there no money in the account?" "General Xia, this matter is not easy to explain in a few words. You better check the stock market." Xiaoying took a deep breath and clicked the mouse. She selected the real-time chart of Hilton Hotel stock. The scene before her shocked her. The real-time trend chart of Hilton Hotel showed a V-shaped pattern. In the last 10 minutes of trading, a huge amount of funds poured in, continuously swallowing up the stocks being sold above. This directly pushed Hilton Group's stock price to $130 per share. Xiaoying was stunned. On Friday, the U.S. stock market opened. Hilton Hotel stock price surged from yesterday's closing price of $130 per share to $150 per share. Instantly, cries of despair echoed in the U.S. stock exchange. The traders from Morgan Consortium, Dobin Consortium, and Mellon Consortium felt their scalps tingle. Just yesterday, several traders from these consortiums had announced a joint attack on Hilton. In just 24 hours, a mysterious force from the east swept through the entire American stock market. With an overwhelming force, it directly lifted the faltering Hilton stock price to $150 per share. And it seemed that the upward trend was continuing. In less than half an hour after the U.S. stock market opened, the Morgan Consortium, Dobin Consortium, and Mellon Consortium all issued statements. Due to global economic fluctuations and for the sake of investors' interests, they would abandon all short-selling actions in the near future. They all withdrew from targeting Hilton. On the surface, the major consortiums abandoned short-selling for the sake of investors' interests. However, people on Wall Street knew that these consortiums, in less than 24 hours, had been forced to liquidate due to the powerful force from the east, with an average net loss of $2 billion each. Damon, the president of Morgan Consortium, waved his newly bought golf club in his office. He smashed the luxurious office to pieces. Damn it, who the hell proposed shorting Hilton? Get him out here. Pierre, the president of Dobin Consortium, signed several documents in a row. From the moment of liquidation, he had ordered the entire risk management department to be laid off. Every single one of them, get out. Mellon Consortium was currently the wealthiest consortium on Wall Street, without a doubt. Charlie, the president, held a stack of photos, sweating profusely. The photos were all evidence of his illegal activities. Each set of photos represented a crime. All were serious crimes that would lead to immediate imprisonment. Trembling, he held the phone and pleaded in very broken Chinese, "Qin. Mr. Qin, please spare me. There is an old saying in China. I'm not good at Chinese. Can I speak in English? If you don't know Chinese, learn it. No one will indulge you." Qinshin said sternly, making Charlie almost drop the phone in fear. Yes, I can spare you, but on one condition. Mr. Qin, please go on. Short highest end. Charlie shuddered at the words. Mr. Qin, I can't do that. Claude, the president of Hyacin Consortium, is my distant cousin. We are family. Qinshin smiled meaningfully. I also have information on Claude. In this matter, either you take the fall, or he does. Give you 10 seconds to think. Before Qinshin could count, Charlie directly said, I agree. Even if he is my close relative, I will still uphold justice over family. United States, Wall Street, CEO's office of Kaohsiung Financial Group. Claude, with a fat body, sat in the main seat. The room was filled with executives and analysts from Kaohsiung Financial Group. Kaohsiung Financial Group is currently the only financial group that has not yet collapsed. Who can tell me what's going on? Who is buying long? Claude roared, questioning his subordinates. A data analyst stood up nervously and said, Mr. Claude, after our investigation, it shows that this mysterious fund comes from the capital of Huagua, from a person named Qin Chen. Qin Chen? Claude looked puzzled, as if he had heard this name before. But he simply couldn't remember because he believed that the names of people from Huagua were not worth remembering. Claude's female secretary whispered to him, saying, Mr. Claude, Qin Chen is the behind-the-scenes boss of the Sheldon Group. Claude slapped the table heavily upon hearing this. How is this possible? The downtrend is the big trend. For him to go against the trend, he needs more than twice the funds we used to short. The room fell silent, with no one able to answer this question. Shorting Sheldon, Kaohsiung spent $30 billion. But to push up the falling stock price of Sheldon Group, they would need at least $50 billion. Claude raised his glass, smashed it against the wall, and then asked, Today is the settlement day. How much will we lose if we buy enough goods? According to the current market conditions, buying back the shorted stocks, Kaohsiung will lose at least $10 billion. One executive stood up and said. Claude felt dizzy, realizing that the shorting he led was like shooting himself in the foot. Not only did he not make money, but he also lost $10 billion. Claude sighed deeply and asked, What if we go bankrupt? The executive looked through the tablet in his hand, entered the relevant data, and said in horror, If we go bankrupt, we will lose $30 billion. Claude felt his blood boiling, almost fainting. After recovering, he looked at the screen where the stock price of Sheldon was soaring. Helplessly, he said, Close the position, lose $10 billion and earn it back next time. Having experienced multiple financial crises, Claude remained calm in the face of a huge loss of billions. Although his face showed disappointment, he still maintained the demeanor of an American aristocrat. The damn people from Huagua, next time, Kaohsiung will definitely clean them up one by one. Suddenly, in the office, everyone's phones received a breaking news notification from the Fox News app. Everyone clicked on it and saw a large profile picture appearing on the news. The person in the photo was Claude, the CEO of Kaohsiung Financial Group. It was a series of news reports. Clicking on each entry led to a news article. Billionaire Claude bribed mainstream media with $150 million to boost his friend's campaign. Kaohsiung Financial Group's Claude accused of providing X services to U.S. high-level officials. Video of journalist's murder exposed. Culprit is Kaohsiung Financial Group's Claude. Kaohsiung Financial Group's Claude invites male models into the office. High-resolution pictures and videos exposed. Suddenly, Claude's face turned pale. He couldn't believe that these things were being exposed. For wealthy white people in the United States, these things were just everyday occurrences. Keep them hidden, and nothing happened. But once exposed, it would lead to alienation and misfortune for everyone involved. Trembling, Claude clicked on the news page, where every piece of evidence, photos, videos, audios, clearly displayed his crimes. He knew very well that all the evidence was real. Quick! Call Fox News. Tell them to take down all these news. If they don't agree, we will stop sponsoring them next year. Claude roared madly, and his assistant immediately took the order, ready to rush out of the office to make a phone call. But as he opened the door, he ran into an employee from the risk control department who was rushing over. The employee pushed the assistant aside and shouted to the big shots in the room, "Boss, something bad happened, quickly look at the news." Everyone in the room looked at him with dumbfounded eyes. The manager of the risk control department felt that his subordinates were too rude and said displeasedly, "We already know about the scandal, it's not something you should be concerned about." The employee was stunned. "Boss, what scandal? Are you not talking about the scandals involving the president?" "No, boss, it's financial news. The Mellon Consortium suddenly announced that they are shorting our company, High Rise." In the president's office, there was suddenly silence. Everyone incredulously took out their phones to check the news. The ABC News headline read, "Claude, president of High Rise Consortium, goes against the tide. Mellon Consortium decides to cut all ties with him." In the news, there was a video of an interview with Charlie from the Mellon Consortium. In the video, Charlie sat in his office, looking serious during the interview. "Mr. Charlie, why did you choose to short High Rise? I heard that Claude is your distant cousin." Charlie looked resentful and said, "Please mind your words. Claude is just my distant cousin, and we don't have a good relationship. He has been acting recklessly, trampling on the laws of the country and disregarding the citizens. His actions are outrageous. As a responsible American entrepreneur, I have an obligation to take action against him, no mercy." When the news interview video of Charlie from the Mellon Consortium was released, the entire Wall Street was in an uproar. The two top financial consortiums, who were previously on good terms, were now having internal conflicts at a critical moment. No one knew what had happened. For a moment, there was tension in Wall Street. Other financial consortiums dared not act rashly. They watched quietly as these two fought each other. Two major news stories were released one after another. The executives of High Rise Consortium were caught off guard, and the whole company was in chaos. Just an hour after the opening of the U.S. stock exchange, the stock price of High Rise Consortium plummeted from $320 per share to $240 per share. This left all investors stunned. Some people then realized that the entire news page was pushing the scandal of Claude, the president of High Rise Consortium. Investors were shocked and rushed out of the stock exchange, heading straight to the Wall Street headquarters of High Rise Consortium. They protested all the way, demanding Claude to step down and resign. When they arrived at the High Rise headquarters, their phones pushed the news of the Mellon Consortium announcing the shorting of High Rise Consortium. The stock price dropped from $240 to $140. On average, each person lost $2 million. Suddenly, American investors were dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Were they being targeted for destruction? Instantly, American investors broke down. They didn't demand Claude to resign, but to commit suicide on the spot. There was chaos downstairs with shouts and fights. The 70th floor president's office of High Rise Consortium was eerily quiet. Inside the office were executives who graduated from Ivy League universities in the U.S. All of them were speechless and helpless. The situation developed too quickly, too rapidly. Many of them still held High Rise stocks in their hands, but it was too late to sell. Almost everyone was on the brink of bankruptcy. A newly promoted supervisor knelt on the ground and cried out, it's over, I'm going bankrupt. I still have over $5 million in loans to repay." Claude smashed a glass and shouted, "Damn it, someone, throw him out." Claude's orders were usually like royal decrees within High Rise, but today, his words seemed to have lost their power. None of the executives in the room, nor the security guards at the door, took any action. "What are you all standing there for? Don't you want to work anymore?" After a long silence, a senior executive spoke in a calm tone, "Everyone, if the stock price of Kaohsiung falls again, the entire group will go bankrupt. The current situation of Kaohsiung is all caused by one person, Claude. I have reason to believe that as long as Claude is gone, the actions of shorting our Gaussian consortium will cease. Immediately, all eyes in the office fell on Claude, making him break out in a cold sweat. What? What are you going to do? Another female executive intervened. Everyone, don't do this. Claude was overjoyed. Maria, you did well, I will promote you. The executive named Maria smirked and said, don't get your hands dirty, bring in the investors downstairs and let them handle it. Upon hearing this, Claude immediately tried to grab his phone to call 911. However, his obese body moved slowly. The phone was snatched away by his assistant, dropped on the ground, and shattered. The security manager's intercom sounded, "Boss, the protesters have been let in, and they are heading towards the CEO's office." Claude felt like he was in an ice cellar. In the CEO's office of the Shelton Group in Manhwa, two screens were on the desk. One displayed stock prices, and the other displayed domestic and international news. Before the market closed, Shelton stock had risen to $190 per share. In less than a week, it rebounded by 100%. Xia Ying was dumbfounded. All the negative news before, such as the company going bankrupt, had become a joke, because she followed Qin Chen's advice and went long against the trend. In this battle of the Shelton Group, they made a net profit of about $10 billion. Xia Ying initially wanted to call Qin Chen right away to take credit, but after calming down, she dismissed the idea. She couldn't afford to let her guard down now, facing the most cunning group of capitalists in the world, especially the Gaussian consortium shorting them. When she looked at the other screen, Xia Ying's pupils constricted. On the ABC News homepage in the United States, there was a collection of news about Claude, the CEO of the Gaussian consortium, titled Special Report on the Crimes of Gaussian Consortium CEO Claude. Xia Ying clicked on it and was shocked. Every small headline inside was evidence of Claude's crimes. Videos, photos, documents, and all the evidence were clear. Claude's crimes were almost at the level of a life sentence. Suddenly, Xia Ying thought of something and immediately checked Gaussian's stock price. When she saw the real-time stock price of Gaussian, Xia Ying was stunned. At that moment, Gaussian had fallen to $99 per share. The next second, a breaking news alert popped up on the computer screen. Gaussian stock price plummets. Senior officials in the United States take action. U.S. stock market halts trading for an hour. Before Xia Ying could click to view the news details, another news alert appeared. Gaussian Consortium CEO Claude attacked in his office, pushed off the 70th floor office by angry investors, and died on the spot. Xia Ying felt a chill down her spine, trembling all over. Everything happened so suddenly, too unbelievable. In Kyoto, at the Finance University, Dormitory 511, Tang Yuming had been closely following the developments of the Shelton Group over the past week. When he saw the new CEO Xia Ying declaring war on Wall Street, he was filled with excitement. When he saw some small investors on the Eastern Stock Forum belittling Xia Ying and praising foreigners, Tang Yuming immediately registered an ID, seized the opportunity and fought back on the forum. When he saw a mysterious big shot enter the scene to go long, and the scandal of the Gaussian CEO exposed, Tang Yuming let out a loud shout in the dormitory to release the pent-up emotions in his heart. Suddenly, the dormitory door was pushed open. The person who came as Chen Fei from room 510 across the hall. He poked his head in and said, "Tang Yuming, what's wrong? Why are you shouting?" With none of the three roommates around, Tang Yuming couldn't find an outlet for his excitement. Seeing someone coming to him, he quickly ran to the other person's dorm. He recounted the whole story of the events of the Sheldon Group over the past week. Chen Fei also got excited after listening. "Wow, that's amazing, it's really satisfying. Exactly, those Wall Street financial groups all look down on our country. This time we took down one, next time we'll take down the whole Wall Street." The two boasted to each other, gesticulating excitedly. "I mean, they're making money, why are you two so excited? Tang Yuming, did you buy Sheldon's stock?" Lu Wei from room 510 mocked Tang Yuming, who was left speechless. Sheldon's stock is American, and he felt inadequate. At this moment, the other three people from room 511 returned. Each of them was carrying 2 large bags of food, and Kong Huijun even had a pot in his arms. Chen Fei asked curiously, "Are you guys from room 511 going to have hot pot?" Kong Huijun smiled and said, "Yes, the fourth guy said he made some money from stocks and wanted to treat the dorm brothers to a celebration meal. We were afraid he would spend money recklessly, so we decided to buy ingredients and cook in the dorm. You guys from room 511 are really something, all of you are stock market experts. How much did you make?" Lu Wei asked disdainfully. "A couple hundred." Qin Chen calmly replied, "A couple hundred what?" Lu Wei was stunned. "A couple 100,000? No," Qin Chen said, and Lu Wei laughed. "Wow, they thought you made a lot of money, a couple $100. What's there to show off about?" Qin Chen couldn't be bothered with these small fries. In his eyes, They were just a bunch of kids, so he carried the vegetables into the room. But Lu Wei was not happy. You, making a couple $100, what's with the show-off in front of me? He leaned against the door. Oh, so you think you're all that just because you made a couple $100 in college, and dare to show off to me? Tang Yuming was unhappy. You can talk about me, but not about my brother. What do you know? Our fourth brother does big business. Lu Wei sneered. Big business? How big? He just said a couple hundred, so it's not a couple 100 million, is it a couple 100 billion? This made Tang Yuming silent. He knew his brother's business was not small, so a couple 100,000 was definitely possible. But Qin Shen had admitted it wasn't in the millions. A couple 100 billion was something Tang Yuming couldn't even imagine. Seeing Tang Yuming feeling uneasy, Lu Wei snorted. He took out his phone, opened an app, and said, "You guys have such a small perspective. Making a few $100 and starting to celebrate, it's really naive." He then showed the screen of his phone. The virtual currency called Dogecoin was displayed with a profit of 134,834. Over 130,000? Chen Fei from the same dorm exclaimed. Lu Wei put away his phone, proudly saying, "Oh, it's just 130,000, nothing much." Lu Wei appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was pleased with his act of pretending to be weak. Chen Fei, seeing how strong his roommate was, praised him. "Ah Wei, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Making tens of thousands in your freshman year, you're an investment genius. You'll definitely make it to the list of outstanding young people in Asia." Lu Wei pretended to be calm, waving his hand. "That's a bit too much. I just have a bit of talent in investing. But I believe I will definitely make $1 million this year." "Wow, then Lu, you can't forget about your brother here. We're roommates after all." Lu Wei smirked. "Of course, aside from anything else, when I get rich, I'll make sure my brothers eat and drink well. You like Apple computers, right? I'll get you one when the time comes. As for our dorm, I think we need to plan it out. With such a big space, it's too empty." Chen Fei was overjoyed and praised Lu Wei to the skies. "I didn't expect someone like a tycoon to come out of our dormitory. I want to post on Moments, I want to post on Weibo, and show off a bit on Douyin." Chen Fei saw Tang Yuming looking indifferent, so he walked up and nudged him with his elbow. "What's wrong? Seeing our dorm's tycoon being so generous, feeling a bit envious and tempted? Want to change dorms? You can go if you want, but our old four are also tycoons. They even said they would give us Apple laptops before, but we refused." Tang Yuming didn't actually want Qin Shen to give him anything, he just wanted to save face and insisted. "Oh, is that so?" Chen Fei smiled awkwardly, seeing through Tang Yuming's act of insisting. Just as Tang Yuming was about to retort, Qin Shen's voice came from inside the room. "Second brother, I never said I would give Apple laptops." With this, Tang Yuming felt like he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Being embarrassed by his own good brother was truly humiliating. He lowered his head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Lu Wei laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Fei, don't tease them anymore. The one who treats is the one who invites the dorm to eat hot pot. How much money can they have, let alone giving away laptops? Come, I'll take you to eat at Hey Leo." Chen Fei immediately smiled. Wei Ji is so generous, eating at Hey Leo for 2 people would cost at least $200 to $300. "Nonsense," Lu Wei said as he prepared to put on his nightclub battle robe and LV blue denim jacket to go out. Just as he was about to mock the dormitory opposite, suddenly a group of people in gray uniforms appeared beside him. There were many of them, filling the entire hallway, and they were carrying several large cardboard boxes. The man leading them had a smile on his face as he asked Lu Wei, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin Shen?" Lu Wei was stunned and shook his head. "I'm not." Qin Shen wiped his hands, walked out of the dorm, and said, "I am. Hello, I'm from the Shanmu Logistics Department. According to your arranged time, we are here to deliver the washing machine, refrigerator, and other appliances you purchased. The installation master is also here and can install them for you immediately." Qin Shen nodded and stepped aside to make way. The staff began to move the appliances into room 511. For a moment, everyone in the dormitory hallway ran out to watch the excitement. In the past, only small appliances like kettles and rice cookers were bought in the dormitory. Today, someone actually bought a washing machine and a refrigerator. Are they here to study? Or are they here on vacation? The 3 people in room 511 were also puzzled. But Wu Ming reacted quickly and immediately cooperated with the staff to select the placement of the appliances. The staff first moved a 588-liter Panasonic refrigerator into the room. Someone sneaked a peek at the refrigerator model and then immediately checked the price at Gingdong Mall. This refrigerator actually costs over 20,000 yuan. When they heard that the refrigerator cost over 20,000 yuan, there were continuous exclamations in the hallway. After the refrigerator was moved in, the next item was a washing and drying machine, which consisted of a washing machine and a dryer. Just after checking the price of the refrigerator, someone checked the price of the washing and drying machine. This washing and drying machine set costs 40,000 yuan. Just as the exclamations had subsided, they spread throughout the entire hallway again. Someone couldn't bear it and shouted from the crowd, "You guys in room 511 bought so many appliances, aren't you afraid of the electricity bill?" This sentence immediately struck a chord with everyone. During university, paying the electricity bill was always a problem. For dormitories where everyone got along well, no one cared how much each person used, and they just split the bill evenly each time. But for those who were not cooperative and kept accounts meticulously, it was difficult. Paying the electricity bill together was like going to war. Each side felt like the other was taking advantage of them. Just as this sentence was spoken, Kang Huijun, who was directing at the door, casually said, "Our Qin Chen just topped up 10,000 yuan for electricity, enough for 4 years." This statement left everyone speechless. They realized their perspective was too narrow. After moving the washing and drying machine, the next item was a smaller appliance. Qin Chen unpacked the package at the door, revealing what looked like a black drum inside. Someone immediately recognized it as "Damn, it's a Bang & Olufsen A9. What's that?" "It's a Bluetooth speaker from the world's top audiovisual brand, Bang & Olufsen." "Oh, just a Bluetooth speaker. How about my Apple HomePod?" The other person glanced at the Apple speaker user and casually said, "Yours costs 2,000, his costs 20,000. The Apple speaker user fell silent on the spot, refraining from further comments, and quietly exited the conversation. When the last large item, a 100-inch Hisense laser TV, was moved into the dorm room, someone calculated the total price of all the appliances. 11,000. The onlookers in the hallway fell silent. Who is this rich guy, spending tens of thousands on dorm room decorations? Chen Fei watched as the ordinary dorm room across from him instantly transformed into what looked like a top-class apartment. He felt a mix of excitement and envy. However, after careful consideration, he suppressed his jealousy. He muttered to himself, "Let's go, Wei Ge, let's go eat at Hai Di Lao. Heh, what's the use of buying so many appliances? Just basking in the glory without even getting a practical computer." As Chen Fei turned around, he bumped into a Jingdong logistics delivery guy in a red work uniform. The delivery guy, surprised by the crowd in the hallway, shouted, "Who's Qin Chen? Who's Qin Chen?" Qin Chen raised his hand, and the delivery guy carried the large box to him. "Hello, Mr. Qin, right? Our company has a rule that for valuable items, customers must open and inspect the goods in person." Qin Chen was busy communicating with the TV installation technician and couldn't spare the time. He turned to Tang Yuming and said, "Second brother, can you help me open and inspect the goods?" Tang Yuming, holding a utility knife, cautiously cut open the large cardboard box, guessing it might contain an oven or something similar. As he opened the box, he was stunned, standing frozen in place. The utility knife almost slipped from his hand. Curious, Chen Fei peeked over and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, an Alienware laptop." The Jingdong delivery guy quickly added, "Yes, this is the top-of-the-line Alienware X17. It's the first time I've seen someone buy 4 at once." Hearing that there were 4 Alienware laptops in the box, Tang Yuming felt a rush of heat to his head. His body stiffened, unable to move. So Qin Chen meant he wasn't going to give Apple computers but Alienware ones. The delivery guy, seeing Tang Yuming's reaction, quickly reminded, "Please make sure to check each one. These 4 top-of-the-line Alienware laptops are each worth 50,000 yuan. If there's any issue, I can't afford to compensate." After finishing up with the TV installation inside, Qin Chen went outside and saw Tang Yuming still motionless. He urged, "Second brother, quickly sign for the computers and come in for hot pot. The computers are all the same color, no need to choose. We'll all use the white ones." Qin Chen's voice was not loud, but everyone in the hallway heard it clearly. What did he mean? Spending 200,000 to buy 4 top-of-the-line Alienware laptops to give to roommates? Those who were silent in the hallway moments ago were now taken aback by Qin Chen's words. Some immediately called the counselor to request a room change. Others, unable to switch rooms, even considered changing majors to be in the same class as Qin Chen. Chen Fei and Lu Wei stood dumbfounded at the door of room 511. Lu Wei felt a burning sensation on his face. He had just been boasting about having 130,000 in savings at a young age, only to see someone spend 200,000 on computers alone. Tang Yuming leaned over and said, "Heh, showing off for earning 130,000. You're really a fraud pretending to be a literary frog. You're just showing off." With that, he carried the Alienware laptops back into the room. Inside room 511, everything was still sparkling new. Wu Ming, as the eldest brother, busied himself with the ingredients. He had just said that Qinshan bought too much food, and there was no space to store it all. Now, the uneaten food can be stored in the refrigerator. The washing and drying machine solves everyone's laundry problems at once. Kang Huijun was the first to throw everyone's dirty clothes hanging by the bed into the machine to wash. Tang Yuming was installing games on his new computer while adjusting the 100-inch laser TV hanging on the wall inside the house. He casually connected his phone to Bluetooth and played energetic DJ music. Qinshan was left alone in his seat, waiting for the meal. Seeing the excited faces of his dormitory brothers, Qinshan felt very happy. The three of them always stood up for each other no matter what. Qinshan would remember this loyalty for a lifetime. Suddenly, a familiar system voice sounded. Single-use item, long sign has been used up, the system will withdraw support funds, and the remaining amount will be the challenger's profit funds, system is settling. Please wait, settlement successful, profit for this item use, 31,376,921,285 dollars. Qinshan's eyes showed a hint of surprise, the profit number was even higher than he had imagined. With just this long trade, he could break into the top 50 of the global rich list. The system interface continued to display prompts, whether to exchange into Huagua currency. Qinshan did not hesitate and clicked, exchange. The system is converting based on the daily exchange rate, conversion successful, the total amount that can be exchanged into Huagua currency this time, 215,421,390,774 yuan. Due to the large amount, to avoid unnecessary trouble, the challenger needs to provide at least 5 bank card numbers for fund storage. Qinshan was speechless, the system suddenly became less intelligent. He had only one card from the Hua Bank with over 9 billion pocket money. So, Qinshan entered the card number driven by his consciousness. The system is processing, please wait patiently, the challenger can check the progress of the payment in the personal attribute interface. Then, the system flashed. Congratulations to the challenger, completed side mission, surviving in desperation. Qinshan was intrigued, there was still a mission reward. Congratulations to the challenger, completed side mission, surviving in desperation, mission reward, Eclipse Yacht. Qinshan was suddenly energized, he knew about the Eclipse Yacht. It was the world's largest private yacht, worth over $1.5 billion. The yacht was about 167 meters long, 21.5 meters wide, with a displacement of 13,000 tons. It featured a stage, exhibition hall, 3 restaurants, 2 kitchens, an aquarium, a disco, baths, swimming pools, a sauna-equipped gym, and steam rooms. The entire yacht could accommodate 100 people. Luxury could not describe this yacht, as its main feature was safety. The yacht was equipped with radar, missile defense systems, close-range weapon identification systems, and other security facilities, and all rooms had bulletproof glass installed. It could be said to be the safest private yacht in the world. Qinshan was very satisfied with the system's reward this time. After all, the level of mission rewards from this system had always been fluctuating. Whenever he thought about it, Qinshan couldn't help but complain. He had 10 billion Do coins and over 90,000 carnivals lying in his Douyin account. These things were of no use except for showing off a bit. But he was not someone who liked to show off. Qinshan sighed softly and closed the system interface. Even if he had more private planes and yachts, he couldn't use them for now. After all, the main task had not been completed, and academics were the most important. Lao Si, what are you daydreaming about? Wu Ming peeled a shrimp and put it in Qinshan's bowl. Qinshan closed the system interface. Oh, nothing. Kang Huijun picked up a sea cucumber and said while chewing, Lao Si, we know you're rich and loyal, but with so much. During his university days, treating friends to meals and giving gifts had become commonplace. However, it is rare to spend tens of thousands at once. Tang Yuming put down his computer and said, Huijun is right, Lao Si. We are happy for you that you have money, but such an expensive gift is really unnecessary. Wu Ming also chimed in, yes, Lao Si, look at how you've decorated the dorm. It's like a resort hotel, and you even gave such an expensive computer. The three of us feel a bit uneasy about it. Qinshan smiled and said, these are just small items. You three take care of me everywhere, like my own family. I see it all. Recently, I made some money from stocks, so I used that money to improve everyone's lives a bit. When Tang Yuming heard the topic of stocks, he became interested. Lao Si, you really play stocks? I thought you were just bluffing. Yeah, it's my first time, Qinshan told the truth. First time? And you made so much. Tang Yuming was surprised. Lao Si comes from a wealthy background. Wu Ming interjected calmly, Lao Si, we know you have a strong ability to make money, but you are still young. In the future, spend less on extravagance like today. Save where you can. Qin Shen patted Wu Ming on the shoulder and smiled. It's just some small money. Hey, Lao Si, how is it just small money? Your business also needs working capital. 3 million is just a top-of-the-line 7 Series inventory for a BMW 4S dealership. We appreciate your kindness, but in the future, think more about yourself. Wei Jun nodded in agreement. Tang Yuming was more concerned about the details of the stocks and asked eagerly, Lao Si, which stock did you buy? Sheldon. Sheldon? Tang Yuming was taken aback. American stocks? Qin Shen nodded. Tang Yuming suddenly became more alert. Is the 3 million you mentioned in US dollars? Wu Ming, Wei Jun, and the others were shocked. 3 million US dollars is over 20 million Chinese yuan. The three men felt their blood pressure rising. But the next moment, they saw Qin Shen shaking his head. No. Their blood pressure slowly returned to normal. Hui Jun picked up a sea cucumber and put it in Qin Shen's bowl, scolding, Damn it, Lao Si, why are you scaring us like that? Tang Yuming took a deep breath. I almost fainted from being scared. Wu Ming patted Qin Shen's shoulder. Lao Si, whether it's Chinese yuan or US dollars, you're doing great. Keep up the good work. Qin Shen took a sip of beer and said calmly, I made it in US dollars. Tang Yuming put down his chopsticks and asked in confusion, but you just said it wasn't. What did you mean? I meant that the unit after 300 is not 10,000. Hui Jun chuckled, not 10,000, then is it a billion? Yes, Qin Shen confirmed. Hui Jun, Wu Ming, and Tang Yuming fell silent. In the dorm room, only the hot pot was boiling, making a gurgling sound. Except for Qin Shen, the other three looked dazed, mouths slightly open, and eyes unfocused. Their hearing and vision suddenly became somewhat blurry. Tang Yuming's chin trembled twice, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and tremblingly said, Lao Si, are you saying you made 300 billion US dollars in the stock market this time? Qin Shen looked calm. The last thing he wanted to do was to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. He was sincere and frank with his three brothers. Yes, 300 billion US dollars, but I've converted it all into huaguobi, about 2 trillion. As he spoke, he calmly picked up and cooked the dishes. It seemed like 2 trillion was just like 2,000 in his mouth. Kang Wei Jun shed a tear. Originally, when Qin Shen said he wanted to treat them to a meal at a Michelin restaurant, he thought it was too extravagant and insisted on just having a few bites in the dormitory. Now he regretted not doing it earlier. The three of them teased Qin Shen to order takeout and add more dishes. At this moment, Qin Shen's phone rang. He paused the teasing between the brothers and saw it was a call from Xiao Churan. Qin Shen frowned slightly and answered the phone. He only heard Xiao Churan's helpless plea on the other end, Boss, save me. Xiao Churan, where are you? Qin Shen suddenly stood up, shouting into the phone, I'm at the TV station. As soon as Xiao Churan finished speaking, she seemed to realize something and quickly hung up the phone. TV station? Which company is she still working for? Qin Shen was a bit puzzled at this point, but he didn't hesitate to put on his coat. Although Xiao Churan was just a small housekeeper by his side, she belonged to Qin Shen as well. Whoever touched the people around him was equivalent to dealing with himself. You guys eat first, I have something to do. The other three people in the dormitory nodded and made way for Qin Shen. He left the dormitory, realizing he had been drinking, so he called Tian Xian. Seeing Qin Shen's call, Tian Xian's face lit up with surprise and she quickly answered, Go out with me, you drive. Qin Shen didn't give Tian Xian a chance to speak, he ordered directly. It was the first time Tian Xian heard Qin Shen's tone so serious. She didn't say a word, put on her clothes, and hurried downstairs. Because the Rolls-Royce Cullinan was too eye-catching, Tian Xian always parked the car next to the Manhwa International Office Building. She arrived at the office building first, went directly to the underground garage to get the car. Qin Shen followed, couldn't wait, and wanted to go down to the garage as well. Just as he was about to walk down the ramp, a security guard in his 50s in uniform ran over and blocked Qin Shen's way. Hey, what are you doing? Getting the car, my friend parked the car downstairs. Qin Shen said as the security guard looked him up and down. He had no impression of this student-looking person and said, Volkswagen, Toyota, Honda, these cars are all parked upstairs, you go up and take a look. What do you mean? I told you my car is parked downstairs. What do I mean? I mean it very clearly. Are you driving a BMW, Mercedes, or Audi? None of them. If none of them, then don't go down. The people entering and exiting the Manhwa International Office Building are all social elites. They drive luxury cars. Your kind of junk car can go to the ground parking lot. I don't have time to waste with you, get out of my way. The security guard suddenly became interested. Hey, how dare you speak like that? Do you believe I'll hit you? As he spoke, he raised the defense stick in his hand and was about to swing it at Qin Shen. Lao Zhang, what are you doing? A middle-aged man with a big belly shouted, and the security guard turned his head to see his captain. He quickly bowed and smiled. Captain Chen, why did I disturb you? Captain Chen, with his hands behind his back and his belly out, stomped his feet twice and clicked his tongue. TSK, come out for a walk after dinner, and see you making a fuss. Lao Zhang looked wronged. Captain Chen, it's not my fault, it's this brat, insisting on wandering around in our office building's underground garage. Captain Chen squinted his eyes when he heard this, looking at Qin Chen. He kept recalling faces in his mind. This was the basic skill of a security team leader. It was a way of sizing people up. After a moment, he confirmed that it was the first time he had seen the other party, so he spoke up, young man, we are not deliberately making things difficult for you. The Manhwa International Office Building is an A-grade office building. Inside are large enterprises and multinational company offices, and the cars parked below are high-end luxury cars like Mercedes and BMW. Lao Zhang chimed in, yes, with such expensive cars, what if you damage them? You young people like to stand on someone else's car hood and take pictures, pretending it's your own car. Captain Chen snorted and continued, I know you young people nowadays like to take selfies and like to take pictures of luxury cars. I can understand that. But you also need to understand my job, go play somewhere else. Lao Zhang secretly gave the captain a thumbs up. The captain was indeed the captain, speaking with culture, and immediately intimidated the young man. Qin Shen, already impatient in encountering two such people, angrily said, if you two stop me again, I guarantee you both will be fired today. Upon hearing this, Captain Chen's temper flared up. Damn it, if you don't drink the toast, you'll drink the penalty. I'm in a good mood today, I'll talk to you a bit more. You're really pushing it. Qin Shen, seeing this, picked up his phone and called Xiaoying. As soon as the call connected, Qin Shen said in an unquestionable tone, buy the Wanhua International Office Building for me, immediately. After buying it, fire all the security guards and the security captain on duty today. Xiaoying was stunned. Before she could react, Qin Shen hung up. Lao Shang, seeing this, the captain couldn't hold back either. He couldn't be weak himself, so he pointed at Qin Shen and said, you arrogant brat, you've gone too far. If you want to fire me, I'll fire you first. With that, he raised his guard and was about to charge. Beep beep beep. Several urgent car horns interrupted Lao Zhang's attack. A black Rolls-Royce slowly drove in. Lao Zhang and Captain Chen were knowledgeable people. They immediately recognized the goddess emblem on the front of the car. They stood up straight, saluted, and smiled, ready to guide the other party out of the parking lot. But in the blink of an eye, the young man from earlier was quicker, opened the passenger door, and got in. Seeing this scene, Lao Zhang and Captain Chen were stunned. Damn, this kid said he didn't have a BMW. But then they realized, he didn't have a BMW, he had a Rolls-Royce. Captain Chen swallowed hard. As the Rolls-Royce passed by him, he still smiled, pretending nothing had happened. Qin Shen rolled down the window, expressionless, and said, I have already bought this office building, you two get out today. With that, he stepped on the gas and drove out of the parking lot. Lao Shang, trembling, approached Chen. Captain Chen, what do we do? We're going to be fired. I still have online loans to pay off, I can't lose my job. Captain Chen, shaking his oily body, laughed, what to do? If you believe in rich kids showing off, then you're naive. The Wanhua International Office Building is an A-grade office building worth 3 billion. That kid said he'd buy it. Do you think it's like buying vegetables in a market? Hearing his captain's words, Lao Zhang came to his senses. He slapped his head, right, this is an office building. Even if that brat is a rich kid who can buy houses and cars with his eyes closed, he can't just buy an office building like that. Do you think his dad's money just blows in with the wind? After scolding Qin Shen back and forth, they walked towards the duty room. Suddenly, Captain Chen's phone rang. He looked at it and saw that it was the property manager of the office building calling. Without hesitation, Captain Chen answered the call respectfully, hello, what can I do for you, manager? Chen, you bastard, who did you offend? Captain Chen was puzzled. Manager, I didn't do anything, I just finished eating and came out for duty. You dare say you didn't do anything? If you really didn't do anything, how could the new owner of this office building specifically ask to fire you? Hurry up and pack up your things and get lost, don't fucking drag me down. After speaking, the property manager hung up the phone with a snap. Chen Dui was instantly confused, muttering to himself, what, did I get fired? The car sped towards the headquarters of Kyoto TV station at the fastest speed. Tian Xan held the steering wheel with both hands. Qin Shen, if you don't like this car, you can drive it back yourself. If I need to buy groceries, I'll just ride a bicycle. What? Not satisfied with this car? Tian Xan awkwardly hummed, no, it's just, the gas is a bit expensive. Without saying a word, Qin Shen transferred money directly on his phone. I transferred it to you, it should be enough for your gas for a year. Tian Xin held the steering wheel with both hands, without looking at the WeChat transfer. This is voluntary for you, I didn't force you. Since the gas money is covered, you can be a good person and pay the parking fee for me too. I dare not park your car at the school, I always park at the underground parking lot of Manhwa International Office Building. It costs 1,000 yuan a month to park there. Xin Shen put away his phone, showing no intention of transferring money. He looked out the window and said calmly, you don't need to pay in the future, just say it's my car. I've bought the office building, so that will be my property in the future. Tian Xin slammed on the brakes, stopping the car by the roadside. What? You bought the Manhwa International Office Building? Why? For the convenience of parking. Xin Shen said casually, as if buying an office building was as simple as buying a cabbage. Tian Xin knew Xin Shen was wealthy, using a Rolls-Royce to buy groceries. But buying an office building just for parking convenience seemed too extravagant. In the car, Xin Shen looked serious, his brows furrowed, focus on driving. Oh, Tian Xin restarted the car. It was the first time she had seen him so uneasy, and couldn't help but ask, Xin Shen, what's wrong with you? My butler has run into some trouble. Tian Xin's mind relaxed slightly, realizing it was his family's butler, probably a small old man like Batman's butler. After about an hour of driving, they finally arrived at the foot of the Kyoto TV station. Xin Shen got out of the car and dialed Xiao Churan's phone number again. When the ringtone sounded from his phone, the notification of an incoming call also sounded at the entrance of the open-air parking lot not far away. A man and a woman were heading towards the parking lot. Xin Shen immediately saw the back of the woman, who was Xiao Churan. Xiao Churan had her hands crossed tightly in front of her chest, shoulders raised, neck shrunk, looking visibly nervous and helpless. The man in front of her heard the phone ring, snatched Xiao Churan's shoulder bag, took out the phone from inside, and scolded, Xiao Churan, how many times have I told you? Don't bring your phone, give it to me. Can't you understand human language? The man lifted Xiao Churan's phone and slammed it to the ground. The Xiaomi 12 Pro phone shattered upon impact. The ringing music abruptly stopped. My phone. Xiao Churan crouched down weakly to pick up the broken phone. The man kicked away the scattered parts, angrily saying, it's just a broken phone. If you can please that important person tonight, I'll buy you an Apple phone. Xiao Churan trembled all over, pleading, manager phone, please don't, please spare me. I will work hard to earn money and compensate the TV station. Standing tall and looking down at the trembling Xiao Churan, manager phone spoke disdainfully, compensate? You lost a 5 million advertising contract. What can you use to compensate? Your current internship salary of a few thousand yuan? Xiao Churan shook her head vigorously. No, manager phone, I found a job with an annual salary of 1 million. I will work hard and save money. I will definitely pay it back in 5 years. Please, manager phone, spare me. Oh, an annual salary of 1 million? What job can give you 1 million a year? Butler, my boss is a hidden tycoon. Manager phone kicked Xiao Churan's shoulder, knocking her to the ground. Damn it. Just being a housekeeper can earn 1 million a year, why can't I get a piece of it? You skipped the previous few dinners, which was fine. But today, this one is the president of Huaxing Bank. If you don't please him, I will sue you tomorrow. If you can't pay, get ready to go to jail. Please, manager phone. Xiao Churan burst into tears, her makeup smudged. Seeing this, manager phone snorted, squatting down. Churan, as a young girl from out of town, it's not easy for you to make it in the capital. Now President he has taken a liking to you, it's your luck. He said, as long as you behave tonight and immediately provide next year's advertising budget, you won't have to pay the 5 million. Manager phone tried to wipe Xiao Churan's tears, but she dodged. Manager phone continued to persuade, if you follow President he has so many properties, he can easily arrange one for you, saving you over a decade of struggle. I've been there, just like you, came to the capital with nothing. If a rich woman wanted me back then, I would have agreed without hesitation. Suddenly, Xiao Churan's eyes became firm. Feng Zhong, not everyone is like you, willing to sacrifice everything for money. Even if I go to jail, I won't sell myself out. Feng Zhong, enraged, threatened, you little b*tch, you think I can't do anything to you? You have to go today, even if I have 2 million in loans pending with him, you are the missing piece. If you ruin my plan, I will kill you. Feng Zhong raised his hand high, ready to slap her. Xiao Churan closed her eyes in despair. After a few seconds, the slap never came. She cautiously opened her eyes to see Xin Shen grabbing Feng Zhong's hand and kicking him several meters away. Xin Shen walked up to Xiao Churan, his face calm yet showing a hint of anger and pity. He said flatly, you've been absent from work for a week, don't you want the job anymore? This sentence broke Xiao Churan's defenses. Qin Shen's arrival was like a godsend to her. She hugged Qin Shen's leg, crying, "I'm sorry, boss. What's going on?" Qin Shen asked, paying no attention to Feng Zhong who he had just kicked away. Xiao Churan choked up, explaining the whole situation. Qin Shen frowned, "Just because of this? You let 2 flowers in my yard wither." Xiao Churan lowered her head in guilt, softly repeating, "I'm sorry. Who the hell are you? How dare you kick me?" Qin Shen turned around to face Feng Zhong directly. "Qin Shen." Feng Zhong was stunned. "Qin Shen? Never heard of him." Looking at his attire, it was obvious he was a college student. Feng Zhong coldly asked, "Which school are you from?" "Finance University." Suddenly, Feng Zhong burst into laughter. Today's college students are really something. Daring to reveal their name and school. "I know your principal well, let me tell you, this matter isn't over today. I will make sure you get expelled and have a major mark on your record. Don't think you can find a job in the future." Qin Shen snorted, "You shouldn't be worrying about me, you should be thinking about whether you can keep your job." Feng Zhong narrowed his eyes, his tone icy, "A trash who has never been in society, don't think I don't know. You just want to write a little essay to defame me. Go ahead, try it. I work in the media industry, no matter what you post, I'll delete it and ban your account immediately." Xiao Charan clung to Qin Shen's leg, trembling in fear. "Boss, what he said is true. We are familiar with all platforms, no matter what you post, it's useless. They will delete and ban it right away." During Xiao Charan's internship, he had seen Feng Zhong's actions countless times. Many interns who were harassed by Feng Zhong had nowhere to seek justice. He had the power and means to control everything. Xiao Charan knew that Qin Shen was wealthy, but that could only help him compensate for the contract money. He couldn't do anything to Feng Zhong. Qin Shen took out his phone, dialed a number, and said, "Who said I was going to post and write a short essay? You, a little lackey, are not even worthy of my attention." The next second, the call was answered. "Where are you?" Qin Shen's voice was stern, with a tone of superiority, saying, "I'm at the open-air parking lot, you come down here immediately." "Damn, you think only you can make phone calls?" Feng Zhong took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Xiao Li. Are you guys from the security department having a leisurely meal? What's the matter? How dare you ask me what's the matter? I was beaten in the parking lot. Hurry up and bring people over to me. If you don't arrive within 5 minutes, don't even think about your department's year-end bonus." After hanging up, Feng Zhong waved his arms, looking arrogant. In less than 2 minutes, a security department chief in uniform, accompanied by 4 or 5 security department officers, hurried over. Chief Li nodded and bowed to Feng Zhong. "Manager Feng, sorry for the oversight of our brothers." Feng Zhong coldly snorted, "Damn, how did the station raise you useless bunch?" Several security guards immediately got angry upon hearing this. Just as they were about to argue, they were stopped by the chief. Feng Zhong pointed at Qin Shen and said, "That kid was the one who acted, you guys control him for me." Chief Li turned to Qin Shen. Seeing Xiao Charan behind him crying, he immediately guessed what was going on. This damn Feng Zhong was harassing the girl, causing her boyfriend to seek revenge. Although reluctant, Feng Zhong was still his superior. The chief had no choice but to say, "Buddy, if there's anything, let's discuss it at our security department, don't stay here and disrupt traffic." Qin Shen sneered, "What if I don't go?" The chief was stunned, not expecting the other party to show no fear, feeling a hint of admiration. With the security department present, Feng Zhong took a few steps forward, getting close to Qin Shen and sneering, "Damn, kid, you were so tough just now. Why are you backing down now, afraid to act? I'm standing right here, come and hit me." Without hesitation, Qin Shen raised his hand and threw a punch. Feng Zhong clutched his stomach and knelt on the ground. He felt like his kidney had exploded. Seeing this, the chief secretly applauded. But with his position, he couldn't just stand by. So he said, "Buddy, if you don't cooperate, we'll have to use force. Brothers, take him." At that moment, a threatening voice came from not far away, "I dare you to lay a hand on them." A loud and authoritative female voice rang out. Feng Zhong, kneeling on the ground, turned his head and was instantly stunned. Enduring the intense pain, he hurried over and flattered, "Director, why are you here?" The chief trembled all over, wondering why the director had come in person. Today was just too unlucky, a minor incident had brought the director here. He quickly lowered his head, trembling, waiting for what was about to happen. Kong Mingxing was always decisive and walked with an air of female dominance. Today, she had her hair styled in a neat shortcut, wearing a fitted white shirt and a suit on top. Paired with tight jeans and knee-high boots, she exuded a queenly aura. "I just heard someone was about to use force, do you know where you are? Do you still think this is a television station?" Kong Mengxing scolded loudly, her domineering temper well known throughout the television station. Countless interns had been scolded to tears by her. Even directors and anchors, if they made the slightest mistake, couldn't escape her reprimand. Despite her charming appearance, everyone at the station kept their distance from her. Fong Jong shivered all over, trembling as he said, "Director, it's that kid. That kid causing trouble." But the next second, Fong Jong suddenly sensed something was wrong. It seemed that the director was called down by that kid. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on Fong Jong's back. As an intern, Xiao Charan had only seen the director from a distance during her first day at work. Even then, despite being separated by dozens of people, she could feel the awe-inspiring and stern aura emanating from the female director. All the interns dared not make eye contact with her, including Xiao Charan. But now, Xiao Charan couldn't care less about the other person's identity. She didn't want to drag Qin Shen into this, so she hurried over to Kong Meng. When Kong Meng saw Xiao Charan, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. There was some surprise, some jealousy, and some unwillingness. Xiao Charan tried hard to suppress her inner panic and explained the whole situation. When she heard about the 5 million contract, Kong Meng narrowed her eyes and looked at Fong Jong. What 5 million advertising contract? Which company? Why would a contract go through an intern's hands? Fong Jong's eyes dodged around, trying to divert the topic. Director, let me explain this later when we go back. The most important thing now is to catch that kid. He dared to commit a crime in broad daylight in front of our TV station. He's gone too far. Unexpectedly, Kong Meng didn't look at Qin Shen but continued to glare at him. Why wait to explain later? The interns are all here, just explain it here. Fong Jong was taken aback. What's going on here? I meant to explain later because I didn't want to talk now. Director. This. That. Speak. Kong Meng shouted angrily, and this roar almost scared Fong Jong into wetting his pants. Trembling, he said, Director, I had no choice. He Xing was interested in Xiao, insisting that she accompany him for drinks. I did this for the sponsorship of the station's advertisement. As for the contract, it's all fake. It was all He Xing's idea, I was just cooperating. When Xiao Charan heard that the contract was fake, she felt a sudden release of tension in her body. The shoulders that had been unconsciously tense relaxed naturally. Then she realized something and started to frantically pound Fong Jong. Why did you target me? Why did you target me? Fong Jong hid behind Kong Meng and muttered softly, it's because you have a seductive face that caught someone's eye. Fong Jong. Kong Meng called out coldly. Fong Jong was in a dilemma and dared not respond. From today, you are suspended and will undergo an internal investigation. Once something is found out, you will be prosecuted directly. Upon hearing this, Fong Jong knelt on the ground, pleading, Director, please don't do this. I did it for the good of the station, Director. Kong Meng looked at the security personnel nearby, take him away. Director, you can't treat me like this, I can't lose my job, Director. I have a family to support, I have loans to repay. It's all Li Xing's idea, it's not my fault, Director, spare me. Without a word, the security personnel directly escorted Fong Jong out. Suspension and internal investigations were basically just formalities. Once it reached this stage, it meant tearing off the mask and waiting to be taken into custody. The security personnel had long been displeased with Fong Jong, and today they finally had the opportunity to teach him a lesson. After seeing Fong Jong being taken away, Xiao Charan wiped away her tears and wanted to thank Kong Meng. Before she could speak, Kong Meng ignored her and walked towards Qin Shen. When she stood in front of Qin Shen, the queen-like aura was gone. She exuded the elegance and charm of a lady from head to toe. She respectfully bowed and said, Master, the matter has been taken care of for you, your girlfriend is safe now. Qin Shen nodded and said, Good. However, she is not my girlfriend. Not your girlfriend? Kong Meng was surprised to hear this. A hint of blush appeared on her originally pale face. Who is He Xing mentioned by that person just now? Qin Shen asked in a low voice. Kong Meng hurriedly replied, He is He Hai, the branch manager of the largest branch of Jingdu Huaxing. In Taichung, sometimes loans are needed, and he is always asked for help. This person is arrogant and conceited, and leads a loose life. But due to his strong personal abilities and extensive connections, he is best at attracting deposits and achieving performance. He has risen from a teller to the position of branch manager of the largest branch in Beijing, and it is said that he will be promoted to head office at the end of the year. Doesn't he have a son named He Shuhua? Kong Meng was taken aback and replied, Yes, Master. Do you know his son? Sort of. Kong Meng nodded, feeling that Qin Shen held animosity towards He Hai. So she said, Master, you need to be careful with He Hai. He is narrow-minded and vengeful. Today's matter, I can handle Fong Jong as the head of the branch. But He Hai. For someone who is about to be promoted to the head office of the China Bank, Kong Meng's strength is not enough to have any influence on him. Since you know what kind of person he is, we must not let him enter the head office as he wishes and gain more power. Otherwise, he will harm more people. The key is, he has offended someone he shouldn't have. Offending someone he shouldn't offend. Qin Shen said. Kong Meng nodded, Master, you are right. But, He Hai's connections are too strong, and his abilities are extraordinary. Many people report him every year, but he remains unscathed. Qin Shen smiled faintly, his connections, in my eyes, are like a sheet of sandpaper, fragile and vulnerable. Kong Meng lowered her head, not responding. The master is still young after all. He doesn't understand the darkness of society. In the current environment, as long as you can bring benefits, someone will protect you, even if you make some mistakes. As long as the crime is not punishable by death, at most you will be transferred to another position or demoted. When the storm passes, you will return to your original position. So, does the master want to take action against him? Kong Meng asked tentatively. This person must be dealt with, it's a matter of principle. Kong Meng nodded, wholeheartedly following Qin Shen at this moment. Since Qin Shen wants to deal with He Hai, she cannot stand idly by. So, Kong Meng took out her phone and started looking through her contacts for people she knew. Hello, Director Meng? This is Xiao Meng, Kong Fu's daughter. Uncle Lu, it's Xiao Meng. When you came to see my dad, I was there. Aunt Wang, I need a favor. Kong Meng made more than 10 calls in a row. The people on the other end of the line, one after another, had impressive backgrounds. Some were former subordinates of their fathers. Some were current comrades of their older brothers. And some were connections she had cultivated over the years. Everyone answered the phone politely, with pleasantries and laughter. But once Kong Meng explained her intentions, they all fell silent and quickly hung up. Only one of Kong Meng's longtime friends, a high-ranking official at the head office of the China Bank, kindly advised her, Xiao Meng, I advise you not to get involved in this matter. You know what kind of person He Hai is. Over the years, his network of relationships has spread across all industries. The senior management of our head office highly values his abilities. You have to understand, the branch he manages is known as the billion-dollar deposit branch. It can be said that as long as he doesn't commit murder or arson, the head office will protect him. By doing this, you are hitting a rock with an egg. Is there really no way? Kong Meng persisted, asking. After hesitating for a moment, her friend spoke up, alas, if your old man hadn't stepped down. With his connections, maybe he could have dealt with He Hai. But now, your old man has been retired for many years. The friend's words stopped abruptly, and Kong Meng understood the unspoken part. After all, no matter how you put it, bringing down He Hai would not directly benefit these people. No one would be willing to offend a future high-ranking official at the head office of the China Bank for a woman's word. In the world of Jianghu, it's not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Kong Meng hung up the phone, pursed her lips, and looked somewhat dejectedly at Qin Shen. She shook her head, Master, He Hai's power is too great, and no one is willing to help us. Qin Shen's face was calm, without a hint of joy or disappointment. He said, It's okay, I, Qin Shen, don't need to rely on others. Kong Meng lowered her head in guilt, blaming her own lack of ability and insufficient position. She couldn't help Qin Shen. Master, please give me another year. In a year, I will be promoted to the department. During this year, we will slowly gather evidence against He Hai. When the time is right, we will expose him in one fell swoop. Qin Shen waved his hand without speaking, then turned and walked towards the roadside. Outside the Kyoto TV station, by the roadside temporary parking space, Tian Xin sat in the car waiting for Qin Shen to return. When she saw that the fuel level on the car display was less than 1/3, she realized she had to refuel, which would be a big expense. Every time I refuel, I feel like crying, Tian Xin muttered to herself. Suddenly, she remembered that on the way here, Qin Shen seemed to have given her a red envelope for refueling. So Tian Xin quickly took out her phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on Qin Shen's profile picture. The next moment, she was stunned. In the transfer box labeled fuel cost, there was a 1 followed by a long string of zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000. Tian Xin was shocked to see that Qin Shen had transferred 1 million to her for fuel. Cold sweat broke out on Tian Xin's forehead. Just as she hesitated whether to accept it or not, Qin Shen and the others returned and got into the car. When Tian Xin saw Qin Shen with 2 outstandingly beautiful women, she pouted and immediately accepted the payment. Then she angrily asked, Didn't you say you were going to pick up the housekeeper? Where is he? Xiao Churan, sitting in the back seat, weakly raised her hand and said, I am the housekeeper. Tian Xin was taken aback. Are the requirements for a housekeeper now so high in appearance? She then turned and asked, "Who is this lady?" Kong Meng replied, "I am the master's servant." Tian Xin was speechless. These two women in the back were both stunning beauties with a score of 8 or above, sought after by many. But now they had become Qin Shen's housekeeper and servant. She felt an indescribable feeling, as if her own cake had been divided. Qin Shen didn't give her time to overthink. He directly ordered her to drive to the largest branch of Hua Bank in Kyoto. Kyoto, Daimei Street Hua Bank. Qin Shen got out of the car alone and walked towards the banking hall. There were 9 regular counters and 1 VIP counter in the hall. Only one teller was working at the regular counter, the rest were idle. The VIP counter was empty, and the teller sitting there was busy applying makeup. An 80-year-old grandmother holding a bank card paced back and forth in the spacious hall. Seeing that the VIP counter was empty, she walked over. "Miss, could you please check if the pension has been deposited into my account and help me withdraw 100 yuan? The teller at the VIP counter raised her eyelids and coldly said, "This is the VIP counter, you can check your balance and withdraw money at the ATM outside." The old woman, unable to hold her hands up for long due to her age, lowered them weakly. "Miss, my eyesight is poor, and I can't see clearly or operate the machine. The machine is too complicated for me, I don't know how to use it. Please help me." The teller snorted, "Hey, why can't I make it clear to you, old lady? If you have poor eyesight and can't use the machine, what's that got to do with me? Go find your children and ask them to come help you." The old woman's eyes suddenly became empty for a moment, and she whispered, "My son died in battle defending the country at the border. Now I'm all alone. Miss, please, help me, or I won't have money to buy rice today." The teller deliberately clicked the mouse a few times, looking impatient, and said, "You old lady, why can't I make it clear to you? I've told you, this is the VIP counter. VIP, understand? It's a place for serving wealthy people. Either check your account and withdraw money at the ATM, or ask for help on the street. Don't bother me. I hate you old men and women who keep pushing things every day." Seeing that the old lady had not left no matter what she said, the bank teller behind the counter started to get angry. She angrily pounded on the keyboard and mouse, making a loud noise on purpose to vent her dissatisfaction with the old lady. The old lady originally wanted to leave, but she was slow due to her old age. At this age, the elderly are most afraid of losing their balance and falling. She was just about to stand up when the teller's angry pounding on the keyboard and mouse startled her, causing her heart to tremble. Without stepping firmly, she slipped off the chair. The teller, seeing this, immediately became anxious. "You wicked old lady, why are you so malicious? Not only are you not following the rules, but you also want to frame me. Let me tell you, the bank is fully monitored, and everything is recorded clearly. I didn't touch you. If you want to extort money, go to hell." With one hand grabbing the edge of the counter, the old lady struggled to prevent herself from falling. Seeing this, no one dared to come forward to help, afraid that they would be implicated. Just as the old lady was about to give in, a pair of hands reached out from beside her and helped her up. Sitting back on the chair, the old lady breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the old lady didn't fall in the end, the teller also breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn it, if you had really fallen, it would have ruined my evening writing the report." The old lady looked up at the young man who helped her and said, "Thank you, child. If it weren't for you, I might not have survived the fall." The teller rolled her eyes and coldly snorted, "Humph, it would have been better if you hadn't survived, so you could meet your deceased son." Qin Shen turned angrily towards the teller. "Say that again if you dare." Qin Shen's gaze was intimidating, making people shudder and unable to meet his eyes directly. The teller immediately turned his head away, avoiding eye contact, and muttered, "Damn it, what kind of people did I encounter today at work? Get your branch manager out here." Qin Shen shouted angrily. The teller was first stunned, then smirked. "What, do you want to complain about me? Let me tell you, I haven't done anything wrong. I am just following the company's rules and regulations. Even if you complain to the headquarters, it won't work. Your rules are just bullying the elderly? Your system is mocking the families of martyrs?" Qin Shen questioned each word. "You young man, watching too many TV dramas, thinking you are a superhero. You haven't even grown up yet and you're trying to help the weak. Let me tell you, here, what I say is the rule, what I do is the system. What can you do to me?" Qin Shen looked coldly at the teller. "Fine, I will teach you a lesson according to your rules and regulations." With that, he took out a Hua Bank card. "Now, immediately, withdraw all my money. All of it. I said, are you deaf or illiterate? Haven't you seen the 6? The teller's voice trailed off as he caught sight of Qin Shen's bank card. It was a platinum card all over. The teller immediately recognized it as the top platinum card of their bank. The Hua Bank Platinum card was an honor only for VIP customers. The deposit inside was at least $1 million to start with. Instantly, the teller's voice faltered, and his attitude made a complete 180-degree turn. How much? Do you want to withdraw? All of it. Shen said each word. The teller broke out in a cold sweat, cursing inwardly. Damn it, today is really unlucky. The annual performance target hasn't been met yet, and now there will be deductions. Approaching the performance assessment period, everyone had a deposit task to fulfill. At this moment, the lobby manager who had just returned from a break saw the situation at the VIP counter. He walked over slowly and whispered to the teller, "What's going on? What happened?" The teller glanced at Chen and whispered back in a low voice, "Encountered a stupid rich second generation here showing off and acting like a hero. He wants to withdraw all the money from his account." The lobby manager frowned at the words, "You were already short of $1 million in deposits last month, and now you want someone to withdraw another sum. What will you do about the assessment later? Failing the assessment for 2 consecutive months will lead to dismissal." The teller rolled her eyes and snorted, "Humph, it's no big deal. I'll just have my dad deposit another $2 million into the company's account." The lobby manager sighed lightly. Having money at home is really good. The teller looked smug, knowing that her job relied on her father depositing $10 million in the bank. The bank president personally arranged for her to work there. Let him withdraw a few $100,000, so what? I'll go back, take a nap, forget everything, and come to work next week as usual. With that, she hit the enter key. The computer screen displayed information on Chen's bank card. In an instant, both the teller and the lobby manager were stunned. How can there be so much money in this bank account? The lobby manager swallowed hard, incredulous. The teller was dumbfounded, rubbing her eyes repeatedly before looking back at the screen. After confirming multiple times, she murmured, How can there be over $9 billion? The two of them looked fearfully at Chen. "What, are you deaf or blind? Can't you understand what I said? Withdraw all the money from inside," Chen sternly ordered, making the teller's legs tremble. People who relied on having a little money at home were the most likely to bully the weak and fear the strong. They always used strong-arm tactics against the elderly, sick, disabled, or those less fortunate, while acting like a grandson in front of the powerful. The teller was already terrified. Her family's $18 million in assets meant nothing in front of this young man. It wasn't even worth a fart. If he really took this over $9 billion, even if her father jumped off a building to buy insurance, it wouldn't be enough to cover the whole. "Sir, your balance is really too much. According to the regulations, exceeding $500,000. The teller was in a panic, forgetting the amount specified in the rules. The lobby manager, head down, quietly added, $5 million. The teller suddenly woke up. Yes, $5 million. According to the regulations, for large withdrawals exceeding $5 million, an appointment is required. Yes, an appointment takes a week. Finally, the teller breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were rules and regulations, giving her a 1-week buffer period. During this time, as long as she sought the bank president's intervention, he would be able to persuade the other party. After all, the $100 billion in deposits at this branch were mostly brought in by the bank president. "Oh, there are such rules and regulations," Chen said with a smile that wasn't a smile. The teller, unaware of the change in his expression, handed back the card, saying with a tone of lucky victory, "Sir, I'll make an appointment for you today, and you can come back next week to discuss the withdrawal with the bank." "Hold on, I didn't say I wouldn't withdraw. I'll withdraw 10,000 at a time." Chen paused, then continued, "Until I withdraw all $9 billion. At these words, the teller was instantly overwhelmed. Before she could catch her breath, she collapsed backward, fainting. The lobby manager hurried out, apologizing profusely, bowing respectfully like a grandson. Chen had no connection with him, and such people were like air to him. "Get your bank president out here," the lobby manager said, sweating coldly, trembling as he apologized. "Sir, the bank president is not here today. He should be out having dinner with clients." "Where are they eating?" "They should be at the Purple Orchid Manor." Chen's gaze sharpened, and he said meaningfully, "Money." As soon as he heard the word money, the lobby manager quickly clasped his hands together, pleading like praying, "Sir, I'm truly sorry for today's incident. I will report the matter truthfully to the headquarters and handle it seriously. She is an external employee, so it's simple to deal with her. Just fire her, never hire her again, and make a note in her personal file. Legitimate enterprises and institutions will no longer hire her." Upon hearing this, Chen nodded slightly. "Set up a transfer on my card to deposit 50,000 yuan into the old lady's account every month. At the beginning of each month, have her personally withdraw the cash from the bank. Also, send all the holiday gifts for important clients to the old lady's house. The lobby manager felt relieved and agreed repeatedly. Qin Shen turned and left, getting into the Rolls-Royce and heading straight to the Ziying Mansion. Kyoto, Ziying Road, Ziying Mansion. Ziying Mansion is a private club that caters exclusively to high-profile VIPs. Anyone you meet here is a big shot in the industry, a wealthy merchant or tycoon. This is a secluded courtyard hidden in the bustling downtown area, with a level of privacy that rivals the top establishments in Kyoto. The courtyard is designed like a Jiangnan garden, complete with small bridges, artificial hills, flowing water, pavilions, and the sound of silk and bamboo. It appears to be a peaceful and serene place. As soon as Qin Shen arrived at the gate, he sensed that something was amiss. After a quick glance, he confirmed that this place was out of the ordinary. Behind the scenes, there were probably some extremely dirty dealings going on. The flowing water in the courtyard likely contained the tears of many young girls. The melodious sound in the pavilion may have masked the cries of many people. Qin Shen asked the three women to go back first. Alone, he entered the Ziying Mansion. As soon as he entered, he was met by a woman dressed in Japanese attire. Seeing her attire, Qin Shen narrowed his eyes. The woman slightly bowed and said, "Sir, this is a private mansion. I'm here to see someone." The woman looked hesitant. Qin Shen took out a bank card and said, "I'm here to see He Hai." Seeing the platinum card from Huaxing, she immediately guessed that the man in front of her was not ordinary and quickly said, "All right, please follow me, sir." Leading Qin Shen through the corridor, they arrived at the door of a private room. She gestured for him to enter, and Qin Shen did so without hesitation. Inside the room, smoke filled the air, and three men sat around a large round table. Apart from the man at the head of the table, the other two men each had a young woman by their side. One man smoking a cigar cursed, "Damn it, Kumiko, why did you bring a man in?" Kumiko, who followed behind Qin Shen, stepped forward and smiled slightly. "Boss Song, this is all arranged by President He." Boss Song turned to look at He Hai, who was sitting in the center. "President He? Did you invite someone else to the game today?" He Hai, dressed in a high-end black suit, sat upright in the center. He flicked the cigar ash and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Feng Zhong couldn't make it today." "What? Why didn't he inform us in advance if he couldn't make it? Damn it!" He Hai pointed at Qin Shen in front of him. "This kid here sent Feng Zhong in." The two men beside He Hai immediately became wary. "Who are you?" asked the man on He Hai's right. "Mr. Wang." Qin Shen sneered, walked to the table, and sat down. "Qin Shen." Song and Wang glanced at each other, then shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know this person. He Hai remained calm, opened a rosewood box on the table, took out a cigar, placed it on the table, and spun the glass turntable. The cigar spun clockwise and stopped in front of Qin Shen. "Since you're here, have a smoke," He Hai said. Qin Shen raised a disdainful smile, waved his hand, and knocked the cigar off the table. He Hai's face showed a hint of anger, but he maintained a mysterious smile. Young people these days are so full of themselves. He Hai, remember what you've done. I'll give you two choices. 1. Turn yourself in, maybe you'll get a chance for leniency. 2. I'll send you in, guaranteeing you a life sentence. Song and Wang were shocked at Qin Shen's words and turned to look at He Hai. He Hai burst into laughter, a bit wild, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. After dozens of seconds, He Hai's laughter gradually weakened, and he playfully asked Qin Shen, "I'm curious to hear how you plan to send me in." "Very simple, let the Huaheng headquarters personally investigate your internal stains over the years. The whistleblower letters are enough to put you in jail for a lifetime. Dealing with someone like you, I don't need to dirty my hands at all." "Qin Shen, is it just for a woman? Why bother like this? In this society, as long as you have money, why worry about not having a woman? As long as you befriend me, He Hai, you want a few, I'll give you a few. Even if you want a star, a host, I can find a way to get them for you." "You're wrong, what I want is justice." He Hai was stunned for a moment, then sneered, "Justice? Qin Shen, you really are a talent. How much is justice worth?" "I don't lack money, I lack justice." He Hai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Then there's nothing more to discuss." Qin Shen picked up his phone, smirked at He Hai and said, "He Hai, it seems you've chosen the second option." He Hai slammed the table hard, angrily said, "You little brat, you've messed with Feng Zhong and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Now you dare to boast in front of me, trying to bring me down. Do you think I, He Hai, have been running this business for so many years, just for show?" He Hai deliberately raised his voice, partly in response to Qin Shen's arrogance, and partly to intimidate the two bosses beside him. Seeing both of them bow their heads, He Hai got the result he wanted. He continued, "Fine, go ahead and report me by phone, but if I can cause you even the slightest trouble, I'll make you pay." Qin Shen turned the phone screen towards himself, operated the phone, and said, "Who said I was going to report you by phone? I told you, I don't need to personally take action against you." He Hai narrowed his eyes and sarcastically sneered, you just want to transfer 9 billion from my branch, to blackmail me with it. He Hai's words shocked the two bosses beside him. 9 billion? This kid has 9 billion in deposits? He Hai stood up and continued angrily, Xin Chen, do you think I wouldn't know what you did in my branch just now? I gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it. Do you think you can bring me down with just your measly 9 billion in deposits? Do you think my reputation of hundreds of billions was just casually obtained? He pointed to the boss on his left, saying, Song Wentao, the boss of Floral Media Company, Ltd., a listed entertainment company, with a market value of 30 billion. Then he pointed to the right, saying, Wang Ning, the chairman of Jing Aluminum Group, a 100 billion annual turnover group. He Hai pointed at Qin Shen again, with my ability, even if you take away 9 billion, it doesn't matter. Do you think losing a big client will make the headquarters blame me? Ha, joke, I can make it up in minutes. My connections, He Hai's connections, are something you can never imagine. He Hai was very pleased with this move. He not only gained face but also intimidated the two bosses who had just started cooperating with him. It could be said to kill two birds with one stone. Qin Shen sneered, oh, is that so? After speaking, his phone rang. Qin Shen pressed the answer button. The voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end of the phone, speaking softly and respectfully. Hello, Mr. Qin, I am Hao Jiandong, the risk manager of the Huaheng headquarters. Just now, a personal balance transfer request popped up backstage. May I ask if it was done by you? It was me. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, we have confirmed your funds, there is no problem, the transfer can be made. However, may I ask a personal question? Go ahead. Because you have always maintained a good cooperative relationship with our bank, why would you suddenly transfer your deposit to another bank? Is it because the other bank offers you higher interest rates or other services? As the largest bank in the country, I can personally guarantee that our bank will provide you with better services and rates. I'm transferring not because another bank offers better treatment. Instead, I found that the branch manager of a branch in your Huaxing bank is committing crimes, using coercion and enticement to force women to engage in illegal activities, and it has already affected people around me. Mr. Qin, please tell us which branch manager it is. We will handle it strictly and severely internally. Huaxing Bank on Dakian Street, He Hai. Okay, Mr. Qin, I have received your feedback. We will definitely conduct an internal investigation and give you an account. After hanging up the phone, Song Wentao, the boss of Huai Media Company, looked at He Hai in horror. Manager this kid really reported you. He Hai took a sip of tea calmly and said, if reporting me was effective, I would have been in prison long ago. Hearing that even the headquarters risk department was not afraid, Wang Ning, the chairman of Jing Aluminum Group, immediately handed a cigarette to He Hai. Manager your methods are extraordinary. My company's loan. He Hai smirked, Mr. Wang, I just lost 9 billion, and you're talking to me about loans. Wang Ning understood and quickly took out a red paper bag from his side and handed it over. Seeing this, He Hai grinned and said, Mr. Wang, what's this? Alright, I'll go push for your loan, expedite it, next week will definitely be no problem. Wang Ning wiped the sweat off his forehead and thanked him repeatedly. At this moment, He Hai's phone rang. Damn, are the people in the risk department just idling around? Only 9 billion, is it necessary? He picked up the phone and answered it, but the voice on the other end made He Hai's back cold. The caller was a high-level member of Huaxing Bank, a member of the board of directors, and the executive director, Duan Zhongwei. Duan Zhongwei immediately started scolding He Hai, it's not good to offend anyone, you offended a big client and even messed with his girlfriend. As He Hai's biggest support behind the scenes and the one who recommended He Hai to enter the headquarters, Duan Zhongwei was naturally treated with great respect. He Hai tried to please him, oh, my good leader. You know who I am, I'm doing this all for performance. He Hai spoke without reservation. He wanted to show his strength in front of Qin Shen, and also to show his strength to the two new bosses again. He continued, that woman is just a slut, I didn't even want her, she threw herself at me. And I'm not doing it for myself, it's all for. He Hai glanced around, then smirked, it's all for cooperating with Huai Media, Mr. Song personally told me that he wants to transfer all his business from China Merchants Bank to our Huaxing Bank. Song Wentao looked bitter, being pulled in as a background. But what could he do? His company went public with the help of He Hai. Just consider it returning a favor. Seeing silence on the other end of the phone, He Hai continued, Leader, it's just 9 billion, I promise. I'll bring you 10 billion within half a month, no, 20 billion. He Hai said proudly, then looked coldly at Qin Shen. Even if you transfer 9 billion, So what, with my abilities, I can still turn the tide. But after finished speaking, the other end of the phone was unexpectedly quiet, which made him feel a bit puzzled. After a moment, Duan Zongwei angrily shouted, At this point, you still don't understand the seriousness of the situation, and you're still smiling and joking in front of me. Was confused. Leader. Don't call me leader, you damn it. You still don't understand the situation? Do you know how much Qin Chen wants to transfer? He wants to transfer 509 billion, not 9 billion. Staggered, almost losing his balance. In disbelief, he repeated, What? 509 billion. Now that he's holding on to this 500 billion, openly threatening to have headquarters investigate you thoroughly. Think about what you've done. Once it's investigated, you'll spend your next life in prison. When mentioned the figure of 509 billion, his companions Song Wentao and Wang Ning were shocked. They couldn't believe that such a young man like Qin Chen possessed over 500 billion. They had worked hard in the business world for decades to achieve their current social status and wealth, yet their combined net worth was less than 50 billion. Qin Chen's 500 billion in cash, without any virtual assets like stocks or funds, made him an elite client in any bank. He could easily replace as the branch manager. The magnitude of 500 billion was terrifying. Supported by Duan Zongwei for years, couldn't easily give up. Duan Zongwei gave 2 months to fix his mistakes, or face imprisonment. Promised to rectify the situation. After the call, he felt drained, as if he had been through a war. Even for him, 509 billion was an astronomical figure. He had worked for over a decade to accumulate a billion and earn the title of billionaire branch manager. Now, his years of hard work were at risk. He felt a wave of fear and anxiety. He gathered himself, stood up, and admitted his oversight to Qin Chen. Qin Chen, with a balance of 509 billion in his bank app, ignored Hi's words and continued with his tasks. Felt relieved but soon realized that Qin Chen was not affected by his threats. Qin Chen, with a mocking smile, proved that he was more valuable than 500 billion. Feeling liberated after his outburst, enjoyed the feeling of triumph. He expected to see disappointment on Qin Chen's face, but instead, he faced a smirking and composed Qin Chen. Things have come to this point. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at how a fool like you managed to get to this position. Haijin was furious. What do you mean? Suddenly, his phone rang again. The caller was still Duan Zongwei. Immediately calmed down a bit, then answered the phone. Hello, leader. Duan Zongwei's tone was calm as he said, the chairman of the headquarters and the president of the head office have personally ordered the establishment of an investigation team within Hua Bank to thoroughly investigate you. You have been suspended now. I advise you to turn yourself in immediately and seek leniency. Duan Zongwei's words were calm as water, but to they were like a bolt from the blue. Incredulously, he asked, Leader, didn't you say you would help me suppress this? Why did the president still give this order? Is it because he thinks the 500 billion I promised is too little? I can go and negotiate for 700 billion. No, 1 trillion. No matter how much, I can raise it within 2 months. Duan Zongwei exhaled a puff of smoke lightly and said, I advise you not to struggle. Do you know who you are facing? Was stunned and did not answer. He is a member of the board of directors of Wanda Group, the largest shareholder of BAD Group, and the behind-the-scenes boss of Silton Group. Just now, the 3 groups simultaneously called the president, demanding to cut off all cooperation with Hua Bank and turn to industrial and commercial bank. Do you know how big the business volume of these 3 groups is? Can you handle it alone? Because I just protected you, now I am like a mud bodhisattva crossing the river, unable to protect myself. After Duan Zongwei finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Ha's phone volume was loud. Wang Song, who was sitting next to him, and the two of them heard Duan Zongwei's words clearly. They both broke out in a cold sweat. Wanda Group and BAD Group were their major clients, the largest business partners. Had offended them to the point of no return. Wang Ning immediately stood up, splashed a cup of tea on I didn't expect you to be so crazy. I, Wang Ning, am blind to have eaten with you. Wang Ning picked up his bag and prepared to run away. When passing by Qin Chen, he quickly bowed and apologized, Mr. Qin, I have offended you a lot today. I hope you, as a great person, will not remember the mistakes of a small person. My old mother is not well, I have to go back to see her for the last time. I will come to apologize another day. After speaking, Wang Ning ran away. Song Wentao followed Wang Ning a step, but he also cursed then performed a scene of cutting ties, and finally came to Qin Chen, kneeling down and saying, Mr. Qin, I am the same. Qin Chen looked coldly at Song Wentao. Is your mother also dying? Song Wentao shook his head. No, my wife is about to give birth. Mr. Shin, let's part here for now. I will come to apologize in the future. With that, Song Wentao also ran away. Seeing this, He-ha crawled in despair in front of Qin Shen. Mr. Shin, I was wrong. I was really wrong. He frantically slapped himself in the face. Please, Mr. Shin, spare me. I will agree to anything you say. At this point, He-ha suddenly realized. The great god he was facing seemed to lack nothing. With the resources Qin Shen possessed, calling him a trillionaire would not be an exaggeration. After much thought, He-ha suddenly thought of something. Mr. Shin, as long as you spare me, I can tell you a secret. Just as He-ha was speaking, the martial arts power within Qin Shen warned him. He sensed a bullet coming towards him from behind. Qin Shen immediately dodged the bullet, but He-ha in front of him was hit by a bullet and killed instantly. Qin Shen dodged the bullet and looked towards the direction it came from. He saw 5 people entering the door. The leader was the Japanese woman Kumiko. Qin Shen re-evaluated her. Kumiko was wearing a black and white traditional Japanese outfit. Her face was painted with extremely white foundation, fiery red lips matched with 2 blushes on her cheeks. It looked eerie. Kumiko wore white socks and wooden clogs on her feet. She took a small step forward, disdainfully glanced at Ihai. Huagua people have no spirit of contract, can't keep secrets. Kumiko followed by 4 burly men over 2 meters tall. They wore black sunglasses and black suits. They were serious and stood upright. Qin Shen's gaze sharpened. Peak of level 2 martial arts? Kumiko was somewhat surprised. She re-evaluated Qin Shen. Then she smirked cunningly. So you are also a martial artist? Then I'll give you a chance to live. Join us, work for us, and I can spare your life. Qin Shen's gaze locked onto the woman in front of him. Her words were clear. This battle was inevitable. Suddenly, system prompts appeared in Qin Shen's eyes. Congratulations, Challenger. Triggered hidden mission, Wugwa spy mission, mission introduction, Zijing Mansion, a spy outpost operated by Wugwa in Huagwei for many years. It houses multiple Wugwa spies who, on the surface, manage the affairs of the mansion, but secretly gather intelligence on Huagwa. Challenger's mission, defeat enemy forces. Note, each spy defeated will earn corresponding martial arts experience points. When the experience value reaches 100, you will automatically advance to the next level. After a brief prompt, Qin Shen's vision returned. He noticed a yellow numerical value above the heads of the 5 opponents in the room. The experience values of the 5 individuals were all 25. Qin Shen was delighted, as this meant that by defeating these 5 individuals, he could advance 1 level, from the current level 4 martial arts beginner to level 4 martial arts adept. Seeing Qin Shen hesitating in place, Kumiko felt secretly pleased. Her 4 bodyguards were indeed powerful. Ha! The people beside me are the 4 bodyguards of Yamada Group. Individually, they are at the peak of level 2, but together, they have the strength to overlook level 3 adepts. After Kumiko finished speaking, she looked at Qin Shen with amusement, wanting to see him kneel and beg. However, to her surprise, Qin Shen did not kneel as she expected. Instead, he raised his eyebrows, looked down coldly, and disdainfully snorted, "Humph, I see you all as nothing more than a bunch of sellouts." Kumiko was furious. Having been in Huagwei for many years, she had never been so insulted. Get him. The organization will reward you for your merits. The 4 black-clad men, upon hearing about the rewards, became excited as if they had gone mad. They clenched their fists, and their clothes burst open, revealing an astonishing burst of power from within. Seeing this, Kumiko smiled. You 4 are making a big deal out of nothing. Dealing with a trashy Huagwa person doesn't require full effort. Look at him, barely a level 2 martial arts beginner. One of the black-clad men smirked. Kumiko, don't blame me, the temptation of rewards is too strong. Kumiko turned to Qin Shen. Ignorant Huagwa person, you have no chance to regret. The 4 bodyguards will unleash their power, and the heavens and earth will change color. She had expected to see fear and pleading from Qin Shen, but to her great surprise, the young man across from her seemed even more excited than her 4 bodyguards. It was as if they were prey, and he was the hunter. This raised doubts in Kumiko's mind. After a few breaths, all 4 black-clad men fell to the ground. Congratulations, Challenger, gain 30 experience points. 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 After 4 consecutive reminders of gaining experience points, the system finally issued a promotion prompt. Congratulations, Challenger, promoted to level 4 martial arts adept. Suddenly, a strong martial arts power surged from Qin Shen's heart, spreading throughout his body. Qin Shen felt a sense of exhilaration like never before. Kumiko, with widened eyes and panic, kept retreating and asked, "Who are you? Are you from the War Dragon?" Qinshan sneered, "You lowly beings are not worthy of knowing my name." Seeing the killing intent in Qinshan's eyes, Kumiko felt a sense of danger. She was about to reach for the sword at her waist. In the blink of an eye, Kumiko fell to the ground. If the other party were an ordinary person, even an ordinary Japanese person, Qinshan would not have been so ruthless. But since the other party was a spy special agent, there was no room for mercy. It was best to handle it according to international conventions. Congratulations to the challenger, gaining 30 experience points. Congratulations to the challenger, defeating the spy liaison officer. Congratulations to the challenger, gaining 3 minutes of double experience time. When he saw the double experience, Qinshan was stunned. Double experience, and they played like this? Without hesitation, he immediately mobilized his martial arts power within his body. Sensing the entire Wisteria Club's internal environment, he searched for the remaining Japanese spies. In an instant, he locked onto 3 rooms, all showing signs of activity. Qinshan headed straight for the first room. He kicked the door open and saw an 80-year-old man with a wrinkled face prostrating himself over a young woman. The woman was tied up, with a cloth gag in her mouth. Though she couldn't speak, the tears in her eyes and her intense struggles said it all. The old man, with an experience level of only 25, due to the double experience bonus, ultimately displayed an experience value of 50 above his head. Qinshan's face darkened slightly. "You don't deserve to know who I am. Old Baga, who are you to dare intrude into my room?" Old Baga's experience was only 25, but due to the double experience bonus, his experience value above his head eventually showed 50. Qinshan's face darkened slightly. "You don't deserve to know who I am. Old Baga, who are you to dare intrude into my room?" Old Baga cursed angrily, "Who are you, daring to barge into my compartment?" Before Old Baga could take a step, it was as if a 1,000-pound hammer had struck the back of his neck, snapping it with a crack. Old Baga's whole body went limp, crashing to the ground, spitting out white foam. Bah! Qinshan quickly went to rescue the bound woman. He took off his white sports jacket and draped it over her. Then he walked out of the room towards the second compartment. In this compartment were 2 middle-aged men, one with a distinctive Japanese-style small beard, and the other a Chinese. They sat facing each other, with a map on the table. Qinshan glanced at the text on the map. It was a construction blueprint for a cross-sea bridge in the south of China, with several red dots marking weak points on the bridge. The Japanese man, seeing a Chinese man intruding, angrily shouted, "Old Baga, you betrayed me." The Chinese trader across from him quickly waved his hands, explaining, "Zaizaki, you misunderstand, I didn't." Before the man could finish speaking, Zaizaki pulled out a gun and shot him directly in the forehead. Then, Zaizaki quickly put away the map on the table. Just as he was about to aim the gun at Qinshan, the next second, he saw his arm holding the gun bend 90 degrees. Zaizaki screamed in pain, "Ah, my hand." Qinshan took another step forward. Despite the pain, Zaizaki quickly knelt down. I'll talk. Don't torture me, I'll tell you everything I know." Qinshan looked down at him coldly, saying, "You don't need to speak, I'm not interested in knowing." In the blink of an eye, Zaizaki's neck twisted, and he fell to the ground. Qinshan didn't linger, he went straight out. For him now, time was the most precious thing. Eradicating spies and gaining double experience was the top priority. The last location was in the southeast corner of the Wisteria Mansion, a small house built of bamboo. This place was secluded and dark, as if isolated from the world. Qinshan stepped forward, about to forcefully enter the house when suddenly the door opened from the inside. A disheveled woman covered in blood rushed out. She was about 25 or 26 years old, with long flowing hair. Her delicate melon-seed face had a pair of watery eyes. Her clothes were torn, with only a piece of red cloth covering her chest. She looked like someone who had been forcibly defiled. The woman was covered in blood, clearly having gone through a life and death struggle. When she saw Qinshan, she immediately pleaded, "Sir, save me. I'm a female student from Kyoto University. They brought me here to sacrifice me to those big shots. I fought to knock one person out and ran out." The woman fell into Qinshan's arms, trembling and sobbing. Qinshan grabbed her arm and sneered, "Your acting is good, but you won't have a chance to act again in this lifetime." The woman's entire arm was firmly held by Qinshan. A sharp dagger fell with a sound. The woman looked at Qinshan in horror and asked fiercely, "How did you spot the flaw?" Qinshan did not answer, but directly eliminated her. Then he said lightly, "I don't need to discern because you have 50 experience points above your head. Congratulations, challenger, you have gained 50 experience points. Congratulations, challenger, you have gained 50 experience points. Congratulations, challenger, you have gained 50 experience points. Congratulations, challenger." Promoted to level 4 martial arts peak, Qinshan felt a long-lost power and returned to his body. This was the feeling of returning to the peak. Before he could savor it, the system continued to prompt, "Congratulations Challenger, completed hidden task, Woko Spy, task reward, global language skill pack." Qin Shen was puzzled, global language skill pack? The next moment, his mind was flooded with countless dictionaries. English, French, Spanish, Cantonese, Minnan dialect, Wenzhou dialect, West African indigenous languages, Aixland language, Yanhao 1. Some languages he had never even heard of. And there was a strange mix of characters. After the system forcibly fed him, when Qin Shen opened his eyes, he seemed to have gained a layer of sublimation. He could now describe things in other languages instantly. The main task included requirements that could not be failed. Qin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I don't have to worry about my English level 4. Kyoto, North Gate. Next to the towering skyscrapers, beside the ancient courtyard with traditional charm, stood a seemingly ordinary and inconspicuous 5-story office building. This was the headquarters of the Huagua Security Bureau. A middle-aged man in his 30s hurriedly ran towards the office at the other end of the corridor. Before entering the room, following the rules, he knocked on the door. After a stern response from inside, the man turned the doorknob and entered the room. The room was very simple, with only basic office chairs and computers. The only difference was the massive amount of files and archives in the room. Sitting in front of the desk was a 60-year-old man. The old man, with white hair and brown-framed reading glasses, was reading files on the desk. With a respectful and urgent tone, the middle-aged man said, "Minister, there was a gunshot just now at the Purple Orchid Mansion." The old man suddenly looked up. Under the thick lenses, a sharp gaze fixed on the middle-aged man. "What? Did the Woku take action? Any casualties among our people? It's not clear yet. I will report back and head to the Purple Orchid Mansion immediately." The old man sighed. "If only we had cast the net sooner. It's my fault, always wanting to catch big fish with a long line." The middle-aged man lowered his head and left the office. Kyoto, South Gate. A location not visible on satellite maps. On a vast training ground, a burly man sprinted with unmatched speed. He ran so fast that he kicked up dust as he moved. In the north and south corners was a light armored vehicle. The man charged straight at the armored vehicle and delivered a heavy blow. The armored vehicle was overturned. "Damn, Lone Wolf. When did you get promoted? Knocking down an armored vehicle with one punch, are you already at level 2 peak? Falcon, you underestimate me. I have already been promoted to level 3. The man codenamed Falcon was shocked. "You're not even 30 yet, and you're already at level 3? Lone Wolf, you've broken our War Dragon team's historical record." Lone Wolf stood proudly. As the strongest warrior selected from all of Huagua, he had the right to be proud. A man in a green camouflage suit walked briskly. The Lone Wolf and the Falcon immediately stood at attention and saluted him. "Captain." The newcomer was the captain of the War Dragon, codenamed Azure Sky. Seeing that the captain's expression was not quite right, the Lone Wolf spoke up. "Captain, what's going on?" "There was a gunshot at the Wisteria Mansion. I need to go take a look." "Is it that Wugwa spy? Didn't the Wan Security Department say they were laying a long line to catch big fish and not to interfere?" Azure Sky said solemnly, "A few days ago, I received intelligence that the Yamada group from Wugwa mobilized the 4 Heavenly Kings to escort a liaison officer and secretly infiltrate our Hua country. When they come to Hua country, their first stop will definitely be the Wisteria Mansion. If that's the case, our comrades from Huan Security will be in danger." "The Yamada group's 4 Heavenly Kings? Those are 4 peak-level second-tier figures. If the 4 of them fight together, their combat power is likely to reach at least the level of a 3rd-tier intermediate." The Falcon's face darkened. "Captain, I'd been promoted to 3rd tier, I'll go with you." The Lone Wolf stepped forward and said, but Azure Sky shook his head. "No need, I am enough alone." The Falcon grinned. "Lone Wolf, you better continue practicing with that armored vehicle. The captain can easily defeat the 4 Heavenly Kings at the 3rd tier peak level. It's like child's play for him. If you go, the captain will have to divide his attention to take care of you." The Lone Wolf glared at the Falcon. "I'll practice with you first." Kyoto, at the entrance of the Wisteria Mansion. The sky was gradually darkening, with a drizzle falling. The cordon had already been pulled tight around the area. Dozens of public security officers were maintaining order on site. A middle-aged man in a navy blue jacket lifted his leg over the cordon and walked into the Wisteria Mansion. A public security officer stepped forward to stop him. "Public security handling the case, bystanders please step aside." The middle-aged man took out an identification card from his pocket. "I am Shi Ming, director of the first office of the Hua National Security Bureau." The public security officer straightened up immediately upon seeing the ID. "Hello, leader." Shi Ming put away the ID and asked, "What's the situation inside?" The public security officer replied, "There has been a murder at the Wisteria mansion, after preliminary investigation. There are a total of 10 victims, 2 of whom are Hua nationals, and the other 8 are Wugwa nationals." Ximing nodded. "Because it involves foreign personnel, all information is to be sealed until further investigation." "Yes, leader. But what? Just say it." "But among the 10 victims, 2 Hua nationals were killed by gunshot. The other 8 seem to have been killed by someone barehanded, with a single blow." "Barehanded? Killed with a single blow?" Ximing frowned. The situation seemed more complicated than imagined. "It was done by a martial arts expert." A deep voice came from behind Ximing. Azure Sky stood upright between the two. "Azure Sky?" Ximing was taken aback. Azure Sky nodded, as a form of greeting. Then he said to the public security officer, "I am the captain of the War Dragon team, Azure Sky." The public security officer gasped in shock. "The captain of the War Dragon team?" It was said to be a special force guarding the border of Hua country. The team consisted of only a dozen people, but each one was an elite among elites. Due to the special nature of their team, they had always been mysterious, and their achievements and combat power were unknown. The only publicized event was when a general from a certain country accused the War Dragon team of annihilating his 3,000 troops who accidentally crossed the border. This incident led to him becoming a commander without troops. The public security officer immediately saluted Azure Sky to show his respect. Ximing spoke, "Is the scene recording intact?" The public security officer nodded, "Everything is intact. If you two want to see, we can go to the monitoring room of the Wisteria mansion to find out." Azure Sky and Ximing nodded in unison and followed the public security officer to inspect the surveillance footage. Soon, the three arrived at the monitoring room. On the screen in the monitoring room, there were images of all the compartments, both inside and outside. The public security officer operated the surveillance system and adjusted the footage to 1 minute before the sound of the gunshot. Ximing saw an anomaly in image 3 at a glance and pointed at it. "Image 3, what are those 2 people doing?" Ximing's voice had just fallen when one person in image 3 suddenly fell to the ground. He was shot in the head. Then 5 figures appeared in the image. Sangqiang whispered, "The 4 heavenly kings?" Ximing narrowed his eyes. "The 4 heavenly kings? Are you talking about the 4 heavenly kings of the Yamada group from Japan?" "Yes," Sangqiang said heavily, "the 4 heavenly kings of the Yamada group are too bold to dare to commit murder in broad daylight." Then, Sangqiang noticed another person and said, "Look, in front of the 4 heavenly kings, there is the contact person of the Yamada group, known as Smiling Poisonous Woman Kumiko." Ximing was shocked. Why did Japan dispatch such a high-profile team this time? What do they intend to do? The two watched as the 4 heavenly kings and Kumiko talked to a young man on the screen, lost in thought. The security officers nearby listened to their introductions and couldn't help but shudder. "It seems that today's case is beyond my capabilities. I must hand it over to the Huan department later." Just as the 3 of them were lost in their own thoughts, the monitor suddenly changed. The young man who had just been talking to the 4 heavenly kings and Kumiko launched an attack on them, and within a few breaths, the 4 heavenly kings and Kumiko were killed by the young man. Then, the young man moved swiftly, accurately targeting and rushing into one compartment after another. Japan's wine and woman old man Yamamoto Taro. Japan's Agent Zero Sasaki. Japan's snake scorpion beauty Ogura Yuko. Ximing called out the names of the people in the surveillance one by one. All 3 were internationally renowned Japanese agents. Every time he mentioned someone's identity, the young man would effortlessly kill them. In less than 3 minutes, all the internationally renowned Japanese agents were eliminated. The monitoring room fell silent. Ximing was shocked. As the director of the Huan department for many years, he had only recently obtained the real photos of 3 agents. Yet the young man in the surveillance effortlessly found and killed the Japanese agents. Is this the innate defense force? Ximing immediately made up his mind to find this young man. If his political review is fine, he must invite him to join the Huan department. He is a rare talent in counterespionage. Sangqiang saw the young man in the surveillance eliminate the 4 heavenly kings and Kumiko in just a few breaths, something even he couldn't do. Sangqiang trembled with excitement. If the young man in the surveillance has good character and a sense of responsibility, he must bring him into the War Dragon, as he is a crucial asset to the country. Both of them asked the security officer at the same time, "Who is that young man?" The security officer scratched his head and said, "How would I know? But don't worry, I will bring the footage back to the security bureau and use the Heavenly Eye to investigate." Sangqiang and Ximing handed over their business cards and said, "Once you find out, inform us immediately." Kyoto, Shun District, Kyoto Manor, Building 1. When Qin Shen returned home, it was already late at night. He entered the hall and saw 3 stunning women sitting or lying on the sofa. There were sweet and lovely, mature and charming women. Kong Meng, who was lightly asleep, was the first to wake up. Seeing Qin Shen return, she hurried over. Seeing the bloodstains on his clothes, she asked with concern, "Master, what happened to you?" Qin Shen looked down and said, "Oh, it's nothing, probably from the actress who pounced on me just now." Kong Meng's pupils suddenly contracted. What? Actress? Pounced on him? And there's blood. But she thought that a wealthy person like the master must have many women around him. She was just a servant and dared not speak out of turn to the master. But Kong Meng's heart was still in pain and tangled. She quickly changed the subject. "Master, have you found He Hai? What's the result?" Qin Shen said lightly, "He's dead." Kong Meng was shocked. "Master, did you?" Qin Shen shook his head. "It wasn't me. He was killed by a spy from the Hua country." Kong Meng was stunned, wondering how a spy from the Hua country suddenly appeared. Qin Shen continued, "Although enemy spies are not protected, in this matter, we need your father, Mr. Kong, to step in." Kong Meng solemnly nodded. "Yes, master, I will definitely inform my father." I'm going to bathe and sleep in my room. You can find a room to stay in yourselves." With that, Qin Shen went upstairs. "Master, let me help you bathe." At this moment, Xiao Charan and Tian Xan on the sofa woke up simultaneously. Xiao Charan quickly got up, as the steward with an annual salary of 1 million. To this day, she has not worked a minute and has let Qin Shen speak for her. Xiao Charan hurriedly said, "Sister Kong, let me do it. It should be me serving the boss today." Tian Xin on the sofa frowned and pouted. She wanted to say something but found no reason to compete with them for the job. So she muttered, "Qin Shen, I haven't eaten all night, waiting for you to come back. And now that you're back, you want to go to sleep." Qin Shen stopped in his tracks and looked at Tian Xin. "What do you want?" Tian Xin blushed suddenly. You have to treat us to a big meal as compensation." Without looking back, Qin Shen went upstairs, saying one word, "Okay." Xiao Charan and Kong Meng followed closely, leaving Tian Xin alone downstairs. Tian Xin stomped her feet in anger on the sofa. She took out her phone and opened a review website. She filtered from high to low prices. "I'll pick the most expensive restaurant in all of Kyoto to bankrupt you, humph." The next day, Saturday, Xiao Charan and Kong Meng, in sync, prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Qin Shen lay alone in bed resting. The battle yesterday had consumed some of his martial arts power. Resting was the best way to ensure optimal combat strength. Suddenly, a graceful figure bounced to his bedside. Qin Shen opened his eyes abruptly. He saw Tian Xin leaning not far away, her 2 feet in white cotton socks raised. She turned her phone screen towards Qin Shen. "I want to eat here." Qin Shen looked closely. "Rongfu banquet?" Tian Xin withdrew her phone, rolled over, and lay back, saying, "You let me choose the place to eat, so you can't back out." Rongfu Banquet is the top Jiangnan restaurant in Kyoto, a popular spot for celebrities and big bosses. The price, well, it's a bit high, averaging 1,000 per person. You made me unhappy yesterday. Qin Shen was puzzled. What did I do yesterday? Tian Xin swung her long legs up and down frantically. You know what you did. I don't. Qin Shen said coldly, then picked up his phone and called Su Shayan. "Hey, Sister Xian, let's have a meal together this weekend." "I'm sorry, Xiao Xuan, I'm currently rehearsing and can't find the time." Su Shayan said apologetically. "Rehearsing?" "Yes, I shot a video for the school before and accidentally became popular. The most beautiful university competition is being held soon, and it will be broadcast live online tomorrow night. The school leaders are paying a lot of attention to this competition, so I can't slack off at a critical time." "Xiao Xuan, I'm sorry, I'll make it up to you after the competition." After a brief chat, they hung up. Suddenly, the martial arts power in Qin Shen's body issued a danger warning. Qin Shen turned to see Tian Xin beside him emitting a murderous aura. Tian Xian's eyes were full of the intention to kill Qin Shen. "Who is Sister Xian?" Qin Shen got up and stretched lazily, casually replying, "My girlfriend." Suddenly, a pillow flew towards him. Kyoto, Central Area, Rongfu Banquet Restaurant. The restaurant was converted from a prince's mansion. The entire mansion was grand and imposing, exuding dominance. An SUV pulled up in front of the restaurant. The service staff at the entrance saw the car, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, hastily ran forward to guide and open the car door. A man and 3 women got out of the car. The man was tall and imposing. The 3 women, each with a different style, were all stunning beauties. Qin Shen and his party of 4 entered the mansion. After entering the mansion, a slender lady in a cheongsam led the 4. She led them leisurely through the entire Wang mansion, introducing the architecture and strange rocks and trees. After about 10 minutes of walking, they were led to a private room. After sitting down, the waiter brought the menu to each person. When they opened the menu, everyone except Shin-chan was shocked. Tian Xin was almost speechless. The prices were outrageous, completely different from what she had seen online, several times higher. Just a simple stir-fried vegetable dish cost 199 yuan. Looking at the pictures, it was just plain stir-fried kailan. The dishes with meat started at 4 digits. Before coming, Tian Xin thought the average spending here would be around 1,000 yuan per person. Never did she expect it to be 1,000 yuan just for one dish. Even Kong Meng, who came from a wealthy family, had never experienced such extravagance. Seeing this, Qin Chen closed the menu and handed it back to the waiter, saying, "Since they're not ordering, let the chef prepare a meal for us." "Sir, would you like some wine?" Qin Chen thought for a moment and remembered missing the chance to taste Romani Conti at his own hotel, so he said, "Bring me a Romani Conti." The waiter was almost jumping with joy at his request. She quickly said, "Yes, we have a bottle of 1986 Romani Conti in the store." This bottle of Romani Conti was the treasure of the Rong Mansion banquet. They had a case when they opened, and now only one bottle was left for sale. The price of a single bottle was 200,000 yuan. The waiter calculated that if she sold this bottle, her share of the service fee would be 15,000 yuan. Just by opening a bottle of wine, she could earn 2 months' salary. Anyone would be happy in her shoes. At this moment, Tian Xin spoke up, pouting and holding Qin Chen's arm, saying, "What is Romani Conti? I've never heard of it. Can we get an 82 Lafite instead? I see people in Douyin drinking it, it should be good." Qin Chen disdainfully shook off her hand, nodding helplessly, "Then let's have an 82 Lafite." The waiter's heart shattered. The 20,000 yuan wine was now 50,000 yuan, and her commission was reduced to just over 3,000 yuan. She carefully took the menu and went out to place the order. Soon, the waiter brought a bottle of Lafite for Qin Chen to inspect. After confirming, she opened it to breathe. Another waiter brought out the first dish. In a white ceramic plate, there was half a chicken. The waiter began to introduce, "Esteemed guests, this is the sunflower fragrant salted chicken, known as the most expensive chicken in Kyoto." The most expensive chicken in Kyoto shouldn't be the Golden Phoenix Hainan chicken? Tian Xin, a foodie, had some knowledge of ingredients. She picked up the menu in disbelief, and the next moment, her face froze. The half chicken on the table was priced at 600 yuan. In her mind, the most expensive chicken should be around 200 yuan. Before Tian Xin could finish her surprise, the waiter brought out the next dish, saying, "This is the drunken green crab paste. I know that the green paste crab is also known as the red sturgeon in Fujian province, and it has always been famous for its abundance of paste and delicious meat." Tian Xin answered quickly in her heart, estimating that this type of crab would not be cheap. However, there were only about 3 on the table. No matter what, the price shouldn't be too outrageous. Tian Xin secretly checked the price again. Drunken green paste crab, 3,000 yuan. Converted, it was 1,000 yuan per crab. Tian Xin was shocked and swallowed nervously. Beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. The subsequent dishes included steamed scallops with garlic, wind-sheltered sandfish, sea intestines and bird clams cooked in broth, kung pao beef, stir-fried winter bamboo shoots, and so on, all of which were normal dishes. But when the main dish of chili-fried Australian dragon was served, Tian Xin felt something was amiss. The previous dishes all had pictures and prices on the menu. She searched the entire menu but didn't see the price for this chili-fried Australian dragon dish. Then, a waiter brought a pot of white shells and said, "This dish is a combination of clear chicken soup and shishir tongue from Zhanggang, Fujian province. Each shishir tongue weighs 7 taels. After cleaning, our head chef will cook it with the clear chicken soup." After displaying the ingredients, the head chef pushed a small cart in and skillfully started cooking. Tian Xin quietly approached the waiter and asked softly, "Why aren't these 2 dishes on the menu?" "Miss, it's like this. If customers choose the customized meal service, our head chef will recommend based on the freshness of the ingredients that day. Fresh ingredients are not available every day, so the price is seasonal." When she heard about the seasonal price, Tian Xin felt her head buzzing. "Then how much are these 2 dishes?" The waiter glanced at the order device in his hand and smiled. "Chili fried Australian dragon is 6,000 yuan, shishir tongue is 8,000. "What? So expensive?" Even though Tian Xin had prepared herself mentally, such exorbitant prices were still unbelievable. But the waiter maintained his smile and said, "Miss, the money you saved for Mr. Shin just now is much more cost-effective than these 2 dishes." Tian Xin was puzzled, and the waiter continued, "Mr. Shin just ordered a bottle of Romani Conti for 200,000, while the Lafite you requested only costs 50,000. 50,000? Tian Xin was even more confused. She immediately took out her phone and opened the Douyin Mall app. After carefully comparing the 4 bottles of 199 Lafite in the mall with the one on the table, she finally found the difference. The red wine sold in the mall was called 82 Lafite, with almost identical packaging, just a slight difference in the name. Tian Xin felt completely dizzy. After the meal, Qin Shen's dining experience was still good. The drunken green paste crab melted in the mouth with its soft and tender texture. The fragrant salted chicken was tender and fragrant. The chili-fried Australian dragon had a smooth and tender lobster meat, with the aroma of soy sauce and chili cleverly blending into the lobster meat. The clear chicken soup with Shishir tongue was refreshing and delicious. Setting aside the price, everyone enjoyed the meal. When everyone finished eating, Qin Shen got up to pay the bill. The final bill, including the service charge, amounted to 120,000 yuan. Qin Shen looked at the bill and realized that this meal almost used up 2 hours worth of his interest on savings. Just as Qin Shen finished paying the bill, 2 burly men passed by him. They were carrying a glass tank carefully from outside to inside. The glass tank was made of high-strength glass on all 6 sides. The thickness could reach a bulletproof level, with an opening at the top for ventilation. At a glance, Qin Shen's gaze was drawn to the object inside. In the glass tank was an extremely rare, all-blue emperor crab. Medical texts in Qin Shen's mind provided relevant information. The blue emperor crab was a once-in-a-century rare treasure. For ordinary people, it was no different from a normal red emperor crab in taste. But for Qin Shen, this blue emperor crab, with just one bite, could help him break through to the peak of the 4th level of combat power and advance to the 5th level of martial arts entry. Without hesitation, Qin Shen bought it for 60,000 yuan. The moment the payment was made, the system prompted in front of him, "Congratulations, Challenger, completed side quest, rare and exotic treasures, quest reward, acquired skill golden eyes." Note, when the Challenger uses the golden eyes skill, they can identify any item. Qin Shen was overjoyed and immediately exited the system interface. Suddenly, his eyes went black, then like a reboot, his vision went from blurry to clear. The whole process lasted for 5 seconds. Qin Shen eagerly looked around. Item, blue and white porcelain, material, clay, era, modern, condition, like new, quality, average. Qin Shen didn't finish reading all the descriptions, immediately turned to look elsewhere. Item, LV shoulder bag, material, canvas plus poor quality leather, era, modern, condition, new, quality, poor, summary, grade D. Qin Shen was stunned, realizing that the golden eyes were used for spotting flaws. In the future, he would be a dominant figure in the antique world. Just as he was about to switch his eyes back to normal, his eyes accidentally fell on the owner of the LV bag. Item, artificial filler, material, silicone, era, modern, condition, brand new, quality, soft, summary, soft touch, with a certain level of authenticity. Qin Shen was speechless. This could also be identified. This skill was a bit extraordinary. He deactivated the golden eye skill, then had the restaurant prepare the blue emperor crab as sashimi. He ate a portion himself and packed the rest to take back to school to visit Su Shayan. Soon, the kitchen brought out the blue emperor crab for preparation. After receiving the freshly made sashimi blue emperor crab, Qin Shen eagerly picked up a crab leg and ate it whole. Instantly, he felt a warm flame rising from his stomach, spreading throughout his body. Qin Shen felt his whole body rejuvenated and strengthened. Congratulations, Challenger, promoted to level 5 martial arts novice. Qin Shen immediately clicked on the system panel. Character attributes, Qin Shen, gender, male, martial arts, level 5 novice, medical arts, level 2 novice, skill 1, golden eyes, skill 2, global language. After confirming his promotion, Qin Shen closed the system interface. Tian Xin, holding a crab leg from the blue emperor crab, was enjoying it, saying, "It's so delicious. It's my first time eating sashimi blue emperor crab, and it's blue." Qin Shen, this restaurant may be a bit expensive, but the ingredients are really top-notch. Qin Shen was in a great mood after his promotion. He patted Tian Xin's head. "If you think it's delicious, come often in the future. A meal won't cost much, and if you like it, book a private room as a cafeteria." Tian Xin's eyes lit up. "Really?" Qin Shen, rarely showing a hint of panic in his eyes, said, "Really, mainly to let you learn some skills. Last time, your tomato and scrambled eggs almost drove me away." Hearing this, Tian Xin raised her small fist and punched the level 5 expert. In the meantime, a woman carrying an LV bag was walking arm in arm with a man. The woman was wearing a tight mini skirt, with a seductive look on her face. She clung tightly to the man, saying, "Darling, the dishes at Rongfu Banquet are really good." The man smiled. "Of course, a meal costs nearly 10,000. The woman was both surprised and delighted. "Wow, darling, you're so good to me." You've spent money today, giving me an LV bag and treating me to dinner." Saying this, the woman kissed the man on the face. The man touched the residual warmth of the kiss on his cheek and thought, "Tonight is settled." Although the price was a bit high, it was worth it. As long as you're happy, this amount of money is nothing. As the two passed by Qin Shen, the man unintentionally heard Qin Shen's words, "A meal won't cost much. Book a private room as a cafeteria." Damn, why are today's college students so pretentious? Treating Rongfu banquet as a cafeteria. The woman glanced at Qin Shen, looking like a college student, and immediately agreed, exactly, getting a bit of pocket money from home and acting recklessly. As she spoke, she turned to the man and said, "Darling, you are such a mature and stable man." The man was quite pleased. Some people save money for a year, come to spend it once, and think they have squeezed into high society. The woman coldly retorted, ordering just 2 dishes casually at Rongfu banquet costs over 10,000 each. Even the son of the richest man dare not eat like this every day. At this moment, a waitress in Cheongsam walked towards Qin Shen. Behind her followed almost all the staff of the restaurant, including the head chef. She respectfully bowed and handed over 5 cards. The restaurant staff behind her also bowed. "Sir, your 5 recharge cards have been processed. Each card has been recharged with 10 million yuan for you." The Cheongsam waitress spoke with a trembling voice. Although she had worked at this top restaurant for many years and had seen many dignitaries, she had never seen someone recharge 50 million yuan right after a meal. Qin Shen took the cards and gave one to each of the 3 women beside him. "The food at this restaurant is decent. If I'm not around, and you don't feel like cooking, come here to eat." The 3 top beauties were dumbfounded. The man and woman who had just mocked them were also dumbfounded. Spending 500 million yuan on a meal was outrageous. The man quickly pulled his female companion and left in a hurry. Along the way, he was relieved that his previous mocking remarks were not heard by the other party. The woman looked back 3 times. Spending 500 million on a meal. Being his woman in the future would mean giving away 1 billion with a wave of her hand. It was all because of this idiot beside her who dragged her away. After leaving the Rongfu banquet, the woman made an excuse about her period and slipped away directly, leaving the man standing there bewildered. The next day, Sunday, Qin Shen returned to school alone, carrying a blue king crab, ready to visit Su Shaoyan's class. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the auditorium at Jingdu Finance University, he saw a large crowd of people. A group of students surrounded a handsome, over 1.8-meter tall male student. Some passing students thought something had happened and asked, "What's going on here?" "Boss Ba is coming to our school to do a live broadcast." "Are you talking about Xing Ba, the most popular male anchor on Douyin?" "Yes, besides him, who else has such a strong appeal?" "Damn, I'm not playing games with my roommates this afternoon. I'm going to watch Boss Ba's live broadcast." Xing Ba, surrounded by everyone, walked to the school auditorium. Along the way, he actively interacted with his fans. Xing Ba walked among the crowd with a wireless microphone, followed closely by his assistant who was live streaming with a phone. "Brothers, we are now at the auditorium of Jingdu Finance University. Look, who is rehearsing on stage." Following Xing Ba's finger, the assistant shifted the camera to the stage. On the stage, a tall girl in a JK sailor suit was holding a microphone and singing. Her voice was extremely melodious, capable of touching hearts without the need for audio effects. The fans in the live broadcast room widened their eyes and carefully tried to recognize her. "Who is this? She looks familiar. Wow, a 910 beauty, could she be Boss Ba's girlfriend? Don't let Boss Ba's wife see you saying that." "I know, she is the campus belle of Jingdu Finance University. She was the one who filmed the popular enrollment video a few months ago." As soon as they heard the words campus belle, the fans in the live broadcast room immediately searched on Douyin. They entered the keyword Jingdu Finance University campus belle and rewatched Su Shaoyan's enrollment video. Some shuddered after watching it, then closed Douyin and resumed studying. Inside the live broadcast room, "Damn, this girl is too beautiful. Boss Ba, hurry up. We want to see her face clearly." Xing Ba saw the interaction among the fans in the live broadcast room, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. It seemed he hadn't come here in vain. He jogged onto the stage, ignoring the fact that Su Shaoyan was rehearsing. "Hello, Su Shaoyan." Xing Ba took the stage without revealing his name. Because Xing Ba thought that as a popular anchor with millions of fans, there couldn't possibly be anyone who didn't know him. Su Shaoyan frowned slightly, suddenly finding so many people in the auditorium. She was somewhat uncomfortable. "Hello, do you need something?" Xing Ba was taken aback, a look of disbelief flashing across his face. But he had received training in facial expressions management, so he immediately smiled and said, "It seems our beautiful campus belle is quite good at joking. I am Xing Ba, the anchor of Douyin." "Anchor? Do you need something? Su Xiaoyan remained calm and composed. This reaction made Xingba somewhat unhappy, and he couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. He quickly said a few clichés, praising Su Xiaoyan's singing skills. Then he said to the camera, "Brothers, you must have seen that Douyin is hosting a most beautiful university live PK event tonight." In the live broadcast room, a class representative immediately explained the most beautiful university event. The most beautiful university live PK is a competition involving 100 universities. The live broadcast starts at 8 p.m. tonight and ends at midnight. The winner will be determined by the highest contribution at the end. Seeing his assistant wrapping up the event, Xingba immediately said, "Brothers, my achievements today are all thanks to your support. Yesterday, I made a decision to find a grassroots anchor, build a stage for her, and help her become a popular anchor like me with millions of fans. I will use all the company's resources to support her in winning the most beautiful university competition." Xingba's passionate speech stirred up the emotions of the fans in the live broadcast room. Boss Ba is awesome. This girl is truly blessed by the goddess of luck to receive Boss Ba's support. Boss Ba is a real man. Turn on the fog lights. Seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was getting better, the assistant sent out a wave of bots. Instantly, the entire screen was flooded with Boss Ba v5. The number of people in the backstage of the live broadcast room soared to 1 million. Seeing such data, Xingba was delighted. He immediately took a wireless microphone and walked up to Su Xiaoyan. "Xiao Su, say hello to the brothers in the live broadcast room." Although Su Xiaoyan was somewhat repulsed by Xingba's actions, out of politeness, she still smiled and waved at the camera. In an instant, all the fans in the live broadcast room were captivated. "Wow, wow, wow. From a distance, she looks like a 9 out of 10 beauty. Up close, isn't she a replica of Lu Tianxian? Love it, love it. This year I want to apply to Finance University. I want to find Su Xiaoyan." The fans kept flooding the screen with comments and likes. Some even mistook Xingba's live broadcast room for Su Xiaoyan's room and started sending crazy amounts of gifts. Flowers, sunglasses, billboards were flying all over the place. Xingba looked at the popularity in the live broadcast room and felt overjoyed. This trip was not in vain. He took a contract from his assistant and handed it to Su Xiaoyan. "Xiao Su, as I said earlier, I am willing to do everything today to help a grassroots anchor. Let her, like me, become a popular anchor with millions of fans. This is the contract for artists signed by my company. If you are willing to sign it, an annual salary of 120,000. Are you willing?" After speaking, Xingba handed the contract and microphone to Su Xiaoyan. The live broadcast room exploded again. "Wow, Boss Ba v5, offering a 120,000 annual salary right off the bat. Is 120,000 annual salary a lot? Hey, you haven't even graduated yet. You can have a 120,000 annual salary, which means 10,000 a month. How much is your monthly salary?" All the fans in the live broadcast room were eagerly waiting to see if the Finance University campus belle would accept this contract. Su Xiaoyan looked at the contract in front of her and politely smiled. "Thank you for your kind offer, Boss Ba, but I cannot accept this contract." As soon as she said this, the live broadcast room exploded once again. Xingba propped his head with one hand, looking regretful. He sneakily glanced at the backstage data in the live broadcast room and saw the interaction rate and popularity continuously rising. The online live audience exceeded 1.5 million. He smirked, then tossed the contract in his hand to the side. This move shocked the fans on the scene and in the live broadcast room. Before everyone could recover, Xingba took out another contract. He held up the contract with one hand and said, "It seems that I haven't made the campus belle feel my sincerity. Alright, I, Xingba, will modify the contract on the spot." The contract in my hand was originally prepared for a certain popular streamer with millions of fans. Now, I'm giving this opportunity to Su Xiaoyan. As long as she signs this contract, her annual salary will increase tenfold, to 1.2 million a year. When the final 1.2 million was mentioned, the entire live broadcast room erupted. The screen was filled with comments from fans. "Boss Ba is awesome, Boss Ba v5. Xingba looked at the rapidly increasing data and the heated atmosphere with a smug expression. He seemed to have mastered this wave of traffic. But after 30 seconds, 1 minute, a minute and a half passed, Su Xiaoyan still hadn't taken the contract from him. Xingba looked slightly embarrassed as he signaled to Su Xiaoyan, "Xiaoyan, what are you waiting for? Why don't you take the contract?" Su Xiaoyan took a step back and shook her head. "I'm sorry, Boss Ba. I never thought of becoming a streamer. After this competition, I won't be streaming anymore." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Someone actually refused an annual salary of 1.2 million. Xingba's face twitched, and he was at a loss. His mind heated up, ready to go grab Su Xiaoyan, who was retreating. A figure moved at a speed imperceptible to ordinary people and appeared on the stage. With one hand, he slapped away Xingba's hand. Xingba was stunned by the sudden slap. He looked up and saw a guy holding a round disposable lunchbox. The guy had a moderate build, a handsome face, and a hint of elegance. Xingba instinctively wanted to fight him directly, but after hesitating for a moment, he realized he was still in front of the live camera. He could only swallow his anger and forced a smile, saying, "Brother, you have good skills. Who are you?" Qin Shen ignored Xingba, turned to Su Xiaoyan, and smiled, "Sister Yan, this is the live pickled emperor crab I brought for you. It tastes good, you should try it." When Su Xiaoyan saw that it was Qin Shen, the tension on her face disappeared. She said joyfully, "Xiaochuan, why are you here?" "I came to see how your rehearsal is going." Su Xiaoyan blushed and lowered her head. "You didn't even tell me before you came. I haven't put on makeup today." Qin Shen held Su Xiaoyan's face. "Whether you have makeup on or not, you are the most beautiful in my heart." The fans in the auditorium and the live broadcast room were inexplicably fed dog food. The previously quiet screen was once again filled with numerous comments. "Who is that guy? How dare he touch my wife? Kill the scumbag, save Xiaoyan. Boss Ba, get Xiaoyan back for us." In the audience, someone exclaimed, "Fourth brother." Qin Shen turned around and saw that it was his dormitory's second brother, Tang Yuming, calling him. Tang Yuming ran up to the stage. He never dreamed that his fourth brother would actually be with the campus belle. His eyes were filled with the satisfaction of an old father. Seeing Xingba's hostile approach, Tang Yuming immediately stood in front of his brother to shield him. Xingba frowned. "Are the students of Saifu University not afraid of a big internet celebrity like me?" "Excuse me, I don't remember inviting you on stage," Xingba said unceremoniously. Su Xiaoyan stepped forward and said, "He is a student of our school and has the right to come up. It's you who have disrupted our normal rehearsal." Xingba's mouth twitched. "Su Xiaoyan, I was trying to help you out of good intentions, and you're repaying kindness with ingratitude." "Mr. Xing, I've said from the beginning that I don't want to become a professional streamer, so there's no question of whether you help or not. In that case, what ingratitude are you talking about?" Su Xiaoyan, as the vice president of the student union, was far more skilled in rhetoric and logic than the average student. Xingba was momentarily speechless by her retort. He had intended to end the live broadcast directly and teach the students on the other side a lesson. However, the popularity in the live broadcast room has increased slightly due to the current tense situation. As a popular internet celebrity with millions of followers, he knows well what his fans want to see. So, Xingba stopped pretending and started performing directly. "Su Xiaoyan, are you trying to bully us from the Xing family?" Brothers in the live broadcast room, if you want to see President Ba teach Su Xiaoyan a lesson, deduct one from the public screen. As expected, the live broadcast room started to go crazy with comments. "President Ba is awesome. President Ba is amazing. Although I really like Su Xiaoyan, I want to see President Ba put her in her place." Seeing the atmosphere heating up, Xingba took out his phone. He opened the Douyin app and found the entrance to the most beautiful university competition. "Brothers, I will directly select the school with the lowest popularity there and go there to offer her a contract of 1.2 million annual salary. I will help boost her popularity and create momentum in tonight's PK. I will crush Su Xiaoyan." He immediately connected with a campus beauty anchor from the Kyoto Fashion Institute. Upon hearing Xingba's idea, she agreed to cooperate with him on the spot. While still live, she kept belittling Su Xiaoyan. The live broadcast room was buzzing. This strategy of being abandoned by a goddess and then turning a nobody into a big internet celebrity really resonated with the fans. In the live broadcast room, flowers, sunglasses, and billboards started to flood the screen. "Xingba, today you have offended someone you can't afford to offend." Xingba was taken aback and looked at the speaker. Qin Shen stepped forward, picked up the contract that Su Xiaoyan had not signed on the ground. "The contract you brought is full of unequal terms. After signing it, you would have to deduct 90% of the anchor's live stream profits. You would also take 90% of the gifts received by the anchor. The so-called 1.2 million annual salary requires meeting a certain condition, which is to help the company earn 12 billion. Even American capitalists wouldn't dare to do what you are doing." Qin Shen then used his golden eyes to scan the contract from the audience. The system summarized all the pitfalls in the contract. Xingba's face darkened instantly. Qin Shen's words were spot on. In a low voice, he said, "Buddy, which company are you from? Are you here just to cause trouble?" Qin Shen coldly added, "You are not even worth my attention. You." Xingba gritted his teeth in anger, never having seen someone act so arrogantly. But the other party was brief in words, making it hard for Xingba to find a way to counter. Bro, does running a company not cost money? Doesn't live streaming equipment cost money? Doesn't Douyin traffic cost money? I invest money, effort, and people to promote a newcomer. Isn't it reasonable for me to take a cut? Without me, do you think Su Xiaoyan could win the championship? With me, Qin Shen, around, the champion won't be anyone else. This statement caused an uproar in the live broadcast room. I've never seen such an arrogant person in my life. Look at his attire, it's quite ordinary, not even wearing limited edition sneakers. What gives him the right to speak like that? Guys, his name sounds familiar. Suddenly, someone in the public chat pointed out the issue. Qin Chen. I remember a while back, there was an ID of a tycoon named Qin Chen. Yes, I remember too. It's this ID, who gave the anchor Xiaomei 154 carnivals and 2 bottles of Romanée-Conti, making her gain 3 million followers overnight. Once Qin Chen's identity was confirmed, someone in the live broadcast room started flooding the chat with, "Tycoon Dad, you finally showed up." Xingba looked at the fans' analysis and then at the young man in front of him. Cautiously, he asked, "Are you the Douyin ID Qin Chen in person?" "It's me," Qin Chen admitted openly, revealing his hand. Showering 154 carnivals and casually sending over 400,000 worth of fine wine, making the anchor gain 3 million followers overnight. That's the real deal. Xingba took a deep breath. This indirectly proved why the other party could act so arrogantly. Although Xingba was a live streamer, he had climbed up from the grassroots. He is well versed in the ways of the world. He is very clear about the kind of powerhouse he is facing. The true strength behind it is something he cannot resist. Since he can't beat them, he joins them. More friends mean more paths. With a slight thought, he decides to make a 360-degree turn. He plans to turn this into a scripted drama. This way, he can turn hostility into friendship with the powerhouse and also generate more attention. I'm a damn genius, Xingba thought proudly. Just as he was about to make his move, 2 security officers in uniform emerged from the crowd. They walked straight up to Qin Shen and said, "Qin Shen, you are suspected of a 10-person murder case. Please come with us." In the vast hall, you could hear a pin drop. The whole place fell silent. No one could have predicted that things would turn out this way. What was supposed to be a battle between a popular internet celebrity with millions of fans and a powerhouse turned into a scene where the powerhouse was arrested. On the screen, fans collectively expressed confusion with question marks. The audience watching the commotion erupted in chatter. Is this scripted? Damn, it can't be scripted, those security officers look real. I went to the bathroom, did I miss something? Why are there security officers and the powerhouse getting arrested? Various comments flew around the room. The security officers directed Xingba's assistant to move the camera away. Don't film randomly, we are carrying out a task. Then, one officer stood on each side of Qin Shen, escorting him away from the scene. Su Xiaoyan was stunned. Tang Yuming was stunned. Xingba was stunned. Su Xiaoyan was the first to react, grabbing the hand of one security officer. "Comrade officer, have you made a mistake? How could Xiao Chuan be involved in a murder case? The case is under investigation, no comment." Tang Yuming grabbed the hand of another security officer. "Officer, my brother couldn't have committed a crime, he studies hard. Have you made a mistake?" The officer glanced at him. "Please let go, the surveillance footage at the scene is clear. Just because you say he's innocent doesn't make it so. We rely on evidence in our work." With that, he shook off Tang Yuming's hand. Tang Yuming turned to Qin Shen. "Lao Si, what's going on? How did you get involved in this?" The security officers didn't give Qin Shen and his friends any time to talk. They took Qin Shen and left. Su Xiaoyan and Tang Yuming followed closely behind Qin Shen. "Xiaoyan, don't worry, I'll be fine, focus on the competition, I'll be back soon." Qin Shen turned to Tang Yuming. "Second brother, reassure the eldest and the third brother, I'll be back soon." One security officer pushed Qin Shen into the car. "You have no right to speak now. If you talk to them, we will consider you as accomplices and take you in for questioning together." The security bureau's car sped away. Su Xiaoyan looked at Tang Yuming. "What do we do now?" Tang Yuming pondered for a moment. "I trust Lao Si, he would never do anything illegal. It must be a misunderstanding. I'll go find the principal, he can intervene and get the security bureau to release him. Xiaoyan, don't worry about this, listen to Lao Si, focus on the competition." With that, Tang Yuming immediately ran towards the principal's office. Su Xiaoyan watched Qin Shen leave, tears streaming down her face. "Xiao Chuan. Oh my, who does Qin Shen think he is, talking so tough? Turns out he's a criminal, no wonder, so much hostility, no positive energy at all." Xingba swaggered out. During his live broadcast, there was a scene of security officers arresting a criminal. And the criminal turned out to be the powerhouse who had previously gone viral on the Douyin platform. These elements combined to skyrocket Xingba's livestream popularity, propelling him to the top spot on all of Douyin. The heat directly overwhelmed the second place, with Xingba immediately instructing the company's operations to intensify the promotion efforts. The topic quickly spread. The overbearing CEO's live broadcast captures fugitives. Millions of internet celebrities. Live broadcast unexpectedly reveals a murderer. Entertainment. Live broadcast turns into a scene of rule of law. A series of sensational topics are circulating wildly on social media platforms such as Douyin, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, and Moments. In a short period of time, the heat of the overbearing CEO soared to the top of the entire internet. Watching the rapidly increasing number of fans and heat, the overbearing CEO was almost bursting with laughter. He immediately contacted major suppliers and signed a gambling agreement, requesting to conduct live broadcasts with product placements and performances during tonight's most beautiful university event. Su Xiaoyan, are you regretting it now? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, did you ever imagine that your sugar daddy boyfriend is a fugitive? Su Xiaoyan spat. Xiao Chuan is not a fugitive. Xiao Chuan must have been misunderstood. Haha, whether it's a misunderstanding or not, he definitely won't have a chance to appear in your live broadcast. I still have a 100,000 yuan annual contract in my hands. Sign it, let's bury the hatchet and make money together. Pa, I will never cooperate with someone like you. The overbearing CEO raised his hand to slap her, but refrained due to the large crowd present. Su Xiaoyan, you reap what you sow. Just wait. After the live broadcast, I will post videos across the internet, telling netizens about your fugitive girlfriend story. Let's see how you handle it in the future. With that, the overbearing CEO put on a friendly smile, walked into the crowd, and took photos with campus fans. Kyoto, under the jurisdiction of public security. Captain Foam, the person has been brought back. In the interrogation room, a public security officer said to the middle-aged man sitting on a chair. The middle-aged man nodded. His name was Feng Yiming, the captain of public security with many years of investigative experience. What kind of person is he? No fuss, no admission, very calm. Feng Yiming nodded. These serious offenders always have strong psychological qualities. Let him cool off, apply some pressure, and observe. At this moment, a female public security officer rushed in despite others' attempts to stop her. Her face was full of tears, her eyes swollen from crying. Li Ping, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to take a 2-day vacation? Feng Yiming frowned and asked. Li Ping wiped the tears from her face, gritted her teeth, and said, Captain Feng, I heard the person was brought back. I came to interrogate. What do you mean interrogate? Go back and get some rest. No. Zhuozhua died so tragically, how can I sleep? Captain Feng, I am a professional public security officer. I know my limits. Please let me interrogate. Li Ping resolutely said. Feng Yiming's anger subsided upon seeing Li Ping's swollen eyes from crying. He sighed. Li Ping, I know the situation with your fiancé has hit you hard. But bringing your emotions into work is irresponsible to me and the suspect. Li Ping slammed the table hysterically. Captain Feng, what responsibility are you talking about for a murderer? The surveillance footage clearly shows him brutally killing Zhuozhua. As she spoke, Li Ping burst into tears. She tightly held the engagement token her fiancé had given her, unable to control herself for a long time. Feng Yiming shook his head. Well, you can sit in as an observer, but don't act as the lead interrogator. The Purple Orchid Mansion case, with conclusive video evidence, had already been settled. However, the basic procedures still needed to be followed, as per regulations. Feng Yiming had everyone have a meal first. Then he glanced at the old-fashioned clock on the wall. Let's go, see what kind of person that guy who killed 8 people with his bare hands is. Kyoto, Public Security Bureau, interrogation room. Qin Shen was wearing handcuffs, sitting quietly on the interrogation chair. He closed his eyes to rest, his face calm and composed. With his current strength as a level 5 powerhouse, a pair of handcuffs and an interrogation chair couldn't restrain him at all. Even in the heavily guarded public security jurisdiction, he could come and go as he pleased. However, Qin Shen did not do so. If he forcibly left, he would definitely not be able to return to school. He would be wanted nationwide. Once the main task is not completed, the consequences are unimaginable. Qin Shen believes that he has done nothing wrong. If there is nothing wrong, why hide? Feng Yiming walked into the room, and his first reaction upon seeing Qin Shen was one of great surprise. The young man in front of him looked dignified and upright, exuding righteousness from the inside out. Although he appeared unruly, there was no trace of hostility. Feng Yiming clicked his tongue and said, Xiaoyang, how is he? What did he confess? Captain Feng, he didn't say anything. Li Ping saw Feng Yiming talking to others without paying attention to her, so she rushed towards Qin Shen. You murderer, why did you kill my fiancé? Qin Shen narrowed his eyes and asked, your fiancé? Who is he? Feng Yiming was shocked and quickly pulled Li Ping back. Li Ping! He shouted angrily, Captain Feng. If Suozhui is gone, I don't want to live either. Let me die with him. Feng Yiming pushed Xiao Yang beside him. Quick, stop Li Jia. Xiao Yang didn't hesitate and went to pull Li Ping back. Then he brought a chair for her to sit behind Feng Yiming. Li Ping, you need to understand your own identity. You are a national security officer, not a street thug. Feng Yiming scolded. Li Ping covered her face and wept, her eyes full of hatred and murderous intent. After comforting Li Ping, Feng Yiming took out a cigarette, walked up to Qin Shen, and offered it to him. I don't smoke. Feng Yiming put the cigarette in his own mouth, lit it, and then sat down opposite Qin Shen. Speak up. Speak about what? Qin Shen asked back. Xiao Yang slammed the table. Be honest, we have evidence, don't play tricks with us. Feng Yiming patted Xiao Yang's shoulder. Let me ask, you answer. Qin Shen nodded. What were you doing at Zijing Mansion yesterday? Looking for He Hai. He Hai? Feng Yiming was taken aback. Xiao Yang explained, He Hai, the first victim of this case, the branch manager of Jingdu Huaheng, Daxian Street branch. Feng Yiming nodded, facing Qin Shen, he asked, what were you looking for him for? He Hai set up my steward, forced and tempted him to entertain him. I went to Zijing Mansion to ask for an explanation. Feng Yiming narrowed his eyes, so, you went to Zijing Mansion to seek revenge on him and then kill him. I had no need to kill him. He was already going to be reported by Huaheng and sent to prison. Besides, you can see from the surveillance footage that I didn't lay a hand on him. Feng Yiming intentionally provoked Qin Shen because according to the surveillance footage, He Hai's death was caused by another Japanese person. However, he couldn't hear the conversation in the surveillance. So Feng Yiming wanted to use this method to extract the truth. Okay, even if He Hai's death has nothing to do with you, what about the Japanese people you were talking to at the scene? What did you say to them? Why did you kill all 5 of them? Are you fighting fire with fire? Qin Shen sneered, they are not worthy to be compared with me because they are Japanese spies. With this statement, the atmosphere in the interrogation room suddenly became eerie. Feng Yiming stared at Qin Shen, you said those 5 Japanese people are spies, do you have any evidence? Qin Shen shook his head, he really had no evidence. Because he judged the other party's identity based on his own system prompt. He couldn't just reveal the details of the system, as it would be no different from provoking the security officer. It would only lead to a more targeted interrogation. Feng Yiming snorted, took the case file, flipped through the photos, and then asked, since you can't explain the situation of those 5 people, then talk about why you went to room 1. Why did you kill that old Japanese man? He tied up a girl and did inappropriate things to her, trying to defile and play with her. Feng Yiming flipped through the information in his hand. How can you be so sure that he was forcing her? Isn't it just playing around? Originally with his eyes closed, Qin Shen suddenly opened his eyes. As a citizen of Hua country, when your compatriots are humiliated, you say such things. Qin Shen, you need to see clearly who is interrogating whom. As a public security officer, is there a problem with me raising questions? Feng Yiming loudly said as he wrote a few words on a notebook and pushed it to Xiao Yang beside him. The paper read, have they found the person? Xiao Yang shook his head after reading the note. Feng Yiming glanced at Li Ping behind him, who was still sobbing. He adjusted the order of the documents in his hand and then asked, why did you kill that Japanese female spy in front of the thatched cottage? She was a Japanese spy, and she was trying to assassinate me at that time. I acted in self-defense. Feng Yiming looked at the photo in his hand. With your skills, you could have easily dodged the Japanese shuriken. Why didn't you dodge and chose the worst way to handle it? Why should I dodge? Enemy spies do not enjoy any protection. Feng Yiming slammed the table in anger, pointing at Qin Shen's nose. Enough, stop talking to me about spies. I don't have time to beat around the bush with you. Qin Shen, let me tell you, because the case now involves Japanese people. This matter will have a huge impact, and our Hua country will face a lot of international pressure. If you truly love your country as you claim, you should straightforwardly tell the truth. Qin Shen, with a slightly stern face, said, enemy spies must be eliminated. What evidence do you have to prove that she is not one? In the second room, the spy was trading with the traitor of Hua country. Why didn't you mention that? The spy shot the traitor of Hua country, why did you turn a blind eye? I have my own way of interrogation. Feng Yiming retorted angrily, your way of interrogation? You go all out when it involves Hua country people, but you handle it lightly when it involves Japanese people. Have you been kneeling for too long that you don't know what it's like to stand up? You. Feng Yiming pointed at Qin Shen's nose, suppressing his anger. Suddenly, Li Ping stood up. She glared at Qin Shen, shouting, "Why did you kill my Sasaki? We have been in love for 2 years, and finally, we can go to Japan to get married and live together. Everything of mine has been ruined by you. I will kill you." With that, Li Ping, holding a fruit knife she had somehow obtained, rushed towards Qin Shen while the two in front of her were unresponsive. Kyoto, Keida University, Principal's Office. Qin Shen had just been taken away. Tang Yuming rushed to the principal's office and found no one there. He realized it was Sunday today. How could the principal be working? He grabbed a duty teacher and asked, "Teacher, where is the principal now?" The teacher with glasses looked at Tang Yuming, a bit annoyed, and pushed away his hand. "This student, please mind your words and actions. Today is Sunday, the principal must have his private life to attend to. If you have something, come back tomorrow to find him." Tang Yuming's hand was not pushed away, but he held on tightly. "There's no time. My roommate Qin Shen was taken by the public security officer." The duty teacher was stunned. "Did you fight with each other?" "It's hard to explain in a few words. Now he has been taken to the Public Security Bureau. I must find the principal and have him intervene. There must be a misunderstanding inside, and Qin Shen is innocent." "Student, the principal will not deal with students' behavior like this. Everyone is an adult and must take responsibility for their actions." The duty teacher pushed Tang Yuming away and ran off. Tang Yuming, feeling lost, could only take out his phone and call the eldest brother. "Hey, boss, Lao Si has been taken." Tang Yuming did not follow Qin Shen's instructions to reassure the brothers. He blurted out everything about Qin Shen. Wu Ming pondered for a moment upon hearing this. Then he said, "Lao Er, you go back to the auditorium first, see if Su Shayan needs any help. Lao Si is not here, so cover for him. I'll call the counselor over here to see if there's any solution." I don't believe Lao Si would do such a thing. After hanging up, Tang Yuming once again found himself in a dilemma. He paced back and forth, muttering, "Damn it, at a critical moment, why do I have no connections and can't get anything done?" After much thought, he could only follow the arrangements of the boss and go find Su Shayan. Even if Qin Shen went in, as long as he took care of Su Shayan, it would be considered repaying his brothers. Tang Yuming hurriedly left. The duty teacher hiding in the corner breathed a sigh of relief. The appearance of the student just now was too frightening. It made his heart beat fast. A student from Saifu University was taken away by the Public Security Bureau. This matter could be big or small. Today was his duty. After much consideration, the duty teacher decided to make a call. He called the director of the school's academic affairs office, Ho Yuta. "Hello, Director Ho, sorry to bother you. It's about a student from our school who was taken away by the Public Security Bureau. I'm reporting it to you." Ho Yuta, who was reading, took off his glasses, looking very puzzled and annoyed. It was the day to strive for the World University rankings, and he was being disturbed at such a critical moment. "Who is it? What did they do?" "The details are not clear, but I know the student's name, this year's freshman Qin Shen." Upon hearing the name Qin Shen, Ho Yuta sprayed the strong tea in his mouth. Hearing the commotion on the phone, the duty teacher was startled and tried to say more, only to find that his call had been hung up. Ho Yuta quickly opened the contact list and called Principal Chang to report the situation. Chang Woolley was attending a meeting in the suburbs today. Upon receiving the news, he immediately rushed to the Public Security Bureau. At the same time, Ho Yuta also informed the Sheldon Group. After all, it was a multinational corporation, and if their boss was in trouble, they would definitely take action. Kyoto, Public Security Bureau, Interrogation Room. Li Ping stabbed Qin Shen with a knife. This stab was full of sorrow, full of despair. She knew that after doing this, she would also face legal sanctions. However, her fiancé's death had caused her immense psychological trauma. The sweet memories of their past kept haunting Li Ping's mind. Her future happy life suddenly vanished. It was all because of this young man in front of her. Li Ping had dealt with countless young delinquents at her age. They acted recklessly, without considering the consequences. During the interrogation, Li Ping had thought, if the other party admitted their mistake, if they apologized, would she forgive them? However, all of this was denied by this young man. In Li Ping's eyes, Qin Shen was full of arrogance and recklessness. He did not take responsibility for his actions, instead shifting blame and evading the crimes he committed. Li Ping could not tolerate such behavior. She would rather go to hell than see this demon remain in the world. She took out a fruit knife she had hidden in advance. She wanted to personally kill this demon and avenge her fiancé, Zhuozhuchi. As the tip of the knife was about to pierce Qin Shen's heart, Feng Yiming tightly hugged Li Ping from behind. As a veteran public security officer, his reaction was several levels higher than that of the newcomer Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was stunned by Li Ping's actions and didn't know what to do for a moment. Xiao Yang, what are you staring at? Come over and help, take the knife from Li Ping's hand. Feng Yiming shouted, bringing the distracted Xiao Yang back to reality. He quickly stepped forward and took the fruit knife. Sister Li, let go. You can't do this, we are public security officers. Li Ping frantically twisted her body to resist her superiors and colleagues. Zuozhuiqi is dead, I don't want to live, let me go. The evidence is conclusive, he has been arrogant and denied everything. I can't let a devil roam the earth, I won't give him a chance. I want to avenge Zuozhuiqi. Sister Li, don't. In the end, Xiao Yang's strength surpassed Li Ping's. With Feng Yiming's assistance, the two finally took the fruit knife from Li Ping's hand. Feng Yiming was angry, raised his hand to slap Li Ping, but his hand hesitated in the air and did not come down. In the end, he ended up hitting himself. Li Ping, stop doing stupid things. Even if the evidence is solid, Qin Shen needs to be handed over to the law for punishment. Neither of us has the right to take matters into our own hands. Li Ping saw that there was no hope of avenging the killer with her own hands. She could only sit on the ground and cry loudly. Seeing this, Feng Yiming turned to Qin Shen, gnashed his teeth in anger, and said, Qin Shen, look, it's because of you that a couple about to enter the wedding hall are being torn apart. Feng Yiming grabbed the case file and slammed it in front of Qin Shen. Everything you did has been captured on surveillance. Stop making meaningless excuses and struggles. Qin Shen flipped through the case file with his index finger, then coldly said, why don't I see screenshots of Xiao Zhao's dealings with traitors, or the scene of him shooting the traitor with a gun? Feng Yiming was stunned and quickly examined the case file carefully. He realized that the facts were indeed as Qin Shen had said. Suddenly, he remembered something. Li Ping, it was you. You took away those pieces of evidence. Give them back to me. Li Ping, sitting on the ground, revealed a chilling smile. Xiao Zhao died so miserably, you didn't punish the killer severely, and now you want me to bring out some photos that are not favorable to Xiao Zhao. Feng Yiming, have you lost your conscience too? Feng Yiming was stunned. He never expected Li Ping to become like this. Li Ping slowly stood up. Her eyes were swollen, her face devoid of color. She looked like a walking corpse. Feng Yiming, Xiao Yang, you have met Xiao Zhao. He was kind, polite, and knowledgeable. Even if he accidentally stepped on an ant, he would feel very remorseful. Your so-called evidence against Xiao Zhao is just a pile of silent videos and photos. You have no idea what Xiao Zhao was going through at that time. He may have been coerced, he must have had no choice. Feng Yiming shook his head, feeling like he was going crazy. Xiao Yang, take her out. Feng Yiming ordered Xiao Yan to step forward. Li Jia, don't make it difficult for me, go outside. Knowing that revenge was futile, Li Ping could only lower her head and leave. But as she took a few steps, a cold, mocking voice sounded behind her. Still talking about having no choice, get lost. If our ancestors heard your nonsense, they would want to come and beat you to death. You don't believe in the words of your compatriots, but the facts of the Japanese are right in front of you, yet you turn a blind eye. Qin Shen mercilessly rebuked Li Ping, and Feng Yiming immediately spoke up. Qin Shen, shut up. You have no right to speak here. He wanted to hit Qin Shen so badly, but due to his status, he couldn't. Qin Shen refused to admit guilt and kept mocking, even with solid evidence. No one could tolerate it. Feng Yiming's intervention did not stop Qin Shen's speech, but rather made him more agitated. Why can't I speak? This woman who worships foreigners and is so stupid, how did she get into the ranks of security officers? I even suspect that in her dealings with the Japanese, she leaks secrets from the security team. With these words, Li Ping's eyes momentarily went blank. Some fragments of things, some suspicions deep inside her, were suddenly stimulated. But Li Ping quickly suppressed those emotions. People had died. Xiao Zhao was dead. How could she? Li Ping turned around, ready to hit Qin Shen. Fortunately, Xiao Yang reacted quickly and held her back. Qin Shen, I will never coexist with you. Even if you are shot, I will dig up your grave. Dig up my grave? When you go to pay respects during Qingming, I don't even know how you will face your ancestors for generations. Feng Yiming slammed the table and angrily said, Qin Shen, enough. Stop provoking our bottom line repeatedly. Today, whether you speak or not, your crimes are countless and can never be erased. You can only wait for the legal punishment. You will never get out again in your life. With that, Feng Yiming had lost interest in further discussion. Prepared to close Qin Shen for a while. Let him repent alone in this small room. But what they never expected was that Qin Shen did not roar, nor did he mock Li Ping again. He leaned back in his chair and calmly asked, what time is it now? Feng Yiming subconsciously checked the time. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. It's starting in an hour. Feng Yiming was shocked. The way the other party spoke indicated that there was still some major event about to happen. He quickly turned around. What do you mean by 1 hour left? Do you still have accomplices? Are you still planning something? In 1 hour, Xiaoyan's live broadcast will begin. Feng Yiming was stunned. Xiaoyan was also stunned. The fire in Qin Shen's heart, whom Li Ping wanted to eliminate, was reignited. Qin Shen looked at Feng Yiming and calmly said, Xiaoyan's live broadcast is tonight at 8 o'clock. I have to leave the public security office before 8. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. Qin Shen, you are too arrogant. Even Xiaoyan, who had always been good-natured, couldn't bear to watch anymore. Qin Shen, do you know what crime you have committed? You still want to go out and watch the live broadcast? Do you think the public security office is just any place? Just as the two were getting angry, a security officer rushed in. Report to Captain Feng. What's the matter? The president of Kyoto Finance University is here to see you. Feng Yiming frowned. The president of Kyoto Finance University? Qin Shen's principal? Due to the principal's social status, Feng Yiming could only reluctantly show some courtesy. Looking at Qin Shen again, Feng Yiming thought that the principal's arrival might make Qin Shen more restrained. If he could get him to confess voluntarily, it might not be a bad thing. So, Feng Yiming nodded and had the principal brought to the interrogation room. Chang Woolley, wearing a black windbreaker, walked quickly to the interrogation room. When he saw Qin Shen being shackled to the table, he was somewhat dazed. Although he had little interaction with Qin Shen, the fact that Qin Shen stood up for a security guard against Li Gang's family and donated 10 million to the school proved that Qin Shen's values and conduct were impeccable. Principal, this is your student, please advise him. The evidence is conclusive, there's no point in resisting anymore. Chang Woolley glanced at Feng Yiming. He approached Qin Shen with concern and asked, Qin Shen, what's going on? Tell the principal believes you wouldn't do such things. Principal, I killed all the Japanese people. With these words, Chang Woolley felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. There was no trace of hope left. Feng Yiming handed some photos of Qin Shen sanctioning Japanese people to Chang Woolley. After looking at the photos, Chang Woolley's hands were trembling. Qin Shen continued, Principal, they are all Japanese spies. They harmed 2 Chinese people and conspired to blow up a cross-sea bridge in the south. Spies are not protected. I defended national security. I did nothing wrong. Chang Woolley, as the president of the Finance University, had a higher judgment ability than ordinary people. He immediately raised doubts. Captain Feng, from the 3 sets of photos, my student is clearly in a defensive position. All the others were making aggressive moves towards my student. Feng Yiming did not expect Chang Woolley to speak like this. He immediately took back the photos. Just as he was about to retort, a security officer hurried in. Report to Captain Feng. What's the matter? The chairman of the Sheldon Group is here to see you. Chairman of the Sheldon Group? What is she here for? To report a case? The security officer shook his head. No, she brought a team of lawyers with her. A team of lawyers? Feng Yiming was even more stunned. Recently, there hadn't been any major cases involving international groups, but Feng Yiming felt a hint of unease in his heart. He subconsciously looked at Qin Shen sitting in the chair. Chang Woolley let out a sigh of relief. Captain Feng, you may not be aware of something. Feng Yiming's heart trembled. Principal, what do you mean? Chang Woolley pointed at Qin Shen and said, this student Qin Shen is the hidden boss behind the Sheldon Group. Him? Everyone present gasped in shock. How is that possible? He's only 20 years old. How could he own the Sheldon Group? And, I've checked his background, he comes from a working-class family in a small county. Chang Woolley smiled and shook his head. What does it matter if he's from a small county? A dragon among shrimp. Captain Feng, you've been a security officer for many years, don't you understand such a simple truth? Feng Yiming was speechless. In this vast world, there are many capable people. Heroes don't ask about origins. Wasn't Liu Bang once a peasant? Zhu Yuanzhang was a monk for many years. They were able to achieve great success. How could a 20-year-old young man in front of him not become the owner of a large company? Feng Yiming retracted his earlier words. He was about to go out and take a look, but he bumped into a group of well-dressed people at the door. The leader was a young woman. The woman wore a white mink coat and a professional suit underneath. Although she was young and beautiful, she exuded an air of arrogance as a superior. Her collagen-filled face was filled with anxiety and anger. The woman spoke assertively, Captain Feng, I am Xia Ying, the chairman of the Sheldon Group. Captain Feng nodded in greeting. Xia Ying didn't beat around the bush. I want to see my boss. Captain Feng looked hesitant, but Xia Ying didn't give him any leeway. She directly beckoned with her finger, and the lawyers behind him stepped forward. According to the relevant regulations, as lawyers representing the parties involved, we have the right to meet with our clients. With that, the lawyer handed over a thick stack of documents. Feng Yiming felt overwhelmed at the sight of so many documents. Fine, but I must be present to oversee. Qin Shen is an extremely dangerous repeat offender, and there can be no issues. Xia Ying stepped into the interrogation room, wearing Prada high heels. When she saw Qin Shen chained to the chair, her eyes welled up. The man who was once so arrogant and aloof was now restrained to a chair. "Boss, I'm sorry I'm late." The woman who was so proud just a moment ago suddenly had tears streaming down her face, full of tenderness. She had long been conquered by Qin Shen. The battle to save Sheldon and counter the American financial consortium without firing a shot had deeply changed Xia Ying's heart. She only realized in the end that Qin Shen's arrogance and pride were not unfounded. It was the confidence brought by his strength. He had the power to look down on the world. Qin Shen just smiled faintly. "You're here, that's enough. Quick, release my boss." Xia Ying wiped away her tears and shouted loudly. The lawyers beside her whispered, "Miss Xia, this is not in line with the rules." "What rules? I brought you here, not to discuss rules with you. Get on with it," Xia Ying scolded. Several top domestic lawyers stood tall upon hearing this. The leading lawyer approached Feng Yiming. "Captain Feng, what has my client done?" Feng Yiming handed over the case file to the lawyer. "Take a look for yourself." The lawyer took the case file, and they all carefully studied it. Initially, they thought it was just a simple case of assault. However, as they flipped through the case file, they started sweating profusely. A case involving 10 people, and even implicating Japan. This was a major international case. "What? Are you telling me you can't handle it?" "I don't accept any excuses here." Xia Ying's tone was as decisive and domineering as her boss. Several lawyers looked at each other. "Director Xia, the case is too big, and it involves elite figures from other countries." "It might be. We need to discuss this in detail. Don't tell me all this. If you can't handle it today, then all of you can just leave. I will terminate the cooperation contract directly with you. The Hilton Group doesn't lack a team of lawyers coming to us." The lawyers in the group were on the verge of tears. "Who handles things like this? Come and take a look at the case file yourself. The evidence is solid, with video and photo evidence gathered. This is a major case that can be aired during prime time. It's not something that a few of us can easily overturn." When several people were at a loss, a security officer rushed in. Feng Yiming's head started to ache when he saw someone running towards him. It started with the president of a prestigious university, followed by the chairman of a multinational corporation. A 20-year-old young man. What kind of storm did he stir up to attract such attention? "Report to Captain Feng, we found the person." Feng Yiming was taken aback. "Person? What person?" The security officer gasped. "It's the woman who was injured in the Purple Orchid Manor case. We found her in a rental house on the outskirts of the city." Feng Yiming was overjoyed. The most crucial witness in the case had been found. "Qin Shen, with the witness and physical evidence in hand, what else do you have to say?" In a blink of an eye, the security officer led a woman into the room. The woman's face was covered in scars, and she was wearing a long-sleeved hoodie. Despite this, clear marks of restraint could be seen on her exposed wrists. The woman was trembling as she was brought into the interrogation room, too scared to lift her head. Feng Yiming asked in a low voice, "Are you Tang Xiaoyan?" Tang Xiaoyan nodded. "Yesterday, did you witness with your own eyes an elderly person from the Hua country being killed at the Purple Orchid Manor?" Tang Xiaoyan nodded. Feng Yiming raised his hand. "Was it done by that person?" Tang Xiaoyan looked up with fearful eyes. When she saw Qin Shen, she froze. She ran towards Qin Shen frantically, shocking everyone present. Li Ping, who had been controlled all along, sneered, "Another unfortunate woman. She should be like me, having lost her loved one. I really want to lend her the knife." Before Li Ping could finish, Tang Xiaoyan knelt in front of Qin Shen. "Savior. Thank you for saving me." Tang Xiaoyan hugged Qin Shen's leg, crying uncontrollably. It was a sigh of relief after a disaster, bringing a sense of release. Everyone in the interrogation room was dumbfounded. Li Ping was speechless, and Feng Yiming was dumbfounded. "I called you here to identify the real culprit, not to recognize the person who saved your life." Just as everyone was in shock, the security officer downstairs rushed up again. This was his 4th time running back and forth today, a high-intensity aerobic exercise. He was almost sent away. He was about to report when someone behind him spoke first. 2 people were standing behind him. One stood tall, dressed in camouflage, exuding a strong and heroic aura. The other wore a dark green jacket with a pure white shirt, looking very official. "Who are you?" Feng Yiming asked in surprise. The 2 spoke up. "I am Xengxiong from the War Dragon team." I am Shi Ming, the first-level director of the Hua National Security Bureau. Captain Sangqiong of the War Dragon team? Director Shi Ming of the Hua National Security Bureau? The interrogation room fell silent. What's going on? How did these two big shots end up here? The War Dragon team is the most mysterious force in Hua, the main force guarding the border. The Hua National Security Bureau is the most secretive department in Hua, specializing in counter-espionage and anti-spy missions. Either one of them is a highly respected figure. Feng Yiming quickly asked respectfully, "May I ask what important matter brings you here?" Shi Ming stepped forward and said, "I heard about the Purple Orchid Manor case yesterday." Before he could finish, Feng Yiming understood. He immediately replied, "The person has been captured by our security bureau and is currently under interrogation." With that, he made way. Sangqiong and Shi Ming saw Qin Shen sitting in the interrogation chair at the same time. Even if burdened with chains, young people are still unruly and undaunted, showing no change in expression. Both of them nodded at the same time. Very satisfied with Qin Shen's calm and composed performance, Shi Qi quietly sighed, "The pillar of the country." The pillar of the country? Feng Yiming was puzzled and repeated quietly. Shi Ming and Song Qiong walked towards Qin Shen together. "Gentlemen, he is a major suspect in the Purple Gold Manor case, please." Feng Yiming was completely ignored by the two. Passing through the crowd, they walked up to Qin Shen. This time, Sang Qiong spoke first. "Comrade, hello, I am Song Qiong of the War Dragon team. I have a few questions for you." Qin Shen raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded slightly. His proud attitude did not provoke any displeasure from Song Qiong, but rather made him appreciate it more. Capable people need to have some attitude. Otherwise, what's the difference from the common people? Do you know who your opponents were at the Purple Orchid Manor yesterday? A group of nobodies. Song Qiong was stunned. The four great warriors of the Yamada group, top-level fighters at the second peak, and Kumi, the smiling poisonous woman, were referred to as nobodies. These were opponents even Song Qiong dared not underestimate. But Qin Shen's performance in the surveillance footage was consistent with his current reaction. Several monsters at the peak of combat power couldn't last more than a few breaths in front of him before being annihilated. "Comrade, are you a martial arts expert?" "I have martial arts, but I have not yet reached the level of an expert," Qin Shen modestly revealed. In his eyes, only top-tier individuals could be considered experts. He was merely at the 5th level of entry. Song Qiong was surprised by Qin Shen's response. He couldn't sense any martial arts power emanating from Qin Shen since entering the room, which puzzled him. If Qin Shen was at the same level as him, a 3rd-level peak, Sang Qiong should have felt some pressure. But the feeling Qin Shen gave him was elusive and ethereal. Unless there was only one possibility, that Qin Shen's strength surpassed his own, reaching the level of the 4th tier. But how could that be possible? Sang Qiong was the youngest 3rd-level peak in the history of the War Dragon, having reached that level at the age of 35. With anticipation and some concern, Sang Qiong asked, "Comrade, can you tell me what level of cultivation you are at now?" 4th level peak. Qin Shen answered without hesitation. "What? 4th level peak?" Song Qiong was greatly shocked. He re-evaluated Qin Shen, his eyes filled with disbelief. After a pause, Qin Shen suddenly said, "Oh, sorry, I made a mistake." Song Qiong was stunned, and the excitement that had just surged to his head suddenly dissipated. This young man almost shocked me. If he's a 4th level peak at such a young age, he must be a rare talent, a unique existence in Hua country. Song Qiong inwardly commented, "I was promoted yesterday and am now at the 5th level of entry." Song Qiong fell silent. Placing a hand on Qin Shen's shoulder, he used his own martial arts power to sense Qin Shen's. When his hand touched Qin Shen's shoulder, a powerful invisible martial arts force surged from Qin Shen's shoulder straight to Song Qiong's head. The seasoned War Dragon team leader, who had faced countless enemies on the battlefield, was momentarily unable to withstand this powerful martial arts force. He was pushed back several steps and retreated repeatedly. He turned around and walked out of the interrogation room. The people inside were completely puzzled, not knowing what had happened. After Song Qiong left, Shi Ming stepped forward, brought a chair, sat in front of Qin Shen, opened his notebook, and said, "Comrade, hello, I am Shi Ming, the 1st-level director of the Hua Country Security Department." Qin Shen nodded. "I also have some questions for you. Go ahead. In the Purple Orchid Manor case yesterday, do you know who the 3 people you found were? Japanese special agents. How did you know they were Japanese special agents?" Qin Shen was momentarily at a loss for how to answer. He couldn't possibly say that the system had alerted him, could he? Suddenly, he remembered something. He had just acquired the skill Golden Eyes, so Qin Shen calmly said, "Because I have golden eyes." Shi Ming was taken aback. "Golden eyes? What is that?" Golden eyes can discern all things and distinguish between loyalty and treachery. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room fell silent. Everyone took a step back, afraid of being looked at by Qin Chen. As the director of the National Security Bureau, Xi Ming naturally knew that such extraordinary people and events existed not only in Huagua but also in the world. Just looking at the War Dragon team, each member was talented and had remarkable skills. Xi Ming squinted his eyes and said something that sent chills down everyone's spines. "Can you demonstrate it?" "Of course." Qin Chen closed his eyes, and a chaotic scene appeared before him. When he opened his eyes again, a faint golden light shimmered in his eyes. Qin Chen scanned the room. Whenever his eyes fell on someone, a series of relevant information would appear. Most of it was brief and not very detailed. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he suddenly discovered a significant situation. Qin Chen closed his golden eyes and sighed softly. Xi Ming quickly asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did your skill fail?" Qin Chen smirked and said coldly, "No, my golden eyes are working fine." "Then why the sigh?" "Because I found a spy from the What country in this room." This statement caused a commotion in the interrogation room. Everyone subconsciously moved away from the person next to them. Xi Ming immediately stood up and shouted towards the Sky outside, "Sky, control the entrance, don't let anyone escape." Hearing this, Sky, who had just finished adjusting his luck, immediately returned to block the exit of the interrogation room. Seeing the entrance sealed, he quickly asked, "Who is the spy?" Qin Chen raised his arm and pointed forward. Everyone followed Qin Chen's direction and saw him pointing to the outer edge of the crowd. "Xiao Yang?" Feng Yiming exclaimed, "Feng, control him." Xi Ming shouted, but Qin Chen stopped him with a shout, "Wrong. It's not him." Feng Yiming was stunned. "Not Xiao Yang? Then who?" Feng Yiming turned to the person next to him, Li Ping. "Is it you?" Feng Yiming was shocked, and Li Ping looked puzzled. "Feng, how can you believe the words of a suspect?" Feng Yiming finally came to his senses. "Why do you say Li Ping is a spy? What evidence do you have?" Everyone realized that all of this was just Qin Chen's word against Li Ping. Perhaps he was just taking advantage of Xi Ming's words. Li Ping immediately burst into tears. "Is there still justice in this world? My fiancé died tragically, I can't avenge him, and now I'm treated as a spy. Director Xi Ming, if you really think I'm a spy, then arrest me and convict me of espionage. Zhuo has died, and I don't want to live anymore." Feng Yiming and Xiao Yang quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Xi Ming narrowed his eyes. Initially, he had a great deal of distrust towards Qin Chen's words, but when he mentioned that she was Zhuo's fiancé, Xi Ming couldn't help but look at her more closely. Xi Ming had information about Li Ping. She had a clean background and a good family reputation. It didn't seem like she could be turned into a spy. Xi Ming was puzzled and asked Qin Chen, "How do you determine that she is a spy?" "Feng, look, even the comrades of the National Security Bureau believe that scum. I don't want to live anymore." Xi Ming's words once again triggered Li Ping, and she seemed to be severely affected, starting to scream. Feng Yiming quickly said, "Director Xi, that's enough. Isn't your National Security Bureau all-knowing? If Li Ping were a spy, you would have put her under surveillance long ago. Do you have any evidence to prove that my subordinate is a spy?" Just so, just so. Xiao Yan on the side echoed. Chang Wuli and Xiaoying also fell silent. The current situation far exceeded their scope of involvement. The initial case suddenly took a different turn. It turned into a spy-catching plot. This caught them off guard, their minds unable to keep up with the plot development. Xi Ming looked at Qin Chen, his eyes filled with a sense of responsibility. But he still gave Qin Chen a chance, saying lightly, "Speak." Qin Chen slowly spoke, saying, "Her pendant is a bug." "A bug?" Everyone's gaze turned to Li Ping at the same time. At this sight, Li Ping was scared silly. She immediately stopped crying and looked at the pendant hanging on her neck. This was the token of love that Zhuo had given her. Xi Ming stepped forward, tore off the pendant from Li Ping's neck, and examined it closely in front of his eyes. Then he took out a special device from his pocket and dismantled it for a detailed inspection. In front of everyone's eyes, a seemingly inconspicuous, even somewhat ugly pendant was dismantled. Everyone stepped forward to take a look, only to see a miniature signal transmitter stuffed inside the pendant. To this day, the red dot on the signal transmitter was still blinking. Recalling how every word and action of theirs had been monitored, everyone gasped in shock. Qin Chen, however, remained calm. The pendant was a transmitter, all thanks to the analysis of the golden eye. Upon seeing a jade pendant with metal transmitter components, he immediately concluded that Li Ping was suspicious. Of course, there was one more thing. There was a 5 experience point above Li Ping's head. Xi Ming held the transmitter and said to everyone, "This is a bug unique to the What country, which we have seized in our previous operations." Li Ping panicked, this was something she had not anticipated. Her first reaction was not to reflect but to deny. "This thing is not mine, I don't know where it came from." "Then why are you wearing it?" Ximing retorted, I don't know, you are framing me. You are all teaming up to frame me just to help the murderer." Feng Yiming stepped forward and said, "Li Ping, enough. At this point, you still want to argue. When you first received this necklace, you flaunted it in the office. Now, you want to deny its existence. Captain Feng, I am innocent. I am not a spy, I did not betray the country. Then how do you explain the bug in this necklace?" Li Ping stammered. At this point, Ximing spoke up for Li Ping, "Captain Feng, I have investigated Li Ping before." She was unaware. Feng Yiming was momentarily stunned. She must have been used by Zuozua, becoming an unwitting leaker. Li Ping was dumbfounded. Previously, she could not trust anyone's words. Zuozua was a spy. Now, there was indeed a bug inside the necklace. Everything pointed to Zuozua's identity. For a moment, Li Ping's world collapsed. Her eyes went black, and she fainted. Feng Yiming immediately had Xiaoyang take Li Ping away. Ximing approached Qin Shen, "Comrade, your talent is truly enviable. The country needs you, would you like to join our Hua National Security Bureau to defend the country?" Sang Xiong, feeling unhappy, rushed in, grabbed Qin Shen's hand, "Comrade, the work of Hua Security Bureau is not suitable for you, you should come to our War Dragon. With your level 5 skills, I will give you the position of captain." The two confronted each other, neither willing to back down. Seeing this, Feng Yiming, feeling his own turf was being encroached upon, spoke up, "Gentlemen, Qin Shen is still a suspect at the moment, you two." Ximing, rarely swearing, interrupted, "Suspect my ass. Comrade Qin Shen successfully completed the anti-spy operation, exerting all efforts for national security. How can he still be considered a suspect? The few Japanese spies he eliminated were all planning to blow up a sea-crossing bridge in the south of our country, blocking the path of our country's future development. Thanks to Comrade Qin Shen, their evil plan did not succeed. If the anti-spy operation was not confidential, the leaders above would have already commended him." Sangqiang immediately shouted, "Untie Comrade Qin Shen." Feng Yiming was frightened and stumbled forward to unlock and release Qin Shen. Sang and Qin each held one of Qin Shen's hands. "Comrade Qin Shen, come with me, Huan needs you." "Comrade Qin Shen, the War Dragon team welcomes you, everyone inside speaks well, and everyone hopes you can come." At that moment, the interrogation room became tense again. Qin Shen broke free from their grasp. "Sorry, I have urgent matters to attend to today." "What's the matter? Have you discovered hidden spies again?" "No, I'm rushing to watch a live broadcast." Inside the interrogation room, everyone was puzzled. Watch a live broadcast? What's going on? Qin Shen was not calm after the ordeal. He was anxious to watch the live broadcast. He shook hands with Ximing and Song Qiong. "We'll meet again if fate allows. I'll be at school during class time. If you have any questions, come to the school to find me." After speaking, Qin Shen left amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. He took Xia Ying and walked outside. "Take me to the School of Finance, quickly. Kyoto, Fashion Institute, indoor basketball court." This is where the Fashion Institute set up a temporary live broadcast room for the live broadcast. In the middle of the basketball court, there were numerous high-end live broadcasting equipment. In the center of the stage, a young and beautiful girl was singing and dancing passionately. Xingba crossed his legs, drinking milk tea, and asked his assistant, "How are the current data?" The assistant quickly checked the backstage and respectfully replied, "Boss Xing, we are currently ranked first in Most Beautiful University, with 800,000 online viewers in the live room, while the second place has 20,000 viewers. The sales revenue from the displayed yellow carts is 1.03 million. Damn, only 1.03 million sold. I have signed gambling agreements with several manufacturers. We must sell 200 million worth of goods tonight. Can those idiots above do it? Just singing and dancing is useless, we need to sell products, say the lines. If not, just skirt around it." Xingba was so anxious that he was about to jump. During the day, because of visiting the School of Finance, his news topped various news hotspots apps. Xingba felt that it was a waste not to use this popularity for sales. Therefore, he quickly signed gambling agreements with multiple manufacturers. Seeing the data stagnate in front of him, he urgently stopped the performance of the anchor on stage. He pulled her aside. "Damn, can't you do a live broadcast? I'll give you an annual salary of 120,000. I didn't hire you to jump around like a fool in the live room, you need to promote the products, sister." The girl was intimidated by Xingba's shouting. Her name was Wang Miao, a student at the Fashion Institute. She was the second most popular contestant before the competition, after Su Shaoyan. Today, the million-level internet celebrity Xingba approached her and offered her an annual contract of 120,000, saying he wanted to make her a million-level internet celebrity. Wang Miao was so excited that she was about to cry. She signed the contract without hesitation. However, when the live broadcast started at 8 p.m., Xingba gave her a target for the night: to sell 200 million worth of goods. Wang Miao was dumbfounded. She had no experience in selling products. How could she sell 200 million worth of goods? Who would have thought that Xingba didn't care about this at all? He directly threw out the contract, and in an inconspicuous place, it was clearly marked: if the live broadcast fails to meet the company's performance targets, the base salary for this year will be cancelled. If the sales target rate is less than 50%, the anchor must personally purchase no less than 5 million worth of products from the manufacturer. At the time of signing, Wang Miao felt that happiness came too suddenly. If she didn't sign quickly, the opportunity would slip away. But when she discovered these terms, she felt like she had been sold. This was an impossible task. She hadn't even realized her dream of becoming famous, and now she was about to shoulder a debt of 5 million. Throughout the evening performance, she appeared distracted and sang off-key. "I can't do it." Wang Miao was under too much pressure and started to cry. Seeing this, Xingba raised his hand and slapped her. The slap landed on the right side of Wang Miao's face, leaving a handprint. Red liquid oozed from the corner of her mouth. Wang Miao crouched on the ground, crying in pain. Xingba was about to kick her, but the assistant intervened, saying, "Boss Ba, if you do this, how can she continue the live broadcast?" Xingba reluctantly withdrew his foot. Before becoming an internet celebrity, he was a street thug who was used to being violent towards girls. "Damn it, if I lose money today, none of you will have it easy," Xingba threatened. "Oh, my boss Ba, it's only 9:30 now, there's still time." But, with Wang Miao in this state, what should we do for the next live broadcast? Xingba spat, "What should we do? I'll go live myself. I'll start a joint live broadcast with the company's account and my own account, then have the company's streamers drive traffic over. Don't forget, who created the record for the highest sales during live streaming battles?" The assistant nodded repeatedly, agreeing that a dual-account live broadcast was a good idea. With Xingba's influence, they would surely pass this hurdle. While the stylist did his makeup, Xingba told the assistant, "Go buy a few iPhone 13s and some miscellaneous small appliances from the supplier. Give away one every 10 minutes in the live broadcast room. It's just 500 million worth of goods. As long as we attract 2 million viewers, everything will be fine." Xingba tidied up his appearance and clothing. Before going on stage, he gave Wang Miao a warning kick, saying, "Hurry up and touch up your makeup. You'll stand behind me as the background." Wang Miao, frightened, stopped crying and went to the dressing table to touch up her makeup. Folks, Wang Miao, the beauty queen of Fudaxu, is tired from singing and dancing, so she's taking a break. During this time, I, Boss Ba, will give you all some benefits. Those who want it, type 1 in the chat. I'll give away an iPhone 13 or a small appliance every 10 minutes. The chat screen quickly filled with the number 1. Kyoto, Saishui University, Auditorium. Compared to the professional live broadcast room set up by Fudaxu, this place looked very shabby. A few fill lights, a tripod, and a phone were all that made up the live broadcast room. Even the sound card was amateur level. Inside the auditorium, only a few student council members were helping out. 3 students from dorm 511 sat below the stage. "Lao San, didn't I ask you to sell our 3 computers and buy a set of live broadcast equipment?" Wu Ming asked reproachfully. Kang Huijun replied, "Boss, we sold the computers too quickly, and the buyer bargained for 3 at 100,000. I couldn't bear to." "So?" Wu Ming grabbed Kang Huijun by the collar. "Lao San, are you stupid? What's the big deal with the computers?" Tonight's live broadcast was arranged by Lao Si before he left. If we can't even handle such a small matter, how will we face Lao Si in the future? Kang Huijun nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "I'm sorry, boss, I'll go sell the computers and get the equipment." Tang Yuming stopped Kang Huijun. "Lao San, don't go. The competition ends at midnight, it's too late." Wu Ming angrily slammed the chair. "Damn it, Fudaxu is shameless. They even invited outside help," Tang Yuming said angrily as he looked at his phone. The others gathered around to see and cursed one after another. "This is clearly cheating." Kang Huijun said, "How popular is their live broadcast room now? How much is the difference in popularity between our sister and theirs?" Wu Ming cut to the chase and asked. Tang Yuming checked the data and replied, "They have 1.95 million viewers in their live broadcast room now, with a contribution value of around 5 million, ranking first among the top 100 schools. Lao Si's wife's live broadcast room has 3,980 viewers, a contribution value of 120,000, and ranks 55th among the top 100 schools. The disparity between over 1.9 million viewers and 3,980 viewers, with contribution values of 5 million and 120,000, was simply unbearable. Wu Ming made a prompt decision and said, "Brothers, Lao Si has never asked for our help before. Today's matter was arranged by Lao Si before he left. We must help him out no matter what. Lao Air, post on the school forum and call for everyone's support. Lao San, sell your computer and get a smartphone. We will also try our luck with giveaways and live streams. I will ask my comrades, some of them are live streamers too, to help promote our younger sibling with a video." After Wu Ming finished speaking, Kong Tang and the others quickly agreed. The three of them immediately prepared to take action. Kong Huijun ran back to the dormitory at a fast pace. In the dormitory, Kong Huijun packed up and boxed all three of their computers. Looking at the computers that they were reluctant to unpack and use, Kong Huijun hesitated a bit, but then thought of Qin Chen's face. "Damn it, Lao Si, you better come out and give your bro another one." With that, he picked up the computer and prepared to leave. At the dormitory entrance, Lu Wei leaned against the doorframe, mocking, "Oh, what's up? Selling your computer?" Kong Huijun, seeing the provoking look on Lu Wei's face, spat out, "Get lost. Don't tell me you're selling the computer before even opening it. What's up? Did the big shot in your dorm get into trouble? I say, Lu Wei, are you looking to get beaten up today?" Kong Huijun's eyes showed a fighting spirit as Lu Wei stepped back, laughing. "Come on, I see you want to fight, come and ask for a price. I happen to want to get a computer for our dorm. If you give me a good price, I'll take it. After all, my money is clean, unlike yours, hee hee." Kong Huijun raised his leg to kick, and Lu Wei jumped back to dodge. "Damn it, you guys from room 511 are all hooligans. Using dirty money to show off here. People have already been taken to the Public Security Bureau, and you're still acting tough." Lu Wei's voice was loud, attracting other dormitory residents to come out and watch. "What's going on? I heard that Qin Chen from room 511 was arrested by the Public Security Bureau." "Oh my god, Qin Chen? Isn't he a big shot? Why was he arrested?" "Who knows, if the Public Security Bureau arrests someone, there must be solid evidence. I told you, money that comes too easily, just a dormitory, looks like a high-end apartment. Buying computers worth over 20,000 to give away, it's all dirty money, no wonder they don't care." Kong Huijun saw the whole corridor of people gossiping behind his back, his face turning red with anger. He roared, "Damn you all, our Lao Si is definitely not that kind of person. Kong Huijun, you took Qin Chen's stuff, of course you're speaking up for him. Yeah, if he didn't give you a penny, you'd be cursing him like us." "Kong Huijun, that's enough. Qin Chen is already inside, stop pretending." Kong Huijun lowered his head and squeezed his way out of the crowd. Some familiar classmates asked in confusion, "Huijun, where are you going?" "I'm going to sell the computer, buy 2 iPhone 13s, for Su Xiaoyan's livestream." "Live stream?" Someone immediately remembered and said, "There's a live stream PK event tonight with 100 schools, our school's beauty Su Xiaoyan is participating." "Su Xiaoyan's live stream? I want to watch." "Forget it, what's so good about it? Better off watching Ba Zong's live stream." "Yeah, Ba Zong is now helping out in the feudal live stream room, with million-level beauty anchors Nana and Xiaoyao. But Su Xiaoyan is from our school after all, not supporting her." "Support my ass, look at Ba Zong's live stream, giving away iPhone 13s. Su Xiaoyan's live stream doesn't even have anything." Kong Huijun gritted his teeth upon hearing this. Even if they didn't support their own people, they were helping outsiders. The current alumni were not united at all. He ran out of the school in anger. He went to several second-hand computer stores in a row. But the shop owners saw Kong Huijun being so anxious to sell, they kept lowering the price. A computer worth 50,000 was only willing to give 5,000. Even if he sold all three, it wouldn't be enough to buy an iPhone 13. Kong Huijun helplessly glanced at the time. It was already 2200 hours in the evening. There were only 2 hours left until the end of the live broadcast. With a heavy heart, he walked towards the auditorium. The night at Kaide was accompanied by a gentle breeze. The wind made Kong Huijun shiver slightly. "Hello classmate, may I ask how to get to the auditorium at Kaide?" A sweet and pleasant voice came from behind Kong Huijun. He frowned and turned around, instantly stunned. The woman in front of him was so familiar to him. Dai Mei, a top-level internet celebrity. Kong Huijun had spent countless nights watching her videos under the covers. Dai Mei smiled sweetly, waiting for Kong Huijun's answer. Kong Huijun was stunned for a while, then pointed ahead. Dai Mei's eyes curved into crescent moons. "Thank you, classmate." Then she trotted forward, followed by 4 or 5 accompanying staff members carrying lighting equipment and other devices. Kang Huijun stood still, unable to recover for a long time. Am I dreaming? Classmate, may I ask how to get to the auditorium at Kaide? Another cheerful female voice sounded. Kang Huijun instantly recognized this voice, a voice that had haunted him many times. It was Zhou Jie. Kang Huijun trembled as he looked at her. He even wanted to pinch himself to see if it hurt, as if it was too surreal. Zhou Jie smiled lightly. Just go straight ahead, the red-roofed building is the one. Kang Huijun excitedly said, and Zhou Jie politely shook his hand before trotting away with her assistance. Hurry up, it's already late, why are you so slow? Zhou Jie said as she ran. Along the way, Kang Huijun encountered more than 10 top internet celebrities, such as Douyin and Shark, from various online platforms. They all ran towards the auditorium. Kang Huijun was astonished. The students on campus were dumbfounded. What the heck was going on? Were top internet celebrities coming to Kaide for a New Year's event? Kang Huijun finally arrived at the entrance of the auditorium. Inside, the auditorium was densely packed with major internet celebrities. They brought their own equipment and decorated the originally simple Kaide live broadcast room to look like a professional studio. Zhou Jie and Su Shaoyan interacted on stage, while the other internet celebrities waited on the side. It seemed like everyone was waiting for their turn to appear. Lao San, where have you been? Why are you just arriving now? Wu Ming saw Kang Huijun and quickly said, Bro, what's going on? Why are there so many top internet celebrities? Wu Ming shook his head, I don't know either. They just suddenly showed up, set up equipment, went on camera to help with the live broadcast and drive traffic to the younger ones' live rooms. On stage, in front of the camera, Su Shaoyan was already at a loss. Since the start of the live broadcast today, she had been absent-minded and out of focus. The popularity in her live room kept dropping. At one point, she wanted to give up. She wanted to cry. But suddenly, a wave of top internet celebrities rushed in. Some set up equipment and started live streaming to drive traffic to their own live rooms. Some went on stage, like Zhou Jie, to appear on camera and help adjust the atmosphere of the live room. With this series of actions, the live room, which had dropped to a 3-digit number of viewers, instantly skyrocketed. The number of online viewers exceeded 1 million. Gifts flew in the live room, with people constantly sending gifts. Su Shaoyan looked at the screen full of gifts, not knowing how to express her gratitude. Her eyes began to moisten. Xiao Chuan, it would be so great if you were here too. Suddenly, a classic animation appeared. It was a carnival. Su Shaoyan's heart tightened. She urgently looked at the screen, hoping to see Qin Chen's name. When Zhou Jie saw the carnival, she exclaimed excitedly, Wow, he's starting to send you gifts. Su Shaoyan's heart skipped a beat. Then she looked disappointed. The one who sent the carnival was a netizen named Principal. He was sending gifts one after another as if they were free. Oh my god, the principal is here. Look, it's Principal Wang. My husband is here. In an instant, the popularity in Su Shaoyan's live room rose another level. The number of online viewers exceeded 2 million. Students from Kaide began to flood into the auditorium. They were brought from online to offline to watch. Wu Ming, Kang Huijun, and Tang Yuming helped maintain order. Due to the large number of people pouring in, the scene was a bit noisy for a while. Fortunately, Dai Mei stood up, showing her personal charm and adjusting the atmosphere on the scene. At this moment, a middle-aged man rushed in anxiously. He looked around and went straight to the stage. Zhou Jie and Su Shaoyan were startled by the sudden appearance of the man. What are you going to do? Don't mess around, we are live broadcasting, with over 2 million people watching in the live stream room. The man gasped for breath, swallowing saliva frantically. After a moment, he said, I am Du Wei, the general manager of Tiancheng BMW 4S. The boss instructed that Miss Su's live stream, the prize draw, will be sponsored by him. Starting now, every 10 minutes, a BMW car will be drawn until the end of the competition. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Even Zhou Jie was stunned. She asked incredulously, What did you say? Say it again. Our boss said that from now on, in Miss Su's live stream, a BMW car will be drawn every 10 minutes, and the cost will be covered by the boss. Suddenly, the live stream room and the scene exploded. Wow, drawing a BMW as a prize, that's too explosive. Damn. A BMW every 10 minutes. What kind of rich livestream is this? The key is they are not even promoting any products, not even a sponsored segment. Although some were shocked, there were also skeptics who came forward. Everyone calm down, this might be scripted. Yes, everyone think carefully, there is still an hour and a half before the end of the competition. That means, a total of 9 BMWs can be given away in this live stream room. Even if it's the cheapest BMW, a 1 Series at 200,000, that's 1.8 million. Who would randomly spend 1.8 million on a prize draw? It's too absurd. Apart from the skeptics, there were also some internet-rich kids who appeared out of nowhere. Just drawing a 200,000 car. Is a 200,000 car worthy of being called a BMW? Drawing a 1 Series BMW, something even a dog wouldn't want. Scram, too stingy, looking down on who? Seeing that some people were setting the tone in the live stream room, Dewey, upon seeing the rhythm in the live stream room, immediately became anxious. Damn it, these bastards, even dare to call a 200,000 car a BMW, how shameless. Although he was itching with anger, he still restrained his emotions. Dewey said to the camera, friends in the live stream room, it's not the X1, not the 200,000 BMW. As soon as the fans in the live stream room heard this, their eyes lit up immediately. Could it be the 3 Series? Damn, if it's really a 3 Series, I'll call my whole family to join the draw. Could it be a 5 Series, the car I've been dreaming of? Hey, you upstairs, what are you daydreaming about? A 5 Series, how much money is that? Manager, stop teasing us, just say it. Even if it's a BMW Mini, I can accept it. Dewey deliberately teased them. He understood the power of traffic. In the 4S store, the long-legged black silk anchor was the one he recruited. Everyone, our boss is generous, directly giving away this top-of-the-line model. Dewey made a gesture of 8. Instantly, the live stream room erupted. Various exclamations flew around. Damn! 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 The students at the scene were also in an uproar. Everyone took out their phones, joining the live stream room to wait for the draw. What a rich man, actually drawing a BMW 8 Series every 10 minutes. And it's the top model. Brothers, I just checked the price. A top-of-the-line 8 Series costs 1.2 million. If it's 9 units, over 10 million. Everyone was shocked. Seeing this, Dewey quickly spoke up, my mistake. It's not the 8 Series, not the 8 Series. Inside the live stream room, curses erupted immediately. Damn you. I'll just say it's a script, intentionally not saying what the actual thing is, just messing around. Let's all disperse. I'm unfollowing, can't stand this kind of script. Dewey seemed to have gone too far in playing, quickly clasping his hands together. Everyone, blame me, I didn't explain it well. What our boss gave is not the 8 Series, it's the top-of-the-line BMW M8. After speaking, the entire live broadcast room and the venue fell into silence. No one was making noise. No one was typing. Dewey noticed that the interaction on the screen had stopped. Only a carnival effect kept repeating. He subconsciously reached out to tap the screen. Hey, can you all still hear me talking? Hey. After a moment of immersion, the comments exploded and scrolled up rapidly. This time, the screen was refreshing so fast that Dewey couldn't see what was being said specifically. However, from the time he entered until now, 10 minutes had already passed. The first red envelope exploded. Everyone stared at their phones to see if they had one. Damn, I won. A bespectacled, well-mannered male student in the audience raised his arms and shouted. He jumped up in excitement and ran to the stage, coming in front of Dewey. Dewey took out a key from his pocket and said softly, congratulations, take this key to Tianchang BMW 4S tomorrow to complete the relevant procedures. The student who won the prize looked at the car key in his hand, almost fainting with excitement. The comments in the live broadcast room were full of envy and jealousy. Damn, I'm also a student at Kai University, I should have gone to the scene just now. It seems that the winning rate is higher at the scene. I'm changing clothes now and rushing to Kai University. It's a good thing I didn't win. The BMW M8 consumes too much fuel. Even if you give it to me, I don't want it. It's not environmentally friendly. The last fan who mentioned it was not environmentally friendly was already disfigured in front of the phone screen, his fingernails bleeding from scratching his feet. The 10-minute wait for the draw was still a bit unbearable. Su Xiaoyan felt that she needed to sing a song to liven up the atmosphere. Joji, let's sing a song together for the fans. Joji shook her head, smiled awkwardly, and said, I don't want to, I'm afraid of singing too well and stealing your thunder. Su Xiaoyan smiled and had to do it alone. I'll sing a song by Zhou Dong, I hope you all like it. When the fans in the live broadcast room heard that she was going to sing a song by Zhou Dong, they immediately perked up. Su Xiaoyan took a deep breath and started singing along with the accompaniment. Do you still remember saying that home is the only castle, as the fragrance of rice continues to flow? As she sang, some fans in the audience suddenly whispered, Su Xiaoyan is lip-syncing, she didn't even turn off the original voice. Exactly, I heard it too. If you don't turn off the original voice, what's the point of singing? But don't say anything, the sound effects at the scene are really good. I feel like Jay Cho is singing right next to me. As soon as this student finished speaking, he caught sight of a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. Damn! Jay Cho! A shout of Jay Cho. The entire Kai University auditorium exploded in an instant. Even those internet celebrities with millions of followers stood up and saluted Jay Cho. Su Xiaoyan was stunned, standing still, her mouth slightly open. Her singing also came to a halt. In the live broadcast room, what's wrong with the Kai University beauty? Not singing anymore? She's not singing, then why can I still hear the singing? Idiot, that's Su Xiaoyan playing the original song. And the next second, a person that no one in the live broadcast room had expected suddenly appeared. Jay Cho. Instantly, the entire live broadcast room was boiling. Everyone was exclaiming and the screen was filled with comments. Jay Cho waved to the live broadcast room. Oh, not bad, it's already over 5 million people. Well, I'll sing another song for everyone. With that, Jay Cho turned to look at Su Xiaoyan. At this moment, Su Xiaoyan was completely dumbfounded. She never dreamed that her idol, Jo Dong, would appear in her live broadcast. Everything felt so unreal, so abstract. Xiaoyan, Jo Dong called out softly. Su Xiaoyan felt electrified and trembled. Then she nodded in response. Are you ready? Jo Dong asked with a smile. Su Xiaoyan was so nervous that she forgot to ask what song to sing, but when the music started playing, she immediately got into the zone. The horizon of the sea starts to darken. Turning around, unable to say goodbye, you have something to say but can't say it. Seabirds and fish falling in love was just an accident. The duet with Jo Dong, along with the BMW M8 giveaway, instantly boosted the popularity of the entire live broadcast room. The number of viewers kept climbing. Su Xiaoyan's live broadcast room was way ahead, dominating the top spot. Leading by a large margin, she even overshadowed the second-place account from Kyoto Fashion Institute. During the live broadcast, countless people spontaneously shared on Weibo, Moments, and other social media platforms, promoting Su Xiaoyan's live broadcast room. For a moment, Su Xiaoyan from Kai University took over the headlines of various apps. King willingly plays second fiddle, accompanying Kai University's campus bell in the live broadcast. Kai University's campus bell live broadcast, online viewership about to exceed 10 million. Campus official live broadcast, giveaway of BMW M8. Various headlines kept emerging. It was certain that after tonight, Su Xiaoyan's name would spread throughout the entire country. Suddenly, the carnival effects in the live broadcast disappeared. Why isn't the principal sending gifts anymore? I thought it would continue until the end of the competition. Damn, the principal has already sent 120 carnivals. Only 120 carnivals, the principal isn't putting in much effort. Just as the fans were discussing, the entire phone screen flashed. A huge castle rose up, surrounded by dazzling golden effects. Fans exclaimed in surprise, damn, what gift is this? I've never seen it before. I just checked, it's the official launch of the Super Carnival by Douyin a minute ago. The name is quite intimidating. Does changing the name double the price? A dedicated fan opened the small gift box to check the actual price of the Super Carnival. When they saw all the zeros, they were dumbfounded. The Super Carnival, priced at 3 million Douyin coins, equivalent to 300,000 in Huagua currency. It was terrifying. To send out 30,000 in just over 10 seconds. Instantly, everyone in the live broadcast room went crazy. The Super Carnival continued, one after another, seemingly intentionally surpassing King Principal. However, this person's popularity far exceeded that of King Principal. How could a 3,000 gift be compared to a 300,000 one? Su Xiaoyan stared at the live broadcast room, looking at the ID showered with gifts. Her emotions couldn't be contained anymore as tears streamed down her face, whispering Xiao Chuan. The fans in the live broadcast room also noticed the ID that had been showering gifts nonstop, and the comments section exploded. Damn, the tycoon ID has appeared. Qin Chen. It's actually Qin Chen. Wasn't he arrested by the Public Security Bureau? How can he still send gifts, and such an unseen Super Carnival? Maybe it's a mistake. If I had the wealth of Qin Dad, why would I engage in illegal activities? In Kyoto, on the second ring road, a black Mercedes-Benz S350 was stuck in traffic. Your turn to send gifts, I'll take a break. Qin Chen tossed the phone to Xia Ying and reclined slightly. Xia Ying took the phone, her index finger trembling. Although she was now the CEO of a 100 billion group, she still felt a bit distressed to see Qin Chen unhesitatingly and without blinking, sending virtual gifts worth 300,000 each. Boss, how many should I send? Send until Xiao Yan finishes the broadcast, Qin Chen said calmly. Xia Ying swallowed nervously and clicked on the screen carefully. At that moment, her phone rang. Xiaoying glanced at it, then handed the phone to Qin Shen, whispering, "Boss, it's Li, the head of Douyin." Qin Shen nodded, took the phone, and said softly, "Hello, Li." On the other end of the phone was Li Feng from the Douyin Operations Department. He asked with a smile, "General Qin, how is it? Are you satisfied with the exclusive gift we specially tailored for you, the Super Carnival?" "It's okay, it's just that your scale is too small. With a gift of 3 million Do coins, I'm afraid I won't be able to spend all my balance today." Li Feng's face froze for a moment, sweating profusely in his heart, thinking, even a normal person wouldn't be able to spend 10 billion Do coins. "General Qin, I'm really sorry, there are regulations from above. If we continue with this amount, there will be trouble. Please understand." Okay. After Qin Shen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Just as he hung up, another call came in. Qin Shen looked down and saw that it was Wang Song calling. "Hello, Lao Qin, I'm exhausted. I've swiped over 100 of them, and I really can't swipe anymore." Wang Song looked at the 10,000 carnivals transferred by Qin Shen into his account. For the first time, he felt that someone was more willing to spend money on a woman than he was. "You've worked hard. Lao Qin, today for your sake, I used the entire network of the live broadcast circle and even invited Zhou Dong. Please don't just brush me off with 2 words, you've worked hard." Wang Song took the opportunity to say, "How much do you want?" Qin Shen thought for a long time, unable to guess Wang Song's intention. Wang Song was speechless. How could you talk about money with the son of the richest man? But then he thought that Qin Shen's family background might be slightly richer than their Wang family. So he said, "Lao Qin, there's no need to talk about money between brothers. Let's go out to sea for the weekend. My yacht is too small, and the old man won't buy me a bigger one. I heard that you have the eclipse in your hands now, so, no problem. You can borrow the yacht anytime." Qin Shen readily agreed. If it weren't for Wang Song's reminder, he would have almost forgotten about the luxurious yacht. Upon hearing this, Wang Song was overjoyed. "Okay, I'll pick you up next weekend, let's have fun together." After talking with Wang Song, Qin Shen closed his eyes wearily. Xiaoying tilted her head slightly and looked at her boss's profile. She had always had a strong bias against Qin Shen. But every time they met, Qin Shen always managed to impress her deeply. Sometimes, money cannot win over a woman. Talent and wisdom are the keys to a woman's heart. Xiaoying gently draped her coat over Qin Shen. Seeing that he didn't react, she tentatively leaned closer to him. Her head slowly rested on Qin Shen's shoulder. At this moment, she hoped that the second ring road in Kyoto would be more congested and the car would drive slower. Kyoto, Fashion Institute, Indoor Basketball Court. Xingba was aggressively promoting the goods he brought. Foam was coming out of the corners of his mouth. After much effort, he finally achieved sales of 100 million. He took a break, drank some water, and interacted with fans and checked messages. The comments in the live broadcast room gradually changed from all praising Ba General V5 and Ba General Heroic to a different tone. Someone in the live broadcast room started a trend. "Damn, I came to see the campus beauty. Who is this old man? So disgusting. He's Ba General. You guys don't understand, Ba General is giving benefits to fans. What's wrong with promoting goods? If you don't buy, then get lost. What benefits? Talking in circles for half a day, just giving away an iPhone 13. You narrow-minded people, go watch the live broadcast of Kai's. They perform purely, no goods, and give away a BMW M8. Is the BMW M8 for real? I'm going to check it out." Just one person's rhythm directly reduced Xingba's live broadcast room by nearly 1 million viewers. Xingba almost sprayed out the chrysanthemum tea in his mouth. In an instant, he lost 1 million online viewers. This was something he had never encountered before. He waved his hand, asking Wang Miao to take over for him. Xingba went backstage to check the real-time data. At this time, the constantly jumping sales figures in the live broadcast backstage began to slow down, even staying still for several minutes. "Check what's going on with Kaida. Are they giving away a BMW M8? Are they crazy?" Without saying a word, the assistant immediately clicked on Kaida's Douyin account. In the live broadcast room, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes was interacting in front of the screen. Hey, can everyone still hear me? Hey. The middle-aged man went to wipe the screen. Xingba was furious. "What is this? Pretending to be stupid?" Before he could finish speaking, red envelopes exploded on the screen. Immediately, the live broadcast room erupted. A male student-like figure ran up from the audience. The young man looked gentle, wearing glasses. He raised his arms and shouted, Damn! I won!" He ran all the way to the stage and received a key. Xingba's face turned green as he witnessed a familiar figure behind the middle-aged man, Zhou Jie. Xingba spat, damn, why did Zhou Jie come to support that girl? This is scripted. Shameless. Xingba angrily called Wang Miao down. He grabbed her coat and tore it off. I'll give you 2 minutes. Go change into a schoolgirl uniform with black stockings. Remember, the stockings should have letters. Wang Miao was stunned. Bah, boss. What do you mean? Xingba slapped her. Damn, how did I end up with such a useless person like you? Do you understand the concept of selling products? You are going to make me lose money today. What time is it now? And we've only sold 1 billion worth of goods. Wang Miao was slapped for the second time today. Her spirit was beginning to falter. Xingba looked at the backstage sales of 1 billion. He took a deep breath and walked to the camera. He showed a harmless and friendly smile. Family, I just bought dozens of iPhone 13 for you all, and next, in my live broadcast room, we will draw an iPhone 13 every 5 minutes. And, I will invite our popular internet celebrity Nana to perform for you, and sing a song by Jodong. With that, the million-level internet celebrity Nana gracefully walked onto the stage. She began her performance in front of the camera. Xingba stood aside, playing a supporting role, constantly holding up products and a small blackboard. While performing, he promoted the products. With this operation, the dwindling online viewership slightly slowed down. Suddenly, someone in the live broadcast room commented, "Brothers, hurry up, gather in Kaida's live broadcast room." What's going on? Let's watch from the front row. Jodong is visiting Kaida's live broadcast room. Tycoon Qin Chen is back, splurging on custom carnival. Brothers, witness this historic moment. With that, Xingba's online viewership instantly plummeted. Their live broadcast had Jodong's live performance, while his own broadcast only had a plastic surgery-faced internet celebrity singing covers. Who would want to watch that? The online viewership in his room dropped from over 2 million to below 1 million, then below 500,000, 300,000, 100,000. The clock struck midnight. Xingba was dumbfounded. He quietly closed the Kaida live broadcast room. Then, with a lack of energy, he asked, "What is the sales figure tonight?" The whole room fell silent. No one answered. In fact, everyone was afraid to answer. The assistant timidly replied, 190,000. Hearing this, everyone avoided Xingba's gaze, fearing he might do something extreme. Everyone knew that the target for tonight was 2 billion. If it wasn't achieved, Xingba would pay the difference out of his own pocket. Currently, Xingba had to pay nearly 1 billion. Anyone in his shoes would be angry. However, Xingba remained unusually calm. He slowly picked up the table he had overturned, then beckoned to Wang Miao. Wang Miao dared not move, and it was the assistant who pushed her forward. She finally took small steps towards Xingba. "Bah, boss. Xingba reached out his right hand, kissed and touched Wang Miao's hair. 1 billion, Xingba, can handle it." Wang Miao was stunned by his words, even feeling grateful to Xingba. Before she could speak, Xingba suddenly punched her. Then, his fists rained down on Wang Miao's body. "You useless piece of trash, you're good for nothing. Bah, please stop, I know I was wrong." Wang Miao pleaded in pain. "Damn it, then compensate with money. If you have money, I'll stop." Xingba showed no mercy, continuing to strike relentlessly. Losing 1 billion in a gambling agreement, he had worked hard for years in vain. He needed a way to vent his anger. Suddenly, his assistant realized what was happening and rushed forward to tightly hug Xingba. "Bah, please don't hit her, please stop." Xingba struggled. "What, even you are going against me?" The assistant, terrified, with a hint of tears, said, "Bah, your live stream account is still on, it's still broadcasting." Upon hearing this, Xingba froze instantly. He anxiously turned his head to look at his phone standing on the side. The live stream was still ongoing, showing the footage of him brutally beating Wang Miao without any reservation. He felt like the sky was falling on him. His mind went blank. "It's over. It's over. It's over." Kyoto, Saifu University, inside the auditorium. It was past midnight, and the students who had been watching gradually left. Zhou Jie and other internet celebrities also bid farewell. After Jodong finished singing, to avoid crowding and trampling, he left through the back door. The once bustling auditorium gradually quieted down. Su Xiaoyan still felt dizzy and dazzled. The events of the night were simply surreal. It felt like a live show tailored just for her. And the person who showered her with gifts in the end was her boyfriend. Su Xiaoyan realized something and quickly picked up her phone to call Qin Chen. After a brief busy tone, the opening melody of Nocturne played in the auditorium. Su Xiaoyan was stunned, looking towards the direction of the sound. Tears welled up in her eyes as she whispered, "Xiao Chuan." Qin Chen walked slowly into the auditorium, smiling with open arms to welcome Su Xiaoyan running towards him. Outside the Caifu University auditorium, in a Mercedes-Benz S350, Xiaoying unconsciously hugged her coat to her chest as she watched Qin Chen leave. After a moment, she turned back and said, "Let's go, drive." Near Caifu University in Kyoto, at the Hilton Hotel. A night of passion. The strength of a fifth-level martial arts expert was too overwhelming and domineering. Qin Chen tried hard to restrain his strength, but ordinary people could not compete with him. Su Xiaoyan, in a daze, felt Qin Chen getting up. "Xiao Chuan, can I take a day off today? I want to stay in bed with you." Qin Chen kissed Su Xiaoyan's forehead. "Xiao Yan, today is the macroeconomics class, which is quite important. It's not easy to skip. I've ordered breakfast for you, you can eat in the room and rest a bit." Su Xiaoyan, like a little girl, clung to Qin Chen and acted spoiled for a long time before letting him go. Finally, she reluctantly let go of Qin Chen. Even if Xiao Chuan has money now, he still studies hard like before. The hotel was only 2 blocks away from Caifu University. Seeing that it was still early, Qin Chen decided to walk to school. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared before him. "Congratulations, Challenger, completed side mission, prove innocence, mission reward, obtain 2% of shares in Hai Technology Company, Ltd." Qin Chen was surprised that the reward for this mission was 2% of shares in Hai Technology Company, Ltd. It was difficult to estimate the actual value of this company as it was not publicly listed. It was a privately owned company where 100% of the shares were held by employees through an employee stock ownership plan. Prior to this, employees of Hai held 99% of the shares, with the founder holding the most shares at 1%. Now suddenly getting 2% of the shares is equivalent to becoming the largest shareholder of Huawei. It seems that I should change my Xiaomi phone to Huawei's, starting from myself, supporting my own industry. Just as Qin Chen closed the system interface and hurried to the classroom. This time, he didn't step on the line. He entered the classroom at a normal time. Tian Xin was already sitting in the classroom early. Yesterday, on Sunday, Qin Chen left early in the morning without saying goodbye, and then didn't answer the phone all day. Tian Xin was already furious. Seeing Qin Chen come in, she deliberately turned her head to the side. With her hands crossed in front of her chest, she pouted. I don't want to talk to you." Although she said so, there was still a bit of hope in her heart that Qin Chen would come over, explain a few words to her, or it would be good if he sat next to her during this class. But Qin Chen just glanced at her and walked to the back. He sat with the 3 brothers from his dormitory. "Tian Xin, is there anyone next to you? If not, can I sit with you?" Tian Xin looked up and saw Zhao Lingxiao, who was self-proclaimed as the class grass. A cold killing intent flashed across her sweet and lovely face as she said coldly, "There is someone." Zhao Lingxiao was about to try to get closer, but he saw Tian Xin break the pen in her hand. Little Zhao could only leave in frustration. She's like a powder keg. In the back row of the classroom, Qin Chen sat next to the eldest brother Wu Ming. Wu Ming and Kong Huijun exchanged a few words with him. Qin Chen noticed that the second brother Tang Yuming was lying on the table, looking listless. "What's wrong with the second brother?" Qin Chen asked in confusion. "Ah, fourth brother, this matter is related to you in a way," Wu Ming said mysteriously. "Related to me?" Qin Chen was puzzled. "Yes, yesterday in Su Xiaoyan's live broadcast room, you generously gave away millions and a BMW M8, do you remember?" Qin Chen nodded. Kong Huijun couldn't help but laugh and said, "The first winner yesterday was a boy from the next class. As soon as he won, he immediately confessed to the second brother's crush. She agreed without hesitation, and since then the second brother has been like this." Qin Chen was stunned. "Damn, can it be this coincidental?" He moved to comfort Tang Yuming. "Brother Tang, this matter, you can't blame me, you can only blame your bad luck." Tang Yuming sniffled, like a wrong chubby boy. "I'll get you a cooler car than the M8, so you can win back your crush." Tang Yuming sobbed a bit, half believing, "Really?" Qin Chen smiled faintly, patted Tang Yuming's shoulder, and nodded. "Loyalty is mutual." The bell rang, and the teacher of macroeconomics walked in. The macroeconomics teacher was a 30-year-old woman named Dai Jejia. She was wearing a black windbreaker with matching pants. Dai Jejia was about 1.65 meters tall, with a symmetrical body. Her facial features were smooth, with prominent eyebrows that made her eyes more captivating. Coupled with her exquisite chin, she gave off a very high-end feeling. She bore some resemblance to the actress Jiang Shuang. Dai Jejia graduated from an Ivy League university in the United States and had a postdoctoral degree. She had insightful views on macroeconomics. She cited examples and lectured vividly in class. By the end of the class, the students had all benefited greatly. They listened carefully, and as a result, her teaching became smoother. As the first class ended, everyone was a bit reluctant to leave. Just as everyone was getting ready for the second class, Dai-Jeja's phone vibrated. When she saw the caller ID, her eyes were filled with anticipation and surprise. She made an apologetic gesture to the students, then went out to answer the call. A few minutes later, Dai-Jeja returned to the classroom. She, who was full of energy just a moment ago, now seemed like she had lost her soul after answering the phone. Her speech was a bit stuttered. Everyone noticed. Wu Ming couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, what's wrong with you?" And once he asked, it all came out. Dai-Jeja finally couldn't hold it anymore, squatting on the ground, crying bitterly. This cry left everyone bewildered. The girls hurried forward, took out tissues, and wiped Dai-Jeja's tears. The boys were indignant, thinking that their teacher must have been bullied. "Teacher, what's wrong? Teacher, is there a problem at home? Teacher, did someone betray you? Who's the scumbag? We'll stand up for you." The last student to greet was glared at by the others. Dai-Jeja picked up a tissue and blew her nose. Choking, she said, "It's not. It's my own problem." "Your own problem?" Now everyone was unsettled again. Could Teacher Dai be in the late stage of cancer? Oh, stop talking nonsense. Look at Teacher Dai's appearance. Could it be late stage? At most, it's mid-stage. Teacher, don't worry, medical treatment is advanced now. My uncle also had cancer, but with active treatment, he can now jump around. Qin Shen heard the word cancer and wanted to take a closer look. He had a good impression of Teacher Dai-Jeja. With his basic medical knowledge, dealing with cancer shouldn't be a problem. Just as he was about to approach to check her pulse, Dai-Jeja glanced resentfully at the student who had just spoken. "Classmate, do you really think the teacher would be betrayed and get cancer?" The student who had just spoken felt a pang in his heart and took 2 steps back. "Teacher, if there's something, just tell us." "Yes, teacher, we have your back. No need to be afraid. Teacher, just tell us, otherwise I won't be able to sleep at night." Dai-Jeja sighed and said with a bitter smile, "Actually, I have another job outside of school. I'm the vice president of a Wall Street investment bank in the United States, also the deputy general manager of a project. Originally, as long as this project succeeded, I could have been promoted to ED project director in the company." With that, everyone gasped. It wasn't surprising that Dai-Jeja had another job outside of school. It actually proved that she not only had theoretical knowledge but also practical experience. For example, there was an Arabic teacher who also worked as a host outside of school. However, what surprised everyone was that Dai-Jeja was actually the vice president of a Wall Street investment bank. This was the dream job for students majoring in finance. But the next sentence from Dai-Jeja brought everyone back to reality. "Just now, I received a call from the headquarters in Kyoto, saying that I was fired today." Dai-Jeja's words shocked everyone. "Teacher, why? Teacher, did you make a decision against the ancestors? Teacher, did you have an office romance?" Everyone turned to look at the student who had spoken last. It was him again. The next moment, this student who always spoke last was thrown out of the classroom by several other boys. Dai-Jeja composed herself and said, "Recently, there was a sudden wave on Wall Street targeting the Sheldon Group for short selling. Did any of you know about it?" Everyone in the classroom nodded. "Teacher, short selling the Sheldon Group caused a huge stir. How could finance students not know about it? I heard that the reason Wall Street shorted Sheldon wasn't because of its trivial negative news. It was because the current CEO of Sheldon Group is a Chinese. I've seen the CEO on TV, he's incredibly good-looking." Dai-Jeja, feeling relieved, said, "The company I work for is a subsidiary of the Mellon Financial Corporation on Wall Street in the United States, called Mellon Financial. We also participated in the short selling of Sheldon at that time." When they heard about the Mellon Corporation, everyone present was shocked. "Damn, teacher, you actually work at Mellon. That's a Fortune 500 company, a top global financial institution." "Teacher, it seems like all the financial institutions that shorted Sheldon had to retreat with their tails between their legs. Could it be that because of a wrong short-selling decision, you?" Dai-Jeja shook her head. "I didn't advocate for shorting at the time. On the contrary, when I learned about the reasons for that shorting, it was all because Wall Street does not allow Chinese people to control American companies, and it was a hunt carried out. Many pieces of evidence were fabricated or colluded by the senior American executives within the Sheldon Group." Upon hearing this, all the students were filled with indignation. "Damn, how much Americans look down on us Chinese. Miss CEO of Sheldon is so beautiful, how could anyone harm her? Teacher, you were fired, could it be related to your Chinese identity?" Dai-Jeja, upon hearing this, added a touch of bitterness to her smile. She nodded slightly and said, "We study finance, and everyone's dream is to have a place on Wall Street. However, Wall Street does not have a place for us Chinese at all. The highest position for Chinese people on Wall Street is only the position of a project vice president like me. Going further up is even harder than reaching the sky. After hearing Dai Jiejia's words, many people showed a hint of disappointment on their faces. Those studying finance all see entering Wall Street as the ultimate goal. Everyone wants to reach the position of managing director in a financial institution, overseeing a territory and making billions of investments with just a few signatures. However, reality is very cruel. In the United States, the number of Chinese people in top executive positions is very limited. Dai Jiejia sighed, during my university internship, I worked at Mellon Financial Company for nearly 10 years, and I was about to achieve my goal. However, the American headquarters parachuted in a general manager from India. As soon as he arrived, he took over all the projects I was working on. The new projects I proposed were all rejected. In addition, he used all the funds from the Chinese branch to short sell Sheldon. In the end, we lost 20 billion. He laid me off, using me as a scapegoat to explain to the headquarters. As she spoke, Dai Jiejia's eyes were filled with grievances, unwillingness, and stubbornness. Her students fell silent. Everyone was an adult. They understood that the general manager who was parachuted in was deliberately targeting Dai Jiejia. Everyone felt stifled, clenching their fists tightly. But what could they do with that frustration? They could only punch the air with their fists. Mellon is a giant in the financial industry. With its long history, it holds a significant position in the world of finance. These people themselves wanted to stand up for their teacher. It was like ants challenging a tree, overestimating their own abilities. Dai Jiejia looked at the expressions of each student and felt gratified. She wiped away her tears, forced a smile, and said, I'm sorry, students, for delaying everyone because of the teacher's matter. Let's continue the class. The teacher has recovered. Teacher, are you really okay? Teacher, maybe we shouldn't have this class today. Yeah, teacher, you were fired. We should think about how to negotiate compensation with Mellon. Dai Jiejia smiled bitterly. Mellon's company in China has never compensated anyone for being fired. They have a powerful legal and HR team. They can nitpick, and sometimes, in the end, the person who was fired needs to compensate the company for losses. Everyone gasped at her words. Damn, can it be like this? Aren't Americans supposed to be the most trustworthy, legal, and fair? Teacher, are you mistaken? I saw recently that Wall Street laid off employees, and Mellon compensated everyone with a large sum of money. Dai Jiejia's mouth showed a wry smile and said resignedly, we are Chinese people. In their eyes, we are not worthy of discussing trust, law, and equality with them. Compensation is always given to Americans only. Chinese people, just working in the company is the greatest blessing for you. To be honest, the teacher is afraid to negotiate compensation. Not because I have done anything shady, but because I'm afraid of being labeled with fabricated accusations. American people are best at discrediting a person or even a country with groundless accusations. I still want to live well. Dai Jiejia's words were like a bucket of cold water, pouring into everyone's hearts. Their anticipation for the future suddenly became unclear. The girls looked desolate, lowering their heads. The boys felt suffocated in their chests, as if holding their breath. Seeing this, Dai Jiejia stood up and clapped her hands. Classmates, do not lose heart, do not be discouraged. Each of your futures is bright. As long as you are willing to study hard, you can dispel misunderstandings and discrimination from other countries. Everyone's eyes were a little sour. They only regretted not being stronger. In the face of injustice and discrimination, one can stand tall. Fight, strive. Unconsciously, the bell for the end of class rang. This time, the bell did not excite the students. Everyone silently returned to their seats, slowly putting away their textbooks and stationery. Dai Jiejia also organized her materials on the platform. The tears on her face had dried up, but the swollen eyes still revealed that she had cried. Just as she was about to leave the classroom, a boy stood in front of her. Student Qin Chen, do you have something to say? Dai Jiejia asked. Teacher, I think you should seek compensation. Qin Chen said lightly. Dai Jiejia looked up at Qin Chen again. He seemed stern, with a hint of mystery in his deep gaze. His face was calm, without much expression. Of medium height and well-proportioned, he exuded a sense of stability and strength. Although dressed plainly, he emitted an air of wealth and elegance. She smiled bitterly, about to speak. The students around her gathered. Teacher, you should listen to Qin Chen, we all support you. Yes, teacher, there is strength in numbers. We will accompany you to negotiate compensation together. Teacher, Qin Chen's family runs a BMW 4S dealership. He must have legal resources, listening to him should be right. Since the last class on business management, everyone knew that Qin Chen's family operated a BMW 4S dealership. Even Su Gongqing, who was respectful to Qin Shen in class, later on, went crazy giving gifts to Su Shayan. A true second-generation rich. How many people from the School of Finance can match this grandeur? With the second-generation rich stepping in, they are much more effective than these people. With resources in hand, maybe they can sit down and have a friendly chat with Mei Long. Dai Jiejia was very pleased that her students wanted to stand up for her. But her heart had turned to ashes long ago. Students who have not experienced the trials of society are the most naive. In their eyes, classmates who are second-generation rich and own a BMW 4S dealership are untouchable, omnipotent beings. But in the eyes of international tycoons, they are no different from ants. One kick can crush them. Qin student, thank you for your kindness, but, teacher, we have no class this afternoon, let's go. Qin Shen did not give Dai Jiejia a chance to refuse. If it were someone else, Qin Shen probably wouldn't bother. But Dai Jiejia was his teacher, and she had refused to short sell on Shilton. For these two reasons alone, it was worth it for Qin Shen to help her. Moreover, in his eyes, these things were like child's play, trivial matters. Encouraged by the others in the class, Dai Jiejia could not refuse any longer. She just nodded, thinking, take Qin Shen to broaden his horizons, let the unruly second-generation rich suffer a setback, which will also help him in his future path in society. Seeing this, Tian Xin quickly stepped forward. Qin Shen, are you really going to go with teacher Dai to Meilong to seek justice? Yes. Tian Xin was somewhat angry but couldn't show it. She could only take out a lunchbox from her backpack and hand it over. Okay, here's today's lunch. Qin Shen nervously accepted it. If he had to say what he regretted most in his life, it was letting Tian Xin be his little cook. And if he had to say what he feared most now, that's the meal Tian Xin made. After a meal, the entire periodic table was complete. What's with that expression? Don't want to eat the meal I made? Tian Xin looked aggrieved, tears swirling in her eyes as she said. Qin Shen's mouth twitched. No, just not feeling very hungry lately. Then I'll make you porridge tomorrow. I've improved the Cantonese-style clay pot porridge, it's really delicious now. Thinking of porridge, Qin Shen remembered the pot of pork offal porridge Tian Xin made not long ago. Qin Shen had just scooped up a spoonful and saw the pig's large intestine that retained its original flavor. Now thinking about it made him a bit nauseous. He had wanted to refuse, but seeing Tian Xion's hopeful face, he could only nod and agree. Qin Shen thought to himself, well, this time I'll just use my martial arts power to shatter the clay pot like last time, then I won't have to drink it. Little did he expect, Tian Xian happily said, the quality of the clay pot last time was too poor, this time I've switched to stainless steel, it definitely won't crack. Qin Shen was speechless, quietly leaving the classroom and catching up with Dai Jiejia. Dai Jiejia took out her phone, embarrassedly saying, Qin, since you're leaving, let me call a ride-hailing service for you. To be honest, I still haven't passed my driver's license test. No need, you can ride with me. Dai Jiejia was taken aback, a freshman already had a car? Then she remembered that Qin Shen's family owned a BMW 4S dealership. Having a car was nothing out of the ordinary. But Qin Shen didn't take her to the school parking lot. Instead, he went to a nearby office building. Dai Jiejia looked at the building in surprise and asked, Qin Shen, you park your car here? Qin Shen walked ahead, nodding slightly. Parking at our school costs a symbolic 200 a month. Parking here must be around 1800 a month. Although Dai Jiejia didn't have a driver's license, she was very sensitive to cars and expenses. After all, in this line of work, one must understand everything. It's free, Qin Shen said lightly. Free? Dai Jiejia was puzzled. Yeah, I just bought it recently. Dai Jiejia's brisk steps came to a halt. She widened her eyes and said, Qin Shen, what did you say? This grade A office building is yours? Yeah, my driver thought the parking fee of 1,000 a month was a bit expensive, so I just bought the building. It saves her the monthly parking fee, so she won't keep nagging in front of me every day. Qin Shen said casually, feeling that buying a grade A office building was just to please a kid. Dai Jiejia was somewhat incredulous. After all, in her understanding, she had never encountered anyone buying a building for such a ridiculous reason. Beep beep. Qin Shen unlocked the car with the key. Dai Jiejia was dumbfounded again. In front of her was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan BB edition, a luxury SUV worth millions with a celestial ceiling. She thought Qin Shen would drive a BMW from his family's dealership, but she never expected it to be a Rolls-Royce. Even as a mid-level employee of a top investment bank, this car was still a divine presence to her. The car was worth 10 million, and the annual cost of using it was around 300,000. This was not something an ordinary person could afford. After getting in the car, Dai Jiejia's mood calmed down a bit. She had ridden in luxury cars before, but the BB edition of the Rolls-Royce was still a novelty to her. As the car started, heading towards the Meilong Financial Building in the north of the city, Dai Jieja wanted to advise Qin Chen not to take things too seriously since she herself was giving up. But what surprised Dai Jieja was that shortly after Qin Chen got in the car, he put on a Bluetooth earpiece and made a phone call. "Hello, gather all the lawyers you brought that day and take them to the Meilong Building in the north of the city. I need them. It's not me who's in trouble, it's a friend of mine." "Okay." After a few simple words, Qin Chen hung up the phone. Dai Jieja was puzzled. Qin Chen, you called the lawyers?" Qin Chen looked ahead at the road and replied, "Yeah, the company happens to have a team of lawyers. This incident happened in Huagua, and Qin Chen still wanted to handle it through normal channels." Dai Jieja was shocked. How strong is Qin Chen's background to actually have a team of lawyers? A BMW 4S store couldn't afford such a lineup. Kyoto, North City, Meilong Financial Building. The building has a total of 32 floors, although not very tall. But the entire building belongs exclusively to the Meilong Group. In the prime location of Kyoto, it can be considered a huge investment. Dai Jieja swiped her work card and led Qin Chen into the building. The interior of the building is simple and refreshing in design. There is no extravagant decoration with dragons and phoenixes. Instead, there are more floor-to-ceiling glass windows, allowing sunlight to shine through from outside. Natural light fills the entire interior. On the 29th floor of the building is the staff meeting room. Dai Jieja had already made an appointment with the company's HR department to discuss her resignation. She and Qin Chen entered meeting room number 9. The two of them waited quietly inside. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour. The two sat in the meeting room for a full hour without anyone coming in to communicate with them. What's more infuriating is that as the cold winter approached, the heating in the room was turned off. The central air conditioning was blowing cold air. Just as Dai Jieja was about to go out and call someone, a middle-aged woman in her 40s wearing glasses walked in. She had meticulously styled hair and her work badge read HR, Dengya. Dengya looked through the documents in her hand without greeting the two people in the room. She sat down without looking up and in a cold and arrogant tone of English said, "Dai Jieja, according to the decision of the company's senior management, we are terminating your employment. You are required to remove all personal belongings from the building by the end of today. If you fail to do so on time, we will consider it as you abandoning ownership of those items. We will have someone dispose of them. If there are no issues, sign the documents and you can leave." Dai Jieja replied in English, "How will my resignation compensation be calculated?" Dengya mechanically replied, "There is no compensation. You are resigning voluntarily, and we will truthfully fill out the resignation report for you. You are firing me. How can you say I am resigning voluntarily? I never had the intention to resign. I have been with Meilong for 10 years, how could I voluntarily resign?" Dengya raised her head slightly, looking down on Dai Jieja. "Dai Jieja, are you challenging the authority of the company? You disregarded the decision to short-sell Hilton made by the leadership, repeatedly questioned it, and did not follow the leadership's arrangements. And yet, you still want compensation?" Dai Jieja argued, "Short-selling Hilton was a wrong decision from the start, and the results proved that my judgment was correct. It was you who insisted on short-selling Hilton, resulting in losses. Why should I be held accountable for that?" Dengya remained unfazed, saying, "As the deputy general manager of the department, you should bear the consequences of your department's failed decisions." Dai Jieja stood up, "You are talking nonsense. It was clearly Summit who, as the general manager, made the decision." Dengya sneered, "At Meilong Group, we only look at the results, not the process." Then, Dengya softened her tone slightly and said in Mandarin, "Dai Jieja, even if it was Summit who made the decision, so what? He clearly wanted to find a scapegoat. Among the deputy general managers, you are the only Chinese. If not you, then who else would he target? Would he choose a white person?" Upon hearing Dengya's candid words, Dai Jieja's anger subsided a bit. I have devoted 10 years to the company, and this is the treatment I get," she asked finally, "just because I am Chinese?" Dengya gave her a meaningful look without answering. "But what about my compensation?" Dai Jieja still wanted to fight for it. Dengya's face changed abruptly at the mention of compensation. "Dai Jieja, why can't you understand? Are you determined to burn all bridges? Summit clearly said, there will be no compensation for you. Think about it yourself. With an annual salary close to $1 million, under the 2N+1 compensation method, the company needs to compensate over $1 million. How difficult the company is now, don't you know? Shouldn't compensation be given for company difficulties? This is the funniest joke I've heard this year." Qin Chen sneered. Dengya was full of anger and said in English, "Dai Jieja, who is he?" "I am her student. Xin Shan replied in fluent English. Deng narrowed her eyes, switched to French this time. Uneducated thing. Go to hell, as a human resources, you don't do human things. Xin Shan retorted in French. Deng was stunned. She didn't expect this 20-year-old young man in front of her to be fluent in both English and French. And the pronunciation was pure, the grammar impeccable. It was as if he had lived locally since childhood. Deng was about to switch to German to confront Xin Shan again. But she hadn't used German for a long time, and switching between multiple languages in a short period of time, Deng was at a loss for words. With your level, go back and practice more. You must give me an explanation today, teacher Dai. Xin Shan said fluently in German. Deng's face turned pale, deeply shocked by Xin Shan. As a senior human resources personnel, she always used the company's name to pressure others. But today, she was defeated by a 20-year-old young man. Dai Jiejia was also shocked. Xin Shan actually mastered English, German, and French. And not just at a basic level of a few simple greetings. Xin Shan had reached a native level of proficiency. Xin Shan, how did you learn these 3 foreign languages? Dai Jiejia asked incredulously. Teacher, studying finance is about dealing with the world. Not only English, German, and French, I have a basic understanding of almost any language. Deng slammed the table. Don't be complacent. Dai Jiejia, you can't fight against the company. We can only go through legal procedures. Deng threw out a word that everyone feared. Legal procedures. When facing unfair treatment from big companies, many people fear going through legal procedures. They are not worried that the law will be unfair, but they simply don't have the energy to fight against big companies. Big companies have professional legal teams to sue you, with allocated funds specifically for lawyers. When they sue you, they might spend more money than compensating you. But what big companies want is reputation, not just money. On the other hand, those who fight against big companies have to rely on themselves, fighting alone. Dai Jiejia, think about it. Do you have the time and money to fight against Summit? He has declared to the whole company that he will fight you to the end. Although I don't know what deep hatred exists between you, now Summit has the final say in everything. I can only apologize to you. Deng said triumphantly. After being in human resources for so many years, every time she mentioned legal procedures, the other party would always compromise. Deng was sure Dai Jiejia would do the same. She pushed the printed resignation application in front of Dai Jiejia. Stop struggling, just sign it. Dai Jiejia, feeling desolate, reached out to take the resignation application, but it was snatched away by Xin Shan and torn to pieces. You! Deng angrily stood up. Dai Jiejia, you are doing this on purpose. You want to go to court, don't you? Xin Shan threw the shredded paper on the table. Going to court? Perfect, my legal team is here. Let's sit down and talk. At the same time, the door of the meeting room was knocked, and a Melon staff member walked in, whispered a few words to Deng. Deng's face changed instantly. She glared fiercely at Dai Jiejia. Do you know how much money Summit is willing to spend on this lawsuit? Is it worth it for that over $1 million compensation? You are a lackey for foreigners, and you've gotten used to it. Xin Shan scolded angrily. Let me tell you, I've made up my mind about this lawsuit. Whether it costs 100 or 2 million, I don't care. Just as Xin Shan finished speaking, 5 well-dressed lawyers walked into the room. These few people had seen Xin Shan at the Public Security Bureau before. Although they were all prominent figures in the legal world, usually chatting and laughing with big shots from major corporations without losing face, they all showed utmost respect to Xin Shan after seeing him. Everything that happened at the Public Security Bureau was still fresh in their minds. The young man in front of them, only 20 years old, not only owned a Fortune Global 500 company but was also a guest of honor for the National Security Department in the National Dragon Team. Mr. Xin, my name is Wu Yong. Please feel free to give me any instructions. Wu Yong behaved very humbly. Xin Shan turned to Dai Jiejia and gestured with his eyes. You talk to the lawyers and tell them all your complaints. Dai Jiejia was already confused at this point. She recognized Wu Yong. He was a top lawyer from the Juanshan law firm in the country. Many Fortune Global 500 companies had business dealings with their law firm. Wu Yong only served top-tier wealthy families or large corporations, and his fees were extremely high. Just for consultation, the hourly rate was as high as 20,000 yuan. Dai Jiejia felt terrified that Xin Shan could afford to hire him. What kind of background did her student really have? A BMW 4S dealership and an office building were probably just the tip of the iceberg of his wealth. Xin Shan saw Dai Jiejia's indifference and said, "Don't worry about the money, I'll cover it for you." Dai Jiejia, are you out of your mind? Do you want to go against the Meilong Group? Deng pointed at Dai Jiejia's nose and threatened. Wu Yong stepped forward and handed her his business card. This is Ms. Dengya, please watch your words and actions, as they have already constituted intimidation towards my client. I will record all your behavior. Dengya glanced at the business card, which had the words Juanshan printed on it. She immediately paled. As a senior HR personnel, she needed to learn some basic laws. The Juanshan law firm was a top-tier presence in the entire country. They ranked in the top 3 in terms of success rates among all law firms. Moreover, they specialized in handling disputes of this nature. Dengya suddenly fell silent. She realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately shut her mouth, no longer displaying her previous arrogance. She was just a company HR personnel, with only a basic understanding of labor laws. Compared to the other party's professional competence, she was completely outmatched. The other party could easily outmaneuver her in terms of legal matters. Dengya was afraid of saying the wrong thing and getting herself into trouble. She knew that, in the end, this was a personal grudge between Dai Jia and Summit. She had no need to get involved. If she were to be used as a pawn by Summit again, she would be abandoned as well. She slowly sat back in her seat, quietly watching Dai Jia communicate with the lawyers. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Yong walked up to Dengya with a piece of A4 paper. Ms. Dengya, my client has stated her demands. Your company needs to compensate my client a total of 186 million yuan in breach of contract compensation. Dengya looked at the data written on the A4 paper. Personally, she had no objections to the 186 million yuan compensation. For firing a middle manager, this amount of money was insignificant. However, the only variable was the person on the top floor. I can't make this decision alone. I need to show it to our general manager. Wu Yong nodded. That's fine, but my client can't wait too long. I can give you 30 minutes. Although Wu Yong's words were polite, the listener felt a chill down their spine. Dengya picked up the documents and quickly left the meeting room. Qin Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Wu Yong. Why is this person so different from when he was nodding and bowing at the Public Security Bureau? Seeing Dengya leave, Dai Jia tentatively asked, Lawyer Wu, how confident are you about this case? Wu Yong crossed his arms confidently and said, Dai NV2, don't worry, I am 99% sure about this case. Time passed by minute. It had already been more than the agreed 30 minutes. There was a change in Wu Yong's face, and he thought to himself, damn it, is my word falling on deaf ears? Just as Wu Yong cursed silently, the door of the meeting room opened. Dengya led the way in, followed by 4 or 5 people dressed like Wu Yong's legal team. There was also a brown-skinned man holding an iced Americano, who was formally named Summit. Obviously, the professionally dressed individuals were legal advisors from the Meilong Financial Company. Eric, Wu Yong exclaimed in surprise. The American, Eric, smiled at Wu Yong and said in English, Wu, long time no see. A bead of sweat the size of a bean appeared on Wu Yong's forehead. Unconsciously, he swallowed his saliva. Qin Chen noticed something was amiss and asked softly, Lawyer Wu, what's wrong? Do you know him? Wu Yong sat down and said, that person is named Eric, a senior partner at the American Olick law firm. Like me, he graduated from the Stanford University Law School in the United States. Strictly speaking, he is my senior. In this case, I can only guarantee a 70% chance of winning. Qin Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the people opposite him. Summit sat down and, upon seeing Qin Chen, cursed in his own language, damn. Watch your mouth, Qin Chen retorted in the same language. The whole room was stunned. Except for Summit, no one understood what Qin Chen was saying. Summit was completely confused. The country of Tianjin has over 100 ethnic groups and up to 1,700 languages. Communication among its people can be very difficult at times. Summit was born in the central region of Tianjin and spoke a branch of the Indo-Aryan languages called Punjabi. This language, even within Tianjin, was considered niche. Few locals studied or researched it, let alone a foreigner. Qin Chen's Punjabi pronunciation was fluent and natural, reaching a level of purity and authenticity. Seeing this, Summit had to abandon his own language. He had originally intended to use his language advantage to assert dominance, but unexpectedly, he was outplayed. Seeing his side gaining momentum, Wu Yong gained some confidence. He took the lead and asked, does your company have any objections to the demands of our client? Wu, you're still the same as in school, too young, Eric said casually. He took out a document from his briefcase and pushed it towards Wu Yong. Wu Yong opened the document skeptically and his face turned pale. He turned to Qin Chen and said, Boss, this lawsuit may not be as simple as we thought. Perplexed, Qin Chen asked, why? Wu Yong handed the material to Qin Chen. He glanced at it and saw it was an employment contract. Dai NV2 signed an employment contract with the Meilong headquarters in the United States. The current situation is that she has been fired by the headquarters. If we want to sue, we have to go to the United States. Seeing his junior's reaction, Eric was pleased. Wu, as a lawyer, you should know what this contract signifies. Feeling triumphant, Summit put his feet up on the conference table. A person from Hua country like you still wants to challenge our Meilong group. Who do you think you are? Eric continued. Wu, talk to your employer. If he wants to come to the United States for a lawsuit, he will face consequences. Wu Yong looked troubled. He was indeed a top lawyer in the country. But going to the United States for a lawsuit was a different story. It was their country, their laws. The United States was known to favor its own companies. Moreover, he was up against his senior, Eric, who was already famous in the United States. President Qin, Wu Yong said softly and honestly, President Qin, the chances of winning this lawsuit are probably less than 30%. Moreover, it may take several years, and the estimated legal fees may be in the tens of millions. Upon hearing that the legal fees would amount to tens of millions, Dai Jieja immediately objected. Qin Shen, I know you have the intention to help me, but this has far exceeded the amount of compensation. There is no need to do this. Eric sneered, pretending to be busy organizing the documents on the table. He shook his head disdainfully and chuckled. Wu, you still need to study hard. Don't think that you have achieved something in Huagua and look down on others. Summit clapped his hands repeatedly. Ha, I didn't expect this drama to end after just one round. It's so disappointing. But honestly, Dai Jieja, among the Huagua people I've laid off, you are considered capable. Dai Jieja was stunned, looking at Summit suspiciously. Summit smiled maniacally. When I was studying at Harvard, the Huagua people always outperformed me. As a proud citizen of Tianzhu, I don't believe that the intelligence of Huagua people can surpass mine. They must have cheated, but the school did not investigate them rigorously. Since the school couldn't punish them, I had to do it myself. Summit, you are not capable yourself, yet you blame others and accuse them of cheating. Dai Jieja said angrily, you Huagua people are naturally foolish. If it weren't for cheating, how could you possibly have won against me, against the Meilong group? I've laid off a few Huagua people before, and their reactions were exactly like yours. I just love seeing the incompetence and anger of you Huagua people. Dai Jieja pointed at Summit and asked Wu Yong, can we sue this scum who speaks like this and make him lose everything? Wu Yong looked embarrassed. He's just insulting language, we can't. Eric laughed madly. Ignorant Huagua people, do you really want my employer to lose everything? Have you asked if I agree or not? Summit snapped his fingers, and Eric took out a printed document from the materials on the table and threw it to Wu Yong. Wu Yong opened the document and his face turned pale. Eric, isn't this going too far? Eric acted like a victor, spreading his hands and said, Wu, the teachers in school have said that as a lawyer, you must not have emotions. Your only concern should be whether your employer can win the case. Nothing else matters. No, the law is not like that. Wu, stop acting like a child. Dai Jieja took the document in confusion, looked down, and suddenly felt thunderstruck. It was a lawsuit, Meilong Group suing Dai Jieja, accusing her of using her position during her tenure to give preferential treatment to her boyfriend's company's project. Eventually, she successfully secured an investment for his company. However, after the company went public, it was immediately discovered by an institution that the data was falsified, and the number of customers in the stores was falsified. The company's market value plummeted from a peak of $6 billion to less than $2 billion now. This indirectly caused Meilong Group to lose $100 million. Now, Meilong demanded that Dai Jieja compensate the company with $100 million. Otherwise, she would be sued and sent to prison. No, it's not true. When I took over the Ruweixing Coffee project, I had broken up with Wu Guanyao for a year. And because I didn't want to see Wu Guanyao, I took annual leave to avoid suspicion and withdrew from this project. Dai Jieja defended herself in embarrassment and anger. Eric threw another document. Dai, did you sign this project decision document? Dai Jieja, tearful, said, I signed it, but the project approval was decided by the company. Eric made a stopping gesture. Dai, stop talking, just admit that you signed it yourself. Summit took a sip of his Americano. Dai Jieja, I advise you to quickly raise money. No, it's impossible. I cannot be held responsible for something I didn't do. I have never acted out of self-interest in my work. Dai Jieja argued reasonably. She wanted to defend her last bit of dignity. Summit clapped his hands and said, all right, I know you have a temper, very good. Wu Guanyao, come in. What? Dai Jieja was stunned to see a middle-aged man in his 40s approaching outside the meeting room. The man looked dejected, as if he hadn't slept well for many days. Summit stood up, patted Wu Guanyao on the shoulder and said, Wu Guanyao, tell us, did Dai Jia help you behind the scenes when you successfully passed the Ruweixing coffee project? Wu Guangyao looked at the bewildered Dai Jia, then nodded fiercely. Summit laughed heartily, waving his hands. Ha, very good, very good. Now all the evidence is in place. Dai Jia, you owe me $1 billion US. Eric leaned back, lit a cigar symbolizing victory, and handed one to Summit. Dai Jia was stunned for a moment, then sat down on the chair, holding her head, gritting her teeth, and silently shedding tears. Summit, I have done what you asked. You promised to help my company. Summit flicked the cigar ash, then patted Wu Guangyao's shoulder. Oh, the cigar ash accidentally fell on my shoe. Can you take care of it? Wu Guangyao's face twitched, knelt down, ready to wipe Summit's shoes. But before he could reach out, Summit stepped on his head, flicked away the cigar ash with his hand, saying, You people from Hua country only deserve to be stepping stones, not to shine my shoes. Qin Shen, sitting at the other end of the table, squinted his eyes and asked, Lawyer Wu, in this situation, can we win the lawsuit? The murderous aura emanating from Qin Shen made Wu shudder. He nervously said, Mr. Qin, I'm afraid. Maybe. Probably not. Qin Shen glared at him. Can't win. After Wu finished speaking, he closed his eyes tightly, waiting for Qin Shen's reprimand. But after a few seconds, Qin Shen did not react as he had expected. Instead, he calmly said, If you can't win, you should have said so earlier. Qin Shen picked up Dai Jiajia's phone and said to Summit, I have recorded what you just said. Now I'll give you a chance, kneel down, apologize, and I might show mercy. Summit was taken aback, then laughed. Do you think you can turn the tables with just a recording? Ridiculous Hua people, you haven't even put yourself in the right position, yet you dare to negotiate with me. He kicked Wu Guangyao away, saying, Go, bring me the phone. Wu Guangyao, like a hungry dog, tried to pounce on Qin Shen. Can't you stop causing trouble? Dai Jia, do you really want my company to go bankrupt? Qin Shen didn't even look at this traitor, and slapped him directly, knocking Wu Guangyao unconscious to the ground. Eric quickly stood up. You're finished. You dare to commit violence in my Meilong building. I will make sure you pay for it. Summit praised, Good, Eric, sue them all and send them to jail. I will immediately sign a 10-year contract with you, entrusting all the business in the greater Hua region to your law firm. Eric smiled smugly. Summit waved his hand, and 15 or 16 black strong men rushed in from outside. Each of them was between 1.9 to 2.1 meters tall, with muscles like inflated balloons, giving people chills. Hua people, do you know you've made a huge mistake? You mistakenly thought your strength could compete with mine. I'll tell you the truth, today, even if I cripple you in my Meilong building, the laws of your Hua country cannot punish me. Now I'll give you a chance, kneel down, apologize, and I might show mercy. With that, the 15 or 16 bodyguards behind Summit took a step forward. They were eager to try, their large nostrils exhaling white air. Don't come over. Do you know it's illegal to do this? Wu stood up, wanting to film with his phone, but it was snatched by a black man and smashed. The other party laughed and said, Ha, I have taught so many Chinese people in Huagua, now there is nothing at all. There is no need for a lawyer to come forward. You Huagua people are biased towards us, those who have been taught by us have to reflect, and then apologize to us. Wu Yong broke out in a cold sweat. He was not afraid of talking about the law, but now the other party is not talking about the law with him. This is unbearable. Qin Zong. He turned to look at Qin Shen, but he saw Qin Shen acting as if nothing had happened, picking up his phone and taking a picture of Summit. The photo was taken with a wide-angle lens. Summit and a dozen eager bodyguards were all captured in the photo. Then he took out his phone, dialed a number, and put it on speakerphone. After a moment, the call was answered. On the other end was an old man with an American accent. Seeing Qin Shen calling, he was both nervous and happy. He quickly greeted in practiced Mandarin, Mr. Qin, hello, it's been a long time since we last spoke. What can I do for you? Summit heard this voice and was surprised, but he was very puzzled. How could the other party speak Chinese? Qin Shen did not warmly greet, but sternly asked, Charlie, at this point, do you still want to oppose me? The glass of whiskey in Charlie's hand fell to the ground with a clang. He was confused, really confused. He hadn't done anything. Moreover, he had repeatedly instructed his subordinates not to provoke people from the Wilson group. Why was Qin Shen questioning him today? Charlie's tongue trembled in anxiety, and he could only switch back to English, saying, Mr. Qin, Charlie, once swore to Jesus that I would never dare to oppose you. What's the matter with the headquarters of the Merlin Consortium in Huagua? What's the matter with Summit? Ha? Charlie was once again confused. Then, Qin Shen picked up Dai Jiajia's phone and played the edited recording. Chinese people, with just you still want to fight against me, the Merlin group. Who do you think you are? You Chinese people are naturally stupid. If it weren't for cheating, how could you possibly win against me, win against the Merlin Group? You Chinese people are only worthy of being stepping stones, not worthy of polishing my shoes. Charlie heard a strong Indian accent. He was taken aback and cursed in his heart, damn Summit, I'll kill him. He's showing off, and every sentence has to include the name of Merlin. Then, Charlie received another photo on his phone. He clicked to view it, and the photo showed 15 or 16 black bodyguards posing with Summit. Charlie was not a fool, and any discerning person could see that Summit intended to use force against Qin Chen. Mr. Qin, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Your people have already surrounded me, and you still say this is a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Charlie wanted to explain, but he heard a commotion on the phone. Then came the sound of painful wailing. Charlie's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Summit has laid hands on Qin Chen? Charlie hesitated. His leverage was now in Qin Chen's hands, so he always felt constrained in front of the other party. Now Summit had Qin Chen surrounded. Charlie made up his mind. Instead of being manipulated, why not get rid of the other party? This would solve everything. Besides, he was in the United States now. He could just walk away. He knew Qin Chen had put the call on speakerphone and was about to give orders to Summit to directly kill Qin Chen. But as he was about to speak, a voice speaking Mandarin came from the phone. Charlie, you don't want to become the second Claude, do you? Charlie trembled at the words, cold sweat breaking out. What's going on? Did those bodyguards make a mistake? They were all retired American soldiers. Qin. Mr. Qin. I dare not. I dare not. How do you account for this matter? Qin Chen asked coldly. Summit is audacious and presumptuous, daring to offend Mr. Qin. I will not spare him. Qin Chen narrowed his eyes and questioned, you offend me, and you just curse at him a few times? Charlie felt a chill down his spine upon hearing this. Qin Chen was determined to deal with Summit to the end. Summit was his trusted subordinate. Charlie hesitated greatly, pondering for a long time. In the end, he could only sigh deeply. Despite Summit having done many dirty deeds for Melon, his luck was just not good. After weighing the options, he could only abandon the car to protect the general. Fired. I will immediately send an email within the group to fire him. With a bang, Qin Chen slammed his palm on the table, causing half of the meeting table to collapse. The loud noise scared Charlie on the other end of the phone almost to wet his pants. Charlie, those who offend me will end up like Claude. Qin Chen warned, I have evidence of Summit's hit-and-run drunk driving that resulted in a death. He can't escape for the rest of his life. As soon as he returns to the US, he will be arrested and thrown into prison. I will arrange for someone in prison. After hearing this, Qin Chen hung up the phone. He looked coldly at Summit in front of him. Those who offend me, even Jesus can't save you. I said it. Summit's face turned pale, devoid of any color. He trembled in fear, especially when he heard Charlie's last words. His pants were wet. He never expected to be abandoned by the group. Not only abandoned but also to be completely eliminated. He was Charlie's most loyal servant. Why did he end up like this? And being abandoned so easily? Summit looked pleadingly at Eric, seeking his help. Eric was no fool. He had sensed the change in the air long ago. He quickly turned his face away, avoiding eye contact with Summit. Eric, think of a way, think of a way. How could Charlie treat me like this? While speaking, Dea received a call from the U.S. headquarters. After a few brief words, she stood up. Summit, you have now been fired by Melon Group and no longer serve as the general manager of the Kyoto branch of Melon Group. With these words, all the news was confirmed. Summit's last strand of hope shattered completely. Eric turned his eyes, pointing at Summit's nose. Summit, how dare you hit and run drunk driving? As a righteous American, I will never let you go. Then, he bowed to Qin Chen, very humbly saying, Mr. Qin, I have offended you just now. I was blinded by self-interest and ignorance. Wu, my good junior brother, you need to explain to Mr. Qin well. My heart is with Mr. Qin. Eric kept signaling to Wu with his eyes. The current situation was not as simple as renewing the contract or not. The man in front of them from Hua country could take on 16 people alone. Even if Summit didn't step down, they had to think about self-preservation. Wu was called by his senior brother and quickly stood up. Senior brother, I will explain to Mr. Qin, but my party involved. Wu was also a clever person. Damn it, he had the upper hand again. The advantage was his. He had to quickly take advantage of the situation. Eric nodded repeatedly, speaking firmly. Dai NV2's demands are reasonable and legal. As Melon's lawyer, I fully agree to all of Dai NV2's compensation demands. And, there should be additional compensation for Dai NV2's mental damages. Daya's expression changed instantly, glaring at Summit. She noted down, I will immediately send an email to the US headquarters to have them handle this matter as soon as possible. Summit, you have made a mess of our Hua country branch, and I will make sure to investigate it thoroughly. In the entire meeting room, the people of Melon Company changed their faces faster than flipping a book. Everyone was smart and experienced. Xin Chen in front of them was a deity-like figure. Even the founder of Melon had to be respectful to him. Who would dare to confront him? Want to live longer? Quickly pick a side and behave, so as not to end up like Summit later. Dai Jiajia was confused. Today, she went from hope to disappointment and then to despair. It was like riding a roller coaster for a whole circle. How could my student be connected to Charlie, the founder of Meilong? Charlie actually showed so much respect to him. Dai Jiajia watched Xin Chen standing proudly with his hands behind his back, deeply impressed. At this moment, she suddenly recalled something that happened not long ago in the school office. Su Gongqing, who studied business management, said a sentence. Among this year's freshmen, there are hidden talents. Initially, Dai Jiajia thought it was just an exaggeration. Now it seems that Su Gongqing's words were too conservative. This is not just hidden talents, it's like a giant Buddha sitting there. Summit panicked after Dengya announced his dismissal. He kept repeating in his dialect, impossible, impossible. I am a noble of high caste, this cannot happen. He pointed at Qin Shen and roared, absolutely impossible, you must be a devil, you must have used some drug to control Charlie. Or you are all acting against me. He then pointed at the black bodyguard lying on the ground, go, press him down for me, I will personally kill him. The black bodyguard lying on the ground remained motionless, eyes tightly closed, pretending to be dead, thinking, damn it, are you sending me to die? At this moment, Wu Guanyao, who had just been knocked unconscious by Qin Shen, slowly regained consciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a strange scene in the room. There were 15 or 16 black men lying on the ground. Summit's pants were soaked in front of him. Mr. Summit, you. Seeing that there was still one person alive, Summit quickly gave him an order. Wu, go and get rid of Qin Shen. I will immediately invest $1 billion in your company. Wu Guanyao, who had just recovered from being dizzy, immediately revived. $1 billion. What a concept. If he were to be invested $1 billion, the company's market value would soar. When the stock price is right, he would cash out immediately. His life would be set. Wu Guanyao immediately got up, picked up a chair to smash Qin Shen. Suddenly, he was kicked hard in the waist by someone. It was Dai Jiajia who appeared suddenly and kicked Wu Guanyao fiercely. Wu Guanyao, who was already weak, fell to the ground directly from the kick. He almost peed and pooped himself. He glared at Dai Jiajia, how dare you touch me? Aren't you afraid of death? Scum, the biggest regret of my life is having been in a relationship with you, ugh. Dai Jiajia spat out and said. Qin Shen looked at Dai Jiajia and asked, how much money would it take for you to acquire his company and make him bankrupt? Dai Jiajia was stunned for a moment, pondered for a while, it probably needs 5 billion. Okay, and I want to establish an investment company, to be an angel investor myself. How much startup capital do I need? Dai Jiajia looked puzzled. Qin Shen wanted to be an angel investor himself? Qin Shen, establishing an investment company requires long-term planning. An angel investor is not just one person, but a group. The required amount is probably quite large, we need to discuss it further. Qin Shen took out his phone and said, give me your bank card. Dai Jiajia, feeling anxious, handed over a bank card. To accomplish these two things, how much money do you need? Dai Jiajia's mind went blank, but quickly came up with a number, it probably needs 10 billion. Hearing this, Qin Shen did not look up, just clicked a few times on his phone, then returned the bank card to Dai Jiajia. He walked towards the door. Before leaving the room, he deliberately kicked the black bodyguard pretending to be dead on the ground. You guys make sure to send Summit back to the U.S. safe and sound, if he runs away, none of you will have a good time. The bodyguard, who was just pretending to roll his eyes, immediately got up and punched Summit in the liver. Then, he bowed to Qin Shen, no problem, sir, I am happy to serve you. Qin Shen nodded, patted the black man's shoulder, in Huagua, you have to learn to be humble. The black bodyguard sweated profusely, nodding and bowing repeatedly. Qin Shen glanced at Eric. Eric immediately raised his head, chest out, standing straight. Mr. Qin, rest assured, Summit will face the most severe charges, I will make sure he won't even recognize his own mother. If necessary, I can send his whole family to accompany him. Qin Shen withdrew his gaze and said lightly, Teacher Dai, the matter is resolved, I will leave first. With that, he pushed open the door and walked away in big strides. The entire meeting room was eerily quiet. Only some its painful wails could be heard after being exposed. Eric sat in his chair and let out a sigh of relief. Too terrifying. Too terrifying. Dengya, who survived the ordeal, shed tears. The black bodyguard's whole body was covered in goosebumps, muttering, could he be the Grim Reaper of Huagua? Although Wu Yang was shocked, he gained a further understanding of Qin Shen's power. Ding! Dai Jiajia's phone received a message alert. She quickly brought back her thoughts and checked the message. Suddenly, her whole being was dumbfounded. Your card ending in 2200 received an online banking deposit of 1 billion yuan on November 30th at 15:20, with a balance of 1,324,560 yuan. Huagua Bank, this. Dai Jiajia was dumbfounded. Qin Shan really transferred 10 billion directly. Why did he do that? As the phone screen dimmed, Dai Jiajia saw herself on the screen. Could it be that he? Qin Shan walked out of Meilong building, just getting into the driver's seat when a system prompt appeared before him. Congratulations Challenger, completed side mission, defend rights, mission reward, obtain the godly item short selling contract. Note, the short selling contract item can make a single stock drop by 100%. Note, this item is disposable and will be automatically destroyed after use, challengers must cherish it. As the prompt disappeared, the interface displayed the attribute bar, character attributes, Qin Shen, gender, male, martial arts, level 5 beginner, medical skills, level 2 beginner, skill 1, golden eyes, skill 2, global language, single-use item, short selling contract. This mission reward surprised Qin Shen. Last time, he almost made the century-old financial consortium in the United States unrecognizable. Short selling is much more difficult than going long, but its power can be said to be double that of going long. When you go long, you need to find someone to go short with you, he loses while you gain. Going short is purely exploiting a loophole. If you dare, life and death are trivial matters. A 100% drop, no company can withstand such power. Once used, it will cause a cataclysm. Demons and gods, all will be annihilated. If used on a large corporation, such as Apple or Microsoft in the United States, it is simply unimaginable. The next day, Wall Street in the United States will be crowded with people, queuing up to be reborn. As the character attribute interface gradually disappeared, a new dialog box appeared. Check-in mission, attend the car show in Magic City, mission reward, double rebate on car purchase. Note, car purchase rebate limited to 5 cars, a double rebate on car purchase? That means buying a car worth 10 million can get a rebate of 20 million. Buying 5 cars worth 10 million each can get a rebate of 50 million. 50 million is not very tempting for Qin Shen now. Originally, he wanted to ignore this mission. It would delay his study time. But thinking back, he seemed to have no classes tomorrow afternoon. Just treat it as going out for a part-time job to earn some pocket money. Kyoto Finance University, male dormitory 5th floor, room 511. Qin Shen pushed open the dorm room door, and 3 people inside surrounded him. Fourth brother, why did you take so long? Is teacher Dai's matter resolved? Qin Shen sat down, took a sip of water, and said, it's resolved. What about second brother? Not seeing Tang Yuming in the room, Qin Shen asked. Wu Ming nodded towards the balcony. On the dormitory balcony, Tang Yuming stood alone, looking very desolate from behind. Are you still upset about the woman? Qin Shen walked over and leaned on the balcony together, asking, fourth brother, do you think women are also materialistic? Originally, the kid and I were on the same starting line, competing fairly, but suddenly, that kid had a luxury car and could win over the goddess. I don't know if material things matter, but if it's about a car, then it's not a problem, Qin Shen replied as Tang Yuming turned his head. Lao Si, I understand your good intentions. We all see the brotherhood you have with us. You are still in the stage of career development, and we all hope that you can focus your energy on your career. You just spent a lot of money on live streaming for your younger siblings. Even if your family has a gold mine, it can't withstand what you're doing. Qin Shen smiled and didn't say anything, but instead said to the people in the room, brothers, we don't have class tomorrow afternoon. Accompany me on a business trip to the Magic City. The next day, after the morning class ended, the 4 people from room 511 got into a car and headed straight to the Kyoto airport. When they arrived at the airport, Tang Yuming discovered a serious problem. Brothers, who bought the plane tickets? Kang Huijun shook his head. Wu Ming shook his head. The 3 of them finally looked at Qin Shen. Lao Si, did you buy the tickets? I didn't buy them, Qin Shen replied. Wu Ming spoke up. It's okay, I have a comrade in arms who is now assigned to work at the airport. I'll ask him to help check and get us an internal discount. The distance from the university to the airport was over 50 kilometers. It was boring on the way. Tang Yuming started playing with his phone. After a few swipes, he came across a popular video of a car reviewer internet celebrity named Han Jingfeng 91 Bing. The person was wearing a reflective vest and got off a minibus. While walking, he pointed at the plane in front of him and excitedly said, "Brothers, this is the fastest, most powerful, and most beloved Gulfstream G650 private jet in the world by the rich." Until the end of the video where the words "to be continued" lit up. This internet celebrity didn't even film the inside of the plane. Damn, these internet celebrities always like to tease people. They only film the outside and not the inside of the plane, Tang Yuming commented. Kang Huijun said, "Internet celebrities are like that. But even if you watch it, what can you do? You'll never have the chance to ride one in your lifetime." Tang Yuming locked his phone screen, leaned back, and said, "If I had money, I would also get one to enjoy." Wu Ming said seriously, "Second brother, don't underestimate private jets. Buying a private jet is no different from buying a money-burning machine. Just the annual maintenance and various fees cost a huge amount, almost 3 million a year. 3 million a year, then I'd rather not. If I had 1 million, I'd retire on the spot. Lao Si, you are the most capable among us brothers. If you ever get a private jet, remember to take us for a ride in the sky," Tang Yuming joked. Qin Shen sat in the front passenger seat, slightly turned his head and replied, "No problem." The ride-hailing car slowly stopped in front of a standalone building. As soon as the four got out of the car, Wu Ming asked in confusion, "Lao Si, did you set the location wrong?" He pointed in the direction not far away and continued, "I remember the terminal is over there." As soon as Wu Ming finished speaking, 2 flight attendants in uniform, pushing a luggage cart, came over. "Welcome, 4 passengers. Let me help you with your luggage." Getting ready to help the 4 with their luggage, this move startled Tang Yuming. He quickly covered his backpack and whispered to Wu Ming, "Boss, could this be some new kind of scam?" Wu Ming nodded vigilantly, about to remind Qin Shen not to fall for it, but saw Qin Shen directly handing over his backpack to the flight attendants. Wu Ming pulled Qin Shen over. "Lao Si, they are probably scammers." Qin Shen remained calm. "They are not scammers, they are the flight attendants serving our flight. We haven't bought tickets yet, how could there be flight attendants coming to provide car service?" Kang Huijun echoed, "Yeah, Lao Si, even in first class, I've never seen a flight attendant coming out to provide car service." Tang Yuming pretended to want to go up and get the backpack, but was stopped by Qin Shen. "Brothers, don't worry, just follow me." The 3 of them looked puzzled, not understanding what Qin Shen was up to. They could only follow behind the 2 flight attendants. After going through a simple security check, they arrived at a lounge. Their luggage was taken to another location by the flight attendants. Looking at the luxurious lounge, Tang Yuming was the first to react. "Brother 4, you didn't buy first-class tickets on purpose, did you?" Wu Ming looked around and saw that the security measures in the room were extremely strict, with no shortage of cameras. Besides them, everyone else was uniformed staff. Based on these observations, he gradually let go of his guard. "Brother 4, it's just a flight to the Magic City, buying first-class tickets would be too extravagant." Kang Huijun checked the real-time ticket prices online and exclaimed, "Brother 4, a first-class ticket costs 10,000 each." The 3 brothers felt a pang of pain for Qin Shen. A 2-hour flight journey at 10,000 each was simply too expensive. Qin Shen waved his hand and said, "It's not first class." Kang Huijun continued, "Business class also costs over 6,000 each." Hearing this, Tang Yuming immediately stood up. "No, Brother 4 spent 6,000 on tickets, we can't lose money, let's have lunch here." Wu Ming and Kang Huijun nodded in agreement. "Since we're here, let's at least recoup some of the ticket price with a meal." But the 3 of them looked around and saw only a water dispenser in the room. Not even a French pastry. They couldn't help but feel disappointed. "I saw online that first-class lounges have plenty of food, why is there nothing in this lounge?" Just as Tang Yuming was complaining, a strikingly beautiful and tall flight attendant approached. "Mr. Qin, your plane is ready for boarding." Tang Yuming had to abandon the idea of recouping the cost and left the lounge with his brothers, boarding a shuttle bus. After about 10 minutes of winding roads, the bus stopped in front of a white plane. When Tang Yuming and his friends got off the bus and saw the plane in front of them, they were dumbfounded. Parked in front of them was a sleek, all-white small plane. Tang Yuming couldn't help but curse, "Damn, isn't this a Gulfstream G650? The door on the side of the plane slowly opened, and a ladder descended. The flight attendant smiled and gestured forward. Tang Yuming and his friends stood dumbfounded in place. Qin Shen waved his hand, "Get on the plane, why are you standing there like fools? Bro, Brother 4. You. This." Tang Yuming was at a loss for words. The scene before him was too magical and shocking. Who wouldn't be confused in such a situation? Kang Huijun suppressed his excitement and asked, "Brother 4, did you rent a plane?" "It's not rented, this is Mr. Qin's private plane. The flight attendant next to them smiled and answered for Qin Chen. The three of them gasped for air. After a while, they slowly boarded the plane. As soon as they entered the plane cabin, the vast space and luxurious decoration immediately stunned them. Oh my, it's too luxurious. Kang Huijun couldn't help but exclaim. Tang Yuming had already taken out his phone, opened the recording function, and prepared to shoot a video. You can get over 70,000 likes for filming the outside of a plane, and I can get on the trending page for filming the inside. Maybe I can become an internet celebrity. Tang Yuming opened the recording app and changed his account name to Old Tang Takes You Around the World. Then, he started recording the video. Starting from the entrance, he didn't miss any details. While recording, he narrated, "Brothers, this is the interior of the Gulfstream G650, known as the ceiling of private jets worldwide. This time, I was invited by Rolls-Royce to attend the launch event of their new electric car, Flash Spirit. I will be flying from Kyoto to the Magic City on this G650. Kang Huijun and Wu Ming couldn't help but take out their phones and start snapping pictures. Qin Chen sat in his seat, adjusted the chair to a half-reclining position, and prepared to take a short nap. The flight attendant walked over, squatted beside Qin Chen, and whispered, "Mr. Qin, we are about to take off. This journey will take 2 hours in total. I am the chief flight attendant on this flight, Yin Tao. You can ask me for anything you need, and I am happy to serve you." Yin Tao's attitude was very respectful. Qin Chen nodded slightly. "Okay, remember to take care of my brothers." "Okay, Mr. Qin." As a member of the crew on a private jet, Yin Tao had the highest personal qualities and appearance among the crew in the airline. Yin Tao lived up to her name, with a tight and round face. Tender and lovely, like a cherry, she was endearing. She had also served on several private jets before and had met numerous wealthy tycoons. With her outstanding looks, she had received praise from many tycoons. Her high emotional intelligence allowed her to navigate easily among the tycoons, coming and going freely. When she received the passenger information today, she was surprised. Among the 180 tycoons in China who owned a Gulfstream G650, Qin Chen was the only one she had seen. At just 20 years old, Qin Chen was the only one who owned such an expensive mode of transportation under his name, not as a second-generation rich. Yin Tao couldn't help but be very interested in Qin Chen. However, Qin Chen's attitude was somewhat unexpected to her. Plain, uninterested, and even a bit indifferent. She wanted to say something more, but Qin Chen closed his eyes directly, not giving her a chance. Yin Tao felt awkward to continue chatting and could only serve the other three people first. The plane taxied slowly on the runway, followed by acceleration and soaring into the sky. Because the Gulfstream G650 flew at a higher altitude than regular commercial planes, there was little turbulence at 13,000 meters in the air. Over the 2 hours, Tang Yuming and the other two were determined to make Qin Chen's money worth by almost finishing all the prepared airplane meals. I have to say, the food on a private jet is really good. They even have Buddha jumps over the wall. Kang Huijun ate heartily. "Old 3, save a bite for old 4, don't finish everything by yourself," Wu Ming reproached. Yin Tao stood aside, bowed and smiled. "It's okay, 3 gentlemen, I have reserved a portion of Mr. Qin's meal." "Oh, thank you so much." Tang Yuming looked at Yin Tao's face, somewhat infatuated. "No need to be so polite, Mr. Tang." Yin Tao smiled brightly. The scent of her Tom Ford perfume wafted around Tang Yuming, making him feel uncomfortably hot all over. As Yin Tao poured drinks for the group, she chatted casually, "Mr. Tang, I checked the flight schedule and found that you are all flying to the Magic City at noon and back to Kyoto from the Magic City at night. Are you going to the Magic City for business?" Tang Yuming had flown before. The flight attendants on those flights were polite on the surface but had never chatted with him proactively. Today was the first time he had been approached by a flight attendant. He touched his mouth and smiled. "Yes, this afternoon we have no classes, and old 4 wanted to see cars, so we flew over with him. We have to rush back tonight because we have classes tomorrow morning. Our old 4 is the most diligent in studying at home." Yin Tao covered her mouth and chuckled. "Looking at cars? Is it the car exhibition in the Magic City? I also love looking at cars." "Oh, you like looking at cars? Then why don't you come with us?" Yin Tao looked hesitant. "Is it okay? Wouldn't it be too much trouble for you?" "No problem at all, the more the merrier. Old Big and Old 3, what do you think?" Tang Yuming turned his head and gestured frantically to the other two. The two could only nod repeatedly. Seeing this, Yin Tao happily held Tang Yuming's hand. "Thank you, Mr. Tang, you are so kind." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuming was completely defenseless. Damn, is this what love feels like? Tang Yuming looked at Yin Tao, whose looks were at least a 7, and he had even thought of names for his second child. Seeing the look in Tang Yoming's eyes, Yin Tao was filled with passion. Inwardly laughing, this is perfect. Compared to other middle-aged men with greasy faces, this young man in front of me is more suitable for me. Since I can't grasp that person, I can always handle my own brothers. People who can call Mr. Chin brother must have a good family background. The career of flight attendant Yin Tao is coming to an end. She urgently wants to find an honest man to marry. Otherwise, once her prime time is over, she won't be valuable anymore. Along the way, Yin Tao and Tang Yuming seemed to hit it off instantly. They chatted and laughed. Tang Yuming couldn't believe it. In the past, when he talked to girls, they would want to go take a shower or read a book after a few words. But today, Yin Tao is completely different from those women. No matter what he says, she can always keep the conversation going. The plane slowly landed and parked at a designated spot. Before getting off the plane, Tang Yuming and Yin Tao exchanged contact information. He arranged to meet her at the taxi stand later. Not bad, little two, you hit it off so quickly. Is there a chance? Kang Huijun nudged Tang Yuming with his elbow and said, hey, happiness comes too suddenly. Little four, you won't blame me for stealing your flight attendant, right? Xin Shin stretched lazily and said with a serious tone, old Tang, be more cautious. Little four, I know what you're thinking. Yin Tao is a very nice person. Have you seen her moments? They are all inspirational and positive shares. Tang Yuming showed his phone to a few brothers. On the other end, after Yin Tao added Tang Yuming on WeChat, she also checked his moments. But as soon as she opened it, her brows furrowed. The whole moments looked like a student's, either sharing game achievements or braised beef instant noodles, not asking for help to cut prices on Pinduoduo, then asking for help to write a good luck word. The more she scrolled down, the more unpleasant Yin Tao's expression became, until she saw Tang Yoming's cramped and somewhat gloomy old family bedroom, and the minivan he used for family outings. Yin Tao was speechless instantly. She angrily closed the moments. What's wrong with this person, pretending to be rich? A message notification popped up. Yin Tao glanced at it. It was from Tang Yuming. The car is here, how long will it take for you to pack your luggage? Yin Tao inwardly sneered, you little loser, trying to ask me out without money to buy me a car. She replied immediately, Mr. Tang, I'm very sorry, but I'm feeling unwell today and can't make it to our appointment. Soon Tang Yoming's reply came. Feeling unwell? Then rest well. There's nothing much to see at the auto show, we just came to join the fun. Remember to drink more hot water. Such a grown person, yet sending such emojis, so childish. Yin Tao didn't reply, she just exited the chat box. She skillfully raised her phone, took a selfie, selected to share with the group Magic City only, and posted a moment. With the caption, flying to Magic City today, the weather here is so nice, I really want to go out and explore. I heard there's a car show recently, I really want to have a car of my own. After editing the text, Yin Tao clicked, post. In less than a minute, the likes reached double digits. The chat box instantly flooded with messages. Yin Tao imperiously looked at the screen full of people trying to strike up a conversation. After browsing through, she chose a chat box with someone named Wang Dalong. Wang Dalong said, Yin Tao, are you flying to Magic City today? Yin Tao replied, yes. Wang Dalong asked, alone? Yin Tao replied, yes. Wang Dalong said, let me pick you up, I'll arrange it. I've reserved a table at Bulgari restaurant to let you taste the delicacies of Magic City. Yin Tao thought for a moment and didn't reply immediately. Wang Dalong on the other end couldn't wait and sent a second message. There's a car show in Magic City today, didn't Yin Tao say she needs a ride? Is brother Wang planning to take me to buy a car? Haha, let's talk about it later. Both of them were full of schemes, trying to figure each other out. In the end, Yin Tao agreed to go to the auto show with the other party. Even if she couldn't get the other party to give her a car, she could still enjoy a meal at the Bulgari restaurant for free. As for Qin Chen and Tang Yuming, she would never do anything that didn't benefit her. Anyway, the next time she served the other party, she didn't know when that would be. A high-end tea artist wouldn't waste a single moment of her time. Speaking of which, Tang Yuming looked at the conversation between Yin Tao and himself in his hand, feeling somewhat disappointed. What's wrong? Did that flight attendant stand you up? Tang Yuming explained, Yin Tao didn't stand me up. She wasn't feeling well, I think she got her period. Hearing this, everyone didn't know what to say. The airport was a distance away from the auto show venue. Tang Yuming, feeling bored, opened Douyin. He was instantly stunned. The messages and private messages on Douyin's backstage had exploded, showing 99+. The number of fans had also skyrocketed from 12 to 12,000. The video he had previously shot inside the Gulfstream G650 had nearly 50,000 likes and over 6,000 comments. Damn, I'm going to be famous, Tang Yuming exclaimed excitedly. Seeing this, Kang Hui-jun immediately suggested, "Damn, you're doing great, with over 10,000 fans. When we get to the auto show, you can start another live stream about cars, and you'll become a car review expert with millions of fans." Tang Yuming thought about it and agreed with Kang Hui-jun's idea. The car quickly arrived at the auto show venue. As soon as he got out of the car, Tang Yuming started the live stream. Since his previous video was still trending, as soon as he started the live stream, a wave of fans flooded into the room. The online viewers reached 1,287. It was Tang Yuming's first live stream, so he was a bit nervous, speaking hesitantly. "Family, hello, everyone." The fans in the live stream were still very enthusiastic. "Damn, this is the rich guy who owns the Gulfstream G650. Hey handsome, what's your name? Do you have a girlfriend? Rich guy, how much did your Gulfstream cost? I want one too." Faced with the inquiries in the live stream, Tang Yuming was a bit overwhelmed, not knowing which question to answer first. He started explaining one by one. Qin Shen looked around and asked, "Boss, what's the most expensive car right now?" Wu Ming thought for a moment. "It should still be Rolls-Royce." Qin Shen nodded. Since Rolls-Royce was the most expensive, he decided to go and buy two first. The group of them arrived at the Rolls-Royce booth. The area around the booth was already crowded with people. Many top influencers in the car review circle surrounded the booth, making it impossible to get through. A bespectacled internet celebrity walked up to the Rolls-Royce staff. "Hello, I'd like to go in and see the cars." The staff replied, "You need an appointment to enter this area. The booth is temporarily closed to the public." The internet celebrity was taken aback. "Do you know who I am?" The staff repeated, "I'm sorry, sir, you need an appointment to enter this area. The booth is temporarily closed to the public." The internet celebrity became impatient and immediately took out his phone, opened Douyin Backstage. "Open your eyes and look carefully. I'm Shiwei, the car reviewer. I have over 3 million fans, promoting your Rolls-Royce, and you're not grateful. Get your manager over here." Soon, a well-dressed young man walked over. Shiwei pointed his phone at the man's face. "You're the manager, right? Look at how your staff are trained. I want to film inside, and you're telling me I need an appointment." The manager maintained a professional smile and said, "Sir, because the Rolls-Royce booth is a bit small this year, in order to provide good service to every customer, we have to implement a reservation system for visits. Please understand." Seeing that the other party was not receptive, Shiwei asked coldly, "Fine, I'll make a reservation now. When can I go in?" The manager still smiled. "I'm sorry, sir, all the reservation slots for the entire exhibition period this year have been filled. Please come back next year." Shiwei was furious, his face turning red with anger, almost ready to get physical. "Damn, do you know who you're offending? I have 3 million fans on Douyin, and you're telling me I can't film Rolls-Royce this year. What's your name? I want to complain about you." At this moment, a white-haired foreigner with blue eyes walked over. He gestured, and the manager who was just there took a step back. Then the foreigner spoke in English. Shiwei couldn't understand it all, and the manager translated on the side, "Mr. Shiwei, our president said that no matter how many fans you have, if you don't have an appointment, you can't come in to shoot. And he doesn't accept your complaint. You." Shiwei was so angry that he interrupted the assistant's filming. At this time, Tang Yuming held up his phone and also came to the Rolls-Royce booth. "Folks, today we are at the Rolls booth. Look, the one in the middle is the newest Rolls-Royce Phantom. Folks, do you want to see Rolls?" The comments in the live broadcast were all positive. Everyone wanted to see. There were also active fans who jumped out and said, "Old Tang, is this your first time at the auto show? To shoot Rolls, you need an appointment." Just now Shiwei said that a big internet celebrity with 3 million fans, if they say you can't come in, you can't come in. Old Tang, with your just over 10,000 fans, you might be out of luck. Upstairs, you guys must be new fans. Didn't you see the introduction of Old Tang's Gulfstream video? He was invited by the Rolls brand to the auto show. How could he not get in? Seeing the two groups of fans in the live broadcast arguing about getting in or not, Tang Yuming realized that something seemed off. He didn't know beforehand that he needed an appointment to shoot cars at the auto show. Tang Yuming walked to the entrance of the Rolls booth and timidly asked, "Can I go in to shoot?" The female worker at the door glanced at him and said, "You need an appointment for shooting here, the booth is temporarily closed to the public. Can I make an appointment now?" "I'm sorry, sir, all the appointment slots for the entire exhibition period this year have been filled. Please come back next year." After the other party finished speaking, Tang Yuming felt a burning sensation on his face. Suddenly, Tang Yuming was pushed. Looking closely, it was the famous car reviewer Shiwei. He glanced at Tang Yuming, snorted, and said, "Humph, now everyone and their dog are coming to the car circle to freeload." Tang Yuming was speechless. He didn't dare to say a word. The other party had 3 million fans, while he had just over 10,000, which was not enough. Shiwei continued to livestream, saying, due to the policy changes at Rolls this year, the vast majority of car reviewers cannot enter to shoot. Folks, please don't worry. After the auto show, I will definitely find a Rolls Phantom and explain it to everyone. Tang Yoming's live broadcast fans were not quiet. What's going on? Weren't you supposed to shoot Rolls? Why aren't you going in? I see several big verses who can't get into the Rolls booth. Old Tang, weren't you invited as a guest? How come you can't get in? Looking at the comments in the live broadcast, Tang Yuming followed Shiwei's lead and said, folks, Rolls suddenly changed its policy today, and the previous invitation is probably invalid. Shiwei couldn't help but spit out, I spit on it, still invited by Rolls. A few fans, just trying to copy others and shoot big cars, talking nonsense. His voice was not loud, but the fans in the live broadcast heard it clearly. Is old Tang a fake? Can't even get into a booth after so long. Probably just trying to ride the wave of the auto show. It seems that the video of the Gulfstream G650 was also edited. People nowadays are shameless. Are they crazy about getting famous? For a moment, doubts about Tang Yuming filled the screen. His face turned pale. Qin Shen walked over at this time, looking at Tang Yuming's extremely embarrassed face, and asked, what's wrong? Lao Si, I want to shoot Rolls for my fans to see. Great, the Rolls booth is right here, just go in and shoot. Qin Shen didn't understand why Tang Yuming looked so embarrassed. I can't get in, Lao Si, the staff said I need an appointment. Then make an appointment. That's what I thought, but they said all the appointment slots for this year are full. Qin Shen took out his phone, typed on the screen while saying to Tang Yuming, you go try again, say you're with me, you want to buy a car. Tang Yuming hesitated, Lao Si, this won't work. Just now many big verses tried to register, and they were all rejected. Why won't it work, just use my name. These days, there are so many show-offs. Shiwei sneered beside him, imitating Qin Shen's words to his assistant in a sarcastic tone, just use my name. Ha ha ha, are we acting in a TV drama here? After a few drinks, you dare say such things. Originally, Tang Yuming was ready to give up, but being provoked by Shiwei, he became more determined. He stood up straight, walked up to the staff and said, I want to go in, my friend made a reservation for me. May I ask what name the reservation is under? The staff asked. Qin Shen, please wait a moment. The staff quickly checked on the computer. After a moment, they put down the mouse and said, Sir, I'm sorry, I couldn't find a reservation under this name. Tang Yuming was dumbfounded. Shiwei laughed heartily beside him, oh my, are they comedy hosts? Their acting is so realistic, it makes you want to give them a thumbs up. Tang Yuming's face darkened, and the live room was filled with mockery and ridicule. The number of online viewers slowly decreased, leaving only double digits. He hung his head and walked towards Qin Shen. Suddenly, the glass door of the Rolls-Royce booth opened. A young man in a suit and leather shoes ran out from inside. After inquiring with the front desk staff, he headed straight for Tang Yuming. Hello, sir, are you Mr. Qin's friend? Tang Yuming was stunned and nodded, yes, I am. Seeing the confirmation, the Rolls-Royce manager respectfully said, hello, I heard you want to see the car, right? Please follow me. With these words, the various big verses filming outside the booth were dumbfounded. They looked at each other in disbelief. Some whispered, who is that person? I've never seen him before. Do you have his account? Who is he? We were trying so hard to get into the booth, but he was invited in. Shiwei, who had been mocking before, now wished he could find a hole to hide in. His remarks were captured by the live broadcast of the big verses. The million-follower internet celebrities mocked the small anchor, only to be slapped in the face by the other party. Shiwei felt like he had booked the biggest news at the Shanghai Auto Show. Seeing that he could go in, Tang Yuming quickly called his three brothers to enter the booth together. Outside the booth, a fat man was dissatisfied. He shouted at the Rolls-Royce manager, why can they go in and I can't? Although being scolded, the Rolls-Royce manager still smiled and explained, because this gentleman is our Rolls-Royce's esteemed VIP member, Rolls-Royce sincerely provides all services to our VIPs. Seeing this, the man immediately took out a Rolls-Royce key and raised it above his head. Damn it, I'm also a Rolls-Royce owner, why can't I go in? The Rolls-Royce manager smiled faintly, our VIP service is for the first owners. With that said, the people around the man burst into laughter. The man looked puzzled and grabbed someone, asking, what are you laughing at? What's so funny? Oh, you can't even tell. They're saying you bought a second-hand Rolls-Royce, so you're not qualified to compare with the big shots who buy new cars. The man's face turned red with embarrassment. He immediately retorted, what's wrong with second-hand cars? They're still cars. Someone interjected, a brand new Curry Nan costs 700 to 800, while a second-hand Curry Nan is only 400 to 500, or even lower. If you're an official Rolls-Royce dealer, With limited resources, who do you serve? Moreover, it's said to be a second-hand Rolls-Royce, but in reality, who knows how many owners it had. The Rolls-Royce manager didn't dwell on it and continued to guide Qin Shen and his group inside. Qin Shen looked at the young manager in front of him and said with a smile, "You're a manager now." The other party quickly said, "This is all thanks to Mr. Qin's blessing. After you bought the Cullinan last time, my performance skyrocketed, and now I am a manager." Qin Shen nodded, glancing at the other party's badge. Meng Defei was a clever person, and seeing the situation, he quickly said, "Mr. Qin, just call me Xiaomeng. Are there any cars you are interested in at the booth today? We have a total of 3 cars at the booth." Saying this, Meng Defei led Qin Shen to the car on the far left and began to explain, "This one on the left is one of the most expensive cars at this year's auto show, the Rolls-Royce Phantom Extended Custom Edition. It features a dual-tone style with blue and silver colors. The front of the car has a specially designed celebratory goddess made of rose gold material. The interior uses submarine blue as the main color, while the hood, roof, and D-pillar are decorated with silver accents for visual contrast." As Meng Defei spoke, he opened the car door, wanting Qin Shen to try sitting in it. Qin Shen glanced at the interior but did not sit in. Blue and silver, exactly his 2 favorite colors. He nodded and asked, "Sorry, you just said this car." "It's the Rolls-Royce Extended Phantom Custom Edition, Mr. Qin." Qin Shen shook his head. The previous sentence. The previous sentence? Meng Defei was a bit puzzled and tentatively said, "This is one of the most expensive cars at this year's auto show?" Qin Shen showed a satisfied expression. "Good, I'll take this one." Meng Defei was dumbfounded. "Huh? I want one." Meng Defei gasped. Qin Shen hadn't even sat in the car for a test drive, and he wanted to buy one? Buying a car is like buying cabbage to this person. Meng Defei almost lost his balance, quickly holding onto the car door. "Mr. Qin, shall we look at the configurations again?" Qin Shen shook his head. "As for the color, I like the blue of this one in front of me." Meng Defei nodded quickly, remembering. "Mr. Qin, what about other features, like the starlight roof?" "For the other features, just go for the most expensive ones and max out the configurations." Meng Defei felt a bit dizzy. "Mr. Qin, with that, the total cost will exceed 10 million, around 15 million. "Ah, only 15 million? Are you sure all the configurations are maxed out?" Qin Shen asked in surprise. "Aren't Rolls-Royce's options super expensive? Even with everything maxed out, it's only 5 million. Back and forth, after rebates, he would only make 15 million. Meng Defei was speechless, thinking to himself, "Damn, only 15 million. Big brother, I probably won't earn 15 million in my whole life." "All right, Mr. Qin, I'll go prepare the contract." Qin Shen waved his hand. "No rush, show me the cars next to it." Meng Defei immediately guided Qin Shen to the middle area. "This one is the Rolls-Royce Spectre, the first mass-produced electric model under Rolls-Royce. Compared to traditional models, the highlight is the instant torque and low-noise motor. Rolls-Royce aims to create a silent operation vehicle, isolating motor, tire noise, wind noise, etc. With magic carpet suspension, providing a driving experience comparable to a Rolls-Royce with a V12 engine." "And the price?" "Mr. Qin, the price of this Rolls-Royce Spectre is 5.75 million. "Ah, only 5.75 million? Qin Shen looked displeased. Meng Defei was already in turmoil. "Brother, only 5.75 million, your words are too heart-wrenching." "Mr. Qin, if you need personalized configurations, the price could increase by another 3 to 4 million. Qin Shen patted Meng Defei's shoulder. "You work hard and try to push it to 10 million. "Ah, all right, Mr. Qin, I'll try." After hesitating, Meng Defei still asked, "Sir, which one did you finally choose between the Phantom and the Spectre?" "I want both." "Oh, and also get me a silver Cullinan next to it, same as the Phantom, max out the configurations, and keep the interior color consistent." Hearing this, Meng Defei was so excited that he almost wanted to call him Dad. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Shen bought 3 top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce cars. "This time, my performance is going to explode again." Meng Defei hurried back to the office area to handle the relevant procedures. A few minutes later, he hurried back, holding a list in his hand. "Mr. Qin, the prices for the 3 fully configured cars are out. The Phantom Special Custom version is priced at 15 million, the Wraith at 10.5 million, and the Cullinan at 9.8 million. Qin Shen took the list, his brows slightly furrowed. "Are you sure this is the final price?" Meng Defei's nervous lips trembled slightly. "I'm sure, Mr. Qin. I even used my authority to help you wipe off 120,000. Xin Shen felt somewhat helpless upon hearing that 120,000 had been wiped off. But considering the other party's good intentions, he let it go. Alright then, swipe the card. He took out the black card and handed it over. Alright, Mr. Xin. The deposit for each of the 3 cars is 3 million, totaling 9 million. Since you ordered the top configurations, we happen to have 3 cars that meet the requirements, and they can be delivered this weekend. No need to pay the deposit. Meng Difei was surprised. He didn't know if the other party thought the deposit was too high or wanted to pay in installments. He quickly said, Mr. Xin, actually, a deposit of 1 million for each car is also acceptable, or I can help you apply for installment payments. Xin Shen was taken aback. This kid is always thinking of making me lose money. How can I get double rebates without paying in full? What I mean is, you can pay the full amount directly. Meng Difei's pupils shrank. 35. 3 million, in full? Xin Shen decisively nodded. Yes. When Meng Difei swiped the card, his hands were trembling. Swiping 35. 3 million in one go. It was the first time in his life. After paying, Xin Shen was about to leave when an elderly white man hurried over. The old man reached out his hand and said in German, Mr. Xin, thank you very much for your strong support for Rolls-Royce. Here, I offer you my heartfelt blessings. Meng Difei introduced from the side, Mr. Xin, this is Mr. Muller, the president of Rolls-Royce. Xin Shen nodded and said in German, thank you, Mr. Muller. Muller was delighted. Mr. Xin speaks German very well. If there is a chance, I must invite you to dinner and have a good chat with you. Sure, no problem. However, Mr. Muller, I have a suggestion for your company. Muller's expression suddenly became serious upon hearing this. Meng Difei's mind was racing on the side, wondering if he had done something wrong just now. The two of them stared straight at Xin Shen. The suggestion is that your cars are selling too cheaply. You can raise the prices appropriately. Muller and Meng Difei were both dumbfounded. For a moment, they were speechless. The story is divided into 2 parts. Tang Yuming was live streaming in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. When he entered the Rolls-Royce booth, the number of viewers in the live stream room once again increased. Compared to those big V internet celebrities streaming outside, his close-up contact and sitting in the car had a more explosive effect. The number of people in the live stream room slowly rose from 2 digits to 8,000. Brothers, do you think this color scheme looks good? The fans in the live stream room were also very active and interacting. After all, on the entire platform now, only this live streamer could enter the Rolls-Royce for an internal tour. This color scheme feels too young. I like Hermes Orange. Hermes Orange is too tacky. I think pure white is good. Host, can you go check out the Wraith? I want to buy a new energy vehicle this year. Seeing someone in the live stream room making a request, as a new live streamer, Tang Yuming immediately agreed. He came to the side of the Wraith and first took some exterior shots. Then he wanted to go inside for a tour. A staff member quickly stopped him. I'm sorry, sir, the Wraith is currently an engineering vehicle, and the interior is not open to the public for now. The fans in the live stream room were not happy. Netizens began to complain, an engineering vehicle? I still want to see the interior. Old Tang, get closer so I can see through the glass. Tang Yuming smiled awkwardly. At this point, he could only hold up his phone and take some exterior shots for the netizens. Xin Shen walked over. Lao Tang, let's go and check out other brands. Wait a minute, Lao Si, let me finish first. It's not easy to get close to a Rolls-Royce. I want to fully enjoy it. Xin Shen smiled faintly and asked, which one of these 3 do you like? Tang Yuming compared them seriously. Phantom is too long and too big. I feel like a driver when I drive it. Cullinan's fuel consumption is too high. It's a car that I can't afford to drive regularly. Wraith is just right. The electricity cost is the same. It's more economical in the long run. After a pause, Tang Yuming lowered his voice and said, Wraith is too popular. I need to ride the wave and take more photos. If I take more photos for a few minutes, maybe I can gain tens of thousands more followers. Alright, if we're going to take photos, let's do it properly. We've taken so many exterior shots, let's take some interior shots. Of course, I want to take interior shots, but they won't allow it. But it's understandable, after all, with such an expensive luxury car, if it gets scratched or damaged, it's not something that can be easily compensated for. Xin Shen took out a Rolls-Royce bag from his hand and handed it to Tang Yuming. When the car arrives, take more serious photos, and this Wraith is yours. Tang Yuming, holding the document in his hand, was stunned. He was dumbfounded, stunned, and confused. What's going on? What does it mean that the Wraith is mine? He looked down at the document in his hand. It was a purchase contract for the Wraith. The purchase record on it showed that the car had been paid for in full in one go. 10. 5 million. Tang Yuming gasped. 1,500,000, a fully loaded wraith. What did Lao Si mean? He quickly put away his phone and caught up, asking, Lao Si, what does this car mean? This car is a gift for you. Consider it my sponsorship for you to become a big internet celebrity. Tang Yuming pushed the purchase contract back to Qin Shen. No, this is over 10 million. I can't bear it psychologically. Qin Shen smiled and pushed the contract back into Tang Yuming's hand. You keep this car, and when you become a big internet celebrity, we'll start an MCN company together. Consider this car as my investment. Tang Yuming was sweating. He had thought about becoming an internet celebrity, but he was always troubled by his ordinary life. Every day was just about going to class, eating, and sleeping. He didn't have any material to film. Occasionally, when he came up with some ideas, it would require a certain amount of money to execute. Tang Yuming, whose family conditions were not that good, didn't have the spare money to operate on his own. Now, Qin Shen had given him a highly popular Rolls-Royce Wraith. It was no different from giving him a key to gaining more followers. After much contemplation, Tang Yuming felt that he couldn't miss the only opportunity to turn his life around. His eyes were a bit moist as he said, Lao Si, as brothers, I can't thank you enough for your great kindness. I will definitely achieve success and help you build the company. By then, we'll each own half of the company. Immediately after, Tang Yuming announced this news in his live broadcast room. He was about to become one of the first owners of a Rolls-Royce Wraith, and he showed the purchase contract. Instantly, the live broadcast room Lao Tang takes you to see the world exploded. Damn, Lao Tang is awesome. He didn't even look at the interior before ordering the car. What do you mean ordering the car? Take a closer look at Lao Tang's contract. Full payment. 1,050,000. Over $1 million. Lao Tang, why didn't you buy a Cullinan or Phantom? Buying a new energy vehicle, isn't this a pure waste of money? In the live broadcast room, there were all kinds of comments. Some congratulated, some mocked, and some were envious. But all of this did not prevent Tang Yuming's fans from skyrocketing. Qin Shen watched Tang Yuming's live broadcast becoming more and more relaxed. He was very pleased. When it came to enemies, Qin Shen could strike hard. But when it came to the people around him, he wanted everyone to live well. Tang Yuming wanted to be an internet celebrity, and Qin Shen could help him. But help was not just about throwing money at someone. It was about creating a fulcrum for him. Whether he could move the earth depended on his own abilities. If he was cut out for this job, then naturally, writing the trend could work. If he wasn't suitable for this line of work, Tang Yuming could also recognize his own abilities. What about Lao De and Lao San? Qin Shen asked. They are not interested in Rolls-Royce, saying it's too far from their own style. Then they went to see Lamborghini. Speaking of Lamborghini, Qin Shen had some bad memories. His Lamborghini Reventon. Now he doesn't know where it lies in a scrapyard. I won't look at Lamborghini, I'll go somewhere else. Alright, Lao Si, I'll go check out Lamborghini. We'll contact each other on WeChat later. By the way, take these things to Lao De and Lao San. Let them play rock paper scissors, each one picks one. Tang Yuming took the handbag with the Rolls-Royce logo on it. He looked inside the bag. Each bag had a gift from Rolls-Royce. And there was also a document. Tang Yuming took out the document and glanced at it. He felt dizzy. It was the purchase contract for a Rolls-Royce Phantom and Cullinan. What the hell? What's going on? 2 multi-million-dollar luxury cars again. And rock paper scissors? Each one picks one. Tang Yuming looked at Qin Shen walking into the crowd, his eyes somewhat confused. Qin Shen walked around the luxury car showroom. He first came to the Aston Martin booth. Pointing to a silver Aston Martin, he asked, "Hello, how much is this car?" The salesperson saw that the other person was holding a Rolls-Royce coffee and immediately greeted with a smile, "Sir, this is the Aston Martin DB11, priced at 2.45 million yuan. 2.45 million? Qin Shen's face showed a hint of disappointment. The salesperson thought the other party found it expensive and quickly said, "Sir, today is the auto show in the Magic City. If you order a car today, we can still negotiate the price." "No need, thank you." Qin Shen turned and left. 2.45 million, even with all the options, it's only 5 million. Buying this car is simply wasting the opportunity for a rebate. Next, Qin Shen visited the Maserati, Bentley, and other booths. The results were all unsatisfactory. This year's booths had fewer limited edition cars. The major car manufacturers' focus shifted from high-displacement cars to new energy vehicles. When he came out of the Bentley booth, a surprised voice came from not far away. "Qin, Mr. Qin." Qin Shen looked in the direction of the voice. The other person was tall and outstanding, with long black shiny hair cascading down. Her fair skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and her lips were as red as fire. She was dressed in a white woolen sweater, black skirt, and black stockings, showcasing her graceful figure to the fullest. At first glance, Qin Shen couldn't remember who she was. It wasn't until he saw the half-frame glasses on the girl's face that he remembered. She was in Xiao from the Ferrari Center. Mr. Qin, I'm in Xiao. I don't know if you remember me. And Xiao said gracefully, I remember, my Ferrari hasn't been delivered yet, how could I forget you? And Xiao's eyes curved like a crescent moon, a blush appeared on her face, her lips slightly upturned, revealing a sweet smile. Mr. Qin, rest assured, except for La Ferrari, the other 4 will be delivered to your home soon. That's good. If Mr. Qin is still worried and afraid the cars won't arrive, then I will compensate you with myself. Qin Shan was almost choked by her words. Seeing that the other party didn't follow up, and Xiao tactfully changed the topic, Mr. Qin, are you planning to add a few more cars to your garage at the auto show today? Yes. Any styles you're interested in? Just looked at Aston Martin and Bentley, not very satisfied. You're not here to take me to Ferrari, are you? And Xiao smiled, no, Mr. Qin, Ferrari is not participating in the auto show. Oh, I see. Mr. Qin, what are your requirements for buying a car? I can provide you with some references. Without hesitation, Qin Shen blurted out, no specific requirements, the more expensive, the better. And Xiao's mouth twitched. This kind of request was the first time she had heard it. After a moment of thought, and Xiao said, what about Rolls-Royce? The average price is above 5 million, and with optional configurations, it can reach tens of millions. Moreover, they also released a new energy vehicle this year, named Flash Spirit, with a high price. With Mr. Qin's identity, buying one is just right. After saying this, she thought to herself, Rolls should be able to satisfy you, right? But Qin Shen shook his head, I just went to Rolls-Royce, and I bought all 3 on the stand. Fully loaded, the most expensive is only 15 million. And Xiao trembled and took a deep breath. It was a similar plot, playing out again. She never doubted Qin Shen's words. After all, the other party had bought 6 Ferraris in one go before. Buying 3 Rolls-Royces at once was just routine. Today, Su Xiaoyan was not there, and in Xiao's eyes on Qin Shen became even more intense. Mr. Qin, I happen to know that there is a car at this year's auto show with a high price. Hearing the words high price, Qin Shen's eyes lit up with joy. Take me to see it. And Xiao smiled and gestured to invite him. The two walked in the luxury car hall. In no time, they arrived at a booth of a niche brand. And Xiao pointed to the center of the booth. As far as I know, that car should be the most expensive one at this auto show. Qin Shen glanced over and saw a silver supercar with butterfly doors and metallic silver paint. The salesperson of the brand warmly welcomed them upon their arrival. Seeing Qin Shen staring at the car in the center of the booth, the salesperson proudly introduced, Mr. Qin, this is the Lotus Evija Pure Electric Supercar. Evija is an extremely lightweight model with a total weight of 1,680 kilograms, including a 600 kilogram battery pack. It is equipped with carbon ceramic brakes, lightweight wheels, and a 3-stage semi-active suspension system. Moreover, it maximizes aerodynamics to the extreme. The entire body is full of air ducts, made entirely of carbon fiber, with a minimalist interior. Evija has a peak power of 2,000 horsepower and a peak torque of 1,700 Newton-meters. It accelerates from 0 to 100 in less than 3 seconds, and from 0 to 300 in less than 9 seconds. How much is it? Qin Shen asked directly. The salesperson hesitated for a moment and said weakly, this Evija is a limited edition globally, with only 5 units allocated domestically, and now only this last quota is left. In terms of price, it will be slightly higher. Its price is 21.88 million. 21.88 million? Qin Shen asked in surprise, and the salesperson could understand. Because when he said this price, even he himself felt a bit unreal. In the era of internal combustion engines, Lotus had top-notch engines and chassis tuning. Selling at a high price, the salespeople had confidence. But now it's an electric car, daring to sell for 21.88 million. The neighboring Rolls-Royce Flash Spirit is not even half as expensive as you. Qin Shen complained angrily to Xiao, this car is not as expensive as a LaFerrari, this auto show is too outrageous. And Xiao looked embarrassed, not knowing how to respond. The salesperson thought to himself, this guy must have said something absurd after drinking a few pounds. But the next moment, the salesperson was stunned. Qin Shen turned to him and said, 21.88 million is a bit too cheap. Help me equip it with the most expensive options available. Choose the expensive car paint, use carbon fiber where possible, and real leather instead of Alcantara. The salesperson was stunned by his words and asked in disbelief, "Sir, are you sure you want to order an Evija? You haven't even come in to take a closer look, to feel it." "No, I don't need to. Since I'm going to buy it anyway, I'll go home and take my time to look at it." Should I say it or not, although the price of this Lotus Evija did not meet Qin Shen's expectations, its stylish appearance truly won Qin Shen's heart. He was about to take out the black card to swipe it for the other party. But someone came over. He was 1 meter 65 tall, wearing sunglasses, and dressed in a trendy outfit. The other party had his left arm around a girl of similar height. He handed over a Huaxing Platinum card with his right hand. Arrogantly, he said, "I want this car, swipe the card." He repeated the sentence 3 times. It was simply too arrogant. "Magic City Emperor!" And Xiao Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "Magic City Emperor?" Qin Shen looked puzzled. And Xiao Xiao explained, "Magic City Emperor Qifeng, a man rumored to be richer than Principal Wang. He owns countless luxury cars and is a VIP customer of our Ferrari. He once spent nearly $1 million in one night on a beautiful female anchor. He crashed a 5 million Ferrari without changing his expression. Because his power is too terrifying, he is known as the Magic City Emperor." Qin Shen re-evaluated the other party. Although not tall, the Magic City Emperor exuded the aura of a 2-meter tall person. Qin Shen recognized the woman beside him. She was a certain sports program host, the goddess of otaku, Hyena. Behind them were 2 bodyguards over 2 meters tall. Although dressed casually, their height of over 2 meters still attracted a lot of attention. At this moment, the people outside the booth were drawn to the scene. "Isn't that the Magic City Emperor? My goodness, it really is. The Magic City Emperor is here at the auto show to buy a car." The car that the Magic City Emperor is interested in is said to be the most expensive car at this show, the 21.88 million Lotus Evija. Qifeng took off his glasses and smirked. "Bro, since you know me, don't waste time, I want this car." "Why?" Qin Shen said coldly. Qifeng was stunned. Since the other party knew his title as the Magic City Emperor, he was surprised by his attitude. He was cautious. In a probing tone, he said, "Bro, let's be friends, don't compete with me for the car." "Friends? Who wants to be friends with you?" With these words, Hyena, beside the Magic City Emperor, laughed. "Oh, where did this bumpkin come from? First time in the Magic City. It's your great fortune to have a relationship with the Magic City Emperor. If he leaks a bit of information to you, you can make a fortune." Qifeng squinted his eyes, neither confirming nor denying. He was generous and not stingy. He was well known in the circle. As long as you flattered him, you could have whatever you wanted. He had nearly 100 followers who played with him. Each person's task was to play with him, please him, and treat him like a god. With this simple operation, these followers could make a lot of money every year. Qin Shen snorted, "With your little money, you still think you can associate with me? Ridiculous." With these words, Qifeng's face turned red with anger. "How dare you say that again? What Magic City Emperor? In my eyes, you're no different from a villain. You." Qifeng's anger rose from his heart. The 2 bodyguards behind him saw the situation and waited for Qifeng's command to rush up and subdue Qin Shen. This scene was seen by the onlookers. "Damn, who is the person opposite the Magic City Emperor? It looks like they're about to fight. No way, that person actually dares to confront the Magic City Emperor. Doesn't he know who the Magic City Emperor is?" And Xiao Xiao quickly pulled Qin Shen back. "Mr. Qin, you may be wealthy, but the Magic City Emperor not only has money, but his background is also extraordinary. We better not provoke him easily. In my eyes, he's just a figure, not a background." A few words, each mocking, not giving Qifeng any face at all. If this were to be heard by other wealthy young masters, they would probably rush up and fight him. But Qifeng was different. Although arrogant and proud, he had learned from his father since childhood to navigate through society. He learned to retaliate without making a sound. Fighting in public was something only fools and second-rate young masters would do. How could he, Qifeng, the Magic City Emperor, be such a fool? Qifeng waved his hand, signaling the bodyguards to step back. "Bro, you are the first person to speak to me, Qifeng, like this. I appreciate you. But, the car, I must have it. So, the old rule, the highest bidder wins." Upon hearing this, Qin Shen almost couldn't help but laugh. Biting his lip tightly, he forced himself to say, "Okay," and Xiao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, as long as there's no fight. Seeing Qin Shen agree, Qifeng noticed the distortion in the other's expression. He felt pleased. The other party was backing down. His strategy of winning without fighting seemed to be successful. It's not about who can spend more money. Looking around the entire Magic City, how many people can compete with him? Those business tycoons, each claiming assets exceeding hundreds of billions. But they are all just real estate and stocks. They wouldn't dare to compete with him by cashing out. The stock price would plummet the next day. What does his Magic City Emperor rely on? Cash flow. Chi Feng casually raised his Huaheng Platinum card and said to Qin Shen, "There's $1 billion in this platinum card. No matter how much you offer, I'll top you by $1. Bro, there's a saying, there's always someone better. You might be a big shot in your city, but this is the Magic City. We're not on the same level." As these words were spoken, the onlookers were in an uproar. Damn, truly deserving of the Magic City Emperor. $1 billion in cash, isn't that too extravagant? Pfft, just $1 billion, what's so special about it? After the last sentence was said, the person suddenly realized that he was speaking on the spot, not on the internet. At this moment, he was just an ordinary person, not an online keyboard warrior. He immediately fell silent and slowly backed away, afraid of being beaten on the spot. Chi Feng stood with his hands in his pockets, looking down on Qin Shen. Seeing Qin Shen's unpleasant expression, he felt secretly delighted. With your appearance, you still want to oppose me. In the whole Magic City, how many can play with cars and throw away $1 billion just like me? Yen Na, seeing her man showing off like this, excitedly jumped up and kissed Chi Feng on the cheek. Honey, you're amazing. Chi Feng smirked and said in a playful manner, after buying the car, I'll show you whether my amazing is truly amazing. His female companion understood his words and hugged Chi Feng tightly. Chi Feng felt the waves of excitement like the sea. Damn, I wanted to quietly visit the auto show today, but my strength doesn't allow me to be low-key. Chi Feng waved his hand and called the salesperson over. Don't worry about the money, there's $1 billion in this card. Fill the car with all the options for me. Just as Chi Feng finished speaking, Qin Shen spoke up. Who said this car belongs to you? Bro, are your ears not working? I said there's $1 billion in this card. Do you understand what that means? Qin Shen's expression remained unpleasant. It wasn't because Chi Feng was too arrogant, but rather he felt Chi Feng was incompetent. With such a grand title, Magic City Emperor, and boasting for so long, he only managed to gather $1 billion. He originally wanted to wait for Chi Feng to continue showing off and raise the price. But after waiting for a while, he realized that besides making noise, the $1 billion in the card might be his limit. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue talking nonsense. Qin Shen took out a card from his pocket. As soon as this card appeared, those who knew about it among the onlookers were shocked. Damn, this is the Centurion Black card from Amex. Centurion Black card? Is it really impressive? No, it's not impressive. It's impressive as hell. It's the granddaddy of impressive. On Chi Feng's side, he also recognized it. The Centurion Black card from Amex. It's a card that allows unlimited spending. If the $1 billion in his Huaheng Platinum card was considered a daddy card, then the Centurion Black card was the granddaddy. Chi Feng had tried to apply for a Centurion Black card several times, but due to his status and his actual strength not meeting the requirements, his applications were always rejected. Damn, the other party actually has this card. Chi Feng thought to himself that it was not good. Qin Shen pinched the Centurion Black card between his index and middle fingers and handed it to the salesperson. This card has no limit. You can swipe it for $10 billion, and this car must be mine today. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was dumbfounded. A sentence stuck in the throat. Can't say it. Damn, this is too explosive. Damn, spending $10 billion to buy a car? He still bought a new energy one. What kind of luck did I have today? What did I witness? Yana's apple muscle twitched after plastic surgery. The guy in front of her. Oh no, the man in front of her is too handsome. She slowly let go of her hand, tossed her hair, sent a flirtatious look and left. The flirtatious look drew a beautiful arc in the air, intercepted by Xiao Xiao. And Xiao Xiao's heart was surging at this moment. What is the identity of this big shot next to her? He actually spent $10 billion to buy an electric supercar priced at $21.88 million. Unbelievable. Just couldn't believe it. And Xiao Xiao, who had been maintaining a ladylike distance, could no longer restrain the emotions surging in her heart. She grabbed Qin Shen's hand and pressed herself against him. Mr. Qin, don't be misled by Chi Feng. This Lotus Evija is not worth that much money. Qin Shen slowly withdrew his hand from the mountainous valleys and said lightly, just $10 billion, why bother bargaining and changing? I said $10 billion is $10 billion, unless. And Xiao Xiao was not convinced, squeezed and pressed closer. This time, she exerted more force, using the combat techniques she learned during her fitness training. Entwining, locking, skills. She asked softly, unless what? Unless, this Mo-Du Emperor wants to add $1 more to the $10 billion price. Qin Shen looked at Chi Feng and said. Chi Feng was a little nervous when Qin Shen looked at him. Damn, the way this guy talks, and there's a hint of expectation. Does he want me to steal the limelight from him? Snatch the car? But Chi Feng's mind was still clear. Buying this car for 10 billion, he might end up with broken legs when he goes back. Chi Feng stood still without saying a word, thinking about how to leave gracefully. The opponent's strength was unfathomable, and he couldn't afford to mess with him today. At this moment, Chi Feng felt something unusual beside him. He looked at Yana. He saw desire in her eyes. But this desire was not for him, but for the man opposite. After some thought, Chi Feng raised his hand and slapped her hard. Bitch, how dare you try to seduce a man right in front of me? Yana was caught off guard by the sudden slap. She hadn't done anything. How did she get slapped? At this moment, she only felt a sharp pain in her nose. When she touched it, she almost cried. How did her nose, which she had just done last week, become crooked? Chi Feng grabbed Hyana's clothes and said to Qin Shen, Bro, this woman needs to be taught a lesson. Originally, I wanted to buy this car as a toy for her. Now I'm not buying it, see you later. With that, Chi Feng left the booth grumbling. This scene stunned the audience below and Qin Shen. Chi Feng dragged Hyana away until they left the booth. He casually threw Hyana into an empty place, called the bodyguard, and said coldly, Anyo, find out who that person is. Damn it, trying to steal my thunder, he's probably tired of living. Anyo nodded and took his orders. Inside the Lotus booth, the salesperson nervously handed over a black card. Qin, Mr. Qin, this car can't be sold to you for 10 billion. Why? Qin Shen asked displeased. The salesperson was sweating profusely, thinking, we want to sell at this price, but the law doesn't allow it. Mr. Qin, our Lotus brand is dedicated to serving customers and will not raise prices temporarily to deceive customers. And Xiao Xiao said on the side, Mr. Qin, what he said is right. Items have their normal value. If something originally costs 21.88 million, but is sold for 10 billion, they might be reported and sued. Qin Shen was speechless. Why is it so difficult to spend money? But there was no way, he couldn't just force it on others. Forcing the other party to sell their 21.88 million worth car for his own 1 billion. Well, then, as agreed at the beginning, max out the configuration. Choose all optional extras, only the most expensive ones. The salesperson's face turned pale. The Lotus Evija electric supercar, which costs 21.88 million, was already considered a money grab. All the value-added options inside had already been added one by one. They even asked me to continue stacking buffs on top. Isn't this making things difficult for me? Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry. This Lotus Evija is already at the highest price. Qin Shen's face showed a hint of anger, but he couldn't erupt. He could only nod, displeased, and said, then let's use the card. The salesperson took the black card. All right, Mr. Qin, as a gesture of goodwill, we will give you a Lotus Electra. Qin Shen frowned upon hearing this. What if this car is considered one of the 5 rebates by the system? Wouldn't that mean losing a rebate opportunity for nothing? He waved his hand. Forget about the gift, I don't want it, give it to her. The salesperson thought Qin Shen was flirting and immediately understood. All right, Mr. Qin, I will arrange the relevant procedures for you. And Xiao Xiao was confused. Give it to me? She knew about the Lotus Electra. It was a super electric SUV with a 2.95 second 0-100 acceleration, a maximum range of 650 kilometers, and the ability to charge from 10% to 80% in less than 20 minutes. The car was equipped with 4 128-line laser radars, 508 TOPS computing power, and advanced driving assistance capabilities on highways, city roads, and parking lots. Most importantly, this car was worth 1.02 million. This was the second time she met. The other party was generously giving her a car worth millions. Could it be that his previous actions had an effect? It must be. And Xiao Xiao was already attractive herself. Her figure was a sight to behold. Tang Li Bai once wrote a poem, 2 looks are not enough, describing this mountain as majestic and just right. And Xiao Xiao speculated, tonight might be the night. She looked at Qin Shen's handsome profile, and his smile couldn't hide his feelings. Such a wealthy and generous man, which woman wouldn't be infatuated? And he dared to challenge the top players in the city. His masculinity was overwhelming. She had to seize this opportunity. Qin Shen quickly signed the car purchase agreement and paid. And Xiao Xiao approached Qin Shen. Darling, where are we going next? She said playfully. Qin Shen was stunned by her choice of words. And Xiao Xiao, mind your language. And Xiao Xiao smiled, darling, so you like to play serious, huh? Qin Shen was speechless. How could a woman change her attitude so quickly? Just now, they were polite, calling each other Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin. Now it was darling. Xin Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. After leaving the Lotus booth, Xin Chen still kept a distance from An Xiaoxiao. Seeing this, An Xiaoxiao regained some rationality. Being overly attentive didn't work, so she decided to maintain her previous ladylike image. Indeed, Xin Chen's attitude softened slightly. Why are there so many people at the booth across from us, even more than Rolls-Royce and Lamborghini booths? And the brand seems unfamiliar, I've never seen it before. Xin Chen pointed to the position diagonally opposite and asked. And Xiaoxiao looked up, smiled, and said, Mr. Xin, that's the high-end brand of the Vayati Group, the Upward series. Vayati Group? Yes, Mr. Xin. Don't underestimate the Vayati Group. It used to be an unpopular car company. But now, with the vigorous development of new energy vehicles in the country, the Vayati Group has been quietly working on this technology for the past 20 years. Suddenly, in the past 2 years, it has burst onto the scene. It has become a leader in new energy vehicles. Based on this, they developed the sub-brand Upward. The Upward brand is the Vayati Group's strongest strategy, representing the group's high-end series. Upward brand? Xin Chen seemed to have a faint impression. Last time, Xiao Xinfa, the legal counsel of the Vayati Group, came to the school. He was looking for him to sign a nearly 100 billion investment project. Although Xin Chen didn't pay much attention at the time, he vaguely remembered the document was about a development strategy layout for a brand called Yangshi. Xin Chen's interest in the Yangshi brand grew stronger. Let's go take a look, Xin Chen said as he arrived at the Yangshi brand booth. It was already crowded with people, including various media influencers, car reviewers, and internet celebrities, almost bursting the booth. Although the Yangshi brand only had 2 cars on display, the number of people coming to see them was endless. The flow of people was close to 5 floors inside and out. Facing the booth, on the left was a uniquely styled, somewhat exaggerated sports car. On the right was a huge, angular, rugged-looking SUV. Xin Chen was immediately drawn to the SUV. Let's go in and take a look at that car. Xin Chen pointed to the SUV and said, Is it the Yangshi V8? Okay, Xin. And Xiaoxiao nodded. She came to the auto show on behalf of the company, specifically to inspect the Yangshi brand. She had made preparations for an advance appointment. After a simple check of qualifications by the staff, they were allowed inside. The Yangshi V8 was the most eye-catching car at the event. More people were looking at it than at Rolls-Royces or Lamborghinis. It featured technology like turning on the spot, super-intelligent body control systems, drones, and water-floating capabilities. Because of these high-tech features, the area around the Yangshi V8 was crowded with various influencers. Xin Chen walked around the Yangshi V8, examining every inch of the car meticulously. After all, he owned 50% of the Vayati Group's shares. This car could be considered the crystallization of his efforts in the industry. Hey, friend, you're blocking my shot, a fat man said coldly to Xin Chen. Xin Chen looked up and recognized the man as Pig Brother, a famous car reviewer from Douyin. Xin Chen realized he had accidentally entered the man's shot. Sorry, Xin Chen took 2 steps forward. Pig Brother clapped his hands, gesturing for his assistant to come forward to check the footage. When he saw the footage where Xin Chen appeared, he frowned. What's going on? Today isn't media day, how did ordinary consumers sneak in? The assistant quickly explained, I guess they took advantage when no one was looking, I saw several of them at the Lamborghini booth. Xin Chen walked around the Yangshi V8 and arrived at the driver's seat. He was very satisfied with the exterior, but he hadn't seen the interior yet. He was about to reach for the door handle when another person beat him to it. The person exuded a kingly aura, dressed simply in a t-shirt and shorts, with a disdainful expression. He ignored Xin Chen's presence, went straight to try to open the driver's door. After a couple of attempts, he couldn't open it. Angrily, he called over a staff member. The staff member recognized him as Xiao Ming, a popular car reviewer with millions of fans. What's wrong with your Vayati Group? Are you guys so unprofessional? The staff member apologized repeatedly. I'm really sorry, Teacher Xiao Ming, what happened? Xiao Ming pointed at the Yangshi V8 and said, Why is this car still locked? How can we big influencers shoot if you lock us out? Xiao Ming's attitude was demanding, and his expression was disdainful, completely different from his demeanor in his videos. The staff member kept apologizing. Teacher Xiao Ming, we're really sorry. This Yangshi V8 is still an engineering vehicle, not the final production model, so it's not ready for media teachers to shoot. Damn it! I came all the way from Guangdong, and you're telling me I can't shoot. The staff member continued to apologize. At this time, Pig Brother also heard the commotion from the other end. He came around and walked up to Xiao Ming. What's going on? I could hear the commotion from where I was filming over there, he said. Xiao Ming angrily explained the situation. Pig Brother comforted him, saying, "Oh, you're an experienced car reviewer. This is how it is with prototype cars." Upon hearing Pig Brother's words, Xiaoming's anger subsided. "What's going on with you guys?" A voice with clear pronunciation came. Pig Brother and Xiaoming looked over together, only to see the famous car commentator, Leopard Brother. Pig Brother, upon seeing Leopard Brother, quickly approached and said, "Leopard Brother, we want to film a special feature on the V8 from an overhead perspective. Unfortunately, this is a prototype car, and the staff won't allow us to film." Leopard Brother puffed up his chest, rubbed his shiny bald head confidently, and said, "I thought it was something serious. It's just filming inside the car. Watch me." Leopard Brother turned to the staff and said, "Hello, please help bring Mr. Lee over. Tell him Leopard Brother wants to do a special feature on the V8 from an overhead perspective to promote it." The staff member, seeing that it was the respected elder in the car review industry, Leopard Brother, dared not offend and hurried off to the backstage. Xiaoming gave a thumbs up. Leopard Brother is truly impressive. As soon as he arrives, Mr. Lee personally receives him. Admirable. Pig Brother also approached Leopard Brother and put his arm around him, saying, "Leopard Brother is Leopard Brother. The V8 is so popular right now. If we can get first-hand information, we'll definitely gain millions of fans and trend for a few days." Leopard Brother enjoyed the praise from the two, but maintained a humble smile on his face. Soon, Mr. Lee from the Baiadi Group came over in casual attire. As the head of the leading new energy vehicle company, the helmsman of the entire industry chain enterprise, Mr. Lee was very friendly and low-key. He greeted them with a smile, appearing very approachable. Leopard Brother, Pig Brother, and Xiaoming were all seasoned individuals. They quickly greeted Mr. Lee respectfully. Leopard Brother stepped forward and said, "Mr. Lee, Baiadi's development is getting better and better. As a car reviewer, I am very pleased and proud to see the development of the domestic new energy vehicle industry." Mr. Lee smiled and said, "We still need the support of all the teachers." Seeing this, Leopard Brother went straight to the point and said, "Mr. Lee, this time, we all come with sincerity to help promote the V8. We all praise its appearance. However, we would like to get inside the car and film the interior." Mr. Lee still had a smile on his face, but it faded slightly as he said seriously, "It does matter. The interior structure of the V8 may still undergo some adjustments, and we want to change to better materials to reward consumers." Mr. Lee had a background in technology and had strict standards for his products. This time, the V8 represented the most important model for the Baiadi Group to enter the high-end market. Any slightest mistake was unacceptable. Although the three car reviewers in front of him would definitely praise the V8, even if it was a prototype car and not the final production model, once their videos were released, there would be online critics. If they were to be heavily criticized before the car was launched, it would have disastrous consequences for Baiadi's high-end market positioning. That's why Mr. Lee decisively refused. Seeing Mr. Lee's firm stance, Leopard Brother and the others knew it was inappropriate to insist further. Leopard Brother, being experienced, immediately said, "Well, Mr. Lee, you must arrange a special interview for me in the future." Mr. Lee nodded, Of course. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Mr. Lee prepared to return to the backstage. At that moment, a voice came from behind them, "Mr. Lee, I want to take a look inside this V8 from an overhead perspective." Upon hearing this, Leopard Brother, Pig Brother, and Xiaoming all turned around to see who was speaking behind them. The other party looked about 20 years old, with a delicate appearance and a hint of youthfulness between the eyebrows. Xiaoming coldly snorted, "Who is this person?" Zhuge shook his head and said, "Doesn't look like someone from our circle." Leopard Brother stepped forward, patted Qin Shen on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Young man, are you new in the industry? Don't bother, this is an engineering vehicle and not for external filming. Even though I invited Mr. Lee, they won't let us in." And Xiao Xiao also looked a bit embarrassed on the side. Qin Shen, no matter how wealthy, couldn't act so arrogantly. Mr. Lee had already said that they couldn't enter for an internal tour. The three big V influencers in the automotive industry were directly rejected. If he spoke up again, he would only get a cold look from the other party. And Xiao Xiao tugged at Qin Shen's sleeve and said, Mr. Lee just said this is an engineering vehicle, not for public viewing. Let's come back to see the production car in a while." She said this entirely for Qin Shen's sake. Qin Shen smiled faintly and said, "It's okay, I believe Mr. Lee will be happy to show me around." And Xiao Xiao was speechless. Zhuge, Xiaoming, and Leopard Brother were also at a loss. This young man seemed to be entering society for the first time. He probably didn't understand anything. Mr. Lee was called out by a voice behind him and turned around to look. Suddenly, his heart trembled. This person was exactly the same as the one in the photo. Mr. Lee had never met Qin Shen in person, only seen him in photos. Initially, when he learned that someone had acquired 50% of the shares of the Biote Group in the secondary market and from other shareholders, Mr. Lee had his people investigate Qin Shen. However, the investigation results showed that this mysterious wealthy man who acquired 50% of the Biote Group's shares had very ordinary family background. His parents were factory workers, and he was just a freshman in college. Mr. Lee naturally didn't believe such investigation results, but to perfectly conceal a person's background indicated tremendous power behind him, which was rare in the world. Mr. Lee was a smart person. His Biote Group was becoming increasingly powerful, with a complete industry chain and independent technological research and development. It was bound to be coveted by other countries worldwide. In this case, there was only one possibility. Mr. Lee hurriedly took 3 steps forward and asked respectfully, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin Shen?" Qin Shen nodded, "Yes, it's me." Mr. Lee was overjoyed and quickly shook Qin Shen's hand. "Oh, Mr. Qin, I've heard so much about you. I've been busy with the brand launch recently and didn't have the chance to meet you in person in Kyoto to discuss work matters. You came to the auto show without informing me beforehand. I've been neglectful." Qin Shen also tightened his grip on Mr. Lee's hand. "Mr. Lee, you're too kind. I just came to take a look around. I'm very pleased to see the unveiling of the V8. The exterior design really appeals to me, but the interior..." Mr. Lee immediately took out his phone from his pocket. He placed the back of the phone against the main driver's seat and the rearview mirror of the V8. With the NFC function activated, the V8 emitted a low hum and unlocked. Mr. Lee quickly opened the car door for Qin Shen. "Mr. Qin, please inspect the work." Qin Shen nodded and stepped into the driver's seat of the V8. Mr. Lee also got into the passenger seat and began explaining the interior features of the V8 to Qin Shen. Outside the car, the circle of automotive reviewers was dumbfounded, shocked, and speechless. What kind of show was this? Wasn't it said that outsiders were not allowed to enter the V8 for viewing? How come Mr. Lee had just rejected a group of influencers but was now personally welcoming a young man into the car, giving him a detailed explanation one-on-one? Leopard brother. Who is he? Xiao Ming asked incoherently. Zhuge touched his trademark bald head. "I don't know either." Zhuge shook his fat body. "This young man has too much influence. He even made Mr. Lee personally receive him. Moreover, Mr. Lee is much older than him, yet he is so attentive, like brothers." And Xiao Xiao was stunned. She knew Qin Shen was wealthy, but the current situation was not something money alone could achieve. And Xiao Xiao's heart fluttered even more deeply. Such a powerful man. She wanted to be his woman no matter what, even if she was just one of them. 10 minutes later, Qin Shen and Director Lee walked down from looking up at the V8. Qin Shen's evaluation of this car was very high. "Director Lee, I really like this car. Do you know its price?" "Qin, this V8 we're looking at is the most important car for our Biote Group to break into the high-end market, and it's priced at 1.09 million. Breaking into the high-end market, and it's only selling for 1.09 million? Qin Shen was a bit disappointed when he heard 1.09 million. If it had the same quality, it would easily be snatched up by customers for 3 million. Just a few upgrades and it would jump to 5 million. Director Lee adjusted his glasses and said, "Qin, you're not on the front line, you don't know. The price we set at 1.09 million has already been heavily criticized. They say we're greedy, only thinking about making money from our own people." The price of the V8 was just announced this morning. Before the announcement, there were disagreements within the group. Some thought it should be priced at 990,000. After all, crossing the million mark was a hurdle. Once over a million, they feared being criticized. Some even thought that since they were targeting the high-end market, they shouldn't be fixated on the price. They should directly compete with luxury cars like the Mercedes-Benz G-Class and Bentley Bentayga, selling for 3 million. Director Lee was also very conflicted at first. On one hand, the company needed to grow and challenge foreign luxury brands. On the other hand, he was worried about backlash. Even though these people might never buy a Biote car in their lifetime, it didn't stop them from criticizing domestic brands. In the end, Director Lee made the decision to set the price at 1.09 million. Director Lee, don't pay attention to those idle talk. Even if you sell the V8 for 1.9 million, someone will still say you're greedy. Why not sell it for 900,000? As long as we keep making cars, stay true to our original intentions, ensure quality, and have a clear conscience, I don't see any problem with the price. Director Li held Qin Shen's hand, unable to speak for a long time. In the entire group, only this generous gesture from Qin Shen could bring some comfort to Director Li. But, Qin Shen suddenly said, leaving Director Li stunned. But, Director Li, the price in the overseas market must be higher than the domestic market. That's my only requirement for the V8. Director Li burst into laughter upon hearing this. Absolutely, ensure supply and demand in the domestic market, and make profits in the foreign market. Qin Shen took out his black card. Director Li, I'll order one. Director Li was touched by this gesture. Although BYD's cars were getting better and better now, surpassing many aspects of foreign cars in the same class, some of the company's management or employees never considered buying their own cars. Even with significant discounts for internal staff, in their hearts, cars over 300,000 would still choose BBA. Director Li didn't blame them. Some mindsets needed time to change. Just like the brand they were looking at, it was established to break the monopoly of foreign luxury cars in high-end car sales. The people of Hua should have their own luxury brand. And Qin Shen, on the last car with a rebate, didn't choose a foreign luxury brand again. Tens of millions were no longer as important to him now. Supporting domestic production and the development of independent brands was more meaningful. After swiping the card, the system interface immediately appeared. Congratulations Challenger, completed side mission, checked in at the auto show in Magic City, mission reward, double rebate for car purchase, reward settlement in progress. Please wait. A few seconds later, this car purchase will receive double rebates. A total of 5 cars were purchased, including Rolls-Royce Phantom Special Edition priced at 15 million, Rolls-Royce Wraith priced at 10. 5 million, Rolls-Royce Cullinan priced at 9. 8 million, Lotus Evija priced at 21. 88 million, Bugatti Veyron V8 priced at 1.09 million. Total expenditure, 58. 27 million. Total cashback, 116. 54 million. The system will automatically transfer the money to the challenger's account. Please wait. Payment successful. With a beep, Qin Shen's phone received a text message. The system interface also disappeared. Qin Shen took out his phone and glanced at it. It was a text message from China Merchants Bank. He didn't pay much attention, as over $1 billion no longer interested him. However, and Xiao Xiao standing next to Qin Shen caught a glimpse of the message. Her eyes widened in shock. The text message from China Merchants Bank displayed Qin Shen's bank card balance with a long string of zeros, leaving her eyes blurry. How much money does Qin Shen have? It would take several lifetimes to spend all those zeros. And Xiao Xiao was once again struck by Qin Shen's wealth. She felt herself sinking, losing the last bit of her sanity. She felt extremely restless all over her body. Some things couldn't wait any longer. But this was the car exhibition venue. Even with all her skills, there was no place to show them. Stepping away from the Bugatti booth, and Xiao Xiao looked around, hoping to find a booth offering ice water to cool down. Just then, not far away, there was a BMW Mini booth with a sign offering free ice cream to visitors. Qin, would you like some ice cream? And Xiao Xiao pointed to the BMW booth and asked. Qin Shen nodded, as he liked sweets. The two walked to the BMW booth together. 2 female staff members were handing out ice cream. One had narrow eyes, the other had a big mouth. And Xiao Xiao stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, can I have an ice cream?" The one with narrow eyes glanced at Xiao Xiao and rudely replied, "No." Then she turned her head away, ignoring Xiao Xiao. And Xiao Xiao peeked into the cooler and curiously asked, "Aren't there a few left?" The one with a big mouth quickly closed the cooler and coldly said, "I told you, there are none left." Seeing this, Xiao Xiao had no choice. Just as she was about to leave, a chubby white foreigner approached. He asked in English, "Hey, give me an ice cream." The 2 women were puzzled, not understanding what he said. The foreigner became a bit impatient and pointed to the cooler, saying, "Ice cream, give me." The 2 women then understood his request. The one with a big mouth quickly opened the cooler and took out a box of ice cream. She asked, "Sir, is this what you want?" The foreigner nodded. The one with narrow eyes snatched the ice cream from her companion and handed it over with a pious expression. Seeing the foreigner take the ice cream, the one with narrow eyes was happier than if she had eaten a feast at home. She covered her mouth, giggling. The one with a big mouth, seeing her companion steal the chance to interact with the foreigner, gave her a cold look without saying a word. After the foreigner received the ice cream, he struggled to open the lid for a while. Seeing this, the one with a big mouth stepped over the one with narrow eyes and gestured to the foreigner, saying, "Like this, open it, lift it up." The foreigner imitated the actions of the one with a big mouth and tried again. Unable to contain her excitement, the one with a big mouth exclaimed, "Yes, that's it, coconut, coconut." Finally, the foreigner managed to open the lid of the ice cream. Seeing this, the one with narrow eyes quickly gave a thumbs up to the foreigner, saying, "Good, good, very good." Not wanting to be left behind, the one with a big mouth also said, "Nice, nice, very nice." The foreigner was puzzled. How could opening an ice cream be considered good or nice? He felt that these two women were crazy. Squinting and enthusiastic, speaking in broken English to foreigners, saying, "We have plenty, come back for more after you finish." The foreigner was stunned, thinking, "Are you trying to make me sick by eating so much ice cream?" He turned and left without looking back, and Xiao Xiao witnessed everything from the side. Feeling very unhappy, she walked over again. "Please give me an ice cream." Big Mouth immediately waved his hand, speaking in a very firm tone, "Why can't you understand human language? We said it's finished, didn't we?" And Xiao Xiao was angry. When she asked just now, they said it was finished. She hadn't even taken 2 steps away. When a foreigner came, they gave it to them. "Is it really finished?" And Xiao Xiao held back her temper and asked again. Squinting rolled her eyes and said, "Why are people so shameless now? We said it's finished, but you still shamelessly ask." And Xiao Xiao walked to the thermos box. "Okay, you said it's finished, open the thermos box and let me see. See if there's any left inside." Big Mouth was a bit flustered, quickly placing a hand on top of the thermos box. "Why should I show you? Why should I show you? Who do you think you are? You're really interesting, always insisting. You'll die if you don't eat ice cream?" And Xiao Xiao raged, "You advertised it yourselves, free ice cream. Did I do something wrong by coming to get it? If you really don't have any left, that's fine, but as soon as a foreigner comes, there's suddenly more. How does that work?" And Xiao Xiao's words were loud, attracting the attention of people around. Some people stood up and said, "I also saw the BMW Mini's promotion and came early to get ice cream. I was the first wave to come in, but they told me there was none left. I had the same situation. I thought the event was too popular, and BMW Mini was unprepared. But then I found out they only gave it to foreigners, not a single one to Chinese. Those sitting there eating ice cream are all foreigners." Some people protested, and others who saw the truth also stood up. They condemned BMW Mini. "Damn it, you two are Chinese yourselves, yet you dare to discriminate against us Chinese. You two are so eager to please foreigners, kneeling before them. The Qing dynasty has been gone for so many years, and you two are still kneeling." Squinting and Big Mouth had never seen such a scene. They quickly raised their hands in a guilty manner and explained, "No, no, we are not eager to please foreigners, we do not discriminate against Chinese. It's the company's policy to give it to users who have registered overseas apps. Only users who have registered overseas apps and activated them can get free ice cream. It's not easy for us either." Before they could say more, someone else jumped out, Gong Yang, full of lies. "I didn't see any foreigner take out their phone just now. Damn it, participating in the exhibition in China, and you tell me to have an overseas app, get the hell out of here." Seeing the situation getting out of control, Big Mouth quickly called the booth manager. A man in white soon ran over. Instead of explaining to the angry customers, he directly tore off the sign for free ice cream. A female anchor saw this and quickly started a live broadcast. "Folks, I'm now at the auto show in the Magic City. Just now, the BMW Mini staff." The man in white looked up, saw someone live streaming, and immediately ran over, smashing the woman's phone. "Who gave you the right to live stream here?" The female anchor stepped back. "Why can't I live stream? I didn't even film you." The man in white pointed at the female anchor's face. "Shut down the live stream for me. Why should I listen to you? Damn it, if you don't respect the toast, you'll have to drink the penalty." "Security! Security!" The man in white shouted, and dozens of security guards in black uniforms ran over. "Get her out of here." Upon hearing this, the security guards immediately picked up the female anchor and dragged her out. The female anchor wailed all the way, crying, but her fists were no match for a dozen hands. She was no match for them alone. Security guards surrounded the female anchor on the 3rd floor of the security office. People around wanted to find a way to rescue her but couldn't get close. Others took out their phones to record the scene. A man in white would approach anyone with a phone and smash it. He was very arrogant, pointing at the crowd. "No filming allowed. I am Wangley, the PR director of BMW Mini. Whoever dares to film, I will deal with them." Everyone dared not film anymore. He was the PR director of BMW Mini, a high-ranking figure in a multinational company. Everyone felt frustrated but powerless to resist. "Director!" Big Mouth called out in a pitiful voice, squinting and imitating, "Director, these people are so scary." Wangley smirked, "With me here, no one dares to act recklessly." Big Mouth clapped happily, "Director, you're so amazing." Before Big Mouth could finish speaking, the scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone felt that something was wrong. The female anchor who was screaming for help just a moment ago was now silent. People turned to look and saw a dozen bodyguards lying on the ground in pain. The female anchor stood among them, looking bewildered as if she didn't know what had happened a second ago. A young man in his 20s walked up to Wang Li. His eyes narrowed, a cold light flashing in them. "Call your boss out." Wang Li was stunned, intimidated by Qin Chen's aura. The arrogant Wang Li from a moment ago now spoke softly. Sir, what's the matter? Your BMW Mini discriminated against us Chinese at the auto show in our country. What do you have to say?" Wang Li shook his head repeatedly. "Sir, you've misunderstood. It's a misunderstanding. It's the fault of these two temporary workers. Yes, it's their fault." Wang Li pretended to scold Big Mouth and Squinty, but actually gave them a signal. The two immediately understood and ran away. Seeing them flee, Wang Li turned and said, "Oh, they ran away. Let's go back and teach them a lesson. This matter ends here, let's disperse." With that, Wang Li lifted a thermos box, ready to leave. But before he could, Qin Chen slapped him. Wang Li couldn't withstand Qin Chen's strength, and the thermos box fell to the ground, spilling most of the ice cream inside. The crowd couldn't bear it anymore. "Damn, so much ice cream. BMW Mini, you really know how to talk nonsense. Everyone, boycott BMW Mini. Boycott BMW Mini." Seeing the situation, Wang Li knew he couldn't stay any longer or he might be beaten to death. He immediately crawled away to the back, behind the BMW Mini booth, into the lounge. In the lounge, the head of BMW Mini in China, Gao Ming, was giving a report to the chairman of BMW headquarters, Shibua. In recent years, China's international status had been rising, and more foreigners were now trying to cater to the Chinese market. At a BMW press conference yesterday, Chairman Shibua, speaking in broken Mandarin, emphasized, "Our home is in China. It's not just words, it's engraved in our hearts." Just as Gao Ming was about to report on the day's orders at the auto show, a sweaty Wang Li burst into the lounge. Gao Ming glared at Wang Li and whispered angrily, "Didn't you see I was reporting to the chairman?" Wang Li squatted in front of Gao Ming, panting, and said, "General Manager Gao, something big has happened." Gao Ming's face darkened. "What happened?" Wang Li explained the situation in detail. Gao Ming felt like strangling Wang Li. "Yesterday, the chairman said at the press conference that China is our home, and today you've caused such trouble for us." Wang Li felt wronged. It was you who wanted to save costs by only buying a few ice creams. And when it came to sharing, you said Chinese people love to take advantage and shouldn't be given any. Foreigners like to eat sweets, only for foreigners. There is a problem now. You are trying to shift the blame onto me. Wang Li complained in his heart. But he didn't dare say anything. "Director Gao, we need to come up with a solution." Gao Ming's eyes rolled and he said, "They are just a bunch of troublemakers. Why are you afraid? Just say a few words casually, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Don't forget, although we are Mini, we are still a BMW Mini, not some second-rate car company." Wang Li just wanted to curse. What's the point of talking about being a first-rate car company now? "Director Gao, I've tried everything I could to handle it. It's not working, they are still causing trouble." Seeing his subordinate being so incompetent, Gao Ming was so angry that he wanted to kick him. "Damn it, can't you just say that the ice cream is for our employees, and those who receive the ice cream are internal employees of BMW?" Wang Li slapped his forehead. "Director Gao, this is a good idea, this is a good idea." Gao Ming smiled triumphantly. "Furthermore, just apologize casually. Say that those two girls are still children, let them stop causing trouble. Don't let them take advantage, keep causing trouble and never stop. This way, the troublemakers will be silenced, and the issue will be resolved." Wang Li quickly stood up, giving Gao Ming a thumbs up. "Using moral coercion is brilliant, Director Gao. You are amazing, I admire you." Gao Ming waved his hand, signaling him to leave. After dealing with Wang Li, Gao Ming continued to report to the BMW Group chairman. Just as he was speaking, Chairman Chibu received a breaking news notification on his phone. He clicked to read it and was stunned. The news described the recent incident at the car show involving BMW Mini ice cream. His face turned pale, and he questioned Gao Ming, "Gao, what's the matter with the ice cream? Why did such a thing happen at the car show? Didn't I mention in the meeting that China is now the most important market for our BMW Group? I just finished the press conference and this happened, you must explain this to me." Yao Ming had already prepared a set of excuses in his mind. He shifted all the blame to Mimi Yen and to Zueba, saying it was due to their personal moral issues. He claimed he was unaware of these actions. This kind of deceitful behavior is a necessary skill for corporate executives. After listening to the explanation, Shibu said coldly, "Gao, you must resolve this matter for me." "Definitely, please rest assured, Chairman. I will go and fire those two women now." Chibu sighed deeply and nodded. At the BMW Mini booth, Wang Li walked up to the crowd. Everyone, on behalf of the company, I apologize to everyone. Due to our inadequate training, 2 new employees made some mistakes in their operations. I am very sorry for what happened. The foreigners who just received the ice cream are actually our employees. The free ice cream activity was only for our own employees, as a reward for their hard work. Wang Li cleared his throat and continued, the 2 little girls are still trembling backstage, still sobbing. They are just children, so please don't make things difficult for them. Can we show some tolerance and understanding towards them? After Wang Li finished speaking, he saw the whole room fall silent. He felt triumphant in his heart. Damn, these troublemakers, watch me use my tricks, moral coercion will shut you up. But the silence was short-lived. Wang Li may have forgotten that it's not 100 years ago, not 20 years ago. It's no longer a time when Chinese people are treated differently, discriminated against, insulted. It's an era of self-reflection and self-criticism. After experiencing so much, people are no longer falling for these tricks. Damn it, how dare you still say they are children? I'm also a child of 300 months, now if I beat you to death, do I not have to pay for it? No apology, and you dare to morally coerce us, damn it, I can't take it anymore. Apologize. Ask your chairman to come out and apologize. A rare ice cream flew out from nowhere, heading straight towards Wang Li's forehead. With a bang, Wang Li was knocked unconscious. Soon, more and more people picked up the dropped ice cream from the thermos and crazily threw them at Wang Li. After a moment, Wang Li, who had been knocked out, was hit again and woke up. He scrambled and ran back into the lounge. Just as he reached the lounge door, he collided head-on with Mimi Yen and Big Mouth. Seeing the two crying, Wang Li immediately asked, "What's wrong with you two?" Big Mouth said, "Minister Wang, you have to help us. Director Gao wants to fire us." Mimi Yen added, "Minister Wang, people online are cursing us. You can't abandon us now." Wang Li was stunned. "You two go back first and lay low. I'll handle this and inform you later." Big Mouth and Mimi Yen smiled and thanked him before leaving. Watching them go, Wang Li cursed under his breath, "Damn it, all because of you two idiots. How dare you ask me to intervene?" After swearing, Wang Li pushed open the lounge door and muttered, Director Gao, I can't handle it anymore. The people are too difficult." Director Gao closed his notebook and scolded, "You can't even solve a small issue, what use are you?" "Director Gao, they are too many, I can't handle them alone." Director Gao stepped over Wang Li, who was lying on the ground throwing a tantrum, and said, "I'll go out and see. I don't believe that with our BMW brand, we should fear these troublemakers." Wang Li breathed a sigh of relief as Director Gao left, no longer having to face the situation himself. Director Gao's steady pace and the demeanor of being the head of a multinational company in the Chinese region had a completely different effect. As he passed by, BMW Mini employees bowed to him. When he stood in front of the crowd, his gaze fell on Qin Shen, who was closest to him. He coldly asked, "Are you the one causing trouble?" Qin Shen remained silent, just staring coldly. Director Gao snorted, "Which car company sent you to cause trouble? I'll pay you double. Take the money and get lost. You will regret speaking to me like this." Qin Shen's domineering aura was too strong, leaving a senior executive of a listed foreign company stunned with just a few words. Director Gao looked at Qin Shen warily, "Who are you?" "I am a Chinese." "Sir, I advise you not to cause trouble here. It's just a small matter, no need to cling to it." At that moment, Director Gao's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was the chairman of the BMW Group, Chibua. "Gao, what's going on? I see all the negative news about our BMW Mini on the internet." "Chairman, rest assured, I am on site and handling the situation. It's just an ice cream, why did it escalate like this?" "Gao, this year is the most difficult year for the global automotive industry. Our BMW Group values the business in China greatly. Therefore, you must resolve the situation immediately." "Yes, Chairman, with me here, you can relax." Director Gao hung up and called his assistant. He asked him to secretly take a photo of Qin Shen and check his information on the internal website. A person with such a strong presence must not be ordinary. Not an ordinary person, definitely a BMW customer. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to 100 victories. Although both Director Gao and Wang Li are in the management of BMW Mini, Director Gao is more cautious and cunning. Qin Shen stepped forward and stood at the forefront of all the protesters. "Do you call this a small matter?" "Of course, it's a small matter, just an ice cream. I can have someone buy hundreds or thousands of them right now. Our BMW Mini brand shouldn't be so petty. Hee, is this just an ice cream issue? You guys at BMW Mini are biased and discriminatory, even discriminating against the people of Hua country. Don't you have any awareness at all?" Gao Ming's tone turned cold. The two women who just spoke have been fired by me. Are you satisfied now? Why blow this out of proportion? Qin Shen slammed his hand heavily on the table in front of him. 100 years ago, our strength was weak, our country was in decline, we were bullied, oppressed, discriminated against, and had no way to resist. Now, you foreign companies come to Hua country, making money from the people of Hua country. But you still want to treat us differently with the same tricks from 100 years ago. Have you asked our compatriots if they agree? Qin Shen's words were powerful, his voice spreading throughout the BMW mini booth. The onlookers at the scene, full of spirit, raised their fists and shouted in unison, "We do not agree." Gao Ming looked at the people surrounding the booth. He felt a bit uneasy. Things seemed to be heading in a direction he couldn't control. Unconsciously, he took a step back. At that moment, Gao Ming's assistant hurried over and whispered a few words in his ear. Gao Ming's face, which had been dark, suddenly showed a hint of a smile. After hearing the news, Gao Ming walked towards Qin Shen. "So you are General Manager Qin Shen, the owner of the Kyoto Tiancheng BMW 4S store. You are young but already own a BMW 4S store. No wonder you have an air of dominance." Gao Ming complimented, then continued, "Although you are BMW and I am BMW Mini, we both belong to the BMW group. Today, it's like a storm in a teacup, we shouldn't be at odds with each other. I apologize here to you, give me some face, let's call it a day and disperse everyone." "Call it a day? Just apologize lightly and call it a day?" Gao Ming sneered, as if seeing through everything. "General Qin, I know what you mean. I will help you apply to the headquarters for a 10% increase in your annual rebate for 5 years on top of the current one. How about this proposal?" Qin Shen snorted, "Are you trying to bribe me with money?" "Oh, General Qin, don't be so harsh in your words, let's help each other." Qin Shen shrugged off Gao Ming's hand and took a step towards him. "Today, if your BMW brand does not sincerely apologize in front of all the media, I will not let you off." The onlookers echoed, "Apologize." Gao Ming was stunned. Damn, is this guy too ruthless? Asking for a 10% increase in rebate and still not satisfied, it's like asking for a lion's share. A 10% increase is the maximum within Gao Ming's authority. Seeing the crowd's emotions being stirred up by Qin Shen, Gao Ming's phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, it was BMW Group Chairman Shibua. Gao Ming cursed in his heart, "Stupid foreigner, is it not enough? Keep pushing, pushing, pushing." "Hello, Chairman." Gao Ming greeted obsequiously. Shibua couldn't sit still. Just now, a few bloggers started the commotion. Now, even verified accounts were reposting videos. Weibo and moments were gradually fermenting. "Gao!" Shibua shouted into the phone, "What's going on? Didn't you tell me you would handle the situation? Now the heat is getting higher and higher. Is your BMW Mini's PR team incompetent? Even I, a foreigner, can't stand the explanation they gave." "Chairman, it's not like that." Gao Ming explained, "I had originally calmed things down, but there was a dealer on site inciting the crowd." "A dealer?" Gao Ming's words made Shibua's tense body relax slowly. "Yes, Chairman, it's the dealer from the Kyoto Tiancheng BMW 4S store, Qin Shen. He has been inciting the crowd at the auto show." Shibua, with years of experience in the business world, sensed that Gao Ming was not telling him everything. He asked in a low voice, "What does this Qin Shen want?" "Chairman, I think the other party is trying to take advantage of this matter to pressure our Bauma group. He seems to be making a fuss about the year-end rebate. I just promised him a 10% increase in the year-end rebate, but he still refuses to be satisfied and continues to cause trouble. I estimate that he wants more than that, maybe he will ask for a lion's share, probably 30%. Shibi heard this and raised the rebate by 30%. His blood pressure immediately rose, muttering to himself, "Damn it, it's outrageous. This matter cannot be compromised. On behalf of Bauma Group, I order you not to compromise. We must fight against the evil forces to the end." Gao Ming, upon hearing the chairman's instructions, felt more confident. He pointed at Qin Shen and said loudly, "Don't be deceived by him. This person in front of you is a distributor of our Bauma brand in Kyoto. He is deliberately causing trouble today for his own benefit. He wants our Bauma Group to give him more year-end rebates. We disagree, so he started this series of operations." After Gao Ming finished speaking, his assistant and several staff hurriedly came over with a basket of cheap keychains. He looked at the basket of cheap keychains brought in for wholesale, and a smile slowly formed on his lips. "You guys just love taking advantage of small benefits, giving you some keychains, and you come running eagerly." "Friends, today's incident was originally just a misunderstanding." Gao Ming reiterated the misunderstanding. "The ice cream of our Bauma Mini brand is only provided to our employees. The two girls who were given ice cream just now are temporary workers, not formal employees at all. Their behavior is purely personal, they are hypocritical, they discriminate against the people of Huagua, and have nothing to do with our Baoma Mini brand. Although I can't give you ice cream, these keychains are exquisite limited edition gifts provided by our Baoma Mini brand for everyone. There are enough for everyone to come and get them. As soon as Gao Ming spoke, several spineless people's eyes lit up and they wanted to go forward to receive them. But they were standing at the back of the crowd, so they had to squeeze forward. Hey, make way, don't block the way. A group of ignorant people, always being led by others. What brand is Baoma, that we can't even have an ice cream? Exactly, they said it was a misunderstanding, so they gave out keychains. These spineless people incited the crowd with their speeches. Seeing this, Gao Ming felt even more pleased. He stood on the table on the platform, grabbed a handful of keychains, and threw them into the crowd. Like a wealthy merchant fooling the common people in ancient times, throwing money to stimulate the poor to scramble for it, causing them to fight among themselves. Weakening the opponent from within is the most effective way. When the spineless people saw Gao Ming throwing keychains, they quickly raised their hands, excitedly shouting, thank you, as if they had received a gift from the gods. Suddenly, a person in a Baoma brand work uniform with a badge ran over from the crowd. General Qin, when did you come to the auto show? Why didn't you inform me? Qin Shen turned to look. It was Du Wei, the general manager of Tianchang Baoma Forest Store. He was invited as a guest representative of the Baoma brand today. Gao Ming secretly laughed. Now your ulterior motives are being exposed. Everyone, look. The current situation with manager Du from Tianchang Baoma Forest Store confirms what I just said. You have all been deceived and incited by the man in front of you. Everything was planned by him behind the scenes, all for his personal gain. Du Wei's face changed drastically upon hearing this. It turns out he was being used as a pawn. General Qin, He tried to explain, but Qin Shen raised his hand and said, no need to explain, facts are facts. Seeing this, Gao Ming laughed and said, everyone, see. He's confessing without being interrogated. The people who were kneeling on the ground picking up keychains glared at him. Damn, it's all about personal gain behind all this. I saw through everything a long time ago. Luckily I was clever and didn't fall for it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found the keychain. I told you, Chinese people are all about self-interest. German people are honest, and BMW keychains are of good quality, can be used for generations. Qin Shen sneered, you say I'm all about self-interest, fine, then I'll cut all ties and boundaries with BMW. I declare, starting now, Jingdu Tianchang will sever all cooperation with the BMW brand. From now on, we will no longer sell any BMW products. Mr. Qin. Du Wei panicked. If Qin Shen terminated the contract, what would happen to the over 100 employees in the store? Would they all lose their jobs? And himself, with elderly and children to support. The boss has the money to fight with the brand, but how would they survive? Qin Shen narrowed his eyes and looked at Du Wei. You don't need to worry about your job and the jobs of others in the store, I have arrangements. Du Wei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. On the other side, Gao Ming was stunned. He pointed at Qin Shen and said, You are unilaterally breaking the contract. You will have to pay a huge compensation. Du Wei timidly added, Mr. Qin, we still have a 15-year contract with BMW. With this move, we might have to pay $1 billion in breach of contract. Qin Shen waved his hand, just $1 billion, I'll pay. Du Wei. Du Wei bowed, yes, Mr. Qin. Smash all the BMW cars in the store for me. Not a single one left, smash them all until they are scrapped. Du Wei was shocked, Mr. Qin, the store has $3 billion worth of inventory, all to be smashed? All to be smashed. Qin Shen shouted, go live, let the public supervise, smash each car one by one. Du Wei turned pale. He had never done anything to ruin his own livelihood, let alone thought about it. But he dared not disobey Qin Shen's orders. Du Wei immediately called back to the store and arranged for the company's anchor to start the action. Within minutes, the live broadcast of the Jingdu Tianchang BMW 4S store began. A professional-looking, tight-skirted, black-stocking beauty anchor stood in front of a brand-new limited-edition BMW M8 and swung a hammer down. The front windshield of the BMW cracked immediately. Then came the second and third hammer strikes, hammering to the point of destruction. Wow, they are really smashing it. This is a limited-edition M8. Look, after smashing the M8, the anchor is now smashing a top-of-the-line 7 Series. So brutal, it's heartbreaking to watch. In the live broadcast room, fans watching the stream were shocked. The Jingdu Tianchang BMW 4S stores account was immediately renamed to Jingdu Tianchang in 4 large characters. Gao Ming was dumbfounded. The other party's actions completely exceeded his imagination. $1 billion in breach of contract was mentioned and agreed to. The $3 billion worth of inventory was to be smashed. However, the story was not over yet. After the BMW Mini keychain was thrown a few times, except for a few who knelt down to pick them up, everyone else remained motionless. These people seemed to be influenced by Qin Shen's actions. Each of their faces was dark and filled with anger. Their lips were tightly pressed together, their eyes full of indignation and dissatisfaction. Their expressions seemed to want to devour Gao Ming alive. How? Why don't you like the keychains? Gao Ming asked nervously. A few opportunists picked up all the keychains from the ground and ran off immediately. These people would not care about Gao Ming's life or speak up for him. They just wanted to take advantage or go against the crowd to stand out. Suddenly, two voices were heard in the crowd. People looked over and saw two girls in BMW Mini work uniforms. One had heavy makeup with narrow eyes, and the other had bright red lipstick, making her mouth look unusually large. Some recognized them as the staff who had just served ice cream. Narrowed his eyes at Gao Ming, cursed loudly, "Damn you, Gao Ming, have you no shame, blaming everything on us two little fairies?" Big Mouth picked up an ice cream from the ground and threw it at Gao Ming. "Go to hell, you jerk." Gao Ming, seeing the situation, quickly shouted, "Security! Security! Get these two out of here!" Several black-clad security guards stepped forward and directly restrained Narrowed Eyes and Big Mouth. The two refused to cooperate and struggled desperately. Indecent assault. Mini Baoma hit someone. The security guard who caught Big Mouth was a part-time student from the martial arts school. He had never encountered such a situation before and was a bit flustered. He dared not use too much force to grab the other person, giving Big Mouth an opportunity. She struggled and found a chance to bite the martial arts student's arm fiercely. The student was almost screaming in pain. He came to the auto show under the guise of part-time work and frugality, but in reality, he was looking for a chance to see the car models. However, he didn't get to see many models today and ended up cleaning the booth. Now, being bitten by this Big Mouth made him furious. As a young man in his 20s, he couldn't tolerate this little fairy. Taking advantage of the chaos in the crowd, he delivered two knee strikes directly, making the two fairies almost vomit bile. The two finally calmed down a bit and were carried out in a semi-conscious state. As the fairies left, Tang Yuming, holding hands with a foreigner carrying ice cream, shouted to the crowd, "Hey, you just said this person is your employee, right?" Gao Ming, sweating profusely, felt like he had the worst luck of his life today. How come everything was happening so fast-paced? He turned his head and saw the foreigner holding a Mini Baoma branded ice cream. The foreigner shrugged and angrily said, "Don't talk nonsense, I'm here for tourism in Huagua, I'm not his employee. Hey, that person, if you slander me again, I will sue you in court." With these words, everyone's gaze turned to Gao Ming. Damn it, the people from Mini Baoma, not a word of truth in their mouths. Even at this point, they're still trying to deceive us. Everyone, charge at their Mini Baoma booth. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone stern. "Do you think the people in front of you are the same as those who were oppressed 100 years ago and dared not speak out? Do you think your small favors can offset the mistakes you've made?" Gao Ming was stunned, and Qin Shen took a step forward. "The events of today, you have repeatedly missed opportunities, I give you a chance." "What do you mean?" Gao Ming and Qin Shen were just a punch away. "Hold a press conference, admit your mistakes, and apologize. Otherwise, my anger, you cannot bear, your entire Baoma group cannot bear. The Baoma group will be in chaos." Hearing that he had to publicly apologize, Gao Ming, who had just shown signs of cowardice, began to tremble again. If he really had to listen to Qin Shen and hold a press conference to apologize, it would solidify the fact that Mini Baoma discriminated against the Chinese and treated them differently. This kind of thing was unbearable. No, absolutely not. At this moment, the CEO of Baoma Group, Chibua, called again. "Gao Ming, what are you doing? Haven't you seen the hot searches all over the internet?" At first, Chibua believed that Gao Ming could handle this small matter. He also knew that the Chinese were not united and were like a bunch of grass on the wall. Protests were always loud but had little impact. The heat of the moment would pass in 3 minutes. He didn't care much. After all, in the world, discriminating against the Chinese was the only thing that wouldn't be sanctioned. And Chibua was always paying attention to the situation on site. The measures Gao Ming had taken were flawless. Blaming the temporary workers, saying the person receiving the ice cream was an internal employee, then giving some small gifts to the guides, and smearing the leader. This series of actions were all routine. In the auto show 2 years ago, this was a series of killer moves. But Chibu waited for a long time, and public opinion did not reverse. Several big V internet celebrities that he personally contacted, Xiaoming and Baoga, none of them were willing to take on this whitewashing business. "Chairman, Gao, I authorize you. No matter how much they offer, you agree." When Gao Ming heard this, he laughed and cried, "Chairman, the other party is even richer than we thought. And, the other party doesn't want money at all. Chibu was shocked. Doesn't want money, what does he want? He wants our Boma group to come forward, hold a press conference, admit the mistakes we made, and apologize. No, absolutely not possible. We are a century-old luxury brand. We can say some nice things for the market, cooperate with them in a pretentious manner. But, we cannot apologize to the people of Huagua, admit our mistakes over a small matter. This will damage our brand image. You go ahead boldly, I will handle public opinion, whitewash it. Gao Ming nodded frantically. I understand, Chairman. Gao Ming deliberately kept the call on speakerphone, speaking against Chibu. He wanted Qin Chen to hear the determination of the top management of Boma Group. Now that the chairman is backing me up, I don't have to fear you at all. So, your intention is not to apologize? Qin Chen asked coldly. Apologize? Apologize for what? Now our Boma headquarters has given me full authority to deal with you. Kid, I know you have money, but with your money, can you compete with a Fortune 500 company? Can you compete with a luxury brand with 100 years of history? Qin Chen sneered. In that case, you will accept the sanctions. Gao Ming burst into laughter. Damn, a small forest shop owner dares to talk about sanctions with our Boma brand. I will investigate your whole family now, and then suppress each of your family's industries one by one. With the support of our Boma chairman, dealing with you is just a piece of cake. Qin Chen ignored Gao Ming's words and made a call. Hello, Xiaoying, now use all resources to short sell Boma Group stock. The target is 100% of the current stock price. Xiaoying was stunned. Why did the boss suddenly want to short sell Boma? Although there were many doubts, she did not doubt Qin Chen's orders at all. Okay, boss. After hanging up the phone, Qin Chen made another call. Hello, Qin Zong, why do you have time to call me today? President Wang, to make it short, I remember that Wanda Group has an international investment department, right? Yes. On the other end of the phone, Wang Lin, the chairman of Wanda Group, nervously replied, okay, go all out to short sell Boma Group, target 100% of the current stock price. Wang Lin was shocked to hear this. After hanging up the phone, he quickly turned on his computer to check the news of the day. Boma Mini accused of treating Chinese and foreign visitors differently, a farce caused by an ice cream. Boma Mini treats Chinese and foreign visitors differently, get out of China. The headlines about Boma kept refreshing. Wang Lin, a former soldier, had a fiery temper. Seeing such news, he was furious. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the landline on his desk and called the head of the investment department. For the third call, Qin Chen dialed Dai Jejia. Teacher Dai, what you told me before, about establishing an angel investment company, I was too hasty. Dai Jejia's eyes flashed with a hint of desolation. Yes, where would there be pie falling from the sky? At that time, Qin Chen must have been impulsive. He transferred 1 billion to himself. She chuckled self-deprecatingly. At first, she naively thought that Qin Chen really wanted to establish a company for her. Dai Jejia even used her connections to immediately acquire a qualified company. It's okay, Qin student, I understand. I will return the 1 billion to you later. Dai Jejia's tone was somewhat subdued. Originally thought there would be a broad shoulder to rely on. But in the end, still only oneself carrying the burden forward. Qin Chen heard the bitterness in Dai Jejia's tone. He explained, I think you misunderstood me. What I meant was, Angel Investment Company is too small, I am not interested in small money. What I want is a financial company that can rival American conglomerates. Dai Jejia's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing this. Qin Chen wasn't looking to withdraw the investment. Was he planning to increase it instead? But Qin Chen's idea was too grand. Dai Jejia felt it was somewhat unrealistic. American conglomerates. They have developed over a century alongside the American economy. They have been built step by step through generations. It can be said that they are the result of seizing every opportunity. It's not something that can be achieved casually. To rival American conglomerates, that's a behemoth with a trillion-dollar scale. Our billion-dollar fund probably can't reach such a scale for now. But, Qin Chen, rest assured, I have confidence. Give me 30 years, no, 20 years. I will definitely develop our company into a trillion-dollar company. Dai Jejia said with unwavering determination. To build a trillion-dollar company in 20 years. Even my dad probably wouldn't have the confidence to say that. It was like a fantasy. But Dai Jejia had figured it out. She was willing to give up everything in her personal life. Wholeheartedly support the man who trusted her and supported her in his endeavors. Even if it meant sacrificing all her youth, it was worth it, to strive to achieve the goals he wanted to achieve. Just as Dai Jejia finished speaking, her phone vibrated. She subconsciously glanced at it. Instantly, she felt her blood pressure skyrocket. Goosebumps erupted all over her body. She took a few deep breaths to calm down the boiling high blood pressure. The text message on her phone indicated that a huge astronomical sum had been transferred into her account. A long string of numbers, 0. Dai Jiajia counted it more than 10 times. 100 billion. She was left speechless. Even though she had worked for a top company, Melon Financial Company, she had never seen such an astonishing amount. Qin Shan had transferred 100 billion to her without any reservation or warning. Dai Jiajia's mind went blank, her throat dried up. She had just been ready to devote all her youth to the struggle. But Qin Shan had effortlessly saved her 20 years by a simple tap on the screen. Teacher Dai, the money I just transferred to you is for the company's startup capital. And for the company's first business, I need you to short sell Baoma Gong Group without reservation. The target is to short sell 100% of the current stock price. Dai Jiajia was once again shocked. Short selling Baoma Group with 100 billion? What's going on? What operation is this? Before Dai Jiajia could ask, Qin Shan hung up the phone. Dai Jiajia hesitated for only a second before starting her operation. Qin Shan, since you trust me so much, how can I let you down? In the Magic City, at the car show, at the Baoma mini booth. After Qin Shan made all the calls, he activated the system. A system interface appeared before him. He clicked on Character Attributes and quickly jumped to Qin Shan's basic information. Character Attributes: Qin Shan, gender, male, martial arts, level 5 beginner, medical skills, level 2 beginner, skill 1, golden eyes, skill 2, global language, single-use item, short-selling contract. Qin Shan clicked on single-use item, short-selling contract, and the system prompted, confirm the use of this item. Qin Shan clicked, confirm. Then, a bright light flashed before Qin Shan's eyes. The system interface disappeared. He returned to the real world. Gao Ming looked at the 3 phones in Qin Shan's hand and sneered, trying to short sell our Baoma Group with just an ice cream. Aren't you underestimating our century-old Baoma's heritage? Do you know how much Baoma Group is worth? $60 billion. And you want to short sell 100%, how ridiculous. Gao Ming had a sense of pride and joy. It seemed like this enterprise was his own. However, Qin Shan's reaction remained indifferent. It was as if $60 billion meant nothing to him. Qin Shan's lips moved slightly, as if mocking. With his hands in his pockets, he said, is $60 billion a lot? Compared to the $100 billion of Gao Shang, your Baoma is not even a competitor. Gao Ming felt a tightness in his heart. He understood international news. Gao Shang Group, which was recently shorted by his cousin. The president of the U.S. giant financial group was pushed off a building. Kaohsiung, with a market value close to 120 billion, was eventually brought down by a mysterious force to a market value of less than 10 billion. What do you mean? At this moment, Gao Ming's phone rang again. Just as he pressed the answer button, Shibua's roar came through. F***K, F***K, Gao, look at the stupid thing you did. Now Baoma's stock price is plummeting. We've lost $5 billion in market value. Gao Ming broke out in a cold sweat. What's going on? So fast. This shouldn't be happening, even if they manipulated the market to short Baoma. It shouldn't be this fast. In the City of Magic, on the elevated ring road, a black bulletproof Baoma 7 series was moving at a snail's pace. Today was a workday. The traffic in the City of Magic was very congested. Shibua, the chairman of Baoma Group, was sitting in the back seat. After hanging up the phone, he frantically pounded the seat. He kept cursing. Ding! A notification from a mobile app came through. It was a warning of falling stock prices. Baoma Group, stock price down, current price $35.12. Shibua was covered in cold sweat. In the time it took to make a phone call, the stock price of the group had dropped by 3%. Over 20 billion in market value evaporated in an instant. Suddenly, the crawling Baoma car slammed on the brakes. The driver in the front muttered under his breath, "Damn, cutting in line without signaling, go hurry up and reincarnate." Ding! Another notification from a mobile app came through. It was a warning of falling stock prices. Baoma Group, stock price down, current price $32.22. Shibua was almost scared out of his wits. In just one break, Baoma's stock price had dropped by nearly $3 again. At that moment, he felt like the world was spinning. From the moment Shibua hung up the phone, Gao Ming had no more energy to argue with Qin Shan, because he realized his phone was about to explode. The numbers on WeChat were increasing at lightning speed. Until 99. Even after clearing them, the messages kept coming. Every media reporter with Gao Ming's WeChat was messaging him. President Gao, can you respond to the ice cream incident at the auto show today? President Gao, what do you think of Baoma Mini's Weibo post? Netizens think Baoma Mini is still sowing discord, showing no signs of remorse. President Gao, Senum. Gao Ming looked at the hair-raising messages. He uninstalled WeChat directly, but the news notifications on his phone made him collapse again. Baoma Mini ice cream incident continues to ferment, rated as an epic disaster in public relations. Don't buy it anymore. Tell the people around you about the double standards of Baoma Mini. Just now, Baoma Mini issued a statement that ice cream is an internal employee benefit. Netizens are angry. Not even a single punctuation mark is believable. Gao Ming deleted the news app again. But the internal software of Baoma Group pushed another notification. Gao Ming's heart trembled. He vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Gao Ming's trembling index finger clicked on the notification. Announcement: due to the ineffective work of the Baoma Mini brand's public relations department in the Hua country region, which led to the spread of public opinion and affected the brand value of Baoma Group, it has been decided to disband the entire Baoma Mini public relations department in the Hua country region, effective immediately. Announcement: due to personal misconduct, the head of the Baoma Mini brand in the Hua country region, Gao Ming, has caused a major financial crisis for Baoma Group. Currently, the BMW Group is dismissing Gao Ming, the head of the BMW Mini brand in the Chinese market, and holding him legally responsible. Gao Ming was dumbfounded. Completely dumbfounded. Just an ice cream. Is it worth it? He called Chibi. Now, Gao Ming has nothing left. He angrily roared at Chibi. Damn you, Chibi, I've been working at BMW for over 10 years. From a bottom-level salesperson to my current position. Just because of an ice cream. You fired me for a $35 ice cream. Chibi, if you don't give me an explanation, I will fight you to the end. I will not let you off. Gao Ming ranted hysterically into his phone. On the other end, Chibi remained surprisingly calm. Even a bit too calm. After a while, Gao Ming was too exhausted to shout and slumped down. Chibi's voice on the phone was hoarse and choked. Gao, it's over, everything is over. Gao Ming was puzzled. Ding! Chibi sent him a picture. It was a stock price chart interface. The BMW Group's stock price plummeted like mercury. The $60 billion market value of BMW Group had been slashed to $40 billion, and the stock price showed no sign of stopping its decline. Gao Ming broke out in a cold sweat. At the car show, someone received a notification on their phone and exclaimed, "Damn, BMW's stock is plummeting." Others also took out their phones to check. Really, it's so satisfying. Let it crash, damn it, see if these foreign companies dare to be arrogant. Who's shorting it? Teach me, I want to short it too. The ice cream incident sparked widespread attention. In an international chat app called Telegram, in a group named Wolf Trading, the members were many small financial groups leaders from around the world. They secretly shared first-hand news from each country. The group nicknamed Midnight Hunter said, "Everyone, there's a big news in China today, about the BMW Group. I think we can make a big profit from this." The group nicknamed Cruel Flower said, "Are you referring to the BMW Group's ice cream incident?" The group nicknamed One Pole Two Holes said, "I know about that incident, there's no opportunity. The BMW, a century-old luxury car brand group, won't be affected by just an ice cream. At most, there will be a slight fluctuation in the stock price." The group nicknamed Suburban Garin said, "Brother upstairs, you must be new here. Our group gathers investment experts from around the world. Every move we make involves millions. The ice cream incident you mentioned, I estimate, will at most affect BMW's stock price by a few cents. This kind of small disturbance is not worth our attention." Midnight Hunter didn't bother to refute each one. Instead, he directly posted a screenshot of the stock price and trading details. Suddenly, the members of the Wolf Trading Group were stunned. The BMW Group's stock price was plummeting rapidly. BMW's market value had halved. From $60 billion, it was now only $30 billion. And in the trading details, that mysterious trading account appeared again. Each transaction was in the billions. The decisiveness and magnitude of the transactions were breathtaking. One Pole Two Holes exclaimed, "Damn, this account. I seem to remember. It appeared last time when we shorted Gaoshang." Suburban Garin sighed, "I remember too. This is a mysterious force from the east." Cruel Flower said, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and follow. Last time it almost delisted Gaosheng, this time it's just a small BMW, it's like playing with a child." After Cruel Flower finished speaking, no one replied. He felt a bit strange. The truth was, the other members in the group had already started trading frantically. Their earlier refusal to participate was because the leader hadn't shown up yet. Now, the mysterious big brother from the east is once again raising the flag. There is no room for not following. Everyone is like hungry wolves, desperately shorting Baoma, afraid of falling behind, making a few billion less. Ding's eyes were lifeless and lost. His phone rang again. It was another message push from the Baoma Group app. Without thinking, Ding opened it. Announcement: according to the decision of the Baoma Group's board of directors, due to a major personal decision-making error by the Baoma Group's global CEO, Kib Kurog, which has brought irreparable disaster to the group. Now, by voting resolution, Kib Kurog is relieved of all duties in the Baoma Group, effective immediately. After reading the push message, Ding's phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Ding muttered, "Is it necessary? Just for a $35 ice cream. Is it necessary to do this?" Xin Shen looked at the news of Baoma's stock price plummeting and the CEO being dismissed on his phone. There was no mercy in his eyes. The system has not given any indication, indicating that the short position is still ongoing. And Xiao Xiao widened her eyes and also saw the same push message. Xin, Baoma's retribution is coming too fast. At this rate, this century-old car company is going to die. She looked up at Xin Shen. "Xin, what are you thinking?" Xin Shen said lightly, "I'm thinking, if Baoma Group falls to $6 billion, should I go for a full acquisition?" And Xiao Xiao gasped at the words. This man in front of her, not only is he shorting Baoma Group, but now he's also considering a full acquisition. What a terrifying thought. And Xiao Xiao's eyes were almost unable to contain the admiration. She was about to hug Qin Chen and kiss him on the spot. Fortunately, Dewey suddenly appeared, standing in front of the two, rubbing his hands. It seemed like he had something to say but was holding back. Qin Chen saw Dewey and naturally understood what he came for. "You want to ask about the upcoming work arrangements, right?" Dewey nodded repeatedly. "Qin, although Tiancheng is a major brand in car sales, it's still difficult to find a cooperative manufacturer for a complete overhaul." Dewey's words were true. Given Tiancheng's current geographical location, luxury car brands like Mercedes, Audi, Jaguar, Land Rover, etc. all have their own 4S stores. There are basically no manufacturers available for cooperation now. If they insist on collaborating with a luxury brand, they would have to move to a place outside of the competitive relationship. Even though Dewey knew it was difficult, he had to confront his boss today. Let him give a clear directive. There are still many mouths to feed in Tiancheng. Qin Shen took out a business card from his hand and handed it to Dewey. "Call this manufacturer." Dewey looked at the business card. It was the Yachty Group's Ascend brand. Dewey was initially delighted, as the Ascend brand under the Yachty Group was currently one of the hottest luxury brands in the country. Its popularity was not inferior to Baoma's, even showing signs of surpassing it. However, Dewey soon felt a bit uneasy. "Qin, the Ascend brand does indeed fit our Tiancheng. But I heard that many other bosses have tried to contact the Yachty Group to represent Ascend, but the Yachty Group has turned them down. They say this brand must be operated internally by the Yachty Group. As a high-end brand that opens up sales channels, the Yachty Group's attention to the Ascend brand is all-encompassing. It must be specially controlled internally by the group to avoid any issues." Just then, Li hurriedly walked over with a document. "Qin, you left in a hurry earlier and forgot to take the car purchase contract." "Thank you, Li, for coming in person." Li laughed heartily. "Qin, you were just so fierce against Baoma Group. I'm just delivering a document. Compared to that, I, Li, feel a bit inadequate. Getting old, lacking the vigor of youth." Dewey stood there dumbfounded. His own boss was actually standing with Mr. Li from the Yachty Group, chatting and laughing together. Mr. Li seemed to have a lot of respect for his boss. What the hell was going on? Qin Chen casually pushed Dewey. "Mr. Li, this is the general manager of my Kyoto Tiancheng 4S store." Dewey was stunned. He never expected that his boss would introduce him to Mr. Li. This was like elevating him, a small 4S store manager, in status. Dewey was so excited he almost called Qin Dad. "Mr. Li, hello, I'm Dewey, just call me Shedu," Dewey said humbly, and Mr. Li nodded with a smile. Qin Chen went straight to the point. "Mr. Li, you saw what happened earlier. I tore up the contract with the BMW Group directly, so now the Tiancheng 4S store in Kyoto will no longer sell BMW brands. Therefore, I want Tiancheng to represent this brand. What do you think?" Mr. Li's smiling face suddenly stiffened. After some thought, he said, "Qin, the group values this brand very much. Regarding pre-sales and after-sales services, our board of directors has decided to operate in a direct sales model and not open to franchisees. This is to prepare the group to compete in the high-end market and be the best. So, I cannot agree to your request." Although Qin Chen held more shares in the Yachty Group than Mr. Li and others, the final decision-making power still rested with the founder, Mr. Li. In general, Mr. Li would not refuse any of Qin Shen's requests, but in some matters, he had his own principles. Qin Shen also understood that with his 50% stake in the Bayati Group, he could kick Mr. Li out through manipulation and become the one controlling the entire Bayati Group. However, Qin Shen didn't think that way. It would be great if he could just lay back and have all the big shots work for him. Dewey's heart sank halfway upon hearing Mr. Li's words. I guessed it right. I knew it. Oh, looks like we're all going to be unemployed. Unexpectedly, Qin Shen suddenly changed the subject and said lightly, Mr. Li, what if I give you an offer you can't refuse? Mr. Li was puzzled and asked, what do you mean, Qin? Regarding the brand, we have unparalleled technology. But in terms of luxury car interior manufacturing and some details of aesthetic control, there is still a gap compared to traditional car companies. Mr. Li adjusted his glasses upon hearing this. Qin, you're right. I have confidence in the technology aspect. The Bayati Group can outperform any car company. However, in creating a luxurious atmosphere, I admit there is a certain gap compared to other luxury brands. In terms of interior details, to be honest, we have a lot to learn. My condition for you is this: I will fully acquire the BMW Group and then cooperate deeply with the Bayati Group, sharing resources to provide all the necessary information for the Bayati Group. Mr. Li's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing this. The young man in front of him wanted to fully acquire the BMW Group? Even though the BMW Group's stock price had plummeted, it was still a supergiant car company worth billions of dollars. How could someone have the power to acquire it all at once? But Mr. Li's technical brain kicked in. The BMW Group had 3 brands: BMW Mini, BMW Cars, and Rolls-Royce. If they could learn the interior manufacturing technology of Rolls-Royce, wouldn't they become unbeatable in terms of luxury? If this deal came true, it would be a huge profit. Mr. Li extended his hand. Qin, if what you say is true, I am willing to open up a franchise opportunity for the brand you mentioned, Tiancheng. Qin Shen also reached out and shook Mr. Li's hand. It's a deal. Dewey stood aside, hearing that Qin Shen was trying to secure their jobs by acquiring the BMW Group. Although it sounded like a fantasy, it didn't stop Dewey from feeling so touched he wanted to cry. He saw in Xiao biting her lip, looking at Qin Shen with an infatuated expression. He couldn't help but sigh. If I were a woman, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to resist him more than her. After dealing with Dewey and seeing off directorly, and Xiao was happy to finally be alone with Qin Shen. Qin Shen's 3 dormitory brothers happened to come over. The eldest brother Wu Ming patted Qin Shen's shoulder. Fourth brother, well done, a man from Hua country should be so spirited. Kang Huijun was a bit resentful. Damn it, in the end, it was still a bargain for Baoma Mini, just fired the PR department and the person in charge. Fourth brother, you were so cool at Baoma Mini just now. It's a pity I was standing far away and couldn't broadcast you live, otherwise you would have been popular today. Old Tang praised as they chatted and walked towards the car exhibition. Not far away, a Mercedes-Benz S350 slowly stopped. A man and a woman got out of the back seat of the car. The man was of medium build, with a greasy face. The woman had a more outstanding temperament and a well-proportioned figure. Wang Delong hugged Yin Tao's waist. Yin Tao, I just watched the live broadcast in the car and thought the Volkswagen Polo was quite suitable for you, small and agile. Yin Tao smiled on her face, thinking to herself, oh my, trying to send me off with a small car worth tens of thousands, and touching me, I'm afraid you're up to no good. She twisted her waist slightly, throwing Wang Dalong's hand down. Brother Wang, I don't like hatchback cars, I prefer the Mercedes-Benz C, it looks great when a girl drives it. Wang Dalong's face twitched, cursing inwardly, oh my, are you gilded? You're asking for a Mercedes-Benz C as soon as you open your mouth, I'm afraid you're up to no good. The two looked at each other and chuckled in agreement. As they walked towards the exhibition hall, they ran into Qin Shen and his group coming out. The others had no reaction and continued on. Tang Yuming stood still, his pupils suddenly shrinking. He nervously clasped his hands behind his back, looking incredulously at the two coming towards him. Yin Tao, aren't you feeling unwell? Why aren't you at the car exhibition? Tang Yuming blurted out subconsciously, but soon regretted it. Did he make Yin Tao embarrassed by saying this? She should be busy with work, or... Anyway, in Tang Yuming's mind, Yin Tao was a knowledgeable and virtuous girl. Yin Tao also saw Tang Yuming. She sneered coldly, so it's you, Mr. Tang, do I need to report to you when I go out? But you should rest well when you have your period. Tang Yuming's voice weakened, saying, hee, which law says you can't come to the car exhibition during your period? Yin Tao retorted that she was having a really bad day. The private jet's owner didn't even look at her. The little poor ghost assistant was still lingering. She had finally found a potential buyer for the car, only to have the assistant ruin the atmosphere. Angry, Yin Tao couldn't be bothered to control her emotions. When Wang Dalong saw Tang Yuming in front of him, his expression was somewhat blank. Yin Tao, who is this? Yin Tao snorted, Tang Yuming, a customer on the private flight I took today. Wang Dalong was shocked to hear about the private flight and customer. He quickly took out his business card and handed it over out of habit. Mr. Tang, hello. I'm Wang Dalong, little dragon, in the aluminum alloy wholesale business. Yin Tao pushed Wang Dalong's hand back. Brother Wang, what are you doing? Mr. Tang is not a big boss or a major client. What do you mean, Yin Tao? Wang Dalong was somewhat displeased, wondering why this woman didn't understand social etiquette. Yin Tao gave Tang Yuming a disdainful look. This person is just a little assistant by the big boss's side. I'm just a little poor ghost, with no skills at all. Wang Dalong was stunned. The business card he handed over froze in midair. Tang Yuming felt his face burning at Yin Tao's words. Yin Tao, I'm not an assistant, I'm roommates with Qin Chen. Yin Tao sneered, I don't care what your relationship is. I don't have time to deal with you, you little loser. Do you think you've become someone just because you took a private jet? Want to hit on a flight attendant? I'm afraid you're daydreaming. Yin Tao changed her previous elegant and gentle demeanor. At this moment, she was sharp and sarcastic. Yin Tao, you're going too far. I just want to be friends with you. Tang Yuming's face turned pale and then green, replying, Come on, you, a loser like you, what you're thinking, how could I not know? I accidentally mentioned the black stockings, and you couldn't sleep all night. Yin Tao, you've gone too far. Tang Yuming, in a fit of anger, wanted to escape. But Yin Tao noticed the bag Tang Yuming was carrying. She grabbed Tang Yuming's hand. Oh, little follower going to the Rolls-Royce booth to mooch some gifts. Tang Yuming felt ashamed, as if his own secret had been exposed. In front of everyone, he was humiliated as if he were alive. Seeing Tang Yuming on the verge of tears, Yin Tao's perverse desire began to rise. She had served many big shots as a flight attendant, among them countless perverted big shots. They, relying on their wealth, made things difficult for flight attendants in every possible way. Humiliating, looking down on them. As the saying goes, if even a duck won't serve, it's a chicken. Because they are more perverse than normal customers. Let me see what you mooched from Rolls-Royce. Yin Tao snatched the gift bag from Tang Yuming's hand. She rummaged through the bag and was stunned. In addition to exquisite gifts, there was also a document inside. Car purchase. Contract. Full payment. 5 million. Yin Tao's face twitched. Give the boss the bag, and you still say you're not a follower. This is my car. Stop pretending, you deserve to own a Rolls-Royce? Wang Dalong, who was nearby, became interested when he heard Rolls-Royce. He leaned in to take a look. Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yin Tao snorted, That's the one, I was planning to go see this car at Rolls-Royce today. Wang Dalong rubbed his chin, spending over 10 million on this car. Besides super rich people, only super popular internet celebrities can afford it. I just watched a live stream. Wang Dalong's words were about to come out. Suddenly he stopped. He looked up at Tang Yuming, observed carefully for over 10 seconds, then tremblingly asked, You're the old Tang who showed you the world, right? Tang Yuming took the car purchase contract back, calmly saying, It's me. Oh my goodness. Wang Dalong slapped his thigh, So it's really you, old Tang. If you didn't use a beauty filter, I almost didn't recognize you. I'm Magic Dragon of the Devil. Tang Yuming was stunned. Magic Dragon of the Devil? This ID seemed familiar to him. He had sent many lollipops in his live broadcast room. Hello. Tang Yuming suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. He actually had fans. He was recognized by fans in real life. In this scene, Tang Yuming felt the whole world becoming beautiful again. He seemed not so ordinary. His future held infinite possibilities. He took out his phone. Old Tang, can I take a picture with you? Sure. Tang Yuming suppressed the urge to burst into laughter, nodding in agreement. Yin Tao watched all this in shock and petrification. How did this loser suddenly turn the tables? How did the poor guy she brought along become so familiar with the loser? She silently took 2 steps back, opened Douyin to search for the account of Old Tang Shows You the World. The search results came out. Yin Tao gasped. The Douyin account Old Tang Shows You the World actually had 88 million followers. The loser in front of her turned out to be a million-follower blogger. Yin Tao clicked into the homepage and watched the most popular video with 820,000 likes. It was a video of the host showing the Rolls-Royce car purchase contract. Yin Tao trembled as she watched. The loser in front of her was no loser at all. Clearly, he was a host pretending to be weak. Yin Tao was shocked. Could it be that everything before was deliberately staged by him for me to see? Is it a prank game? Or a game to test my sincerity? Yin Tao couldn't care less. She put on a smile and said, Mr. Tang, I. Wang Dalong pushed Yin Tao away and said, Men are talking, you go aside. He pulled Tang Yuming forward a few steps and said, Old Tang, do you like that girl? Honestly, I have no relationship with her. This woman is very materialistic, a bottomless pit, only interested in money and nothing else. It's not worth ruining our brotherhood for this woman. I will introduce my sister to you later. Tang Yuming glanced at Wang Dalong. He thought it was better to forget it. He chuckled and quickly caught up with Qin Chen and the others. After a simple meal in the Magic City, they took a private jet back to Kyoto. Due to work reasons, and Xiao Xiao couldn't return with them. She tried to persuade Qin Chen several times, hoping he would stay and accompany her. But Qin Chen refused, citing heavy schoolwork as the reason. This was the most ridiculous reason Xiao Xiao had ever heard. Watching the Gulfstream G650 take off from the tarmac, and Xiao Xiao stomped her foot in anger. Humph, Qin Chen, this is the first time I've heard a man use homework as an excuse to reject someone. So infuriating. Magic City, Tiandi Huafu Community. This is the top luxury residential area in Magic City. The price per square meter here is as high as 160,000. Even the smallest flat suite costs $500 million. The people living here are either rich or noble. Among them, the largest building, located in the central position, stands by the river, with only 8 floors high. But the endless river to sea view in front of it doesn't make people feel the slightest bit oppressed. Mo Du Huang Chifeng was playing games on the sofa. A female internet celebrity with a high appearance value knelt under the gaming table. Knocking on the door of the Riverside gaming room, the female internet celebrity subconsciously tried to come out but was pushed back by Chifeng. Come in, Chifeng said coldly. A tall man, 2 meters tall, and as strong as a bull, bowed and entered the room. He glanced at the scene under Qin Chen's table and quickly averted his gaze. Your Majesty. Aniu respectfully addressed him as such at home. Have you done what I asked? Chifeng asked with narrowed eyes. I asked. The person who opposed your Majesty at the auto show is called Qin Chen. Is he the son of a financial tycoon? Or the second generation of a conglomerate? Aniu paused and said, Your Majesty, Qin Chen's background is quite strange. How strange. Damn. I bit my tongue. Suddenly, Chifeng cursed. Aniu quickly unfolded the materials in his hand and pretended to be calm. From the information we have, Qin Chen was born in Jiangning, a prefecture-level city in the south. His father is Qin Guoming, and his mother is Shin Hua. Both of them work at the Mite clothing factory as ordinary workers. They were recently fired because they offended a senior executive of Wanda Group. Hearing this, Chifeng narrowed his eyes. The son of a worker from a small factory? How is that possible? How could he have this kind of background? Are you sure the information you investigated is correct? Your Majesty, I assure you that all this information is true. Impossible. The aura he exudes, his momentum, doesn't resemble an ordinary person at all. I saw in his eyes a look of disdain, that superior aura, not something a poor little swindler would have. Aniu alternated his hands, flipping through the information, and said, Your Majesty, I found out some more things. Go on. After Qin Chen's parents were fired from the Mite clothing factory, Li Gang, the general manager of the Wanda Group's northern region, was also investigated and dismissed by the Wanda Group at almost the same time. Wanda Group? Chifeng muttered thoughtfully, I still have another piece of information on hand, a conflict video that erupted in front of the top nightclub MXXX in Kyoto not long ago. Anyo opened his phone, clicked to play the video, then closed his eyes and handed the phone to Chifeng. Chifeng took the phone and looked closely. He saw a person in the video. Biao? Isn't this Zhang Tianhao's damn bodyguard? The next moment, Chifeng's eyes widened in disbelief as an incredible scene unfolded. In the video, Qin Chen moved like lightning, directly knocking down Biao and 4 thugs. Chifeng gasped in shock. He had seen Biao before, a ruthless character who had fought his way out of the bloodshed in Jinshan. He had wanted to recruit him in the past, but Biao was too loyal and only worked for Zhang Tianhao. Then, the video showed Zhang Tianhao being arrested. Chifeng smashed the phone in anger. Damn it, Zhang Tianhao still owes me 2 billion and now this kid has caused him to get a life sentence. Anyo quietly picked up the phone and accidentally saw a female internet celebrity practicing breathing exercises, blushing instantly. Your Majesty, I speculate that this Qin Chen must be highly skilled and, by chance, gained the appreciation of a certain big shot, leading to his transformation. Big shot? I speculate it should be related to someone in the Wanda Group. Chifeng seemed to recall something at the mention. He opened his phone, checked his email, and found an invitation to a yacht party. He clicked on the attachment in the email, which listed the guests for the event. Using the search function, Shi Feng typed Qin Chen and hit enter. Instantly, Qin Chen's name appeared in the search box. Shi Feng smirked, so that's how it is, no wonder. Your Majesty, what is it? Nyo curiously asked. Wang Song is hosting a yacht party this weekend, and Qin Chen's name is on the guest list. Turns out the big shot behind this kid is Wang Song, the young master of the Wanda Group. Nyo shuddered upon hearing this. Your Majesty, if his backer is Wang Song, it won't be easy for us to deal with him. Shi Feng's eyes narrowed. I originally just wanted his money, but now it seems I'll have to take his life directly. Nyo, go and invite Master Xiao. At the mention of Master Xiao, Nyo trembled all over, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Shi Feng was actually calling on that influential figure. Kyoto, the male dormitory of CA. How much is this car? Tens of thousands. Let me drive it a bit. I've had my driver's license for a year, but haven't touched a car yet. Seeing this, Chen Fei slapped away the guy who was touching the steering wheel. Oh, come on, not just tens of thousands, check online yourself. This is the limited edition Wild Horse of Huanhai Blue Sky, costs 450,000 when it's on the road. After quoting the price, Chen Fei proudly raised his chin. Damn, 450,000. Chen Fei, you've made it. Did you rob a bank? So rich. Chen Fei smiled faintly, pointing to the passenger seat. How could I have such a luxury car? This car belongs to our dorm mate Wei Gu. Everyone looked at the passenger seat. Lu Wei was sitting inside, pretending to be very busy typing on his phone. In fact, there was nothing on the phone screen, just a notepad. He sneakily glanced outside the car. Hee, my power is beyond your imagination. During college, to own a top muscle car. Tell me, who can match me? Wei Gu, awesome. Wei Gu, what business are you in? Take us along. Wei Gu, take me for a ride. Lu Wei pretended to be angry, got out of the car, and flicked his hair. Take you for a ride? Do you know how much gas this car drinks when you step on the gas pedal? Taking you for a spin, your weekly food budget might not even be enough. Everyone looked at each other. The cost of taking a spin is too high. Wei Gu, it must be expensive to maintain this car, right? Someone asked timidly. Lu Wei smirked, calmly saying, not much, maybe around 3,000 a month. Just to maintain a car costs 3,000 a month. What a concept. Now everyone's monthly living expenses are only around 2,000. Even if you don't eat or drink for a month, it's not enough to maintain a car. Round it up, you're not even as good as a car. Wei Gu, you're too extravagant. My living expenses are not enough for you to maintain a car. Wei Gu, please accept my knees. Seeing everyone's admiration, Lu Wei felt secretly pleased. This is how his college life should be. This is the script of the protagonist. Who just said they wanted to touch the steering wheel? Come on, line up one by one. Chen Fei, maintain order, make sure they are careful, don't scratch the interior. Chen Fei saluted Lu Wei. Yes, Wei Gu, I will complete the task. The guys surrounding the car cheered. Wei Gu is mighty. Wei Gu is mighty. Wei Gu is mighty. Lu Wei put his hands in his pockets, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. Suddenly, a person walked towards him. Lu Wei looked up and saw Kong Huijun from the dormitory 511 across the hall. Kong Huijun, with sleepy eyes, said to Lu Wei. Before Kong Huijun could finish, Lu Wei raised his hand to interrupt him. Kong Huijun, even though we live across the hall, based on the relationship of being neighbors, I can let you cut in line. But you've seen how enthusiastic everyone is about this limited edition Wild Horse. Even if you are my dear friend, you have to follow the rules and wait in line. I can promise you, let you step on the gas pedal, feel the roar of this wild horse. Hearing this, others immediately protested. Why can Kong Huijun experience stepping on the gas pedal while they can only touch the steering wheel? Lu Wei raised his hand, making a pressing gesture. Hey, everyone, there will be opportunities for all. Everyone was indignant but had nothing to say. After all, it's someone else's car. Kong Huijun looked puzzled. Lu Wei, I didn't say I wanted to test drive. Lu Wei, puzzled, looked at Kong Huijun. Then why did you come to me? I wanted to ask if you could move the car to make way. Make way? Why? Sigh, I just got a call from the logistics, my car has arrived too. The driver is not comfortable unloading it outside, he insists that I inspect the car first in front of him before unloading. Lu Wei was surprised, Kong Huijun also bought a car. What car did you buy? Kong Huijun scratched his head, I forgot what it's called, something shadow. Lu Wei's mind was frantically searching for information about cars related to the word shadow. The car is top-notch, said our dorm mate Lao Tang. This car, whether it's acceleration or design, is really awesome. Acceleration? Design? And really awesome? Lu Wei's brain was almost smoking. Suddenly, he figured it out. This car has a model name with 2 characters, right? Yes. Then it's correct, it's the Shadow Leopard. Lu Wei affirmed. Shadow Leopard? Kang Huijun furrowed his brows slightly, and some of the boys waiting in line also recognized this car. Legendary Shadow Leopard, a performance sports car, I know this car. The name sounds impressive, it must be expensive too. The top model is around 160,000, well, it's a good car. But compared to the Mustang in front of us, it's still a bit inferior. Lu Wei put his hand on Kang Huijuan's shoulder, speaking in a tone of educating a subordinate like a successful person. Lao Kang, not bad. You've got yourself a legendary Shadow Leopard, economical and practical. Among your peers, you're considered successful. But hey, don't be arrogant, you still have a lot of room for improvement. Work hard, strive to drive a luxury car worth nearly 500,000 like me. Just as Kang Huijun was about to explain, a freight truck slowly approached the boys' dormitory building. Lu Wei personally moved his car to let the truck in. It wasn't out of generosity, but to show off in public once again. He deliberately parked Kang Huijuan's car next to his own, then let everyone compare them. He imagined how everyone would praise him again. Lu Wei couldn't help but want to burst into laughter. The master driving the Volvo truck carefully brought his oversized truck to the dormitory building. Every step he took was cautious and careful. Damn, finally delivered the goods, this trip was nerve-wracking. Kang Huijun, your Shadow Leopard has arrived. Do you want to compare and do a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration test later? Lu Wei asked with a smile. No, I feel like my car is a bit heavy. How can a Shadow Leopard be heavy? It's known as the domestic little steel cannon. The driver jumped out of the car and handed over a document. Boss, this is your document, let's check it. Lu Wei was stunned, just buying a Shadow Leopard, yet it was delivered by a truck and the boss was called. The service at this 4S store was really something. Kang Huijun took the document and nodded. The driver immediately jumped back into the driver's seat and pressed a button. The truck's cargo compartment slowly opened up. The car inside gradually revealed its true appearance. When all 4 sides of the enclosure were fully opened, the car was exposed to everyone. The whole place fell silent. Everyone was silent, petrified, speechless. Damn, this is beyond imagination. Above everyone's heads, there were a long string of question marks. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and incomprehension. It was supposed to be the legendary Shadow Leopard, but how the hell? It's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Are we shooting a sci-fi movie here? Lu Wei's jaw was about to drop to the ground. He recognized the car in front of him. This car was the specially customized version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom that was at the auto show in the city. A boy who had just come downstairs looked at everyone petrified on the spot and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" This sentence woke everyone up. Suddenly, a unified slogan rang out. Holy SH*T! Holy SH*T! Holy SH*T! Everyone looked at Kang Huijun in unison. Younga, you've been hiding your skills. Younga, you're awesome, this is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Such a domineering car, it must cost over $1 million. The person who spoke last was immediately scorned by others. What over $1 million? This car is a specially customized version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's written on the car review website, priced at $15 million. 15 million? 15 million? Kang Huijun looked at the astonished expressions of the people in front of him, smiled at the corner of his mouth. His sense of surprise had long been numb. That day at the auto show, when he found out that Lao Si was giving him a Rolls-Royce, Kang Huijun had the same reaction as them. Silence. Petrification. Speechless. Unbelievable. Kang Huijun quickly checked and signed. Then, the Phantom slowly descended from the truck. Everyone voluntarily made way for it. Kang Huijun skillfully parked the car in a nearby parking space. Everyone stared in fascination, but no one dared to approach or touch it. Jokingly, who would dare to scratch a 15 million luxury car? Lu Wei and Chen Fei swallowed nervously. The custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom was a league above his 2.3L Mustang. 0 to 100 km/h? Don't be fooled by the Rolls' bulkiness. When it accelerates, the winner is uncertain. Lu Wei felt dry-mouthed. This was a major embarrassment. Lao San, why are you up so early? Wu Ming approached with 4 cups of soy milk and some buns. Kang Huijun sighed, the car has arrived. Wu Ming nodded without a hint of surprise or shock on his face. Chen Fei asked, Wu Ming, your dormitory is full of surprises. Why do you say that? Wu Ming asked, puzzled. Why? This is a Rolls-Royce, a 15 million one. Aren't you surprised at all? Your good buddy turned out to be a hidden millionaire. Wu Ming paused, then casually said, I gave this Rolls to Lao San. The room fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Another truck slowly approached. The driver got out and asked for Wu Ming. Wu Ming confirmed his identity and was asked to inspect the goods due to their high value. The driver opened the rear of the truck, revealing a blue-silver Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Shocked, petrified, speechless, it was a blow to the onlookers. Damn, another Rolls-Royce, and it's a Cullinan. Our classmates are amazing. 2 multi-million luxury cars in a row. I've never felt so close to luxury cars before. Wu Ming overheard the comments and quickly clarified, don't jump to conclusions. Huijuan's car is worth millions, mine is not. Mine is 8 million, not in the million range. The room fell silent. Pretentious. Lu Wei, who thought he was a winner with his Mustang, now felt like a loser. His 45,000 car and 3,000 monthly maintenance costs seemed insignificant compared to Kong Huijuan's expenses. Wu Gu, Kong Gu, where did you guys strike it rich lately? Can you take me along? Chen Fei timidly asked. Rich? We didn't do anything, they replied. Bro, you're being modest. If you didn't do anything, how did you get these $1 million cars? It was a gift from Lao Si. We helped out during a live stream, and he insisted on giving us a Rolls-Royce. Chen Fei was speechless. What a roommate. Giving away Rolls-Royces like it's nothing. Is this a TV drama? But the maintenance costs for a Rolls are no small sum, Kong Huijun said helplessly. I warned about it. You know, the maintenance costs for a Rolls-Royce are sky high. It costs tens of thousands just for annual maintenance. It's simply something ordinary people like us can't afford. Chen Fei nodded vigorously. Exactly, just a small repair could cost hundreds of dollars. This car is definitely not something us ordinary folks can afford to drive. We should return it. Lu Wei suddenly appeared and interjected, causing Kong Huijun to glare at him before continuing. Luckily, Lao Si was considerate enough to give us a gas card directly, and his family's 4S store offers us a lifetime of free VIP maintenance. In the future, we won't have to spend a single penny. Chen Fei stood there dumbfounded. He couldn't say anything more. Jealousy, discontent, and even a sense of injustice filled him. Why couldn't he have been assigned to the 511 dormitory? Xin Shen, who was sound asleep in the dorm, was startled awake by a system prompt sound. Single-use item, short selling contract has been used up. The system will reclaim the support funds, and the remaining portion will be the challenger's profit funds. System is settling. Please wait, settlement successful. Profit for this item use, $11,324,573,335. A hint of disappointment flashed through Qin Shen's heart. Last time, short-selling high-rise netted him over $30 billion. But this time, short-selling Baoma only yielded a little over $10 billion. The difference was quite significant. He had originally planned to use the short-selling contract to short a behemoth with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars. Ending up using it on Baoma Group was indeed a bit of a waste. The system interface continued to display a prompt, convert to Huagua currency? Xin Shen didn't hesitate and clicked, convert. System is converting based on the current exchange rate, conversion successful, total amount convertible to Huagua currency, 78,276,492,908 yuan, due to the substantial amount. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the challenger needs to provide at least 5 bank account numbers for fund storage. Upon system detection, the challenger has only provided 2 bank account numbers. Approximately 210 billion funds are currently held in the system, awaiting transfer. Xin Shen slapped his forehead upon seeing this message. Oh, how could I forget about this? Since the last time the system requested bank account numbers, I only opened an account with China Merchants Bank. So, there's only 100 billion in my personal account. And that 100 billion was all transferred to Dai Jiajia as the company's start-up capital. Xin Shen decided to address his procrastination and quickly went to open 3 more accounts. Each account would hold 70 billion. Suddenly, the system flashed a message. Congratulations, Challenger, completed side missions, surviving in desperation. Congratulations, Challenger, completed side missions, defending rights, mission rewards, character attributes upgraded to the level of a 5th grade martial artist. The moment he received the rewards, Xin Shen felt a warm flow sweeping down from above, flooding his entire body with immense power. Xin Shen involuntarily raised his right hand and exerted a bit of force. A white mist slowly rose in the middle of his palm. The mist, like a tornado, spun around in his hand. As it continued to rotate, the mist gradually formed a white energy ball about the size of a ping-pong ball. This white energy ball contained incredibly powerful energy. Xin Shen walked to the window and looked outside. Behind the male dormitory was an empty space. In the center of the space stood a small bungalow with dismantled characters painted on it. The school planned to demolish it and build a century-level laboratory in its place. Shin-chan thought for a moment and decided to donate 10 million for the laboratory. Now, he would practice on the soon-to-be-demolished bungalow. There shouldn't be any problems. Seeing no one around, Shin-chan threw the white energy ball. It arced through the air and accurately hit the small bungalow. With a loud bang, the small bungalow made of blue tiles and red bricks was forcefully smashed into pieces by the white energy ball. So, this is the power of reaching the level of a 5th-grade martial artist. Although the martial power before could be released externally, it was just a thin layer of gaseous form surrounding the body. My current strength allows me to materialize the power of martial arts and turn it into my own weapon. At this moment, Shin-chan's phone rang. Hello, Shin-gu. On the other end of the phone was Wang Song, who could not hide his joy and said, Shin-gu, you are truly my brother. You are amazing. You were the one who confronted the people from Baoma Group at the auto show, right? I recognize your back even if it turns to ashes. Also, Shin-gu, the insider information you revealed, the investment department of Wanda Group followed you this time, shorted Baoma, and made a net profit of $5 billion. I can get an extra few million in year-end bonuses. Thank you, I can't express it over the phone. Shin-zone, I will be at your school soon. To my school? What for? Wang Song was surprised. Bro, didn't we agree that today I would lend you the Eclipse yacht and hold a party on it? Shin-chan recalled, it seemed like there was such a plan. Bro, I'm almost there, hurry up and get ready. Below the male dormitory building at Kaida University in Kyoto, Shen Fei from room 510 had completely betrayed them. He no longer wanted to be Lu Wei's follower and instead knelt down to flatter Wu Ming madly. Minggu, let me do it. Minggu, I want to talk to the counselor and add a bed in your dorm. What do you think? Minggu, from now on, we are like blood brothers from different parents. Lu Wei saw all this. His anger and unwillingness surged again. How could his little brother betray him like this? Watching his moment of glory being taken away by others. Lu Wei was furious. He stepped forward. Shen Fei, you are really fickle, changing your face faster than turning a page. Shen Fei gave him a disdainful look. Lu Wei, what's wrong with you? Do you not know your own strength? Don't show off and embarrass yourself every day with your little skills. A car worth over 400,000 yuan, you've been flaunting it in front of me for days, it's disgusting to watch. You, what about me? With your appearance, you keep saying that Shin-chan is a nouveau riche who only knows how to buy small appliances like refrigerators and washing machines. Open your eyes and see how magnificent he is, giving his brothers luxury cars worth millions as soon as he takes action. Lu Wei's face turned red from the remarks. Damn it, have you ever seen any decent person giving their roommate a luxury car worth millions? If he's not a nouveau riche, what is he? Only a nouveau riche would be eager to show off his little money. I'm sure he's worth only 1 or 2 billion. With his spending habits, he'll go bankrupt in a few days. Even if I only have 1 or 2 billion, it's more than you. A voice came from behind Lu Wei. He turned around and saw that it was not Shin-chan, who else could it be? As he was badmouthing someone behind their back, he was caught on the spot. Lu Wei gritted his teeth and said, What, you can't take a few words from me? Don't think that just because you have a little money, you can swagger around the school all day. There are plenty of people richer than you. You may have money, but even if you're rich, can you compare to President Wang? Before Lu Wei could finish speaking, a red Ferrari roared and rushed towards Shin-chan. With a sudden brake, it stopped steadily in front of him. The driver's door of the Ferrari opened, and a slightly chubby young man stepped out from inside. Damn, it's a Ferrari. That guy looks so familiar. Oh my god, it's President Wang. President Wang is here at Kaida. Damn, I'm so lucky today, I've seen all kinds of fairy tale plots. When Lu Wei saw President Wang, he was dumbfounded. Was his mouth shining today? Whoever he talked about behind their back would appear. Wang Song, excited, forcibly hugged Shin-chan. Shin-gu, I've missed you so much. Everyone present gasped. Even Wu Ming and Kong Huijun were stunned. Lu Wei was even more dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open, and his chin was about to drop to the ground. The son of the richest man, the young master of Wanda Group, the national husband of thousands of girls, Principal Wang Song, who dares to call someone younger than himself brother. This is obviously a sign of respect for Shin-chan. By calling him this way, he is lowering his own status. Shin-chan pushed away Wang Song, saying, Men don't get too close. Brother, don't be like this. I am straight, no need to be afraid. Shocked, petrified, glasses falling off. The classmates watching were speechless. Is this really Principal Wen? Why? He seems different from what's online. He's being too humble. Shin-chan turned to look at Lu Wei. Were you just asking who has more money, me or him? Lu Wei swallowed hard at the words. Beads of sweat as big as beans dripped from his head. He had no idea about Qin Chen's assets, not even the ballpark figure. So Lu Wei was fearless, but he knew about Wang Tsong's assets. He was not in a position to speak as a small character like himself. Upon hearing this, Wang Tsong immediately walked over to Lu Wei. He leaned in and said in a calm tone, "Student, are you confused about the situation? Even my old man at home doesn't dare compare assets with my brother." Lu Wei felt goosebumps all over his body. His legs trembled. Even the richest man didn't dare compare wealth with Qin Chen. What kind of concept was this? What kind of terrifying presence was he trying to show off in front of? Lu Wei felt his vision darken, almost fainting from fear. With everyone watching, Wang Tsong opened the passenger door for Qin Chen, inviting him in. Then he hurried to the driver's seat and drove off. Everyone on the scene was stunned. Principal Wang is serving personally. What background does Qin Chen's family really have? Some even exclaimed excitedly, among our freshmen this year. A dragon has emerged. In the Ferrari on the second ring road in Kyoto. Where are we going now? To the airport. The plane is already arranged. We'll fly directly to the Magic City port, where the Eclipse is ready. Service staff, chefs, DJs, and of course, not a single young lady will be missing. Wang Tsong smirked. Qin Chen didn't care about these things. His purpose today was just to see the yacht rewarded by the system. After receiving the reward for so long, he had never set foot on it. First, take me to the agricultural bank. Agricultural bank? Brother, I'll cover all expenses today. You don't need to withdraw money. I need to deposit money. Oh. Wang Tsong didn't ask further, seeing it was still early. They headed straight to the agricultural bank on Financial Street. They arrived at their destination quickly. Wang Tsong deliberately put on a hat and sunglasses to avoid too much attention. Once they entered the bank lobby, the branch manager approached. "Sir, what business do you need to do?" "Open an account, deposit money." "All right, sir, please take a number over here." There weren't many people doing business at this time in the bank. After taking a number, it was Qin Chen's turn. "Opening an account?" the female teller asked routinely. "Yes." Qin Chen handed over his ID. "Please wait." The teller operated skillfully. Soon, a regular savings card was issued. When Qin Chen saw the card number, he accessed the system interface. The teller habitually said, "Sir, the card is ready. Do you need to make a deposit now?" Qin Chen nodded. "Yes, I'm transferring money in. Please check if it's credited." "Okay, please wait a moment." The teller inputted commands on the computer without expression. Soon, the screen refreshed. "Hello, sir, your transfer has been credited, a total of 700. The teller, who was indifferent a second ago, eyes lifeless, just waiting to get off work, was suddenly shocked. Her brain roared and thundered. She rubbed her eyes, then the computer screen. She exited the system interface, restarted it, and went back in. Still not at ease. The duty manager of the day was called by the bell. Wang Tsong stood aside a little impatiently. "I said, sister, can you be a little faster? We still need to catch the plane." The teller was so scared that she shivered, quickly stood up, and respectfully said, "I'm sorry. I need to confirm with our manager again. I'm really sorry." Wang Tsong was puzzled, just opening an account. Why does it need to be confirmed again? Did Qin Chen suddenly transfer too much in? "Bro, how much did you transfer?" Wang Tsong tentatively asked. 700. Qin Chen said lightly, "Just 700 million, little sister, is this your first day at work? Your mental toughness needs to be strengthened." The female teller was stunned. "What's 700 million? It's 700 billion, and it's a private account. Anyone would be shocked to see it." Soon, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a suit walked over. Seeing the teller's pale face, trembling body, and trembling, he sternly said, "What's the panic, making a fool of yourself, just opening an account, it's your first day at work, right?" "Manager." The teller looked conflicted. "Humph, our Financial Street branch is adjacent to major financial companies and the top 500 global companies. There are often millions or even tens of millions of transactions. I've seen orders in the billions 1 or 2 times. I don't think your mental toughness is suitable here." The manager, with a stern face, skillfully opened the computer interface. The next second, his face turned pale and ashen. He rubbed his eyes, wiped his glasses, and pointed at the computer screen with his finger. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million. 100 million. Billion. 10 billion. 100 billion. The manager swallowed hard, stood up suddenly, and hurried out from behind the counter. He respectfully walked to Qin Chen, bowed 90 degrees. "Mr. Qin, please forgive me for my disrespect. Please come to the VIP room for tea. Let's talk slowly." Talk nonsense, quickly give us the card, we need to catch the plane. Wang Song impatiently said. The manager looked bitter. I'm really sorry, this amount is a bit large, we haven't kept up with the service, I'm really sorry. In fact, the manager wanted to talk about some financial business. After all, over 700 billion in cash, just an ordinary savings account. Buy some financial products casually. His own bonus would be enough for early retirement. But when it came to his mouth, the manager was afraid of offending Qin Shen by saying too much. I know, you just want us to buy some financial products. Just over 700 million, how much can we make? Wang Song said angrily. The manager was stunned, quickly waved his hand and said, Sir, don't deceive me. It's over 700 billion, not just over 700 million. After hearing this, Wang Song looked confused. His mind went blank. Qin Shen said over 700. The unit turned out to be billion. Wang Song felt that his worldview was about to collapse. He thought he was the best at pretending among the rich young masters, but he didn't expect Qin Shen's talent for pretending to be so extraordinary. Bro, take my knees. Wu Zhangmao, the head of the Agricultural Bank, Financial Street Branch, immediately received a call and expressed his intention to invite Qin Shen to dinner. However, Qin Shen decisively refused. He said he was in a hurry today and would make an appointment another day. So, Qin Shen picked up the bank card and left the Agricultural Bank without looking back. Next, the two went to the China Construction Bank across the street. As soon as they entered, the lobby manager of the construction bank greeted them. He professionally asked, Sir, hello, what business do you need to do? I need to get a card right away. Qin Shen replied, Sir, please go to the machine, swipe your ID card to get a number. Qin Shen looked at the lobby of the construction bank. There were already 5 or 6 people in front of the regular counter. So, he pointed to the VIP room. Can I get a card in the VIP room? I'm in a hurry. The lobby manager frowned slightly. Where did this young man come from? A bit arrogant. You're in a hurry, so you want to go to the VIP room through the back door? It's as if you're the only one in a hurry. Everyone comes up saying they're in a hurry and want to go to the VIP room. That would mess things up. Although the lobby manager was cursing in his heart, out of professional courtesy, he still politely asked, Sir, are you a VIP customer of our bank? Qin Shen shook his head. No. Sir, our VIP lounge only serves VIP customers of our bank. Although I am not, with my assets, I should be considered a potential VIP of yours. The lobby manager's face showed no joy or sorrow, but he sneered inwardly and continued, Our VIPs are divided into 3 categories, Gold Card members, Platinum Card members, and Black Gold Card members. These 3 VIP services require corresponding deposit amounts, which are 500,000, 3 million, and 5 million respectively. If you are not our VIP yet, please apply for a card first, then deposit enough money into it. Once you reach a certain amount, you can become our true VIP. Qin Shen was somewhat displeased, furrowing his brows. Fine, I'll apply for a VIP card now, transfer money into it immediately, and the amount will definitely meet your top VIP standards. Sir, if you are not our VIP, you cannot enjoy VIP lounge services. Wang Song, who was behind them, became angry and retorted, What's wrong with you? Are you trying to lead us in circles? The lobby manager slightly raised his head and stiffened his neck, saying, Sir, I am just following the rules. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, My credit limit is quite high, are you sure? The lobby manager replied calmly, I am sure, sir. We are the Financial Street Branch of the Beijing Construction Bank. We have the highest deposits in the whole country, and our branch cooperates with many Fortune 500 companies and domestic giant enterprises. No matter how large the amount is, we have seen it all. Please follow the rules. What if it's 70 billion? Is your bank's service attitude still the same? Qin Shen asked coldly, 70 billion? The lobby manager was suddenly shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He glanced at Qin Shen secretly. The other party looked like a student, dressed casually, not like a suit-wearing financial person, nor like a finance cashier of a giant enterprise. 70 billion? Who are you trying to fool? If you had 70 billion, our bank president would come out to greet you. Do you still need to talk to me for so long? Sir, whether you have 70 billion or $70, you must follow the rules and regulations of our bank. Today, no matter who comes, this is the attitude. With that, the lobby manager cleared his throat lightly, cursing in his heart, damn, trying to show off in front of me. Making up a 70 billion deposit, trying to trick me, no way. Qin Shen remained silent and stopped arguing. He went to take a number and sat down to wait on the side. At this time, Su Jiangwo, the branch manager of the Financial Street Branch of the Beijing Construction Bank, came down from the second floor. He looked worried and unwell. Approaching the end of the year, it was time to evaluate the annual deposit target. This year, the entire branch's target was 30 billion in deposits. However, the current situation was that all staff had worked their hardest to only reach 20 billion in deposits. This was achieved by exhausting everyone's energy. When Su Jiangwo arrived at the banking hall and saw the new lobby manager standing upright, guiding customers, he nodded slightly, showing a hint of appreciation. "Xiao Wang," Su Jiangwo called out softly. The lobby manager, Xiao Wang, immediately turned around and ran over. "Branch manager, did you call me?" Xiao Wang asked eagerly. Su Jiangwo smiled faintly. "Xiao Wang, how long have you been with our bank?" Xiao Wang replied without hesitation. "It will be a year and half a month, branch manager." Su Jiangwo squinted his eyes and nodded approvingly. "Although you are an external contract worker, after observing you for nearly a year, I believe you are fully capable of obtaining a permanent position." Xiao Wan was somewhat incredulous. Tears of excitement welled up in his eyes instantly. Xiao Wang looked at Su Jiangwo, trembling, and asked, "Really, branch manager? Can I finally have a permanent position?" Su Jiangwo nodded, showing great certainty. Xiao Wang was overjoyed at the news. "I'm finally going to make it through. Over the past year, I have been discriminated against by regular employees because of my status as an external employee. My current job title sounds good as a lobby manager, but in reality, I'm just a lobby attendant. Regular employees sit and work for 8 hours, then leave on time. I have to stand and work, and even stay late to clean up. When the cleaning staff is on leave, I have to clean the toilets. These tough days are finally coming to an end." Just as Xiao Wang was envisioning a bright future, Su Jiangwo's tone suddenly changed, saying meaningfully, "Xiao Wang, you know how coveted a position in the bank is. If you want a regular position, you need to work harder than others to complete tasks. But your recent deposit tasks seem to be a bit." Xiao Wang cursed inwardly, thinking, "Damn it, this old guy is up to something, subtly trying to get me to bring in deposits. President, I will work hard. When I finish work today, I will go home and persuade my dad to deposit the company's liquid funds into our bank no matter what." Su Jiangwo nodded and patted Xiao Wang's shoulder gently, saying, "Young man, keep it up." At that moment, the teller at counter 3 suddenly pressed the call button. Su Jiangwo and Xiao Wang looked over together. The teller's face looked uneasy, as if she was nervous and trembling. Seeing this, Xiao Wang and Su Jiangwo immediately walked over to the counter. "Lily, what's wrong?" Xiao Wang asked. The teller Lily pointed at the computer screen and said, "The system seems to be malfunctioning. I've restarted it several times, but it's still not working." Unable to bear his temper, Wang Song angrily said, "Miss, hurry up, it's just a transfer. Do you really need to restart the computer a dozen times? Are you capable or not?" Xiao Wang noticed that the two people at counter 3 were the ones who had wanted to go to the VIP room earlier. His expression turned unpleasant. "Sir, Lily is a senior employee of our bank. Her proficiency in operations is unmatched in the entire bank. If she says it's not right, then it definitely isn't," Xiao Wang said firmly. Su Jiangwo furrowed his brow slightly. He felt that Xiao Wang, as the lobby manager, was being a bit too forceful. Su Jiangwo gently pulled Xiao Wang aside and whispered, "Xiao Wang, your tone is inappropriate. This is not the attitude to serve customers." "President, I didn't mean to." Su Jiangwo uttered a puzzled "Oh?" Xiao Wang explained, "President, these two are causing trouble in our bank. When they entered our bank just now, they insisted on going to the VIP room to handle their business." "Requesting to go to the VIP room?" Su Jiangwo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a big client? Seeing Su Jiangwo's reaction, Xiao Wang quickly added, "President, they are not VIP customers of our bank. They just saw that the lobby counters were busy and didn't want to wait in line, so they insisted on going to the VIP room to apply for a card. To apply for a card, they even lied that they wanted to deposit 7 billion into our bank." 7 billion? Su Jiangwo found it hard to believe and asked in astonishment, "Do they really have 7 billion? Xiao Wang sneered, "President, look at their appearance. Do they look like people with a net worth of 7 billion? Su Jiangwo followed Xiao Wang's gaze. He saw Qin Chen sitting in front of the counter in casual clothes, and Wang Song standing behind him dressed even more casually, as if he was going on vacation by the beach. They didn't look like elite financial district professionals at all. Su Jiangwo nodded slightly, seemingly agreeing with Xiao Wang's statement. "Well, can you handle it, or should I go in and help her?" Wang Song pointed at Xiao Wang and said. Xiao Wang also found it strange. Bank systems shouldn't have issues like restarting and problems. What's even more surprising is that Lily at the counter has been shaking her head at him and the president. Such abnormal behavior made Xiao Wang and Su Jiangwo suspicious. They both walked into the counter. When they saw that the computer system was functioning normally, they pulled Lily aside. Su Jiangwo questioned sharply, "Lily, what's going on? Wasn't the system working fine?" Why did you lie and say there was a malfunction? Lily looked aggrieved and said, Manager, the system is fine. I said that on purpose. Xiao Wang and Su Jiangwo were stunned. So the system wasn't broken, you were just acting. Su Jiangwo, displeased, said, Lily, do you know that your behavior has violated the employee rules? Manager, Mr. Qin just opened an account and deposited some money. But he wants to transfer the money out immediately, so I think it's necessary for you to know. Let's try to persuade him to stay. Xiao Wang spoke up, Lily, you are a formal employee with a position. Yet you did such a thing, I am truly ashamed of you. Lily, upon hearing this, went from shocked to angry. Manager, the reason Mr. Qin wants to transfer the balance in his account is all because of Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang? Yes, manager, he said we don't deserve to have his deposit, our branch manager's service attitude is too poor. Xiao Wang got angry and retorted, when was my service attitude poor? It was clearly them causing trouble unreasonably, and I cleverly resolved it. Su Jiangwo stepped forward, displeased, Lily, just because you are a formal employee doesn't mean you can manipulate Xiao Wang at will. You should know that the year-end bonus at our branch depends on Xiao Wang's mood. He shoulders the heaviest 5 billion deposit target for our branch. After hearing Su Jiangwo's words, Xiao Wang almost spat out blood. Su Jiangwo seemed to be criticizing Lily, but in fact, he was escalating the situation for himself. He raised the original target of 1 billion to 5 billion. Su Jiangwo, you are truly an old fox of 1,000 years. Xiao Wang even had a moment of doubt, wondering if Lily and Su Jiangwo were colluding to set him up, deliberately targeting him. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Lily snorted and said meaningfully, Manager, why are you still thinking about the year-end bonus? You should be thinking about how to report to the head office at the end of the year. Su Jiangwo was taken aback. Report? What should I report? I haven't done anything wrong. Who do I need to report to? Lily, how dare you speak to the manager like that? You should be mindful of your position. You are just an ordinary teller. Lily turned her head away and said defiantly, anyway, without the year-end bonus, I don't care about that little salary. But I'm so angry that the money that was supposed to be mine was ruined by you, an external worker. It's more than a loss than a gain. Su Jiangwo faintly sensed something amiss. He asked, Lily, how much money does that person want to transfer? 700 billion. Lily said impatiently, what? How much? Xiao Wang and Su Jiangwo were instantly confused, both asking at the same time, 700 billion. I don't believe it, let's check the system ourselves. Lily firmly repeated the amount. Su Jiangwo immediately rushed to the counter computer and carefully looked at the small deposit amount on the interface. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, million, billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. Su Jiangwo gasped. Damn, it really was 700 billion. He immediately picked up the phone and said to Qin Chen outside the counter, Sir, please give us a chance. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we will definitely make improvements. Outside the counter, Qin Chen calmly said, improvement is your business. Now, I want to transfer all the balance in the account to the ICBC account. Then cancel this CCB card. Qin Chen only opened a new card to receive the system's payment. After receiving the funds from the system, Qin Chen could freely dispose of the funds in the account, not bound by the system. Just like before, when all the funds from Hua Bank were transferred to China Merchants Bank, Su Jiangwo's eyes turned, and he stood up. Slap. He gave Xiao Wang a slap. Wang Ergu, I, as the branch manager of the Beijing Financial Street branch of the Construction Bank, officially inform you in the capacity of the branch manager. Due to your low quality and poor business ability, you have caused huge losses to our branch. Now, you are fired. And, in your file, I will mark a serious offense. You can forget about having a formal position for the rest of your life. Wang Ergu was stunned. Didn't we just agree that I would have a formal position? How come in the blink of an eye, I am being marked with a serious offense and fired? Branch manager, why, what did I do wrong? As he spoke, he glanced at the computer system interface from the corner of his eye. He saw a long string of numbers in the account balance position. He secretly counted them. Suddenly, his head buzzed. His blood pressure suddenly skyrocketed, shooting straight up to the top of his head. 700 billion. It's really 700 billion. How is this possible? How could such a young person have 700 billion in liquid assets? Wang Ergu felt completely powerless. If he had let Qin Chen handle the VIP business just now, then, even if it was brought in by himself, with such a large sum of deposit, it would have been possible to have a formal position, not to mention being a deputy branch manager. But now, forget about a formal position. He didn't even have his job as an external employee. He spent so much money just to get into the construction bank. In the end, he had nothing. Mr. Qin, you shouldn't bother with temporary employees like us. Su Jiangwo rubbed his hands like a fly, trying to please Qin Shen, who had a cold look and said, "My patience is limited. If you deliberately delay handling my business, I will contact your head office immediately to file a complaint and report it to the Banking Regulatory Association for a real name report." Su Jiangwo's pupils suddenly contracted. The other party even mentioned the Banking Regulatory Association. It seemed that there was no room for recovery. Su Jiangwo stood up, sighed deeply. This time, he was probably going to be reported. 700 billion in deposits, transferred directly by the depositor due to the poor service attitude of the branch manager, and the account was closed. This matter was known to the head office. Most likely, he would be removed from the position of branch manager. "Lily, come here, help Mr. Qin transfer the funds and close the account." After speaking, he looked at the trembling Wang Ergu beside him. "Damn it!" Su Jiangwo shouted angrily and kicked Wang Ergu, sending him flying. Wang Ergu didn't dare to say anything after being kicked. He could only sneak into the locker room and silently pack up his personal belongings. But as soon as he entered the locker room, several people rushed in. "It's this damn guy who caused us not to have year-end bonuses this year. Brothers, let's teach him a lesson." Meanwhile, after Qin Shen and Wang Xon left the construction bank, they went straight to the last bank, the agricultural bank. The agricultural bank was bustling with people. The business was booming. In the hall, those handling business were mostly elderly people. These elderly people seemed to be here to handle business, but in reality, they were here to chat and gossip. If they lined up properly, it would probably take at least 3 hours. This time, Qin Shen didn't hesitate at all. He walked straight to the branch manager. "I want to apply for a savings card in the VIP room." The branch manager's brow furrowed. Where did this young man come from? A bit arrogant. However, out of politeness, he was prepared to reason with him using internal language. "Sir, are you a VIP customer of our bank? If not..." Before the branch manager could finish, Qin Shen took off Wang Song's sunglasses, hat, and mask. "With this face of his, is he qualified to enter the VIP room?" Qin Shen asked sharply. The branch manager was stunned. "Damn it! Isn't the person in front of him the only son of the richest family, the young master of the Wanda Group, the national husband of thousands of girls, the fearless Wang Song?" The branch manager quickly bowed 90 degrees, then greeted them with a smile and led the two to the VIP room. Just 10 minutes, the business was done. The lobby manager escorted the two onto the Ferrari and watched them leave. It wasn't until the Ferrari's taillights disappeared that he gradually came to his senses. 700 billion in deposits, what did I just experience? For a moment, tears streamed down his face. This year's year-end bonus was settled. He could get married now. In the Ferrari. Wang Song, who accompanied Qin Shen, was dumbfounded. Even as the son of the richest man, he had never seen such a scene. To open an account and deposit 700 billion. Not just once, but 3 times. Depositing 3 sets of 700 billion. Too exaggerated, too terrifying, too invincible. He had originally wanted to chat with Qin Shen and get to know each other better, inquire about investment and wealth-building opportunities. But Qin Shen fell asleep as soon as he got in the car, so he had to give up. "I never expected that I, Wang Song, would one day seek help to get rich. Congratulations to the challenger, completed side mission, cash withdrawal, mission reward, obtained 61% of Sanxin Group's shares." Sitting in the Ferrari, Qin Shen, who was dozing off, was suddenly awakened by the system without warning. He was somewhat surprised. The reward for this mission turned out to be 61% of Sanxin Group's shares. A multinational corporation's shares. Sanxin is the largest multinational enterprise group in the country of Bangzi, including numerous international subsidiaries such as Sanxin Electronics, Sanxin Entertainment, Sanxin SDI, Sanxin SDS, Sanxin Motors, Sanxin Networks, Sanxin Fire, Sanxin Securities, Sanxin Industries, Sanxin Heavy Industries, Sanxin Engineering, Sanxin Aviation, and Sanxin Life, with business operations spanning electronics, finance, machinery, chemistry, and many other fields. Among them, Sanxin Electronics is the largest subsidiary, accounting for about 60% of the group's revenue. It has been independently listed and ranks 12th among the top 500 global companies, with a market value of 2.3 trillion Huagua coins. It can be estimated that the total value of the entire Sanxin Group is around 5 trillion Huagua coins. There is a saying in Bangzi country that a Bangzi person's life cannot be separated from 3 things: death, taxes, and Sanxin. Qin Shen was not bad off, but roughly calculated, his 61% stake was worth 3 trillion. Even the founding family of Sanxin Group, the Li family, only owns 2% of the Sanxin Group's shares. The rest of the major shares have been divided up by powerful countries like the United States. However, with just 2% of the Sanqing Group's shares, the Li family has become a giant financial conglomerate that calls the shots in Bangxi country. In Bangxi country, giant financial conglomerates represented by the Sanqing Group are omnipotent and dominant domestically. They strictly adhere to the principle of prosperity for those who follow me and destruction for those who oppose me. If any president of Bangxi country has any crooked thoughts about the financial conglomerates, regardless of their background, they will face comprehensive sanctions, strikes, and retaliation from the financial conglomerates. Pull down the current president and support a new one. For these financial conglomerates, it's just a game of house. They won't let go of the former president who has been pulled down. Almost no one can escape the clutches of the financial conglomerates. They are not only the puppet masters behind Bangxi country but also the gods of the Bangxi country's entertainment industry. No Bangxi country celebrity dares to defy the financial conglomerates. Almost everyone has to be exposed by these conglomerates, whether male or female stars. But the female stars are the most pitiful. If they encounter a financial conglomerate without special quirks, they might be lucky to get through it with just a bit of humiliation. However, if they encounter some perverted financial conglomerates, it's a disaster. They will endure inhuman treatment, both physically and mentally. Some can't bear it and choose to end their lives. Qin Shen had no interest in the dark side of Bangxi country and had no intention of saving the female celebrities in the deep waters and fires of Bangxi country. He was still considering how much profit-sharing Sanqing Group could bring him each year. Wang Song glanced at the co-pilot seat. Seeing Qin Shen wake up, the corners of his mouth still curled up, revealing a hint of a smile. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what are you laughing at?" Qin Shen did not respond. He adjusted his sitting posture. "Song, the game you set up today is not just about drinking and having fun." Wang Song's face flashed a hint of embarrassment, which he covered up with a big smile. "What are you talking about? I don't have anything to do. Since I messed up Demao TV and lost 1 billion in AC investment, I don't want to mess around anymore. As long as I don't mess around, the old man's money is enough for me in several generations." Qin Shen nodded. Wang Song's every entrepreneurial project can be said to have started high and ended low. Basically, none of them ended up profitable. On the one hand, it's an issue of ability. On the other hand, it's also due to Wang Song's personality. He values loyalty and emotions, often surrounding himself with friends in management positions. This also allows some people to take advantage and line their own pockets. Later, Wang Song seemed to have something on his mind and didn't say much. The traffic in Kyoto, even if you're in a Ferrari, moves at 40 miles per hour. After 2 hours, the two finally arrived at the airport. They boarded the plane and landed in Modu an hour later. Wang Song had already arranged for a special car to pick them up. Soon, they arrived at the Modu Metropolitan Yacht Club. The Metropolitan Yacht Club is the top yacht club in Modu and even the whole country. Just the membership fee alone is as high as 1 million. The Metropolitan Yacht Club has exclusive private docks in both Modu and Nandao. Members of the club can park their yachts at the docks in both places. The club also provides maintenance, supplies, renovations, upgrades, and service personnel for the yachts. As long as the money is there, the service can be said to be meticulous. Qin Shen walked on the exclusive dock. Looking around, there were 50 to 60 yachts of all sizes moored on the sea. Yachts of various models, sizes, and brands can be seen here. However, Qin Shen's Eclipse stood out among the yachts. The Metropolitan Yacht Club has specially designated an area for it, providing exclusive docking services. Approaching the Eclipse yacht. It is about 167 meters long, 21.5 meters wide, and has a displacement of 13,000 tons. Compared to other yachts, it is at the grandfather level. As the exclusive yacht of the world's top billionaires, its security and confidentiality are extremely strict. Standing at the entrance of the yacht, Qin Shen couldn't help but look up at the yacht a few more times. Seeing Qin Shen's expression, Wang Song seemed to understand something and said directly, "Brother, rest assured, the Eclipse has a total of 9 decks, I only used the bottom 6, and I haven't let anyone into your exclusive top-secret cabin." Qin Shen nodded. Although Wang Song is a bit of a playboy, he is still very adept at handling certain social situations. The two boarded the yacht together, with Wang Song going to inspect the party setup while Qin Shen, alone, carefully toured his own super-luxury yacht. He looked carefully, not missing even the engine room and machinery room at the bottom. Next was the second deck. Here is where the civilian-grade submarine is stored. Adjacent to this compartment is a small disco room for singing and dancing. Then Qin Shen went up to the third and fourth decks. Here are the staff rest area, restaurant kitchen, and other functional rooms. Moving up, the fifth deck. This is the main area for the party and the largest deck. It has a living room, a sea view corridor, a small garden, a helipad, a restaurant, a swimming pool, and other facilities, equivalent to the configuration of a super villa. When Qin Shen saw this deck, the sky was gradually darkening. The staff on this deck had already started to get busy. They were dressed formally, holding various foods and drinks in their hands, constantly delivering them to the bow of the ship. At this moment, the eclipse was also starting up. Qin Shen followed the crowd towards the party scene. On the large gangway, Wang Tsong had set up a stage. The stage lights were dazzling. The dynamic DJ music burst out through the speakers. Every beat struck at people's hearts. The invited guests at the party were all excited. In front of the stage was the eclipse's heated swimming pool. Bubble devices were installed around the pool. Almost every girl at the scene was wearing a sexy bikini swimsuit. They were either playing around the pool or swimming in the water. Every move they made exuded a seductive charm. Seemingly casual gestures were all carefully designed to catch the attention of the wealthy young men on the deck. Qin Shen quickly calculated that there were about 18 girls at the scene, including himself. There were only 6 male guests. The ratio of men to women reached 3-1, making it a very lavish party. Qin Shen had no interest in the revelry of the party and continued walking back to explore the upper levels. On the way to the 6th floor, he was blocked by a thick bulletproof door. There was no keyhole, only a palm print verification area. Qin Shen placed his hand on it, and the machine started operating automatically. Soon, the small screen next to the door displayed the verification passed message. Qin Shen muttered to himself, so Wang Tsong wasn't unwilling to go up, but unable to. The entire eclipse could be seen as a villa on the sea. The 1st to 5th floors belonged to the villa's public relations area for entertaining guests. The top 3 floors were exclusively for the owner's private space. Here, there was a complete set of independent living and office equipment. Bedroom, study, audiovisual room, sauna room, and so on. The functions of the lower 5 floors were all matched with a set on the upper 3 floors. This completely separated the lives of the yacht owner and the onboard staff, providing the yacht owner with all-round privacy protection. Qin Shen arrived at the master bedroom, which was about 300 square meters. In front of the 3-meter by 3-meter bed was a huge curved panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. Qin Shen stood in front of the 270 degrees curved window and looked out. Before his eyes was an endless expanse of darkness. The sea surface today was calm, and the eclipse was sailing very steadily. Suddenly, Qin Shen felt a warning from the martial arts power within him. He followed the direction of the alert and saw, 100 meters away from the eclipse, on the pitch-black sea surface, a dim oil lamp. Under the oil lamp sat a person. This person had a slightly aged appearance, sitting upright on an old wooden boat. He held a thin bamboo fishing rod and was calmly fishing. A boat, a lamp, a person, a rod. Drifting on the pitch-black, dim sea where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It's worth noting that this was nearly 200 nautical miles from the port. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have been scared to death by this atmosphere. But Qin Shen noticed that the person on the wooden boat was calm, composed, without a trace of fear. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he heard violent kicking on the bulletproof door leading to the 6th floor. On the eclipse, on the 5th gangway, a man with a flushed face stood unsteadily. Obviously, he seemed drunk. He had one girl in his left arm and another in his right, kicking the bulletproof door frantically. "Waiter! Waiter! Waiter!" the man shouted loudly. A bodyguard in a suit heard the commotion and hurried over. Seeing the troublemaker was tonight's guest, Shang Xiaowei, he quickly bowed and said, "Young Master Shang, what are your orders?" Shang Xiaowei pointed at the palm print door and said, "You, open the door for me, I want to go up and have some fun." The bodyguard looked embarrassed. "Young Master Shang, I don't have the authority to open this door." Upon hearing this, Shang Xiaowei kicked at the door. A burly man over 1.9 meters tall and weighing over 200 caddies. He was kicked by Shang Xiaowei, who was only 1.56 meters tall, and dared not resist. "Damn, your Wang Xiao invited me to come over to play. Now you tell me we can't play. What the hell do you mean?" "Calm down, Shang, calm down." Shang Xiaowei slapped the bodyguard's face again. When fighting, men don't hit the face. This is the rule. But Shang Xiaowei didn't care about those rules. The bodyguard was slapped in the face. His eyes unconsciously showed anger. Shang Xiaowei was taken aback. "Hey, you lowly person, how dare you glare at me?" Slap, slap, slap. Shang Xiaowei slapped 3 times again. The bodyguard's fists were clenched so tightly that they were about to burst, but he still didn't dare to move. He lowered his head, bit his lip tightly. He felt extremely angry, unwilling, and aggrieved. However, reason still prevailed in his mind. He gritted his teeth and silently repeated to himself, can't fight back, can't fight back. He is Shang Xiaowei, the eldest son of the Shang family, one of the top 8 families in the Magic City. I can't fight back, I can't fight back. Otherwise, my whole family will be implicated. The girl Shang Xiaowei was holding with his left hand coquettishly said, Shang, take a break, don't waste your energy on beating people. Damn, I have plenty of energy. Even if I beat him to death, I can still make you both ecstatic. With that, he put his left arm around the girl who was speaking and kissed her. Then, he pulled with his right hand, preparing to pull the other girl over. However, the girl on his left side resisted strongly. Shang, don't. Shang, don't. Seeing this girl being so disrespectful, Shang Xiaowei raised his hand and slapped her again. This slap directly cut the corner of the girl's mouth. Damn, you little b*****. I thought highly of you, that's why I brought you upstairs. Yet you're still acting innocent in front of me. The girl beside Shang Xiaowei chimed in, Huang Wenwen, you insisted on coming to the yacht party today, saying you wanted to meet big shots and land an acting role. Now that Shang Xiao thinks highly of you, he brought you along to play. Don't underestimate yourself. Huang Wenwen covered her face, curled up in the corner, and said with a sobbing voice, I don't want him to think highly of me, I don't like him at all. Song Yingying smiled, you must have a problem with your brain. Coming to the yacht is for excitement, for fun. Do you think this is a blind date scene? You come up and have to show affection. Shang Xiaowei spat, not selling yourself, you want a role? Do you think people in this circle are all saints? You want rewards without putting in the effort? Song Yingying twisted her body, walked up to Huang Wenwen, and said, I advise you to be sensible, Sir Shangwell. He is the young master of the Shang family, one of the top 8 families in the Magic City. The Shang family controls half of the entertainment industry. If you offend him today, you can forget about acting for the rest of your life. On the contrary, if you serve Shang well, you will have endless acting opportunities. Wenwen, I brought you here because we are good roommates, don't disappoint my good intentions. Huang Wenwen glared at Song Yingying, I don't want to, I don't want. Song Yingying coldly snorted, still wearing a charming smile on her face. You don't want to, but you have to. Do you want me to deal with this small, fast, and perverted Shang Xiaowei alone? Shang Xiaowei squatted down, looking at Huang Wenwen, who had fair skin and long legs, with a 84C cup size. Although Huang Wenwen was not exceptionally beautiful, she exuded a seductive charm at all times. This feeling was not deliberate but innate. It was completely different from being pure and lovely. It was the kind of fatal attraction that made people's blood boil and restlessness. He couldn't help but shudder, reached out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said, Your name is Wenwen, right? As long as you behave, I, Shang Xiaowei, guarantee that you will be the leading actress in the next fantasy drama of the Shangshire Group. This drama, we invested $1 billion in it, guaranteeing that you will become famous overnight. With our operation, you will become a top domestic female star in minutes. As he spoke, Shang Xiaowei's hand reached out towards Huang Wenwen, ready to explore those 2 peaks. Huang Wenwen quickly moved her body, crossing her hands in front of her chest, guarding her body tightly. She wanted to be famous and understood the unwritten rules in this circle. Today, boarding the Eclipse yacht was also to seek opportunities. What attracted her was not the extremely vulgar Shang Xiaowei in front of her. It was someone else. That day, when Song Yingying received the invitation, Huang Wenwen caught a glimpse of Qin Chen's name on it. She also recalled the details of Wang Song inviting Qin Chen to the yacht party at the villa. So Huang Wenwen begged Song Yingying to take her on the yacht. That night, she offered herself in vain. For a long time after that, Qin Chen never contacted her again. Huang Wenwen knew her place. There was no shortage of women around the wealthy. She didn't care about status, only cared about having a solid backing. Of course, this backing had to have decent temperament and appearance. Someone like Shang Xiaowei. Forget it. I don't want. Huang Wenwen said timidly again. Shang Xiaowei got angry. Damn it, you don't appreciate the favor. Just because you have a big chest, do you think I should treat you specially? Get lost. With that, Shang Xiaowei raised his hand and slapped Huang Wenwen twice, knocking her out cold. The bodyguard beside him, seeing this, was about to speak up to stop him but was stared back at by Shang Xiaowei. You dog, open the door for me now. I'm starving for it. Shang, I really don't have the authority. No authority? Just break the damn door open for me. This. Shang Xiaowei raised his short leg and kicked the bodyguard. Damn it, can't you understand human language? It's just a door, boldly open it for me. I'll compensate Wang Song if I get off the ship. The bodyguard was in a dilemma. On one side was Wang Song's strict instructions not to touch the door. On the other side, this perverted Shang was pressuring him to open it. Shang Xiaowei, fueled by alcohol, became more and more aggressive. Seeing the bodyguard hesitating, he picked up a survival axe from the corridor and started smashing the door. The axe chopped at the bulletproof door, making a loud noise, attracting more attention. On the deck, people dancing all turned to look over. Suddenly, the bulletproof door emitted 2 beeping alarms. Sizzle! The pressure device inside the door activated, slowly opening the bulletproof door from the inside out. After 18 chops, Shang Shelwei was delighted to see the door finally open. He spat, "Damn, this door is really tough." But the next moment, he froze. Behind the opened bulletproof door, a figure appeared. The bodyguard was also dumbfounded. How did someone get to the 5th floor? "Damn, who are you?" Shang Shelwei asked in confusion. Seeing Shang Shelwei holding an axe with several scratches on the bulletproof door, Qin Shen's face turned extremely ugly. Qin Shen stepped forward, looking down at Shang Shelwei, and asked, "Were you the one smashing the door?" Shang Shelwei hated being looked down upon the most in his life. Something in him snapped. He was suddenly filled with rage. "Yes, I smashed the door, what about it? Do you know the consequences of smashing the door? Damn it, it's just a damn door. What consequences? Even if I smash the yacht to pieces, so what? Who the hell are you to talk to me like this?" Shang Shelwei spoke with extreme confidence and dominance. This was the background of the 8 great families in the Magic City, giving him the confidence. In the Magic City area, the 8 great families were like gods, like kings. Qin Shen swiftly snatched the axe from Shang Shelwei and threw it away. The axe seemed to be attracted back to the fire extinguisher as if by a magnet. Others didn't pay much attention, but the bodyguard was stunned. What kind of devilish operation was this? Then, he slapped Shang Shelwei back. The opponent's left half row of teeth will be knocked out. Shang Shelwei was stunned. The bodyguards were stunned. Song Yingying was also confused. She was so scared that she ran away in a panic, shouting, "Someone is fighting! Someone is fighting!" This shout made the DJ immediately stop the music. All the guests in the dance floor outside were alarmed. 2 boys ran over first. Seeing Shang Shelwei's miserable state, they gasped in shock. They quickly approached. "Shang, what happened to you?" Shang Shelwei covered his mouth with half of his teeth missing, and stammered, "Mei, Diao, I was beaten. You guys have to help me." At this moment, Huang Wenwen woke up from a coma. In a daze, she saw a familiar figure in front of her. Qin Chen. Huang Wenwen weakly said. Qin Chen's ears twitched, he turned his head and saw Huang Wenwen on the ground, beaten and bruised. He bent down. "Huang Wenwen? What happened to you?" Huang Wenwen smiled through tears, feeling a bit embarrassed as she covered her face. "It's really you, seeing me like this." "It's me. It's good that it's you. Do you remember? You promised to be my safe haven. But it's been so long, you never came to find me." Hearing Huang Wenwen's weak complaint, Qin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He had promised to provide a refuge for Huang Wenwen, but later on, he got busy and forgot about it. Looking at the badly beaten Huang Wenwen, Qin Chen's anger rose. He took off his jacket and put it on Huang Wenwen. "Who did this to her?" Qin Chen angrily asked, but no one answered. There was silence. The bodyguards kept their heads down, but one of them discreetly pointed at Shang Shelwei with his index finger. Shang Shelwei was scared. He pushed Mei and Diao forward and took 2 steps back himself. Arrogantly, he said, "It was me who hit her, so what? Kid, let me tell you, you're in big trouble today." Qin Shen stepped forward towards Shang Shelwei. Mei narrowed his eyes, confident and graceful. He stepped forward and stopped Qin Chen. "Brother, is today your first day playing in this circle? Do you know what kind of people you have offended?" With a slap, Qin Chen's hand went past. Mei felt stars in his eyes and lost 2 molars on the right side. "I don't care about your damn circle, get out of my way." Seeing this, Diao brought a bodyguard next to him and stood in front of himself. "Damn it, you're finished. Let me tell you, you're completely finished today. Do you know what you've done? Do you know who you've offended? We are all young masters of the 8 great families of Modu." Qin Chen narrowed his eyes. 8 great families of Modu? So this kid doesn't know what the 8 great families of Modu are. Diao thought to himself, raising his neck and saying, "The 3 of us are all young masters of the 8 great families of Modu. I am Diao Yang of the Diao family, he is Mei Shua, the young master of the Mei family, and he is Shang Shelwei, the young master of the Shang family. If any of our families take action, they can make you fall into an irreversible situation. Let me tell you, you better kneel down now, apologize, and compensate us with $1 billion. Otherwise, the wrath of the 8 great families of Modu is something your small family cannot bear." What 8 great families of Modu, and young masters, watched too many fantasy TV dramas, thinking that a group of actors gathered together is a noble family. Qin Chen continued to step forward. At this moment, he was only 1 bodyguard away from Diao Yang. "Move aside," Qin Chen said coldly. The bodyguard looked hesitant, he also wanted to move aside. But the situation did not allow it now. Mr. Qin, give Wang a face, don't make a big scene, okay? Qin Shen stared sideways, he used an axe to hit my door, he hurt my woman, and you want me to give him face? Don't make a big scene? Let me tell you, even if the Jade Emperor comes today, I still won't give face. Move. Okay. With a swish, the bodyguard stepped aside. Qin Shen and Diao Yang faced each other directly. Diao Yang stared straight at Qin Shen, swallowed his saliva. You better not mess around. You should consider not only yourself but also your family. Qin Shen didn't say a word, raised his hand, and struck again. He directly dislocated Diao Yang's jaw. Diao Yang couldn't speak for a moment. The bodyguard quickly helped him put it back. I, Qin Shen, hate it the most when others mention my family. Qin Shen walked up to Sheng Shelwei with Diao Yang and Mei Shuo. Sheng Shelwei was already scared to the point of losing control. He gritted his teeth and angrily said, "Damn, dare to touch me again and see what happens." With a slap, Qin Shen knocked out the other half of Sheng Shelwei's teeth. Sheng Shelwei was completely stunned. He never expected that the other party would dare to act for real. In novels, don't they usually exchange some verbal attacks first? Why did it escalate so quickly? My good brother, why haven't you come yet? I can't hold on much longer. Just when Shang Shelwei was in despair, a voice like heavenly music echoed in his mind. Stop. In just 2 words, Shang Shelwei was thrilled, tears streaming down his face. Feng Gu, you finally came. My brother is about to be beaten to death by this bastard. Shi Feng and Wang Song came one after the other. Wang Song, seeing the scene in such a mess, felt a tremor in his heart. He pulled a bodyguard aside to ask about the situation. Shi Feng, seeing Shang Shelwei covered in blood, was about to go help him. But as he approached, he smelled an extremely strong odor of urine and feces. He stopped his movement, stood still, and asked, Wang Xiao, is this party turning into a tragedy? Wang Song looked embarrassed. Feng Gu, it's all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Then he walked over to Qin Shen. In a low voice, he asked, Brother, what are you doing? Qin Shen looked coldly at Wang Song. They were smashing my boat and beating my people. I just gave them a lesson. What's wrong with that? Bro, they are the young masters of the 8 great families of the Magic City. I don't know what the 8 great families of the Magic City are. Wang Song interrupted Qin Shen. Bro, you may not know, but I do. Leave this to me, I'll handle it. Please, give my brother some face. After speaking, Wang Song went to Qi Feng. Feng Gu, it's all a misunderstanding. Qi Feng's eyes were cold as he looked at Wang Song. Misunderstanding? Xiao Sheng drank too much, took an axe to the door, and even hit that girl. So my brother had to take action. He has a bit of a temper, but you know, sometimes you have to fight to get to know each other. With that, Wang Song brought out a bottle of whey to Ji. Feng Gu, no more words, it's all in the drink. After that, Wang Song tilted his head back and poured the entire 500 milliliters bottle of whey to Ji into his mouth. Halfway through, he was already struggling. He spat out a bit, but Wang Song didn't stop, choosing to continue drinking. The proud scion of the Wang family, the eldest son of the Wanda group, the national husband of thousands of young girls, the defiant and fearless principal Wang Song, at this moment, was as humble as a dog, seeking to please the other party. This made Qin Shen somewhat unable to bear it. He walked over and knocked the bottle of whey to Ji out of Wang Song's hand. Wang Song, what are you doing? Stop drinking. Wang Song pushed Qin Shen away, his voice choked up as he said, Bro, don't worry about me. What can I do? I don't want to either. He seemed to have something unsaid. After pushing away Qin Shen's hand, Wang Song continued to drink without hesitation, until he was already swaying, with not a drop of alcohol left in the bottle. Supporting his body, leaning against the wall, he swayed and said, Feng Gu, is this enough for me? Qi Feng narrowed his eyes, non-committal. Shang Shelwei crawled to Qi Feng's feet, pulling at his trouser leg. Feng Gu, as the young master of the top 4 families of the 8 great families, you must make a decision for us. We can't let that kid go, otherwise the face of our 8 great families will be lost. Qi Feng disdainfully pulled back his trouser leg. Shelwei, rest assured, if the lower 4 families are humiliated, I won't stand by. Shang Shelwei heard that Qi Feng was willing to step forward, and he was delighted. Feng Gu, tie him up later and let him see how I play with his woman. I want to make him wish he were dead. Mei Shuo and Diao Yang also crawled over, echoing, Please, young Master Qi, help us seek revenge. Qi Feng smiled wryly and turned to look at Wang Song. Wang Song, you see, it's not that I don't want to help, but they are not willing to let it go like this. As you know, the 8 major families in Modu have always helped each other. As the young master of the top 4 families, it is our duty to help the juniors of the bottom 4 families. Wang Tsung's heart sank upon hearing this. Qin Shan remained calm. The 8 major families meant nothing to him. Seeing Qin Shan's composure, Shi Feng sneered and said, "Your name is Qin Shan, right? We met at the auto show last time. Judging by your appearance, you just got close to Wang Tsung after making some money, and your attitude is inevitably a bit arrogant. You probably haven't understood the history and background of our 8 major families. It's not your fault. A follower who seeks power and influence like you will find it hard to enter our circle." Pointing at the 3 people on the ground, Shi Feng said, "Today, you have offended the people of the 8 major families in Modu, the behind-the-scenes families that control the lifeblood of Modu. The Shang family holds half of the entertainment industry's influence. The Mei family owns half of the high-end office buildings in Modu. The Diao family controls 90% of the greening industry in Modu. And my Qi family is in existence you cannot imagine." The 8 major families are recognized as the top families in Modu's circle. Each family holds the lifeline of a specific industry and leads the way in that industry. With this status, wherever they go, the 3 words 8 major families are a symbol of prestige. Shang, Mei, and Diao couldn't help but straighten their chests upon hearing their family introductions. Even if you have the powerful Wang family backing you, in front of our 8 major families, you must bow your head. If a dragon comes to Modu and meets our 8 major families, it must bow down. If a tiger comes, it must lie down. After speaking, Shi Feng looked at Qin Shan again, hoping to see fear and despair in his eyes, but to his surprise, there was no trace of fear in Qin Shan's eyes. Instead, there seemed to be a hint of excitement. "Damn, what's going on? Can't this guy understand Mandarin? He doesn't look scared at all." On Qin Shan's side, upon hearing Qi Feng's self-introduction, he felt a surge of excitement. The 8 major families in Modu, controlling the behind-the-scenes families of Modu. It doesn't sound like they're good people. If I level up by dealing with you guys, I'll come and wipe you out this weekend. Qin Shan activated his golden eyes and scanned the members of the 8 major families in front of him. But to his regret, none of these people had any experience value reminders floating above their heads. Suddenly, Qin Shan's excited eyes turned a bit disappointed. He put away his golden eyes and disdainfully said, "What a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp, always flaunting their noble status. In Huagua, the old foreign noble theory doesn't work anymore. You guys, one manages actors, one does greening, one collects rent. As for you, you don't even dare to say what you do. Why should I fear any of you? Rotten fish and shrimp? Collecting rent? Greening?" Although what Qin Shan said was true, why did it sound so harsh? Shang, Mei, and Diao were furious, pointing at Qin Shan and shouting, "Fengge, get rid of him! Get rid of him! This is international waters, get rid of him, don't worry about the consequences." Shi Feng raised his hand to silence the crowd. "Qin Shan, you have seen what happened today. This matter cannot be settled like this." He walked to the fire cabinet, took out a fire axe, and threw it on the ground. "You cannot bear the wrath of the 8 major families in Modu. Cut off one arm yourself, and I will spare your life." Wang Tsung, who was already confused, staggered over. "Fengge, you can't do this, you can't. If you disable one of Qin Shan's arms, my grandfather will find out and definitely kill me." Shi Feng gave Wang Tsung a cold stare and said, "Wang Tsung, if your old man at home finds out that you lost 10 billion on AO Island and can't even afford the interest, how do you think he will treat you?" With these words, Wang Tsung's pupils suddenly contracted. He slumped down as if all his strength had left him. Shi Feng continued, "You should know that it's because of me that you were able to withstand the Yi family's debt collection on AO Island, convincing them to agree to only repay the principal without interest." Shi Feng's words pierced Wang Tsung's heart with each syllable. The alcohol-induced bravado from earlier vanished in an instant. "You lost 10 billion on AO Island?" Qin Shan asked calmly. Wang Tsung's behavior today had already seemed off to Qin Shan, and now that Shi Feng had revealed the truth, everything suddenly became clear. Initially, Qin Shan found it strange how Wang Tsung, who had been arrogant and extravagant, suddenly became so submissive. Even if the other party was one of the 8 great families of the demon capital, Wang Tsung's status as the son of the richest man could easily suppress them. With a tear-streaked face, Wang Tsung turned to Qin Shan and sobbed, "Brother, I didn't mean to. I drank too much that day and ended up going around AO Island with them. I thought I would only play with a couple 100 million, but as I kept playing, I got more and more addicted, and the losses kept growing." Listening to Wang Tsung's confession, Qin Shan immediately sensed a glaring issue. "How could you lose 10 billion with just a couple 100 million in bets? I don't know either. At first, I thought I would only play with 1 or 2 billion. I only had 18 million in cash on me at the time. After losing it all, they handed me slips to sign. Regardless of the amount, they would bring it to me immediately. The initial slips were only for a couple million, so I didn't pay much attention. Then I kept borrowing money from the casino, and kept borrowing, until the final bill came out, and I was dumbfounded to find out that I owed 10 billion. Wang Tsong trembled with fear as he spoke. Despite being the son of the richest man, with the family's assets reaching billions, most of it was in fixed assets. Once liquidated, it would cause market panic, and only half of the market value could be realized. Losing 10 billion in one go would be a severe blow to the Wang family. If the family head, Wang Lin, found out, he would probably beat Wang Tsong half to death. Wang Tsong's pleas did not stop Qi Feng. Seizing the opportunity, he said to Qin Shen, "Without the protection of the Wang family, let's see how arrogant you can still be. I'll give you 1 minute to prepare to disable one arm. Otherwise, I'll have to take both your arms." Shen Xiaowei, on the side, cheered and shook his body vigorously. "Brother Feng, disabling one arm is too cheap for him. I want both his legs." Diao Yang stood up. "I want him to cut off his manhood, or I won't be able to calm down." Mei Shuo gritted his teeth. "I want to smash all his teeth and break his ribs." The three of them looked ferocious, as if they wanted to crush Qin Shen to pieces. Wang Tsong hesitated, not wanting Qin Shen to be harmed in any way. If he hadn't owed that 10 billion, he could have easily stood up to the four people in front of him. But now, with his weakness exposed, he felt powerless. Qin Shen snorted coldly, walked to the fire axe, and stood in front of it. He looked down at the axe on the ground and said, "Who told you that I need the protection of the Wang family?" Qi Feng narrowed his eyes. Still stubborn at this point. "I've checked on you and know you can fight. You have some skills and work as an enforcer for the Wang family. But, do you think being able to fight is useful in the real world? Can fighting alone carve out a place for you?" Qi Feng took another step, almost face to face with Qin Shen. He continued, "Jokes aside, this world values money and power. Even if you can fight, without the protection of the Wang family, you might escape today, but can you escape tomorrow? Can you escape for a lifetime? My Qi family may not have other skills, but we have the ability to turn the world upside down. As long as you're alive, I can find you." Qin Shen's mouth showed a sneer. "What are you? You're nothing in my eyes, not even a fart. Do I need to hide from you? Damn, Fengge, this guy is really stubborn. Don't waste time talking to him, just do it." Shang Shelwei forced himself up with half of his body, picked up the fire axe on the ground, and raised his hand to chop Qin Shen. But his skills were nothing in Qin Shen's eyes, similar to a kindergarten kid. With a slight lift of his leg, Qin Shen used 20% of his strength and kicked Shang Shelwei, sending him flying towards the vast sea. The whole crowd was shocked, petrified on the spot. This kind of strength was simply terrifying. The scene of Shang Shelwei being kicked out was just like a special effects movie. Everyone present was stunned. Is this the strength a human should have? To be able to kick a grown man directly out, kicking towards the sky. Mei Shuo and Diao Yang kept retreating. They didn't want to end up like Shang Shelwei. The bodyguards on the ship were dumbfounded, unable to help but swallow their saliva. Damn, it's a good thing we didn't try to maintain order just now. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to withstand a kick from this person. Wang Tsong's eyes were about to fall out. Brother, you're too good at fighting. Among all the people present, only Qi Feng remained calm. He coldly smiled, as if he had already seen through everything. Qi Feng moved his lips slightly and said softly, "Master Shao, it's time for you to take action." Then, he walked to the edge of the ship, hands on the railing. His eyes looked towards the vast, pitch-black sea, reaching out into the darkness. Qi Feng shouted, "Master Shao." Everyone was puzzled, following Qi Feng's gaze towards the distance. The small waves in the sea kept hitting, causing the eclipse to sway slightly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, in the direction where Shang Shelwei was kicked, something seemed to be happening on the sea surface. Hundreds of meters away on the sea surface, a white trace appeared out of nowhere. What is that? A shark? It's impossible, sharks don't leave traces when swimming. The people on the scene kept whispering, speculating. As the white trace approached the eclipse, under the light emitted by the eclipse, everyone finally saw clearly. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Oh my god, what did I see? How could this be? My worldview is about to collapse. Am I seeing things, or did I see an alien? Everyone's gaze was fixed on the sea surface. The white trace was not created by any marine creature, but by a person. He was actually walking on the waves. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of shattered worldviews echoed through the scene. Mei Shuo, Diao Yang, Wang Tsong were all stunned by the scene before them. Qi Feng remained slightly calm. Master Zhao's strength is still terrifying. Qin Shen watched the scene on the sea, his brows slightly furrowed. It's really him. Everyone was dumbfounded. The figure on the sea continued to step on each wave tip. Using the upward momentum of the waves, he jumped to the next wave tip. He was carrying a person who looked like a dead dog. That person was none other than Shang Xiaowei, who was kicked out by Qin Chen, just a dozen meters away from the eclipse. The man suddenly bent his legs, squatted down, then leaped high. Like a horse leaping over a swallow, using the last wave's momentum, he jumped directly onto the deck of the eclipse. With a loud bang, the steel deck of the eclipse was dented by his powerful landing force. The whole scene fell silent. Everyone's breath seemed to stop. Only the howling sea breeze continued to sing. There were no other sounds. Under the light of the eclipse, the man casually dropped Shang Xiaowei, then patted the seawater off his body. Finally, standing with hands behind his back, he looked proudly at the crowd. Master Xiao! Shi Feng's face showed joy as he quickly went up to greet him. Master Xiao? Wang Song, upon hearing this, lost all color in his face. A sense of fear rose inexplicably in his heart. He had also heard of this name. Who is Master Xiao? Xin Chen asked indifferently before Wang Song could speak. Chi Feng loudly introduced, Master Xiao is the big shot of the overseas Hongmen, Xiao Wanshan. Overseas Hongmen? Xin Chen asked in confusion. Yes, it is the Hongmen you know. Since the previous dynasty, Hongmen has developed overseas, rooted overseas, and has long achieved great success abroad. Hongmen has always been known for its strength in dominating the world. This person is the big shot of Hongmen, Xiao Wanshan. He once single-handedly bloodied the American Black Blood Gang, once broke into the Italian Sicily Island, fought against the mafia to seize their sapphires, once rode alone across the Iraqi battlefield to rescue high-ranking Americans. Shi Feng had witnessed Xiao Wanshan's extraordinary skills. When the leader of the Black Blood Gang owed a debt, he went to collect it. Unexpectedly, he was detained by the other party. Not only did he not repay the debt, but he also demanded that the Qi family hand over $1 billion before he would release him. Helpless, Qi Lianshan, the head of the Qi family and Shi Feng's father, had to seek help at the Hongmen headquarters in the United States. After kneeling for a day and a night, the leader of Hongmen finally agreed to help. However, only one person was sent for the rescue, and that person was Xiao Wanshan. When Qi Lianshan saw the already middle-aged Xiao Wanshan, he felt relieved. But due to the overwhelming power of Hongmen, he dared not say much. He could only make the best of a bad situation and take Xiao Wanshan to negotiate with the Black Blood Gang. However, as soon as Xiao Wanshan arrived at the headquarters of the Black Blood Gang, he rushed in without giving them a chance to speak. Gunshots rang out continuously on the scene, cries filled the air. 5 minutes later, silence fell. Xiao Wanshan carried Qi Feng with one hand and walked out of the Black Blood Gang headquarters leisurely. Inside the Black Blood Gang headquarters, there was not even a single cry of pain. Qi Feng witnessed everything that happened. People were already dumbfounded, thinking that his father had called an alien to save him. It was too powerful. The superb kung fu completely convinced everyone. Since that incident, the Qi family has been offering tribute to Hongmen every year, just to seek the protection of a great general for their family. Xiao Wanyan naturally became the guardian god of the Qi family. Master Xiao, it's this kid. He provoked our Qi family and just kicked out the eldest son of the Shang family. You have to help us. Qi Feng bowed respectfully and pleaded. Xiao Wanyan stood with his hands behind his back, lowered his eyes, and looked down at the whole scene. Qin Shen smiled slightly and activated his martial arts power. Instantly, a faint aura surrounded his body. Xiao Wanyan narrowed his eyes and calmly said, So you are a martial artist, that's why you are so arrogant. A martial artist? Shi Feng was shocked and turned to look at Qin Shen. At this moment, the sea breeze blew, splashing drops of seawater towards everyone. Others were more or less splashed with seawater. But around Qin Shen, it seemed like there was a barrier. The oncoming seawater seemed to be blocked by something, bypassing his body directly. Master Xiao, what should we do? Shi Feng felt a little uneasy. He thought Qin Shen was just a good fighter. He never expected that the other party was a martial artist. He understood martial arts. Once someone entered the realm and reached a certain level, they were already beyond ordinary people. Master Xiao, what level is he? Xiao Wanyan smiled faintly. From the kick he just gave to the young master of the Shang family, I think he is at the second level entry level. But now he is releasing his martial arts power outward, forming a martial arts magnetic field around his body, which is the strength possessed by a second level peak. Martial arts second level peak? Shi Feng was almost scared out of his wits. When Xiao Wanyan saved him, he had the strength of a second level peak in martial arts. Having the level of a second level peak in martial arts meant being able to single-handedly destroy a gang, enter a battlefield without getting dirty. Shi Feng was starting to regret. If he had known that Qin Shen was a martial artist, he would never have confronted him. He would not have retaliated for the people from the lower four gates. Any martial arts master in the 8 major families of the Magic City is regarded as a divine existence. He now understands why Wang Tsong protected Qin Chen to the death. He also understands why the Wang family supports him so much. It turns out that it is not the Wang family protecting him, but he is protecting the Wang family. Why did he have to provoke such a person? If the other party insists on a life and death struggle, I wonder if Master Xiao can protect himself. Xiao Wannian saw Qifeng's concern. He smiled and patted Qifeng's shoulder gently. You don't need to worry. Even if he is at the peak of the 2nd level, or just at the 3rd level, or even at the peak of the 3rd level, in my eyes, they are all like ants. Below the 4th level, I am the strongest. Within 10 steps, I can kill him like slaughtering a dog. As soon as Xiao Wannian said this, he shook his body slightly. Instantly, a cold air swept across the entire deck. Everyone in the venue felt a bone-chilling killing intent. It was a feeling of despair, helplessness, and powerlessness to resist. Qifeng was overjoyed, feeling reassured with Xiao Wannian's words. He took a step forward. Qin Chen, I originally intended to only take one of your arms, but you don't know how to appreciate kindness and insist on going your own way. Today, I have asked Master Xiao to take action. You have nowhere to hide. I will give you one last chance, disable both your arms, and I will spare your life. Disable both arms? Wang Tsong was stunned, wondering why things were getting out of hand. He stood in front of Qin Chen. Brother Feng, I will pay. You are here to collect debts for the Yi family of Aodao, right? I will call the old man now, and I will gather 10 billion within a week for you. Can we settle this matter like this? No. Damn it, absolutely not. Sheng Xiaowei, who was lying on the ground with the last bit of strength, struggled and said. Diao Yang and Mei Shua immediately ran behind Qifeng, echoing, absolutely not. Brother Feng, we can't agree to them. The sound of condemnation from the opposite side continued. Wang Tsong was already in a panic. His mood had experienced 2 fluctuations of joy and anxiety. At first, he was delighted to see Qin Chen's inhuman strength, being able to kick a grown man away with 1 foot. But then, seeing Xiao Wannian, who came like a celestial being walking on water, he felt despair again. Wang Tsong quickly grabbed Qin Chen's hand. Brother, pay to avoid disaster. You have so much money, give them 10 billion, buy peace for yourself, brother. Qin Chen smiled faintly, broke free from Wang Tsong's hand, faced Xiao Wannian, showing no fear on his face, and said calmly, what did you just say? Below the 4th level, you are the strongest? Killing me like slaughtering a dog? Xiao Wannian narrowed his eyes, trembling all over. A powerful force beyond martial arts was instantly released. The powerful outward force directly shook everyone on the ship. The sound system on the DJ stage was mostly shattered. Kid, don't think you can be arrogant just because you have reached the 2nd or 3rd level at a young age. Even if you are a rare genius, today you must fall before me. Originally, the Qi family only wanted me to disable your arms, but I, Xiao Wannian, think it's not enough. I want to use you as a sacrifice. Become the first shot of my Hongmen faction to return to China. With that, Xiao Wannian looked at Qin Chen through the sea mist. Seeing Qin Chen's pupils slightly contracted and his eyes slightly distracted, he coldly smiled in his heart. Now you know fear, but it's too late. Xiao Wannian trembled all over, releasing his martial arts power outward. His flowing white hair danced in the sea breeze. He stepped back with his right foot. The deck, which had already been stepped on and dented, sank a few more inches. With a push of his left foot, his whole body was like an unbridled wild horse, rushing towards Qin Chen. He gathered his strength in his right hand, concentrated his energy, and threw a punch. This punch was vigorous and fierce, with an unstoppable momentum. With a roar, even the sea breeze had to retreat. Everyone was shocked to see the scene. Is this the true strength of a martial arts master? With one punch, the sea waves were shattered. The world changed color. The rain avoided its sharpness. Too strong. Too strong. Seeing Xiao Wannian take action again, Qifeng couldn't help but mutter to himself, comparing the current Xiao Wannian to the one who saved him from the Black Blood Gang in the past. His strength has improved by a level. Although Xiao Wannian is old, due to being a strong martial artist, his agile figure is no different from a man in his 20s. Xiao Wannian's fist dashed through the air, transforming into a fierce tiger. Kid, you're wild and free, let me handle it. This fist carries 60 years of power. Can you block it? Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The intense sonic boom made everyone on the ship sway. The shattered waves turned into droplets, like steel beads, bouncing off everyone. Everyone propped themselves up, wiping their eyes wet with seawater. They looked at Xiao Wannian and Qin Chen. As their eyes met, the whole place fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. The only sound on the ship was the waves hitting the eclipse number. Qin Chen stood with his right hand behind his back, left hand raised in front of his chest. his palm open, firmly holding Xiao Wanyan's fist. Shock. Unbelievable. Xiao Wanyan's powerful fist, 60 years of power, capable of breaking through a city wall, was easily caught by Qin Shen with one hand. Shi Feng and the others knelt down, watching the scene in disbelief. Wang Tsong sat on the ground, trembling in disbelief. Huang Wenwen covered her face, peeking through her fingers. Xiao Wanyan was instantly dumbfounded. How is this possible? This fist contains half of my life's essence, even a tank could be pierced through. You! Qin Shen sneered, his left hand casually turning. Crack! Ah! Xiao Wanyan screamed in pain. His strong right hand, like steel, was twisted off by Qin Shen. Such a waste, not even worthy of making noise in my ears, Qin Shen said, tossing him away. With a loud bang, the master Xiao Wanyan was thrown out like a dead dog, hitting the steel railing of the Eclipse number heavily. I kindly let you all board the ship for fun, yet you dare to destroy my things. Whoever breaks the door loses an arm. Whoever damages my deck will lose their cultivation and be reduced to a waste. Qin Shen said word by word, walking towards Xiao Wanyan. Xiao Wanyan was shocked. Damn, I underestimated him. I thought he was at most a peak level 2 or an entry level 3. I didn't expect him to be like me, a peak level 3 existence. The fist fears the young. After all, I'm getting older. Among the same level, it seems like I can't match him head-on. Xiao Wanyan endured the severe pain and reconnected his broken bones. Kid, I didn't expect you to have some skills, actually a peak level 3. I underestimated you. But, even though we are both peak level 3, I have the Hongmen's secret technique. Xiao Wanyan extended his left hand, index and middle fingers together. Then he pointed at several special acupoints on his body. The next moment, he roared to the sky. Hongmen's secret technique, 5 elements escape. Open. With this roar, thunder and lightning filled the sky. The drizzle turned into a downpour. A sudden strong wind and raging waves. Xiao Wanyan, who was weak just a moment ago, was instantly revived. A thick mist enveloped him, keeping the rainwater out. Xiao Wanyan took a step, and a depression appeared on the Eclipse numbers deck. I didn't expect that I, Xiao Wanyan, would be forced to use the 5 elements escape by a kid, forcibly promoted to the 4th level of martial arts. Kid, originally I only needed to kill you. But now, forcing me to use the 5 elements escape, causing me to lose 10 years of life, I must exterminate your whole family to mourn the 10 years I lost. Xiao Wanyan grabbed the fire axe firmly. He shouted. The martial arts power in his body instantly poured into the fire axe. In an instant, the axe was covered in a white brilliance. This move is unique to a 4th level expert, empowering the weapon. Ordinary weapons infused with martial arts power become a divine weapon that can cut iron like mud. With it, I can fight against gods and demons. Watching Xiao Wanyan's ordinary axe turn into a terrifying divine weapon, the flames of hope were reignited in the hearts of several people in the Magic City. Cut him! Cut him! Cut him! Shi Feng was overjoyed and laughed wildly, saying, Master Xiao is domineering. Level 4 against level 3, it's like cutting melons and vegetables. Crush him. Wang Tsong looked around anxiously and immediately ran to another fire hydrant, preparing to bring an axe for Qin Shen. Xiao Wanyan glanced sideways, and with a swing of his axe in midair, a white mist burst out at the axe's location, directly blowing up the fire hydrant. Xiao Wanyan didn't care whether Qin Shen could get an axe. He did this just to show off his muscles. Qin Shen looked at the pit on the wall of the Eclipse number and his eyes burst with anger. Originally, Hongmen only needed you to die, but you insulted my family and destroyed my ships. For these 2 crimes, I will destroy Hongmen. Qin Shen, you are too arrogant. Crushing bones and scattering ashes cannot vent my anger. I will take your body to Siam and turn you into an eternal puppet. Xiao Wanyan swung several axes in midair. White shadows shot out like bullets. Qin Shen was fearless, walking towards Xiao Wanyan. As the white shadows approached him, Qin Shen casually waved his hand, making the axes disappear without a trace. The whole place fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Shen's steps forward did not stop. He reached out his right hand. With a grip in the void, a white vortex slowly condensed in his empty hand. The vortex surged and twisted, transforming from a small point into a small ball, then into a long knife. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wanyan was dumbfounded. He was so scared that he wet himself on the spot, gathering qi into a blade. This is a skill exclusive to level 5 experts. You are actually a level 5 expert. Completely stunned, Xiao Wanyan felt his worldview shatter in an instant. The belief in strong individuals in his heart collapsed. After 60 years of hard training, reaching the peak of level 3 was already considered a once-in-a-century genius warrior. Today, he opened the 5 gates of Duanjia, reaching level 4 heights, only to face a level 5 big shot. A 20-year-old level 5 expert. Unprecedented in history, with no predecessors or successors, unheard of. Is this guy still human? How is this possible? Did he start cultivating in the womb? This is ridiculous. At this moment, Xiao Wannian only had one thought in his mind. Escape. Escape quickly. If not now, then when? In the territory of Huagua, such a young level 5 expert has appeared. I must go back and report to the Hongmen. Otherwise, they will suffer a great loss. Without saying a word, Xiao Wannian paused for a moment. He wanted to walk on the waves. With a leap, he jumped onto the vast sea. His light body stepped on the crest of each wave. In just a few seconds, he jumped out 100 meters away. After a moment, Xiao Wannian landed steadily on his wooden boat. He quickly extinguished the oil lamp on the boat to avoid being tracked by the other party. It's a good thing I've been practicing wave-stepping light skills for many years, otherwise I would have died in this ghostly place today. Damn it, what's going on in today's Huagua? There are all kinds of monsters. If I had known, I wouldn't have opened the 5 gates of Duanjia. Even if I cheated, I couldn't beat the opponent, and I would have wasted 10 years of life for nothing. No, I have to hurry back and report to the Hongmen ancestors. Xiao Wannian immediately used his martial arts power to drive the boat forward. Suddenly, Xiao Wannian felt his hair fluttering by his ear. A white dazzling shadow rushed past him from behind. It seemed to pass through his body. Xiao Wannian felt a chill on his neck. He reached out to touch it. His neck was wet. The next moment, his eyes went black. Xiao Wannian, the strongest fighter below level 4, a 50-year martial arts master, died. On the eclipse number, Qin Shen slowly lowered his right hand. Just now he had thrown the long knife following Xiao Wannian's breath direction. Because it was the first time using it, I didn't know if it hit or not. It wasn't until I completely couldn't feel Xiao Wan's breath that he let go. At this moment, a system prompt message appeared in front of Qin Shen. Congratulations Challenger, defeated the reactionary forces henchman. Congratulations Challenger, gained 25 experience points. Just as Xiao Wan mentioned that Hongmen was about to return to China, Qin Shen's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes were slightly distracted for a moment. He activated the golden eye to inspect Xiao Wan, but Xiao Wan mistakenly thought that Qin Shen was afraid. Qin Shen didn't check it, but once he did, wow! Xiao Wan had 25 experience points hanging above his head. That's embarrassing. Qin Shen retracted his combat form and turned to look at the 4 people from the 8 great families of Modu. Mei Shuo and Diao Yang leaned against each other, trembling all over, too scared to say a word. Shang Shelwei just glanced at the situation and quickly continued to play dead. Shi Feng was already scared silly. He looked around and, using the wet deck on the deck, the angle of the hull tilted by the waves, and the hardness of his knees, took small steps and ran towards Qin Shen. With a beautiful slide, he knelt steadily in front of Qin Shen. He knocked his head like pounding garlic. Brother Qin, you are a big man, spare me. Brother Qin, I know I was wrong. Brother Qin, where is the dignity of the 8 great families of Modu and the Qi family's eldest son Shifeng now? He was as humble as a bereaved dog, constantly pleading with Qin Shen. Qin Shen looked down, faintly saying, you insulted me first, smashed the boat later, and sent someone to kill me. You want me to spare you. If you were me, would you spare such a person? Shifeng continued to kneel and kowtow. I will. I will. I will. Wang Tsong on the side was speechless. Damn shameless. Shifeng continued, I won't argue with a dog. I am a dog, woof woof woof. Brother Qin, spare me. Seeing Qin Shen unmoved, he knelt and crawled to Wang Tsong. Song, save me, save me. I don't want to die. Look, I have always helped you with He Jia Zhou Xian's face. Help me, please. Wang Tsong's cheeks twitched. He was in a dilemma. Just now, he asked Shifeng to spare Qin Shen. Now, Shifeng turned around and asked him to let Qin Shen go. Being loyal and kind-hearted, Wang Tsong eventually softened. He tried to say to Qin Shen, brother, look, now everything is fine, why not? Just leave it at that? Qin Shen, hearing this, exuded a terrifying aura. He angrily said, Wang Tsong, don't be too kind. Qin Shen pointed at Shang Shelwei and said, he smashed my boat, hit my woman, and said he would disable my arms. Then, Qin Shen pointed at Mei Shuo, he wants to knock out all my teeth and break my ribs. Finally, Qin Shen pointed at Diao Yang. As for what he wants to do you still remember? Wang Tsong swallowed his saliva. Diao Yang's words just now were vivid in his mind. Shi Feng's eyes rolled, picked up the axe on the ground. Brother Qin, these 3 bastards don't know what's good for them, dare to offend you. I'll teach them a lesson. They will pay the price for insulting you before. With that, Shi Feng raised the axe and rushed towards the pretending to be dead Shang Shelwei. 2 axes went down. Clean and neat. Shang Shelwei hadn't struggled yet and fainted in pain. Next was Mei Shuo. Shi Feng adjusted the position of the axe in his hand, changing the front to the back of the axe. Bang bang bang. He hammered randomly at Mei Shuo. Finally, Shi Feng walked up to Diao Yang. Diao Yang kept retreating, waving his hands. Feng, don't do this. Diao, the 9th generation of the Diao family, I haven't even gotten married yet. Shi Feng's face was covered in blood at this point, his eyes red. He dragged the long axe, swaying his body. Diao Yang, I'm helping you. If you want to live, you have to give something up. Blame yourself for speaking too harshly just now, not leaving any room. In the future, it's better to be well behaved and not talk tough all the time. Consider the consequences. Diao Yan regretted so much. Damn, who knew that talking tough would backfire? Everyone was talking tough. Why did I say such things just now? Before Diao Yan could reflect on it, Shi Feng knocked him out. Looking at the unconscious Diao Yang, Shi Feng smirked and said, "You should thank me for giving you anesthesia before your execution." As soon as he finished speaking, the surgery was neatly completed. This scene made everyone on the boat nauseous, including Wang Tsong. He felt his stomach churning and rushed to the side of the boat to vomit. After finishing everything, Shi Feng slid back to Qin Chen with a flattering smile. "Brother, everything is done. Please spare me for the sake of my hard work. Can you let me go?" Shi Feng's actions also greatly shocked Qin Chen. He didn't expect someone to act so recklessly. However, even so, Qin Chen still didn't intend to let Shi Feng off because he had touched his reverse scale. Just as a murderous intent flashed in Qin Chen's eyes, Wang Song, who had finished vomiting, grabbed his hand tightly and pleaded, "Brother, you can't kill him. If you kill him, I will be doomed. 10 billion, how can I repay it all at once?" Yes, Qin brother, don't look at me, look at Wang Song. Please spare me for helping Wang Song so much. I will go back and try to negotiate with the Yi family and Zhou Xian to see if they can reduce the amount for Wang Song. Upon hearing this, Wang Song kicked him, saying, "Call me Brother Song." Yes, Brother Song, Brother Song. After thinking for a moment, Qin Chen realized that Shi Feng had offended the 3 young masters of the 8 great families of the Magic City. Afterwards, they would surely mobilize their entire family to seek revenge. So he coldly looked at Shi Feng. "Since that's the case, sparing your life is possible, but the 10 billion owed by Wang Song will be waived." Upon hearing this, Shi Feng immediately cowed out again. "Brother, I also want to waive it for him, but I can't do it. The He family doesn't agree. The He family's power is overwhelming, and our Qi family is just a small family following them. Of course, if my strength allowed, I would repay it for Brother Song. But our Qi family only has a total of 5 billion in assets, which is far from enough. The Yi family on Ao Island, right? In that case, we will go to Ao Island, and I will personally settle the debt for Wang Song." What? Shi Feng and Wang Song were both stunned. Shi Feng was overjoyed because as long as he arrived on Ao Island, with the Yi family as a supergiant backstage, his life would be secure. On the other hand, Wang Song never expected Qin Chen to want to settle the debt for him. Wang Song felt embarrassed and said, "Brother, this is not appropriate. You paying back 10 billion for me, I feel really embarrassed." "Who said I would pay back 10 billion for you?" Wang Song was stunned. "Brother, didn't you just say you were going to settle the debt? I'm going to win back the money for you." Qin Chen said calmly. "Huh? Brother, don't scare me." Wang Song quickly pulled Qin Chen aside. "Brother, gambling is mostly losing. It's all a trap. You understand this now. Why didn't you understand it when you went there?" Wang Song scratched his head, not daring to respond. Qin Chen glanced at Shi Feng and said, "Take us to Ao Island, is that okay?" "No problem, absolutely no problem." Shi Feng appeared respectful and humble on the surface, but inside, he was ecstatic. He never expected Qin Chen to want to go to Ao Island to win money and settle Wang Song's debt. This was like a pie falling from the sky. "You dare to throw yourself into the net, I will make you understand what it means to lose everything. Qin brother, I will make a call to Ao Island now and have them prepare to welcome you. They must provide the highest standard of reception to ensure you have a great time on Ao Island, return in triumph, and enjoy yourself to the fullest." Saying this, Shi Feng slowly retreated to the other end of the eclipse, took out a satellite phone, dialed a number, and waited for a moment. The call was answered. "Hello, sister. It's me, Shi Feng." Only a woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, not soft or sweet, but with dignity and decisiveness. "Shi Feng, do you know what time it is now? If it affects my sleep and I wake up with one more wrinkle on my face tomorrow, you will have to cut off one of your fingers to apologize." Shi Feng trembled at the words. "Sis, if it's not something important, how could I dare to disturb you so late at night?" The other party became interested upon hearing this. She slowly sat up, casually picked up a lace and gauze nightgown from the side, and draped it over her fair and tender body. "Speak." Sis, I will bring you a fat lamb tomorrow. Oh, how fat. Chi Feng actually didn't know how much wealth Qin Shen had, but he couldn't resist his ability to deceive. Anyway, whether rich or not, in the end, he would have to borrow from these people on Aodao. So he said, it's similar to the Wang family of Wanda. A slight smile appeared at the corner of the woman's red lips. Chi Feng, you better not lie to me. Oh, my dear sister, how could I dare to lie to you? How about the Wang family, are they giving 10 billion or Wanda shares? This matter has been dragging on for 2 months. Even if I don't eat, don't ask for interest, with so many mouths to feed under my hand, they still need to eat and drink. Sis, it's almost done. This time I will bring Wang Tsong over. If his father doesn't repay the debt, we will detain him. I don't believe that Wang Lin would give up his only son for 10 billion. The woman nodded in agreement. Okay, after the matter is settled, your commission will naturally not be less. Thank you, sis, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Chi Feng's eyes turned. He brewed his emotions for a moment. Then he made a call. Hello, Uncle Shang, it's Chi Feng. On the other end of the phone was Shang Rong, the head of the Shang family, one of the 8 great families in Modu. Oh, Chi Feng, little Shang went out with you today, right? Yes, Uncle Shang, little Shang, he. How was the outing? My little Shang, he has a bad temper. Did he cause any trouble for you? As soon as Shang Rong finished speaking, he heard Chi Feng on the other end of the phone burst into tears. Uncle, it's my fault. I didn't take good care of little Shang. Shang Rong's face changed drastically. What happened? What happened to little Shang? Little Shang. He was beaten to death. Shang Rong was stunned for a moment, then he fell to the ground. How could this happen? Who did it? Who dares to be so bold and touch someone from the 8 great families of Modu? Shang Rong's grief turned into anger, his eyes filled with tears and bloodshot. He gritted his teeth. It's someone named Qin Chen. Qin Chen? Shang Rong's mind raced rapidly. The 8 great families of Modu, Zhao, Qi, Shen, Li, Mei, Shang, Lin, and Diao, these titles were not bestowed from the heavens. They were earned by generations of family members with their lives. In the early years of doing business, whose hands were not tainted with dirty things, whose backside was clean. Enemies were always there, but now, due to the situation, no one dared to use knives and guns anymore. Everyone would settle their scores in the business arena. It was all about deceit and intrigue. But never did they expect that today, the Shang family would encounter someone who didn't play by the rules. Someone who dared to come and fight with a dagger. Who is Qin Chen? I will wipe out his entire family. Chi Feng, suppressing his sobbing voice, said, Uncle, I will send you his family's information later. You must avenge little Shang. Of course, little Shang is my son, the only hope of the Shang family. Even if I have to stake all of the Shang family's assets, I will make sure his whole family has no place to be buried. Chi Feng smirked and hung up the phone. Next, he repeated the same process. He called the head of the Mei family, Mei Yifei, and the head of the Diao family, Diao Yunpeng. Tears flowed as he accused Qin Shen of doing irreparable things to their sons. After all the calls were made, Chi Feng looked out at the vast sea in front of him. Qin Shen, if you want to challenge me, Chi Feng, you are still too inexperienced. Today, you humiliated me. I will not only empty your pockets but also bury your whole family. The Shang, Mei, and Diao families will surely mobilize all their forces and go to Jiangning to take action against your whole family. You just wait to face the wrath of the 3 families. With that, Chi Feng laughed heartily. When he returned to the ship's gangway, the place had already been cleaned spotlessly, without a trace left. The only things remaining on the ground were the pits trampled by Xiao Wan Nian and the waiter who was still cleaning up. Chi Feng grabbed the waiter and asked, Where are they? Xie Feng. Xin and Wang have already gone back to rest, the waiter replied. Chi Feng grabbed the waiter's collar, demanding, I'm asking about Shang Xiaowei, Diao Yang, and Mei Shuo. Where are they? The waiter, terrified, stammered, Chi Feng. I don't know. Xin said they were being a nuisance on the ship and would dirty it, so he ordered to do what? Chi Feng pressed, to drag them away and feed them to the sharks in the sea. Hearing this, Chi Feng let go of the waiter. He sneered, thinking, well done, Qin Shen, you're ruthless. But you've helped me by getting rid of these 3 who could talk. Chi Feng clapped his hands and asked the waiter, I'll give you $1 million. Help me with something. The waiter, wary, replied, Chi Feng. What do you want me to do? I'm just a waiter. It's simple, just tell people later that tonight, Shang, Mei, and Diao were taken care of by Qin Shen, and then make sure they disappear without a trace, Chi Feng explained. No. Mr. Wang once ordered that nothing that happens on the ship should be mentioned to outsiders. This is international waters, and I don't want to end up feeding the fish, the waiter refused. Chi Feng coldly smiled, taking out a bank card from his pocket. He was confident that there was nothing money couldn't achieve. If there was, then add more money. Here's 10 million. If you do as I say, all this money is yours. Think about it. Do you want financial freedom or a lifetime of cleaning here? Seeing the bank card in Shifeng's hand, the waiter swallowed hard. This was $1 million. An ordinary person couldn't earn $1 million in a lifetime. Seeing the waiter hesitate, Shifeng grabbed his neck, threatening in a low voice, "They can throw people into the sea to feed the sharks, and so can I. Think about it. Do you want to live and get $1 million, or be shark food?" The waiter was sweating profusely. Trembling, he took the bank card. Shifeng grinned triumphantly. "Once the ship docks, I'll arrange for you to go to a safe place. When I need you, someone will bring you out." "Shifeng, if I do this, Sheen won't spare me. You saw how terrifying he was just now. I'm scared." "Scared of what? When we reach Ao, it's my territory. Even if he's strong, as long as he's a carbon-based life form, he'll have to yield under the barrel of a gun. Can he withstand bullets going bang bang bang?" Shifeng pushed the waiter away, straightened his clothes, and thought, "Qin Shen, blame your overconfidence. The power of my Shifeng family is beyond your imagination. Oppose my family, and you'll have only one way to go. Eclipse No. 6 Gangway, guest room." Qin Shen fed Huang Wenwen a bottle of basic life fluid. The bruises and damaged tissues on her body were visibly healing at a rapid pace. "After drinking this, you'll get better soon," Qin Shen said coldly, holding the empty bottle. Huang Wenwen grabbed Qin Shen's hand, pleading, "Please don't leave, can you stay with me this time?" Qin Shen withdrew his hand, not agreeing to her request. "Next time, don't go to parties with strangers easily. There are other ways to become famous." There was no anger in Qin Shen's eyes, only disappointment. "No, listen to me. I didn't come here to latch onto a wealthy man, I came here specifically to find you. I said I would give you a chance to enter the entertainment industry peacefully. But you just said it, and then you never contacted me again." This time, Qin Shen was choked. Huang Wenwen was right, he had promised. He had also agreed. It's just that too many things have happened recently, causing him to be distracted. When he got busy, he forgot about this matter. "When we reach the shore tomorrow, you will return to Kyoto and report to Jiahong Media." Although Qin Shen has not had any contact with Jiahong's boss Yang so far. However, as the largest shareholder, Yang, who is presumably high in emotional intelligence, will naturally understand his meaning. Sometimes, having too many industries can be a headache, and you can't take care of everything. Jiahong Media? Is it Boss Yang Mi's company? Her company is now the most popular media company in the entertainment industry, with market share second only to the 8 major families of Shangshur Media in Modu. Yes, that's right, it's Yang Mi's Jiahong Media. There was a glimmer of hope in Huang Wenwen's eyes, but it quickly turned into lack of confidence. Will she really want me? She will. Qin Shen affirmed that the person arranged by the major shareholder to go over would not be rejected. Moreover, Huang Wenwen's appearance can be said to be very similar to Boss Yang. Coupled with her devilish figure, with a little operation, her path to stardom will not be too bad. Qin Shen covered her with a blanket. "Get some sleep, we will be docking soon." Huang Wenwen once again reached out from under the covers, grabbing Qin Shen. She exerted all her strength to pull Qin Shen to her side. Huang Wenwen sobbed softly, "I'm scared, I'm really scared. Please, this time, can you not leave? Please, just stay with me this once, I promise, I won't do anything." Qin Shen was somewhat speechless. This line seems a bit reversed, but this time, Qin Shen did not choose to leave. Instead, he sat at the head of the bed, turned off the light. The silver moonlight shone through the glass. Huang Wenwen nestled beside Qin Shen. Her face was filled with satisfaction and joy, although she didn't know how long this feeling would last. But, at least at this moment, she felt incredibly fulfilled. She happily hugged Qin Shen's arm to her chest. In an instant, Qin Shen felt his right arm being enveloped by a soft body. It was a kind of fulfillment that made one's blood boil, with nowhere to hide. The midnight sea calmed down, the waves subsided, and the hustle and bustle came to an end. The Eclipse gently swayed on the sea. The crew on the ship kept busy cleaning up. Waves lapped against the hull, making subtle sounds. Wang Song was busy in the crowd, warning them one by one not to leak out what happened tonight. Fortunately, when boarding the ship, he had already ordered all phones to be collected, ensuring that nothing from tonight would be leaked. Faint snoring sounded in Qin Shen's ears. He slowly pulled out his arm tightly held by Huang Wenwen. When he first pulled it out, his arm was a little numb. After covering her with a blanket, Qin Shen quietly left the room. He went up to the 7th floor. At the corner of this floor was a gym. It was divided into anaerobic and aerobic areas, as well as an exercise room. The exercise room was 150 square meters. Inside, there was a flat floor. Except for the glass on all four sides, there were no other equipment. The exercise room was dark, with moonlight shining through the ventilation window, casting a faint light. Shin-chan walked into the exercise room and turned on the light switch. Suddenly, the room was as bright as day. Who? Don't kill me. Ah, ah, ah. In the corner, three ragged, foul-smelling people made different sounds. When the three saw that it was Shin-chan, they all fell silent, enduring the pain, not daring to breathe. Shin-chan walked up to them and looked down at them. Disable your arms, do you submit? Sheng Xiaowei, with tears in his eyes, dared not resist at this moment. If he didn't submit, he would lose his life. Trembling, he said, I submit. 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 Shin-chan turned to Mei Shuo, break your sternum, do you submit? Clothes, 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 of course clothes. Shin-chan turned his head and faced Diao Yang. Will you submit to me, even if it means the end of your descendants? Diao Yang groaned and replied, I submit in heart and mouth. I regret. I regret. Now that you have submitted, from this day on, all three families must obey my orders and honor me alone. With that, Shin-chan threw down 3 small bottles. Mei Shuo, with the least severe injuries, crawled to one of the bottles and asked in fear, Mr. Shin, what is this? This is the original life fluid. After drinking it, you can heal broken bones or even regenerate lost limbs. Of course, your Diao family can continue its lineage and not face extinction. The three were stunned and speechless. Original life fluid? Regenerate lost limbs? I can continue the lineage. Among them, Diao Yang was the most delighted upon hearing Shin-chan's words. He, who had no desire to live in this world anymore, saw this small bottle in front of him. It could make him rejuvenated and full of vitality again. Diao Yang instantly reignited his desire for life, his longing for the future, and his yearning for women. The three immediately crawled towards the bottles, not worrying whether Shin-chan was deceiving them. Since they had already become what they were now, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, they had to try. They each opened a bottle and drank it in one gulp. Mei Xiao. This. Sheng Xiaowei awkwardly shook his body and asked Mei Shuo to help him open the bottle. After Mei Shuo finished his own, he generously fed Sheng Xiaowei. As the original life fluid entered their mouths, a faint and refreshing fragrance spread. It was like the morning dew, a sense of rejuvenation. It was also a bit cool, but as the fluid slid down their throats, it started to feel warm. It continued to warm up as it entered their chests, then their stomachs. From the moment it entered their stomachs, a powerful and indescribable sensation filled their bodies. Sheng Xiaowei felt an intense itchiness at his wound, making him very uncomfortable. After enduring it for a while, he had to bite off the bandaged gauze. When the gauze was removed, Sheng Xiaowei felt the blood vessels at the wound pulsating, as if countless cells were repairing themselves. His heartbeat accelerated, pumping blood to his shoulders. In just 10 minutes, the bleeding wound stopped. It scabbed over, not a drop of blood flowing. Another 10 minutes passed, and a thin layer of skin formed over the scabbed wound. The new skin was as tender as a baby's, extremely delicate. 10 more minutes passed, and something seemed to be breaking through the tender skin. Suddenly, the restless thing pierced through the skin and emerged. The feeling of rebirth was extremely painful. Sheng Xiaowei felt like his heart was being torn apart. He looked up at the ceiling and let out a loud scream before passing out. After an unknown amount of time, Sheng Xiaowei slowly opened his eyes. His eyelids were covered in sweat and tears. The salty sweat irritated his eyes, making it hard to open them. Subconsciously, Sheng Xiaowei reached out to wipe them. The next moment, he froze. His hands had truly regenerated. He actually had hands again. He immediately propped himself up with his hands and kept turning them over, carefully examining each fingerprint and palm line. My hands! My hands! They've come back. I've truly regenerated my lost limbs. He looked at Mei Shuo and Diao Yang beside him. Both were sweating profusely, panting heavily. Their reactions were exactly like Sheng Xiaowei's. You guys! Mei Shuo opened his mouth, revealing his white teeth. It's too miraculous, too terrifying. All my teeth have grown back. Even the wisdom teeth I had removed years ago have grown back. My ribs don't hurt anymore, no matter how I move. I feel like even the botched surgery from last month has healed. Diao Yang gasped for breath. He never dared to reach out to confirm whether his second brother was in place. Losing a close brother is a huge psychological blow to a man. Sheng Xiaowei was just right, but his dandy character remained unchanged. Seeing Diao Yang not responding for a while, he curiously pulled down the other's pants. After a brief struggle, Diao Yang lost. He could only be stripped for inspection. Sheng Xiaowei glanced over, then awkwardly comforted. Diao Yang, did you not drink all the life essence? Your second brother seems not fully developed yet. It seems he needs more nurturing, a few more days. It will be fine, it will get better. Diao Yang snatched back his pants, cursing in his heart, damn, I was originally this big. The three of them conducted a self-examination. They confirmed multiple times that their bodies had fully recovered. They even gained a few extra parts. The three of them looked at each other and knelt in front of Qin Shen together. They bowed and worshipped. Brother Qin. Diao Yang, the youngest, just started speaking, but Shang Xiaoli slapped the back of his head. Diao Yang. Can you call Brother Qin? No respect for elders. You should call him Mr. Qin. Diao Yang rubbed the back of his head, feeling wronged. After lecturing Diao Yang, Shang Xiaoli took the lead and said, Mr. Qin, please accept our bow. You are truly our reborn parents, our three families must worship you like a god. Every 1st and 15th of the month, the whole family will kowtow to you. Our Shang, Diao, and Mei families, all the people, will respect you as a god. The three kowtowed like pounding garlic. They had long forgotten their grievances with Qin Shen. This person in front of them could defeat powerful enemies overseas and had divine protection. He could regenerate limbs, revive dead wood. This kind of character who could both attack and defend was at a godlike level. Even fools knew to kneel and worship quickly. Who would dare to think of revenge? Today he could let you live, tomorrow he could send you back to hell. Being whipped after death was not scary. After all, there was no consciousness, only a body was being beaten. But Qin Shen could revive the opponent and whip them again. This, even the black and white impermanence would avoid. Zhong Kuwei would lose his job if he saw this. Even the king of hell would have to say hello and exclaim, wow. Sir, if you encounter any trouble in the magic city, just say a word, my Shang family will spare no effort. Shang Xiaoli transformed into Qin Shen's most loyal fan. Using his newly grown left and right hands, he clasped his fists and said, I see the situation, I am the same. Diao Yang naturally couldn't fall behind, he also clasped his fists and said, I am the same. Qin Shen waved his hand. He thought these three were too arrogant and made outrageous remarks before. But now, he felt they were too clingy, giving people goosebumps involuntarily. When the ship docks, you will each go home and tell your families about your experiences. Shang Xiaoli's face changed. Mr. Qin, Shifeng, that kid, cut off my arms. This grudge must be avenged. Please, Mr. Qin, help us seek justice. Please, Mr. Qin, help us seek justice. Please, Mr. Qin, help us seek justice. Mei and Diao echoed at the same time. But as they echoed, Diao Yang felt a tremor in his chicken, a faint phantom pain. Qin Shen sneered, Shifeng is just a small fry, the Qi family is my target. I will expel the Qi family from the magic city. Such people who engage in dirty activities in Huaguai are a menace. Australia Island, Deepwater Wharf. A long whistle sounded, attracting pedestrians on the dock to stop and look. Not far away on the sea surface, a huge, luxurious yacht was slowly approaching. Its appearance, whether in size or momentum, completely overshadowed all the other yachts present. Even the top yacht of the local wealthy He family paled in comparison to it. Damn, isn't that yacht too damn big? Isn't that the Eclipse? I just saw it in the news a while ago. This is the private yacht of a top tycoon. Private yacht? So big, so extravagant? The cost of keeping a boat for a day is not less than 1 or 2,000 yuan. Eclipse yacht slowly sailed into the berth amidst discussions. As soon as the boat stopped, the colorful cannons lined up on the shore were ignited. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of colorful cannons resounded, and colorful confetti flew in the sky. The people who had lived on Ao Island for a long time began to whisper to each other. It's so grand, it must be some big shot coming to Ao Island for inspection. I don't think they are here for inspection. Look at those setting off the fireworks, they are all from the He family. Are you saying, the fat sheep has arrived? Hee, coming in a luxurious yacht, going home in just underwear. The He family of Ao Island will teach him a lesson. After the two finished speaking, they smiled at each other. Qifeng contacted the He family, and naturally, the He family would not treat Qin Shen unfairly in terms of etiquette. The cost of today will naturally be covered by young Master Qin's chips. Qin Shen, Wang Son, and Qifeng walked down from the Eclipse yacht. Qifeng walked in the front, bowing respectfully and guiding with a smile. As they disembarked and stepped onto the shore, a red carpet had been laid out on the ground. The red carpet stretched for over 100 meters. At the end of the red carpet was an extended Lincoln limousine. Qifeng hurried over, opened the car door, and respectfully invited Qin Shen inside. As soon as Qin Shen entered the car, a strong scent of perfume hit him. Inside the narrow car compartment, there were top beauties from all over the world with different skin colors. East Asia, Southeast Asia, Europe, South America. Damn, why are there even people from Africa? Wang Song said displeased. Xin Shen frowned slightly, the scent of perfume inside the car was too strong. Shi Feng smirked, it's my first time going out with Qin Ji. I didn't know his preferences, so I brought a bit of everything according to the world map. If Qin Ji doesn't like it, I'll ask them to get off the car immediately. With that, Shi Feng waved to signal the African guests to get off. Wang Song quickly pressed Shi Feng's hand and smiled at the corner of his mouth. Since they are here, asking them to get off would embarrass them. My brother likes elegance, I know. But there's me here. Shi Feng was speechless. Wang Song, I thought you preferred the slim and fair-skinned, internet celebrity type. When did you start liking these big and dark ones? Wang Song chuckled, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Damn, what the hell when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Shi Feng cursed silently in his heart. Shi Feng took out a bottle of champagne from the car fridge, poured a glass, and handed it to Qin Shen. Qin Ji, the presidential suite for tonight has been arranged for you. Let's rest in the room first. Then I'll take you to Tureo Island, eat local delicacies, have a sauna, and enjoy a Thai massage. I guarantee you will have a comfortable day. Shi Feng said calmly. He had been in this business for many years and knew how to lure big fish with a long line. For people like Qin Shen, if you rush too much, you won't catch anything. Instead, you have to corrode their minds first. From visual, olfactory, and physiological aspects, make them fall, make them lose themselves. Step by step, weaken their defense mechanisms. Let the other party indulge in debauchery and emperor-like enjoyment. Only then can you firmly control their mentality. Shi Feng raised his glass with a smile, took a sip. Qin Shen did not take the wine, but spoke, I have classes at school tomorrow, with a bunch of calculus homework unfinished. I don't have time to waste here, let's make it quick and go straight to the venue. Cough, cough, cough. Shi Feng couldn't hold back and sprayed the champagne he had just sipped from his nostrils. He quickly covered it with his hand, avoiding spraying Wang Song in the face. Shi Feng silently complained in his heart, you, this little monster, a character with a bug level, telling me you want to go to school, do calculus homework? Are you kidding me? Of course, Shi Feng would never dare to say what he really thought. At most, he muttered in his heart. Qin Ji. This. Suddenly deviating from the process, Shi Feng was somewhat unaccustomed. Wang Song snorted, what's wrong? My brother loves to study, are you not happy? Ah, this. Shi Feng was speechless, not knowing how to respond. Any problem? Qin Shen pressed Shi Feng for an answer, waving his hand repeatedly. No problem, I will give orders right away. After saying that, Shi Feng took out his phone. He quickly edited a message. The situation has changed, Qin Shen needs to come to the scene immediately. After waiting for the message to be sent, Shi Feng immediately deleted the record. Aodao, Xixingzin Pujiang Hotel. Top floor, the hotel owner's office. This room originally belonged to the head of the He family, He Xin. 10 years ago, He Xin suddenly had a stroke. The situation on Aodao began to be full of twists and turns. He Xin's 3 women, 15 children, began to fight for He Xin's 500 billion worth of property. In the world of wealthy families, there is never a soft-hearted story, even if they are half-siblings. Brothers and sisters, each with their own schemes, turning against each other. They all want to gain attention in front of He Xin, so they can get a larger share of the inheritance. Last year, the 99-year-old He Xin finally couldn't make it to his 100th birthday. He passed away. In the eyes of He Xin, the dust settled in that moment. He Xin stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, wearing a neatly tailored black and white casual suit. Holding a coffee cup, her medium-length hair naturally fell on her shoulders. As the heir of He Xin, she was already 60 this year. Although time waits for no one, in a wealthy family, there are always special means to stay forever young. He Xian's face was well maintained, with only a few traces of time on her fair and smooth face. There was a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, making her look more confident and determined. He Xian stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in the office, looking down at the vehicles coming and going on the ground, as if contemplating something important. At this moment, her phone at her waist vibrated. The situation has changed, Qin Shen needs to come to the scene immediately. He Xian read the message softly, her expression slightly changing. He Xian turned around and walked to the desk, put down the coffee cup, and pressed the landline phone on the desk. Kuan Shu, the situation is changed, the big fish is about to take the bait. Understood, miss, rest assured, I will arrange it right away. After giving the order, she picked up the coffee cup again and sipped it slowly. Aodao, Xixingzin Pujiang Hotel. The hotel's facade is painted in gold, looking magnificent. Its design concept follows the principles of feng shui, rather than the fashionable or minimalist European and American design styles. The entire hotel cost 4 billion to build and took 3 years to complete. It is the first 7-star hotel on Aodao. The hotel has a total construction area of nearly 140,000 square meters, a height of 300 meters, and 45 floors. The lower part of the hotel is designed in a spherical shape, while the upper part is in a fan shape. From a distance, the entire hotel gives the impression of a torch inserted into a birdcage. The torch symbolizes gathering wealth, while being inserted into a birdcage implies that the guests inside will find it hard to escape. It is unknown if the feng shui really worked, but since the Yi family had this new hotel, their business has become even more prosperous. At the entrance of the Zinpujiang Hotel, the design resembles a tiger's mouth. The guests entering and leaving seem like lambs to be slaughtered, willingly walking into the tiger's mouth. An extended Lincoln limousine slowly stopped at the entrance of the Zinpujiang Hotel. Shi Feng got out of the car first, then respectfully escorted Qin Chen out. It was Qin Chen's first time on Aodao, and seeing the design of the tiger's mouth entrance, he couldn't help but smile wryly. "Xingu, please come in." Wang Song felt a chill in his heart when he saw his desolate place, his legs trembling. "Brother, you really have to think it through, this place is where people disappear without a trace." Qin Chen said lightly, "It's okay, I promised to settle the score for you, so I will. Hurry in, finish quickly, so I can go back to do my homework." Wang Song was speechless since he met Qin Chen. This person always had a calm and light-hearted appearance, making it hard to figure him out. Shi Feng led Qin Chen while Wang Song walked into the hotel. Behind the three men were more than 10 hot and top-notch exotic beauties. Such a grand lineup attracted the attention of the customers entering and leaving the hotel. A blogger who was traveling around the world immediately took out his phone and captured this scene. This could be the image for his video cover of Aodao today. As the blogger was filming, he carefully looked at the three men in the front. He couldn't help but gasp, "Oh my god, isn't that President Wang? And isn't that the Emperor of Modu? What auspicious day is today? How did these two meet up? No, I have to start a live broadcast, I must make the most of this traffic." Without hesitation, the blogger opened Douyin and logged into his account, Anin Global World. Then he quickly started the live broadcast, with the title, Live, Emperor of Modu and President Wan leading 18 concubines, landing on Aodao to play cards. With such an explosive live broadcast title, plus the blogger Ainan's own 700,000 followers, the number of viewers quickly reached 4 digits. Damn, Ainan is awesome. The live broadcast actually invited the Emperor of Modu and President Wang to join. The person President Wang is holding hands with doesn't seem to be a domestic internet celebrity, judging by the skin color. I didn't expect President Wang, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be like this. The person above doesn't understand. What haven't rich people experienced? When you get tired of the light stuff, of course, you have to go for something heavier. Ainan saw the increasing popularity in the live broadcast room, and the gifts kept rising. He was overjoyed and quickly followed along, pretending to be a customer. Following closely behind Wang Song, he continued the live broadcast. Shi Feng led Qin Chen to the place to exchange chips. "Xingu, this is the place to exchange chips. WeChat Pay, Alipay can also be used." Shi Feng rubbed his hands and said, "Kid, if you want to balance an account of 10 billion, I'll make you lose a dozen or 20 billion first." Wang Song hesitated for a moment, took out a card from his pocket. "Brother, help me balance the account, don't spend your money, I still have 50 million in my card. Let's just play with this, don't borrow more if we lose it all, we'll leave, okay, brother." Qin Chen pushed Wang Song's card back. "Brother, I've been burned once, I know how tough it is inside. I really don't want to see you follow in my footsteps. This is not a place like a shopping mall or stock market, where hard work leads to success." Wang Song learned from his mistakes and earnestly advised Qin Chen, "I have my own limits." Qin Chen said calmly. Shi Feng, seeing Qin Chen so determined, finally let go of his worries. "Kid, once you're in here, even if you can fight, it's useless. I'll make sure you have no way out. I won't let you lose all your assets, plus 100 billion, my surname is not Qi." Shi Feng's face bore a fake smile, waiting for Qin Chen to exchange the chips. But Qin Chen didn't do as he expected. He didn't take out a black card or scan with his phone. Instead, he took out a banknote from his pocket. "Here, help me exchange all of it into chips." As soon as these words were spoken, Shi Feng, Wang Song, and everyone present were dumbfounded. They saw that Qin Chen was holding not a bank card or a check but a 100 yuan banknote. Shi Feng's cheek twitched, trying hard to force a smile. "Huh? Ha ha ha, brother. This joke is really funny." Qin Chen's face changed, his eyes narrowed, and he said angrily, "Who's joking with you?" Shi Feng was intimidated by Qin Chen's gaze, his legs feeling weak. "Brother, don't tease me, it's embarrassing with so many people watching." Qin Chen said coldly, "Who's teasing you? Does Aodao not allow exchanging 100 chips? Can't you play with 100 on Aodao?" Yes. Shi Feng nodded repeatedly. Qin Shen handed the 100 to Chi Feng. Exchange it, and by the way, exchange 2 of the smallest denomination, 50, exchange 2. Chi Feng was at a loss. The development of the situation and one's own expectations can be said to have no connection at all. Originally thought that a person who could compete with oneself in wealth and buy a luxury car worth tens of millions. When coming to the island to play cards, one would at least have to exchange for chips worth 18 million. Never expected that the other party would just bring 100 yuan to play. They even had to break the 100 yuan into 250 chips to use. Regretted arranging such a grand welcome ceremony for Qin Shen early in the morning. If the Yi family found out, they would definitely come out and beat themselves to death. Under the pressure of Qin Shen, Chi Feng dared not say anything more. He could only walk to the counter with 100 yuan and say, exchange for 2 chips of 50. Soon, the counter attendant took the money and pushed out 2 chips. Chi Feng was about to reach for them when he saw the attendant's hand firmly pressing on the chips. Chi Feng was about to get angry, but when he looked up, he saw the person in front of him. It was a 70-year-old man with slick back hair, a well-built figure, and wearing a navy blue suit. Chi Feng's anger instantly subsided. Uncle Cohen. Uncle Cohen's throat moved slightly, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. Chi Feng, is this the big deal you were talking about? Mrs. very angry, and the consequences are severe. This sentence, though not loud, was like a bucket of cold water poured on Chi Feng, making him shiver. In the live broadcast room, when they saw the 2 big spenders, Emperor Mo and Principal Wang, treating a young man in his 20s with great respect, the comments section exploded. Who is the person between Emperor Mo and Principal Wang? I've never seen him before. Looking at his profile, he seems familiar. Seems like I've seen him in another live broadcast room. Although I don't know who he is, the fact that Emperor Mo and Principal Wang are treating him with such respect means he must be someone important. The debate about Qin Shen's identity went on for a while without a conclusion. However, the unanimous opinion was that this 20-year-old young man's identity was definitely extraordinary. Judging from the attitudes of Emperor Mo and Principal Wang, his status was definitely higher than theirs. That person is probably a young master from some hidden wealthy family. I think so too. You can tell from his attire. For someone like him, luxury goods are just rags. The more you say that, the more I want to see this big spender play cards. Will he be like Brother Fa, betting tens of millions in one go, setting small goals? It's so exciting. As the netizens discussed, a surprising scene unfolded on the live broadcast. Qin Shen did not, as everyone imagined, take out a box of cash to exchange for chips. Instead, he simply took out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket to exchange for chips. The lively discussion in the comments section of the live broadcast room suddenly quieted down. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Before everyone could react, in the live broadcast, Wang Tsung pointed at the 250 yuan chips in Qin Shen's hand and asked, Brother, are you going to win back 10 billion with just this 100 yuan? Qin Shen replied confidently, yes, with 100 yuan, I'll win 10 billion. Is that not allowed? Instantly, the silent live broadcast room exploded. Did I just hear some outrageous words? Am I hearing things? Or did that person say he's going to win 10 billion with 100 yuan? I heard it too. I thought my phone was glitching. What the heck? Who is this person? Is he here to joke around? Did the blogger invite him to create an atmosphere? Your script is too exaggerated. At the scene, Anan, holding up his phone, heard Qin Shen's answer with his own ears. He was also instantly dumbfounded. Win 10 billion with 100 yuan? Is his brain fried? Anan was afraid of being accused of scripting and tarnishing his image. He was thinking of ending the live broadcast, but when he looked down at the screen, oh boy. The heat of the discussion in the live broadcast room is no less than that of just filming exotic beauties. Everyone wants to see how that person will be slapped in the face by reality. So Anan thought for a moment and decided to change the title of the live broadcast room. Bare-handed, from 100 renminbi to 10 billion renminbi. With this change in title, it immediately attracted a large number of netizens to click on it. Bare-handed, from 100 renminbi to 10 billion renminbi. Is this anchor planning to livestream a bank robbery? From 100 renminbi to 10 billion renminbi? Is the anchor performing with counterfeit money? What a joke of an anchor, clearly just clickbait. If he really turns 100 renminbi into 10 billion renminbi, I'll livestream myself eating crap. Anan's eyes were spinning, unable to keep up with the crazy flood of comments. He could only focus on Qin Shen, following closely behind him to avoid losing him. Qin Shen held 2 yellow 50 renminbi chips in his hand, strolling on the first floor of Xinpupu. Shifeng had long lost his enthusiasm and stopped following Qin Shen. With just 100 renminbi, only a dog would accompany you. What's most important to him now is how to explain to the He family. After all, last night he boasted about sending a big fish over, but now only a small shrimp had arrived. Wang Song, seeing Qin Shin playing with just 100 renminbi, also felt relieved. He hugged his new girlfriend and went to the nearby bar for a drink, engaging in deep discussions about the two countries' cultures. Qin Shen, strolling around, carefully scanned the whole place. Finally, his gaze fell on a round table with an empty seat. He sat down and casually placed 250 renminbi chips on the table. On his left was a small tycoon with a table full of famous brand logos. On his right was a rich woman dressed in gold and silver. Qin Shen, dressed in casual beach vacation attire, seemed out of place. The small tycoon glanced at Qin Shen sitting down and the 100 renminbi chips on the table, couldn't help but sneer. Where did this kid come from, trying to play cards like an adult? The rich woman's eyes sparkled as she appraised Qin Shen. Young man, you look quite handsome. Do you want to come to my room tonight and earn some pocket money? Qin Shen smiled but didn't respond. Across the table from Qin Shen was a young lady with light makeup, dressed in a black and white sexy work uniform. She spread her hands and said, "Dear guest, you can place your bets now." The table where Qin Shen was seated was playing a guessing game called Sick Bow. The young lady had 3 dice in a container. She would shake the container and roll the dice. When the container stopped shaking, the players could place their bets, choosing big or small. The sum of the 3 dice determined the result. 3 to 10 was small, 11 to 18 was big. Guessing the correct result would earn a 1:2 payout. Of course, players could also bet on specific numbers. The highest payout was for a triple, hitting 3 of the same number, with a payout of 1:150. Despite the seemingly simple rules, the players at the table had no advantage. Even if they only bet on big or small, their winning odds were less than 50% due to the existence of triples. This meant that the players at the table would always end up losing everything. Therefore, it's crucial to stay away from such activities. Qin Shen stared at the container in the young lady's hands for a while without reacting. The small tycoon beside him shook his cigar and impatiently said, "Hey, kid, no matter how hard you look, you won't see what's inside. Hurry up, don't waste our time." The rich woman leaned in with a smile and whispered to Qin Shen, "Young handsome guy, don't be afraid. If you lose the 100 renminbi, sister will give you another 100. The others at the round table also urged Qin Shen to place his bet quickly. It's just 100 renminbi, but they were acting as if it were several billion. The netizens in Anan's live broadcast room also started to criticize. When I went to Australia for vacation, even with 1,000 renminbi at stake, I wasn't as indecisive as this guy. This guy is probably here to be funny. Does he want to learn from Stephen Chow and see through with special abilities? Ha, the person upstairs said what I wanted to say. The dealer girl frowned slightly. Although they were told during their training not to rush customers, this customer only had a total of 100 yuan. It was really too much to dawdle for so long. Just then, Qin Shen suddenly blinked. The originally dark eyes flashed a hint of golden light. He smiled, placing 250 chips on the table, placed in the area of 3-point leopard. In the live broadcast room, when the netizens saw Qin Shen betting on 3-point leopard on the first hand, everyone couldn't sit still. Can this person play? All in on 3-point leopard on the first hand? Only a total of 100 yuan, coming in and going all in. Shouldn't he come with 50 first to test the waters and then decide? The person upstairs is right. I thought he would exchange 2 chips, use one to ask for directions first, and then bet on the second hand. I didn't expect him to go all in. It seems he's a newbie. At the table, the young tycoon snorted, betting on leopard at the beginning? Coming in wanting to win 150 times in one go? Do you think you're the gambling god Zhou Ruanfa? The rich woman took a 100 chip and handed it to Qin Shen, teasing him, "Little brother, is it your first time playing cards? Playing cards is not like this. You watch on the side, sister will teach you." Qin Shen placed the chips back in front of the rich woman. There is no rule to follow in a card game. Qin Shen signaled the girl in front of him with his eyes to start. The girl's eyes moved slightly, then she uncovered the container in her hand. Then she sat up straight and sang, 3, 3, 3, 3-point leopard. After uncovering it, the whole room fell silent. Just a moment ago in the live broadcast room, those netizens who were giving orders and pointing fingers seemed to have been hit with a heavy blow, unable to say a word. Damn, it's really a 3-point leopard. Those who were teaching how to play cards and calling others newbies, why aren't they saying anything now? Winning 150 times on the first hand, maybe there's really hope for 10 billion. The person upstairs, go check what 10 billion means before speaking, okay? It's just luck, it must be deliberate by the house to attract customers. At the table, the young tycoon's face twitched, disdainfully saying, "Damn, you're so lucky." Although the rich woman lost 10,000 chips, she didn't mind at all. Instead, she was full of joy. Little handsome guy is really amazing, turning 150 times in one go. Qin Shen smiled and didn't respond. The dealer girl neatly collected the chips from the others on the table. Then she took out 15,000 chips and pushed them in front of Qin Shen. After Qin Shen took them, she began to shake the container in her hand. After shaking it up and down 8 times, the girl placed the container on the table. She spread her hands and said softly, "Please place your bets, gentlemen." The people at the table habitually looked at the container, pondered for a moment, counted their chips, hesitated for a moment, and then started to place their bets. Qin Shen remained calm and composed, holding the 15,000 chips in his hand suspended in the air. He looked firmly at the container in front of him. The young tycoon couldn't help but speak. "What's wrong? Are you going to perform another ritual? Hurry up, everyone is waiting for you." The rich woman deliberately lowered her neckline and leaned in. "Little handsome guy, which one do you want to bet on this time?" After a moment, Qin Shen blinked and withdrew his gaze. His hand, suspended in the air, slowly fell. The 15,000 chips in his hand fell steadily into the area of 3-point leopard. Suddenly, everyone at the table turned their heads. The young tycoon showed a mocking smile. "Damn, buddy, do you really think you can win 150 times again?" The rich woman smiled. "Little handsome guy, the goddess of luck won't favor a person twice. But sister can favor you twice in one night." In the live broadcast room, playing again, really thought he was the son of fortune. I was just about to praise him, guessing that this person would have the skill of listening to voices and distinguishing numbers, but then he pulled this move on me. I thought he was a king, but turns out he's just a bronze. The dealer girl remained calm on her face. She had been working in the casino for many years. She had seen all kinds of people. Once, at a card table, there was a customer who was stubborn, kept betting small, and lost everything, even after 13 rounds. But that day was magical. Either a leopard or a big hand was dealt on that table for 13 rounds without a small hand. Until that customer lost everything. On the 14th round, a small hand was finally dealt. The man's mental defense collapsed instantly. He was shattered. That day, he went up to the rooftop. The dealer girl sat upright, solemnly opened the container. Her face changed suddenly, but she still professionally announced, 3 threes, 3 leopards. Shocked, confused, stunned, the young tycoon stared in disbelief, accidentally performing a reverse cigar cut, almost sending himself away. The rich woman's eyes sparkled, never expecting that this young man was a hidden gem. In the live stream room, netizens went crazy. My dad asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream, but then he came over to watch with me, and now he's kneeling too. Damn, is he the god of wealth incarnate? He hit the 150x leopard twice. Just said he was bronze and he stood up. The dealer girl shivered all over. She pushed the others' chips in front of her again. Then she counted 25 million in chips and pushed them in front of Qin Shen. "Sir, you're 25 million in chips, please verify." Qin Shen waved his hand. "No need to count, let's continue." "All right, sir." This time, the dealer girl didn't look as calm as before. To have 2 consecutive 3 leopard hands was a once-in-a-century event. She hoped she wouldn't be investigated after work. The 3rd round began. The dealer girl took a deep breath and started shaking the container in her hands. This time, she increased the intensity of shaking, not just up and down but also left and right. The sound of the dice hitting the container became more complex. Even experts in the industry would shake their heads. After a minute of shaking, the dealer girl placed the container on the table. She spread her hands and softly said, "Please place your bets, gentlemen." In the live stream room, oh my god, even though I'm not there, why am I so nervous? This master has hit the leopard twice in a row, turning 100 into 25 million. This time, could it be another leopard? How is that possible? Haven't you heard that bad luck comes in threes? This time at the card table, everyone's first thought was not to bet but to look at Qin Shen. The young tycoon leaned in, handed a cigar to Qin Shen, and politely asked, "Bro, where are you betting this time?" The rich woman twisted her body, shaking her milky white dice, and said, "Young man, play for me, I'm giving all my chips to you." Qin Shen remained calm and composed, looking firmly at the container in front of him. In addition to the live scene, he also had a system interface in front of him. Items, dice cup and dice, materials, plastic, walnut wood, fiber, era, modern, condition, new, quality, average, summary, 1 wooden dice cup, smooth surface with slight usage marks, but overall average quality. 3 dice, showing 3 dots, made of plastic, average quality. Seeing the final summary, Qin Shen smiled. Today's card game was interesting. If the system hadn't hinted, I would have thought it was secretly supporting me. Then, Qin Shen pushed all 25 million chips out with both hands. On the card table and in the live stream room, everyone gasped in disbelief. Watching this scene, the dealer girl's pupils suddenly contracted, incredulously saying, "Sir, are you sure you want to go all in with 3-point leopards?" Outao, 7 stars in Pujiang Hotel. Top floor, hotel owner's office. On the desk, there is a triangular nameplate with 3 large characters, Heilian. Heilian, the current head of the He family, the head of Xin Pujiang, and the 500 billion family patriarch, sat in the hall. She placed her hands on the boss's chair, leaning back slightly. Her face appeared calm and composed. In front of Heilian stood 2 people. Shifling, with his hands clasped in front of him, head bowed,